Cheon Hajin is a mercenary serving the Heavenly Righteous Alliance and a master of his craft. Let them not distract him with trifles. He has much more serious tasks than messing around with them here. The squad leader noticed that the guy looked a little too smug after taking out several of his men, but he shouldn't relax. They are ready to fulfill all his deepest dreams. For many years, Cheon Hajin took the lives of those ordered to be eliminated by the Heavenly Alliance. He had long since lost count of his victims. His blade had pierced countless bodies. Cheon Hajin calmly deals with his pursuers who keep chasing him. They have only one goal, and they cannot let him slip away. The task must be completed. Are these people so obsessed with his death? He served the Heavenly Alliance faithfully for 30 years, and now, having finally received freedom, he does not intend to miss this chance. So they would have to say goodbye to life. Cheon Hajin was ready to do anything for his freedom. Those around him looked at him in amazement, not understanding how he was still alive and how this was possible. Maybe it's because he's one of the top 10 greatest martial artists? It seems like they don't have the slightest chance against him. Cheon Hajin is the world's most skilled assassin. He stood proudly above his enemies, preparing to deliver his decisive blow. They called him the King of Assassins, but he was still a human. Cheon Hajin felt fatigue creeping up on him, but reinforcements were already rushing to help the enemies. If they noticed his vulnerability, he would not survive. He couldn't believe there were still so many of them, despite all the fighting. After countless fights, his blade has become dull, but this will not stop him for a second. Do they really hate the idea of his freedom so much? They're going to be sorely disappointed. Let no one stand in his way. He will crush them all into dust. No one will take away his freedom. They dared to challenge him by resisting, and immediately paid for their insolence. He could have been the world's greatest assassin, the very king of assassins that people speak of with awe. But deep down, he is just a loyal dog of the head of the Heavenly Alliance, a ruthless and bloody tyrant. He killed on command, without asking questions. What does he know about real life? Even the realm of the dead presents him with a bill. He needs to get out. He's been living for those Alliance scumbags all this time, and now he was almost free, having gotten rid of their damned remains. There is a secluded shelter nearby where he can take elixirs and healing herbs to restore his strength and heal himself. Finally, Cheon will be free. He collapsed to the ground, feeling that hunger would drive him mad before he could tend to his wounds. Cheon suddenly realized that he had only eaten a couple of pieces of dried meat in 7 days. He certainly wouldn't have refused a plate of hot dumplings, but he needed to pull himself together. He felt that someone was watching him. It was an amazing stealth technique. Even he, the best assassin in the world, did not notice how they snuck up on him. His martial arts prowess is so great that he can cut down an entire forest with just the aura of his sword. This stranger is undoubtedly the strongest fighter in the southern Central Plains. Could he really be the god of death himself? Cheon began to understand why the Heavenly Righteous Alliance was pursuing him so persistently, but he didn't expect that the masters of the Steel Blood Fortress, the 8 elite warriors of the Steel King, would intervene. Did he seriously think that Murim would recognize him as one of the 10 greatest masters if he defeated a man exhausted from fighting hundreds of opponents? Even though his strength is almost exhausted, he will still cut the enemy into pieces. Cheon thrust his dull blade into his opponent, causing him to collapse in front of him. He felt that someone was still watching him. He said loudly that whoever it was time to stop enjoying the spectacle and show themselves. It turned out to be the secret Queen of the Demons. Her appearance came as a complete surprise to him. She's flattered that Cheon still remembers her. After all, it's been almost 6 years. The girl smiled and warmly greeted her old friend. Meanwhile, Elder Yoon Il-young's squad from the Heavenly Righteous Alliance set out to search for Cheon Hajin. One of the fighters reported that all the bodies around were masters of the Steel Blood Fortress. Who would have thought that Cheon Hajin would be able to escape from the deadly traps and destroy so many warriors of the fortress? The elder told us to follow the Demon Queen's dead energy. That's where Cheon Hajin is hiding. Her name is Kwak Sokyo. She is the secret queen of demons. Thanks to rejuvenation techniques, she retains her beauty, although she is well over 60. Looking at her face, you would think that she would not hurt a fly. Such a charming and attractive girl. But in reality, she is a real devil in female form, unable to sleep without spilling someone's blood. The best mercenaries and troops of the Steel Blood Fortress came for him. But why did they bring this crazy woman? Whatever it is, he has a trump card. As long as there is blood in his veins, he will not give up for anything. Kwak Sokyo was disappointed in him. They had a special bond, and he immediately grabbed his sword. Cheon Hajin abruptly interrupted her, declaring that enough empty chatter. Since she came for him, let her prove it in battle. She is sure that in his current state, Cheon won't be able to even touch her, and she suggested an easier path for him. But why shouldn't she test his powers in practice? And why should he be afraid of a 60-year-old woman who only knows how to talk? If Cheon calls her an old woman one more time, she will rip out his spine no matter how much he begs for mercy. He noticed that over the years of separation, she had become much more touchy, and with a grin, he again called her an old woman. Kwak Sokyo was furious, her face wrinkled. He was a scoundrel, and she would make him regret it. She believes that the Heavenly Righteous Alliance raised him to be their best assassin. It was no wonder that the Steel Blood Fortress had recruited her to assist in this matter. Its main power is imbued with a disgustingly pure energy. This is clearly the trace of the Great Nine Sects. They want to capture him alive, but it is clear that Cheon has mastered the techniques of the Nine Sects, and even their secret art. Now he understood why she had hesitated and talked nonsense instead of spilling blood immediately, as usual. She needed to find out more about the martial arts of the Nine Sects, and extract information about the Heavenly Alliance. Kwak Sokyo realized that Jung was incredibly gifted. Previously, she saw him as a brutal thug who broke necks, but as the Demon Queen, she has no intention of sharing these secrets with the Steel Blood Fortress, right? It seems Cheon has figured her out. In fact, she doesn't care about the Fortress's missions or the Alliance's secrets. Her true goal is to master the mastery of the Nine Sects. If Cheon reveals all the secrets, she will spare his life. Isn't that a fair deal? Why are there so many dangerous creatures in the Great Lakes? Honestly, it's not an equal exchange. He's already on the verge of death. Kwak suddenly asked if it was the blood parasite. Cheon Hajin froze when he heard this question. This parasite caused the death of his best friend. Those who betray the Heavenly Righteous Alliance do not escape retribution. The parasite in his body is a constant reminder, ready to kill him at the slightest hint of betrayal of the Alliance. If Kwak could help him get rid of it, all the threads that connected him to the Alliance would be severed. He just needed to show her the technique. She has mastered the demonic arts of the Death God, and is also skilled in poisons and toxins. It won't be difficult for her to rid him of the parasite. So what will he say? She is ready to give him the long-awaited freedom in exchange for training in the art of the Nine Sects. Cheon chuckled and asked if she really thought the Alliance was hunting him just because he escaped. He is among the top 10 strongest martial artists in the world. 5 years ago, he already found a way to get rid of the bloody parasite. But to break through the deadly traps, he had to reach the pinnacle of mastery, which required many years of hard training. He thought he had almost reached his goal, but it turned out that he was not even close to it. It all sounds a little funny. Cheon doesn't believe that she will let him live if he teaches her a trick. These bastards stole 30 years of his life. He won't let another old woman fool him again and rejects her offer. If he leaves right now, he still has a chance to save his miserable life. How can he have the nerve to say that when he can barely stand on his feet? She's not as useless as he thinks. Kwak always dealt quickly with those who dared to insult her. So he wasn't going to share his skills with her? All he can give her is suffering. Didn't want to retire at 60? She'll have to stay in these parts forever. Then let him perish too, the worthless degenerate. There is no place for the greedy in this world. Their energies collided and exploded in a powerful explosion. Who would prevail in this furious duel? Kwak sank her sharp claws into Cheon, stopping the great killer. Elder Yoon Ilryong suddenly appeared. Jung was shocked. He didn't even notice him approaching. They mercilessly cut off all his limbs. Each of them had their own reason for revenge, and they carried it out. Kwak gave Cheon an icy look, and noticed that he looked much better without his arms and legs. All that remains is to cut off his head, so that he will never dare open his mouth again. Let him crawl to hell like a parasite. That's where he belongs for all his exploits. Is this miserable moment the last thing he will see before he dies? Ultimately, all Cheon wanted was a simple life. He wanted to live it like an ordinary person. To feel normal, even for a moment. As if in a dream. Is it really so unattainable? If only fate would give him another chance. The main sanctuary of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. One chance to realize the life he so desperately dreamed of. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the doctor greeted the fourth young master of the cult. You just came back from checking the third young master's pulse. So Young probably won't live until the morning. Everything was going better than he had hoped. The fourth thanked the doctor for the news and told him to leave. Suddenly, images from his past life came flooding back to Cheon. His comrade asked if he had finished. He replied that yes, he had already finished off everyone on this side. Now he could rest a little. Chong warned them not to relax too much. The boss said they could be tracked down. "What's that in his hands?" The comrade replied that it was a wooden figurine of a bird. Chong asked if he had carved it himself. The guy suddenly asked if Chong was tired of killing. He froze, unable to find the words to answer. The comrade said that he would leave here at any cost. He wants to live the rest of his days as a free bird. He will go to the village, where he will breathe the aroma of fresh grass and not this heavy smell of blood. Cheon admitted that he himself was not against such an idea and suggested going together. But his comrades snapped that it was impossible, and there was no point in thinking about it. After these words, the guy suddenly wheezed and fell asleep right next to him. The commander came up and said that the Lord had saved his life, and he decided to repay him by planning an escape. Let Chong take a closer look. This is the end that awaits all who dare to betray the heavenly righteous union. The bloody parasite in his body will punish him for betrayal. So he should watch his thoughts if he wants to survive. To stop him from speaking, his head had to be torn off. The old woman's disgusting face pulled the boy out of his reverie. Zhang couldn't understand. Was this a dream? Didn't the demon queen just behead him? And what kind of place is this anyway? The room looks luxurious. Where did he end up? Suddenly, Cheon felt that he was not alone in these chambers. A girl entered the room with a tray of food and loudly announced that she had arrived, calling herself Manhwa. Looking back at the bed, she noticed that the young master was not there. He appeared behind her and quietly asked if she knew what would happen if she made even a sound. Who is she and what does she want? Or maybe she's from Steel Blood Fortress? The girl replied that she was a servant named Manhwa. Why was he acting so strange? Was there something he didn't like? Let him stop talking nonsense. What young gentleman? Who brought him here? Or does she want candy? Anhwa explained that the young master had been here for a long time. He had been unconscious for the past 6 months due to a chi blockage after being seriously injured. He only woke up 2 nights ago. Cheon couldn't understand how this was possible. How could he be unconscious if he was killed? Let him stop messing with his head and tell the truth. Otherwise, he'll get a candy in the teeth. Anhwa assured him that she was not lying. She brought him food so that he could have some energy after waking up. Looking in the mirror, Cheon saw a strange face. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, who the hell was that son of a bitch in the reflection? Was he a ghost? What's going on? He died and it wasn't a dream. Is this some kind of reincarnation? Or was it his past life? How could this even happen? How could such a place even exist in Murim? And who are these people? Why did they come so early in the morning? The man knelt down and said that the divine teachings are indisputable. All the demons fell at his feet. He congratulated the third young master on his recovery. If this is the divine cult in Murim, then it is a demonic cult? What is going on? What happened to him? Supreme head of the heavenly demon divine cult's elder court, Murim, greets the demon lord. The demon lord asked the supreme head of the elder court what brought him here today. He replied that he had a report to make. The third young master regained consciousness. However, due to the exhaustion of his body, he lost all his strength. The man asked the demon lord what he was going to do next with the third young master. The lord ordered that he should not come to him with reports until the closing ceremony, which would take place in 3 months. The supreme leader sincerely hopes that the demon lord will fulfill the great will. The heavenly demonic divine cult, the so-called 1,000-year demonic cult, is the oldest and most ruthless demonic force of this generation. It was created several thousand years ago by Master Murim. In terms of combat power, they are the strongest. All of Murim would be alarmed by the mere fact of this cult's existence, for it is a symbol of chaos. They are outnumbered by the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress, the world called the Righteous Heavens, the Remaining Blood, and the Heavenly Demon, a powerful triad. Among them, the Heavenly Demon had more power than war and pandemonium. It was the most ruthless demonic power. So how did he end up here? Did he really get a second life? But why? Why is it a demonic cult? No, he needs to calm down. He needs to figure out the situation and think about his next step. Last night, he thinks that the hidden technique is still too strong. The strongest of the 7 disciples of the demon cult, the third young master woke up. The slaughter will begin again. Be careful. Don't get carried away, or you will be killed. It's a miracle to wake up 6 months after the chi blockade. The man heard that he had lost all his fighting skills. If there were any skills left, then he was truly a monstrous demon, as they called him. Since this monstrous demon has awakened, it will squeeze the life out of some people. They must be careful not to get on the young master's nerves. The man thought, what a scoundrel he was. An asshole. A monstrous demon. How did he survive? Whatever it is, he's sure it's a demon cult. He'll need a detailed plan to escape from here. The hidden technique caused too much trouble last night, even though he only used it for an hour. Honestly, it's great to be alive. But his body is like an 80-year-old's. They need to rebuild it first. Okay, let's see. He knew it. Just 7 extraordinary meridians mixed up. He'd fix this little rotten blockage. Find the truth amidst chaos that burns in the void and breaks through the channels of life. Expose the turbidity with thought, and the world will reward you. The temperature in the room rose and the air became very humid. Using the infinite technique, he would expel the dark energy from his body. In his previous life, using some of the martial arts of the 9 sects, he honed his own boundless technique. He had no status, so this technique became his own salvation, which helped him a lot. Is this his limit? Well, at least one small goal has been achieved. Incidentally, it is so quiet that it is a little disconcerting. It has been quite a while since he woke up. No one has come to him except the healer. The healer said he was recovering quite quickly. He should take care of himself until they could come to him again. Only this young girl, trembling with fear. Young master, here are your medicines. This bastard was called a monstrous demon, so he was a scumbag with a vile character. Until order is restored here, he can't act rashly, Cheon Hajin. 3 months later. 3 months have passed since he ate this, and still nothing happened? The man said that, what's more, he's only recovering faster. Didn't he say that the more a skill is tracked, the more likely it is to die from it? Yes, he did say that, but it's weird. Sarian, he always exceeds his expectations. The 4th young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Hong Imun. What are they doing now? The man asked when Rin would arrive. He thought she would be outside the main temple at noon. Hong asked if it had been 6 months since she had returned. The man replied yes. Then something interesting must have happened. Let her continue to observe and report. Well, that's better. For the past 3 months, he's been doing everything he can to return this horrible body to normal. Thanks to that, the remnants of dark and demonic energy have disappeared. A maid came to the young master and said that here was his medicine. He thanked her. The young lord lifted the cup and saw the bloody parasite. In fear, he threw it away and it shattered. He really thinks you can escape from the righteous heavenly alliance? Arrogant fool. He made him the best assassin in the world, and he betrayed me. Even if you die, you still won't be able to escape from the alliance. Those damned parasites again? Young master? The young master woke up to someone calling him. Young master, are you okay? Manhwa asked. When he looked into the bowl, it was empty. A hallucination, a new life which he always dreamed of. He didn't know if he could be free. The guy heard a conversation from behind the door. Someone was asking if he was there or not? The maid said yes, he was there, but he wasn't there. What? That demonic cult bastard? He heard Anhwa's words from behind the door about what she should tell the young master. A girl came through the door and said that it was a long time ago. Who she was, he couldn't remember. The girl said something about him looking better than she thought. What? Let him figure out a way out of this, Cheon Hajin. She asked if he would leave her standing there. She would have a cup of tea. At such moments, first of all, run! Saying that he urgently needed to go somewhere, the 3rd young gentleman simply took off and ran. At the exit, he was met by 2 tall men who did not let him pass. As it turned out, this was the girl's order. She said that they would have a serious talk with the 3rd young master. She didn't know how long it would take, so she shouldn't let anyone in here. The girl told him to sit down. Didn't they have anything to talk about? Cheon replied that he hadn't wiped his sweat while he was restoring his body. He asked him to wait until he changed his clothes. Okay, she can wait. But it would be nice if he didn't have other plans. Just by looking at her, he knew she was crazy. He had no choice. He asked Manhwa to follow him. What? He asks who she is. The guy says he had a headache after he woke up, so he thinks it's a memory lapse. Look at the young gentleman, the girl asked. Will he die? He thought, why will he die? He hasn't slept for a long time. Her name is Hong Yeon. She is a demon bound and working at the religious center of inner enlightenment. She is the daughter of the Joksa family of the demon cult. She is strong enough to be called the most talented disciple, is excellent at her job, and is also a heroine recognized by the head of the demon cult. She is also the younger sister of the 4th young master? Yes. Cheon asked Manhwa why the girl came to him. what kind of relationship they had. The maid replied that she did not know such details, but they had met a lot during the month, so they have some kind of special relationship. Okay, he thanked the girl for telling him and asked if she was okay. Her face was so swollen, her master told her to go and rest. Master? Is he really crazy? Returning to the girl, he said he had not thought and had been rude. She said it was all right. He asked her what brought her there. The girl couldn't understand why he was so calm, so different from his old self. It was as if he had lost the sparkle in his eyes. So it was true that he had lost his fighting prowess after leaving the Chi castle. Hong Young said that there was no need to hide anything from each other, and she knew it very well, so it was better to get straight to the point. Showing 2 papers in her hands, she said, "Here is the contract with their seals on it. He remembers, right? If any of them violates the terms of the contract, or a situation arises where they are forced to terminate it, the fine will triple." She has put almost 1,000 nannies into this miracle cure. On top of that, the sum of other things is a little over 2,000, but she will deduct these little things because they are close. Medicine? Investment? The young master's younger sister supported him with money and medicine? What the hell was this bastard thinking? Only 6,000 nuns. She asked him to give her the money immediately. If that was not possible, let him sign a contract stating when he would pay the entire amount. Taking advantage of the fact that Syrian survived the Chi lock, she portrayed herself as a victim, terminated the contract, and now wants her money back. He wanted to build his reputation and then increase his fortune, but would she ignore the fact that he was bedridden? This girl does bad things that you shouldn't do. Okay then, he can pay her that much. What, just like that? The guy asked Anhwa to prepare brushes, paper, and ink. She said, "Okay, young master." He doesn't care if her girl does something bad. It's none of his business. As the 3rd young master, he was too careless in drawing up the contract. He was not smart before, but isn't this too reckless? The girl said there was something else. If he couldn't pay, he would have to run to her at her beck and call, like a faithful dog. Is she going to treat him like a dog? The girl is starting to get on his nerves. Syrian asked, "Is that all?" Hong Yeren said that the contract will be terminated when she receives the full amount. Until then, they should respect each other, right? Respect? He wants him to respect her by making such a pact? What? Master asked Anhwa to bring the commander of the royal guard. The girl was surprised. Why was he calling the commander? When he approached, the commander began to say that women's teachings are indisputable. Greeting the 3rd young gentleman, he asked how he could be of use. The guy asked me to get the van ready. He needed somewhere to be. The man replied that he knew this was no place to talk, but his body was here now. Syrian says he is going to the demon lord. Have a carriage prepared and inform the lord's palace. Tell him that the 3rd disciple wishes to see his master. The commander said he understood. He would send a message to the demon lord's palace. He would prepare the carriage as soon as he received permission. 3rd young master! What is she doing? He must fight back too. The man suggested seeing if the demon lord would recognize this contract as fair. 3rd young lord. He says they both have to die. Now? What does he want the lord to say? The gentleman asked if there was a problem. She said if he found out they had made a pact, he would get it too. She's right. If he finds out, Dominus won't go unpunished, and he could be exiled, for he's lost his fighting prowess. But that's what will happen to him. And what about her? Everyone in this world knows her family. Surprisingly, this excuse will not work in all cases. For him, the worst outcome is exile, and no one will free her from captivity. For the poor upbringing of their daughter, the Jock's family will certainly be deprived of everything. He said he had better go. It was time to go for a walk. The girl asked him to wait and asked if he wanted to be the leader. A leader with a body like that? Ridiculous. Coming here knowing he has no chance? Well, I'll see you at the Demon Lord's palace. Honyorin asked what she should do. The boy asked what she was talking about? What should she do to stop him from going to the Demon Lord? He replied that she needed to break this contract with her own hands. Hajin, aren't you tired of killing? He's going to get out of there, no matter what it takes. The guy's going to go to the village, where he can breathe in the smell of fresh grass instead of that musky blood. Is that all? Yes! They searched every corner, but they didn't find a single bug. They betrayed the alliance. They committed treason. There must be more. Search the surrounding area. Let him listen to him. They told us to destroy those who betrayed the alliance. They said they were traitors. He really didn't know. Killing people is just a job for him? Taking lives? Spilling blood every day? Cheon Hajin, do you know anything about life? He knows nothing. He will curse him even from the grave. his life will become the death of those he killed. The commander knelt down and congratulated the demon lord on completing the great work. He asked the commander. The man said that the third man asked to see him? The man said that it was correct. He had just sent a carriage to the third young master's house, so he would arrive at the palace soon. Turning to the first royal guard, he ordered him to escort him to the pavilion of demonic justice. The guard responded, "Okay, my lord." Was it really winter yet? He still couldn't get used to this chaotic aura checking his pulse. It seemed that the damaged blood vessels had recovered even more in the past few days. And not just his blood vessels. Even though he had taken herbs and acupuncture, his ability to recover was already quite strong. What is this look? The healer apologized and said that he was simply very surprised by his ability to regenerate. The healer told the third master that he would no longer need acupuncture. Instead, he would take nourishing food and supreme healing potions to restore his strength. The master said he wanted to know something. The healer replied that he could ask. What was the supreme healing potion? He had never heard of such a thing. The man replied that it was a decoction of 5 herbs that help restore energy. The man replied that it was a decoction of 5 herbs that help restore energy. Is that all? Does it help restore energy? Whatever it's called, it's medicine. And if it had healing properties, he would recover much faster. Katya said she would be back in 2 days and wished him a speedy recovery. Well, Mr. Believe, there might be something wrong with his feeling. What a terrible area. The Demon Lord. Apparently, he's finally going to meet him. The Lord wonders what kind of person he is. There is not a single person in all of Kanho Murime who is not interested in this gentleman. This is obvious, because he is, perhaps, the strongest man on Earth. Although he never displayed his full power, he was always considered one of the most powerful people in the world. Their meeting could be dangerous for the Lord. He doesn't know much about the demonic cult. Maybe you should have been more careful. He just couldn't stand it, to be reborn as someone's dog. If only this Hong-yoren, the daughter of the Choksa family or whatever, hadn't shoved that absurd contract in his face. A maid entered the room and told the young master that the Demon Lord's palace had contacted them. The carriage is ready, so we need to prepare him for the upcoming meeting. Since things had turned out this way, he decided he might as well meet him face to face, didn't he? After getting off the carriage, a clerk immediately approached the gentleman and said that the Demon Lord was inviting him to the Demonic Justice Pavilion. Let him follow him. Looking at the long staircase leading somewhere, the Lord thought, what the hell is this demonic pavilion of justice? This is truly the center of a demonic cult. Many guards. Reminds me of the time when he fell into the inescapable net of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress. High-ranking masters are trained all over the area. This place is like falling into a dragon pond or a tiger's den. One mistake, and he is dead. The man said they were there. Didn't they talk about the Demonic Justice Pavilion? It wasn't him. No, you can't show fear. You have to act like he knows everything. The question of survival in the demonic cult depends on his every step. The man mentally ordered himself to pull himself together, because he was about to see the Demon Lord. Looking around, he thought it was winter, but spring was blooming. Was he sleeping? It couldn't be. Then it was an illusion, wasn't it? Well, there is no other explanation, because it is cold outside. He wanted to leave Kanho and live in a place with lots and lots of greenery. This is definitely his dream place. But what a plausible trick. Look, he suddenly heard the stern here. He was scared, because just a moment ago this pavilion was not there. There is someone there. His legs move on their own, as if he were under a spell. Step 1, life. Step 2, death. Is this how the third pavilion of demonic justice imagined it? His keen killer instincts tell him it's dangerous out here. But he can't back out now. If he wants to escape the demon cult and start a new life, he must face the Demon Lord. Will he finally meet the demon god? The great heavenly demon, the Demon Lord Lee Jong-san. The man asked if the third young master had entered. He was told that he had. Was there something bothering him? He replied that during the Lord's reign, there had only been 2 occasions when an outsider had entered the Demonic Justice Pavilion. The first time it happened was about 25 years ago, when the master took his first disciple. Is he talking about his first disciple? Is he talking about the first young master? He replied that no, the first young master became a mentee exactly 20 years ago. He says that before the first young master, there was another mentee? That's right, the unknown disciple looming in the shadows died here in this pavilion. His skin was torn to shreds. as if wild animals had torn him to shreds. So, the demon lord. He said that if the Lord wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have brought him here. Then who was the second? The general's strategist. The man with absolute power who oversaw both small and large matters. The only one who rose so high thanks to his own skills, not martial arts. He was the second to enter the demonic justice pavilion. He did it? Yes, he came out with his head held high. Today, the pavilion opened its gates for the third time. I wonder if the third young master will survive. The divine teachings are indisputable. All demons will fall at your feet. Sarian saluted the demon lord. The lord ordered him to stand up. So here he is, the demon lord, Lee Jong-san. Yes, he doesn't look like a great demon master and the master of everything. As long as he doesn't emit any chi, it's the same as saying that all these statements are false. You can feel all his proud majesty. He's the kind of person who has no reason to be locked up, because he is one of the strongest masters. He is the most powerful martial arts god in the world. He is so powerful that he is said to be half immortal and lives in a completely different dimension. But why didn't he even try to become a tyrant? The ruler handed him a cup of alcohol and ordered him to take it. He asked Sarian what he wanted. Well, they see. What the hell is he hesitating about? He was one of the top 10 masters himself. Is he seriously just going to stand there like he's not mine? The overlord asked if he wanted to keep the cult going. Someone said yes. Wait, did that work honestly? The lord ordered him to pour more alcohol. The boy could not understand his emotions. He could not even guess what he was thinking about. The lord said that the lord is very vague. Is he saying that he wants to leave for a while or sever all ties with the cult? He doesn't like being his student? The boy said, no, that's not what he meant. Or has he given up because his body is so exhausted? Is this the limit of his abilities? What a disappointment. Damn, he's got problems. The guy said he wasn't trying to break away from the cult completely. It hasn't been that long since he recovered. Plus, he's lost all his skills. If that's the case, he's got to say something. He really wants to get back into shape, but it's not as easy as he thought. So he thought it would be better if he could get some fresh air. That's what he wanted to ask him today. Yes, that's it. Great, that's quite plausible. Seeing that the overlord was angry, he thought that he needed to come up with an excuse. I mean, what he's trying to say is that he requested a meeting with him just to get permission to go out? Damn, he was too careless. Come to think of it, it's actually funny. The reason he wanted to see the ruler of all, the divine lord of the heavenly demon cult, was just because he needed permission to go out? Now is not the time to think about anything else. Cheon Hajin, hurry up and think of an answer. The guy said he wanted to see him because it had been a long time. Doesn't sound like a bad reaction. The boy said that although his body was in such a state, he, as a student, had his duty. He could not repay even 100th part of his kindness to him. He had no way to thank the master. That's how he felt. He tries to put on a show and evoke emotions in the master. The cup in the master's hands crumbled like ashes. The duties of a disciple? If he had known about the duties, he would not have appeared before him in such a body. Or has the sovereign been underestimating him all this time? In such a body, perhaps? Demon God's eyes. Does he really know that this body is not Sarian? It's like the demon lord was looking straight into his soul. What excuse can I come up with this time? He wasn't caught. The boy was slightly upset by his words. Even though the disciple who had just recovered from the chi blockage came to pay his respects, he was saying that the boy didn't know about his duty? What the hell? Is he weird? What has he lost? The Lord said he would send someone within 3 days. Until then, he could go. That's it? So what about his request? Is he allowed to go out or not? Is he allowed to do what he wants? Just tell him how hard it is. Looking around, the overlord said, the demonic justice pavilion with clear skies and green grasslands. It had been a long time since he had seen anything like this. Pouring the drink into the cup, the gentleman said that it was his reward for his hard work. The servant replied that he was flattered. He asked what was happening with the third one. He said he was recovering at home. That's it? Yes, that's it. He seems to be quite good. 10 years ago, the overlord mistook him for a dragon. He was disappointed to find that it was just a poisonous snake. But when he looked at him again today, he was holding a magic pearl in his mouth. As he moved further and further away from evil, he also knew death. In the pavilion of demonic justice, evil is judged. The object of the case to be judged is represented by the Lord of Demons, and the decision is made by the Lord and the formation. The pavilion embodies the hearts of those who enter and puts them on display, as well as the subconscious. What if the object I liked was a demon lord? At this moment, by the will of the overlord, the demonic formations of the pavilion will attack. As soon as they harbor the desire to kill, they will be destroyed in such a painful way. The enlightenment method can reveal true intentions. It belongs to the highest level, which can only be controlled by the demon lord. The chairman asked if the lonely bamboo grove was well looked after. The man replied yes. A representative of the elders' court came every other day. On average, there are up to 5 victims per month. But fortunately, there have been no fatalities in the last 4 months. The rulers said that the elders should call their man back for a while. He would send the 3rd one to the grove. A lonely bamboo grove? So said the governor, a perfect place to get some fresh air. The demon lord is a pervert. He just wanted to get out. Why did he put him in the wilderness? What did he do wrong to send him alone to such an evil place? Standing in the middle of that very grove, he shouted that the demon lord was an idiot. Someone from behind apologized for his insolence and told the young gentleman that these were very dangerous statements. What did he say? The man repeated that any foul language or rudeness towards the demon lord was considered a serious crime, punishable by immediate death. No exceptions, not even for the young lords and ladies. The young master said that you should have listened more carefully. He did not defile the demon lord. God, is he some kind of imperial person? Why can't he say nasty things behind people's backs? Well, he believes those dark and gloomy idiots of the demon cult that he is above the emperor. Instead, they think he is a real god. While he was speaking, the boy asked, "Is this elder from here?" He said, "Yes, that's right." His servant Ma Dongpil, the 3rd head of the elder court of the heavenly demon divine cult. He has the honor of serving as the Lord's personal guard. Who? He doesn't care about his honor or anything else. He just wants him to leave him alone. The elder says that he vows to dedicate himself to service and will protect the 3rd young master with his own life. A beautiful view. The result is the same. He can't get out of here. No matter how hard he tries, he can't leave this place. He screamed that he hated them, the idiots of the demonic cult. He just wanted to get out. Was it really so necessary to send him here? Okay, so it wasn't that easy at first. But he wasn't going to waste any more time on useless thoughts. Why did he want to leave the demon cult in the first place? It was because he had a bad feeling when he realized that he had been reborn as the 3rd young master of the heavenly demon divine cult. At some point, he will have to leave this place. But now, it is impossible. Then the reality is that he has no choice but to become the 3rd young master, Serion! But to survive in this body, he will need strength. He will have to become stronger. Otherwise, he will not survive. The heavenly demon divine cult strictly adheres to the ideology of survival of the fittest, more than any other group in Murim. This is not a place where he can calmly wait to be destroyed and thrown out. Eventually, a person will have to take the path of martial arts, and whether it will bring him life or death. He will no longer resort to petty tricks. He will use force and leave with his head held high. At that moment, a servant came out from behind a tree and frightened the young master. He said that his food was ready. He could follow him. The young master began to complain. He told him not to get underfoot, but they had been here for 2 days. He hadn't even had a sip of water, let alone food. The servant was simply worried about his health. "It's been 2 days already," asked Mr. But he doesn't need to scare him every time. Stop doing that. Day 3. To begin with, he will use the unlimited technique and bring his body and soul into order. What is this? The movement of qi in the infinite technique is different from ordinary qi. The 3rd level of strength development? The limitless technique can be divided into 5 levels. In his previous life as the King of Assassins, he reached the peak of the 4th level of strength. In this technique, the unity of martial arts and body is much more important than enlightenment. But this weakened body, even with the blocking of qi, is at the peak of the 3rd level of strength and is on the verge of entering the 4th level. Could it be that this child, Serion, is a genius? Moreover, the purification technique took effect by itself. This technique purifies the air by absorbing the muddy qi energy that is near the body. The air is purified, and the absorbed turbid qi becomes part of the internal force, with the overwhelming ability of the boundless technique. When the air nearby becomes clean, the assimilation effect increases, which accelerates its growth. At this rate, he'll be able to regain his former strength much faster than he thought. Well, let's move on to the 4th level of strength. Day 5. The body is completely healed. The severed blood vessels and vital organs are much stronger than they should be at his age. This made life in the bamboo grove much easier than expected. Even the hair became darker. It is said that hair loses color when the chi is blocked. First of all, he ate well, because Dongpil is a great cook. And he also slept very well. He can also use the abilities from his past life as an assassin again. When he was the king of assassins, he gained the ability of super sensitivity. This ability was developed through frequent encounters with death, as well as the experience of surviving as a killer. And the martial art that enhances super sensitivity is the 6 forces of heavenly net technique. First form, all-knowing eye. This martial art greatly enhances the 5 senses to the limit, surpassing any beast. He could clearly sense the terrain without even turning his head. He hated himself for being so well adapted to this place. The monsters will become more active as the sun sets. The servants suggested returning to their shelter. He had finally created the foundation for normal martial arts practice. If he gathered the experience and knowledge he had gained as the king of assassins into this particular body, he would be able to become strong again in the blink of an eye. Excellent. Thanks to this technique, he was able to recover to some extent. He decided to see if he could fly. His 2 skills had returned: the infinite body recovery technique and the 6 forces of heavenly net sense enhancement technique. All that remained was a dark shadow of chi, obtained by combining the selected secret skills of the 10 great schools. These 3 skills became the core martial arts that made him a legend, the king of assassins, Cheon Hajin. He will be stronger again in no time. Let them wait. But is he allowed to study the dark shadows? This is the heavenly demonic divine cult, and he is the 3rd young master Syrian, not Cheon Hajin. He is sure there was some kind of demonic art that he studied, but what kind? When the 3rd young master returned, he decided to ask Dongpil a question. He replied that the master could ask and would be only too happy to help. The young master asked among himself and his brothers, was there anyone who had not studied demonic arts? Or anyone who had studied non-demonic arts? Dongpil said he didn't understand the question and apologized. Is this really unimaginable? As he said, what would happen if he didn't study the demonic arts? The man replied, I wonder if it's possible, but if the young masters and Daos didn't study them, he dared to say that the demon lord would be very displeased. The master ordered Dopal to go to the library and use his powers, in order to bring all the secret texts about demonic arts, everything that can be taken. Secret texts about demonic arts? Is that what the young master asked for? Dopal told the master that's exactly what he was asking for. The 3rd young gentleman? He probably already knows everything, so why? Maybe he's trying to promote himself somehow with their help? Having apologized to the master in advance for such a disrespectful question, but as a guard called to protect the target, he decided to dare to ask it, despite the familiarity. 3rd young master lost his memory after chi blockage? Master doesn't know. Has he really forgotten everything? 3rd young master was talented from the start, but greedy and arrogant. A true tyrant who showed no respect to his subordinates. But after he was reinstated, he became a different person. He is very different from his former self. His actions and words, sometimes he even seems puzzled. Even his servants said that he has changed. He also managed to walk out of the demonic justice pavilion alive after the demon lord's trial. And the report from Ma Dongpil. The master said that he understood why the leader of the 3rd squad asked such a question. But don't let him worry so much. The man he now serves is no ordinary man. He is one of 7 candidates. He could become the next successor of the demonic cult. Who knows if he is joking or has really lost his memory? But don't let him ask any more questions. This is one of the many reasons why it is so difficult to protect heirs. This is why the owner chose him. Handing Dongpil the key, the master said that he knew the credit period was 3 days. Let him mix them with the others and take 3 to 4 secret texts. One more thing. The master asked if he had explained the lonely bamboo grove to the young master. He replied that he had not yet. He was going to do it today. He knows how dangerous it is, doesn't he? He's sure Dongpil will be okay, but make sure he tells him everything as soon as possible. This is his task of primary importance. I would like to know what the Lord saw in the 3rd young master that he sent him to the bamboo grove. Lonely Bamboo Grove. A demonic forest that existed before the heavenly demon divine cult settled on hundreds of thousands of mountains. An assassin who has taken the lives of countless demonic people over the past 1,000 years. When there was only the first almighty heavenly demon and the divine cult did not have much power, he helped the cult become one of the greatest schools of the moment of the eye. To those who are destined, he gives gifts. and to others, he drags into the pits of death. This was the second time the Demon Lord checked on the third young master. He had received a positive evaluation from the Demon Justice Pavilion. I wonder what will happen in the bamboo grove. 1, 2, 3, 4, 17? Why did he bring him so many secret texts? Dalpel said it wasn't very much. He only took the best ones, so it was quite small. And it's small? Damn it! Does he have to master demonic arts now? What should he do? No, if he views demonic arts as inferior and divine, he will not see their true nature. He must look at them without prejudice. The man told the young gentleman that he had something he had to tell him. The gentleman replied, "That's fine. 3 of the 17 messages will have to be returned in 3 days." In 3 days? Why? Because these 3, from the secret texts of the 10 greatest demonic arts of their school, as he already knows, are only accessible to the first, second, and third young masters. The 10 greatest demonic arts are the highest level in the heavenly demon divine cult. If you successfully learn even one, you can look down on the world. How brilliant it is. Everyone in the divine cult knows about them, so if he doesn't even remember this... The master asked why he was looking at him like that. Apologizing, he said he was rude to see his new side, but he actually doesn't remember any of these texts? Turning to Dongpil, the master said that he knew that the master had completely lost all his skill after awakening from the chi blockage. His heart and mind are no longer what they once were, and, strictly speaking, they were exiled to this lonely bamboo grove. He needs to try something. He is desperate. He needs to relearn all the arts he has forgotten. So, he asked for help. He's his only hope now. He needs to stretch his legs, so if only he could grab some weapons from the cult at dawn. What the... Why is he crying? He said he would support the young master with his life. What's wrong with him? Let him stop. He's a burden. In about 10 days, they will be more active. They don't seem to be moving, and the barrier is growing, so I'm sure they will be fine. This is the safest place in the bamboo grove. The young master concentrated on reading the secret texts. He had to make sure that nothing would disturb his peace. They must obtain the weapons the young master asked for as soon as possible. They must not let down their guard, no matter what. Cheon Hajin's Dark Shadow Chi technique was not widely known, but was one of the greatest Murim techniques. It was not as powerful as the secret techniques of the 10 greatest schools, but its depth and purity were considered the best at that time. Demonic arts were different from the rest. They favored destruction. Focus on results rather than consistency, on attack rather than defense. Put true power before opportunity. It all sounds very much like the methods of assassins. The 10 greatest demonic arts? They are certainly incredible, but in his current state, he would not be able to learn them all. What can he do to improve the Dark Shadow Chi with these arts? A true demonic art? He thinks it might work. A true demonic art is one of the major demonic arts. It ranks alongside the art of destruction, which is the basis for some of the 10 greatest demonic arts. It is also more advanced than some of the 10 great arts. When it comes to the adaptability of demonic chi, it can be said that it is one of the sources of demonic cult techniques. The limitless technique is best used when your head is full of thoughts. Who's there? Is Donpil back? Is he being followed now? They need to be careful. Even though he seems naive, he hasn't completely let his guard down yet. That's enough for today. Hearing a rustling sound, the young lord noticed that some creature was attacking him from behind. What the hell? That could be dangerous. What? That thing broke through the wall? How did it do that? It's a chicken! 6 legs, human-sized wings, and 3 heads. What the hell is this? The giant chicken looks like a mutant great king Yanluo. Seriously, he just doesn't have any more words to describe this place. Why is she so fast? Looking at the basket of weapons, Donpil thought that these weapons should be enough, right? The third young master is accustomed to using swords, and as a swordsman, he is good enough to create his own style. Who knows, maybe he'll remember everything once he picks up a weapon. Although, judging by how cruel he was, I'm not sure it's in his best interest to regain his memory. But that won't work, will it? No, don't think about it. He's just guarding 3 young masters. You can't give in to emotions. Donpil smelled a strong scent of blood. Young master, what kind of rooster are they even using the art of sound on? This is an unusual mutant. He will be strong. Damn, if only he had a weapon. What can we use instead? Does he think he can get it with the same attack? Taking a piece of sharp bamboo, he jumped on the chicken and tried to kill it with it. Is she dead? Hell, not yet. That hurt, you stupid chicken. He realizes now that he can't pierce her feathers with brute force alone, does he? He never thought he'd use it on an animal, but he thinks he has no choice. I'll have to try. Technique of the heavenly net of 6 forces. The second form is supervision. The second form of the technique of the heavenly net of 6 forces, supervision, allows you to speed up the thought process with the help of chi, which in turn visually slows down everything around you. The young master found the chicken's weak point. It was the heart, which was almost freely accessible. Taking a sharp bamboo stick, he took aim and stabbed it straight into the heart. At that moment, Donpil returned, smelling the blood coming from that very chicken. He ran up to the young gentleman and asked if he was okay. The young man asked him not to make a fuss. Azure Lotus. That's the name of this chicken? Looking at the young lord, Donpil said that the wounds needed to be treated first. The lord replied that it was not his blood. Indeed, except for a few scratches, the young master was not seriously injured. The Azure Lotus is as dangerous as a leopard. Donpil asked the gentleman if he had defeated him himself. The boy replied, did he see anyone else here besides himself? The master asked if they had a big pot. The man said, sure, but what did he need it for? He said to pour water in it and put bamboo shoots in it. Let it boil. He is in charge of dinner tonight. He also said that he was waiting for an explanation. How does this guy know about this bird? What kind of place is this bamboo grove and all that? The lonely bamboo grove has existed since before the heavenly demon cult. It is a natural demonic forest with the deepest spiritual chi energy, even compared to any known mountain. There is something special about this forest. The profound spiritual chi does not spread throughout the entire area, but only circulates within the bamboo forest. Therefore, its concentration only becomes stronger over time. This strengthens both the tree's chi and the earth, making bamboo trees particularly thick and strong. But they seem to have a short life cycle, don't they? This bamboo grows much faster than usual. That's how the forest is made. And some of the trees here have strange abilities. Do they have healing properties or something? More precisely, they would be both poison and medicine. Their chi is so deep that they need to be processed dozens of times before being used on the human body. More than half of the demon cult's potions are made from the bamboo trees of the lone bamboo grove. What? Does this mean that mass production of the drug is possible? Asked the gentleman. The man said that it was impossible. But why? Most trees that have any healing properties at all grow in the deep forests. The problem is the spirit monsters and creatures that live there. Is that what he's talking about? Donpil said exactly what it was. The Azure Lotus is the weakest of all. Weak? He says there are stronger ones? The Azure Lotus is the weakest species in the forest. Moreover, some of the mid-level ghost creatures are as strong as the top-level masters. They stop in the forest twice a year to obtain the sacred bamboo, along with the guards and other high-ranking people from above. The densest, most solitary bamboo grove is dangerous even for them. The city bamboo garden is considered the safest place. He never thought that Azure Lotus would wander here. He apologized for not being able to protect the Lord because of his impudence. They built a fence around this garden and also erected octagonal walls outside. As his protector, he has done more than enough, so don't let him worry. The owner said that's enough. Let him take a plate first. It's cooked perfectly. Who would have thought he could cook and eat this rooster? Is it edible? Looking at the man, the gentleman asked, doesn't he eat this? Even if he looks like this, he must have a weak stomach, right? It may not be comparable to bamboo shoots, but it's still good for you. He liked it so much that he ate the whole plate and went to the gentleman and asked for more. See, it's very tasty. So this place is that dangerous? He was sent here by Demon Lord Lee Jong-sun. He must learn demonic arts as soon as possible. The octagonal structures were built perfectly. Even though they were built in abnormal sizes, they still serve their purpose, mister. He recognized the man's work. The master said there was nothing to recognize. He could see it there. The attendant asked if the gentleman had studied these structures before. He replied that no, it just happened that way. Construction is a completely different doctrine than martial arts. I'm going to pretend to know something here by just reading a little about it. What kind of person is the third young gentleman? The more you get to know him, the more questions he has for him. He read more than 10 secret texts of demonic arts in 3 days. The man asked if he had finished yet. The master said yes, he could take it. And he easily defeated the Azure Lotus, although it had not yet fully recovered. He may appear carefree and cheerful, but when he is serious, he creates such an aura around him that it is difficult to approach him. Besides, when he lost his fighting prowess after the Chi blockade, he didn't seem that upset. Surely there's something he doesn't know. He decided to learn demonic arts. But there is no hurry. This is his first time. If he wants to become stronger in the shortest time, he cannot cast out the Dark Shadow Chi, for it is the closest to him. Dark Shadow Chi is not even past one generation, a new martial art that he created by combining the secret techniques of the 10 great schools when he was the king of assassins. On the other hand, the true demonic art is the foundation of all demonic arts. Depending on how he studies it, there will be a difference in the nature, character, and quality of the chi. What if he could make up for his lack of foundation of Dark Shadow Chi with true demonic art? If you spill a drop of ink into a bowl of clean water, all that water will become dirty. Art is like ink, especially true demonic art, which is the precursor of all demonic teachings nurtured by the divine heavenly demon cult. There is nothing more suitable to release the youthful martial prowess in the dark shadow of Chi that has not lived for a single generation. Coming to the demon cult with Dark Shadow Chi, it must be fate. Let's start. True demonic art and Dark Shadow Chi. Let's see if the foundations of the demonic arts and the secret techniques of the 10 great schools can combine. Donpil thought about how he had been locked in his room for 12 days now. He had been told not to disturb him under any circumstances. What was he doing there? They say opposites attract? Compatibility is sacred. This new martial art he created is much more destructive than the Dark Shadow Chi. It will become more stable than the true art. After finishing, he felt demonic energy flowing through his body for the first time. This was a new combat skill that he had not mastered before. Standing on the street, the employee did not understand where this demonic energy was coming from. It could be called the demonic art of dark shadows. Donpil said it could be dangerous. It was too risky to continue. His legs were weak. He thought it would be wise to return to the bamboo garden today. The master said he had heard of creatures called Shinshin, that they lived in herds. The master asked if it was too little to call ourselves a herd. Listening, Donpil heard a sound. It's a herd of Shinshin! There are too many of them. The man motioned for the master to retreat. Master told Mr. Ma not to worry. Donpil was right. He had been fighting those bastards all day, so his chi had already reached its limit. But there is no time to waste. He must hone his new skills and get out of here. Fighting at the edge of his abilities, he will become stronger. Dark Shadow Demon Art. Go, Donpil, don't retreat. We must defeat them. Wait, what did he just say? Third young master is hunting a herd of azure lotuses and shinshins in a lonely bamboo grove? The man replied that yes, that was correct. How interesting. If he were to study the Black Dragon, it would be difficult for him to avoid the screams of the terrifying creatures. Blood Flame is harsh, and Heaven's Grip is too heavy. It doesn't suit him. Red Phoenix is the best, but if he has a good eye, he won't take it. The master hoped that he had given him 3 secret texts of demonic arts. The man said yes, Blood Flame, Heaven's Seizing, and Red Phoenix. In his current state, he will have a hard time dealing with the Red Phoenix, as this art can be toxic to the body after blocking the chi. The master admits that he has been studying something else. Did he give him more text from the secret library? The man apologized to the Lord for visiting the secret library without his permission. The Lord asked him to get up and said that he had every right to go there without his knowledge. The man replied that he had not reported to him. The Lord asked if he regretted giving the third young master access to him. The man replied that he did not. The Lord asked if he could take full responsibility for this. He said yes. In that case, the Lord respects his decision. First guard. The man asked him if he knew why a child's battle was more terrible than an adult's. Because kids don't know when to stop. That's why it's scary. They think honor is honor, no matter what it is. When a child realizes where the line is with pure ignorance and armed combat, then he becomes a man. Master Ma, take care of yourself, the master shouted. Let the bodyguard not lose his vigilance, the master said. These Shinshins want to take 1 dose. The continuous use of the Dark Shadow demonic art is very smooth. He thinks that at this speed, he can even try to reach the heart of the grove. At some point, another monster appears out of nowhere. It's very fast. Let it move aside, Mr. Ma. The man didn't have time to dodge, and he was kicked by hooves. What the hell? Where did he come from? A horse? No, he can't be underestimated like that chicken. Donpil had been fighting these creepers constantly for the past few days, and had managed to increase his chi quite a bit. But the monster still took him down in 1 hit. This thing was much stronger than anything they had ever encountered before. What an unimaginable desire to kill. Then he'd have to go full speed from the start. So it wasn't top speed, was it? Okay, one more time. You can't fool him twice. Why doesn't his body move? Looking at his right arm, the gentleman saw that it was broken. Damn, if this keeps up, he won't be able to land a single blow on him. Just when he thought everything was going according to plan, it happened. You can't let your guard down in these woods. Donpil decided to lure the monster to himself. He shouted for him to come here. His enemy is here. No, Donpil, he can't handle him alone. Let's see how this fight ends, the man continued shouting. While chasing after Dongpil, she fell into a trap with sharp bamboo, into which a man lured her. When the man looked at him, he thought he was dead. But then the horse opened his eyes. What a tenacious bastard! How dare he hurt the young master's precious body? He should punish him by cutting off his head, but he thinks they'll put it off until better times. They need to save the young master first. He decided to carry the young master. The master said no need, just let him help him up. He broke his arm, not his leg. 8 months later. Heavenly Demonic Divine Cult of the Elder Court. It was hard, said the first head of the Elder Court, Lee Gunsan. Good job. This time he'll go, so let him sit down and rest. Second head of the Elder Court, Ji Yang. Thanks, but no thanks. The elder said that if they change the guard's object will feel uncomfortable. He will go again in an hour. But why did the Demon Sword family's patriarch decide to come by today? I have no idea. He's a very important person. Maybe he wants to discuss something with the cult leader. Well, he heard a rumor. They say they are trying to make the eldest son of the Demon Sword family one of the Demon Lord's disciples. One of his disciples? Saying it like he did, it might not be true, but considering that 2 of his disciples are from the 7 families, it is quite likely. In the matter of loyalty, there is no one more outstanding than the Demon Sword family. Trusts, then a special approach should be considered. They are also considered one of the strongest faculties with decent troops. But will the Lord accept another disciple? He already has 7. No one knows. Who knows? It all depends on the Lord's decision. True, but most likely it will be the same number. What is he talking about? And the third young master. Having experienced the Qi blockade, he lost his martial prowess, and now he is in a lonely bamboo grove. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is very far from victory. This is a dangerous situation. You already know that the bamboo grove is an extremely dangerous place. After all, they don't even know when third young master will return. If the Overlord does not give his permission, he will probably be locked there forever. Enough. Stop this immediately, if anyone is listening. That's why they sent the third head there. Of all of them, he is the most prepared for the lonely bamboo grove. He was sent there on Master Elder's orders. They know how much he values the third head, don't they? The clerk knocked on the door and asked the first head what was the matter. The man replied that the third head had come to see him. What? Dongpil is here? Let them invite him right now. Entering the room, the man said that the third head of Ma Dongpil welcomed them. What the hell? What kind of evil intent to kill? Is this the third chapter of Ma Dongpil? His bloodlust is so strong that it cannot be hidden. What the hell happened in that lonely bamboo grove in the last 8 months? That's enough. Thanks, first chapter, but why does he need tea leaves? The man replied that he was simply following the young master's orders. He told him to bring them. After all, Dongpil works so hard. The harder he works, the better off the young master will be. He must be patient. The elders wanted to have tea and chat with him, but the man asked them to forgive him. Well, it can't be helped if he's busy. It must be hard, but I'm sure he's doing a great job. Let him be careful. And he's taking care of himself. The man asked the elder if he felt the same way. No matter how much he thought about it, the bloodlust coming from Dongpil was abnormal. The elders are sure that this simply means that he lives in extreme conditions. It is a shame, but at least he looks healthy. Dongpil will be fine, right? If it's the third head he knows, he'll come back much stronger. That's what he believes. He feels light, he thinks. Much better than he did 8 months ago. The grueling trials in the lonely bamboo grove took his skills to a new level. Something just moved. Was it a beast? Its steps were heavy and measured. It was definitely not Shinshin. He's coming. As soon as he shows up, he'll cut it down. Young master? What is he doing? What's with the question mark? Is he back yet? The master said he could take his time and talk to his comrades. He thought the young master would stay in the city's bamboo garden while he was gone. Did he catch another drunk? What if he was wounded? The young gentleman said he was bored and saw a horse wandering around. The young master couldn't let him go. After their last battles, the sight of them alone made him furious. So the young master told Dongpil that they would have horse meat for dinner. Let him wash the pot when he returned. The man then asked the young gentleman to remove the splint from his right arm. It seemed to have completely healed. He must have used it too much in the last few months. Life was so good then. Who would have thought he could defeat Lush on his own? And no one would believe he survived the Chi lockdown. But this place is full of creatures that even the best masters cannot defeat. He can't just continue to watch. He must guard it. The man approached the young gentleman and asked if he had finished. He had scared him again. What was he going to say this time? The young master, a man who knows he is strong, but he promised him not to go to dangerous places alone. The young gentleman asked what he should do then. Time is running out. Time? What is he talking about? Didn't he know? This place is dangerous now. No, or rather, it will become dangerous. What is he trying to say? It's all rather mysterious. The high concentration of spiritual chi not only produces bamboo and creates monsters, but also changes people's bodies. Although they put in a lot of effort, under normal conditions, such a result cannot be achieved in 8 months. That's why it's dangerous. Excess is as deadly as deficiency. Bamboo and other animals may have adapted to their local environment, but the same cannot be said for people. He asked Dompil what he thought. How long did it take for that arm to recover? So, everything was fine. The bones were broken and dislocated, so it should have taken at least 2 months, right? But it healed in just 1 week. And the wounds he received in the battle with Lu Shu healed in about 2 hours. Does he think that's normal? When the skin breaks, the body heals the wound. But what if this process were sped up significantly? What do you think would happen if the body continued to heal even after the wound was healed? It would explode. This is the environment of a lonely bamboo grove. It is good to a certain extent, but the human body cannot bear it. Do you mean that the healing powers of the bamboo grove are becoming stronger? More precisely, spiritual chi. In 2 or 3 months, it will become so powerful that they will not be able to bear it. They need to get out of here before then, unless, of course, he wants to not explode and die. However, Dompil told the Lord that they could not return home without his permission. The demon lord only told him to go to the bamboo grove. He did not specify a time frame for his return and stay there. He thinks the Lord suffered for 8 months because of the demon lord? Isn't that what it's about? First of all, he granted his request. This place is perfect for getting some fresh air. Is it normal to interpret it this way? If they had fallen 2 more creatures, they would have reached the very heart of the bamboo grove, where they had never been before. This is where the branches grow the spiritual bamboo. He should get it for the next 3 months. He can't sleep, because Saren is still alive. The 4th young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Hong Imun. Why did the masters tell him about this? If they don't reach the pinnacle of the demonic arts, they won't last 3 months. That's what the lonely bamboo grove is. What is he trying to tell him after such a sudden summons? Right? Didn't he say he wanted to check on Junior? A celestial demon who lives in the heavens beyond the clouds, whose existence is impossible for the human mind to comprehend. He doesn't care if his disciples are ready to tear each other's throats out. It's as if he wants to convey to them that in order to become his heirs, they need to overcome this. What world does the master look at, if he can see what he sees? The Lord thinks the 3rd one is doing a good job. What, Syrian? That bastard? He barely survived the chi blockage. Even the medicine didn't work. Is he now strong enough to survive in the secluded bamboo grove? How is this possible? The master said he plans to summon him soon. Does this mean that everything he went through to get rid of it was in vain? Syrian, this time when he came back, this guy threatened to kill him, and nothing stops him from doing it. That's what you asked for. He managed to get 5 bags of blur herbs, and his special task, cave pine tea. He didn't find out until he came here, but apparently the scent of this tea can repel monsters. It was quite unpleasant to constantly encounter Azure Lotus and Xing Xing, so he decided it was best to avoid them. Perhaps there was a bunch of these herbs growing on the Weeping Mountain of the cult in the Yunnan part. But why does he need herbs to remove the turbidity? Everything has its use. They look great. Good job. Can he bring more next time? To be honest, the man can't give him a clear answer. Is that true? The director didn't understand what was going on. This month, the Demon Lord's Court apothecary will research the ratios of the most healing infusions of these herbs. This is the main ingredient, so it will take at least 2 months to get more. The Supreme Healing Potion? Will it be made using herbs that eliminate cloudiness? He told the master that yes. Young master, this is the Supreme Healing Potion. Drink it to the end. Didn't the healer make him drink the decoction for 3 months straight after he woke up? Herbs for eliminating cloudiness are able to cure the body from any cloudiness. Their names speak for themselves, and they gave it to a patient who almost died from chi blockage symptoms. These herbs are too strong and attack even demonic energy. They can be prescribed to a healthy person, but for a sick person, their effect can be fatal. No one with even the slightest understanding of medicine would prescribe such a decoction. The young master asked Dongpil if he had ever heard of a silk cleaning needle. The man replied that of course he had. This is a type of acupuncture that is used to tighten muscles, to give the body a sense of balance when the muscles are too weak. He did this a couple of times before going on some missions, warming up his body first with circular arts. The procedure was not too complicated, and as far as he remembered, it had a good effect. They gave a medicinal decoction containing herbs to remove opacity to a body that was in its most exhausted state, and applied a silk cleaning needle to a body that was already tense? Who would do such a thing? The Lord doubts that the healer could do such a thing alone. At the very least, a high-ranking official or one of his students must be behind it. What if it was a student? She is a demon who works at a religious inner enlightenment center and also a member of the Jaksa family, one of the 7 families of the demon cult. And she is the 4th young master's younger sister. The younger sister came to him as soon as he woke up. Damn, young master, how dare he try to kill his elder brother, even if it was for the sake of fighting for the throne. The healer told the young master that he had prepared some cave pine tea. Please drink it before it gets cold. The man turned to Xinhua and asked if he knew what the hardest way to get into the cult was. He meant the Lonely Bamboo Grove? The Lonely Bamboo Grove is impenetrable. Even high-ranking officials cannot enter it without the teacher's permission. The question is not whether they can enter it themselves, but whether they can put their eyes and ears there. Wouldn't the military branch be the most suitable in that case? He heard that the strategist general's control over the organization was so strong that even the elders couldn't touch them. No, it was quite easy to infiltrate. The general strategist who oversees the army is considered the genius of this century. In any case, he will turn the tide, find out who has infiltrated the troops, and determine who has been involved in the struggle for power. Therefore, he will never prevent anyone from infiltrating the troops. Not everyone will dare to do this, that's all, if they can understand his intentions. Then the most loyal result will be the judgment of the elders. This organization is far from everything else. It exists only to protect the demon lord and the cult, unlike other organizations that can change their position depending on who is involved. Touching them is like calling upon the demon lord himself. That's why no one pays attention to them, because they are untouchable. No, he wasn't paying attention to them. That was his mistake. The healer replied that he wasn't sure he understood. Syrian, that son of a bitch, is still alive. He was exiled to a lonely bamboo grove more than 8 months ago. He heard that they had sent someone experienced and talented to accompany him. If he met them first, he would surely be able to kill Syrian. No, even if that were the case, it's impossible. Even the elder masters must be on guard in this place. Before he went to the lonely bamboo grove, his body was in good shape, but it still resembled that of an ordinary person who had not mastered martial arts. What kind of sorcery did he use to survive with such a body for 8 months in a lonely bamboo grove? The 4th young lord ordered the healer to gather his men and prepare enough weapons. Neither the chi-blocking poison nor the demonic forest could kill this bastard. Today is the last day that the master expects something to happen. The doctor asked if he would personally participate. Personally? Of course not. He does not think that this battle should turn into a fight. There are those who will dance to his tune. So the people he ordered to gather are those who harbored a desire for revenge against Syrian even before the chi was blocked. They will only take up swords. It is not up to them to decide whether they will search for Sarion with the weapons they have received. Isn't that how the master treats them? Leave them to do whatever they want and throw them into a living hell. He thinks it's genius. Young master! What do you mean he wants to go to the heart right now? He told them they didn't have much time left. He just let them stay here. Why don't you just calm down first? You don't even know what kind of creatures are out there. Would it make a difference if I did? Whatever danger lurked there, it wouldn't change the fact that they were running out of time. And he wasn't about to give up the spiritual bamboo. If he returns to the cult at this rate, who knows what the 4th master will do to him? Dongpil said he would ask the teacher about who lives there and how to prepare to meet them. The young master repeated. It made no difference whether they knew it or not. Why did he think the demon lord sent high-ranking representatives to collect the spiritual bamboo? If he could prepare, he would send any demonic person. The reason he doesn't is because it makes sense to send someone with the same power as them. And that's another reason not to go there. You've become incredibly strong, young master, but he's still nowhere near elder level. No, Dongpil is right. He can't compare to the 9 great demon elders, the strongest in the cult. But he has a talent that they don't have. The art of dark shadow and the ghost of the dark god, as well as the hidden technique of the king of assassins, Cheon Hajin. When he was an assassin during the war, he could not give up the technique of stealth. He hadn't had a single opportunity to use this technique in the Grove in the last 8 months. After all, this is a training ground for him, not a battlefield. But the heart of the lonely bamboo grove is full of secrets. This is no longer a training ring. The struggle between life and death, a place where he must achieve his goal by doing whatever it takes. But because he has transformed the dark shadow chi into a demonic art, he cannot use the ghost of the dark god no matter how much he wants to. That's why he needed herbs to remove the opacity. He needed to somehow suppress the demonic energy to activate the dark god phantom. After he took these herbs, he would have half an hour. Judging by the size of the lonely bamboo grove, 30 minutes would be more than enough to reach her heart. He ordered the man to wait here and said he would return soon. No, young master. Dongpil said he would not allow him. The young master told Dongpil to retreat. This was an order. The man replied that he could not carry out such an order. If he wanted to go himself, he would have to kill him first. The master said he could take him to the entrance of the heart, but he would not allow him to go further. The guy told Dongpil to wait. This is where he last hunted a lush. He thinks this is the entrance to the heart. What a smell! He told the young master that there was something stinking there, like something was rotting. Let him just look at it. There are monster corpses there. They all died after the blood vomit. There are many of them. He thinks there are a couple of creatures there that they haven't seen before. Isn't that a leopard? It looked like a minji. This animal occupied a leading position in the hierarchy of the lonely bamboo grove. He heard that they did not leave the heart of the grove unless absolutely necessary, so this was a cause for concern. They are the second in spiritual chi mastery in this place. Even the elders have not seen this monster. Who would have thought that they would meet him like this? Second? Then who is first? She must be tired, that thing over there. They call it the split snake. Is this a snake with 2 tails? Yes, although he sees it for the first time, there is no doubt. The strongest monster in a lonely bamboo grove? A trifle? As far as man knows, yes. But it doesn't look that strong. It doesn't even look poisonous. And even though this snake is the strongest, it will eventually become another corpse, like me and the others. But these freaks, their condition is too strange. Looking at the pile of corpses of these monsters, it seems that something hit them. But there are no wounds on the carcasses, and the spiritual bamboo growing in the heart of the grove should have blossomed and grown thicker. But it is all dried up and dying. Who could do something like that? It's like they suck the life out of everything in the area. A fresh breeze, young sir. What are you looking at? What's come over him? It's just a breeze. What is this strange feeling? It's blowing straight from there. From the heart of a lonely bamboo grove. The young master turned to Dongpil and said that he would go from here alone. He should wait here and not follow him, no matter what happened. Why did he come to him again? He thought there was no point in them meeting again. My master has commanded the first guardian to be summoned. The divine teachings are unquestionable. All demons have fallen at his feet. The first guardian of the cult has arrived as requested. The master asked the first guard when he was practicing in seclusion, were there any guards who went into the very heart of the lonely bamboo grove? The guard said that nothing like that had happened. If such a loud incident had happened, he would have immediately informed him about it. So he said that the third head went with the third. His master heard that he was quite a good child. Yes, he is young, but he is already one of the top 10 masters of the Council of Elders. He has talent, experience, and is quite simple. Therefore, he thought that he would be perfect to serve third young master. Really? 8 months? Even if the third head can realize the opportunity, there is still a limit to its growth. What day is it today? He replied that it was the day before the full moon. So that's why he decided to show up. Thirdly, is he so blinded by greed that he is willing to walk straight to his death? Or maybe, by pure chance, he will come down from the mountain? What the hell? And what is this terrible chi wind? It grows stronger with every step towards his heart. Damn! At this rate, he would have a hard time even walking upright. Unbelievable. He had never felt this kind of chi before. Wait a minute. It wasn't that long ago that he felt something like this. Yes, that's right. When he first met Lee Jong-san, the aura was so amazing that it reminded him of death at that moment. The wind that had no purpose and the power contained within it. He is as dangerous as Lee Jong-san, but there is also a reward in meeting him. Even though he surrounded himself with demonic energy, he still received internal damage. No, he can't take it anymore. How strong is the creature inside that he can't even handle his demonic energy? He thought there was nothing else to do. With herbs to remove the opacity, he would suppress the demonic energy and use a hidden technique. The effect of the herbs spread throughout his entire body. The demonic energy that had surrounded him just a second ago and protected him dissipated. Now he feels relieved. The wind passes through his body. This is the ghost of the dark god of the dark shadow art, a hidden technique used by the world's best king, Cheon Hajin, at the height of his fame. What happened? The wind and demonic energy are weakening. He told the young master that he had disappeared. Great, no more pressure. If this continued, he would reach the heart of the grove before the herbs wore off. Lonely bamboo grove. Let her show him what she hides in her heart. He tripped over a stone and fell. Damn, this shouldn't have happened. There's no way he'd trip over a rock while using Dark God Phantom. What the hell? Who the hell is this sly bastard? It was the little fox. Wait, Dalpin said that the deeper he goes into the lonely bamboo grove, the stronger the creatures he encounters. So this little guy is considered the fiercest in the entire grove? Given the circumstances of where he is now, one should not judge by appearances. One must not let one's guard down. But he's so cute, you want to pet him. He almost fell for it. He almost caught him like a nine-tailed fox. They need to pack up and move on. When he comes back, he'll try to wake him up. What? A dead end? It's smaller than he thought. Or is he lost? He got to the end so quickly? A bit disappointing. So this is the spiritual bamboo he was looking for. And he found it so easily? His spiritual chi. Incredible! Yes, he can feel it. It is the most intense here. The strongest spiritual bamboo in the entire lonely bamboo grove grows here. If he could refine just 3 parts now, he would become the strongest, profound energy master. No, not 3, damn it. He can't be that greedy. His body is not strong enough to accept that much chi. That's right, he has achieved his goal, so he will accept one. More would just be greed. Although it was a pity, but when he looked to the side, he saw a bamboo shoot. Why was he alone there? His spiritual chi is so pure. He can obtain it without any refining technique. He will only take 1 bamboo stalk. So he can take that too. Soft, smelled good, and was easy to chew. But why didn't he feel anything? He was clearly filled with spiritual chi. He should have felt a ton of chi pouring into him by now. There was nothing else like it except the warmth in his chest. Well, then we'll have to cut down the real spiritual bamboo. He pulled out his sword and struck the bamboo with it. Why didn't it work? Was his sword too weak? Surely the spirit bamboo here is completely different, right? He's furious about ordinary bamboo. He'll cut it down, no matter what it takes. That's what he's here for. Let the blade follow the mind's will, and let its aura move like the body. Here it is, the blade of the moon. That's it. And he's strong enough to use it as a weapon. Very strong. How much spiritual chi is contained in such bamboo that it becomes as hard as steel? The more he learns about this place, the more amazing it seems. When he looked to the side, he saw a small fox there and got scared. What the? It's Foxy, right? When did he wake up? No. How long has he been here? The ruler knows he is distracted by spiritual deception, but he should have noticed that Foxy had arrived. Let him go. Does he really want something from him? Don't let your guard down, Cheon Hajin. It may be cute, but it's still a creature from a lonely bamboo grove. There's no bloodthirstiness, but you have to be on your guard. No, his hypersensitivity says it's okay. He's so small, he thinks his attacks won't do much harm if he does decide to attack. The young master thought he could pet him a little. But no such luck. The fox bit his fingers. He really got it. Of course, because the famous Cheon Hajin. His spiritual chi is amazing. Yes, it is very strong. It was not easy to cut it down. The young master said that he even had to use his sword aura. The cut is unnaturally smooth. What an amazing sword aura. Would he be able to do the same even if he had a better blade? The young master said he was tired of all this, but Dongpil interrupted him, asking, "What about the little fox?" He followed him all the way here? What a strange little fellow. He found him sleeping in the middle of the grove. The young master said that he almost bit off his finger when he wanted to pet it. What? The bite mark disappeared. Is it because of the spiritual chi? How dare he bite the young master? He can't forgive him so easily. He hurt him. Now he even attacks animals? The owner told him to calm down and come to him. He was too big to carry back, so they would clean him right there. The man said okay, he would help the owner. Unlimited technology. Always interesting to watch. In an instant, all impurities disappeared, and the air around became clean. This means not only that he has a unique technique, but also that he has a deep understanding of chi techniques. The more you watch the gentleman, the less he resembles a 20-year-old youth. He looks like an experienced fighter who has lived for decades. Done. Now the juice of this spiritual bamboo is the best elixir. Well done, young master. The gentleman said it was no problem. Let him drink first. What? How dare he consume something so precious? Isn't he tired of being so obedient yet? That's different. It would have been right if he had drunk. He did everything without Donpil's help. Will he really be like this until the end? They are on good terms, so let him not be so cold and drink faster. Donpil saved the master quite a few times, and then he fully deserved it. In fact, he should be ashamed. The master should give him everything, but he only gives him half. The man is stuck in such a lousy place because of the gentleman. He did a good job, that's what he says. Donpil said that he would protect his master until the last day of his service. No danger would touch him unless it was through the servant's corpse. The young master asked if he could finally stop and just drink it. Even after his duty was done, he would never forget this favor. For the rest of his days, he would remember it. He, Ma Dongpil, is obliged to return to the elder's court as soon as they leave this place, but in his heart, he is always, "Idiot! Let him drink already, please!" The owner wants him to swallow. The gentleman heard something coming. Excuse me? What's going on? How would the gentleman know? All the creatures of the lonely bamboo grove gathered around them. Looking at Dongpil, the gentleman asked if he remembered the layout of the area. The man replied that of course. What a diligent boy! Well, they better hurry. Then his gaze fell on the fox cub, who was sleeping peacefully, curled up in a ball. He was still there. Is he sleeping in all this chaos? God can't just leave this little guy after following him for so long. The boy picked up the fox cub and threw it into Donpil's arms, ordering him to hold it in his arms and run. At that time, he had to stop them. Okay, let those idiots come to him. The man shouted at the gentleman to go ahead while he was blocking their way. But the young gentleman said that when he said something, they should just listen to him. After hitting him, Donpil flew back several meters along with the fox cub. Such a powerful blow! Incredible martial art! Triple heavenly expansion strike! His ultimate technique of the King of Assassins, which had to be hidden during the practice of demonic arts. Now no one can stop themselves from using martial arts like his for training. Jackal. He left? The master of the lonely bamboo grove left the spiritual land and went away? Why? He doesn't understand. Third, now it's clear. The gentleman believes that this was the reason. He changed after the chi blockade. More precisely, it was as if he had become a completely different person. His essence, which the Lord saw in the pavilion of demonic justice, was death. Thirdly, was he in the afterlife? The man is glad that he invited him to the pavilion of demonic justice. A cheetah appeared before the third young master's eyes. It's quite big. Is it the head of the grove? They attack when they greet him? Hurry! The Lord really doesn't like this fucking forest now. Here he comes! Well then let them jump in delight. He'll take his head off. If you combine demonic arts, a leg technique like the ascending jump can also be a great attack. But what the hell? The master was a little disappointed. He thought he was one of the strongest in the lonely bamboo grove. Let them stop pretending and let him go. The owner doesn't have time to deal with him. Can't believe he's getting faster. Are these overgrown kids tired of living and want to die? This attack was insanely powerful. If he took another attack like this, he would go straight to the afterlife of King Yan. The Lord said he tried every living thing here once, but they think he won't do the same to them? The strength of his demonic arts felt different. It was because of the spiritual bamboo. The spiritual chi obtained from it had not yet been completely transformed into demonic energy. Spiritual chi reduced the strength of demonic energy and thus weakened his demonic arts. On top of that, these monsters keep coming. He has no more herbs left to remove the clouding, so he can't use the stealth technique. Damn, there are a few more behind him. They seem to attack instinctively, without reason, but they are not as strong as the Supreme Masters. If he stays on for too long, he'll die. They won't even let him think. Damn it. He can't keep hitting these things until they shut down. If he keeps hitting them one by one, it will take forever. There are more! Then he has no choice. It's useless to fight them one by one. He has to destroy them all at once to get out of here. If his demonic arts are weakened, all he has to do is increase his demonic energy. He will kill them all with a blast of stone. From his blow, all the creatures were thrown back by the shockwave. Dongpil finally ran out of the bamboo grove with the fox cub in his arms. Looking around, he felt as if the forest had just trembled. Is it possible that the young gentleman did this? What's going on there? How is he there alone? He didn't understand where the exit was? Sir was definitely going in the direction he came from. Damn, was it because he was moving too slowly? After using such a powerful demonic art, his legs felt like they had become a ton heavier. They need to get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might run into other creatures. There is no moisture in this bamboo at all. All the plants here are like this. What is wrong with them? It was exactly the same at the entrance to the depths of the lonely bamboo grove. There was a pile of monster corpses there. But didn't he come from there? Looking around, the Lord noticed a snake that had broken away, the same one he had seen earlier. He'll break his arms. His sword will rust. It's a good weapon. How did he do it? The winged snake is known to cause drought. Is all this bamboo and sap because of it? Who said that winged snakes are stronger than Minji? He's a dirty worm. He'd better get away from him. The owner couldn't push him away because his hands were tied. Then at some point, the snake's head was pierced by a sword. It was his protector, Dongpil, who ran to his aid. The man is glad the Lord is not seriously wounded. Can he stand up? Does he think the Lord is okay? And his sword scared the Lord to death, asshole. The guy told him to get out of there. How could a keeper leave his master? He said he would watch him until he got out of there. That noise. They were here faster than he thought. Damn, there were more of them. Had they been following him for that long? The young gentleman asked Dongpil how long until the exit. Someone said about 2 kilometers. Too much running. They will surely catch up with them. He would have to be there if he wanted to get out. This time he said he would stay and hold them off until the young master left. The guy told Dongpil to stop talking nonsense. They would leave here together. Even if one of them stayed behind to buy time, there were still too many of them. There was no way to get rid of the tail. There is only one way. They kill them all here, or they die. There is no other choice. They must do it. The master suddenly remembered his last words. Cheon Hajin. Does he know what life is? He replied that no, he did not. He has always existed as someone's tool. That's why he wants to live so much. He will become so strong that no one will dare to touch him. This time, he will live freely. Scratch him in the same place as last time? Rude bastards. He needs one more hit to regain consciousness, right? He won't die in a place like this. Rock blast! When he approached the young master, the guardian asked him if he was all right. He replied that he couldn't even stand up straight. Could the guardian carry him on his back? He told the young master that it would be difficult. This time, he would definitely be the bait. He had to leave quickly. Damn, Mister got a second chance after that horrible death. He can't let himself die like that. Young master, there is no time. He needs to run to where the keeper came from. And then, out of nowhere, that same fox appeared next to them. It was clear from the animals that they were all scared. Why was he here again? Lightning shot straight into the sky from the fox's eyes, followed by a huge explosion. When the young gentleman woke up, he didn't understand what had happened. Had he really died again? No, it hurts, so he's alive. Did he do something? What is it? Hey, get away from him! What, is he going to eat me? Let Dongpil do something, Protector. Get up and help him finally. The capital of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Greetings, Demon Lord. Long live the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. They are moved to tears by the blessing of the sacred god. So, the expected expenditure for the upcoming Mara festival is 57,000 naira. This is 12,000 naira more than last year. There are special forces on duty now, so there should be much fewer visitors. Despite this, the man wonders how the expenses have increased so much. He would like to hear an explanation, Master of Religious Inner Enlightenment. The teacher said that she would clarify this. It was confirmed that 4 of the 7 demon cult families would come with a key year. The 7 demon cult families were the renowned protectors of the school who had protected it for hundreds of years. Therefore, she believes that it is only fair to show them the cult's respect and generosity. Religious Inner Enlightenment of the Divine Cult of the Heavenly Demon, So Young Shim. History shows that respect for this cult continues to this day and will continue for another 1,000 years. If the heads of families attend the ancestral feast, they will be honored by the heavenly spirits that the demon lord personally creates. The cult's respect and generosity are expressed by the master, not by money. So he orders them to reduce their expected expenses. Soyeon Shim said she understood. The girl had not looked into the matter deeply enough. After apologizing for her shortcomings, she would submit a new report tomorrow before lunch. The clerk said these were all the progress reports from the internal and external departments. Good job. He thinks the first one is still training. He hasn't left the third hall of the guardian demons yet. Understood. Let the second one begin. Second young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Kwan Pyong. The master asked him if he was going to return to training. Martial arts had already become an integral part of his daily life. He felt that there was no point in training in private until the time came, until the next stage of change. He's so confident in his martial arts in front of the demon lord. What courage. There is no need to teach those who know where they are. Let them do what they want. To hear this from someone who judges martial arts so harshly, a real blessing. Apart from the first young master, who is still isolated, the second one might be a better candidate. He's not the same as he was a couple of days ago. He must be working a lot. Thanks, but it's late. If he wants to surpass others, he needs to immerse himself in training even more. But even then, it will be difficult to achieve mastery. The guy said he will keep this in mind. Don't panic. The teacher always told him to dedicate himself to this. Now he shouldn't focus on martial arts, but on finding followers. You just need to keep doing what he does. 5 young mistress of the heavenly demon cult, Ju So-yeon. Okay, there is a limit to how much martial arts can enhance your talents. After the meeting, let him walk with the master here. Let him choose one of the 10 great demonic arts. The girl said that she would never forget his gratitude. He simply praised her. Should he change his plan? When will 6th return? Presumably, he will attend the festival of Mara with the patriarch. He feels that his master is neglecting his health. He feels sorry. The 7th young master of the heavenly demon divine cultivation, Jae Yoming. Cults are no place for spoiled children. She wouldn't be in this state if she were stronger. The master ordered her to work harder. Then he asked her if she was afraid of death. The girl said no. He never taught any of them to rest. If they really wanted to get stronger, let them push themselves beyond their limits. 3rd, he is late. Let them tell him to come in. 3rd, young Master Sarian is bringing out the call of the sacred god. 3rd brother? He recovered, but they heard that he had lost his martial arts. Has Sirian already left the lonely bamboo grove? Greetings, my lord. It has been a long time, demon lord. What a powerful and cruel demonic energy. How much had he trained during this time that he was so seething with demonic energy? Excellent. This is the highest praise ever given by the lord. Everyone was surprised. The demon lord asked how he liked the lonely bamboo grove. A good place to get some fresh air? The gentleman replied that it was surprisingly quite fresh. He thought he had experienced enough strange things to last a lifetime. He asked him to go with him. Why did he say to go with him? Did the boy answer too sharply? He didn't go to that grove, and didn't come back as he ordered. The Lord ordered the first guard to take care of the others. He replied that he would obey. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone is dismissed. He's not going to send him to a worse place if he survived in a lonely bamboo grove, is he? It must be hard for her. He'll have to recalculate the expenses. No, it's okay. It'll be hard for them too. That's what needs to be done. By the way, the general strategist was not present at the meeting today. Does she happen to know the reason? The girl replied that she did not. After all, he was always busy, although she doesn't think it has anything to do with the Mara festival. She heard that the northern traditional schools have recently started a very interesting endeavor. She thinks it's probably because of that. In the north? Wherever they were from, he had never met a sane person who complained about being a member of the traditional grid. They were probably doing something pointless again. That must be tough on the master strategist. Anyway, what happened to the 3rd young master? This was the first time the man had seen a demon lord give such a high evaluation. The elder had heard that he had experienced a chi blockage, but he couldn't tell that anything had happened to him at all. Sarian just came back alive, but he also attracted everyone's attention. What did the overlord see in this bastard? He should have killed him when he was weakened by the chi blockage. Another gazebo? Such a cozy garden. Doesn't fit in with a demonic cult at all. God ordered him to sit down. He survived after 8 months in that hellish, lonely bamboo grove. Let him not be afraid. He did as he was told, so he did absolutely nothing wrong. The Lord handed him a cup and poured him some alcohol. When was the last time he drank it? He still needs to learn the Black Dragon Mountain movement technique. What is this technique? He can't even ask in this environment. What the hell is he talking about? The owner can't even have a drink. It's too awkward. He added something to his real demonic skills. Did he see his fighting skills? It looks like a martial art from a Buddhist school. He can tell just by looking at it? The Overlord knows he is strong, but can he really see through martial arts? Maybe he's angry because I changed the true demonic arts without asking. What will he do now? He'll be sent to a place that's much worse than a lonely bamboo grove. Good job. He was impressed. He praised it was not easy to create a martial arts technique that surpassed the 10 greatest demonic arts. It was difficult, but... Right, he had to think about it. He was embarrassed by his master's unexpected praise. The demon lord asked him how he came to the art of Buddhism. The boy replied that he had tried many things, but found this to be the most suitable for becoming stronger. The results were quite good. He didn't think ahead. What now? He agreed. The demonic arts may lack power and influence, but as a foundation, it is the best technique of our cult. If Sarian had thought about it better, he wouldn't have had to combine demonic arts with other arts. He placed a flower bed where the tree should have grown. Let the old man pull himself together. Didn't he say that the child was an excellent student? Why is he scolding him now? But it's okay, he's doing great and can go. Excuse me? He poured me a drink and now he wants her to leave? Why the hell did he even invite me here? Chatters about his martial arts. Couldn't you just send a letter? Well, if he stays, the Lord might start asking about things. Better get out of here. Sarian said that he would go then. Pointing to the bottle, the Lord said that he could take this with him. It was a reward for a job well done. Who would have thought that he would add the art of Buddhism to create something new? This amazed him again. It's not like he could know about the difficulties of the great demon. It's just a coincidence. Third, will you ever surprise me again? If so, this winter will be interesting. He can't breathe next to the Lord. And the more he thinks about it, the scarier it seems. He is the master, and he gives me a half-empty bottle of liquor instead of a full one. Wait, this is the drink of the 6 heavenly spirits. 6 what? Dongpul knows it's a question mark that tastes pretty good. The guard asked him if he knew about the 6 heavenly spirits drink. Only the most respected cult masters can drink it. The demon lord gave it to you personally? Yes, but what's so special about that? The 6 demons drink is a high-class cult alcohol. All the demon lords have drunk it. It's a special drink given to people who have done great things. Just being able to drink it is already the highest honor and glory. Plus, the demon lord himself did it. You can't buy that for any amount of money. And he's a real fan. He understood everything. After which he suggested having a drink together when they returned. No, once Donpil escorts him to the residence, his service will be over. He must return to the Elder's Court. He was honored to work for the Lord. So the man doesn't want to try it? Well, he'll drink it himself, I suppose. Young master, please let him think about it, said the elder. He's finally back. It's great to see this place again after so many years. What? How did he get here? Well, he's the one who brought him out of the forest, so he'll be taken care of. The young master said that this was their home now. Let's clean up and rest in a warm bed. He hasn't seen Manhwa for a long time. If she meets him, what is this ominous aura? Someone was here! Judging by the smell, they left some time ago and headed here. How dare they hide in his residence? Who are these people? Manhwa asked, is the young master back yet? The master replied, yes, he is home. The divine teachings are indisputable. All the demons have fallen at his feet. Greeting the third young master, Manhwa, is this really necessary? Let him stand up. He's back! The girl heard that something bad had happened to him in a lonely bamboo grove. She must have been waiting for him, but he didn't even remember about her. The gentleman replied that he was fine, but the girl seemed to have lost weight. She said she was fine. She was just a girl who was happy to see him safe and sound. Even though he was gone for 8 months, he was still as clean as ever. Yes, Manhwa came every day to clean, and he could come back any day and feel comfortable. If Manhwa's okay, then they are just watching. Young master, I still need to heat up some water since I just heard that you came back. It won't take long. Does he want to eat first? The gentleman said no. He wanted to wash himself first. He couldn't wait to wash away all the dirt of the lonely bamboo grove. Well, she would let him know when it was ready. It's great. All the tension is gone. But he can't ignore someone's presence. Was it him? The one who had been monitoring him during the meeting. The one who had caused his chi to be blocked. The fourth young master, Hong Imun. It would be troublesome again. First, they needed to figure out how the heavenly demon divine cult worked. Now he knows that the demon lord is in control. With so much information, he has no control. He can't predict what the overlord will do, so he's out of the question. We need to figure out who we can turn to for help. Then he will win them over to his side and will have the right to enter and leave the cult at will. In this way, one day he will be able to leave here and be free. At least there is good news, because he is the third disciple of the great demon lord. No one should know what he is planning, but his high status should serve him well. He will climb the social ladder and then have fun. The healer told the young gentleman that he should smoke less for his own health. He had hardly smoked any cigarettes lately. He would quit when the time came. The doctor said that it was good. Could he ask why the Lord had called the men away from the third young lord's residence? 4. The young gentleman can be understood, but this time he sees no reason for his actions. He simply continues smoking instead of finishing what he started. The young master replied that he did not know. He did not know how Syrian would react, so he had to order them to return. But he already foresaw his reaction and planned everything, right? Yes, he thought he knew, but he was wrong. The young master admitted that he was wrong? What is he talking about? Today at the meeting, he saw Syrian for the first time since the incident with the Chila. He has changed a lot, and he has become much better. The master does not know what happened in the lonely bamboo grove, but it seems that he has regained his skill. However, that wasn't the reason he backed down from his plan. He looked like the Syrian he had always known, but it felt like he was looking at a completely different person, like he had become someone else. His gaze was fixed on the young master, as if he knew everything he had done. The master didn't do it because he had regained his mastery and became a little stronger. He just needed to rethink everything he thought about him. He's lying now. He's clearly puzzled by the third young master's changes. The master asked what his subordinates were doing after his order. The healer replied that he was complaining about the deviation from the plans, and asked what he should do. Hongi Moon ordered to give them some coins. They are crazy about money, just like Syrian, so everything will be fine if they get some. There's no point in attacking Syrian now. What should he do then? Donpil, why so late? He thought he would die of hunger. Looking at the full table, the keeper asked, "What is this?" The main gentleman replied that Manhwa had prepared all this. Let her sit down quickly. The girl asked the young gentleman if he was sure that she could sit here with them. Shouldn't she eat after him? Syrian asked her what was wrong and ordered her to stop talking nonsense and just enjoy the delicious food. The owner said that they would all eat together. They could begin. Having poured the drink into glasses, they began to eat and drink. After a while, the drinks ran out. Donpil was a little drunk. Maybe they should stop? The man replied that he was completely sober. Manhwa, can you bring some more drinks? After the girl left, the young master decided to talk to Donpil. Donpil, let him ask something before the drinks are served. The guard replied that he could ask. The gentleman wants to meet someone who knows all about the work and connections in the organization. Does he have someone in mind? Donpil said there were a couple. He heard that the chief strategist general in the army had a lot of information about it, but it would be difficult to meet him. Okay, so who else can he talk to? A master of religious inner enlightenment. The young fourth gentleman asked the healer to send Mei a letter to the master of religious inner enlightenment, So Yong-shim. Let him say that he invites her to dinner tomorrow for a conversation. The healer told the young master that it might be dangerous to contact her so spontaneously. Knowing her character, one would assume that she would try not to interfere in the conflict between the students. He might anger her if he hurriedly asked for her cooperation. If she lived with an enemy in the person of a master of religious inner enlightenment, she would greatly harm herself. He knows, but he'll have to take a risk. Now that the lynx has turned into a snake, he needs to change weapons. The young master drank so much last night. What an unusual night it was. Wow, he's incredible. As expected, not everyone can become a demon lord's disciple. Excuse me? A cult organization? So he's talking about personal relationships? General Strategist is an expert in that. After all, he is the head of the army of the cult's strongest faction. However, it is difficult to arrange a meeting with him if he is not the overlord, especially recently. They say he is very busy now, so it will be difficult to meet him. They, the Elder Court, are pretty good too. After all, they are the ones protecting the demon lord and the cult. They are the best organizations of the heavenly demonic divine cult. Okay, that's clear. Is there anyone else who knows the details of the relationship? Yong-shim. The Master of Religious Inner Enlightenment is definitely good at this. She is responsible for the internal movement of money in the cult, and therefore has enormous influence. Since she is in charge of finances, she probably has a lot of information about human relationships. But he doesn't think she'll just tell him anything, because disseminating information containing personal opinions is illegal. But why is he asking? Young Master, maybe it is him. At this moment, Anhwa brought drinks. So the Master of Religious Inner Enlightenment, So Yeon Sim. Just like Dongpil said, she won't be easy to deal with. The person who heads the department responsible for finance has a lot of authority. If he approaches the matter recklessly, everything can go wrong. But the fourth openly sends his subordinates to him, even in the cult. He was wrong in thinking that he would return to a safe life once he left the lonely bamboo grove. Whether he is in a cult or not, there will be people who will persecute him. He needs people who will support him and be on his side. In his past life, he learned what happens when you fight alone, without friends. Looking at the gentleman, she wondered if she would ever finish cleaning this place. The gentleman is tired. Is it because he has a lot of thoughts in his head? What a mess. He shouldn't leave so many traces. Young Master, Dongpil is there to see him. When the man ran in, he greeted the master and saw from his footprints that he had been practicing. This is the sword the Lord spoke of. It should be the same length as the one he used before. It was just a little wave. Great. Brought him quite a nice piece. Well then, he's going. Dongpil asked where he was going. The master replied that the time had come. He was going to build his future. What was he talking about? Looking towards Dongpil, the gentleman offered to join them if he was not busy. High-class pavilion. Spring flower pavilion. He is there, the Master of Religious Inner Enlightenment. Let it pass, please. He asked for the best dishes, but he didn't know if she would like them. She runs the Spring Flower Pavilion and knows how good the food is here. He understood. He didn't know that he had invited the owner of this place here and was playing the role of the owner. The girl asked why he had called her here. The master replied that there was no particular reason. He simply wanted to treat her, since she always worked so hard for the cult. Seo Yeon Sim. She is a woman who lived for a decade on the battlefield of the divine cult, and rose through the ranks to become a Master of Religious Inner Enlightenment. She is trusted and knows her worth. One must tread carefully. It is not easy to arrange a meeting with her as the chief strategist. The landlady said the staff had left, so she was listening. Why did he really want to see her? The young gentleman said he needed her help. He asked her to give him her hand. Insert, the girl thanked him for the drinks and said see you later. He asked her if his request bothered her. The girl said that was not the problem. She did not take sides when it came to candidates. But why did she say that? She doesn't know about the other organizations, but she can't take such action. Her department runs the internal affairs of the entire cult. If they don't remain neutral, the cult will be shaken. Although she is a master of the Inner Enlightenment Department, it is just one of many cult organizations. What an arrogant statement right in front of the heir. She thinks he knows this. Very unexpected. The master said that it seemed he was mistaken. He was only asking her to turn to him, not to join him. The girl replied that she didn't think there was much difference. However, there was. As she said, he knew how important the Internal Education Office was. Then he should also know that they wouldn't support either candidate. However, this is not in the laws of the cult. She replied that it does not matter. It was her expression of devotion. He assumes that she will change her mind. Having thanked him for the treat, the girl says goodbye to him. He heard she needed the green turtle clover, a very rare plant. You won't find one even in Yunnan, where most of the cult herbs grow. One or two can be found even near the eastern seas. The young gentleman said he would give her the clover. He didn't really need it. Turning to him, she asked how he knew. Is it really important? For her, yes. Please let him answer her question. It is really important. Then, should she give him something in return? He doesn't make deals where he loses something. Seo Yeon Sim said it sounded like a threat. How could he threaten her, the master of the Inner Enlightenment Department? He was simply in a difficult situation, so he could only hope that she would understand. For a successful negotiation, one must offer something that will benefit the other. He thinks that four-leaf clovers and green turtles are good examples of this. What does she think? After thinking for a while, the girl said that she would listen to him first. Let him say whatever he wants. The young master said that it was not so. It could even be considered a friendly favor. He wished she would just give a secret order to a servant. Does she happen to know a servant named Anhwa? She works in the third young master's residence. Please ask her to report on the activities of the three for 3 months, every day if she can. Is he going to do something to him? The master thought she wasn't asking unanswerable questions. The girl said he was the first to ask for a difficult favor. Is it too complicated? Yes, it is. If she is caught reporting on his daily affairs, does he know what will happen to Soyeon-sim? All she has to do is not get caught. The mistress said it was risky. It wasn't that risky. Just tell her to do it the usual way. All she had to do was send a short email at the end of the day. So said it sounded easy, but it was. The young fourth gentleman said that even if there was a problem, the solution would be simple. What? The truth would be as empty as tobacco smoke. So if she got rid of the pipe, no one would ever know who was smoking. The girl said it was too much for her anyway. Enough of this blatant lie. She's not lying, she just has no idea what kind of person Manhwa is. And to force her to follow someone, then let her just send someone else. Someone she can trust. But the fourth lord, something like that. Don't even tell me you can't do it. He knows damn well he can do anything if he wants to. He asks one last time. Is she in? Silence is consent, right? Okay, they agreed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a third young gentleman. How long have they been talking about this? There is nothing to drink. Patience is running out. He only has bottles of cheap wine, and the goblets are empty. Third Lord, what is this bastard doing here? Smiling, he asked if they would sip slop from the same mug all night, or would they prefer to drink with him? The master said it took them some time to find them. He wondered and wondered, and they were there all the time. May the demons forgive him. Greetings, young master. The guy said she could relax. What's going on? He told him not to let anyone in. The third young master told him to calm down. He wants the master of enlightenment. She's talking to me now, brother. Doesn't he think it's impolite to barge in so suddenly? The owner asked if I would like to share the rest of the evening with him. He just ignored me? The girl apologized to the young lord, but her consent to dinner had already gone to the fourth lord, so their meeting wasn't over yet. Looking at him, Soyeon-sim couldn't understand what he was planning. Wasn't there some kind of four-leaf clover involved? Everyone stood there wondering how he knew about it. The master said that there are usually only a few reasons why someone might need it. Firstly, it is necessary in case of excessive depletion of yang energy to quickly reduce the concentration of yin. Secondly, in case of disruption of the 9 yin meridians. Either way, both cases can be solved without problems using regular herbs. However, there may be a situation in which a four-leaf clover is simply necessary. Do you know someone who has blocked qi due to trying to learn how to develop yin? The Lord doesn't know what state he's in, but unless he's on the verge of death, there's no need for the clover. If they use it, it could only make things worse. This will not only reduce the concentration of yin, but also damage the state of yang. Master understands her concern, but let her believe that it is not worth it. Soyeon-sim couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand why he was so kind. Could it be that he was the third young lord? Was the brother eavesdropping? He's not sure that's right, the young master said. Is he crazy? Saryon replied that he was just standing there and suddenly heard about the clover. Do they think this behavior is appropriate for the third young lord of the demonic cult? He is not the one who will talk about inappropriate behavior. Killing your brothers and sisters to gain sovereignty. Is that inappropriate behavior? The fourth gentleman asked what was the matter. The brother replied that he was asking as if he did not know. If he really doesn't understand, then he's an idiot who doesn't understand what he's doing. Don't make a fool of yourself. It looks stupid. He may understand, but don't they think that's not the way to treat little ones? She wasn't even 10. He? The seventh princess seemed rather upset at the meeting. Was the fourth lord really involved? The guy said he wouldn't tolerate slander anymore, even from his own brother. That's a nice word from a man who's trying to kill him. He'll do it. Did you think everyone would keep quiet after what happened? Well, there is no point in demagogy without evidence. He is simply expressing his dissatisfaction, said the third gentleman. So what will he do, Master of Enlightenment? He thinks the treaty no longer makes sense. Will you stay here? The girl asked, what other ways are there to improve the condition of a person with blocked qi? Bloody Soul Pavilion says to only observe. Doesn't she know that he faced this problem himself and successfully solved it? Despite some idiot's attempts to kill him, the fourth master shouted at the Master of Enlightenment not to listen to him. She thought that if the deal was the same, there was no point in making it with an unpleasant person. Thanking him for the invitation and saying she would pay for herself, she turned and left. Master of Enlightenment! The third gentleman said that he had to go too. When he caught up with Soyeon-sim, He asked her if she minded if he only took cheap wine. The girl said, of course not. As long as there was something to drink, it was okay. The fourth lord asked Shen Hui how long the third lord had been eavesdropping. The healer replied that he appeared so suddenly that they could not stop him. Things had not gone according to plan, said the fourth gentleman. They had no choice but to do it themselves. He had not wanted to be personally involved in this, but Sarion had started a war, so he would have to pay the price. Let them not think of this as some kind of noble gesture. He is simply explaining to her the methods of treatment. It will take about 3 days, no more. At first, it'll be difficult to notice any changes. Can't say for sure, as I haven't personally seen the patient's condition, but slowly, step by step, he will return to normal in about 6 months. What does this mean? As he said earlier, it all depends on the patient's mental state. If his body is strong enough, he will return to normal in 5 to 6 months. 5 to 6? Not fast, but the Bloody Soul Pavilion couldn't offer any methods at all. If so, there is no doubt she will be honest with him. What does he want from her in return? Finally finished, and Anhwa did a good job today. When she heard a knock on the door, she thought it was the master. When she opened the door, she saw a healer who said that she should not open the door to anyone. Otherwise, there is a possibility of trouble. Anhwa, don't let him be so nervous. He only brought you here to ask for one small favor. Here, let him raise his head. He wants to show her something. Does he know what it is? This is the so-called slow, acrid, poisonous insect. It is a pest that chooses the human body as its host. It begins to act 2 days after entering the human body. It then penetrates the internal organs of the host and eats everything in its path, causing the host to die in agony. However, if you drink the antidote before the insect has time to act, there will be no problems. He asked why he was telling her all this. So, in exchange for the antidote, she would come every day and report on the activities of the third young lord. And she'll do it without anyone knowing. Anhwa understands that this is very serious. He told her that she didn't need to be afraid. If she followed his orders, she wouldn't get hurt. She might even lose her sight if an insect accidentally gets into her eye. Okay, let her open her mouth. Please let the young master have time to save her. So-yeon Sim asks the master what he wants from her. She knows he came to her. His knowledge had saved one of her people, and as a token of gratitude, she would do so if it was within her power. Even when he lived under the name of the murderer Cheon Hajin, he saved lives. It was when he was killing the political enemy of the righteous Heaven Alliance leader. Squad leader! The man said they found 2 girls who are still alive. It looks like they are the subordinates of the deceased. Did they really think they wouldn't be discovered if they hid? Rats! Luckily, their names are not on the list of people to be killed. They can fetch good money. They should be grateful they weren't killed. Just let them shut up or it will get worse. The man said he would make her very obedient. Enough! Their mission is over. Let them let the children go. They are coming back. Let them stop doing unnecessary things. Unnecessary? What is he talking about? Does he even know how much money they will get from selling them? Maybe his mission is over because he killed those who needed to be killed. But what will they get for it? Just let him stay out of it, Cheon Hajin. If he doesn't want to get involved, they have something else. He killed his best friend's wife and kids without blinking an eye, and now he's suddenly being nice? It doesn't suit him. Let him go! There's a village about 10 kilometers east of here. He doesn't even know when he'll be able to change his mind, so make him hurry up and get out of sight. What? He killed his family so brutally and now he's pretending to be kind? Let him just kill them too! Did he really think it'd be grateful if he saved them? He knew it was hypocritical to kill their family in front of them and then play the role of savior. Cheon Hajin. He will curse him even in the afterlife. Let him go to hell! He was not sad because he was insulted after saving them. He just felt like this was all his life was supposed to be. This life he was leading, he already felt like hell. That's why he was sad. He really wanted something, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. So he wants to get something from her in exchange for knowledge, but instead he gives it away? Yes. So he gives her this precious knowledge for nothing? Why is he doing her such a huge favor? The young master said that it is a little difficult to explain, but a person who experiences chi blockage, she must have been trying to get the green turtle with the 4-leaf clover, because it was someone important to her, right? If it was someone who hurt him, or was some kind of piece of shit, he would demand payment. However, if it was someone who someone like her found valuable, he didn't think of them as a bad person. What is he talking about? Knowing this, he is reluctant to make a deal using someone's life. If he can save a life without asking for any payment, would it be too cruel for him to ask for payment? He said that he hoped for the patient's speedy recovery. What was this? Wasn't the third young lord the worst person in the world? It seemed like she was talking to a soft-hearted rookie merchant, not the ruthless third young lord of the divine cults. She asks the young master if he is serious. The girl really doesn't understand why he decided to do her such a favor. Besides, he doesn't even know this person. In this world, people can kill people they've never met. So what's wrong with saving someone they've never met? And after drinking with her, he felt better. What does he even mean? He hadn't thought she'd meet a fourth young lord. It would be nice to get revenge on the one who sharpened his blade behind his back. It is a given that candidates and successors will fight and betray each other. But even if someone has such thoughts, no one will say it openly. If anything else, what does he want? Otherwise, he exposes all sorts of flaws to her. Cold, cruel, unforgiving. The third young lord who never settled for anything less than first place. What had changed him so much? She Castle or the secluded bamboo grove? Whatever it was, this new third young lord was a stranger to her. If she really wants to give something in return, please serve light meals at the restaurant more often. Isn't food management also the responsibility of the inner education center? The food is good, but too spicy. Let him consider dishes with a more delicate taste. Young lord, just what you need. Perhaps information on other young lords and ladies? Wow, she's good. As expected from the main center of inner enlightenment, he wants to know the information and relationships of all cult members. Thanks to him, the girl had a good time today. She received a lot of help from him. After bidding the girls good night, they left. Turning to the master of the center, the girl asked if the information she had given him fell into the wrong hands. They might be in danger. The master of the center said that there was no need to be afraid. She knew it and had received something much more valuable from him. She should risk at least that. What does Donpil think about drinking the third round, just the two of them? The man told the young master that it was too late. Let it not be so, the master said that he knew, so he wanted to drink. She thought she knew everything about the cult's main figures, but she had just met someone who shattered that belief. Third young lord, what will he do next? The master ordered the girl to report to her if there was any news about him. When will he finish reading all this? Extensive documents from Soyeon Sim detailing the traits of the main cult figures and their secrets. Of course, he perceives this information with a certain degree of conventionality, since these are only subjective assessments from one point of view. But even if half of this is true, it's really interesting. At first glance, it looks like a vertical organizational structure in which all entities are loyal only to the demon lord's orders. However, according to Seo Youngshim's research, this is not the case. He recorded all the veiled squabbles in the struggle for expansion of influence, all the alliances, betrayals, and insults. They, the disciples, are no exception to this struggle, although they claim that they are independent of the system of power of the divine cult. Humans certainly live difficult lives. The leader of a squad of demon berserkers? This man sounds interesting. He will read more carefully from now on. Young master, are you going to eat? Is it time already? The guy said that the food tastes different from the usual. It's a little more bland. Yes, they've been buying milder flavored ingredients lately. Isn't that what he asked for? She is one of those people who remembers even the little things. She has a funny hair shape. The girl stood over Mr. Fox and urged him to try the food. Mr. Fox? Is that what she calls him? She said yes. That's because she thinks he doesn't have a name. The young gentleman replied that it was true. They had been together for quite some time, but he told me his name. The master asked Anhwa how. The girl was surprised. She was allowed to express her opinion. Why not? So, since Mr. Alice has big ears, how about bigger ears? Or, since he has a big fluffy tail, how about a bigger tail? She said both names were very cute. It doesn't matter. He'll name it himself, because he's a golden fox. Goldie! But young master, how is this different from the names I suggested? No, Anhwa, the name she came up with is just bad. But Goldie, it just rolls off the tongue. The third lord said he was a genius at coming up with names. And he might not be back tonight, so let them dine without him. The guy asked her not to skip dinner and to eat. Anhwa said, okay, then they will see each other later. The young master's martial arts are different in some way. He quickly changes strategy and thinks outside the box. Perhaps that's why he was able to become stronger so quickly. Will he be able to become like him? This was amazing. Ah, second leader. The red glow of the Guardian's Sun demon sword. To think that he was able to destroy a boulder from such a distance using only this basic technique. Second leader of the Guardian Court, Gui Yang. Donpil said that he was still short. It seemed that he had grown a lot while working for the third young master. Yes, he had taught him a lot. The second leader said that while watching him train, he forgot that he had something to say to this man. The third young master entered the guard courtyard. He looked for him, but the man told him that Don Pipe was training. He left immediately. Moreover, he said that he would attend the gathering of the Berserker Demon Squad today. He told him to come if he was interested. The man immediately jumped up from his seat. Asked Donpol to wait. Young master, he shouldn't get involved with the Demon Berserker Squad. They're all crazy. Demon Berserker Squad. A squad whose name speaks for all the mad demons that make up its ranks. They follow a fighting style that knows no mercy and knows no compromise or talk. The most feared unit of the divine cult. They are known for never stopping until their enemy is torn to shreds. Furthermore, they do not discriminate between friend and foe. How long has it been since they saw each other? That's why they decided to get drunk. They're there. The man kicked the door open and stepped inside. What the hell is this? Is there no one there? Why is it so empty? They haven't opened yet, asked the second commander of the Berserker Demon Squad, Chang Wang. Looking at the table, he saw the director sitting there. Didn't he hear him? Was he a high-ranking person in the sect? He thought he could say that. Doesn't he know that they rented the entire premises today? Were they renting it out, or did the owner kick everyone out because he was scared? Is there any official notice that they rented the place out today? Calling him a bastard, the man raised his fist to hit. Back, she's there. The youngest and most brutal of the divine cult squad leaders. Commander of the Demon Berserker Squad, Yu Hong Ryong. Squad leader? The girl asked, stopping his reckless behavior and stepping back. Turning to the gentleman, she asked if he even knew who they were. He replied that it would be more difficult for him not to know who they were. The young master said they were all a bunch of madmen with no manners. Do they want to die? He doesn't look like a man of ordinary status, and he doesn't look like a man who would recklessly pick fights. This is ridiculous. You're the one picking a fight with me. Sit down if you have something to say. Yu Hong asked why she should listen to him. Well, because when he looks down at her, his neck hurts. Wow, her demonic energy is pretty good. Seeing them talking, the establishment ran up to the squad leader and said that they can't do this to him. Chong Wan, ask him what he just said. Let him give him 30 reasons why he should touch him. Then he will let him live. The man said that he was the third young master of divine cult. He asked the owner when the food would be ready. They would fill their bellies tonight. Just don't forget to bring the drinks. Why is the third young lord here? He thought he was suffering from a chi blockage. That's right, this is the state he was in before they left. That must mean he's still weak. They'll make their move as soon as this bastard starts getting on the squad leader's nerves. But he is the third young lord, a potential successor. What can he do with the body that came back from the gates of hell? Even if he is a successor candidate, he is useless if he is weak. That is where the divine cult is. If a potential demon lord candidate is beaten by a combat squad, he won't even be able to say anything for the sake of his reputation. Isn't that fun? The friend thinks he knew they were going to have dinner there, so she'll just get to the point. What does he want from her? The gentleman is glad that she gets straight to the point. He doesn't like beating around the bush either. They must surrender to the bailiff's office, which is what he gives them. Give up? The girl doesn't think she understands what he's talking about. Even if they give up, it would be considered a simple misdemeanor and would result in self-examination or a pay cut. It wouldn't be a big deal. The criminal court wouldn't be able to put them in jail for such a crime. He came out of nowhere, and now he knows so much about them? The girl repeated. She doesn't know what he's talking about. She hasn't committed any crimes. Then how can a Berserker Demon Squad spend 1,000 plus Nyan on squad expenses every month? They are number one in brutality, not strength. Even the first Heavenly Demon Army only uses 800 a month, and these guys spend over 1,000? The Center for Inner Education, So Yonsem, manages the cult's finances, and among the information she provided him were budget documents showing the number of combat units. There was no way a small unit like hers, made up of a bunch of uncontrollable crazy bastards who came and went, could have a bigger budget than the main army of the cult. This must mean that they are getting extra money from someone else, besides the cult budget. And all this where there is only one person capable of such a vile act. The Lord assumes that they just somehow got money from dinner or something, and if they refuse, he won't pay them much. But in return, they must tell him the name of the person who gave them the money. He sees that he was not her target from the start. It is a little annoying that she is being treated like a chess pawn in a power struggle between the young lords. She doesn't know where he got the rumors from, but he has no proof. If he came to pressure her, he should have at least brought proof. So a crime without evidence is not a crime? It's complicating something that doesn't need complicating. Is that your hobby? The third young lord is the one who complicates everything. She distributed all the money she received from the fourth young lord among her squad members. Because of this, the squad's maintenance costs are quite high. Everyone understands that you can't spend money like that with only an audited budget. Don't all her subordinates support the idea of taking money from unspecified sources if they investigate their spending? If this happens, the Demon Berserker squad will either be reorganized or disbanded. Does he really want to see this through? There's no point in stopping. The master advised her to listen to his tone. He said that everything would be fine as long as they didn't give up. What, was she going to pull out her sword? The girl said that she couldn't leave cuts on such an important person like him. She says bruises are normal? Great, she's got it. After attacking the gentleman, one of the men said he'd do it first. Did the master put too much force into the blow? That's not what he meant. The girl didn't want any violence today because her squad hasn't had a party in a long time. But he keeps crossing the line. Fast and spicy, obviously very good. It's the first dinner of the year. She can't forgive someone who ruined such a joyful day. Even if that person is a disciple of the Demon Lord. The young master told her to watch what she said. It wasn't he who ruined the dinner. It was her stupid subordinate, and she herself, who, because of her pride, does not want to admit her crime. He can really talk? Then he should just stay home and rest if he recovered from the chi blockage. Why is he ruining everything here? Does she even know how much time has passed? She clearly needs to pay a lot of attention to what's going on in the cult. She doesn't care that he's the third young master. He's going to die. Of course, go ahead. Rushing to the Lord, the healer tried to tell him about the third young lord, but the man replied that he knew. The situation didn't look good. The fact that he went there at all, he's probably after me. The Lord is sure he's trying to drive a wedge between him and the demon squad leader. The healer asked if he should do anything about it. The Lord said not to worry. The berserker leader of the demon squad was not a talkative person. On the contrary, she would press even harder if the third young lord hurt her pride. So it's even better that they fight. Be it Syrian or Yu Hongryong, neither of them will come out of this battle unscathed. It is said that the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad has mastered the art of the Green Jade Demon. What the hell? They're in the building! He'd heard that if you got angry, you could go blind with rage. The rumors were true. The gentleman said that he was not against fights and all that, but not to touch other people's property. He thinks they can just use the fourth young lord's money as compensation. Shut him up! He thinks that's funny, you piece of shit? Damn, that was a pretty hard hit. She's become even stronger. Too strong for him to simply defend himself. The Lord understood why the fourth young lord had given her money, and her fighting ability was worth it. However, she did not seem like someone who could be influenced by money. The girl said that she had not had such an exciting fight for a long time. So why she accepted his money, the gentleman could not understand. Attention, Demon Berserker Squad. Our precious dinner party has been ruined by my personal affairs. He'll take care of it, even if it means he's sent to the bailiff's office. So let him enjoy the rest of your dinner party. That's an order. As expected from the divine cult of heavenly demons, it is full of interesting people. What a mental organization. Yes, it was them. Was he too naive in his reasoning? He didn't think that such a talented person would take dubious money from the fourth young lord. He could forget about manipulating her. Should he just beat her up enough to make her listen to him? Goldie! What is he doing here? He told him to stay outside. It could be very dangerous. Is he distracted when he stands in front of him? The owner really underestimates her. This is an energy wave. She is going to use the power of the palm again. Stopping the girl, Soryang asked if she could attack a little later. His name is Goldie. He's his cute little furry friend. Let's take him to safety before they continue the fight. Is he making fun of her? No, let him wait, Goldie. Let him get out of there as soon as possible. She could hurt him. Goldie! Heavenly net of 6 forces. The second technique is hypervision. Okay, he caught it. No time to dodge. He will block the blow with his body. Did they see this? This is the power of the Berserker Demon Squad leader, Yu Hongryong. Now that the criminal is gone, let's have a real party. Let them enjoy it. And those bastards, he can't forgive her. It seems his lineage is still in order? Someone take the third young master to his residence. Why doesn't the young master go home instead of lying there? Isn't the squad leader too stern? How will he look in public now? How dare she hurt his friend? Sweet little Golden. He better not hurt animals. Already? Donpil has to get the young master out of there before the fight gets any more brutal. What? How? He took a direct hit from the Green Jade demonic art. How is he still standing? She didn't hold back at all in her demonic arts. Is the young master all right? He needs to get out of here. Master told Donpil, no, don't let him stop him. He won't leave here until he destroys everyone. Donpil asked the girl if she even knew who he was. What difference did it make? Who are you anyway? He, the third young lord of the divine cults. Let him shut up. He has nothing to do with it. Let him go. She clearly did not expect the gentleman to approach her so quickly. What just happened? She didn't even see him move. She had over 12 years of experience in battles where she had to fight for her life, and she couldn't even react? Did she think she could get out of there alive after raising her hand to Goldie? The girl said she was being polite because he is the third young lord. But does he really want to die? Wait a minute, that's the Berserker Demon's divine fist! Does this crazy woman really want to take the young master's life? Approaching the gentleman with a blow, she did not manage to land a single blow before he pushed her away and said that her blows were slow. The girl called him a rat. Who did you call a rat? Who else is a rat here besides you? She could easily defeat someone like him with her divine fist of the furious demon. Someone like him. Her demonic divine fist couldn't break through his demonic energy? He is very strong. Are the Demon Lord's disciples really that strong? She had never encountered anyone so strong in her battles. Was this really the end of her life? Was she going to die after enduring countless dangers because of a fox? Why are these guys looking at her with such pity in their eyes? It's humiliating. She looks pathetic because she couldn't do anything? She, the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad. So it's her, Yu Hong Ryung. How strange that someone from the Yu family's bloodline would join their cult. The family was exterminated after the divine cult was persecuted. Whether it's the 7 families or their side, no one likes her. As long as she could survive, she didn't care how she was treated. After her family died, she joined the divine cult. She was assigned to a unit called the Demonic Berserk Squad, which was said to be just a group of people that the divine cult didn't care about. And even there, she was ignored as an outsider. She's not going to condescend to him just because he's an adult. On countless battlefields, she killed and killed again and again. That's how she survived. Then she had a death rattle with the former squad leader, and finally rose to the position of commander of the Demon Berserker Squad. The Berserker Demon Squad became like a family to her, one she had to lead and protect. No one in the sect dared to mention their name in passing. But she's going to die here? Wow, look at her. Did she pull herself together when she was beaten? The owner admits she's strong. The girl said that she should not be underestimated. She is the leader of the Demon Berserker Squad, Yu Hong Ryung. Her sword aura is blue. She is at the level where her sword follows her will. What a magnificent sword! Then, as a martial artist practicing ball control, it would be right for him to also use his sword. The young master understands Hong Ryung's feelings because of his hypersensitivity. These are anger, anxiety, shock, stubbornness. Could it be a sense of honor, loss, or recognition? Does she realize that she is already lost? The man thought she was crazy, but it seems she still had some sanity left. Then, as the winner, he would teach her a lesson. She doesn't understand what the young master is capable of. Let him watch carefully. The hand of the steel wall. How did she pass through the steel wall? Impressive. Even though he did everything in a hurry, he still used a lot of dark shadow chi. Steel wall hand is a hand technique from the Chronicles of Myriad Realities. This skill is contrary to the explosive mountain punch that increases internal strength. It is a deadly technique that turns your hand into something resembling steel, capable of destroying anything it touches. She must be much better with a sword than he expected, since she managed to break through the steel wall and wound his arm. The young master shouted at her that it was amazing, but it was her end here. She had used all her strength for that sword aura, and she was already barely able to stand. He said he was giving her a choice. Either she gave in and said she had received the money from the 4th young gentleman, or will he give his life for showing disrespect to the 3rd young master and attempting to kill him? Looking at him with her one eye, she screamed at him to shut his filthy mouth. The man realized that she didn't like that someone suddenly came and started telling her what to do. He pulled out his sword. The young master said that he had been rude, not paying attention to her fragile ego. No more idle chatter. He would end it here and now. After bidding her farewell, he swung his sword and slashed it across the black bandage over her left eye. The owner told her that she had behaved like a mad dog, and now she was like an obedient sheep. He asked why the evasiveness. She answered that she could not. Does she accept death? The Lord asked. The losers must die. That's how it is. Every battle she's fought has been decided by the death of one of the participants. She had no carefree life to regret anything now, on the brink of death. She knew that one day she would die by someone's hand, like all those she had killed. "And will it happen today?" the young gentleman asked. She said she didn't know, and it didn't make any sense. He lightly tickled her face with his fist and said that this was disrespect and other insults. The girl replied that he should not think that she would become his obedient dog just because he spared her. The master didn't intend to. He took the bait himself. He intended to use it to pressure the fourth young master, but it turned out that they fought to the death. The gentleman apologized and gave the money to the manager of the establishment. It should be enough for the repairs. If he heard that she stole his money, he would really kill her. She asked, does he think she is some kind of street hooligan? She would not do that. The young gentleman shouted that hooligans were holy people compared to them and called her a fool. He turned to Donpil and said that it was time for them to go. They packed up and left the place. The duty officer asked the commander if she was okay. Yoon Hong-leong replied that, unfortunately, she was not. Let her clean up a bit and order drinks. No need to finish dinner. The guys are still waiting. She thought that all the young masters were vile swindlers, but this third one was not like that at all. How dare he even call her a fool? He himself is an idiot who only has brute force. How did So Ryan know? He was sure that the transfer of money to the commander of the enraged demon squad remained a secret. They say that all secrets come to light, but this secret was not supposed to be revealed so quickly. The only one who could have known about this was that beautiful girl with big eyes, the Master of Enlightenment. She said she wouldn't interfere in the heir's quarrels, but can So-ryang change her mind? But it doesn't matter anymore. Soon, no one will see him, and it will finally end. His incense, filled with concentrated deadly poison, releases smoke into his lungs, which paralyzes his body, and he will die in agony. It's terrible that the seventh young mistress hasn't recovered. She hasn't even eaten today. It's very bad. Now she can't even sleep without this incense. The maid was ordered to light a candle at the bedside of the third young master while he was sleeping. But what is this? The man told her not to ask too many questions. Let her do this task. But how can she put something by the young master's bed if she doesn't even know what's there? She can't do that. In this case, the parasite in her body will start acting in 2 days. If she does not take the antidote in time, she will suffer unbearably. It's not whether she can or can't. She has no choice. She has to do it if she wants to live. "Manhwa!" the master shouted. The maid asked why he had called her. He asked for some food for the golden boy. She nodded and said that she would bring everything now. This seemed strange to the man. Anhwa had looked a bit tired lately. Gently stroking the fox, the gentleman told her to wait a little. He did not understand why he was so upset then. He was so attached to him without even realizing it. And this chi, it was as if they were connected to him. No, that's probably complete nonsense. Sharing chi with a beast? How did he even think of that? But however, he is not a simple animal. And what powers he has, he does not know yet. "Stop looking at me like that. We are from the criminal court," someone shouted from outside. "Please open the door, third young master." Donpil entered the room and said that the criminal court was looking for him. He asked why they needed him. He replied that the commander of the enraged demon squad had surrendered. She made up her mind and confessed to disrespecting the third young master and attempted murder. "And why did she do it?" asked the gentleman. "Didn't he say that he forgave her all her crimes for that blow?" She replied that yes, that was the case. But the young gentleman did not understand. Then why was she fussing and irritating him? Was it her choice? Without thinking twice, she said that perhaps that was why she was sitting there. It was a personal choice. There is no forgiveness for attempting to murder a young lord or lady. Once she admits to doing it, she will be beheaded. If she no longer wanted to live, why didn't she tell him? He could have killed her then. The commander said she could do it right now if she wanted. The master shouted that she was really out of her mind. Let her pull herself together. The young gentleman assures me that he did not hit her on the head. There is something wrong with her. The girl said that he did, and very hard. Stop talking nonsense. Let her tell you what she really has in mind. But she doesn't need to tell. No way. Could it be about the fourth young master? To keep the promise? But if she wanted to keep her mouth shut, she should have gone all the way. Why confess and make him come here? But she was good. She wasn't the commander of the furious demon squad for nothing. The young lord called the guards and ordered them to immediately release the leader of the fierce demon squad. The guards were shocked because she confessed to the assassination attempt. Master only taught her a lesson because he liked her. Even if she's insane, she's still a cultist. Do you think she'd try to kill a demon lord's disciple? What's the point? The guard stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. All of this was true. But what about the witnesses and the situation? He asked. The gentleman answered him that the person involved in what happened says that it is not true. What other proof do you need? The guard said that he would immediately release the commander. The guy asked her if she liked to drink. Let her come when she has time. And don't forget to bring your snacks, so as not to burden his servant with work. Donpil asked the young lord why he thought the commander of the demon berserker squad did this. He replied that she did it to live. He learned that she took money from the fourth young master. She can't admit to taking his money when she promised not to, and she can't allow her team members to interfere in the matter. Given her character, she would probably rather commit suicide than allow her subordinates to be punished as well. Donpil didn't understand what was going on because the owner had left the place after the fight. She could have simply not confessed and pretended that nothing had happened. Too many people witnessed the battle for this option. The restaurant was destroyed. Someone had to take responsibility and go to the criminal justice department. Otherwise, things would have gotten worse. Besides him and the witnesses, Yu Hornyong has another threat to worry about. That is the fourth young lord, Hong A-moon. She fought him, and if the incident ended like this, the fourth young master would think that Xia had sided with him. If he spread rumors that the Berserker Demon Squad had accepted a bribe, both she and her squad members would suffer. Therefore, confessing in the criminal law hall was the best option for Yun Hong Ryung. That way, the fourth young master would not have any suspicions, and the other witnesses would consider the incident closed. Since she took all the blame, her subordinates were also safe. But the charge of disrespect and attempted murder of the third young lord! She only needs to say a few words and she will be dead. Why would she risk her life? The master thought it was reckless on her part, too. But perhaps that was how she lived her life, thinking that every day could be her last. She is eccentric, but takes very good care of her subordinates. I wonder if the gentleman knew all this about her. How could he have such insight at such a young age? Sometimes Dongpil feels like the young gentleman is more mature and older than him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was Yun Hong Yong. Someone had promised her a drink, she said, holding 2 bags of snacks. The men were shocked by what Yun Hong brought. She really made all this? The young master asked. It looks really good. The girl said that yes, she cooks very well. And if something is wrong, they don't have to eat it. The young master thought she was the craziest person in the entire divine cult. And now she's the best cook? Despite the hurt feelings, they finally sat down at the table. Yun Hong poured herself a full cup of drink and said that drinking from a small glass did not allow her to taste the alcohol. The master looked at him and did not understand how this was possible. It was such a strong drink. The girl found it strange why the master's servant was standing like that next to him. The young master told Dongpil that if he was not going to join them, why didn't he go and rest instead of standing there? He replied that he couldn't do that. Who knows? Maybe the berserker leader of the demon squad will go crazy. This time, he will definitely stop her. Smiling sweetly, the girl said, "How could such an eggplant stop her? He should know his place." The young lord told her that given her current state, he thought Dongpil could easily defeat her. Don't underestimate him. The girl shouted loudly that this was nonsense. She was the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad. Why then, as soon as she was free, did she immediately come to him instead of going to rest? Will something bad happen to her if the fourth young master finds out that she is here? The girl replied that now was not the time to worry about her. Perhaps the gentleman was in greater danger than she was. The fourth young lord knows how to use dirty tricks. As far as she knows, there are still people who are secretly under his control. These are people who will do anything to get money. Meanwhile, in the fourth lord's manor, the assistant asked the lord if he should contact the real leader of the demon squad. He replied that there was no need for that. If the berserk demon squad leader couldn't defeat So Ryang, the same would be true for the demon squad leader. Summoning him was a bad idea. However, he was freed thanks to the third young master. The fourth lord considered the possibility that the berserk leader of the demon squad would betray him, but he didn't have to worry about that now. In any case, what was going on with the poisonous incense, he asked. The doctor replied that the maid had not reported anything for 2 days. In that case, the master would give him another gift. The fourth lord hoped that he would like it. While the third young lord was pretending to be arrogant and all-powerful, he probably hadn't even looked into his own home. The lord would show him what it was like to be the helpless So Ryang. The girl said that the fourth lord had bribed several people, and some of them were hunting for his life. But why does this gentleman need to know all this? Because if you look at the technical side, she is one of them. Yun Hong-ryung said that this was her payment. She had to say it. Handing her a plate, the girl asked her to fill it. After finishing her drink, the young master decided to practice a little. She approached Dongpil and asked if she could ask him something. Is he always like this? The man warned her that she had better refrain from criticizing the young master in her presence. She said she hadn't even thought about it. But then, what was it about, he asked. What was she interested in? The master simply shows them how he trains. The girl said she was going to leave. He, in turn, offered to stay and watch if she wanted. She was very surprised. Donpil told me that there is something that God always says. There is no world more dangerous than Murim. So if this is a world where you can only survive by staying alert, he'll choose to show both his strengths and weaknesses. But what is the point, the girl asked. The master said that this way he stays alert and does not lose his head. Sometimes he feels restless. True freedom begins with honesty. Since his path is already predetermined, no matter what others see or say, he will follow his own path. The girl had never met anyone like him, and she never knew that someone with such a mindset even existed. Donpil said that age doesn't matter when it comes to learning. Even if he wasn't focusing on using the Sky Ascension technique right now, it would still work well with demonic arts. The Lord originally had no intention of doing anything with the heaven-raising technique he learned as an assassin, as he wanted to focus on the dark shadow demonic arts. Now, it was perfect. But there was no need for him to abandon the assassin technique to study demonic arts. It was presumptuous of him to think of such a division of martial arts. If he wants to kill, it will be a technique of killing. If not, it will be a technique of suppression. It all depends on who he is dealing with. By studying other martial arts, he has broadened his horizons. And now he has more opportunities to use martial arts. After finishing the training, the gentleman asked the guys if they knew what helps with a hangover. The girl suggested a drink for a hangover. The young master asked the girl if she wanted to drink again. She said that it was a fact that a hangover could be cured with alcohol. The guy suggested Anhwa's hangover soup. It's the best. He hopes she's still awake. Yun Hong-ryung did not lose hope and offered to drink more. The young master said no. Let him go home and drink if he wanted to. But unfortunately, disaster struck. The girl was lying on the cold floor and moaning in pain. The master was shocked by what he saw. He ran up to her and asked what was wrong with her. Anhwa said that her stomach hurt very badly. Taking her hand, the young lord immediately realized that she had an internal injury. Something inside Anhwa was eating her alive. Shedding tears, she said that she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it the way she was told. The owner didn't know what she was talking about. Maybe she was already delirious. The girl started coughing violently. Her condition was rapidly deteriorating. The master took her in his arms and said that first he had to save her life. All preparations for the Mara festival have been completed. Even if there are some small changes that need to be made, they will immediately handle them without any problems. The demon lord told the man it was a good job and asked if he wanted a drink. He replied that it would be an honor. The demon lord said that this was a very good fungju drink. The man thanked him and asked, what about the third one? He hadn't heard from him since the incident with the berserk demon squad leader. The Lord hadn't asked what he was doing. The man didn't immediately understand what the gentleman wanted to know. He asked about his changes, and that was all for now. He said that nothing was known about the third young gentleman at the moment. The gentleman replied that this was good. He wondered if the jackal had chosen the third option, or vice versa. Or maybe it was just fate. The jackal, unlike other creatures, is a figment of the imagination of a man who created a secluded bamboo grove. Jackal. A true mystical creature that repeats the cycle of life and death. When he leaves his old body and returns to his newborn state, it absorbs all the life force from its surroundings. Because of this, it is considered one of the most evil creatures in the world. But there is another real reason why the jackal is considered evil. The fact is that wherever the jackal appears, there will be a war in that country. Because of the legend that the jackal absorbs life force and causes wars, he is considered the most terrible disaster on Earth. The third lord sat next to Anhwa and thought. This was poisonous energy. It was definitely a poisonous insect. Her internal injuries were not severe enough to pose a threat to her life. However, as a young maid without any combat skills, she wouldn't be able to last long with that poisonous energy inside her. He needs to destroy the poisonous insect. First, he will have to use the boundless technique to maximize the healing power of his body. He noticed that Anhwa seemed worried these past few days. Maybe it was because of this? Poisonous insects make you lose your mind. He knows that well. The third lord did not understand who could have acted so cruelly and meanly with the young servant. The guy saw it happen. A poisonous insect with slow corrosion. They weren't just trying to hurt her. It is a poisonous insect that is used to threaten human life in order to enslave it. It is a kind of blood parasite. Whoever did this must have been trying to scare Anhwa into harming the lord. There is only one person who could have targeted him in such a vile manner. Yoon Hong-ryong thought it was the fourth young master, Hong Aemun. Dongpil asked what she meant. She meant that Anhwa was a spy planted by the fourth young master? The girl replied that she didn't know about it, but it was incense. She had seen the same thing in the residence of the fourth young lord. The fact that it was found on a servant meant something. Since she was struck by a poisonous insect, perhaps she was threatened? She must have known that her life was in danger, but she still disobeyed the order. The third young lord has a very loyal servant. Dongpil asked, why would the fourth young master do such a thing? The girl asked, is he really part of the divine cult? There is only one reason. Yoon Hong-ryong said that this is a struggle for succession. If all the other disciples' disappear, the last one remaining will naturally become the demon lord. The young master asked Shinhua if he was worried about how the young master would react. The man replied that he was. He told him not to worry, because he was always prepared for the worst. The man didn't know what the worst-case scenario was. But if this happens, then the responsibility for it will fall on him. So please, let him refuse it. Let him stop worrying unnecessarily. It won't happen. He made a plan for all the possible actions that Sodian could take. In any case, it was time for him to do something about it. Shinhui said that he had stationed people around the third young lord's residence. He was sure that soon, before he could say anything, they would hear an explosion. The third young lord shouted at Hong Aemun to come out immediately. Stop hiding like a bug. He said that this was very rude behavior on the guest's part. Shouldn't he be ashamed? As a young lord of divine cult, he should conduct himself with dignity and grace. The third young lord asked, with dignity and grace? The fourth lord asked, what brought him here? And with such a cheerful expression on his face. The guy hit him and he flew to the side. The fourth lord said that he was a little nervous because he heard that he had become a different person after awakening from the chi blockage. But it seemed that those were false rumors. He was the same old bully who acted without thinking and without caution. The third lord told him to stop talking nonsense. He was going to chop off his dirty hand that did such tricks. The fourth master said, okay, he started this fight, so don't let him expect to be treated with respect just because he's Hyeonim. 8 months ago, he was no different from a corpse. And now he is so arrogant. She will find out where this arrogance comes from. Third master wondered, is this the Xiaxa family's demonic art? It is fast. The strength of this demonic art is its speed. But its strength is not very significant. However, his footwork technique is very good. This level of footwork, at his age? The boy thought that it was not for nothing that he became the demon lord's disciple. However, this was nothing compared to him. The fourth master said that he used a completely unique foot technique, but it meant nothing to him. The third master thought that his movements were as obvious as ever. The boy noticed his nails. It turned out there was poison underneath them. He hit the third lord with all his might and shouted for him to die. Fourth young master injected the poison directly into his body. If he uses demonic energy to burn away the poison, he will burn away his organs as well. It will hurt him so much that he will want to die. But that is the only thing he can do if he wants to live. Become a cripple, like before, and live again as a corpse. But then the fourth master saw that he was moving. After scattering all the fragments, the boy asked if he really thought he could defeat him with such poison. Did he realize that the third young lord had neutralized the Snake King's demonic art snake venom? It was impossible. The boy thought he could carry out missions, even with broken limbs and holes in his stomach. It was nothing to withstand so much poison. The fourth master wondered what kind of chi wave this was. It wasn't just powerful demonic energy. This feeling of alienation and horror was what he expected to experience when meeting the 9 great demonic elders. Could it be that he had reached the highest stage of a demon? The black guards of the criminal law hall suddenly appeared. After introducing themselves, the 7th captain said that the young master would have to go to the criminal law hall with them. The third master didn't understand how they got there so quickly. It was as if someone knew this would happen. The fourth lord was also told. Shinhui thought it was him. This rat knew that the situation would not be in the fourth young lord's favor and prepared in advance. The third young lord approached the man and told him that this was the same poisonous insect that he had fed to Anhwa. He took it with him because he really wanted to get it back. He would have to worry about swallowing it, as the guy would shove it deep into his mouth. Fourth Master shouted at So-Young to stop him immediately. He said that it was true. The fourth young master he served had poison, so he would have an antidote for it. He would recover in a few days and return with another poison in his hands. And then he would do these senseless things. He would just take this poisonous insect and stick it in his ear. After that, he said he was done and they could go to the criminal law room. But they could hold on to the ropes. He had sensitive skin. The criminal law of the ass of the heavenly demonic divine cult. Have they finished interrogating him? Where are they taking him? Not towards the prison where Yu Horn Ryan was being held. The poison he had suppressed with demonic energy began to spread. Hong Yu-mun used martial arts related to poison. The incense he used was definitely some kind of hallucinogen laced with poison. He probably practiced his martial arts by fighting imaginary opponents in these hallucinations. Was this how the Chok's family trained? He had indeed heard that there were many strange techniques in the demonic arts, but this was quite a unique approach. It would take him some time to really understand it. The man told the third young master that they were there. The boy sensed the presence of two people outside the door. One of them was definitely Hong Ae-moon. However, the other was very vague, dull but soft. Hard but soft. There was a very unpleasant energy. He wanted to look at their faces first. The man asked, "Is he here?" The boy asked him a counter question. "Is he the master of the criminal law hall?" Guogu replied that yes, he is the master of the criminal law hall. At first glance, he looks like a normal person. However, everything is not as it seems. His appearance is ordinary. He also does not feel anything unique in his energy. But that is why he feels that this person is an unusual person. Guogu said that anyway, the guy had come a long way, so let him sit down. Wasn't he tired after the interrogation? The third young gentleman replied that he could not sit there. The man asked why, what was wrong? He said that there must be some reason why he had called them both there. He doesn't know what it is, but he has no desire to communicate with a person who hides his inner self. The guy said it was definitely a unique mask. All the bad guys wear masks, but he didn't feel any ambiguity. But he's not like the others. Guogu asked how he was different from everyone else. Third Master replied that this was his real face, but he was wearing a mask. It was 100 times thicker than the masks the black guards wore. Wasn't it obvious that he was hiding? The fourth gentleman did not understand what they were talking about. Guogu said that he was very impressed. It was a mystical art of bone repositioning. The man said he was the third to notice. What did he think now? Satisfied? The guy wondered, is this the real owner of the criminal law room? He wondered how he had survived 8 months in a secluded bamboo grove. It seemed his unrivaled perception had played a big role. The boy said it was nothing. Third Master suggested to get straight to the point. Looking at So-Young, he thought he saw the true face of the criminal law hall master. Guogu said he would get down to business. He called them there because of the conflict between them. The guy said the interrogation was over. The incident was over. What else was hard to talk about? He wanted them both to promise that there would be no more conflicts from now on. Fourth Master said that he never wanted any conflicts, and even if he did, who is he to tell him what to do? He is the Demon Lord's disciple. He has no reason to obey anyone's orders except the Demon Lord himself. Guogu replied that he was right. He had no authority to force anything on him. Likewise, they have no authority to subjugate others. However, he tried to use money to control the commander of the combat unit. Slamming his fist on the table, Guogu said there was no need to deny it. There was more than enough evidence. He was sure that the fourth master knew better than anyone that the world was not so straightforward, where everything flows according to superficial things like position, status, and relationships. The guy asked if the master of the criminal court was threatening him. The man said yes. The Hall of Criminal Law upholds the laws of the cult along with the Court of Guardians, but they are different in nature. The Court of Guardians focuses on communication and reception. In other words, they have no choice but to act passively. But they are different. They are an organization that actively protects the cult. They impose punishments as they see fit, and they also judge serious cases. Of course, that doesn't mean he has the right to impose anything on the two of them. But as someone who actively defended the cult, he could give them both an experience they had never had. He asked the third young master what he had to say about this. The guy asked, "What's the matter? Is it to not create more conflicts?" He said, "Okay, it doesn't matter much." He tells them just in case, but he's not joking. Third Master asks, Who would want to make an enemy in the criminal law room? It's definitely not him. He also doesn't want to fight anyone. It's better to live in peace. Anyway, he said it was delicious. He had never tasted anything like it. Asking what it was called, Guogu said he made it himself. The third master replied that he was indeed skilled. Did he have any intention of selling it? The man replied that if he wanted, he could send him some bottles to his home. The boy said that we would look for something to send in return. Guogu said that it didn't matter what happened to the fourth young master. With anger in his eyes, he stood up and shouted that he would never forget this humiliation. The third young gentleman asked the fourth to at least close the door behind him when he left. The master of the criminal law hall had said all he wanted to say. Did third master want to talk to him about anything else? After thanking him for the drink, he said that he wanted to talk about one more thing. He knows how good his mystic arts are at reducing bones. But was there a reason he used them to meet them? He doesn't seem like the type to test people or play pranks on them. He must answer her if he does not want to. The third gentleman said that in that case, good night. It had been a long time since Guogu had encountered someone who was so hard to read. And he had a familiar smell. Maybe it was him. The young master was told that the carriage was ready. He replied that he had something to think about, so he would go back alone. The fourth master did not understand how a mere master of the criminal law hall could threaten the young lord of the divine cult. He's wrong if he thinks the fourth lord will let this go. So Riang will soon receive a gift in return. He will make sure that no one gets in his way. He will act slowly and precisely. That's when someone said, "Look at that bloodlust in his eyes. It seems like he's ready to kill someone right now." The fourth lord didn't immediately realize who it was. Then he saw the third young lord, who invited him to come in and have a drink together. He said the head of the criminal law department was a bit annoying, but he was certainly good at making alcohol. The fourth young gentleman wondered what this guy was up to. Was he planning to do something there, in the criminal law hall? The third master told him not to worry. He simply offered him a drink to celebrate his release from interrogation. He doesn't know when it started, but he's so annoyed by this incident, his voice. Has it been since he took the Master of Inner Enlightenment that night? That's when all his plans started to fall apart. The fourth gentleman asked what he wanted to talk about. The third gentleman replied that he didn't want to talk about anything in particular. He just felt like they'd never had a proper conversation. They talked a lot, at least when they were children. Third master asked if it was true, that after they grew up, they never had a normal conversation. The third master asked if he intended to continue behaving this way. Why did he want to make life difficult for himself? The fourth young master said that he wasn't asking because he really wanted to know, was he? Isn't that obvious? All 7 of them, brothers and sisters, must fight one day. No, as soon as they became the demon lord's disciples, they immediately became enemies. That's when the fight started. Why was he even asking? The third lord had said that of course they had to fight, but there was no need to kill, right? He'd left him to just talk? The third young master simply wanted to hear what he was thinking at the moment. He replied that he would understand when he looked at the kings of this country. The fate of the kings who failed to become emperors was that they lived miserable lives. It was better to die. It's different for them. To avoid the same fate, you have to kill even your own brothers and sisters to become the ruler. The third lord asked if that's what he's afraid of. Does he want power, or does he kill because he's afraid of being killed? He loses his appetite if he calls the fourth one just to ask such questions. He leaves. The third young master meant what the criminal law hall master said. He doesn't want to live a life full of battles and chaos. What is he going to do? Will he try to kill him again? The fourth asked, what if his answer was yes? Then the third lord would leave it to chance. However, things would not go as he wanted. What would his answer be after that? If there is no point in lying, he will answer in kind. He will definitely kill him one day. The fourth thought it was another ambush. He will not fall for it twice. Fourth master himself said that he would kill him one day. Did he really think that the guy would let him go after hearing such an answer? He would kill him right here and now. Both young lords are gone. The fourth young lord has no intention of heeding his warning. The cult will not be shaken by incidents caused by someone like him. But he does not know what the third young lord will do. Then the captain of the third guard knocked on the door. He said it was urgent. The master asked what had happened. He replied that apparently the third and fourth young lords had fought. Since the third lord attacked first, he allowed the fourth lord to make the next attack. The fourth lord asked how dare Soryang underestimate him. The boy replied that his martial arts technique certainly requires time to train. That was why he couldn't properly respond to an ambush attack. The third young master himself asks to be killed. He made a mistake. He will kill him. He said that the fourth lord is quite homemade. How is he going to kill someone with this technique? As expected of Lee Jong-sun's disciple, he is definitely stronger than the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad. The guy is confident that he can kill Yu Hong-ryong in 10 moves. It's not that he can't beat him, but the poison he had before is holding him back. He won't be able to finish this fight until he deals with him. The fourth young master called the guy a bastard. He replied that his tone was very disrespectful. Lee Sum-san shouted as if he deserved respect. He would simply destroy his peace of mind. The guy said he had to be faster. How is he going to do anything if he's so slow? The fourth gentleman lost sight of him. The guy said he was right in front of him. He would only show him once, so he should open his eyes wide. What kind of footwork should it be? Does he understand it now? The technique of lifting the heavens. The fourth master did not understand how because he could not see the movements at all. The third young lord said that this was enough. The dynamics between the divine 9 heavenly steps of compression, the heavenly ascension technique, and the dark shadow demonic art were quite good. He was sure of it, but he had no chance to test it in the real situation. Now, he was absolutely sure. The fourth master said that he was an arrogant bastard. How could he use him to test his martial arts? Don't let him expect his death to be peaceful. The third lord said it was useless. Such an attack would have no effect on him. Doesn't he understand that even after seeing his actions? The fourth lord said that Soryang had not changed at all. He still looked down on him. He had always looked down on everyone. He had never had the chance to look up. As soon as he did that, the fourth master attacked. It was the largest form of the poisonous snake palm shadow. Then he would be able to dodge it too. Why didn't he try using his legs? The poison palm's venom will soak into the wounds he inflicted on his torso earlier. He won't survive it. Because he poured all the deadly poison into him. Now let him die fighting the poison. The poison penetrates his skin and hurts even if he holds his breath. To think that he was hiding such a monstrous technique. He needs to get out of here as soon as possible. At that moment, the third young master heard his voice calling for help. It was Manhwa. How did she get there? She said she felt like her body was burning. She asked him to save her. She is recovering from a serious injury. She is not allowed to move yet. This is the fourth young master pretending to be Manhwa. He didn't understand what now. The secret demon queen? How did she get here? She said that now that he had no arms and legs, it was time to work on his head. He didn't understand what happened. The fourth master said, how pathetic. Let him look at himself struggling in the illusion of the poisonous palm of the snake shadow. Guy said it was a pity he was the only spectator. His arrogance always got him into trouble. He would kill him right here, just like the third lord had promised him. He might come back and be a nuisance if he didn't take care to kill him here. The fourth young master did not understand how he had gotten rid of his illusions. He had completely given in to them. The third young master said that looking at his face was like being thrown into cold water. He asked if this was the secret martial arts technique he had been hiding all this time. It was as cunning and evil as its master. Did he really think that he could achieve power with such a milky trick? The third lord had completely destroyed his poisonous snake shadow palm from his body. And it was all thanks to the poison he had sent him earlier. When he was an assassin, he trained his resilience to never succumb to the poison. Thanks to this, he was able to quickly leave the illusion of the fourth young lord. He is grateful for all the training he went through to neutralize the blood parasite. The fourth one didn't know what he was talking about? He had to be at the level of the demon elders to disarm his poisonous snake shadow palm. Even then, it couldn't be done so quickly. The third young master replied that it took a little longer than he expected, but it was not an achievement worth mentioning. However, it created more trouble for him than he expected. The boy would show him what a true demonic art was. True revelation of the dark shadow demonic art. Underground prison, guardian of the spiritual gate. The ninth technique of the elastic blade of the catastrophe of the first form of the 6 consecutive hell winds. The fourth young master didn't understand what it was. He didn't even swing his sword. He just stood there, but the fourth young master's body was torn to pieces. He tears apart the energy barrier of his demonic Snake King art as if it were just a piece of paper. He doesn't even move. The guy asked the damn body to move. Let it run and behead that damn bastard. Third master said he was finished. A triple strike cut through the sky. The third master asked if he wanted to say any last words. Of course not. What would he say? That's what it means to die. Human lives scattered senselessly like the smoke from the tobacco he constantly smoked. Drawing his sword, the third lord bid him farewell. At this moment, his sword was stopped by some formless energy. The master of the criminal law hall, with whom the third young lord agreed not to cause trouble anymore. He couldn't look at it anymore. Let go of the sword now. The boy wondered. An object that captures the void? A skill that allows one to control the movement of an object without touching it. It is a skill that requires a deep knowledge of martial arts. The third young gentleman replied that he couldn't stand the disgusting taste in his mouth. Why should he be nice to someone who could kill him? The master of the criminal law hall was so nasty. Guogu replied that since they were still in their own territory, even if they were young lords, he could not agree to them fighting there. The third master asked, "He seems to not know his place? He wants them to tremble in fear in front of the criminal law room, regardless of their status." The third lord said he didn't want to do it. What now? Guogu saw that he had broken the internal energy circuit with just one attack. The man asked if they intended to confront the criminal law hall and if they could take responsibility for it. The third young lord replied that this was something they had to accept. He was fast. His demonic energy level was comparable to the highest peak, but his demonic art skills were not up to par. But this skill was different from others. Its speed and movements were on par with Guogu. Ninefold Elastic Catastrophe Blade Technique. The second form of the final endless path. He saw the blade technique. The merciless energy, it was very hot. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been burned to ashes. Guogu had used up too much internal energy. If he used a stronger demonic art next time, he wouldn't survive. The man didn't understand why there wasn't another attack. An experienced man like him wouldn't miss such a chance. At this moment, the criminal law hall master realized that he was not his target from the beginning. Before he could even shout, the third lord pierced the fourth young lord's body with his sword. He thought about it and believed that the fourth lord should lose everything he has. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a chi block for a chi block. Despair for despair. He destroyed the poison core that was above his energy core. His muscles became small and weak. This is because he maintained his muscles using mystic arts rather than training his body. This is a limitation for enhancing his fighting prowess using illusions alone. He won't die right away, but he'll be bedridden for a few years. Of course, even if he manages to recover, he'll have to start training in martial arts from the beginning. The third master will send him medicine and acupuncture needles. Reinforcements arrived at the hall keeper's house. The third young gentleman raised his hands and said that he could arrest him. The boy asked if the man would say anything. Would he at least take it all off before he spoke? His wrists weren't feeling so good in them. He wasn't going to run away anyway. Guogu said the third master is currently under arrest. This means that he is a criminal, even if only temporarily. Therefore, this person certainly cannot fulfill this request. The criminal law hall master said that he didn't know how third master heard this, but that was what he meant when he said it would be difficult. Third master said that he was so narrow-minded. Whether it's a criminal law hall master or a private individual, he doesn't want to have conflicts within the cult. That's why he became a mediator, right? Guogu replied that it was right. Sarayang asked, "Now there will be no more conflict. Is it right or wrong?" It takes more than one person to create a conflict, but Hom Yu-moon is now incapacitated, so his proposal is no longer valid. In any case, the situation is now as he wanted it to be. So why does he say that things are more difficult now? Watching this, Guogu was surprised. He broke the forbidden sea iron so easily. Third young lord told the man that if he didn't respect him, he would have escaped from there even before he put those handcuffs on him. I think he did his best to be patient, considering his status as third young master. Guogu asked what he would do if he was not released. The guy replied that he did not think that this man liked to drag out conversations with meaningless theoretical situations, but apparently he was wrong. Now he could leave? The owner of the criminal law hall said he would keep an eye on him. He said, "Sure, but don't let him get in the way. He doesn't want to turn the criminal law hall against him." The man replied that he was indeed sure. He had not yet been named the successor, but was only one of many candidates. Guogu thought, what a complicated person, and dangerous on top of that. Third young lord's martial arts were more powerful and more brutal than the martial arts of the demon cult, and this sword technique definitely belonged to the Orthodox faction. As the third young lord, could he be the same as Guogu? Third master ate like crazy. Yun Hong Ryung told him to take his time. No one would steal him. She asked if he was fed in the criminal law hall. The third young gentleman said that they only served stale rice and wild vegetables. He couldn't eat it. Donpil asked if it was over then. The boy replied that it was for now. Will there be retribution from the fourth young lord or the high officials? He said that Hong Yu Mong had become crippled and couldn't even move. The top brass looked the other way when it came to the fight between candidates, so he didn't think anything would happen. Now that things have settled down a bit, they should all go back to their organizations. Especially Dong Pil. He's been with him for too long. He's not just a regular member of the Guardian Court. He's the third leader. He better get back to work. Squad leader Yui needs to get back to her duties too. The girl said that was exactly what she was doing. She didn't need him to say anything. The third lord replied that then they should continue doing it as before. I said he was so heartless. Did he have to leave so indifferent? The girl asked Donpil if he was upset too. He said no. Then what was wrong with his expression? Dongpil replied that it looked like the young master was saying goodbye to them for the last time. When he went outside, the boy saw Manhwa. He said that he was already back and asked if it was okay for her to walk. Falling to her knees, the girl began to thank the third young gentleman for saving her. She was glad that he returned safe and sound. The king of the demon cult asked the man how the fourth man was doing. The man replied that he was in very bad shape. His energy core was destroyed, and poison was taking over his body. He is holding on by his physical strength, but even if he is lucky, he is unlikely to avoid being crippled. The king asked him that he managed to survive. What is the probability of recovery? The man replied that the doctors at the Blood Spirit Pavilion had concluded that it was basically impossible. Even if they could cure the poison and internal damage, the energy core would be too badly damaged to return to its previous state. The Demon King thought the Third Lord would kill him, but he actually let him live? Why did the Third Lord change his mind at that moment? Did he want the Fourth Lord to suffer the same fate? A face-to-face encounter with the Master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, a fight with the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad, and now a fight in the Criminal Justice Hall. The third one in the last few days has created more chaos than one person could do. But the important thing is that in all this chaos, he managed to achieve his goals. Thus, one of the sides in the struggle for the succession collapses. Hong Yumun, the son of the patriarch Zhou Jia, who was as talented as any other child. When did it start that intelligence became a vice and a bright personality a mask? The fourth one had become as cunning as a poisonous viper, just like all those who had inherited the true blood of the Jiuxia family. But that was normal. It didn't matter what a person's personality was, as long as their talents flourished. The problem was that Hong Yu-moon didn't pay enough attention to his talents. He did the bare minimum. He was strong for his age, but that was all. That's why he lost. But the third is different. There was a time when he was like the fourth, but after awakening from the chi blockage, he began to strive to do more, not less. It was a big but significant difference that decided the outcome of their fight. The strongest showed himself. Manhwa called out to the third young master that they had a visitor. The central master said that a long time had passed and asked how the third young master was doing. The guy asked what brought her here. He wondered what it was this time, since there was nothing unresolved between them anymore. She said she wanted to ask him a favor. Could he come to her house if he had time? The third one didn't immediately understand what she meant. The master said that this was a martial art method that he taught her. It took only a little time, but there was already a difference. This is a very mystical martial art. He was surprised because it is not easy for most people. They must be very talented. She chose this child to be her successor herself. The third asked if it was okay for her to tell him this. It's not something she should tell anyone, but he doesn't care, does he? The guy said it was true, but isn't she trusting him too much? She doesn't trust people, she trusts situations. And judging by the situation then and now, she doesn't think they will ever be enemies. The third master asked, since her successor's recovery was going well, why did she need him in the residence? The master replied that it was also because of the child. She makes all the final decisions in the center of inner enlightenment, but the child is responsible for command and execution of decisions. So now her hands and feet are practically tied. If this situation lasted more than a month, the cult would suffer serious losses. The third lord thought that this was not good. So the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, who has a strong ego and knows better than anyone else how this cult works, turned to him for help. Yoon Sim will do anything to convince him if it is for the sake of the Inner Enlightenment Center. She is very difficult to deal with. It is as if she is saying with her eyes that she will take no for an answer. The third young master replied that it would be better if they agreed then, right? He was sure that she would feel burdened if he just helped her one-sidedly. The master replied that she would be grateful for that. He would also receive something, so he said there was no need for gratitude. Unshim asked if there was anything he would like to receive in return. The third lord replied that that was the problem. Nothing came to mind. In any case, it wasn't money or fame he wanted. Freedom, not what someone else could do for him. He asked the master if the Inner Enlightenment Center managed the life support of the cult, right? She said it did. And all the goods that were distributed to the cult came from outside. He asked many more questions, all of which were answered affirmatively. They were going to be going out on important business, for that matter, in about 2 weeks. Grabbing her hand, he said he would make sure her successor was fully recovered in 2 weeks. This was his chance to escape the demonic cult. Donpil remembered the Third Lord's words, that things had settled down to some extent and they should return to their organizations. He wasn't just an ordinary member of the Guardian Court. He was the third leader. He'd better get back to work. He's right. Dongpil was so used to the young master that he barely paid attention to his work. He's sure he'll see the young master again. A man came up to the guy, apologized, and said that the first manager wanted to see him. Donpil replied that he would be there soon. The leader is swamped with work, so he will get straight to the point. As Donpil knows, the Demon Army commander's escort will arrive in 3 days. His duties have changed. He knew that the Inner Enlightenment Center sent out its sect members to deliver important goods every 3 months, right? This month was that month. Donpil asked if he should go and accompany the cult members responsible for the delivery. The first leader said that with the Mara festival approaching, things were quite chaotic in the cult. The manager doesn't think anything will happen, but given the situation, they can't let them go alone. Donpil asked when. The manager replied that in 2 weeks. All the important details were written there. Let him burn it, remembering the contents. He promised the master that he would successfully complete any task he gave him. The third young master asked, "Is that her?" The leader replied that her name was Juhua. She was as skilled in her work as she was in martial arts. She was known as a genius when she joined the cult. She is simply responsible for part of the center, but she also has an oversight role that no one knows about. The center of inner enlightenment practically stopped after she fell into this state, which speaks to how many responsibilities she had and how well she handled them. She looks about his age, but she runs a large organization like the Inner Enlightenment Center. Also, she deciphered the boundless technique, albeit partially, in just a few days and used it enough to notice improvements. At first, he said he would look at her condition. Young Shim was surprised at how amazing the demonic energy was. He only uses a little bit of it, but the quality of the energy is excellent. She didn't understand how this was possible. Her limitless technique was easy to link with his because she had already partially mastered it. Now, if he simply pulled out the toxic energy, it would come out through the blood. 10 days later. The day before the 2 weeks were up, Juhua finally woke up. Master couldn't believe her eyes. Did Yan Sim tell the young master that he was asking her to sneak the cult leader into the shipping department? She asked if the third lord even realized how ridiculous this request was. He said he didn't know, but she herself said it wasn't a favor, it was a deal. The master asked, "Then why don't they just end this service? For all she knows, the ship has already sailed. Why else would he try so hard to treat her successor?" The master shouted that there was no way. Did he really want to deceive the sect leader? She told him to pretend not to hear it. The third master asked, "How is it to deceive the leader of the sect? It may be deceiving others, but not him." She asked, "What does he mean?" He said the cult leader isn't interested in his disciples at all. He just rules them. He doesn't dominate. Because that's what being a god is. She knows that. The cult leader isn't the only problem. If anyone finds out that the successor candidate has infiltrated the shipping department, others will start to suspect the Inner Enlightenment Center. Third young master knows that she has the power to destroy such rumors. Unshim replied that she has such power. As he knows, this is not the same as political retribution or covering up malicious rumors. If things go wrong, other cult organizations will also try to hinder the candidates. Then the divine cult will be destabilized. He asked what she expected then. She never worried about what anyone would ask her after she helped them bring a man back from the dead. He doesn't want to discuss the value of life anymore. He doesn't like feeling guilty or anything. But it had to be a deal. She's the one who wanted it to be a deal, not a favor. The master replied that he was too impudent, but she had no choice. Indeed, they had made a deal, and the life of a precious person was at stake, so she had to fulfill her part of the bargain. The third young gentleman replied that it was fine, but she would need some time to figure out a way. It was already stressing her out that she wanted to lead the delivery team when she wasn't even fully healthy yet. He gave her even more time. The third master asked if her successor wanted to lead the delivery team. The master replied that she did, but she was not in shape to take on such a role yet. She, of course, said no, but the girl was very stubborn. The boy asked, "How about doing it?" The third master knocked and asked if he could come in. He looked at the girl and said that she was very strong and could move like that. The girl asked who he was. The third lord replied that he was some kind of doctor. She asked about his identity, not his job. He thought about it and said that he could have phrased it a little differently. He was the one who helped her free herself from the chi blockage. The girl realized that this was the man who had given her the martial arts technique. She bowed and thanked him for his service. The third asked if she believed him when she didn't even know who he was. She replied that bowing down was no problem. Besides, it was a center of inner enlightenment. It was not a place where suspicious people could just walk in. The young lord realized that she was very quick to assess the situation. He had heard that she was stubborn, but flexible at the same time. The boy replied that it was very good. A little basic energy recovery and half a day of stretching and you could go. Yunshim came in. The young master replied that the girl's condition was better than he expected. They had nothing to worry about as long as she was with him. The owner said no. She just came out of bed. If she faints again, commanding the delivery department is her main responsibility. She would rather die than be useless. The girl asked to be released with a delivery unit. They finally leave. It has been almost a year since he woke up in the body of the third young lord of the heavenly demon divine cult. He can finally get some fresh air after a 10-year hiatus. Plus, if he succeeds, he might be able to escape forever. Their destination is somewhere in the Jiangxi region. It's a pretty good destination. There are 2 assassin hideouts in Jiangxi. Of course, they are both quite far from the neighboring areas of Guangdong province. But with his current abilities, he could get there by running for 3 days without rest. Zhu Hua apologized to him because she didn't know he was the third young master. He asked, did the central master tell the girl? The guy said it was okay, let her forget about it. It didn't even bother him. He should be the one apologizing for just walking into her room. She thanked him for letting her be there today. The third young gentleman asked what she meant. If it were not for him, she would never have freed herself from Chilok. He replied that there was no need to thank him. He had learned this method by chance, and the one who saved her with this method was the master of the center. He felt a familiar energy here. It was very heavy and serious. It couldn't be, really. The deputy commander of the delivery team introduced himself and said his name was Yan Yi. Dongpil said he was the third commander. They, the third squad of court guards, would escort them to their destination and back. The third young master couldn't believe his ears. Why did it have to be Dongpil? Dongpil ordered the third guard detachment to take up positions at the beginning and end of the column, respectively. The third lord believed that the delivery squad was already made up of experienced cult members, so why would they export anyone else? He asked how the girl was feeling. Was her chi energy circulating? The girl replied that she had been practicing for about 2 hours in the morning. He decided to check just in case. They say sleep is the best medicine. Just let her sleep a little. The girl didn't even have time to say anything and fell asleep. And then Dongpil heard a familiar voice. It was definitely the voice of the third young master. He called the boy over to him. Dongpil asked what the young master was doing there. Was he in the maternity ward this month? He ordered him to stop speaking out loud and communicate using the whisper technique from a distance. Why the guys who are responsible for escorting the delivery squad? Although, no. Why does the delivery squad need to be escorted at all? Dongpil replied that the atmosphere didn't seem quite right since the Mara festival was just around the corner, so they were tasked with accompanying the delivery team. They are probably on some kind of secret mission. Maybe we should look at it as something like that. In any case, he shouldn't have told other people that third master was there. After all, he knew things were going too well. To think that the closest person in the sect would be there. Now that things have turned out this way, will he even be able to escape? Why can't his life go the way he wants? The squad captain was angry the more he thought about it. The more it infuriated him. How could he have been assigned to such an insignificant mission with these inferior bastards? The guy told him they were still a well-trained organization. Please choose your words. Captain of the Iron Will Squad in Iron Blood Fortress, Oh Kyung-hwa asked, how dare anyone tell him to watch his language? He better remind himself why he made him vice captain despite his shitty sword skills. Now let him stop spouting nonsense and get him a drink. They, the Iron Blood Fortress, are still the most powerful. Neither the righteous Heavenly Alliance nor the demonic cult can do anything to them. Robbing the demonic cult's delivery team will be easy, and yet they have to work with these monstrous bastards? They call themselves the Palace of the Southern Wild Beast, and they truly live up to their name. They are just beasts. Oh Kyunghwa said to watch them eat. He didn't understand why anyone would want to work with them. Anyway, it's been about 10 years since they last saw the people from the demon cult. He said he hoped it would be fun. When the third young master woke up, he asked Juhua if she had slept well. She was scared. The master asked her to be careful. He would get a reprimand from Master So if the girl pulled a muscle in her back. The girl replied that it had already happened, as she had slept for half a day. The young gentleman replied that in fact she had slept for a day and a half. It was a good thing he had put her to bed. The girl's body was exhausted from all that activity right after releasing the chi blockage. Even if she is well trained to absorb energy and circulate chi, she is still a human being. And unless she has reached the highest peak level, she should rest when necessary. The young gentleman said that she had rested well, so everything was fine. Throwing her a box, he asked her to take it. He was sure that she was hungry after 2 days of sleep. These are rice balls and beef jerky prepared by the delivery team. Let him eat, but not get full. The guy thanked him and said it was no problem. She was the reason he was here. The young master called Goldie to him. The girl was frightened and said that it was a fox. He answered that yes, his name was Goldie. Juhua asked if it was his pet. He replied that he had just met it by chance. She found it interesting. She had never met anyone who had a fox as a pet. The young master told the girl that he would go get some fresh air and let her rest a little more. The young gentleman went outside and asked Don Pilu if he had called him. Apologizing, the young man replied that yes, he had called him into the forest, knowing that he could not. The young gentleman replied that there was no need to be so formal with him. He was already tense enough. Don Pil asked if he felt any discomfort in the carriage. The young gentleman replied that everything was fine. The boy said he had called him there because he thought he should know about it in advance. The young gentleman asked what he was hiding so carefully. He handed him the message they had received in the guard yard before they left. This was the reason they had been assigned to this mission, he thought. Looking at it, he asked if it was true. The man asked the first elder what the world he had seen was like. Was it beautiful? He replied that it was full of decay, but they already knew that. The weather was quite cold, but the further south they went, the warmer it became. It is certainly cold in the north. Although this fabric is not meant to be worn, these rugs from the west should be useful. The first elder asked how he was doing here in Jiangxi. He replied that the land there had always been good, but that was not all there was to life. Times were hard. The elder asked what was the problem. The man replied that the demon cult's festival was just around the corner, but he didn't know what it was called. The elder said that he was probably talking about the Mara festival. For the demon cult, this festival is the greatest event in the world. He heard that they were everywhere, collecting valuables. Everything was quite chaotic because of these bandit bastards. The man told the elder that he would go then. He promised to put in a good word with the authorities when he returned. He has enough experience in managing a sect, but since the alliance is a new environment for him, he will look for a suitable position for himself. The man didn't know who might hear that his cultivation had reached the enchantment realm, so please let him be careful. He was afraid that the evil demon cult members might do something to them. Laughing, the Righteous Sky Alliance's first elder, Jung Il-ryong, replied that he might be old, but he was still full of strength. Even if the leader of a demonic cult came, he would scold him and tell him to get out of his sight. The young master remembered Jung Il-ryong, who had killed him in his previous life. He asked Cheon Hajin what it was like to be the Alliance leader's hunting dog in their days. At this age, he was still doing such a job it impressed him. He responded to Jung Il-ryong that his job was nothing compared to the effort he put in to become the leader of the Alliance. The man replied that he did indeed have a dirty and snake-like tongue, as befits a murderer. In any case, it seemed time for him to retire. He is no longer as careful in his work as he used to be. Because of this, people talk about him, call him the best martial artist in the world, and so on. How stupid is that for a killer? Cheon Hajin asked why. Was he upset that some assassin was valued more than the first elder of the Righteous Sky Alliance? He shouldn't worry. He didn't care what the public thought. The best martial artist in the world? Why wouldn't he take that nickname? If he could, of course. Turning to Cheon Hajin, the elder gave one piece of advice. He'd better be on guard. In the last moments of his life, that damned bastard mercilessly cut off his right leg. Clutching the letter in his hands, the young master realized that the bastard was there. His eyes were glowing red with rage. Yoon Hong-ryung entered the courtyard and called out to the young master that she was here and they could have a drink. Turning to Anhwa, she asked where the young master was. Why couldn't she sense his presence there? The girl said that he was not there now. Hong-ryung replied that she could see. She simply told her that she did not feel his presence. Anhwa replied that she didn't know either. He only said that he was going to train. The girl thought that he was strong enough, but was he going to train even more? Looking to the side, she saw the young lord's sword. Let them look at this guy. He's going to train, but he left his sword behind? She smelled something suspicious. The young master tried to calm down. He didn't care whether Jung-il-ryong was there or not. What was his goal? It was escape. It was freedom. He will visit all the safe houses he has prepared throughout the neutral plane, renew his martial arts, earn some money, and then leave the country. He was determined not to forget his goal under any circumstances. He was going to give up on his dream. But he wanted to kill him, tear the bastard to pieces. The man was glad that there wasn't much to take back. Dongpil replied that the things they were taking were really valuable. He asked what kind of impudent bastard would try to rob a divine cult. Dongpil replied that they still shouldn't let their guard down until they were done. Come to think of it, the patrol team was running late. They usually didn't like to dawdle. Dongpil said the terrain was probably slowing them down. Then they showed up. When they saw them, the men started asking, "What happened? Why did only half the team show up?" The boy replied that there was a fight going on at the transfer station. Dongpil asked who. The boy replied that he didn't know. They were in the middle of their absence, but there was a very experienced martial artist among them. The young master suddenly came out and asked where that bastard was. The man asked, "Is that all they stole? Are they all rare medicinal ingredients?" He didn't understand why they were buying it in bulk. Mara's holiday is coming, but is it really necessary? Although, of course, it is not his concern. Approaching the man, the boy told him that there were no survivors on the enemy side. They had also collected all their belongings, so all they had to do was set everything on fire before leaving. There were only 3 people on their side who were slightly wounded, and that was it. The man began to shout that they were useless creatures. How strong was the enemy that their men were lightly wounded? How many did he say he let go on purpose? The guy said about 4 or 5. They couldn't be sure because they were too far away. Calling him an incompetent bastard, he ordered him to get the boys to load everything. There was another sign of life. Looking at him, the man said that he was quite a strong man. Wasn't he the one who suffered from the palm strike? Seeing the green robe, the man assumed that the guy was not from the outer cult, but from the inner one? He told him that the demon god would not let him go. Saying that it was very funny, the man asked, "Do they worship a demonic god?" All of them, members of a demonic cult, are simply crazy. If they like the demon god so much, why don't they die and go over to his side? He doesn't have the courage to die? So the man decided to help him. If the demonic god he believes in really exists, then let him go and ask him for forgiveness in the afterlife. Let him let those stupid demon cult bastards meet his wonderful demon god. A big man appeared behind him. He asked him what he wanted. The man replied that he needed to feed the children. Tell him to tell his subordinates to bring something. Oh Kyung-hwa asked if the man was giving him an order right now. He replied that it was a request. He was told that their troop would be responsible for their food. Now let him fulfill his promise. Oh Kyung-hwa shouted that he needed to think about what he had already eaten. The man replied that they were just making a request. They just needed more food. Are they going to break their promise? Oh Kyung-hwa replied that it was okay. Apparently, beasts like him needed to be fed constantly. Why didn't he eat those demon cultists? He would soon supply them with more corpses. As he left, the man thought that he would soon bury all the animals as soon as they were done with this. These are the filthy creatures from the palace of the southern savages. Dongpil said it was horrible. It looked like they had destroyed the building to erase any traces that might have remained. The man said they did it, but it was a bit rushed. He thinks they could have done better if they wanted to get rid of the traces. Dongpil said that they couldn't make such a mistake. The girl replied that it was right. This sloppy work was either a trap or they hid in a very good place where they couldn't be found. She asked if they had sent a message to the department. The guy said yes, considering the distance, he should get there in about a day and a half. She needed time to think about it. She asked them to take care of all the bodies. The guy said, okay. She thought it was too late to wait for orders from above. In this case, it would be better to take care of things first before making a report. In any case, the cult had a strong influence in Jiangxi. They would be able to track down the enemy even if they took their time. Dongpil told Johua that she should rest. He heard that she had just recently recovered from the chi blockage. The girl replied that thanks to the healer who came with her, she had regained most of her martial arts. He did not have to treat her as a patient. Dongpil believed that Guardian Zhu was truly trustworthy. If she were an impatient person, or someone who was only obsessed with the desire to succeed, she would never have taken such an action, to recover so quickly from the blockage of chi. Did she mean the young master when she said healer? At this moment, Dongpil heard in his mind the young master's request to come to the carriage. He had a request for him. This is the very blade he asked for. But why? The young master replied that they could find their trail about 20 kilometers to the northeast. The enemy is quite strong, so let him try to avoid all-out confrontation as much as possible. Dongpil asked what the young master meant. He replied that the primary task of the guardian court was to safely escort the delivery party to the harvest with goods. Before finding out who the enemy was, make them move as quietly as possible. Dongpil asked what was wrong with the young master. He replied that they had better hurry. Before he could answer, the young master's trace had disappeared. He thought that something was wrong. It was obvious that the demon cult had a strong influence in Jiangxi, but the Righteous Heaven Alliance's first elder was there, and the demon cult's delivery team was robbed? Young master needs to find out what's going on. Looking at them, the man said that they were very greedy. In any case, he wondered when this man would come. Young Il-ryung asked if they were waiting for him. The man told the captain of the Iron Will squad that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The squad captain asked what kept him so long. Il-ryung replied that he had things to do. But he wasn't late, so don't be too angry. He looked away and said that they were famous beasts. The squad captain said that he didn't know about famous, but yes, they were beasts. They made it very annoying. Turning to the man, Jung Il-ryung asked his name. The man replied that his name was Yul Yang. So he was the favorite disciple of the Beast Palace Master. Unlike the martial arts of the Central Plains, the martial arts of the palace are quite bizarre, and it is said that once the opponent lets down his guard, even an experienced martial artist can be defeated. Now when a person looks at it, he understands. This is potential chi energy. Even the most outstanding martial artists of the Central Plains will not be able to withstand 10 of its attacks. Oh Kyung-hwa asked why Jung Il-ryung was being so kind to this savage. The man asked what he meant. He was just chatting. The man was surprised that he even knew who he was. Of course, each of the 4 palaces of the Outer Wall is an organization with very experienced martial artists. They are quite quiet now, but it is better to know more about the organization. Will it be an enemy or an ally? Oh Kyung-hwa didn't understand why that was reasonable. If they were allies, let them work together. If not, just kill them, that's all. Young Il-ryung told the man that he needed to do something about his character. If he wanted to rise even higher, of course. He said no. He will live his life the way he is living it now, and then he will die. Anyway, he thinks that is enough for small talk. Jung Il-ryung asked if the man had brought the promised goods. The man replied that of course it was not a personal request, but a request from the higher-ups. It was an important mission. Because of this, he even had to work with this beast. It was the Jade of Calamity. Oh Kenhwa asked what it was. Did he have to go so far to get it? Shen-il replied that one person's trash is another person's treasure. Just let him think of it as something he needs. The man said that this was the end of their deal. Oh Kyung-hwa thought that Jung Il-ryung would stay for a drink, but he just left? The man replied that he would be happy to stay and chat like in the good old days, but he was very busy. Oh Kyung-hwa asked, how about taking this chance and joining the Bloodsteel Fortress? The man asked, who is the one offering him to join the fortress? He asked what was wrong with that. After all, it was only natural to lure a talented person into your organization, wasn't it? The man thanked him for the offer. Jung Il-ryung asked if he even had the right to suggest something like that to him. He was just a squad captain. Oh Kyung-hwa replied that why would he say all that? Before he could finish speaking, a hand pierced his body. He repeated his words. If they were allies, let them work together. If not, just kill them. What an inspiring statement. First, he needed to find out who his enemies and allies were. He better correct his character in the afterlife. Jung Il-ryung asked how many henchmen he brought. What did they think? Looking at the beasts, he said that they seemed full, but would they want to eat another portion? Yu Liang replied that of course he would not say no. The man told the boy to unpack his things and get ready. He asked him when the first elder would come. The guy answered that he had gone somewhere far away from there, maybe for half a day. The guy asked for so long, is it normal that he went so far alone? The man asked, "Does he know where the old man went?" The guy said he thought he'd go take bribes again. They were near a demon cult base. That's why he was traveling alone, unaccompanied. He should watch what he says. The first elder went to honor his mother. This is what he should have said if the Alliance asked why they stayed in Jiangxi. They all depend on the first elder, so let them be careful not to give out information about him. If something goes wrong with the first elder, it will be a problem for them too. Then the guys on the side of the road saw something. The man said not to change the subject. Did they understand what he said? They said no. Let him look there, as if there was something strange in the forest. Turning around, the man asked, what was strange about it? They saw that the trees were being destroyed. From there, the third young master appeared. After the sword strike, a strong blow followed. The third lord grabbed the man by the throat. The man said that he only heard that the elder was going to visit his mother's grave. The guy told him to stop talking nonsense. He would kill him if he didn't tell him the truth. The man replied that he was telling the truth. The young master wondered. The first elder of the Righteous Sky Alliance was leaving his servants behind? This was already quite suspicious. Since he's already there, he can kill that bastard Jung Il-young before he leaves. At least he'll take his leg. The thought of him makes the boy feel pain in his right leg, which was cut off in a past life. The elder said that Yu Liang had made a wise choice in allying with him instead of the Blood Steel Fortress. Anyone would choose to ally with the side that treated them better. They had always looked down on them. He asked Yu Liang how the palace master was doing. The man replied that the medicine he brought them had worked. He thought he would soon be back on his feet. But he asked what was this thing that the elder had received from him. The man asked if he meant the Jade of Calamity. He doesn't need to know. All he needs to know is that this treasure will be useful in his work. Yu Liang asked if he was going to use it on the leader of the Righteous Sky Alliance. The elder replied that the wolves he brought had a big appetite. Beasts that could defeat swordsmen. That was impressive. He sees all sorts of occult research that he has never heard of. The man said that the Beast King technique is not some kind of occult research. She teaches the animals to learn the inner sense of power, just like humans do. Does he mean that they can understand his commands simply by the movements of his hand? He replied that yes, he and the Blood Wolf squad were connected through their spirits and upper energy cores, so they understood even the most detailed orders. The elder wondered if this was possible when he learned that he worked with animals. How amazing! The man thought that if he used these guys to his advantage, he could become the leader of the Righteous Sky Alliance. Seeing one of them howl, he asked what happened. Yu Liang replied that it seemed like the Blood Wolf squad leader had sensed the presence of the demonic cult members. He didn't know the exact number, but it seemed to be around 100. The elder asked if they had tried the blood of the demon cult members yet. They ambushed them nearby. They missed a few meals, but it was good food. The elder understands. He knew they would be away because of the upcoming Mara festival. He asked, how do they compare to a pack of blood wolves? The man asked, there are many of them, and some of them are very strong. The elder said, well then, he will show him how good his blood wolf squad is. Let him not interfere. It is okay if it takes some time. Yu Liang replied that it will be over before sunset. Dongpil told everyone to stop. Juhua asked, did he feel it too? The guy replied that yes, it wasn't demonic energy, but it was very violent. The girl said they were barely human, and with a strong smell of blood. Dongpil was sure that meant that many people had died. Looking up, Dongpil saw them. Who is he thought. Are they the ones who attacked the delivery service earlier? Yu Liang ordered them to tear everyone apart. Dongpil ordered everyone to disperse, let everyone take care of themselves. Looking at them, the boy wondered, are wolves bigger than cows? He didn't understand where such monsters come from. Their skin was like steel. He can easily cut through boulders using only his internal energy. But all he can do is leave scratches on them. Even if he tried to infuse the sword with his chi, the wolves would move too fast for him to do so. It would not work to simply attack in its purest form. Zhu Hua asked the third leader to retreat back to use the moon demonic art. She ordered the delivery team to remain inside so as not to disturb the guardianship court members. The girls said that it was not a fair fight for them. They should retreat. Dongpil replied that he thought so too. These are not ordinary wolves. At this rate, they will all die. The Guardian Court will protect the delivery team from the wolves. Dongpil shouted for the third Guardian Court squad to form a rotation formation. They will spin endlessly at high speed to daze the wolves and prevent them from getting close. Looking up at them, the elder replied that it was quite interesting. He didn't even seem to have much combat experience. He created the defensive formation, and using the features of this formation to his advantage, attacks the wolves. The elder asks if the blood wolf pack will be okay. He knows the line can only linger, but they won't be able to get that close. Yue Liang replied that it was fine. They could easily break an amateur formation like this. They just don't know how terrifying a pack of blood wolves can be. The elder asked how long they could resist the wolves. It's quite interesting because he created a defensive formation and used its features to his advantage to attack the wolves. But how long can they resist the wolves? Zhou Hua was shocked by what was happening. These were not ordinary wolves. They predicted her attacks. Meanwhile, Donpil used his mighty sword to scatter the wolf heads into the sky. He was tired. The sword's aura was so powerful that it took away so much of his internal energy. The demonic energy has become so rough, and the breathing has become completely unstable. What should they do now? Everyone is tired. Simple defense will not do anything. Donpil shouted that we need to get out of here quickly. Tell everyone to break formation and run. We need to disperse and run to the department as quickly as possible. There are no other options. After seeing this, the elder asked Yue Liang what he would do now. After all, things were going much better than they expected, and the wolves had also suffered quite a few injuries. Even if they are injured and exhausted, they are still members of the demonic cult. If you allow them to return to the cult, there will be consequences. Perhaps it's time to finally show them the horror. The heir to the palace of the southern wildebeest. Yue Liang knocks Donpil down with his punch. Zhu Hua realizes that he is a martial artist, but she must stop him no matter what. However, for Yue Liang, such martial arts were just child's play. She did not succeed. It's time for pain, he said, tickling her belly with his strong foot. How can he defeat it? She turned her body just in time to avoid hitting the critical point. Very good reaction. Yue Liang said that they should listen to him carefully if they don't want to see their leader eaten alive. And it's better not to even dream of escaping. The man raised his hand and ordered the pack of blood wolves to stop and stand aside. More than 10 of them were killed. He turned to the demon cult members and said they had done a good job. They had killed quite a few of his wolves. Of course, Yue Liang could just raise more wolves, but he is not so kind as to forget that he spent a lot of time and effort to raise them. Suddenly, one of the cult members shouted at Zhu Hua to leave immediately. When Yue Liang heard this, he said that it was a dog barking and pointed his finger at him. Donpil screamed at the top of his voice for him to get out of there, but unfortunately, it was too late. This beautiful sound pleased Yue Liang very much. He told Zhu Hua to watch carefully as his subordinate was eaten alive. The evil Donpil decided to give his last strength and attack him with his mighty sword. But, like the first time, he failed. He only tested the stones with his body. His destructive power was enough to defeat top-notch martial artists with just external techniques. It was that time. Mealtime. Zhu Hua shouted for everyone to run and inform the sect of what was happening. Yue Liang said that there is food for them everywhere. Let them eat as much as they want. And he also called the animals in the area. Don't worry, their bodies will be torn to pieces, and they will die an unimaginably painful death. Jung Il-young found this scene interesting. The beasts of the demon cult obey the real beasts. This Jianghu Wusean is just an illusion. A swordsman who saved his family because he can't stand injustice, romanticizing drinking together on a sailboat in the name of friendship. But Jianghu is just one facet of the world. It's not something he likes, but the world revolves around one rule that the demon cult bastards love to chant. Only the strongest survive here. Eat or be eaten. Such is the law of the beasts. In the end, people are animals too. It doesn't matter if they tear someone to pieces or cheat them to death. They kill and are killed to get to the top. Morals and ethics mean nothing in the world of animals. Isn't that why they exist in this world? To get to the top? Donpil groaned and tried to get up. But Yue Liang told him that there was no need to exert himself so much. He would die anyway, just like them. But what should he do? How can he save his squad members in this hell and fulfill his duty? Maybe he needs to find a way out of here. He has to think fast. There has to be some way out. He can't just die, Donpil thought. Suddenly, someone threw a sword and pierced the wolf's head. Zhu Hua was saved from certain death. This was the third young master. For some, this news was joyful. For others, it was not. The owner saw that there were many animals here, but it just made him nervous. He chopped them into pieces. The third young master said that he only came here to kill one guy, but there was a whole mountain of trash here that he needed to get rid of. Everyone was shocked at how easily he dealt with the beasts. He really didn't have time for that today, but he would have killed him too. And then Jun Il-ryong let him wait a little and he will make Japanese sashimi from his meat. Meanwhile, in the demonic cult, a dialogue was taking place between the master of the inner enlightenment organ, So-yeon Sim, and the general strategist, Hyo-yo-sung. The man realized that one of Master So-yeon Shim's virtues was her great honesty, and he was not going to give it up. She feels like she said something like this to him before. The other person will be taken aback if he suddenly changes the subject like this. Hyo-yo-sung said that he meant the third young master. After all, they had seen him often recently. The girl suddenly felt hot. She couldn't understand how he knew everything. Maybe he was spying on her. The man explained that being a general strategist in a divine cult is a lonely position, so he has been keeping a close eye on what's going on lately. It's quite funny. He assures me that he couldn't survive in a demonic cult if that were the case. A cold-blooded dictator! One of the cult's best assassins! That's what people called her, but lately she's not living up to her nickname. So-yeon Shim asked if he was very comfortable saying such things to her face. But what's wrong with that, he said. People say it's not a sin to speak ill of someone, even a cult leader, when he's not around. The girl thought that if something went wrong, he would be able to manipulate her. Hyo-yo-sung acts like an impulsive person. He is the most formidable and picky representative of the divine cult. He is definitely not to be trifled with. The man wonders if the inner center of enlightenment is breaking its neutrality and supporting the third young lord. So-yeon Shim raised the issue again, but the center of inner enlightenment did not interfere in the succession struggle. The general strategist says he cannot interfere with her choice. The man knows how much she cares for and trusts the cult. The girl thanks him for this. She was curious as to why someone so devoted to the cult would send the third young lord outside the cult without telling her. Hyo-yo-sung said that she shouldn't take it as sarcasm or a threat. He wasn't going to send her to the criminal justice court. He was sure that she had her reasons. The girl asked with fear in her voice why he was so interested in the third young lord. One said that it was just innocent curiosity. All the members of the divine cult focused their attention on the third young lord. People kill others without even knowing them, so the third lord decided that he would save their lives instead. A successor candidate who has been growing in influence and power at a very rapid pace ever since he cleared the blockage in his chi. Perhaps somewhere deep down it's true, and she's interested in him too. But what should I tell Hyo-yo-sung? She can't describe what he's really like. So she suggested that he meet him himself. The man asked if she meant that there was something about him that she couldn't explain. This turns out to be more interesting than he thought. After all, he'd never seen her talk about anyone that way. The girl said that she knew that it was not a problem for him, and that she could meet him whenever she wanted. He replied that he really intended to meet him. Whenever he got too bored, something interesting happened. He thinks to buy him some tea as soon as he returns. Their meeting will be unforgettable. Everyone watched as the third young lord cut the wolves into pieces and did not understand how this was possible. The elder wondered if he was also from a demonic cult. He thought it was strange because the boy attacked the wolves, but the direction of his bloodlust was directed at him. Looking at the third young master, the evil Yul Yang asked him how dare he kill a pack of blood wolves in front of his eyes. The third young master asked if he was the leader of these mongrels. But why did he obey this old eccentric? The man said he didn't know where the guy was from, but he would kill him if he was also from a demonic cult. Clenching his fist, Yul Yang shouted forward to the blood wolf leader. Hearing this, a fox ran out from under the lord's clothes and stood behind him. The third young master realized that he was commanding the wolves by using communication through their energy core. The fox decided to show her power. She screamed so loudly that everything around her was washed away by a powerful energy wave. What kind of beast is this? Yul Yang was surprised. This is not an ordinary beast. Or is this another creature in the skin of a beast? Could it be a mystical being? A divine but also demonic being that causes all sorts of mysterious events and legends? He was no match for any beast in the southern wild beast palace. Even the Tiger King looked pitiful in comparison. Could such a mystical creature really exist? The young lord looked at the fox with a smile and said that this meant that he was not an ordinary fox. Was he hurt by that scream? That scream must have struck fear into the minds of all living beings who heard it. Who is he, and why is he walking around with such a monster? Yul Yang asked. He replied that there was no point in knowing, since he was already dead. The enraged Yul Yang shouted that he would rip his throat out and charged towards him with his divine southern wolf fist. But it was not as easy as he thought. The young lord raised his powerful fist. The man couldn't believe that his divine fist was losing to him. His muscles were twisting and his bones were shattering. Now he can forget about his left hand. because the bones are completely shattered. It wasn't a matter of internal energy or skill. Third young master was simply much stronger than him. Yu Liang had always been confident that he was stronger than anyone except the main bear. But how could he lose to a mere member of a demonic cult? I mean, it's unbelievable. Young master remembers this sect that rules the beasts, a sect that is as strong as the great sects of the Central Plain, the Southern Wild Beast Palace, one of the strongest forces in the outer wall area. But that had nothing to do with him, so he could kill him. Having said his last parting words, he tested his head for strength. Elder Zhang Il-ryong was stunned by what he saw, as the heir to the Southern Wild Beast Palace was killed by some young member of the demonic cult. Now it was the elder's turn. The young lord rushed towards him with all his fury. He had to kill him today. He could have passed by, but since it was something that happened in his past life, the guy could have started a new life now. But the leg continued to hurt. He couldn't forget it. The same leg that bastard cut off that day. With words about returning his leg, the young lord pounced on him with his mighty sword. The old man did not understand where the demon could have come from, who it was. They had never met before, had they? Maybe the boy doesn't understand something. It was that group of animals that attacked his people. They had nothing to do with him. He has dealt with these wolves. This fight is now meaningless. Although the triad of power is at odds with each other, this is to some extent a political territory. The man asked, "Is there any need for a senseless fight to the death? Maybe stop here and now, and put away your sword." The third young lord smiled and said that people never really change. Still the same evil tongue. The boy asked if this was the first time in a long time that he was afraid to enter into battle. Jung Yoryung assures me that they have never met before. Did they really know each other before? The young lord answered him that they were not just acquaintances, and after these words, he disappeared before his eyes. But this cannot be said for sure. The speed at which the traces disperse is too high. Suddenly, the guy hit from above. His sword is too heavy and powerful. He won't hold out for long. The third young lord said that if he died from one blow, he would be too disappointed. Looks like the demon cult has created another lewd demon. The guy is stronger than he expected. However, he can't lose to him. While parrying the blow, the young lord realized that his body's aerodynamics were inferior to his own, so he would receive internal damage from such an attack. His secret passage, white funeral fencing. However, the sword dance may seem beautiful. Hidden bloodlust is as deadly as a snake's fangs. Jung Il-ryong, maybe he really doesn't remember him. 9 times the third form of the trembling sorrow blade technique, and 8 cold hell blood lotuses filled with cold air. The elder was shocked that the boy had mastered the blade technique. He had definitely seen it before. The most terrifying secret weapon of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, which killed all kinds of masters under the command of the leading forces. Jung Il-ryong realized that this was the sword technique of the assassin king Cheon Hajin. Who is he to use that bastard Cheon Hajin's blade technique? The guy asked. Does he really remember? Meanwhile, people were preparing to move on. They were collecting boxes and putting them in a cart. Dongpil offered Governor Zhu a life-sustaining pill and told him to hurry up and take it. The girl felt awkward because the third leader also had serious injuries. Why was he giving her this pill? The man replied that he would get more when he returned. He will stand guard, so let him circulate his qi. Zhu Hua thanked him for such help. Dongpil regrets that he was unable to properly protect anyone at such an important moment. He thinks that this time he can get the young lord's help. He will have nothing to say even if he loses his guardian rights after returning to the sect. But he had never seen the young lord so angry before, as if he were deeply offended. The girl said that it was time for them to go. The search was over, and she could ask the demon transport squad to guard her. Now he could go help the young lord. However, Dongpil doesn't think he'll need his help. The third young master can handle it on his own. Zhu Hua claims that he is the only person who can help the young lord. There is no third lord publicly here. Suddenly, Goldie the fox ran up to them and looked at them strangely. Dongpil asked what was wrong with her. She turned around and left. How can this be? The elder clearly remembers how he killed Cheon Hajin correctly. He cut off his leg and he lost his head altogether. Did Cheon Hajin pick up the phone and no one knew? That bastard is like a half-demon. The elder said that he asked him for the last time. Who is he? Let him speak while he breathes. The boy replied that if he was interested, he should find out with his sword. The elder seemed to release his white lotus chi. Magic swords is a masterpiece, the art of white funeral swordsmanship, one of the 10 greatest arts of the Orthodox sects, which even contains enlightenment. When there is a lack of strength and sharpness, the overflowing inner force will seek power, and enlightenment will restore sharpness. He even has a white crane sword, and it's not a body that would lose to a half-demon. The boy asked if he really thought the white burial sword would have the same effect on him as it did then. It was time to summon demonic energy if he wanted to tear this bastard to shreds. All demonic energy, even that hidden in his veins. He has reached the second stage of demonic arts. Demonic vision of the highest heaven and earth of Guatemala. But how is this possible, thought the old man. How could he destroy his white funeral sword with one swing of his heavy blade? Was this young bastard's enlightenment beyond his capabilities? He had completely underestimated him. Suddenly, the elder froze in place. He did not understand what this combination was. The man felt as if he had fallen into water. His arms and legs became heavy and he had difficulty breathing. His senses are fine, but his body is slow. Or maybe the world itself has become slower? Those clear eyes. Had he shed his bloodthirstiness? Had he achieved enlightenment in that brief moment? The surge of power was so great that the elder became disillusioned with the belief that the world had become slow. This is simply absurd. Maybe this guy doesn't know that he is the first elder of the Righteous Sky Alliance. The man can't hold it for so long. It seems like the white crane sword is about to leave him. It's already a big crack. His great blade was cloaked in monstrous demonic energy, allowing it to slash downwards with a force capable of crushing a mountain. He must be in his early 20s, so how can he be so superhumanly strong? This is because he knows very well that at this stage, his white funeral swordsmanship is especially vulnerable to heavy blades. That's why he needed such a huge sword. Moreover, if the guy was stronger than him in enlightenment, he would be nothing. The young master scattered his body in all directions. Isn't this a contraction of the 9 heavens? If he were the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, he would know that this was the killer of King Cheon Hajin. The third young master said that after Chong Ryong changed his path from martial arts to politics and did not fight for so long, he became completely rusty. A year ago, he used the unstoppable network formation as an ambush. It was not a battle. Does he think that with this level of talent, he can push aside Dam Sayong and take on the role of the righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance? What the hell, said the elder. Could it be that bastard Cheon Hajin? The boy replied that he didn't know who he was looking for before, but if he wanted to know who he was, they better give him his leg. There are no other options. The third young lord mercilessly cut off the elder's leg with his mighty sword. Looks like Jung Il-ryong miscalculated. This guy was the first one to inflict such an injury on him since he joined the Alliance, and even when he first started practicing martial arts. There are no plans to fight here. To survive, he must escape. Looking at the third young master, the elder saw that he had lost a lot of energy. The door the guy opened is trying to forcefully close. If he continues to move like this, he will increase the likelihood that his demonic energy will worsen. He needs to find a way to replenish it. But until then, he needs to attack and use his life force without moving too much. The elder was surprised, for the boy's face suddenly turned pale and his breathing became ragged. It seemed he was at the limit of his strength. This bastard's art is imperfect. He believes that the only reason the young lord succeeded is because of the strange martial art. That's why they are still in the same state, and he feels more enlightenment in him, so his victory is near. And it is illogical that some demonic cultist has more enlightenment than him. Jung Il-ryong realized that he had to take advantage of this opportunity and end it with one attack. He attacked and shouted that the young lord's luck had just run out. However, no matter how strong the old man thought he was deeply mistaken. The third young lord swung his sword and cut him in two. The guy said there was no need to follow him. In his past life, hope was the only thing that got him through hell. This is the hope of a free life. But it doesn't matter now. The only thing he wanted was to kill him when he came back. But his hatred will never subside. After these words, the young master fainted from excess energy. But help was already at hand. Fox Goldie led Donpul to the battlefield. The death toll from the lightning strike was 5, including the temporary captain, while the death toll from the third escort group reached 27. Juhua apologized to the master of the inner enlightenment organ, So Young-shim, and said that she should have been more vigilant. The woman asked why she was apologizing. After all, they should be pursuing those who attack them. Besides, she said, the girl had completed the task. There was no need to punish her. On the contrary, she was praised. The Master of Enlightenment thought that Zhu Hua was probably tired after the journey and offered to share a meal with her. The girl agreed. In just 10 days, the third young lord had recovered more than half of his martial arts and was able to deal with the monsters that were attacking the fortress's residents. His path is truly terrible. She must see him and go to him immediately. Meanwhile, Dongpil apologized to management, saying that he lacked skills, which led to the deaths of his team members. The man told Dongpil not to doubt his abilities. If he did not think he had the ability and responsibility to carry out his duties, he would never have appointed him to the position. He also said that he would personally visit the families of the victims. However, Dongpil assured that these were his people and he was obliged to go alone. The leader told him that it was an operation that was carried out separately, without the knowledge of the chief keeper. He did not need to worry, since he had sent them on this mission, and he had to bear his own responsibility. In their job, to protect means to be willing to die for someone. That's the whole point of their job. As the leader of the group, the man stated that Dongpil should also take responsibility for some things. Therefore, the chief must assign him an appropriate punishment. Dongpil must take leave to perform his duties in the guard room. The third guard of the group will be suspended indefinitely. However, Dongpil will receive a secret order: cooperate with the security station. Until this is done, he will not be eligible to be elected again as overseer of the Hall of Guardians. Permanent suspension. Dongpil has nothing to say. In fact, he even agrees to a complete suspension from the Hall Security Service because of this mistake. The leader said that from now on, Dongpil has been chosen as the third young master's personal bodyguard. The disciplinary action against team leader Ma Dongpil is ready. As a member of their society, he doesn't dare ask the third young master about it, but he can go and learn a lot from him. And here he is again. Maybe this is some kind of dream? The guy can't believe that he finally passed out and is being treated like luggage. The young lord said that this could not go on any longer. As soon as he heard his name, something inside him stirred. But what is this now? What kind of freedom is this for him? Does he really want it? Or is this retribution? Suddenly, the young master's thoughts were disturbed by Dongpil. He took care of the young master. Since he was here, the guy offered him something to eat, as he was very hungry and could not stand it anymore. However, before that, Dongpil wanted to say something to the young lord. And what exactly? The boy asked. From now on, he sincerely declares that he will protect him as his personal bodyguard. Dongpil would give his life to protect him if necessary. The young master was shocked by these words. "Who is the personal guard?" he asked. The man replied that from now on he would live and eat with him and be his bodyguard. Was this a punishment for trying to escape? The young master wondered. Manhwa set the table and the boys began to feast. As expected, her skills were top-notch, said the third young master. Even though the guy returned safely, the fight with Jong Il-ryong was dangerous for him. There is a difference from the first door of demonic energy. The second opening ceremony is a continuous technique of incarnating demonic energy to strengthen its power. That's why it will definitely be a big burden on the body. The young lord needs something else until his energy becomes more successful. Like that old man, it would be nice to have a weapon with good compatibility. The boy asked Dongpil. He used to have a sword, right? Where did he get it from? He answered that it was in the lord's arsenal. With that, he turned towards the armory. The text that Yongshim gave him also mentioned this. Demon Heart Armory. A large armory in the outer hall where normal demons can come and go. This is where most of the cult members get their weapons. Demon Lord's Armory. An indoor warehouse where only weapons made by masters are displayed. Only the commander of the combat squad can enter and exit it, and sometimes there are weapons that can be called unique. And also the armory of the heavenly demons. The weapons of the cult are stored there. Only the leader and the subsequent successors can enter. Even the ancient demons cannot enter unless they have the leader's permission. The young lord asked Dongpil that they now needed the lord's permission to enter the heavenly demon vault. The man replied that it was correct. The boy asked if he knew how to get in. Dongpil said that student leaders had the right to enter the warehouse once. This means that if he visits this place, he can say goodbye to this body. Suddenly, Yoon Hong-ryung interrupted their conversation. She said hello and that she had prepared some snacks. How about a glass of a good drink? The third young gentleman saw her and was surprised. He asked her why she was not at work. The girl answered that she had come, despite her very busy schedule, to have a drink with him. Why was he not happy? The guy said he was going to visit a place anyway, so he should come later if he wanted to drink. Yoon Hong-ryung asked where he was going. The young lord replied that he didn't need to tell her every step he took. In the end, the guy did reveal that he was going to the demon lord's warehouse. Is she happy now? However, someone overheard their conversation. The man asked the boy why he went to the demon lord's warehouse and not the heavenly demon's warehouse. It had been 7 years since the man had last seen him like this, but it could have been 8. The man asked if he was going to the weapons depot. Could they pour him a glass of hot tea? The young master was surprised by these strange questions. He said that he saw this for the first time, and it was not a tea house. This was clearly not the place. It was easy to get lost in this place. Donpil turned to the gentleman and said that this strange man was the general strategist. The man said that a lot of time had passed, and he was sorry that the gentleman did not remember him. General strategist Heo Yo-sum asked the young master why he was going to the Demon King's armory instead of the Heavenly Demon's armory, or had he already visited that place? The third young lord replied that he was already there. That was why he was heading to the Demon King's weapon warehouse. The strategist heard that he usually used a rather intricate blade technique. Did he really decide to change his main weapon? The young master found it very strange why this man was asking him such questions. Suddenly, the strategist Hyo Yo-sung offered his help in gaining access to the heavenly vault of demonic weapons. The young master asked if this was really possible. The man replied that he had no reason to lie. The young lord assumed that he would want something in return. The man says he's sorry, but life is a compromise, and it looks like the young gentleman has experience with that. The guy asked what the price of this exchange was. The general strategist replied that he just wanted to talk to him and have a drink in the evening. The young man apologized and told him to wait a little while. He was going to change his clothes. Guy ordered Donpil to go to the master of the internal organ of enlightenment immediately. Let him ask her if she had met with the general strategist while he was away. If they met, what did they talk about? And if she said anything about him. Donpil said it would be done. General strategist Ho Yo-sun is different from everyone he has met in the divine cult. His words seem frivolous, but they all carry meaning. This man appeared after he came to his senses after returning to the divine cult. The young master is sure that he has met the master of the inner organ of enlightenment. He should know that the boy has also come out. The boy's instincts told him to avoid this man. He knew it the moment he saw his face. For the 6 forces of Heavenly Network's technique to react so strongly to the appearance of a master strategist who hadn't even studied martial arts. He tells an incredible story about how on his first holiday he went to enjoy nature and instead was robbed by bandits. His words waver between lies and truth. He is very skilled in hiding his true nature. The general strategist destroyed all those bandits. The young master praised him, saying that he was brave. Hyo Yo-sun disagreed and said that he was brave. But why? The young man asked. The general strategist replied that he had earned a vacation to get out of there. But unfortunately, the young gentleman managed to slip away. The guy asked him what the real reason was for coming to him. Was it just a look? He told him that it was probably out of curiosity. Suddenly, the young master stopped. The strategist asked, "Is there something wrong?" After all, the heavenly demon weapon vault was still quite far away. The boy says he has no other choice. He sees that the strategist has gone on this journey alone. The young lord does not feel the presence of the warrior escort, and the atmosphere there is not the same. And there's just one unanswered question. Is he ready to have his head rolled? Hyo Yo-sung said that he didn't expect this turn of events. The young lord replied that predictable plots are not enjoyable. The general strategist couldn't understand why the young lord was doing this. He wanted to know the reason. The guy said he didn't know the real reason, but after all, he wasn't here out of curiosity or goodwill. The strategist assures him that he doesn't know what it is, but he feels that there is something there, and therefore threatens him to try to find out. The young lord said that it was not a simple threat. He was fully prepared to kill him right now. Hyo Yo-sung asked if he was going to kill the cult's chief strategist. These consequences could not be avoided, even if he was the third young lord. The boy replied that there was nothing to worry about. The strategist told him to put the sword back. This could be considered a betrayal. The man thought it didn't matter. Whether he died now or later, of old age or something else, everyone died sooner or later. However, now he felt the determination in his blade. He could actually die. The guy asks him one last time why he decided to visit him. He will kill him if he says it was out of curiosity. But as he learned, Hyo Yo-sung asked. The young lord warned against answering a question with a question. He had already said that this was his last chance. The chief strategist said he would tell him if he also told him how he knew about his other intentions. The young man replied that he knew nothing. It was intuition, and he had a sixth sense. So when his logic and emotions collide, he acts as those emotions dictate. And then the guy knows that at least he won't have any regrets. Sixth sense? The man was surprised that he could hear about it here. After all, he was already familiar with it. One day he was with a demon lord. He told him to do something and assured him that it was right because his sixth sense told him so. And he told me to remember one thing from now on. The world doesn't work on logic alone. Smart people, like strategists, often forget that. You have to work on your intuition. Logic may give him answers to questions in the present, but intuition gives him answers to questions in the future. From this comes true wisdom. Hearing these words, the general strategist bowed to him. He didn't even bow when he met the imperial prince, but he couldn't help but bow to the demon lord. Unlike the prince, who simply gave orders, he taught him an important lesson. The third young gentleman said that if he didn't know the answer to a question, then it would be better for someone else to ask. Who knows? Maybe they do know the answer. What does he mean? The strategist asked. He just wanted to see how the guy would react if he was put in an awkward situation. For example, it could be like this. A young lord went into an arms depot and said that he actually had no right to send anyone there. The boy asked, so he would put him there and then say that he entered without permission? If that happened, even the demon lord's disciples would not be able to avoid disciplinary action. Trespassing on forbidden territory is a serious offense. In truth, the young lord thinks he is a very evil man. The strategist said he heard it often. They called him crazy. What an idiot, the boy thought, finding something to brag about. The young master said he was incredible and suggested that we split up. Hoyo was shocked by what he heard. But what about the heavenly demon weapon now? And how about having a drink with him? The boy replied that he wasn't going to drink with a man who was going to send him to prison just to satisfy his curiosity. In any case, he didn't need to go to the heavenly demon's armory. The strategist said he considered himself a man of his word. He'd been partying hard the last few nights for this day. The young lord asked if there was any reason why he should care. Suddenly, the strategist asked him a counter-question. He sent his warrior escort to the master of the internal organ of enlightenment, right? Huoyo thinks that it was to warn her. Or maybe to tell her not to say anything about him, to keep her mouth shut. If this idiot knows everything, then he is more than just a nuisance, the young lord thought. The master of the inner organ of enlightenment no longer trusts him. Shouldn't the young master be with him for a bit? After all, he destroyed the only relationship he had in the divine cult. He has no friends here anymore. In the end, the guy decided to have a drink with him. The strategist replied that this was a very wise choice, but first they would stop at the weapons depot. As the general strategist left the warehouse, he was shocked that the young master had taken so many weapons with him. He asked him why not one weapon. The guy replied that he told him that he was sending him there only once so that he would not take one thing. He was so difficult to deal with, the strategist thought. He certainly seemed like an immature child. You couldn't really know a person until you met him face to face. It seemed that the master of the inner enlightenment organ was right. It was as if some old martial artist who had been through hell and back had taken over his body. The young gentleman asked him how long he would hide there. He was a busy man. He needed time to drink. The chief strategist has no doubts about him, since he was able to escape alive from the demonic judgment pavilion. But he is not someone who will harm the divine cult. And Hyo Sung believes that this is why the demon lord left him alone. But who knows what changes he will bring. Tomorrow, he will have to go to the demon lord. The young lord and his new swords returned home. Donpil's subordinate was waiting for him at the entrance with the completed task. The man asked the young lord where he got so many weapons. He replied that they were weapons from the heavenly demon's storehouse. Donpil was surprised to see so many swords. It seemed like the young lord had chosen the best weapon. On his belt hangs a night sword made of black demonic flame. A sword that looks ordinary, but is deadly. It was one of the favorite weapons of the 7 great demons that once terrorized the world of Murim. The blue sword and the red sword are twins, and are called demonic weapons because of the reputation of the previous owner. But this item actually deserves the title of divine weapon. The unusual thing is that they have never been able to be used together. Therefore, this weapon is coveted by everyone. Donpil praised him and said that he had found an unusual weapon. The boy replied that he simply liked it, regardless of whether it was good or not. He simply felt that the sword suited him. This was what the man expected from the young master. He did not care about the history of the sword. He was simply wondering if this sword suited him. The third young gentleman showed Donpil a huge sword and asked him if he knew its origin. The man replied that he had never seen one before. The boy gave it to Donpil and said that he had found it in the corner of the warehouse. The man picked it up and felt that the sword was very heavy, at least 60 pounds. It was not an item the young lord could use for a long fight. But his eyes continued to stare at it. Unlike the other weapons on the rack, it was at an angle, so he could not determine its name. but judging by the handle, the boy decided to call it Yonggindo. Dongpil said that the handle looks more like a dragon's scales. He does not understand the meaning of the name given by the young master. However, what is truly remarkable about the young master, and what Dongpil noticed during their stay in the bamboo forest, is that he can use various weapons without any difficulty. His skills are truly outstanding. The boy gave Dongpil one of the swords and told him to take it, no matter how good his eyesight was. The young master didn't know whether it was right for him or not. However, he chose him considering that Dongpil was on such a serious and difficult path in martial arts. One of the 5 great demonic swords, and one of the 10 strongest magical swords. The Muihanga sword. It is also called the Sword of Silence. This is because when the sword's owner does not display his skill, it does not produce any effects. However, when a worthy person becomes its owner, the sword unleashes terrible power. To pay for this sword, it is not enough to say thank you 10 million times. Such words would most likely humiliate the young master's dignity. However, if Dongpil does this, he vows to protect him for the rest of his life. He has no other options. His name is Ma Dongpil, and he vows to be the young lord's best protector for the rest of his days. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and shouted that he had a message from the demon lord. He wanted to see the 3rd young master in his palace. The young lord greeted the demon lord. He told him to sit down and poured him a drink. The demon lord said that the boy had trained well. He heard that the boy was harsh with the 4th grade students. The 4th young lord is based on the modification, the art of the red house. He is a stubborn person, but he has good skills and ideas, as well as the ability to create something new even at such a young age, which is not possible for everyone. However, he gradually progressed, and in just 3 years became a very bright artist. The boy thought that something was wrong. After all, the demon lord was talking about him a lot today. However, he didn't know what his purpose was. A strategist without power may be called a shrewd man, but he is hardly a great strategist. The 4th young master had great talent, but he ruined it by getting involved in intrigues. Those who don't know and don't judge his talent are stupid people, and he personally hates stupid people. That's why the demon lord is disappointed with the 4th ruler. He shouldn't live like this, but what the demon lord didn't expect most was that he would fall into the hands of the 3rd young lord. The demon lord knows the ambitions of the 4th lord and understands from his words that he is not one to achieve his goal. However, he didn't think that he would lose the battle for succession so quickly. He doesn't like stupid people, but does the 3rd young lord know what kind of people he likes? He likes those who exceed his expectations. And the 3rd young lord on that list, after all, he has been doing this repeatedly and for quite some time. That is why he admires him. It can't be, thought the 3rd young lord. The demon lord himself admires him? A feeling of pride arises, and behind this feeling of pride lies self-hatred. After a miserable life as a weapon of a secret alliance, and a life as his leader's dog, because of this life lesson, he is now recognized and considered the strongest person he can be. He hated himself for admitting it so emotionally. Maybe he needed to wake up. He had dreamed of freedom all his life. But who in the world would ever get a compliment from such a monster? If you were his dog, it's perfectly normal to feel proud. If this is true, then it turns out that self-hatred is not necessary, since a person experiences only negative emotions. So emotions come and go naturally. He doesn't have to feel guilty for feeling something or for wanting to feel it. After all of these feelings are part of who he is. The demon lord told the boy that he was constantly changing and growing, and that was why he considered himself special. But now that this person said this, the 3rd young master really felt that it was inappropriate for him. After all, he was just an ordinary disciple. The man remembered that the chief strategist came yesterday. He said that the young lord had opened the heavenly demon weapons vault. The demon lord also asked the boy if he liked swords. Maybe he wasn't very comfortable using them. The man extended his hand and said that the 7 demon sword and the 2 swords were good choices. He would be disappointed if the boy took something that did not live up to the legacy of his predecessor. Suddenly, all of the young lord's swords fell from the sky. The young lord realized that this void control was a divine ability. Did he really take his weapon, which was left at the entrance, along with the bag? What level has this man reached? The demon lord said that this would be a reward for the disciple who exceeded his expectations. Let him choose any weapon he likes. The boy did not understand what he wanted to convey with this ambiguous look. The man said he would teach him a lesson. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Knowledge equals understanding, and with it comes the instinct to attack. This will be his only chance to defeat the giant named Lee Jong-sang. Will it work? Judging by the marks, it was clear that the attack was perfect. But he didn't block or dodge the blow. Why wasn't there a single scratch? The man said the blow was excellent. But he said he would teach him a lesson, not attack him. The guy seems to have understood his intentions perfectly. Is it intelligence, conditioned by ability, or is it feelings? There is no such simple ability. He is like an animal, and he has an instinct for danger. The demon lord said he had a question for the boy. He wasn't going to end their conversation with one blow, was he? And he was ready to continue, so why stop? The third young lord was shocked by what he heard. How could he have read his intention? Li Chung is right. He has no reason to stop. He has to do it. There is no other choice. And if he continues, he will hit him back. Is that instinct too? The demon lord thought to himself to be prepared. He said he would teach him a lesson. However, he still doesn't know what the guy has and what he can show. That's why the man hasn't given him any hints yet. The demon lord knows that the child has something else, so let him try his best this time. The boy realized that the moment had come for him to open the gates of the dark shadow demonic art. The young lord shouted that he was using the power of the divine stage. Could it be that he would exceed his expectations this time? If so, he can surpass them even more. He has already lost one life. Now he has nothing to lose. Meanwhile, Yu Hong Young decided to go to the young lord. Manhwa told her that he went to the demon lord's palace. Yu Hong Ryong was angry. Why would a young lord meet a demon lord? How could he possibly be busy? The guy doesn't have a job, right? Manhwa said that there was no need to be rude to the young master. He was called, so he had to leave. Hong Ryong was surprised by the maid's courage. Had she lost her fear? However, the girl can't hit her because she's too small. So for now, she'll have to endure her antics. Nearby, Donpil was practicing with his new sword. Hearing their conversation, a man came over and said that they didn't know when the young lord would return. If she just came for a drink, she could leave. The girl asked why he was playing with his sword here. Let him go back to the guard's palace and train there. This isn't his home, is it? Donpil replied that he had been appointed as the young lord's bodyguard. Didn't anyone tell her that? She saw his sword and asked where he got it from. The man said that the young master gave it to him. The girl did not understand why the young lord gave him such a relic. Where was her legacy? Why only to him? The man chose to ignore her questions. When will the young master return? He can't handle this woman. At this time, the third young gentleman lay and could not move. It was difficult for him to breathe, even from such lessons. His strength is half what it used to be, even though he always tries his best. But why does the guy still feel good? He got a lot of benefit from it. Fighting a strong man like him was a lesson in itself. Although this always made him nervous, it ultimately benefited him. The demon lord said he'd had enough. We need to get back to the tower. Half a day is like half a year. I hope he learned something. He wrote something on him with a black brush and said that it was the missing element in his martial arts. This guy's demonic arts are no less than the 10 greatest demonic arts. But there were some parts that he would have to learn on his own because they had just been revealed. The third young lord wondered how the demon lord was able to see through his weaknesses and the details that needed to be changed in the dark shadow demon art in just half a day. He had never received anything like this before. And he didn't even realize that the lord had such a side. This was a very good lesson. His mind was shaken again. He was sincerely grateful for such a chance. However, the master himself told him not to thank him, and not to think that this was a worthy reward for a student who surprised his teacher. The young lord replied that he would try and not let him down. The man told him that he would look forward to it. The demon lord was curious. After all, he was attracted to someone, which meant the guy was still in demon territory. It had been quite some time since anyone had drawn a sword on him, even left a mark from the supreme sword he managed to master. Looks like this guy has evolved. The legend of a mythical fox that brought war to different countries. If this legend is true, then the person who caused the war will always be on the verge of death. This man understands death better than anyone else. Does that mean it's time? The Heavenly Demon Cult's military department was once again talking about the third young master. The first guardian of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Murim, heard that General Strategist Ho Yo-sung had met with a third young master. What was his impression? The man thought for a long time and said that it is difficult to learn everything about a person in one meeting. The first guardian assumed that the chief strategist was the person who knew the cult best. Hyo Yo-sun took it as a compliment, saying that he was the first guard to say that to him. Udam had heard from people that he was so strange. The general strategist asked why he was asking about him. He replied that 2 days ago, the third young master was summoned to his palace by the demon lord. The demon lord taught him for half a day. While none of the potential successors had received any lessons from him until now, this was unexpected. The man heard that Heo Yo-sung was opening the heavenly demonic armory for the third young master. He replied that he was right, but he could not interfere in the battle for the throne. It would be up to the demon lord. Heo Yo-sun doesn't see that the internal balance of his cult is broken, and he doesn't think that they should take sides. Did the first guard really come to him to reprimand him? The man replied that he had no authority or experience to do so, or even the wisdom to admonish him. He was there only as the head of the palace guard, to express concern to the man at the top of cult politics. The general strategist asked. So when the man asked about the third young master, he wanted to say that this guy was the one needed to open the heavenly demon armory? The man replied that it was correct. In that case, the man said, he would answer like this. He doesn't need to open a warehouse for him. People who are already superior to others don't need something like a gun. He can't say for sure what kind of person this third young master is, but from his conversation, he can understand him a little better. The first guard said that he thought he was on the verge of cult politics. The strategist said that was not true. He was not good enough to accept such an offer. He is simply someone who makes big calculations, understanding and taking into account the differences between people in the cult, to help the demon lord accurately assess the situation. Heo Yo-sun believes that what First Guardian Murim is worried about should not happen. This man has always been wrong about the master strategist. He knew that what made him distinctive was not only his unique mannerisms, but also his genuine devotion to the cult. The strategist himself did not expect that he would discuss the future of the heavenly cult with the first keeper, with whom he had communicated only a few times. Could it be that all of this is thanks to the third young master? The life of the heavenly cult these days is very interesting. The training process was in full swing. The young lord told Donpil that he had overreacted to his intent to kill. Perhaps it has to do with the fact that I am his guardian, tasked with protecting him at all costs. If you look at it positively, it is a responsibility. But if you look at it negatively, the man is still too strict. This limits his potential. So the guy tells Dongpil that he is strong enough, but still not good enough to protect him. He doesn't want this man to die before him just because he wants to protect him. After the young master's words, Dogpil thought, wasn't he burdening himself with this responsibility too much? The guy said that was enough training for today. We should go and get something to eat. Dongpil said yes and thanked him for the training. Suddenly, the young master felt a great energy behind the gate. It seemed that an interesting guest had arrived. Master of the criminal law, Hall of the Heavenly Divine Cult of the Heavenly Demon, Gu Guo Gu. The boy asked what brought him here. As far as he remembered, they were not close enough for the man to visit him. The master is sure that the boy knows about the upcoming Mara festival. The young master replied that he had heard about it, but what does it have to do with him? Guo Gu said that the boy once said that he didn't like to waste time on meaningless talk. The young lord appreciated that the man remembered that. The master got straight to the point. He came to ask the third young master to do him a favor. The guy thought about it and asked, why should he help people who don't even like him? His beliefs have not changed. Gogu still considers himself a dangerous person, but he thinks that if they have a common enemy, he can help him. The guy immediately asked, what kind of common enemy are we talking about? As a man running for the throne, aren't all the other candidates his enemies? During the Feast of Mara, he arrests and imprisons one of his disciples. The third young lord is surprised. He asks for help to catch another student? Like the video if you liked it. This will increase the chance of a new episode. The Feast of Mara is an ancient ritual dedicated to the only god of the divine cult of heavenly demons and the ruler of the sixth heaven of the world of desires, Mara. In the past, they even offered human sacrifices to Mara. It was then that the cult of the divine heavenly demon began to gain notoriety as a demonic cult. But today's Mara festival is different. Despite its doctrines and scriptures, the divine cult of heavenly demons is involved in worldly affairs. After all, today's Mara festival is simply an ancient rite, no different from the Murim festival held by the demon cult. The third young lord had already heard about this from Donpil. However, what is the connection between the request for help and Mara's festival? The man said that this year, during the Mara festival, they will arrest one of the heirs of the criminal court prison. The young lord was surprised by this turn of events. However, they would not have touched the other 6 unless they had committed a serious crime. He asked if there was another heir besides the remaining 6. The master replied that there was. To be precise, he was appointed as the heir and would be coming to the Mara festival. He is the eldest son of the Demon Sword family. Demon Sword family. As members of the 7 families of the demon cult, they are considered the greatest in swordsmanship. The boy asked why he wanted to put him in jail. Did he do something bad? Guogu replied that the man robbed and killed 7 cult followers and framed an innocent half-demon for the crime. The cult made a grave mistake. The criminal is still alive and well, and the innocent half-demon who gave all his strength to the cult was unjustly executed. This is a disgrace to the cult, and they need to catch the bastard. They need to catch him and deliver him to the grieving family of the unjustly killed half-demon. The young lord asked how they wanted to capture him. He replied that he did not know. That was why he had come to him. The boy decided he needed to do something about it. He came to the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the center of inner enlightenment. The young lord apologized for coming unannounced. He said it was because of the unjust execution. The girl did not understand what he meant. 2 years ago, one of the maids working at the Inner Enlightenment Center was murdered. He wants information about the victim. The guy said that she probably knew that the real culprit was someone else. So Young-shim wondered how he knew that. The girl asked if he was speaking from the criminal law court. The young lord answered, quickly understanding everything. The culprit has been identified? He can't tell her. Guy noticed that the pressure of demonic energy coming from her was very strong. It happened several years ago, but her rage has not diminished. These 5 scrolls contain all the information about the victim. The young lord thanked her for her cooperation and said he was leaving. So Young-shim thought it was strange that the 3rd young lord didn't mention Mara's feast today. He probably thought that the girl might reveal the identity of the real culprit. If the CID could solve this with their investigative skills, they would have done it themselves. But they turned to one of the heirs for help? This means only one thing. Even the criminal department staff cannot easily touch the real criminal. However, it is likely that the true culprit is a high-ranking half-demon official attending the Festival of Mara. So Young-shim ordered her assistant to bring her a list of high-ranking officials participating in this year's Mara Festival, especially those who belonged to the 7 families of the demon cult. The guy wanted to read something about the law, since it was related to catching a criminal. However, why was he so fat? He couldn't ignore it. Any other heir could step in and handle it better. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time looking for a way to escape from there? The boy thought. It is more practical to realize his dream. He still wants to be free, but it would be wrong to know and ignore it. However, he finds it funny that a former killer is talking about what is right. The guy won't be a threat, but he has to remain human. When faced with such a request, people should at least share the outrage, even if they cannot help. This is one such case. The young lord asked Donpil how he felt. He should be as good as new. The man replied that it was amazing. He never thought he had such strength. The guy replied that he also couldn't believe that he was suppressing his potential so much. Dongpil said that he was ashamed to look him in the eye. The young lord replied that he should not be ashamed to look him in the eye. He should be ashamed of the way of thinking that held him captive. What is the point of having a strong will if his way of thinking is inflexible? If this continues, he will eventually suffer a severe blow. The guy shouted that maybe they should quietly go out and finally look at the criminal's face. The young lord's first impressions were very positive. He said that Anhwa was very happy to have the opportunity to go out. The boy was glad that he gave her time at the party. Looking at the young lord, Donpil was shocked that he was so happy despite his usual tension. As they walked further, they saw a traveling theater. The story of how the last surviving member of a dead family overcame adversity, became a hero, and was staged in Jianghu. The plot is obvious, but formulaic stories are usually enjoyable. The guy suddenly noticed Yu Hongryung. He was screaming that if anyone called her, she had to answer. Was she still upset with the guy who turned down her invitation to go out for a drink? Or is she crying over the play? She seems to have quite a sweet side. The girl did not expect to see him in such a setting. They announced that the Demon Sword family had arrived. The boy would finally see it. This was the grand entrance of the family to which the criminal belonged. This is the Demon Sword family. Among the 7 families of the demon cult, they are famous for their fighting prowess. Divine Heavenly Demon Cult. Lord of the 7 families of the Demon Sword, Ji Woon Hui. The Demon Sword family had not attended the Mara Festival for 3 years. This time, both the family's elite squad and the Honor Sword squad arrived. The young lord heard that the eldest son of the Demon Sword family would become the Demon Lord's disciple during the Mara Festival. Dongpil thought that the Demon Sword family's martial arts were really impressive up close. He studied the master's stern aura and held himself with unwavering dignity. He told the young gentleman that he would be glad to go with him to the event, but it turned out that he had already left. The boy came out to meet Ji Eunhwa and asked if he was the lord of the Demon Sword family. The man asked who he was. The young gentleman replied that he had been seriously injured some time ago and had lost his memory. Perhaps they had met before, but he had no memories. In any case, it was nice to meet you. The Lord doesn't know who he is, but he thinks the boy is well aware of the disrespect he's showing. The young lord wondered what he had done to disrespect him. Had he eaten too much shashlik? The man said that the boy was quite blasphemous. The young lord replied that he had asked the reason, and the man had called him a grump. This is the attitude that arrogant old men often show him. These words deeply affected him. The swordsman he commanded radiated enormous energy, but the tiger is not intimidated by wolves. On the other hand, the head of the demon sword family remains calm despite the provocation. The man said he didn't know why the guy was being so disrespectful, but he would kindly let it go for now. Anyway, he has one question for him. As a father, if he witnessed his child committing a heinous crime, what would he do? Is it really that hard to answer? The man said his policy was to avoid pointless discussions. It's the first day of the Mara festival, so he won't let this disrespect show itself again. Get him out of here, now! Dongpil knows that this is the Demon Sword family lord's hand movement technique. It's surprising how powerful it is, considering that he just used sword energy to strengthen the chi flow in his hand. The young lord said he was tired of this hand technique. Let him answer faster, his neck hurts. Cheon Hajin is shocked. Why is the guy completely fine, even with his sword-swinging technique? The boy asked, was his question really that difficult? The Lord saw the young master using martial arts right before his eyes. What incredible strength and power! Who is this young man? The guy was shouting that today he ate the most delicious shashlik in his life. Due to such demonic power, the demonic sword family lord's horse was frightened and almost fell. The man said that the young lord was quite brave as he used his martial arts to attack him. He controls the speed of his fall using only his internal energy. The guy asked why he was wasting his energy? Or was he going to attack? He was the one who started all this in the first place. Cheon Hajin said he was a little brat. He was going to change the tile himself. The young lord said that he was going to repel the attack, but despite this, he still relied on his strength and did not touch his body. The man was shocked to see that the cracks in the ground stopped right in front of his horse. He would never believe that a guy like him could reach such a level. Even if this man did not use a weapon to minimize the damage, could he be a supreme master? Cheon Hajin asked who he really was. The guy said, let him answer his own question first. He said he was not obligated to answer questions from people whose identity was unknown. The young lord thought again and said that he had indeed been too arrogant. The man asked again, who is he? Suddenly, Dongpil came out from the crowd and said, let them greet the demon lord's disciple, the third young master. Everyone was shocked to hear this. His name is Ma Dongpil, and he is here to accompany his master. Meanwhile, rumors of a clash between the third young master and the demonic sword family had already spread in the criminal law hall. Master Guogu said that this was probably an emergency. Let them send out the squad members without the guard's knowledge. So this is how this guy was going to start? The man knew it was a double-edged sword, but he didn't expect there to be a blade on the handle. Many people say that this is the first time they have seen the third young master. Rumor has it that he is so handsome. The man saw him after he was chosen as the third young master, but there is a big difference between who he was then and who he is now. The guy has changed a lot. The guy asked, is something wrong? Why is everyone looking at his face? How much longer will he have to wait for their greeting? The head of the sword demon family, Cheon Hajin, and his troop welcome the third young master. What a short and simple greeting. They don't underestimate their opponents, but they're not very polite either. Cheon Hajin says he didn't know that this guy was the third young master. He admits his mistake in being overconfident. As a candidate for the position of Demon Lord, the man displayed inappropriate speech and actions. He proposes to pretend that this never happened. The guy agreed and said that he didn't come there to start a fight. However, the man never answered his question. He replied that he would be grateful if the young gentleman would remind him what the question was. The guy said sure. He could repeat it anywhere, anytime. And his question, how would he react if he found out that his son had committed a shameful crime? The man thought, what was the purpose of this guy asking him this question in front of a crowd? There was no point in having a long conversation with a man of his status. Cheon Hajin responded that he would support his case being handled in accordance with the law. The guy says it's ambiguous to say it's legal. What does he mean when he says he'll be tried under their family law? The laws of the Demon Sword family are stricter than other families. If that time comes, he will be with the law, even if it is his son. The young master asked, since it was his son, could he assume that the punishment would be more severe? This guy seems to have subtly expanded his meaning. Since there are many passers-by around, he can't argue with him. The man replied that everything was correct. The head of such a large family as he would definitely give his son a good education. And not just his son, he vows to do the same to his entire family. Ji Un-hwa will never do anything that will bring shame on his family. The young master thought that the man said this out of pride. Even though he was the head of the Sword Don's family, it sounded sincere. Guy apologized for interrupting their journey. He welcomed them to the Mara festival. Ji Un-hui replied that there was no problem. He and his troop continued on their way. Ji Kang-hyun's eldest son, Ji Kang-hyun, and third son, Ji Yong-hyun, judging by the expressions on their faces, were not happy about the incident. Dongpil said that the head of the Black Sword Demon family is truly extraordinary. It is said that his eldest son's skills are not inferior to his own. The young lord replied that he was right, but that bloodlust was not the kind of blood one would get on the battlefield, unless it was paid for with someone's life. Judging by his energy, he killed at least one person in a day, maybe two, without giving the person a chance to fight back. Dongpil was surprised because it was crazy to kill one person every day. The boy thought that the heads of their families seemed to know nothing. But what's worse is the third son, Ji Yong-hyun. He is the youngest and has powers beyond reason. Even after his senses were heightened by the demon lord, he could barely see the power that this guy was hiding. At the very least, Ji Yong-hyun had even more power than him. This is getting more and more interesting. The third young master must surpass himself. Meanwhile, Yu Hong-ryung sang her song and complained to the boys about why she wasn't given a single sword. Why was Dongpil the only one who received the sword from the young master? What did he do to him that was so bad? Dongpil said, "Don't be so overbearing. Besides, it's an unusual sword, and one of the 5 most powerful magical swords in the cult. It's a pity for her that this sword will fall into the hands of a big frog like him. This sword must recognize who is truly worthy of wielding it. Even if he trained his entire life, a man like Dongpil would never be able to prove the true value of this sword." Anhwa said that she fainted. Dongpil saw that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had to return before the city gates closed. The girl woke up and asked why Dongpil left. Could he be angry because she called him a frog? Even in the sheath, the sword looked good. She was very tired. Suddenly, Yu Hong-ryung felt that this man had released a huge amount of energy. The young master is dissatisfied. Why is he being sent from one place to another? He has to go somewhere soon, so he hopes that Guogu will be brief. The man asked, why did the boy do this today? Why did he make a scene in front of the Demon Sword family's procession? The young master replied, "Didn't he hear that everything ended peacefully?" Master Gogu claims that if the boy is unharmed, it does not mean that everything will end peacefully. He asked, does he not like it? The man said that the young master was jumping to conclusions too quickly. What did this ambiguous question mean? Because of his words, the real culprit would probably hide even more now. The guy replied that if he were a person who was hiding just because of that, there wouldn't be so many victims. This criminal won't stop killing because of such a trifle. But one thing is certain. The head of the family loudly declared in front of everyone that he would not let the criminal go, even if it was his own son. His words as the head of the family are very influential. Now he will not be able to intervene or even take a big step, because in this case, he will lose his face as the head of the family. Image in society is the key to determining the rise or fall of power. Guy is unsure if the head of the Demon Sword family is a fool who is willing to destroy the family just to save his son, Master Guogu said, understanding his point now. However, it would only make sense if they caught the real culprit. If they continue without proof, the enraged demon family's magic sword will strike them down. The boy replied that he would have to accept it if it really happened. The man said he had one more question for him. What was his real purpose? The young master said, why is he suddenly asking him about this? Since their first meeting, he has believed that the third young master has never been loyal to the cult. Master Guogu finds this strange. How can a person chosen by the master as a disciple not show any ambition? The guy replied that he had overestimated him. He thought his ambitions were too big. Guogu said that the third young master spoke like a politician. The boy asked, isn't ambition and the desire for power the essence of a demon cult? If he has ambitions, life becomes difficult. The best thing in life is the ability to eat well, feel comfortable, and sleep well, the man asked. Then why didn't he refuse his request? Wouldn't it create problems in his life? But now he understood everything. He understood why he always thought that the third young master was dangerous and made him feel uncomfortable. The third young master is not someone who deserves to be in their demon cult. It's time for a change. Master Gogu doesn't know if the boy knows that tomorrow, the highest officials of the Murim will swear an oath to the demonic lord. And after the ceremony, there will be a competition that will determine the future of the entire cult. But what does this have to do with him? The boy asked. The man said that all the reports of recent unpleasant events would be discussed there. For example, the incident with the death of the Alliance leader. The young gentleman asked if he knew, why didn't he lock him up before? Wasn't it a crime to go out without permission? Master Guogu replied that it was because the leader did not want it. He did not want third young master to get into trouble with the criminal law halls at such a time. The boy asked if the leader had asked for his release, had he? The man replied that it was true. Even though he knew about the third young master's crime, Master Guogu ignored him. The guy said that it turns out a man can ignore his insult? What did he do? Master Gogu replied that it was not a matter of what he had already done, but of what he was going to do now. Suddenly, he began to attack the boy. However, the young master managed to grab his sword and parry his blow. The boy noticed that his attack became stronger and faster. It's not like before. He made a decision and showed his martial art. The young master asked why this man had been hiding such a good sword all this time. However, why didn't the guy show his true martial art? He said that this man kept talking in vain, as if he knew something about him. He really doesn't like it. This is the wind of the 6 hell realms. The man said that the boy immediately demonstrated swordsmanship. Releasing energy, he attacked, reflecting his blow. What incredible pressure! The guy asked why he suddenly decided to attack him? Or was he testing him? He said that they should stop this fight right now. Master Gogu replied that he now understood why the demon lord was interested in him. The young master said he didn't care. He would ignore it, as the man had asked. Gogu warned the boy to be careful of the leader, who was sinking into the endless darkness. He reached such a height that he became completely invisible to human eyes. Having reached the extreme level of anger and hatred, his feelings died. However, these feelings can explode like a volcano whenever he wants. The demon lord thinks everything in this world is ridiculous, and at the same time, he is afraid of everything in the world. A man who looks up to heaven may be considered to have his feet in hell, but before he knows it, he has ascended to the clouds and is now looking down into hell. That is what a cult leader is. The boy said he didn't know what he was talking about. Master Gogu replied that he didn't expect him to understand, but hoped that when the time came, the young master would remember his words. When the time comes, this guy must take the initiative and lead them. The guy thinks he's definitely a hotshot. Suddenly, he pounces on him, and now he's talking nonsense. As Donpil suspected, the third young master was right. Apparently, it was the same one. Ji Yong-hyun, the third son of the Demon Sword family. Looks like he drinks a little more alcohol than Yu Hong-ryung. After Dongpil's punch, he remained unharmed despite taking all of his power. The man shouted at Ji Yong-hyun to wake up. This guy was nothing like the one he had seen earlier that day. He had looked like a calm and peaceful young man before, but now he looked like someone who had been drinking all week. He shouted at the man to give him his sword. Dongpil thinks the guy now looks like he's completely lost his mind, or needs some sleep. He still demands the sword. His skill is amazing. It is very difficult because not only his hands, but his whole body makes his chi as sharp as a steel sword. But compared to his chi, Dongpil's capabilities were much lower. It was as if he only trained his demonic and internal energy. It seemed like the end had come for him. But suddenly, someone shouted at the top of their voice for the yellow frog to go away. Yu Hong-ryung came to Dongpil's aid. While she doesn't like to gang up on someone, she believes that it doesn't matter if the opponent is someone like her. The girl asked Dongpil if he was okay. The man replied that he was okay and thanked her. Hong-ryung said, "Don't thank him yet. They need to get out of this situation first." She can only judge based on one attack. This woman spent years making her body as hard as steel. How could she reach this level? And it looks like he's desperate for Donpil's sword. He's coming after them. Damn, I wonder if his mouth smells like that, Donpil thought. He's absorbing the energy of his sword. He seems to really like the taste of energy. But this man won't give it up just like that. This sword was given to him by the young master, and he will not let him touch it again. Such madmen do not deserve such a sword. The girl is shocked. Do such monsters really exist? He shouted at Hong-ryung to leave him alone. His power has already exceeded the level of enlightenment. If she were to be attacked by this, she would have to say goodbye to her life. Hong-ryung doesn't understand where he got so much power from. Dongpil said she doesn't know either, but will she be able to hold out until the young master arrives? Another attack from Ji Yong-hyun is coming. Suddenly, the third young lord appeared and blocked the blow that would have destroyed his comrades. The guy said that Dongpil was his bodyguard, but he was still guarding him. The man apologized. The young gentleman replied that it was just a joke. He apologized for being late. He was held up by that annoying guy who always likes to talk. The young master noticed that his energy was strong, but his ability was like a child wielding a wooden sword, and his movements were very simple. His strength and agility had reached their limits. But even so, as long as he had energy, he could fight and release sword ki. But the young master will beat him until one of them runs out of strength. He has great skills too. The guy will attack him, so let him defend himself as best he can. A blow from a mountain fist. Isn't he living too quietly? Is it an emotion or a feeling of freedom? It's so nice. The third young master feels so alive. Dongpil shouted at him to stop. The boy had already passed out. The third young gentleman asks why everyone is looking at him like that. What did he do? The guys don't understand why he beat the bastard like that. What's wrong with his face? He can't even open his mouth. The guy replied that it was a little damaged, but still recognizable. Master Gogu said that the culprit was the elder brother. But why was Ji Yong-hyun's third son Ji Yong-hyun hurt? The young master replied that this still needed to be determined. As everyone knows, this is quite difficult because the criminal did not leave any evidence. A clean win, without any proof. A thoroughness that avoids the sight of a witty father listening to the King of Swords. Did everyone think he could do it himself? The guy assumed there must be some accomplice, and when he saw them in person, he realized it was him. The older brother is full of magical murders that can only be accomplished by one-sided murder. And the younger brother hides incredible and suspicious magical energy. This means that they are the real culprits and accomplices of the incident. Master Gogu said that the real culprits will deny their guilt. This is a fantastic herb. He was able to obtain it from Joksaga with great difficulty. Regardless of the type of herb, it contains hallucinogenic components. It weakens the will. With the help of Hwang Gi-cho, he confesses to his older brother Ji Kang-hyun's crime. The young master thinks that he needs to force him to confess to his suspicious magical abilities as well. The demonic energy that was overflowing this guy's body must have been killing and kidnapping people. This became even more obvious when the guy saw him running towards him with his eyes wide open, driven by the demonic energy of the Sword King. But no matter how many confessions they get from these two and bring them to the criminal court, it is all useless until they convince at least one person. Now the young master needs to meet the last person who can surely solve this problem. The alcohol they drink in Shingyo is definitely different. Is it because it's the first day of school? Or because his son will be a disciple of a religious leader tomorrow? Even with the pleasant night breeze and aromatic tea, Jae Eun-hui cannot calm down. The third young gentleman came to him. He asked the man, "These three Confucius? Why does he drink tea instead of alcohol? Or is he a man of righteous life?" The young lord asked if the man would mind disturbing his peace for a while. He replied that of course not. The guy said that he knew in any case that he was the head of the family and did not like to be disturbed, so he would immediately tell why he came. The young lord said that his third son, Ji Yong-hyun, had been arrested. The man did not understand what it meant that his third soldier had been arrested. The guy would like to do the same for his eldest son, Ji Kam-hyun. What does he think about this? These are the personal details of the believers killed by the eldest son, Ji Kang-hyun, and the confession records of the third son, Ji Yong-hyun. Father couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? Did Kang-hyun really do this? The young lord says it's all true. If he doesn't believe him, he can call the head of the Criminal Justice Department right now. Ji Woon-hwa says he still can't believe it. Is this guy planning a scheme to reduce competition? The fourth has already been defeated. Now he is stuck in his house, unable to live or die, undergoing treatment. The battle for the throne began long ago. This is only his son, and the young lord can kill him whenever he wants, so don't give him any unnecessary doubts. This guy doesn't understand why Ji Woon-hwa wants his son to be his disciple. What will he do if his son becomes a disciple of a religious leader and turns into an unprincipled man who again kills faithful members of his church? And does he want his family name to be disgraced because of this? He needs to think hard about that. To prove what he said during the day, something will have to be sacrificed. The young lord shouted at the man to calm down. He had not come to him to fight the demonic swordsman. It won't be difficult to hide the son's sin with the power of the family lord's demonic sword. He knows that this person is not like that. The young lord has a proposal. Let him report the sins of his son, Ji Kang-hyun, directly to the religious leader during the Pasungye New Year's ceremony. Perhaps confessing to many people will protect the pride of the demon sword family. Let him choose for himself, because the fate of the demonic sword family has depended on his conscience for hundreds of years. Is his conscience more important than his face? Than the honor of the demon sword family? Let everyone worship the demon lord. Let the divine, heavenly demon live. That's right, he wanted his son to be revered as a god in a place he couldn't get to. His son, whom this man was so proud of and never doubted. How is that possible? How the hell could he do such an outrageous thing? The third young lord watched the scene and didn't understand why the demonic swordsman was still hesitating with his decision. The demon cult lord saw Goldie on the roof with the third young lord. It seems he knows this forest area. She has such a childish body. Is she trying to say that she is very strong? The Lord said that this committee does not like bulky things. Let us end their meeting with a brief introduction. Cheon wondered if he couldn't just leave things as they were. Did he really have to criticize his son and ruin his family's reputation? The young lord was still watching and knew that this was his only chance to tell everything. Lee Jung-sang said that he would accept Ji Kang-hyun, the eldest son of the demon sword family, as his disciple. However, Ji Woon-hwa's father shouted at him to wait. He had something to say, and it was a matter of life and death. It is with great regret that the man must inform him that his son has committed a grave crime. The demon lord shouted at him to be quiet and called him to his palace. The third young lord was shocked to hear that Lee Jong-san wanted to take his son as an apprentice. However, the demon lord summoned them both and first offered them a drink. The boy immediately rejected the idea. Ji-eun-hui was surprised. How dare he refuse the demon lord? Lee Jong-san said that Ji-woon had shown courage. It must have been difficult for him to do such a thing in front of so many people. He thanked the gentleman. The man asked what he had decided. What would he do with his son? Ji-eun-hwa replied that even if it was his son, he felt that it was out of his control since he had become the demon lord's disciple. Lee Jong-san asked the head of the demon sword family, would he really make him ask the same question twice? The man apologized, but the demon lord was still waiting for his answer. Ji-eun-hwa's father was pondering what decision to make. Even if he tried to reveal the leader's intentions, nothing would come of it. The man said he realized his great sin. But the boy is still his son. Parents are the only ones who can forgive their children. And as the head of the demon sword family, he believes that they should be treated more strictly. So he wants to give him a punishment that fits his crime. The demon lord asked if he really thought so. He replied that he did. This child has become his disciple, but he does not want to ignore his sincerity. He has 8 disciples, and he will personally deal with this without prying eyes. The man told him to take a bottle of his drink and thanked him for the honor of being a demon lord. Ji-eun-hui bowed and thanked him. Lee Jung-sang stood up from his throne and told the third young lord to follow him. The man asked him why he personally visited the head of the demon sword and why he took on this task. The young lord replied that there was no reason. It simply had to be done. His heart compelled him to do it. The demon lord said that he liked this answer. He would have been disappointed if the answer had been full of unnecessary rhetoric and arguments. There was one more question that interested him. How the hell did the guy know? He was surprised by such a question. After all, it turns out that the Lord himself knew everything. But why did he keep it a secret? Lee Jung-san replied that this man died with a brand attached to him, and even until his death, this man prayed for his leader and humbly ended his life. The guy asked if he knew who the real culprit was. Why didn't he try to solve the case? The Lord replied that it was true, but the answer lay in what the young lord had just told him. He was surprised because he didn't understand anything. Earlier, the boy said that his heart made him do it. Overall, it doesn't matter. This person is not one to try to please anyone, and it was the same thing that time. The man who died unjustly prayed for him until the day he died. Did he hope for anything by praying to him? Did this man want to clear his name? And did he even pray for a peaceful life in the afterlife? Probably not in that way. He just did it for himself. All this man wanted was the well-being of the only God he believed in and followed his entire life. There could be no other intentions. Faith and loyalty that expect something in return are impure. The demon cares little for his reputation. It was simply meant for him from the depths of his heart. Anger at a man who has been unjustly killed is more likely to taint his faith. That is why they call him God. God is not a being who frees us from injustice. It is enough to simply know and understand. He may be a man, but he is called a God. In this case, he has no choice but to strive to become a god. The boy was surprised because Lee Jong-san had put in the same effort as him. but he thinks that after death, he will be the same as he was when he was born. The young lord doesn't understand why this man accepted the eldest son of the demon sword family's master as his disciple. The demon lord replied that it was necessary as basic school material. It was necessary. But what does that mean? He said he would explain everything now because this guy was involved in this too. The man opened the boxes with his demonic energy and asked him if he recognized them. He probably did, since the guy was there too. These are the boxes that Jung Il-ryung stole when they were sent with the transport team. However, the transport team took them back to vent their anger. How did he know that the young lord had left school, and what was he doing? These herbs were not harvested to make elixirs. They are aimed at eliminating, weaponizing, and killing any element. He will experiment with these herbs, the concentration of true energy, the degree of clarity of mind, and the threshold of desire. Taking all this into account, he will destroy his humanity, and in case of any failure, he will become a highly targeted dispatch. The young lord asked if he had said from the beginning that he would take him as an apprentice for this very purpose. He replied that this was what the demon sword matriarch wanted. If he were offered to take his child as an apprentice, he would experiment on his own body. But since this guy is a criminal who deserves punishment, there is no harm in using him as an experimental material. The boy asked what he would do after the experiment was over. The man replied that he would only find out then. However, he doesn't think that cooked fish will be able to swim in the sea again. The young lord does not know whether his eldest son will receive the punishment he deserves for the crime he committed, but a terrible end awaits him. This is something a man should not do. It is inhumane, and he hopes that this experiment will fail. Perhaps it would have been much better if he had struggled in endless despair. There is only one hope left in this swamp: death. It is getting closer and closer. When Lee Jong-sun first brought his third child into the demon cult, all he could sense was death. The boy instinctively understood the concept of death. After decades in the cult, the guy began to move away from even the concept. Who would have thought that something like this existed in reality? And it doesn't matter why he got angry. What matters is that this guy became even more cruel and rude than before. As you gradually get closer to the devil, reasons cease to matter. He becomes cruel and rude for no reason. But most likely, this guy is just a regular demon, just strong. The young lord said that he must have been rude for no reason. Lee Jong-san replied that he had not. The demon swordsman should be grateful to him. After all, it was thanks to him that they were able to preserve the family legacy. Soon the demon lord will give him an order. He thinks that the four of them are hungry enough, they should go outside and get some fresh air. And without even telling you about it. Perfect for clearing your nose. It sounds sloppy, but that's how it ended, the young master said to Master Guo-gu. The man thanked him for a job well done. He doesn't know how the leader will deal with the real culprit, but it could have been much better. After all, the real culprit will be fighting in a place worse than hell. He doesn't die, and he doesn't live. Anyway, the guy says let him take care of the third son, Ji Yong-hyun. He thinks it's time for him to leave. The man replied that regardless of the outcome, he was indebted to him. He would never forget this debt. This is the Hwasin gem, the red-faced symbol. The man asked, is he still in Gango? When the right situation arises, the avatar stone manifests its powerful absorption power, stealing the life force and expedition spirit of the person. The magical power that Ji Kang-hyun uses to harm people has the same principle as the Hwasin stone, but its power is far from it. The side effects were also fatal, so no one could quickly study and use it. So Ji Kang-hyun asked his younger brother, Ju Yong-hyun, to study it together. Ji Yeon-hyuk planned to immediately convert the demonic energy he absorbed into his own. However, due to the side effects of the magical attack, control was lost. In the end, he even aimed at the Ink King's sword to absorb the demonic energy. In many ways, the demon lord sees the third young lord as an advantage. The guy thought he was almost going crazy when he fought with Jiu Young-hyun. It seemed that he himself was becoming rude and cruel. Then the young lord felt an anger that would not subside. Isn't that what red is all about? Demonic power. Something needs to be done about it. Lee Jong-san. This man is truly beyond imagination. This text is about 200 characters long. Even without knowing the true nature of magic, he could see through the gaps in martial arts using only the magical energy of Baljeon that he studied. Not only was it amazing, he even came up with a few tricks to complement his martial arts skills. Because of this, he was almost able to complete Amyeonjin Magon. It cannot be said that it will be completed if it is combined into one. Nothing can be added or taken away from it. If you are a great martial artist who can open even the illusory gates of hell, then you must have the corresponding dignity. The last 4 letters are Gai Ji Zhang. From now on, this martial arts skill will be called by this name. Gayumagan plus Chiropractor 5. Early in the morning, the Demon Lord decided to do some art. General strategist Hyo Sung asked the Demon Lord why he was painting orchids today. The man ignored his question and asked if he was ready. The strategist replied that all he had to do was catch him and eat him. When a tiger attacks its prey, it is sure to be followed by hunting cats hungry for scraps. Lee Jong-sung said that these were not ordinary wild cats. Moreover, they could counterattack him. The general strategist replied that all he had to do was send a tiger that could kill all these wild cats. Who could handle it? Hyo-sun said that, of course it would be better if the Senate itself took action, but they would say that it was impossible. Or should we send 3 of the 408 commanders with him? For example, those in the top 10. The Lord replied that this was also impossible. They had much work to do. He planned to select a few and send them to the North Sea soon. The general strategist asked if he wanted to touch it. He didn't expect it to be that far. It would take one talent that suited him perfectly. Isn't there a master who has clearly demonstrated his abilities despite a recent accident? Lee Jung-sung gave him a task. Hyo Sung said that he would leave this matter to the 3 dukes. Meanwhile, another training session was taking place between Donpil and the young master. Guy said that Donpil is doing well and is getting better every day. He didn't use his heart-ripping sword or his heaven-returning sword, and he preferred thrusting techniques to chopping ones. Donpil seems to be a quick learner. The man shouted that this was his first strike with this sword. Was it really going to be an honest strike without any intention of deception? The young lord was shocked by Donpil's actions. After all, he was swinging his sword from a distance that he could reach. Donpil didn't give him a sword aura, and besides, he's too slow. The guy completely underestimated Donpil's abilities. The pressure of the sword is so strong, it's as if he weighs 600 kilograms. However, such a simple attack would not be enough to defeat him. This time he moves very fast. Donpil aims for the solar plexus. It's too late for the snap of the dragon scales, so he'll block with the blade of 7 knights. Donpil has become much stronger, but their skills are very different. He has a lot of work to do. This is the price that must be paid to fully experience the blade's effects. The young lord will infuse his Minmin with demonic energy. He asked how he even came up with this strategy. Dongpil realized that he would never be able to strike using only speed and strength, so he decided to make the most of what he was good at to increase the effectiveness of his martial arts. The boy encouraged him, saying it was a good idea. Dongpil himself didn't think a simple attack could achieve much, but fortunately, he received a hint from a young lord who was skilled in martial arts. This is the technique of the 9-fold stable blade of disaster. After a powerful blade storm comes flames, then an icy wind. This is the pinnacle of martial arts. This is what made the wind of ice and snow even more terrifying. Dongpil assures that this is extreme art of Yang. The young lord asked, does that mean he alternated between a rough attack and a fast attack? Donpil replied that the boy's strength was too overwhelming for him. The young lord said that Donpil was an idiot for not seeing his own genius. For the first time since they met, he was impressed by his martial arts. Innovative thinking is as important as diligence. Such innovation comes from creativity, and creativity can only be used if it knows itself. He was led to this strategy by his understanding of his strengths in martial arts. It is this kind of creative thinking that paves the way to greatness. They call it enlightenment. It's not just sudden revelations. Consistent effort and relentless practice also lead to enlightenment. The young lord was genuinely moved. It almost knocked him off his feet. However, Donpil's body was not yet ready for such an attack. Dongpil trained well, but if his body is failing, it's not because he didn't train properly. The limitations lie in the martial arts that a man studies. The guy advised him to meditate a little, and left without saying where he was going. He went to the library to find a book. It was a book about the demonic arts of Vajrayaksha. Vajrayaksha is Dhritarashtra, but it is a Buddhist concept, so why is the demonic art called that? Anyway, it is perfect for Ma Dongpil. Given his current level, he could learn it in a day, though replacing the demonic energy with this would take some time. He said that he chose this book among several others. Suddenly, the boy saw a little girl nearby. The young lord did not understand how he could not notice her presence. The girl greeted her brother. Her name is Che Yi-ming, the 7th young mistress of the heavenly demon divine cult. The young lord realized that this girl was the youngest. A child who seemed weak and frail when he returned from the secluded bamboo grove. She is already fully recovered. But why did Lee Jong-san take a child like her? She is so adorable. The girl asked if she could come to his house. The young lord was shocked by such a question, but agreed. Sitting at the table, the young master asked if she had already studied the 10 great demonic arts. Ye Ming replied that yes, the demon master had allowed her. It's strange that she was able to understand this at such a young age. The demon lord seems to believe in her abilities. Then she must be a real genius. The young lord wondered what they would talk about. He almost never interacted with children. He only practiced or drank with them. The girl thanked her brother for the treats. The young lord told her not to be shy. She could come for snacks at any time. Suddenly, the little girl said that she was also grateful to him for killing that son of a bitch, Hong Yu-moon. That son of a bitch poisoned her. If it weren't for the third young lord, she would have died long ago. The guy said there was no need to thank him. He was just annoying. Ye Ming said it was true. She owed him her life. The young lord felt a vibration, as if it was a carriage from the demon god palace. The girl asked, "Is this a carriage?" The young lord was surprised because it was coming from far away. She has impressive feelings. In the carriage from the demon god's palace was a strategist general. He brought a message from the demon lord, deputy head of the external control department for special assignments. What kind of a long and complicated title is that? The guy asked. The general strategist replied that they call him the Special Inspector General. Does this guy understand his duties? He believed that successor candidates do not take on any roles. The strategist replied that the word deputy was there. It was a temporary position, so it was acceptable. But wouldn't any role be problematic? It would attract a lot of fruit flies, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that affect the competition for succession? Strategist Hyo Song replied that fruit flies would be attracted to anyone with power. Is that really a problem for him? The guy said the problem was in his class. The general strategist replied that he was also concerned about this, but they should not let concerns get in the way. Excitement clouded the young lord's mind. He looked like he was enjoying the best time of his life. The guy says he understands everything, but why does he think this role will be so troublesome? The strategist doesn't know why he thinks so. The young lord judges by his cheerful and joyful expression. He has a feeling that he is being deceived. The strategist noticed that the boy grasped the essence quickly. He lacked experience in political maneuvering, but where did he get his insight? He said that in any case, the demon lord himself ordered it to be done. Therefore, the young lord will have to leave in 2 days. Let him prepare. Last time, the demon lord said that this guy would soon receive orders from him. He was so desperate for a breath of fresh air that he left the cult without writing a single report. And this assignment would suit someone like him. The young lord asked if this appointment required leaving the cult. The strategist replied that it was a deputy for external supervision, that is, being outside the cult. The boy was glad to hear this. Did he really mean to let him go? Hyo Song handed him his order and asked if he needed an explanation. The young lord took the order and asked if it was not his job to observe and eliminate those who misbehaved and praise those who did not. The strategist replied that he had done everything correctly. He also said that he would be happy to have tea with him, but he has no time. The young lord can start performing right now. As he was leaving in his carriage, the man shouted that he could not accompany him and that he should take care of himself. The girl came up to her brother and asked him if he was okay. Was he in pain? The young lord replied that he was fine. He shouldn't be sick, no matter what. After saying these words, the boy cried out in happiness that he was finally free. Yo Min was a little hurt from him getting closer. The strategist is very curious about how the third young lord will use this spoils. After all, they are not the kind to easily accept fate. The balance of power between the divine cult and the 7 families has been tenuous lately. For centuries, they have been the arms and legs of the cult, but now some of them are resisting its power. The position of the Choksa and Kilgyeon families at the Mara festival is proof of this. Moreover, these 2 families offer their children to be disciples of the demon lord. They seek to destroy what they fear, the demon lord. Like a person who is afraid of ghosts, they hire exorcists. They also try to recruit others to eliminate what they fear. The Demon Sword family and the 1,000 Treasure Gold family are clean. It's time to detain them. The deity remained motionless, and the higher ones remained silent. As they endured, they discerned a hidden smile and an underlying bloodlust. The third young lord was ideally suited to the role of eliminating the threat. Meanwhile, the dancing was still going on. The young lord felt fantastic. Anhwa shouted that he needed to be gentle with the 7th young lover. I wish she hadn't said that. The young lord has so much power that he decided to twist everyone. The boy realized that this time he was really leaving. He would leave on his own 2 feet, and with dignity. Once he left, they would never see Anhwa or Dongpil again. That day was bound to come someday. But what was this feeling? Demonic arts of Vajra Yaksha. This is what it means to use your power to the fullest. This was a completely different level compared to the sword aura he had used before. The young master congratulated Donpil, as he had completely mastered the demonic art of Vajra Yaksha. He patted him and told him to use it to his advantage. Donpil replied that he was only going to use that power to protect him. The guy said that this power belongs only to him. His life should be a priority over everything else. Donpil apologized and said he couldn't do it. He is his warrior escort. Any blade that reaches the young lord will first have to pass over his corpse. Ma Dongpil had saved his life too many times. Even in his past life, no one cared for him as much as he did. The young lord hopes that this man will not prevent him from leaving. Stupid thoughts came into his head. Did he really kill him to escape from this place? A boy cannot become a warrior if his heart is burdened with excessive responsibility for others. He must sacrifice a lot for what he truly desires. It seems he has become sentimental. The young lord planned to teach Anhwa martial arts. He realized that he didn't have to constantly think that he was actually leaving. This way, he won't have to leave everyone he's attached to. He can come back here if he changes his mind. The dream of escaping from the divine cult is just around the corner, but he is not feeling well. Training was not only taking place in the third young lord's palace, but also in the Berserker Demon Squad. Yu Hongryong said that it is not for nothing that they say that meeting a Berserker demon means certain death. If your arms are broken, you will have to fight with your legs. If you break your legs, you'll have to rip them out with your teeth. That's the way of the Demon Berserker Squad. Let them put their heart and soul into it. Let them fight as if it were a real battle. The girl said that was enough for today. The men screamed in pain, saying that they were dying. The doctor asked the commander if she was injured. Yu Hongryong replied that she was fine. Let her look after the boys. She can't do this shit anymore. After all, every moment is a learning opportunity, but sparring with less experienced opponents isn't helping her improve. The girl won't be able to reach the top here. That damned third young lord has to take care of her. She's bored and would like them to be given some kind of task or something. The master of criminal law asked, "Is she bored? If so, that's great. He has a mission that is perfect for a squad of angry demons." The young lord gave Anhwa a book and said that her internalization of power was stable but not outstanding. Maybe the cult didn't value it that much, but elsewhere it was first rate. "This is martial arts," the girl asked. "Did he really write it himself?" The young lord replied that if he had more time, he would have helped her with it himself. She has potential, but she is not exceptionally talented. Instead, Anhwa has consistency and seriousness that others lack. He commented everything to make it easier to understand, although he doesn't know how good these notes are. Anhwa asked if he could delegate this task to someone else. The young lord knows he owes her a great deal, but does she know he is leaving the sect? The guy told her not to skip meals just because she had no one to cook for. Anhwa replied that everything would be fine. After these words, the young master said that he was leaving. Yu Hongryong bowed to him and said that the divine teachings are absolute. All demons will fall before him. As the leader of the Berserker Demon Squad, she was currently acting as the Deputy Inspector General. She greeted the Deputy Head of the Department of External Supervision for special assignments. Her squad also welcomes the Special Inspector General. The young lord is now Inspector General. Epaulets in place, ready to move out. For some reason, the guy feels like shit. Isn't this the freedom he dreamed of? Where does this discomfort come from? His heightened senses are on high alert. This was stronger than when he had fallen into the trap formed by the network of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress, or when he had encountered Lee Jong-san. He can't run away like that. But why? Did he miss something? The boys looked at him and started asking if he was okay. Why was he sweating so much? The young lord replied that he was fine. He was just thoughtful. He saw that the sun was setting and let everyone get ready for bed. Dongpil and Yu Hongryong discussed the young master's condition since he hadn't even eaten. Yu Hongryong asked Dongpil if he knew anything. After all, he was closer to him than she was. The man replied that he didn't know. Maybe it was just the pressure of the mission. The girl said that if the mission leader was compromised, the entire mission would be at risk. Suddenly, a young lord appeared and said that their concern was so touching that he almost cried. Yu Hongryong said that he should have at least let them know he was coming. His stealth methods were just terrible. The young lord shouted that they were just being inattentive. The boy cried out that he was hungry. Let them give him some dried meat or something like that. Yu Hongryong said that he was eating it like it was the most delicious dish in the world. He replied that he had tasted much worse before, so it was practically a delicacy. She offered him a drink so he wouldn't choke on the dried meat. The young lord asked why she had brought alcohol. The girl replied that it was for the celebration after the mission. So, just a small sip. Usually she is annoying, but today he was grateful to her. Dongpil drooled and asked for a sip of the drink. Yu Hongryong said there was nothing for him. Dongpil only wanted one sip. The young lord asked since when did they become so close? Yu Hongryong replied that this idiot, what kind of closeness could there be? They finally arrived. The young lord shouted, "This is the Divine Cult Inspector Squad. Let them open the gates, Choksa family." The man said they were in the process of building it. They couldn't accommodate everyone who wanted to come, so they would move the guards to another location. The inspector himself could have gone with him. The young lord asked if he was a patriarch. The man replied that he was not. He is the second patriarch of the Choksa family. His name is Hong Sang-ho. The boy asked where the first patriarch was then. He felt that they were brazenly emitting demonic energy. The young master told squad leader Yui that they had failed to show basic respect. Let him write that there was nothing to report because they looked down on divine worship. This is a waste of time. We can move on to the Cheon family. Let them record what exactly happened. They obviously don't respect the divine cult because they tried to separate them from the guards under the guise of construction. Hong San-ho shouted at Mr. Inspector to stop and calm down. The young lord was surprised as this man refused to call him by his official title. The second patriarch said the guy didn't even listen to their side of the story. What kind of situation justifies breaking off a relationship midway and letting him handle things the way he sees fit? The boy replied that that was what he had done. Besides, why would he stay after meeting such aggressive demonic energy? Wouldn't he want to stay and talk if it were him? The man knows he's a demon lord's disciple, but he has quite the tongue. Hong San-ho said that they had just finished training. The subordinates had not controlled their demonic energy properly. He sincerely apologized on their behalf. The young lord said he didn't like the look in his eyes. Stop making excuses. The guy started to pull out his sword and said that Hong San-ho was now undermining the authority of the demon lord. The man screamed, "How could the young lord even suggest something so absurd?" The boy remembered that Hong San-ho called him Mr. Inspector. Who does he represent now? His demonic energy increased in an instant. The young lord shouted at the man to answer his question immediately. Hong San-ho didn't understand how this was possible. His demonic energy was so strong that he could barely stand on his feet. The third young lord suggested trying again. Let him introduce himself first. The man said he was the second patriarch of the Choksa family. He was honored to be in the presence of the Inspector General. He apologizes, but the residence is currently under construction. Therefore, they do not have the capacity to accommodate so many guards units. They've set up a temporary resting place for them. Let them kindly step inside, and they will direct the rest of the squad to an alternative temporary resting place. The young master asked Yu Hongyoung if she wanted to take a rest in the temporary shelter. Perhaps it wasn't that comfortable, considering that the shelter was only built for a short period of time. Hong Sang-ho was surprised that this woman, who was barely 30, was the infamous commander of the Berserker Demon Squad? The young lord asked if she would behave well. The girl replied that she had always been well-bred. The young lord said these guys won't stay under his control, so stop building junk and let it get lost. With one powerful blow, the young master opened the gate and cleared the way for himself. The man was shocked by what he saw. The gate was destroyed with just one attack. Once inside, the young owner suggested building a new gate, since they were already building it. Maybe I should ask the demon lord for money, otherwise he'll go broke. The Heavenly Divine Cult's Demon Lord Palace had already reported that the third young master had arrived at the Choksa family approximately 30 minutes ago. The demon lord heard that a squad of berserker demons had been assigned to guard. The general strategist replied that they had no other choice. They were also perfect for this role. Their fame alone should help them avoid conflict. It's a good combination, isn't it? However, a situation may arise where a squad of angry demons will have to stop the third lord. The Shu family will not be a pleasant one. Hyo-sung asked what he would do if the third young lord lost to them. The overlord replied that by arranging for the murder of the cult leader's apprentice, it would be easier for him to deal with them. But he did not think that the child would lose to them. The strategist asked him if he believed in him. The man replied that he was not so stupid as to trust someone he could not see through. The third young lord went to the criminal law hall. Hyo-sung said that he heard about it. They were able to find out a lot about him, but not everything. This guy is hiding something. The strategist always thought that the demon lord could see through all things and people, but he couldn't find out about the third young lord. It's not like this guy is trying to hide anything, although it's impossible even if he tried. But there's still something the Demon Lord doesn't know about him. He hopes that this task will help him understand what is going on. The Lord asked if the chief strategist trusted him. The man replied that of course he did. Meanwhile, there was a conversation going on in the Choksa family palace. How could this happen? The second patriarch must be upset. His pride was seriously hurt. The man asked the attendant where they were taking the people from the divine cult. He replied that they were taking them to the dragon-watching pavilion. Patriarch Hong Quan said that this was reckless. How could a guy just force his way into the residence without the second-ranking family member? The attendant said he could prove quite a difficult opponent. The man wondered if he was referring to the third young lord. Patriarch Hong Quan did not expect that he would be worried about the child. The attendant said that this child was a disciple chosen by the Demon Lord. He's young, but that doesn't make him an easy opponent. Hong Quan said he doesn't underestimate him. He just doesn't seem like someone worth worrying about. The attendant told the patriarch not to be so nervous. The rumors about the third young lord are very good. However, Hong Quan believes that if someone is talented in martial arts, he is bound to be stupid. His stubbornness is difficult to overcome, even for someone with a lot of experience. If anyone asked about him, they should say that he was recovering from an illness, and that he himself would formally invite them to dinner. The servant said that this would be so, and left. A girl came to the patriarch and asked if he was too sad. This guy is the one who killed his son. Isn't he angry about it? Hong Quan replied that he did not want to think of his son as an idiot who lost a stupid fight. He should have died a brave death for his family. What should he do now? He was neither dead nor alive. The girl said it was very cold. Hong Quan replied that the blood of a snake was always cold. He did not want to take care of someone useless, even if it was his son. The girl asked when they could continue the treatment. Hong Quan replied that any time, as long as they didn't overdo it. The young lord had been here once before, when he had to kill the leader of the best squad of the Choks family. This place is still as luxurious as ever. He first started a relationship with that bastard Hong Yu Moon. Coincidentally, they had a rather unsuccessful relationship. Suddenly he saw Goldie. How did she end up here? The guy suggested going to buy her some food. What had happened to her lately? She had eaten more than a seasoned warrior, he thought. Suddenly, the young lord felt a familiar but unpleasant presence. It was Hong Yu Moon's younger sister. That same Hong Yon! The girl asked what kind of fox it was. The young lord replied that it was his friend. She found it interesting that the third young lord kept the fox as a friend. The boy had said enough empty talk. What was the reason she wanted to see him? Looking at him, the girl realized that he had definitely changed. It wasn't a mistake last time. He looks annoyed, but it's not from arrogance. The guy is simply unperturbed, completely different from his former self, as if he had undergone a transformation. Everyone in the family, including her father, underestimates this man too much. She can't say what could happen to her family because of this. We need to find out why he's here. The young lord put down his mug and said it must be nothing special. He was leaving if she had nothing to say. Hong Yurin said, first of all, congratulating him. Returning from the lonely bamboo grove, he showed himself well. The boy not only received special attention from the Demon Lord, but also received the title of Inspector General. The young lord wondered what she meant. Or did she want to spit in the face of the guy who broke his brother? Hong Yurin replied that of course not. She didn't like him. The girl wanted to thank him for that. He said that she was very young and didn't know why she hated her brother so much, but he was still her brother. This was the same man who almost killed a member of her family, but she wanted to thank him? The girl replied that her brother was just an obstacle in her way. The young lord said that it was not an obstacle, but rather a wall that could not be climbed over. Her brother was trash, but the young lord knew that he did not hesitate when wielding a sword. He was trash, but he had not lost his qualities as a martial artist, and the boy could not say the same about her. He's better than someone like her, who instead of fighting, is simply afraid to fight for her dreams. He's not an idiot to deserve ridicule from someone like her. Hong Yurin warns him that if he wants to find corruption by taking on this case, he must know how to bow to a person if he needs something. The guy replied that he himself decides who is worthy of a bow and who is not, because he is quite sociable. They are not worthy of it. It's funny that she's the last sane one in this family. But he'll warn her if she's brave enough to do something about it by meeting. If she really cares about her family, she should tell them to stop making fun of him. The young lord was worried about Goldie, wondering if she was ill. She had been sleeping since they arrived and had not even eaten. Dongpil said preparations have been completed. The patriarch and senior officials will attend the banquet tonight. He believes that since they are here under direct orders from the cult, it will be easy for them to control the situation. But the guy doesn't think so. At first, they tried to separate him from the squad. They tried to isolate him in a strange place. He's sure that they will continue to try to play their little vengeful tricks. Donpil asked if he meant that they could do something unexpected. He replied that that was exactly what he meant. There's no point in worrying about what they can do. The guy suggested just going there. Yu Hong-ryung said she liked the trip, but would they be allowed to attend the banquet? They only invited him. It's a mission, the young lord asked. They don't intend to cause trouble, do they? Yu Hong-ryung replied that they don't, but it seems that's what he wants. The guy said that no one but her could have caused chaos if they needed that kind of trouble. She has a trained eye for that kind of thing. Then you need to go and try a delicious piece of snake meat without sauce. The back garden looks bigger than the Thousand Treasures gold family itself, and they are known as the richest of the 7 families of the demon cult. Yu Hong-ryung said that she had never seen such a garden. It is on the same level as the royal garden. A minister approached them and said that the patriarch was waiting for them in the gazebo. They also warned that weapons could be left here. Hong-ryung didn't like it and immediately let her know. The young lord told her to calm down. They are not here to fight. There is no need to be angry. The young lord is here as the Inspector General, and he shows respect because this is still their territory. Dongpil said that it was his duty to protect the Inspector General. He could not give up his weapon no matter what. Let him be understanding. The servant replied that he could not go to the banquet with a weapon. Suddenly, a voice came from the gazebo. The patriarch ordered the clerk to stop embarrassing the dear guests and to lead them inside. The young master thought that the patriarch was quite powerful. His chi was sharp enough to be felt even without seeing him. It seems he is half a level higher than him, stronger than Jiunwei. The young lord should not underestimate him. Entering, the man introduced himself. His name was Hong Quan, the head of the Chalk family. He was honored to be in the presence of the Inspector General. The guy also introduced himself. This is So Liang, Deputy Head of the Special Investigation Department for External Supervision. It is a great honor for me to meet him. The patriarch said that the guy is too polite. He doesn't know how to behave in his presence. The boy replied that he had not come as the third young lord of the cult. He was here today as an inspector who should behave exactly as such. The patriarch wondered if the third young lord really had a higher status as a general, and in a normal situation, he wouldn't act like this? It seemed that the rumors that his bravery and martial arts made him the main genius of the demonic cult were not false. The young lord told Donpil to sit here and prepare a place for himself. Hong Quan asked why the guy was sitting there and not next to him. He replied that the meeting was purely business. The young lord will sit next to him when all business is completed. The elders were surprised that this guy dared to reject the patriarch's offer. The atmosphere was so tense. The patriarch said that he understood everything, and then they would have fun after work. The young lord knew this because a young guy like him looked down on him. He believes that no matter how talented a person is, if he is younger than him, he must be better. Just a typical old man that you can meet anywhere. But what makes him different from other old men is that he is really strong and experienced. Well, it's not like he's complaining. It's his weakness, but it's a weapon for him. The young lord pulled out the report and said that in it he would find out who was the subject of the inspection. Maybe it's telekinesis. The patriarch is trying to show that he is stronger? The man said that the list had remained unchanged for hundreds of years, according to their agreement, and he did not need to see it. But suddenly his expression changed. He asked the Inspector General if what he was writing on the list was true. The young lord asked, did he really think the boy had forged the document? He would never do such a thing. A table and a cup at the same time? His telekinesis was beyond his expectations for a man his age. The patriarch said that what was written on the parchment of the branch should be carefully studied. The young lord replied that they were all branches of the Chalks family. An irritated Hong Quan asked if he should approve of this nonsense. The boy replied that the patriarch should have raised his son better. Hong Yumong abused his privileges as the fourth young lord. But what was the Choksa family doing at this time? Hong Quan asked if the inspector wanted them to take responsibility for what his son did. The man replied that if that were the case, the master of the criminal law hall would have come, not him. The man asked what the master of the criminal law hall could do to the head of the Chokes family. The young lord said that the patriarch was digressing. Let him say only what is necessary. Hong Quan saw that the boy had made the tea boil without even touching it. His ability to control internal energy was at its peak, which was many times more difficult than telekinesis. The young lord asked why he thought the master of the criminal law hall couldn't do anything to him. Or did he think the first patriarch wasn't part of the cult? The Chaksa family and the other 7 families of the demon cult are part of the divine heavenly demon cult as a branch of the cult. So don't make him laugh, it wasn't an agreement. It was tolerance and respect. Don't confuse that with mutual consent. They are not in the Orthodox faction. They are a demonic cult. If they needed to negotiate with the patriarch, the young lord would not be here, and he hopes that Hong Quan will cooperate with them during the investigation. The patriarch said that the guy was right. This is an organization that is part of the heavenly demon dive cult. They have been serving the cult for many centuries. But it is also true that they came to mutual agreement, and they agreed on many things. The guy talked about tolerance and respect, but weren't those 2 things a cult that partially recognized their independence? So he will contact the divine cult himself. It may take a few days, but he asks for your understanding. The young lord expected such an answer from the head of the family. He just wants to resolve the situation peacefully. Guy asked if the patriarch knew the reason why the demon lord had sent him and not someone knowledgeable in the matter. He destroyed his eldest son under the pretext of fighting for the inheritance. But the reason is that he tried to kill him first. The demon lord sent him to everyone and made Hong Quan's family the first target for inspection. He wanted the boy to be aggressive in this matter. What is the need for this aggressiveness? The man asked. The young lord replied, what did he expect? He was told that the patriarch would flatter the young inspector general with his snake tongue. The duty officer shouted that the guy was overstepping his bounds, even though he was the inspector general. As the patriarch said, this family was definitely part of the heavenly demonic divine cult. The patriarch is a man of such high status that no one except the demon lord himself can communicate with him in this way. The young lord made it clear that this was a conversation between the patriarch, the representative of the Chalks family, and him, the inspector general. This is not a place where an outsider, such as a simple employee, can interfere. He forgives only once. If someone ignores his warning, he will destroy them at his own discretion. The guy will check all the documents right here and now. Let the patriarch order his subordinates to bring all the accounting books for the last 3 years. He gives them half an hour. If they do not submit them within that time, he tells them the branch is not up to par. It was as if the man was talking to a politician who saw right through everything. He had underestimated his youth. All this time, the patriarch had been unable to take the initiative. Hong Quan said that he should give all the managers of each branch the accounting books for the last 3 years. It was easier than he thought. He didn't expect his experience as a slave to the leader of the Righteous Sky Alliance to be useful. He simply copied the patriarch's actions when he pestered his subordinates, and it worked. But what was this ominous feeling? The heavenly network of the 6 heavenly powers had activated itself again. Was his hypersensitivity warning him of danger? This is why the back of his head hurts. What's wrong? What's so dangerous about it? Hong Quan said that there was one thing he had not mentioned. He was overtired during training, so he needed treatment every day. The man was going to call a doctor for acupuncture. He hoped that the young lord would understand. The guy thought, let him do it. He doesn't care. He felt like his ears would fall off from the energy. The patriarch told Dr. Fang that it can be taken internally and there is no need to skip treatment. The young lord was surprised by such energy. It was similar to what he had felt before. And in a very traumatic environment. The girl asked the patriarch if he had called her. Hong Quan replied that he was starting to feel ill and needed her treatment. The female doctor said she apologized for doing this in front of guests. Damn it, thought the young lord. This is a girl from that woman. This can't be. Why does she have the spirit of the demon queen? The patriarch looked at the boy and said that he must be surprised by her beauty. The young lord is confident that he will never make a mistake. It is a trick. He shouted at the girl that she is the secret demon queen, Kwak Sokyo. The girl was surprised by what she heard. How did he know her real name? The young lord stood up from his seat, activating his demonic energy. He asked the patriarch what his connection was with her. Hong Sang-ho wondered, is this really true? The guy wants all their accounting books for the past 3 years? He looks down on them. The warden said that the inspector general had emphasized that their clan was part of a divine cult. How could they respond that they were not part of it? What an arrogant scoundrel! Hong Sang-ho will deal with that inspector general when all this is over. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Fear distorted their faces. Could it have been the inspector general? Patriarch Ho Sanho ordered the caretaker to gather all the clan's martial artists in the garden behind his room. Yu Hongryong asked Dong Pil why the young master suddenly acted like this. The man replied that he didn't know, but if these 4 elders entered the battle, a battle would definitely break out. At this rate, it won't be a fair fight. Let him summon a squad of demon berserkers and hurry up. The Inspector General attacked the Patriarch. They may perceive this as a declaration of war against the Chox clan. Donpil will stay with the young lord and protect him no matter what. The young master said he would only ask her once. What is her connection with the secret demon queen? Enraged, Hong Kwang screamed at the guy to let her go immediately. The young gentleman managed to see everything and dodged the blow at the last moment. The Patriarch asked where he was. Why did he allow himself to do this? With one movement of his hand, the boy drew his sword. He warned the man that he had to get out of the way, that if he didn't, he would simply die. Meanwhile, Commander Yu Hong Ryong announced to her berserker squad that from now on, the Choksa clan is a code yellow enemy. They go to the back garden of the Patriarch's room. Their goal is to protect the Inspector General. These people insulted the Inspector General and challenged the dignity of the cult. Anyone who tries to interfere with their mission is an enemy. Let them show no mercy. Those who encounter the Berserker Demon Squad will meet death. Let them show the Chox clan bastards why the Demon Berserker Squad is the cult's most brutal squad. Donpil held on with all his might and did not allow the elders to go to the young master. The elders were surprised that such a young martial artist could compete with them as an equal, since there were 4 of them. Donpil realized that they were close to the true highest peak. He would be dead if he showed the slightest weakness. The man is not afraid to die. But this will expose the young master to greater danger. He must stop them, even if it costs him his life. The demonic art of Vajra Yaksha. The girl did not understand how such a student could oppose the Patriarch. This was the man who had disfigured his eldest son. But how does he know the owner? Or rather, how does he know who she is? He had figured out her art of deception, which was capable of deceiving even a true master of the highest level of martial arts. She needs to get out of there quickly if she wants to survive. The boy saw Pan Ryong trying to escape and threw his sword at her. He would prefer to take her alive, but he will kill her if he has to. Don't let her make any rash moves. The Choksa clan will now be branded as traitors. The secret demon queen previously trained in the Blood Steel Fortress. They're harboring someone who's connected to the Steel Blood Fortress in their clan. That's the problem. They have so shaken their confidence that they have no choice but to demand to see all their books. Once this news spreads, they will be banished from the demonic Murim forever. The Patriarch was surprised. How did the boy know that Pan Ryong was the demon queen's disciple? He had never heard of her being bound by the Bloody Steel Fortress. The man shouted at him not to be amused by his stupidity and delivered his blow. The young master noticed that Hong Quan had fully revealed his demonic arts. It's a poisonous art, but on a completely different level than his son's. It's practically a different martial art. He releases deadly poison using his palm techniques. All he has to do is concentrate the poison in one part of his body and then release it. Dongpil came to the rescue. Yu Hongyong said that 4 against 1 is unfair. Damn old people. She wondered how this man could lose with such a magnificent sword. Yu Hongyong threw the young master's sword at him to increase his chances of winning. With just one blow, the boy destroyed Hong Quan's deadly poison. The young lord told him not to make him repeat it twice. He would die if he stood in his way. The Patriarch said the boy was forcing him to spill the beans. There's enough poison to cover the entire region. The young master shouted for everyone to retreat. This poison is incredibly thick, incomparable to Hong Yumong. But where is this Pan Ryong? He saw that the girl had not left. She was behind Hong Quan. It seemed that his poison had not affected her, but it seems that this was not the case. The girl was saturating the atmosphere with dark qi. He understood everything when the guy saw her dark qi. He understood what his hypersensitivity had warned him about. And why did he feel so terrible when he left the divine cult? It's not that the young lord couldn't leave the cult. There's a reason he hasn't left it yet. He just didn't want to. The guy couldn't block the Patriarch's strongest blow. Hong Quan said that this was his end. If he had known about his wish to die, the man would have fulfilled it much earlier. The dream of the same Cheon Hajin is freedom. What he really wants is hidden behind unresolved revenge. The reason he didn't leave was because he couldn't kill all the bastards responsible for his death on his own. He won't feel true freedom until they're all dead. Those bastards have to pay for everything. Holding Hong Quan's hand, the young master said that this was their first close meeting. It would be much more convenient for him to kill both this creature and himself and cleanse this vile clan. He was glad to meet a poisonous snake. He shouted that he would use a mountain blast and dealt her a fatal blow. The young lord ordered Donpil to capture this woman, but he should be careful. She is very dangerous. Pang Ryong revealed the technique of the Phantom Eye. but Dong Pil masterfully handled it. The girl didn't understand why her method of opening the ghost's eye didn't work on him. Hong Sanhuo came and asked the young master how he dared to attack the patriarch and cause such chaos. What does this mean? Does he really think that he will be spared despite his status as a demon lord's disciple? Let him release the patriarch and kneel. Only then will they be able to show mercy. But suddenly, Commander Yu Hong Ryong reminded them that they were talking to the third young lord of divine cultivation and the inspector general. They had better change their tone. This was the only warning. They will disconnect the berserker demons and upgrade the Chalk family from code yellow enemies to code red enemies. Their mission will shift to extermination. They will die in the process, but he must be prepared to lose at least an arm. Of course, the cult will be informed too. The end of their family is inevitable anyway. The young master told him to get out of the way. He only wanted the woman. He didn't want the patriarch. The overseer shouted that he understood, but their hands were tied too. There's no point in arguing about who struck first. They just want to settle this peacefully. Let him release the patriarch and give an honest account. In return, they will be released. The young master asked, would they just let them go? The warden said yes. He's still a little cautious, but he trusts him on this. But if the young lord insists on his demand, they will have no choice but to resort to violence. This guy is different from the fickle second patriarch, but his tone irritates the young master a little. He asks if this guy represents the patriarch. As far as he knows, the second patriarch takes command in the absence of the first patriarch? That's true, the patriarch said. The young master replied that then they should stop being arrogant and back off. The warden keeps yapping in the back. The inspector general doesn't want to waste time dealing with some bastard who has no authority. Hong Sanhuo reminded him that he was the second patriarch and had the right to speak with him. He ordered the guard to stop. Further interference was unacceptable. The man replied that the safety of the patriarch was paramount. Let him take care not to provoke them. These words made the patriarch even more angry. Tell them to shut up and leave me alone. If he crosses the line again, he will be punished too. He noticed that the inspector general was not looking well. These were not just internal injuries. Was the poison affecting him? This is the fate of the full power of the black snake shadow palm. Although the guy has a huge internal energy that supports him, but at this rate, he will not live for 3 days. Hong Sanhuo will give him the antidote. In exchange, make him hand over the patriarch. Young master knows that the second patriarch is not as strong as Hong Chuan, but is still an outstanding martial artist. The guy says enough, let them step aside. He feels the poison starting to hurt in his veins. Hong Sanhuo asked if he knew that his body was in a terrible state. Severely wounded and sent away. But despite this, the young master stands so close in front of him. The boy asks if he wants to attack him and take him hostage. Hong Sanhuo decided that by getting so close, he had an excellent opportunity to attack. But something happened. The young gentleman could not understand why the world suddenly turned upside down before his eyes. Everyone was puzzled as to what kind of animal it was. Was it Goldie? When did he manage to grow so big? The young gentleman said he was worried because Goldie had been acting strange for the last 2 days. How unexpected. And his voice became deeper. He feels the poison mixing with his blood. Is it because of Goldie's spiritual chi? His body is healing. Despite Goldie's sudden change of mood, the guy feels comfortable. The frightened warden asked what the boy had promised to do. Did he still want an honest report? Had his position not changed? The young master replied that they were all rotten to the core. The same with the patriarch. Everyone seemed to think they were above them. They are in no position to offer terms. Perhaps they could ask for mercy or favors, but negotiations are impossible. Since he is now in power, why shouldn't he make a decision? If his arrogance does not subside, he may actually destroy his family. Some discrepancies were found when the books were checked, but most branches appeared to be untouched by Hong Yumong's corruption. It looks like someone has misappropriated the funds. Further investigation is hampered by current circumstances. The young lord recommends visiting him as soon as possible for a more detailed investigation. He's documenting everything and sending it now. Don't try to hide what happened here. His report will be as transparent as possible. The young master is simply reporting what he saw, just as even he, the elder, is simply reporting what he saw. Let them not hold unnecessary personal grudges. Might take away their patriarch. Without immediate treatment, the demonic energy he sent will reach his core. In other words, they don't have time to chase them. Let the patriarch's treatment be a priority. Considers it mutual defense. The young lord understood why his body had recovered so quickly. The mythical creature can communicate with him through formless chi. This is because of the spiritual bamboo. This bamboo was the foundation of a lonely bamboo grove, and he took it. Goldie was attracted to the bamboo core, not him. So he apologizes. He doesn't know when it will happen, but if he finds a way, he will give her back her energy. Dongpil asked Yu Hongyong if she wanted some water. She replied that she did. The girl asked how his injuries were. He replied that he was already better. His body was very resilient. Despite the fact that he had received serious internal injuries, Yu Hongryong asked why he looked so depressed after leaving the snake's den. The man replied that he didn't know. He is in this state because he is simply curious to know what the situation is. It makes sense that this fox was no bigger than his forearm, but how could it grow so big? He's not sure, but he knows their bond is intact. Was Tiny Goldie really the mythical guardian of a lonely bamboo grove? But Dongpil is confident that as long as Goldie is with his young master, he is safe. Yu Hongryong asked if Dongpil was upset that some fox was better than him in escorting. The man replied that he couldn't deny it. The girl said that jealousy is only human. Even if he is a mythical creature, he is still a beast. The man is happy as long as the young master is safe. He just doesn't know what to do next. The young gentleman asked if everything was all right. The boys replied that of course everything was all right. They have a lot to talk about, but they can do that later. Dongpil asks them to go to the Kyung family then? The young master replied that he knew, but he needed to check something first. He needed to know why that damn thing was in the Chok's family, and where is the secret demon queen now. He won't rest until he finds out. The young gentleman asked if the girl had slept well the night before. They are in no hurry, but he does not like to waste time. So let him answer his questions in as much detail as possible. What connects them with the secret queen of demons? Let him answer immediately if he wants to live. The girl was surprised. How did the young lord know about the wizard? She urgently needed to find a way to get out of there. The guy got tired of waiting and decided it was time for her to lose something. The second question followed. How did she meet the head of the Choksa clan? Writhing in pain, the girl said she couldn't answer that question. The young lord thought that her sorcery and Patriarch Choksa's demonic arts were a good match. Was there a deal between them? She replied that she met with the Patriarch of Choksa only on the orders of the master. However, that wasn't what the guy was asking her. Let her get a hold of herself before answering him again. The witch called him a son of a bitch and immediately paid for it. He will spare her tongue because he wants answers from her, but she will still pay for her insolence. She seems to be beginning to understand her situation. They can start all over again. After interrogating her, the young lord ordered the boys to tie her up and load her into the carriage. Yu Hongyong asked, is there any point in taking her along? Why not just kill her? The guy will think about it. The girl asked him when they would go to Kyogyon's family. He replied that he would tell her about it later. Dongpil asked the young master if he was okay. He replied that he was okay. His internal injuries had healed, so he is confident that the other injuries will heal quickly too. However, Dongpil made it clear that this is not what interests him. He looks completely different from usual. That's why the man is worried. Completely changed with the arrival of this woman and seems unstable. Dongpil would not dare ask about his thoughts or fears. He apologized and said he only mentioned it because he was worried about him. If he crossed the line, he would accept any punishment. The young man replied that he could not explain everything now, but he had already chosen his path in life. It will be nothing like before. It will be dangerous. There will probably come a time when he will have to use him as a pawn. Dongpil replied that even in that case, he would gladly carry out his orders. His loyalty is not due to his status in the cult or the fact that the young lord is an outstanding martial artist. Dongpil would follow him no matter which path he chose. The young master wanted to give him a choice. Knowing that he has chosen the path is different from not knowing. His devotion is almost disappointing. Perhaps it is what has freed him from his prejudices against divine worship. Guy ordered him to tell the squad leader that they were leaving in half a day. They were not going to Cheon's family. They needed to go to a treasure room he hadn't visited in years, the closest one scattered across the Central Plains. They head to Hunan, to the flat, rural valley of Mount Hengshan. Let him report this to the squad leader and tell the head of the Kyogyong family to meet them in the valley near the plain village with all the necessary documents. And let him also tell him that he will consider it a refusal on his part if he does not appear. This invitation is very displeasing to the Kyogyong family. They cannot accept it. There is a suggestion to send a message to the cult instead. Jung Risan, the patriarch of the Gyeong family, asked his younger brother what their message should contain. He said that they would deliver exactly what the Inspector General told them to. Jung Ri-san knows that the Inspector General is appointed by the Demon Lord. Complaining about the Inspector General is like asking questions to the Demon Lord himself. Younger brother Jung Ri-chan asked if he was suggesting that they submit. How would other families view them after that? The patriarch replied that he never cared about other families' opinions. Jung Ri-chan thinks that even so, they can look down on them. This made the older brother very angry. Chung Ri-hong said he was sorry. He shouldn't have said that, but his position remains unchanged. And I'm sure others will object too. Patriarch Jung Ri-san said that no matter how reasonable the answer is, if the divine cult does not agree, their word is final. They are in a position where they have to follow their orders. Everything happens according to the will of the demonic god. This is the essence of the relationship between the 7 families and the divine cult. Jung Ri-chan doesn't understand his brother because he tried to free them from these ridiculous obligations. He wanted the autonomy of the 7 families. He is not like the Joksa family, who only act in their own interests. His older brother advised him to refrain from making such dangerous statements. He thinks that if they do as the Inspector General says, they will never achieve their goals. Patriarch Chung Ri-san says that he needs to think about it. He is free to go. He found this strange since they were asking for the accounting books to be brought. If they are not, they will probably be marked as failures. This is not the correct procedure. What if he changes the records? The Inspector General did not send this message because he sincerely wanted to evaluate them. Mount Hyun is not far away. He has no choice but to go. He told the clerk that they would go to Mount Hyun that evening with the Sea King's guards, and he told me to collect all the accounting books for the trip. Meanwhile, the party stopped. They did not know whether they were going the right way. People do not go that way. He answered that this was the right place. Let them leave the carriages and horses here, along with a squad of berserker demons. The entrance is narrow and spacious, but not large enough for 100 people. Yu Hong Ryung asked if that meant they would keep them here on standby. He replied that yes, she should go too. Let him inform his team about this to avoid rash actions. If Patriarch Yang is wise, he will arrive within 2 days. Until then, they must complete their task. She didn't understand anything. What was the task? The guy said he would understand as soon as they were inside. Yu Hong Ryung said that she would hide behind his back if something went wrong. These were the conditions that brought him here. He thought he would feel excited upon arrival, and he thought that this place marked the beginning of his second life. But still quietly. Does he now have a clear goal? Seeing a hole in the rock, the boys asked him if they really needed to go there. It was so dark that the boys were stepping on each other. The young master told them not to make noise, just follow him. He didn't understand why Yu Hong Ryung was so careless. The girl replied that she was probably the type of person who would destroy and kill, not the type of person who would do it carefully and cautiously. The young lord said that this was a poor excuse for lack of preparation. Hong Ryung got angry, thinking that the same thing was happening to him. He stepped on her foot. The guy should have expected this. After all, it takes more than just inner energy to see this place. The array of dark odors that forms at the entrance to this cave greatly impairs perception. Without his hypersensitivity, they would be lost here forever. The boys thought the path was very long. However, they walked for less than 5 minutes. It was such a long time ago for the young master. His best refuge in Hunan, created in the days when he was an assassin. He doesn't need anything here, but there is something that they came here for in the first place. Dongpil saw Bigu pills! They could live on them for at least 5 years. Yu Hong Ryung saw phosphorescent pearls. One of those alone was worth at least 2,000 yang. The girl asked if these were books about secret techniques. Dongpil said they looked like medical texts. The young master watched as they simply touched everything without permission. Yu Hong Ryung asked how he knew about this place. It was obvious that a lot of effort had been put into this place. Even murderers do not furnish their treasuries so extravagantly. If all these books were secret martial arts techniques instead of medical texts, this place would be a real treasure trove. For the young lord, it is more of a refuge than a treasure trove. The sanctuary of the world's finest assassin, the king of assassins, who prepared for this more thoroughly than any other assassin, but ended up living his entire life with someone else's sword. He was like a turtle, he was so slow in realizing what he really wanted that he only realized it after his death. He was called the King of Assassins and one of the 10 strongest martial artists. But what did these titles mean when he lived as someone else's tool? He was just a child with an old soul who never lived his own life. Cheon Hajin, who never risked his life to take his fate into his own hands. It seemed like he did. But was he really willing to give up everything for his freedom? If he had aimed for success from the very beginning, he might not have died then. In this life, he will live for real, the way his soul tells him to. The young master said he would be brief and invited Hong Ryong to work under him. The girl said that now was not the right time to confess her love. And besides, don't look so serious. It's a joke. The young lord said he wasn't joking. She doesn't know much about him. The guy replied that he does. And he said that he doesn't know much about her either. And that's true. The girl asks why the young master wants someone he barely knows to work for him. The boy knows only that she is useful. These words made her nervous. She didn't like being judged, but when he talks about it, she feels happy. Ever since they left the cult, she had a feeling that something was wrong with him, but she didn't want to ask him questions. Even when the young master lashed out at the Chalk's family with rage, she knew he had his reasons. But when the guy tells her this, she is forced to ask, why has he changed so much? The young master understands that he must convince Yu Hongryong at all costs. Together with Ma Dongpil, they faced life and death situations in the secluded bamboo grove, and he saved him more than once. But with her, it's different. They don't have a deep history like Dongpil. She can't trust him blindly. However, Hong Ryong is the captain of the battle team. If she moves, the entire Berserker Demon Squad will move. That's why the guy wants her to be a subordinate. And that's why he needs to be more serious now. He harbored a grudge against the steely, bloody fortress and the righteous heavenly union that they, the boys, could not comprehend. The girl thinks that any member of the divine cult would hate these two. However, the young master doesn't just hate them. He hates them so much that he wants to kill them. Kill every single Orthodox and unorthodox bastard from these organizations. He wasn't particularly interested in the succession struggle, but now things are different. If the divine cult does not plan to eliminate these two, then they will make sure it happens by force. Yu Hongryong asked what the young master meant. He replied that he would become the demon lord's successor. That's why she needs Yu Hongryong. The girl doesn't care who her opponent is, be it a representative of the righteous heavenly union, a fortress of steel blood, or even a divine cult. She will point her sword at his throat if the opportunity arises. The young lord will make a promise that if she sides with him, she will at least experience a real adrenaline rush. Yu Hongryong asked if he was sure he could do it. He replied that he would have to risk his life. She doesn't think he should go to such extremes, but his determination is inspiring. The young master threw her a small box and told her to take it and decide for herself. It's not as strong as the heavenly demonic divine realm, but it's still a top-level miracle medicine. Let him consider it a bribe and an offer. Yu Hongryong doesn't like to use her brain, but since it's real, she agrees. However, she has one more condition for him. She wants a new sword. The young lord called her a thief. Does he even know how valuable this medicine is? The girl remembered that he himself said that this medicine was not as good as the heavenly demon divine realm. The guy replied that she was overestimating her own merits. Dongpil watched their conflict from the sidelines and wondered if the commander of the demon berserker squad had asked him for his sword. The young lord gave her a sword gun in the shape of a tiger. This is a divine weapon, once known as the white tiger sword. It suits her perfectly. It is one of the 4 divine weapons. Does she like it? The girl replied that it was not bad at all. It was so brilliant. She was definitely crazy, the young gentleman said. He told her to sit down opposite him, if she was finished with the miracle cure. They didn't have much time. They are going to concentrate all the chi in her energy core in just one day, so she had better be careful. Otherwise, all the valuable chi will be wasted. She was a little scared. How much did the young master intend to boss her around if he even helped her with chi circulation? The young master remembered that the girl had said that it had also benefited him that she had become stronger. He's not sure she'll last even a year with all that investment. But will he be alive in a year? At the moment, everything is going as it should. Meanwhile, the Kyung-Yeong family has already arrived. The head of the family, Jong Ri-san, asks to be sent to the Inspector General. Ga Do-hyun, the captain of the second team of the Berserker Demon Squad, greeted the Kyon family. The man said it would take some time. He would let them know. Jong Ri-san asked if he was not here. He replied that he was right. Patriarch Chung Ri-san said it was unpleasant. He should have at least observed basic etiquette when addressing the patriarch. Where is he now? Ga Do-hyun noticed that his chi waves were disrupting the flow of the atmosphere around them. He had to avoid conflict until the squad leader returned. The man told him that they had gone down a narrow path behind them, but they had been ordered to stand guard here. Patriarch Jong Ri-san is angry. Why is he calling them and then making them wait? What does this mean? Let him tell the Inspector General that he will be patient just this once. But if he does not appear in an hour, someone appeared on the mountain and said that the Patriarch was so scary. How should the Inspector General behave in front of such a scary person? Who's there? Asked the family patriarch, Chung Risan. Who dares to say such a thing? Yu Hongryong asked what they should do. Maybe they wouldn't mind his shitty attitude this time? A squad of angry demons greeted their leader. The Patriarch was surprised that this woman was the commander of the Berserker squad. Her demonic energy exceeded his expectations. Zhongwuri-san said, "She is quite arrogant. A mere squad leader should not address the Patriarch of the 7 families of the demon cult in such a way." The girl replied that if he wanted manners, he should not have acted so arrogantly. He was the one who started it. The man said he could kill her with one word. Yu Hongryong replied that if she were afraid of death, she would not be the commander of the demon Berserker squad. The Patriarch was surprised by such unprofessionalism. It seemed that she really wanted to die. The girl replied that she should try. The young gentleman came and told her to stop. He sent her to greet the guest, and she almost started a fight. The boy asked if he was Zhang Li-san, the head of the Gyeongyang family, slapped Hong Ryung and told her to calm down. She is fighting the demonic energy with the miracle medicine and chi circulation. The young master apologized for his subordinate's rudeness. Don't let her hold a grudge. Zhongri-san was surprised that the Inspector General greeted him first. He was being polite by calling him here. The man also greeted him. The young master said that it was better to skip all the unnecessary things. Since he was busy anyway, let them finish it. This chest contains the accounting books for the last 3 years. Hong Ryong asked Dongpil if he was sure young master was okay. The guy didn't look like he just passed out after taking all those miracle drugs. Stabilizing the internal energy of someone who has mastered a completely different kind of demonic arts is no small feat. Dongpil said not to worry. The young master is much more powerful than they can imagine. Suddenly, the young gentleman set fire to the chest containing the account books. He said they seemed real, so he finished his work. "What does this mean?" asked the Patriarch. The guy replied that he would give him a fair assessment in the report, so they needed to talk. The young master needs his cooperation for the sake of the cult. Jongri-san asked, "What does he mean?" The guy said they needed to destroy one organization, but they didn't have enough people. They seek to destroy the Demon King's clan of battles. This greatly shocked Jongri-san, because the demonic clan of the Battle King is one of the 7 families. He asked the young master what the reason was. The young man replied that he was simply trying to faithfully follow orders from above. The Patriarch said it was complete nonsense. It wasn't just a place, it was one of the 7 families. There was no way they wouldn't give the inspector a reason if they ordered a place like that to be closed. The young lord remembered that the head of the Chalks family had said the same thing, and now the master himself had spoken about it. "What does he mean?" asked the Patriarch. The boy replied that he was very upset and disappointed that the sect did not explain the reason. And anyway, why should the inspector explain to the Patriarch that he must do what he is ordered to do? If the guy doesn't explain why, he is rejecting the sect's order. Whether or not to tell him the reason is the inspector's business, and the young lord is not obliged to do so. He is the representative of the demon lord. This whole story makes him think about how the heads of families really feel about the cult. Or does the Patriarch think that their sect is like a good alliance where families are equal? Chongri-san replies that it is not like that at all. Despite this, the alliance can give orders to its subsidiary families and clans. But how can the head of a demonic sect family show signs of discontent that even the subsidiary organizations do not show? Or does the Patriarch of his family harbor hatred towards the Demon Lord? These words shocked the Patriarch's squad. His condescending attitude towards the head of the family, while the boy was just an inspector. If Chongri-san gave the order, they would kill him. The young lord had tolerated his arrogant behavior so far out of respect for his family's status. But let him not take his patience for granted. If the Patriarch brazenly demonstrates his power again, he will immediately punish him. The guy is a busy man and has other things to do besides this. He will ask the last question and hope that the man will answer it correctly. Can Patriarch Jongri-san help him? Or does he want the boy to come back like this? He wonders if their family really still belongs to the cult, or is it a traitorous family? Bird's Eye usually refers to the northern boundary of the Central Plains. The word Central Plains is now used to refer to regions other than the Central Plains. In other regions, there are 4 major sects in the martial arts world. The Northern Ice Palace is in the north, the Sword Palace is in the east, the Palace of the Heavenly Dragon is in the west, and the Palace of the Monster is in the south. These palaces are known as the Four Outer Palaces, despite being weak powers due to their geographical location on the border and the strength of the martial arts world in the Central Plains. But if they start interfering with the Central Plains system, history will change. The Four Outer Palaces maintain contact with the political faction and penetrate the Central Plains? This time, it is the Sword Palace. Demon Sect, Military Administration. Commander Mu Dam has come to visit. He asked the strategist general if he remembered how in the past they had sent a convoy to the city of Huang and how it had suffered at the hands of the monstrous palace group. Hyo Yo-sung replied that he remembered. It was an event that was hard to forget. Recently, unknown masters appeared in the area of the Northern Ice Palace. They have not yet formed a real investigative group, so they do not know where they came from and who they are. The Court of Defense formed a surveillance team. It seemed there was a high-value target in the area. Commander Mu Dam was surprised. The general strategist already had an idea. He revealed it in a few words during their last conversation. The man confirmed that he said so. Hyo Yo-sung asked if it was a secret from the defense court's point of view. He was too quick to admit it. Commander Mu Dam is honest and frank, hiding nothing. He is different from other soldiers who use their smiling faces as a shield, waving all kinds of weapons. And he understands that he must be careful not to talk to the strategist carelessly or try to find out his intentions. The Court of Protection Squad is currently secretly heading to a private security facility. They also need to take precautions against unexpected danger. Hyo Yo-sung understands why the commander is worried, but these mysterious masters would never touch the personal guards of the protective courtyard. More precisely, the special convoy is not their target. Commander Mu Dam asked if the general strategist knew who they were escorting. He replied that he did not know. It was entirely within the jurisdiction of the Court of Protection. Mu Dam doesn't understand how he can be so confident. The general strategist replied that the goal pursued by the mystery experts was clear. Mu Dam asked who these experts were. He replied that he could not say yet. From now on, everything depends on them. If he really needed to know, he would have told them sooner. But if the Demon Lord allowed it, he would tell them who they were and what their purpose was. Mu Dam understands that the chief strategist is also a person who is sincerely devoted to the sect, although his methods are different from his. Since he is so determined that he does not need to know, it is better for the sect. The man apologized for his haste and impatience. He had never encountered anything like this before, so as he grew older, he became increasingly concerned about the situation in the Central Plains. Hyo Yo-sung says it's not because he's getting old, but because it's something else. It was like absolute mastery. Although this man had not shown his teeth and claws for a long time, Mu Dam was a beast among beasts. He felt a hidden sense of the invisible sounds of war. Perhaps the person already knew subconsciously who the person was who brought the signs of war. The one who is at the center of the invisible storm. An angry patriarch Cheon Hajin asked if he was trying to threaten him with such nonsense. The young lord replied that he himself would decide whether it was nonsense or not. All he had to do was answer his questions. He will ask the last question. The head of the family is covering up for a traitor? The man replied that this was not true. In that case, they would go to the Battle King clan tonight. Have him contact the family and mobilize all the troops. We need to gather them near the Battle King clan. The patriarch said he held no grudge, but would not participate in the case of the warrior clan family. It is one of the 7 families. Although they all belong to the same sect, their relationship goes back hundreds of years. The young master ordered the squad leader to send a message to the sect. From now on, the Kyung family was considered a traitor. Also, let him demand that the troops be quickly moved to their location. Who will suppress the rebellious family? Because it is unknown what they can do. Yu Hong Ryong replied that everything will be done. They will leave this evening, but for now, let everyone rest. Patriarch Cheon Hajin said he respects the inspector, but does not exaggerate his respect. The guy asked if he understood this power correctly, as a readiness to fight. Cheon Hajin said that he respected him in the sect, but this guy, with his stupidity, turned his family into a family of traitors. No matter what he says, the young master doesn't listen, clearly planning to overthrow them. The guy turned around and said with a sinister grin that the patriarch was right. As he said, if the Kyung family does not participate in the inspection of the Marshall clan family, To makes it clear that the Kyon family is a traitorous family. Cheon Hajin shouted that this was nonsense and attacked him with a spear. He found it funny that the guy was appointed inspector. The young lord asked, since he held no malice in his heart, why such passions? Had he ever really dreamed of betrayal? Cheon Hajin replied that he had already told him. He would not turn away from the demonic sect for a minute. The guy said that the very idea of independence from the cult is a revolution. Cheon Hajin asked, does he really think that their sect doesn't know what the demonic cult wants? The young lord replied that the fact that he did not say it out loud was a sign of respect for him and his family. Some papers don't matter. The most important thing is what's in his heart. All the ledgers were real. If he had brought false ledgers, he would have immediately declared the family traitors. But the patriarch did not do that. The boy felt that he had a desire for independence, but at least a desire not to try to deceive the cult. And he gave him another chance. Isn't that fair? He wants to fight after all this? Seeing the inspector's ability to control his power, the patriarch realized that he had exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, everyone saw something that looked like a monster. It looks like madness! At that moment, Patriarch Cheon Hajin realized that he had made the wrong decision. Cheon Hajin was shocked by what he saw. Did this fox really report to the Inspector General? The young gentleman asked if he had anything else to say. The man replied that the inspector had mentioned that everyone in the divine cult knew that he was out for revenge, so they sent him instead of the troops to destroy them all. Sending an inspector is an opportunity in itself. Cheon Hajin threw away his weapon. The third young lord saw this and asked if he would cooperate in the arrest. The patriarch replied that he wanted to free himself from the divine cult, but he did not share this desire with anyone, and they offered to finish him off. He was the only one who was tainted by this evil and dangerous ideal. No one in his clan knew about it. Let him kill him here and now, but spare his clan. His life has no great value. The young master asks him one last time. They are heading to destroy the demon clan of the Battle King. They lack strength. He extended his hand and asked if the patriarch could help them. It seemed that this could not be resolved except by his death. Cheon Hajin realized that if he did not help the Inspector General, he would have no choice but to turn to the divine cult for help. Then the guy will have to give a reason, and the divine cult will not forgive them for that. In the end, there was only one way to save his clan. He certainly wouldn't have to give it up. The patriarch said that he would help him and prove his devotion to the divine cult. The young master replied that his kindness shown to him would not be forgotten. Meanwhile, the fifth young mistress, Ju So-yoon, was practicing her kicking technique on the rocks. Chief strategist Hyo Yo-sung greeted her and said she was gorgeous. He thought she had pioneered a new style that was impressive for her age. Seo-yoon asked him what brought him here. The man relayed a message to her and said that Iron Horse Hall had been interfering in their affairs lately. Usually, the strategist would delegate this to the appropriate unit, but they learned that they were being protected by some force, and it could be the Palace of Swords. The girl asked if he could send someone else. She barely had time to train. She was only a messenger and couldn't make such changes. Hyo Yo-sung said that his knowledge of martial arts is limited, but he is good at worldly affairs, so he has something to tell her. If she didn't want to gain anything from this solitary training, then she shouldn't get hung up on the term training. So Yoon asked what he meant. Obsession only creates distance. In this sense, the third young lord is truly impressive. The young master does not miss daily training, but at the same time, he carries out the tasks assigned to him with full dedication. He carefully planned every action to accomplish his missions and enthusiastically confronted his opponents. When martial arts were required, the boy was fearless. When strategy was required, he refrained from violence. The general strategist believes that such experiences promote true learning. You can read thousands of books in the library, but this will only increase knowledge, not wisdom. And he thinks that this is why the third young lord was able to become so strong. The girl asked if he could continue rehearsing if he was done speaking. Hyo Yo-sung replied, of course, wasting her time. His advice might not be very helpful. Let him not take it too seriously. She wondered why he praised the young master and then left. The strategist general wanted to motivate her with that. In any case, he wondered how their inspector general was doing. He is confident that the boy will wisely deal with the dangers of the Choksa family, as well as the leadership of the Kyogyeon family. And whether it will be easier or harder depends on how the person approaches it. What about the demonic Battle King clan? The order was not to check them. The order was to shut them down. The student who is most admired in recent times, but not completely trusted. Perhaps the Demon Lord is more interested in testing the third young lord's loyalty than strengthening the cult. Cheon Hajin informed the Inspector General that they had entered their territory. What was their next move? He replied that they would go inside. It's going to happen at the festival. The most interesting thing is at night, so they can go. The patriarch thought that the third young master was difficult to predict. The chi aura he displayed in the valley of the plain village was astonishing. But the ideas this guy shared on the way here were cult leader level. The young master accurately predicted how Kyogyo's troops would move, taking into account the influence of the War Demon King clan and the formation of the troops. His martial arts and tactical skills are exceptional, and his ability to set up ambushes is unmatched. But in other areas, he is surprisingly uninformed. Business and commerce, for example. He could be the face of the organization, but not in the leadership. Some strange man. Can he be trusted? Yoon Hong Ryong was outraged by the clerk's words. He told the boys that until the patriarch finished his training, they would have to wait. The girl said that the inspector general of the divine cult is here. Shouldn't he hurry to greet him? The attendant replied that no one was stopping the patriarch from training. Even if the demon lord himself were here, he would continue training. Jung Risan said that it would be logical if it was only him here, since the patriarch is also the head of one of the 7 families. But you have to understand that this guy is the inspector general, sent by the demon lord himself. The attendant replied that it was none of his concern. All he knew was that the patriarch did not interrupt his studies for any reason. Jung Risan knows what kind of person he is, but the patriarch shouldn't do this. It's disrespectful to the inspector general. The frightened employees stated that they were simply following the patriarch's orders and nothing more. The third young master pulled out his sword and said that Patriarch Cohen was fine. He didn't need to do anything. It was better this way because he wanted to get straight to the point. He decided to talk to the clerk himself. The young master asked him what his name was. He replied that his name was Cho Yang. The inspector said that the boy was good and worked hard. Suddenly, before his eyes, the young lord activated his demonic energy and jumped over him to the patriarch's training ground. Cho Kwan said, very brave. The guy broke into the training room. If he hadn't held back, he would have been dead. The third young gentleman replied that it seemed the patriarch was aware of their presence. How long was he going to remain in this state? The man replied that he would not be satisfied yet, so let him wait until he finished his training. Did the guy just laugh? The young master replied that the idea of using training as an excuse for not checking was ridiculous. He had heard that the Demon Battle King clan had the best blood key, but it seemed like people mistook pure recklessness for blood key. The patriarch said that the young master was just a child. The title of Inspector General must have gone to his head. His arrogance is astonishing. The third young lord replied that he now understood why his superiors had ordered him to destroy their clan. He would have cleared up his doubts if he had just talked to him. What a pity. The patriarch demanded an explanation. The guy said that there was no need for further discussions. The check was complete. He shouted to Commander Yu Hong Ryong and the patriarch to immediately gather their forces and attack everyone without delay. While Zhou Quan is training and all that, he's probably looking forward to the fight. He'll show him what a real fight looks like. Now let's see where his arrogance comes from. Activation of the 9 depths of demonic arts. Cho Yang didn't understand what was happening around him. What are they all doing? Yu Hong Ryong said that it was a well-known fact that physical punishment works best on idiots. Donpil used the heartbreaking return to heaven technique. Patriarch Zheng Risan ordered the Sea King to give orders to Group Z. Cho Kwang realized that he couldn't keep up with his speed. This young inspector general had a higher level of Qinggong than him. So is it true that the patriarch of Choksa was defeated by the inspector general? He broke his arms despite focusing all his internal energy on defense. All the patriarchs of the 7 families are at the highest peak stage. But this guy is way above that. How did he manage to change the trajectory of the sword he had swung so decisively in such a short moment? Martial arts of this level are only possible for those who have mastered heavy weapons to perfection. The third young master is closer to the highest demonic realm. He is relentless. The boy is sure that the patriarch already knows about it, but he repeats it again. The demon lord is informed about the fact of refusal to check. He doesn't need to explain the consequences, does he? The Choksa and Kion families faced the same situation. The young master offered them a choice, and now we offer it to him too. Does Patriarch Cho Kwang want his clan closed down or completely destroyed? Let him make his choice right here and right now. This concludes the inspection report of all 7 families. The demon lord asked the chief strategist if he thought the third young master had done well. The man thinks the guy did a good job. His approach was quite aggressive, but the results exceeded his expectations. His martial arts prowess is impressive, but he could not have achieved such results using brute force alone. Surprisingly, he was able to stop the demonic Battle King clan with the power of the Kogyong family. The overlord finds Patriarch Kion difficult to deal with. He is not a man who can be easily coerced into submission by force or persuasion. Hyo Yosung said that convincing such a person to overthrow the demonic Battle King clan was commendable. Thus, his fighting prowess was combined with his wisdom. He knew the boy was smart, but he did not think he was such a genius. The demon lord asked if the general strategist thought of him as more than just that. He replied that he did. But does he think the third young lord is dangerous? Hyo Yo-sung replied that he thinks so, because he can't figure out what his purpose is. There are many types of cult members. Some are focused on fulfilling their mission. Some resent the tasks assigned to them. Some put survival above the mission's goals, while others seek personal gain from the assignments. Lee Jong-san asked if he meant that the third young master did not fit into any of these categories. The strategist replied that yes, to be precise, he could not understand it at all. The Lord suggested that the general strategist take a short walk. If you ask Ho-yo's son if he doesn't understand him at all, it just means he overestimated him. This guy finally made a decision. Otherwise, he wouldn't have completed his mission so successfully. The Lord does not know for sure, but assumes that the third is ready to admit his belonging to the cult. The man asked if he had said when he would return. The strategist replied that when the inspection was completed, he would have to return. However, the report did not mention when he would return. What about the people from the Sword Palace? He said that they were in the southwest region of Hunan, but they had not done anything for the past 10 days. Fortunately, the third young lord did not meet them during his journey. He thought that it would be dangerous even for him to meet them. Hyo Yo-sung raised a fever. Why is the demon lord silent? Could this be a trap? He'll tell them to come back immediately. He doesn't have to fight those bastards once the inspection is over. Lee Jong-sun said to leave him alone. If he encountered them, they would fight. If not, he would return safely. But this guy is now the Inspector General, which means he acts as his representative. Engaging them in battle could trigger a war. Is this what the Demon Lord really wants? The man replied that he didn't need it. He just didn't intend to avoid it if that was his fate. Ho Yo-sung said that he would give the criminal law hallmaster permission to leave the sect. He replied that it was his right to do whatever he wanted. The general strategist thinks he is a terrible man. He is completely indifferent to the fact that allowing the head of the criminal justice system to leave the cult is contrary to what he calls destiny. He still lacks something, but that is why the strategist trusts him. Lee Jong-sung believes that a general strategist should not be afraid of results. The Demon Sword family is pure as they expected. The inspection is complete. Well done, young master, Yu Hongryong said. The guy didn't expect her to be so kind to him and believes that the medicine really helps. The young master also said that they had done a good job. Hongryong replied that it was nothing. She asked what they would do with the hostage from the Choksa family. Her condition would worsen in a few days due to high fever if they did nothing. They go to the branch and consult a doctor. After she recovers, they return to the divine cult. The young master thanked her for accepting his offer. However, she would have to wait until he returned to play. Hongryong asked if he would come back with them. He replied that he and Dong-pil had somewhere to go. Now his goal is clear. He must become the heir to the divine cult at any cost. It is not about claiming the title of the cult leader. This role is not quite suitable for a person like him. There is one more matter that requires the patriarch's help. The young master asked if he could go with them. The boy understands that, by becoming the successor, he will gain significant power and influence, and will even be able to command the forces of the divine cult. The man asked where they were going. For this, he needed the Choks family first. Meanwhile, the Choks family's curator was having a bad day in his life. He thought his life would improve if he got a high position in a respectable family, but the whole family fell apart because of the monstrous inspector. However, now is not the time for such behavior. He needs to pull himself together for his own good. Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. A man asked if he was the manager of the Choksa family. His name was Jang Woo-hui, the curator of the Choksa family. With one swing of his powerful sword, the man simply wiped him off the ground. Deputy Master of the Sword Palace, Mok Ganin. He asked his assistants, "What about the others?" The guy replied that they were on duty about 20 kilometers from the Choks family. Given that the security system was weakened, it would not be difficult to get closer. Reinforcements are not being sent to the 7 families either. It seems the news has not spread yet. The MP asked, "What about the guys from the demon cult?" He replied that it was unknown, but he thought they would have intervened by now if they had been informed. Mok Ganin said it didn't matter. They would capture the Choksa family before sunrise tomorrow. Meanwhile, the young master informed Dong-pil that they would stay in the forest for the night. He replied that everything was fine and would prepare food. Dawnpill became the commander of the guard squad in young age, and is now in charge of the third young lord's safety. Any ordinary member of the divine cult would envy his success, but he also went through many dangerous missions. The man believes that he has lived a completely extraordinary life. Of course, the life of a martial artist is constantly under threat. Will his life be the same in the future? Or will even greater dangers await him? The young master wants to destroy the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the bloody steel fortress of Jianghu. Since he is responsible for his own safety, the threats they will face will exceed anything they have faced before. The young gentleman saw him and asked him what he was thinking about so deeply. Dongpil replied that he was thinking about nothing. He caught a deer when he was lighting the fire himself? The young master said that they had not eaten venison for a long time, so they were having dinner tonight. Isn't that a red blade made of 2 meteorite blades? Is he going to gut an animal with it? The young master replied that why not, since it was the sharpest blade he had, and its length was quite suitable for the task. This is an amazing triple strike that he demonstrated in a secluded bamboo grove, using precious weapons to cut meat and even using martial arts techniques. At first glance, it may seem silly, but it is no reason to laugh. The young master uses every opportunity to train. The boy put all his strength into Qinggong, while simultaneously carrying items according to the tasks, and his movements were quick and precise, even when cleaning the room. He views every moment as an opportunity to train and improve. Martial arts have permeated every aspect of his life. I have never seen people like this before. Dongpil said that the young master was simply delightful. He replied that enough of this nonsense. Everything was ready. Let him eat. The man asked why they were going back to the Chox family. They had finished the test, and these people seemed to be the most resilient of all the families. The third young master said that he would not go there to check this time. That's why he removed the mark. This guy is going to put the Chokes family under his control. The patriarch's wound will not heal in a few days. It will take at least 6 months. Moreover, the position of the second patriarch is also vacant. This means there is a power vacuum. Now is the time to take control of the situation. Such a family would be very useful in the struggle for succession to the throne. Donpil asked, if it were possible, would Patriarch Kyungyong allow it? But why not? The young master said. Isn't he worried about one of the 7 families gaining more power? The guy replied that the patriarch might, but it's not a problem. He's also going to lead the Gyeongyong family. Gogun is the 6th young lord's father. Is he sure it's possible? The young lord said that he didn't do everything he did because he knew it was possible. He just believes that it is. He will try, and if it works, he will adjust his strategy. But until then, he will do the best he can. Then Donpil said that he would help in any way he could. The young master replied that of course he should serve him all his life for all that the boy had given him. He doesn't think that the Kyogyong family or the Choksa family will be a big problem, but he suddenly gets a bad feeling. Suddenly, their dinner was interrupted by Hong Yorin, trembling with fear, holding a sword in her hand. The girl said it was him. Is it his fault? Is it his doing? The young master was shocked to see her. What is she talking about? Hong Yorn went to fight and wanted to strike with her sword. But something went wrong. The young lord said she looked like a homeless person. What is the girl doing here anyway? She has sword wounds. Donpil sensed more people approaching. The boy replied that he sensed them too, but they had no demonic energy. The man asked, "Who are they? Let them answer now. If not, he must kill them anyway, since they saw this girl." Before the man could finish speaking and draw his sword, he suddenly felt his legs stop. The young master told Donpil to destroy everyone who is. The demonic arts of Vajra Yaksha are revealed. The boys felt the colossal power in each of his blows. He is an experienced martial artist, close to the highest peak. The young master said the work was excellent, but Donpil thought it was a little longer than it should have been. The boy asked the squad leader where he got this sword from. His skills were not bad, but there was no way he could infiltrate the Righteous Sky Alliance and steal it. Judging from his chi, they are not from the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. So where did he get one of the 28 righteous heavenly blades? The man asked how he recognized this blade if he himself was connected to a demonic cult. The young master said that he had to answer his questions first. Should they die just because they saw this girl? Looks like he'll have to take that back. The moment he picked up that shitty sword, his fate was sealed. The young master has an aversion to the righteous heavenly union. So these guys ambushed the Chalk family last night and trashed the house. The Chalk's family isn't weak enough for these guys to take over overnight. How many were there? The 7 families of the demon cult are as powerful as the 5 great clans of the Orthodox Murim. It is difficult to find a power greater than that of the 7 families of the Zhongyuan demon cult. She has lost her mind from shock. The young master does not think he can get anything more out of her. Dongpil thinks that these guys are not from the righteous Heavenly Alliance. The boy asked why he thinks so. The martial artists of their guardians are trained in the martial arts of the Orthodox Murim, with special attention to those who belong to the righteous Celestial Union. They were certainly powerful, but their methods were different from those of the Orthodox Murim. They were more like murderous methods. No sect teaches this kind of martial arts. The young master knows that this is not always the case, because it was the righteous Heavenly Union that created him. The righteous Celestial Alliance encourages cooperation and struggle for a greater cause, so they say. But what about the power of steel blood? Donpil said that they value strength above all else. The master replied that in that sense they were similar. However, the Bloodsteel Fortress is like a giant scarecrow, devoid of the historical basis that their cult has. But their martial arts are very practical and deadly, which is a testament to their long history. This isn't something that was created in just a couple of generations. They're not from Jingyuan. These guys are from the Sword Palace. But Dongpil doesn't understand where the Sword Palace gets the courage to do such a thing. It's not easy to defeat the Choksa family, but it is clear that the divine cult will strike back. What were they thinking? Their only option was to head north. However, there is a righteous Heavenly Alliance in the north. The young master said that this is not what is important now. The detachment commander informed the deputy caretaker of the palace that the patriarch's room had already been put in order. The man replied that he was a good boy and would be here soon, so they shouldn't lag behind. The real problem is that some random guy just stole his loot. Is it true that the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Sword Palace are working together? The girl replied that it would be very difficult for them to work with each other. What did she think their leader was doing? Homyodin replied that he had left before the attack, and they had not seen him since. Young master, that he is already dead. The guy planned to leave the Chox family in his hands. This is too much to ruin his plans. Donpil said he would contact the cultists, but the young lord replied that there was no need for that. He arrived just in time. The patriarch of the Kyungyong family greeted his companions. He was immediately informed that the Chok family had been captured. The young master said that they should go and destroy them. Let him find someone to act as a messenger and inform the cult about this. His first steps towards becoming a successor were interrupted by people he didn't even know. These guys are messing with the wrong guy. He's going to crush them all. Mokganin said he wanted a real fight with him. What a pity. He heard that this man had rare talents, and he thought that the patriarch would help him in his attempt to break through into the sphere of creation and transformation. The wall leading to this kingdom is right in front of him. But to overcome it, he will need to do much more than he has done so far. What about the group that was chasing that girl? The commander replied that they had lost contact with them. Mokganin told him to send Soha there. The commander replied that if they sent the young master of the palace to do something like that, he would be furious. One look from him immediately calmed the commander. He apologized and said that he would do everything. The righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance was definitely not an ordinary person. The plan is to seize power over the Choksa family, and then use the powerful poisons of the Tang clan. The destruction of all the members of the demonic cult who rushed here upon hearing this news was not surprising. He offered to include their swordsmen in the alliance, so that they would no longer be considered enemies. They were even given rare swords and secret techniques as a reward. This would increase the strength of the Heavenly Alliance, giving them an advantage over the unorthodox Murim. He agreed to cooperate with a man who was too dangerous. He needed to be on guard at all times. Damseung is skilled in politics and manipulation. For the sake of the palace, Mokganin had no choice. The scout arrived and reported that all preparations were complete. They also received a message from the righteous Celestial Alliance. It says they will send a guide in 2 days at midnight. Mokganin ordered the news to be spread among the unorthodox Murim that the 7 Choks had been defeated. The young palace master Soha had already picked up the boy's trail. His assistants said that several hours had passed. The guy replied that he knew those idiots couldn't catch even one chick, and now he would have to look for them. Suddenly, someone asked if they were looking for a girl. Everyone froze because they didn't understand who was coming towards them. The young foreman said it wasn't bad. A little rough, but not bad. Most martial artists wouldn't last a round with him. So Ha was shocked because this guy was someone he hadn't noticed. He must be a very skilled martial artist, and it looks like there's another one. No, There are at least 100 people surrounding them. The young master smashed his entire squad with one mighty swing of his sword. He realized that this guy occupied a very influential position. If he doesn't want a quick result, he'd better answer all their questions. The guards informed Mok Gan-in that some unknown member of the demonic cult had blown up the gate. The opponent seemed to be a very skilled martial artist. He also had a young palace master as a hostage. The man replied that he would go and see for himself. These guys are holding Socha hostage. It's quite interesting. We'll see. The young master shouted to the thieves to listen carefully. The Inspector General of Divine Cult is here. Dongpil looked at him and realized that he had become stronger. The guy had definitely become stronger during his tests, perhaps even approached the demonic ascension realm. The realm of the highest peaks is beyond human capabilities. Once beyond these limits, many find themselves trapped, a wall taller than any fortress and stronger than any steel. The young master stands before a wall known as the ultimate demon. He realizes he's almost there. He's about to break through the demonic wall. It would be great if he fought a martial artist strong enough to give him the final push. Suddenly, a huge wave of chi came crashing down on them from the castle. The guy said impressively, "Some strange ki. This combination of frighteningly sharp energy and something sinister, as if this person is trying to say that this place is his kingdom." Chi is an extremely skilled martial artist who took control of the Choksa family. Someone with such an appearance must be the vice palace master of the Sword Palace. Mok Gan-in asked, "Is he the Inspector General of the demon cult?" The man hears that they have Soha. Why don't they come up to him and talk to him? The young master had heard that the Sword Palace was an organization of people who lived their entire lives with only one sword, and he thought that he understood, if not the ethics of martial arts, then the honor of fencers. But this man refused even this honor, and now plays with poison? He is ashamed to approach him now, since the Deputy Palace Swordmaster has fallen so low. Does he know about the deity-destroying poison and the 7-step soul-destroying powder that are common here? Mok Gan-in doesn't know who the Inspector General is or anything, but this guy is really good at barking. Let's see if his martial arts match his barking skills. The young master asked why he didn't go down himself, since he had already come all this way. Mok Gan-in began to strike with the formless sword. Dongpil shouted to the young master that it was extremely dangerous. The blow landed right on the guy. Dongpil asked if he was okay. The third young master said that it would not be easy. He swung his swords and released his chi onto the palace. Mok Gan-in tried to block his blow, but it was too late. The young master asked if that was a good enough answer. The man said it was quite good. An unknown force has captured the Choks family. They need to hurry, and it is quite possible that the third young master went there after completing his service as an inspector. They are strong enough to take control of the Choks family. The young master will be in danger. The master of the criminal law, Hall Guo-gu, thinks that they are too slow. They might be late. He orders everyone to stop and get off their horses. They must reach the Choksa family before sunset. They will use the jogging technique for the remaining distance. He will cut the neck of anyone who gets in his way, but they will definitely get there in time. The young gentleman shouted again that he was the Inspector General. The guy forgives everything, but will not tolerate those who ruin his plans. He will kill all the bastards and not allow them to even try to escape. This land will become a farewell land for them. Patriarch Kyogyeon was informed that the Choksa family headquarters was full of poison. Let the guards wait until they finished removing the poison. What the hell was the young master going to do? He shouted at the top of his voice forward, hoping it would work. Mok Gan-in didn't understand what this feeling was. He didn't know whether this guy was a monster or a human, but this powerful force was not easy to suppress. He ordered the guards of the Sword Palace to prepare for battle. Would they dare enter, knowing how much poison there was? If a person is poisoned by this poison and does not get vaccinated, he will live his entire life with great damage to his internal energy. These two will fall as soon as they pass through the gate. The young master told Dongpil to keep an eye on him. He replied that, of course he would. Mok Gan-in was angry. How dare these idiots underestimate him? He doesn't know what they are going to do here. The young master said he was trapped. Let him try it. I was distracted by this attack, so this guy kept bullying him. He used his attack to disperse the poisons around him and get in here. However, his condition worsened. The poison increased his internal energy expenditure. The young master said that this poison is very simple. First, he will calm his energy, and then he activates the 4th stage. He won't stop until he destroys them. Watching this from the mountain, Patriarch Cheon realized that this guy had finally broken through them. The guy himself scattered all the poisons. He was clearly half a level higher than the others, but he only got through to the outer circle. Toxic dust rose from all corners of the Chalk's family home and into the sky. Excellent. The young master's fox has also removed the poisons. This is the beginning of the end. Now the road is open. The patriarch raised his spear and shouted for everyone to enter the Choksa family headquarters. The palace guards were shocked by the number of people who were advancing. The entrance gate to the inner headquarters was now destroyed. They entered, and Donpil blew poisonous dust at them with the wind of his sword. The squad leader shouted at everyone to take cover and directed poisonous dust at them. Mok Gon-in said it was a good idea. Is this a plan to poison their forces and disable them? The young master replied that yes, it was a poison that entered the body through wounds, not through breathing. So just a small wound and you're dead? The guy said it was a decisive fight. Those below will not dare to fight unless they are prepared to die. Cheon men are attacking the inner palace. What is he afraid of? The screams from all sides. Is it the forces of the demonic sect? The young master said that battles are full of surprises and inequalities, and that is what makes them exciting. Is he afraid now? Mok Gon-in replied that the boy had planned it all well, but it was time to put an end to it. He didn't want any unnecessary bloodshed, did he? They will retreat, because if they fight, everyone will die. The boy said that he was talking nonsense and attacked him. Mok Gon-in realized that this young lord was the one who was strong. It was not the strength of his internal energy, it was his natural strength. And it's not just about brute force. There are many sophisticated martial arts behind this technique that, at first glance, seem ordinary. He is filled with a thirst for blood and destruction, and thinks of nothing else but that. The guy asked, did he want him to attack him earlier? The young master will kill him! Mok Gon-in replied that that was enough. They would play this game. Even if the boy survived, he would be the winner. The young master saw strange energy in his sword. Mok Gon-ying activated the first form, the lightsaber. It was a crushing blow. What? Like if you believe he's alive after that? Lee Jong-san felt something strange. Although he came here from time to time, he had never felt such a temptation as today. What is this place trying to show him? Could something happen? Does this reflect my heart? Or is it some kind of emptiness? How many secrets does this place conceal? Is it possible to know them all? Is this lotus flower a sign that there is hatred somewhere in his heart? No, it's not in his heart. So who is he? A new demon was born? It is born very quickly, even before he turns 30. A young man who died from a demon attack tries to overcome his transformation into an extreme demon. The boy had reduced the power of the demonic wall by incorporating the martial arts of other sects into it. But the speed of his growth was still astounding. Lee Jong-san asked if he meant that the young master could become a monster if such a goal was set before him. The demon replied that no matter who the third one becomes in the future, he will not be disappointed in him. Now this guy is not just a piece of entertainment for him to watch. The young lord has become a master who can work with him like the elders of the demonic sect in the council. However, he will still need to be looked after. No one knows whether he will return alive or whether he will suddenly end up in another part of the world. How soon will we know if he will return alive? The shift is one of the most advanced footwork techniques. Your body moves at lightning speed, but you leave a visible shadow behind you where you just were. The third young master said it was close. But is he ready to fight right now? Mok Gon-ying didn't understand how he managed to avoid the last attack. He didn't expect his footwork technique to be so perfect. This requires a significant expenditure of internal energy, which is a disadvantage. The young master decided to attack him from the air. He kicked the stone with his right foot as if it were a ball. Gathering his demonic energy into his sword, he delivered a powerful blow. One of the warriors of the Sword Palace told the commander that he would help the governor of the palace. However, the commander ordered them to retreat. They should also not try to fight off the poisonous fumes with swords. The poisonous fumes keep coming towards them because of their battles. The moment their soldiers are injured, they will be poisoned and will not be able to fight. The commander said there was nothing to worry about. They had invaded here, but it would be difficult for them to start a fight. If they tried to push back these fumes, they would end up on the deputy overseer of the palace. They will lose the advantage in this situation if the vice master of the palace is injured. This fight will decide their duel. Don't let them do anything rash. We must trust the deputy palace master. Mok Gon-in noticed that the boy did not counterattack when he attacked him, but as soon as the man put away his sword, he immediately struck. Apparently, this guy knows that the technique he just used requires a lot of internal energy. The young master is not only well-informed, but also very good in combat. It's like watching an animal trying to chase a giant bison. An animal that deftly avoids the dangerous horns of a buffalo and tries to grab its throat is a real predator. Mokgang Ying really can't predict his next move. It's just amazing. Patriarch Zheng Risan ordered his protege to open an escape route just in case. The boy asked, but the inspector general is still fighting. Why is he giving them such an order? The man replied that he would gladly engage in a life-or-death fight, but they had more important things to do than this battle. The young master said that he did not know how the situation would turn out. But if he lost, the patriarch should not hesitate to remove himself and his troops from here. The man said that he could not do that. However, they need to do this. The Kogyong family is not here by order of the divine cult, but because he personally asked them to do so. The patriarch replied that whether it was a task or a favor, he couldn't just give up on it while a fellow cultist was failing. The young master said that he had to do this, otherwise they would not have the opportunity to take revenge on them. Of course he won't lose. He's not stupid enough to get into a fight he can't win. But still, let him promise him that he'll do what he asks. Zheng Risan hopes that the third young lord will not make cowards out of them. He believes that a child can win. Mokgang Ying finds it hard to believe that this guy is not even 30 years old, but he is already so strong. The guy is on par with him, and he is the deputy master of the palace. Even if he is a little weaker than him, in a real fight, it means nothing. The longer this struggle goes on, the more difficult it is to predict who will win. If that's the case, he'll end it as quickly as possible. The man activated the Ghost Eye Shining Sword technique. A sparkling cloud immediately followed. This attack contains a huge amount of chi. Now the destruction of the spirit will follow. The guy understands that it is dangerous. He was surrounded by countless energies. There was no choice but to take the blow. Mokgang Ying didn't understand how this was possible. How could he survive after this? The young master said it was terrible. He really thought he was going to die. The bleeding had stopped, but it wasn't his doing. The 7-stage destruction powder from the soul had penetrated all of his wounds. At this rate, his blood will completely coagulate and he will not be able to fight. The demonic energy in his body was pushing out all the poison from the 7-stage soul-destroying powder. The young master said that he had learned to share what was good for him. Without thinking, the boy threw his sword at him. Mokgang Ying didn't understand why the boy threw away his blade. Was he really giving up? Suddenly, all his swords lined up in the air. It was like the chi ball control technique. He controlled the swords with his mind. It is an unattainable realm that can only be conquered by absolute demons or higher beings. He has no time to think. He must attack first. He must kill him. In an instant, the man realized that his legs were not moving. The young master said that he could not move, no matter how hard he tried. This was followed by the fourth form of the technique, the disaster resistance blades. The man realized that the world had not slowed down, and he was awake. But why couldn't he move? This flame, hot as magma, and another chi, colder than the Arctic Ocean, surrounds his feet. Is this a force field? He's like a criminal, tied hand and foot in front of Enma. The guy made it so he wouldn't be able to react to his next attack, but no one is going to give up. It is not up to him to decide when he will leave this world. His power is frightening, but it has not ended. The young master used the blade manipulation technique. The soul soars! A huge red flame of fire rose above the sky. Everyone froze in place, waiting for the outcome. He uses chi to control the balls? The patriarch thought that this was a technique that only a martial arts god could master. The young master used this technique several times to finish him off once and for all. His mind had long since reached the absolute demonic realm, but his body and internal energy could not keep up. Looks like that damn body wasn't perfect. Is that bastard crazy? Guy doesn't see the swordsman's intelligence that he saw in him earlier. He managed to survive by taking his attack head-on. Mokgang Ying was able to endure because his internal energy, martial arts, and body were in equal balance, in perfect balance. He has come a very long way, but he is still unstable. The man is surprised that someone like him uses chi ball control. The young master knows that he could die if Mokgang Ying strikes this blow. He must strike first. His shining sword, Ghost Eye, was created to help him gain control over the chi ball and mind blade, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The boy uses a technique far more advanced than the phantom eye of the shining sword. The man realizes that he must kill him. The young master is currently unable to stop him due to a lack of internal energy. It had been a long time since he thought he would actually die. Had that time really come? The boy wondered what to do now. Until now, he had been struggling with only one intention: to kill him. The young master is behaving like the people he hated most. Shouldn't protecting himself have been a higher priority than his mission? Wasn't survival the most important thing? His life was the most important thing to him. But why did he fight so hard? Mok Gang-in is sure that with such an injury, the boy will not be able to move. Now, he has definitely won. Third young master always hated it when someone took away his prey. But he knew that he shouldn't neglect himself. He could no longer stand on his feet and fell down from losing a lot of blood. The last name he said was Goldie. Master Gogu and his squad finally arrived. He was shocked when he saw a bright red light. The man ordered everyone to split up and go in search of the third young lord. Meanwhile, Goldie hypnotized her enemies with her magical gaze, and they began to kill each other. Mok Gan-ying didn't understand what was going on. Could this beast really have done this? This unreal creature? This is the embodiment of disaster. You could only read about it in legends. The young gentleman came to his senses and said that Goldie was a mythical creature guarding a secluded bamboo grove. Mok Gang-in froze in place. How did the guy end up alive? What's going on? And what is that expression on his face? Is he in ecstasy? Or has a demon consumed his body? His wounds are healing before our eyes. How is that even possible? Who is this guy? He can't be near him. He needs to leave, and quickly. Is this some kind of divine level of martial arts? He has an incredibly strong chi wave. The young master asked if he was a little disappointed with the martial arts he used. Now this guy will show you what real art is. This is a real hellish wind. One powerful blow from the young master's chi wave wiped Mok Gan-ying off the face of the earth. A devilish lotus flower bloomed amidst the bloody water. Another demon king was born on this great vast continent. Divine teachings are undeniable. All demons fall before Neek. Haegwo-gu, master of the criminal law hall, welcomes the third young lord. His entire troop also bowed and greeted the young lord. The young master did not expect to see them here. The man replied that the chief strategist had sent them. He apologized for being late. Let him punish them as he saw fit. The guy told him to stand up. He put him in an awkward position. But is it okay? Master Gogu asked. He replied that it was the best he had. Only scars remain. No injuries or bruises. Heal so quickly. Those who, like him, have reached the pinnacle of the demonic martial realm can use their internal energy to speed up healing. The body makes the impossible possible by moving into a new reality. Master Gogu congratulated the boy on reaching the highest demon realm. He said that he was just lucky. The third young master is now one step closer to becoming the cult's successor. Young master. It's funny to hear him say that. I mean, he doesn't even like him. Guogu said that it was some kind of misunderstanding. However, the guy doesn't care what he thinks about him. He's not interested in this person at all. The guys who captured the Chox family, the henchmen of the Sword Palace, all but one are dead. He left the heir of the Sword Palace alive. Let him take it back to the cult. The young master still has work to do. He told the patriarch that he was going to rest in a nearby branch. Would this man go with him? Chung-ri-san was already thinking about returning to the Gyeongyang residence, but he decided not to refuse the boy. The third young master, whose name is So Ryang, is an extraordinary genius who reached the highest demon realm in his early 20s. The young master may have started out the same as him, but this guy is so different from him now. When a person enters a new martial realm, he must work hard to control the new power. But since he has already reached the highest point in his previous life, this realm is not too new to him now. He just needed to meditate, because he reached this world through demonic martial arts. So, it is the highest demonic realm. The patriarch asked how long Dongpil had known the third young master. He replied that it would soon be 2 years. Yung-ri-san knows that time does not dictate friendship between people, but he thought that they had known him for at least 10 years. Dongpil said that this guy did a lot for him. It's as if he's looking at two comrades who survived the war together, rather than a young lord and his subordinate guard warrior. Dongpil suggested that they stretch a bit. Jung-ri-san said that the young master had told them to start dinner without him, but that would be rude of them. Just waiting is boring too. You can practice. Dongpil is grateful to him for this. He always thought that his sea dragon spear was a great weapon. The patriarch said that it was not as good as his sword. After all, it is one of the 10 great demonic swords of Jianghu. However, he was never able to unlock the true potential of this sword. So at the moment, it is nothing more than a sharp and strong sword. This is the essence of a weapon. Even if the Silent King's sword is a very superior demonic sword, it is still just a weapon. The true potential of any weapon lies in its form. All he has to do is swing the sword effectively. He doesn't have to think about how to use its hidden capabilities. From a martial artist perspective, this is not necessary. The patriarch said to add, "Does you remember the sword of the deputy master of the sword palace? His sword was neither a divine weapon nor a famous weapon. It was an ordinary iron sword. With this sword, he was able to fight the third young lord with dignity." This meant that he was well versed in the essence of weapons. Even the greatest martial artist will die if his heart is damaged. The result is the same, whether the wound was inflicted by a divine weapon or a wooden stick. All this time, Donpil was so overwhelmed by the name of this ball that he could not concentrate on something so basic. He felt very awkward. He decided to go first. The patriarch doesn't object. Jeongri-san thinks Ma Dongpil is amazing. He fulfills his duties as the young lord's warrior escort, dedicating himself to martial arts. In essence, it is not talent. Well, this attitude towards martial arts is more difficult to develop than talent. The boys have worked hard. Now they can have a little fun. The young master apologizes. He didn't notice how time passed. The patriarch says it's okay. He knows how long it takes to teach a new world of martial arts. The guy said he would be frank. He wanted Patriarch Chung Hui-san to be his subordinate. The patriarch has only 2 questions. What will happen if he rejects his offer? The young master said that most people would ask what they would get by accepting the offer, but he instead asks what would happen if they refused his offer. The guy will offer him 2 options. If he accepts his offer, he will ask him for a lot. Of course, if the patriarch wants, he can also ask him for something. But this relationship would not be one of master and servant. The man asked if they would use each other. The young master said that this was, roughly speaking, true. Well, what if he declined his offer? Nothing will happen. They will just rest here and then disperse. Was that all? The boy asked if the man really thought he was going to hurt him. Jeongri-san said that there is no neutrality in the succession struggle. There are only enemies and allies. Will he not become an enemy once he gives up his proposal? Even if he had rejected his offer, he would still have been just a patriarch, not his enemies. Why does the guy think that? What if he works with someone else one day and has to betray him? So the young master will consider him an enemy when the time comes. If this is true, then people may say that the third young master is patient, but they will not call him wise. He himself is sure that they will call him a fool. Having the support of the 7 demon cult families on his side is necessary when it comes to attacking the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Iron Blood Fortress. But letting one of them go? That would be foolish. These 2 organizations, why would the young master do this? Is he planning to start a war? The guy said no one knows. He hasn't looked that far ahead, but he's willing to do worse if it means he can take them out. So what are his goals? Does the young master want to expand his influence as a patriarch and live in prosperity? Or does he want to protect his status and live out the rest of his life in peace? If the divine cult started a war, would Zhongli-san have to go into hiding? The man said that was not what he meant. If a war had broken out, his family would have been at the front. But if the young gentleman had intended to start a war on purpose, it was not in keeping with his status. There is no neutrality in the struggle for succession to the throne. The patriarch himself stated this earlier, but enough about that. Even if he rejects his offer, he won't harm the Kogyong family. If he accepts it, he will have to go through all the difficulties with it. If he rejects it, he can just rest here for as long as he wants before returning. Now the man understands his intention. The boy hopes that this has taken the tension off his shoulders. So what is the second question now? The patriarch said that the young gentleman had already answered him. The man wanted to ask what purpose he was pursuing. Before you respond to his proposal, you need to know what kind of person he is. Is his goal to get rid of the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress? For that to happen, he first needs to become the successor. And in the process, this guy is going to spill a lot of blood. He is currently asking the father of the 6th young lord, one of the candidates for successor, to support him. The 3rd young lord knows this. The patriarch asked for more. His son is not fit to lead the cult, and he doesn't think his son will be able to defeat the 1st or 2nd defeated lord. If blood was spilled during the battle for the heir, if the son was there, he would kill him no matter what. The boy replied that this would not happen. From now on, Zhongri-san, the patriarch of Gyeongyang, will serve the third young lord as his master. If the boy had stood up too, it would have been impolite to the one who had decided to serve him as a master. The young master said he was looking forward to working with him. That's it. The report is complete. Heavenly demonic divine cult. Demonic God Palace. Gogu informed the Lord that the third young lord, So-ryang, had reached the highest demon realm. The man replied that the demon court pavilion had asked him 10 days ago. They had informed him of this. Gogu was surprised because this meant that the demon lord already knew about it. The gentleman asked how long ago he was here last. Gogu replied that it had been 26 years. He has been in charge of the criminal law office for about 10 years. One day, the Lord visited the prison of the Hall of Criminal Law. It was an underground fortress. Master Gogu believes that there is nothing special about this. The Lord said that the man uses his talents very well. That is why he appreciates it, can act. Let him not dwell on his failures and drown in disappointment. He is his most precious disciple. For those who don't understand, it seems that Gogu was the first disciple to die in the courtroom. Meanwhile, the young lord completed another test of his demonic arts. After he reached the supreme demonic realm, the demonic arts of the 9 profound realms completely changed. Of the 5 gates of hell, only 3 remained. The gates of the guardian spirits, the gates of heaven and earth, were only paths leading to the realm of the higher demons. Now, having reached this kingdom, he will never be able to open these gates again. The beginning of a new gate to hell. The technique of terror of the demon king tormenting the world, the third entrance to the 9 depths of demonic arts. When this door opens completely, he will find himself at the same level he was at in his past life before death. It will happen soon if he can continue to train as hard. The problem is that demonic arts requires change. It's gotten a lot stronger, but where did all the precision and detail go? After studying the demonic arts, his heaven ascension technique became destructive and brutal. He is confident that he will not be able to use it in the series as before. The 9 heavens contraction divine steps are still as strong as before, but the technique and demonic energy are conflicting with each other. Every muscle in his body is rejecting this technique. He needs more time to get rid of this pressure on his body that is slowing him down. The young master realizes that his body has changed since he reached this world. The reason he could use these techniques so freely was because his experience as an assassin was greater. Now everything is different. His body wants a new martial art. It also means that his mind wants it. He just didn't realize it. The instinctive desire to destroy. The moment he realized what he really wanted, his body and mind became one. Body, mind, and chi as one. He simply has no other choice. Heaven-raising technique. 9 heavens compression divine steps. He regretted it, but now he had to forget about it. These techniques helped him survive when he was a killer, but now they are in his way. He can safely say goodbye to them. She was honored to meet him again. She didn't expect to see him like this again. Yanzhou Branch. The head of the 1,000 Golden Treasures family, Manhwa, congratulates the boy on his great achievement. The young master believes that everything was not so great. He still has a long way to go. She is the sole head of the 7 families, and also one of the 10 strongest martial artists in Jianghu. Guy figures she must have a reason to see him if she came after the inspection was over. The young master asked what Hong Yodin was doing here. The woman heard that the Choksa family had been exterminated. She couldn't help but go and check on them. After all, they are members of the 7 families of the demon cult. The guy said she was loyal. And Manhwa also heard that the young master was going to lead the Choksa family. The guy said he did, but the Sword Palace destroyed the Chok's family. She seemed to have realized during the test that he preferred direct and short conversations. The conversational tactics of a salesman who knows how to conduct a conversation in a way that matches the personality of the interlocutor. Then he decided to be straightforward. The young owner asked if she had decided to provide financial support to the Chokov family. Manhwa replied that the boy quickly understood the essence. But why did she make such a decision? It's all because of this child. She is determined to restore her family. He is next in line to become patriarch. But she has no experience leading so many people, Guy asked. So she's taking responsibility for the Chok's family? The woman said, of course. The young master thinks that makes the situation interesting. He was going to take over what was left of the Chok's family anyway, but he doesn't think it's leftovers anymore. If she cares about them. Donpil thought it was strange that Manhwa came to the young master when the inspection was already over. Chongri-san said that the 1,000 treasures were very famous. This family is very famous, even outside the cult, so their support would be very useful to the young lord. After all, money is needed in any war, whether between organizations or individuals. The boy came out, and Cheong-ri-san said to his master, "This is a great job." So Ryan said that he was embarrassed by him. Let him just call him young lord, but man thinks he can do it. Once a lord, always a lord. The conversation with the matriarch went well. Even the 1,000 gold treasures family would not be able to immediately return the Chox family to its former state, but they will support them for 3 years. So Riang is going to take a third of the shares of the Choksa family. But why only a third? Asked Cheong-bi-san. The young master wanted to get everything, but this is all he got. It's all because of those damn bastards from the Sword Palace. But will the cult allow this to happen? So Riang asks, why not? He believes that Jung-ri-san is a greater threat than the Chox family. After all, this man chose to serve him as his master. Isn't that more important to the cult? That is why, in negotiations with the head of the family, it was stipulated that the deal would only be valid until he became the heir. The promise he made to his family about 1,000 gold treasures and his position will be broken if he does not become his successor. All these relationships are not whole. That's what he's trying to say. Jung-ri-san said that he chose to serve him as his master, not to betray him. So Riang said it was nice to hear that he wanted to be loyal to him until the very end. But that was just a nice way of saying, let's all die together. Just let him help him in any way he can. That's all he needs. However, the guy will have to do something to get that third award. He needs to make an antidote and heal all the members of the Chox family. If he can't eliminate the effects of the deity's destructive poison, he won't be able to get this third part. It's a fair deal anyway. The guy was going to argue with the head of the Chox family, but he's not here now. Then he has to take what's left, but all that's left are sick people. He has no other choice. He can't just leave them alone. He has to heal them. Jung-ri-san asked why he didn't just give up on Choksa's family. If he wanted more people on his side, why not take another family? He is confident that at least one of them will join him if this person is with him. The young master said no. He can no longer interfere with the affairs of the 7 families. This is too much. This is more than just a matter of money and competition. He's going to try something interesting while he heals the people of Chox. So I'll have to ask him for a favor. Or rather, no, that's probably an order. He thinks the Sea King's guards have had enough rest. Deputy Sect Master Hao has a new message. Songbek has learned that the Dark Trio Squad, the Afterlife Society, and the Slaughter Pavilion have all fallen. The Slaughter Pavilion is an assassination organization operating in the southeastern regions of Zhongyuan. They've always been famous, but there's a reason they were able to do what they did. About 10 years ago, there was a killer who was considered the best in the South. It was in the Slaughter Pavilion that this killer was bred. Even the slaughterhouse was destroyed in just one night. The man couldn't understand how this was possible. Maybe it's a beggar sect? The Slaughter Pavilion does a lot for them. If they were destroyed, it was most likely done by the beggars from the beggar sect, since they hate them. It's some kind of curse. They spent tens of thousands of Niang on the slaughterhouse. Sengbek shouted to his subordinate to bring a list of the people who participated in the defeat of the king 2 years ago, and quickly, looking at the documents provided, he said he knew it. All 3 organizations were involved in the persecution of the king. The Pursuit of the King. The battle that took place during the Pursuit of the King. He was the king of assassins, the best of the top 10 martial artists of the time. The chase lasted 7 days and 7 nights. It is said that almost 700 people died at the hands of the bloodthirsty king. If he managed to kill 700 people in those 7 days, that means he killed 100 people every day. And that was while the man was on the run. This incident showed how strong even one experienced martial artist can be, so that the organizations involved in the incident would be destroyed? Could the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress be part of this? Are they eliminating them now to get rid of witnesses? But that was so long ago. It doesn't make sense. First of all, the South is heavily influenced by the demonic cult. It would be too difficult to send troops there to do something like that. It would be more logical to assume that the Killer King was resurrected and took revenge. The servant opened the door abruptly and said that there was more urgent news. Singbek wondered if this was true, if this was the work of a demonic cult. Suddenly, a voice came from the window. The guy said that, to be more precise, it was his doing. He knew that it would be the Hao sect. The young master knew that their headquarters were hidden somewhere in an alley or market square, and he certainly didn't expect to find himself in such a valley. They made a big impression on him. The guys will have to work with him a little on some things. The servant asked who he was. Sanbek asked, the boy from the Great Mountains? The young master replied that they had guessed correctly. The boys asked him to tell them his name. He replied that his name was So Riang, but the man did not know if there was anyone with that name in the demon cult. The servant introduced himself and said that he was the deputy head of the Hao sect, then greeted the third young master of the divine cult. The boy found it strange that the disciples of the demon lord were almost unknown in Murim, but he knew him from somewhere, as I expected from the second most powerful member of the Hao sect, who is known to have all the information about Murim. Young master said that they are not close enough to drink tea together, so he will get straight to the point. They are close to the strength of steel blood, right? And he thinks that they are also close to the slaughter pavilion. He realized that no matter how hard the Hao sects tried, they would never be able to compare to the heavenly demon divine cult. If this man screws up, it could be the end of the whole cult. The master said he wasn't going to blackmail him or anything, so he should relax. He just wants them to find him someone who has mastered the art of poison among the leaders of the Sichun Tang clan, the closest one to this place. There was fear in his eyes as he asked, "Does young master mean the Tang clan?" He threw him an advance and said that once they had completed the task, the young master would reward them generously. He gave them 5 days. Seeing his reaction, Soryang asked the man if he doubted himself. The servant replied that it was impossible. After apologizing, the man said that he could not accept the request. Then he told me that there are a few organizations that they don't touch. The Tang clan is one of them, and up until now, they have never sold information about them. The young gentleman asked the man, refusing? The amount was quite large. He knew that the Hao sect would come to an end once it was discovered that they had sold information about the Dao clan to the demonic cult. In some ways, the Tang clan is known to be more brutal and decisive than the demon cult. The young master asked the man if he was afraid of retribution. It seems that this is the case. He thinks that the steel strength of the blood will not protect them. Yes, they call it training, but he knows they are all treated like errand boys. The young lord feels that he has been attracting too many new people to his side lately, but what he lacks most is information power. Within the cult, this doesn't matter, but he feels that the lack of decent information will be a very limiting factor for him if he wants to be more active outside of it. Extending his hand to the man, the young lord said that he would definitely protect them from their enemies, even if they were stronger than him. He offered the boy to work for him. The man bowed and asked for forgiveness. The young master was indignant, for he did not want to fulfill his request and did not want to work for him. It was difficult to deal with him. He said that he couldn't lie to him just because the young master was a guest from the Great Mountains. Please let him understand. So Ryan said that then he thought he had no choice. He still wanted to get information about the Tang clan. Then he told the boys that he had a gift that they might like. Without thinking twice, the man asked what the gift was. The young gentleman said that this was a list of deals he had made at the massacre pavilion, and these guys were there too. An intelligence organization working with an assassination organization, according to the scheme. He is not that curious, but he feels that many people in the pavilion would definitely be curious. Do they even know how resourceful these righteous people from the Heavenly Alliance can be? Doesn't he think they'll try to kill them if they find out about this? The young master will give him 4 days instead of 5. So we better hurry. Otherwise, this list will end up in the righteous Heavenly Union. Manhwa asked if he had destroyed the 3 assassination organizations in the south. Send requests to the other 3 not to enter Sichuan? Also, threaten the Hao sect and kidnap that person? The young lord realized that he was right. The woman wondered if he was really the demon lord's disciple. The boy was acting like a wild dog. She told the young master that she understood he had chosen the path that would take the least amount of time to produce results. The boy thanked her for the praise. The woman said that this man was not just an ordinary member of the Tang clan. He was the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion. The young master asked, "Isn't that better?" He assumed that someone like him would know how to make an antidote to the poison of deity destruction. And suddenly she said that the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion was the brother of the Tang clan patriarch. The young gentleman said that the woman seemed to be worried about the consequences of this kidnapping, but she was missing the most important thing. The Tang clan is the only clan they don't like. They even passed the poison to the bastards of the ballroom dance palace, which ended up causing them great harm. The bastards of the Tang clan have a motto that goes like this: repay favors twice as much, and misdeeds tenfold. The young master is not like everyone else. He may not repay a favor, but if someone does something bad to him, he must repay them twice as much to survive it. He wouldn't even be satisfied if they cut off his limbs and fed them to the dogs. And she's worried about the consequences? That's not something the head of one of the 7 families should be worried about. Watching him, the woman thought that he was strong. He was tougher and braver than any cult member she had met. At the same time, his thinking is 100% in line with the ideals of the cult. It is not like a member of a divine cult to sit back and not take revenge after being wronged. Manhwa said that she was the one who forgot the ways of divine cult, then apologized. The young master replied that she did not need that. What was important was what they would do from now on. The woman replied that the problem was how to make him tell them what they wanted. After a moment's thought, the young gentleman replied that they should simply beat him. She said that he knew what the Tang clan was like. They had a very strong will. Most forms of torture and threats would not make them open their mouths. The young gentleman replied that then, in his opinion, he would have to put up with extraordinary torture. He doesn't brag, but he has never seen anyone subjected to his torture methods. After some time, the young master handed her a paper and said that this was how to prepare an antidote to the poison of destroying a deity. He told her that he kept him alive just in case, but it had to be legal. The woman realized that she couldn't predict him at all, not because of the illogical speed at which he improved, or his ability to torment others. A calmness that she did not expect from someone so young. Donpil ran up and told the young master that he had cleaned the rust off the weapons of the Choksa family's martial artists. The boy replied that it was a great job. Because of the poison, they were forced to stay in bed. Even if they regained their internal energy, they would have difficulty moving as before. At the very least, it would be better to train with better weapons and help them recover faster. They certainly require a lot of maintenance. The woman realized that he was truly mysterious. At times, the guy was so stupid, but at other times, he was like a righteous, orthodox martial artist. She thanked the young gentleman again for everything. He replied that he had simply done what he had to do to get his share. Otherwise, why would he have done it? The woman said that this contradicted what he had said earlier. This was the guy who had lectured her about this place. It had been a long time since she had last received such a lecture. The young gentleman replied that everything was fine. He told me that he was just chatting non-stop and that he should not pay attention to it. She said that she heard that the young master had many unpleasant situations with the Choks family, but he was helping them. The guy replied that he hadn't helped. He had simply used them for his own benefit. After all, they had helped him too. Manhwa said that many things had happened, but she also had fun thanks to him. The young master replied that he shouldn't say that. He was the one who took advantage of her goodwill. Please let her come by if she ever visits the divine cult. He will treat her to delicious food. The woman replied that it was very tempting. She would find time to visit him someday. Because of him, in this case, it was difficult to determine who was the Orthodox faction and who was the demonic cult. The attendant asked if anyone had heard that the third young lord had returned. It had been 3 months since he had left. One of them said he had heard that the inspection committee was quite clever. Apparently, he had taught the patriarchs who resisted a lesson. It seems he did show them the virtues of divine worship, which is impressive. Isn't he the first since the first young lord to carry out the demon lord's orders so flawlessly? Don't they pity the other disciples? One of the boys asked what he meant. The boy replied that the first young lord had always been successful. Had anyone else besides the third young lord ever made that impression? He tried to calm his comrade down and told him that he shouldn't say such things. The boy replied that the other young lord had never even received an order from the demon lord to take any responsibility. The boys tried to stop him. He could die before his fate. Let him stop talking nonsense. They better go and eat. As it turned out, they were being eavesdropped on around the corner. The second young lord stopped his subordinate. One said that if they dared to speak ill of him, he should rip their mouths out. Guanping asked, should he respond to everything that outsiders say? There are people in the sect who will not only speak ill of him, but also of the first young lord. Did this guy really intend to find each of them to kill? He realized that everyone was talking about Soryang these days. People say it is considered a crime to speak ill of even the emperor if it is done behind his back. The servant apologized for letting his emotions get the better of him. The second young lord realized that knowing yourself was as important as knowing your enemy. He came to the demon god's palace for the first time in a year. He decided to ignore Soryang. Although it was the palace of the demon god, it was neither bright nor dazzling, but it is noble, majestic, and quiet. It is an ideal building for God. It's amazing no matter how many times the guy looks at it. He loves it there, living there and seeing the world at the same time. Isn't it amazing? Approaching the guards, the second young lord told them to tell the demon lord that he would like to see him. The man apologized and replied that visiting was prohibited today. The second young lord asked, "What's wrong?" As it turned out, the third young lord and the demon lord were having a private conversation. The guards informed the boys that the third young lord and the demon lord were holding a private meeting. Tell them to come tomorrow. The lord's assistant asked if they could at least let them know he was there. They hadn't seen him for a long time. The guards strongly advised them to leave. The assistant shouted that they were doing wrong. The second young lord was with him. Guan Peng turned around and said that was enough. He made it clear that he would not humiliate himself in front of them. Chief strategist Ho Yo-sung was watching them from the window. He was surprised to see the second lord here. The guy doesn't flaunt his authority and tries to make sure people see only his good side. But in reality, he is very ambitious. The second lord is perhaps the most power-obsessed of all the students. Is the real struggle for succession about to begin? The demon lord suggested drinking Jian Nan Chun from Sichuan. It has a pleasant aroma. The young master always wondered if he would get a stomachache if he drank something so strong without food. The man replied that he did not want to interrupt the aroma of his drinks with food. He thought the guy liked to drink. The young master said he did, but it had been a long time since she got drunk. So Ryan drinks to get drunk, but no matter how much he drinks lately, he doesn't get drunk. Because of this, he hasn't been drinking for a long time. The Lord thinks that this is better than making some mistake while drunk. The young master noticed that today he seemed more like an ordinary person than at any other time they had seen each other. He may be revered as a demon god, but at the end of the day, he is still a human. First, Lee Jong-san would like to hear what the vice master of the Sword Palace was like. I would also like to know why the guy didn't return immediately after the inspection was completed. Let him explain everything in detail, what and how it really happened. The young master thought he should take his words back. They still scared him. It turns out the guy heard that Chox's family was captured, but he was too late because he was getting rid of the bastards there. He replied that you could say so. The young master found it strange that he simply resigned himself to this. It was a terrible explanation. Lee Jung-sung said he wanted to hear the real reason, not just the situation. Can he see right through the guy? The Lord amiably shares his drinks, but at the same time he looks down on everyone with his demonic eyes. Lies will not work on this man. Since there is no point in hiding anything, we will tell him the whole truth. But in return, please let him take a look at his martial arts after this. The demon lord said that he did not need his help, considering that it had only been a short time since he had reached the highest demon realm. There are a lot of problems here, and the guy is trying to fix everything, but he had to give up many of his techniques. Lee Jung-san doesn't think it takes much to learn his martial arts, but he understands why the young master is asking him to. So Ryong has a dream. It is done in order to wipe out the righteous heavenly alliance and the fortress of Steelblood from the face of the earth. The Lord wanted to know why he was helping Chox's family, despite having such a bad relationship with him. It is best to have a large force to destroy the alliance. Both groups are enemies of the cult. But until now, the guy never showed any concern for these two. Has anything changed since meeting the first elder of the alliance? The third young gentleman said that there is nothing but hatred. A small fire can burn a whole mountain. A small hatred can grow into something as strong as disgust. Sometimes hatred arises without any reason. The Lord will not ask why he hated these two organizations, but he can't say that what the guy did to the Poison Dragon Pavilion Master wasn't reckless. The young master replied that he did not agree. The Tang clan played a major role in the downfall of the Choxa family. Lee Jong-sun was going to destroy the Cheoksa family. He said earlier that a small fire could burn down an entire mountain. The same thing happens with organizations. This family would later create big problems for the cult. The Sword Palace used the poison of the Tang clan and captured the Chosa family. He did not care how the Sword Palace planned to deal with the Chosa family. The result was what mattered. And in the end, the Chox family was closed. The guy asked if he was going to use this to put pressure on the Orthodox Murim. He replied that it would be too small a step. He was going to do more than just put pressure on them. The Overlord wanted to destroy at least 3 of the 10 great sects, or 5 great clans. However, could this lead to war? The man replied that he was too naive. The fall of a few sects and clans will not cause a war to break out. Even if there were many more, war would not be declared. At the same time, the fall of just one sect or clan can lead to war. The point is, who was destroyed, not how many there were. War won't happen no matter how many people die if they are the wrong people. However, the death of just one important person can shake the whole world. If the young master was killed by the Sword Palace as the Inspector General, it could lead to war. That's why everything is calm despite the death of the righteous Heavenly Alliance's first elder. He was good for nothing for a while. His death didn't matter. The Lord said that now, Soryang had changed his plans to help the Choxa family. He replied that he understood everything and would pay him for all of this. The man mentioned that he was going to destroy 3 clans or sects. so Ryan doesn't know how long it will take, but we'll try to make it happen. The woman who infiltrated the Chosa family is a disciple of the secret demon queen, which means she has connections with the Steel Blood Fortress, vice master of the Sword Palace. From the 4 palaces of the Outer Wall, the Poison Dragon Pavilion Master is part of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. In other words, they have people in their hands who have influence in these 3 forces. The Lord said that the death of the right person could change everything, so he uses these 3 people and the house sect to do something very interesting. The man said to use the results to show him what he was going to do, because his work as Inspector General had been excellent. He will trust him this time and will not blame him for interfering with his plans. The guy asked to look at his martial arts. Let him raise his weapon. Same method as before. Let him not wait and attack him. The last time they dueled, his stance was impeccable, but now there are so many openings. It doesn't matter if he is too perfect and full of open spaces, but he seems determined to teach him. The young master won't be able to defeat him no matter what, so he must try to attack properly. If there is only a small difference between perfection and imperfections, he needs to strike so that he can kill him with one blow. You need to be ready for it. The Demon Lord noticed that the boy had definitely changed. The man had participated in training matches with the 9 great demon elders many times. The result was always the same. Even as time passed, they could not even attempt to attack, and in the end, they fell to their knees. They praised the greatness of God and left, admitting that they were not good enough. This is not surprising. On this side of the Murim, there is a very clear system of subordination. A demonic martial artist of a higher rank can easily defeat a demon of a lower rank. But this guy is different. He doesn't even think about attacking me, despite the fact that he knows he can't kill me. Or is he really trying to kill him? The young master is much weaker than the demon elders, but attacks him with full intent to kill. He knows his conviction must be at least that strong if he hopes to land even one blow. His aura is now closer to that of a demonic martial artist than that of death, but deep down, he still possesses the instincts of a grim reaper. The young master was the first to strike, but at the same moment, he was thrown to the side by the shockwave. He realized that he couldn't move his legs. The young master could no longer use the 9 heavens contraction divine stages. Even if I could, it wouldn't flow as naturally as it did before. Watching the demon lord, the young master did not understand what he was looking at. Then he shouted that he would continue then. The man replied no, after which he suggested trying a different approach this time. The demon lord shouted that he should try to block it now. The young master realized that he was distorting space. The guy felt neither the wind nor the heat nor the sunlight. He knew that this was definitely an illusion created by his demonic energy, but it was so bright. The demon lord said that this is called the demonic palm of heaven. Let him try to take it away. The guy understood that his strength was terrifying. It felt like all his muscles were about to be torn to pieces. Unlike some masters who practice martial arts using the chi that is in their own energy core, Lee Jongsan uses both his own and nature's power to influence everything he can see. The young master didn't even know that such a thing was possible. The boy uses the 9 depths demonic arts as armor around his body, but his skin still breaks. He can't stop it. The demon lord said he heard the boy call this sword a dragon scale blade. The name of the blade depends on its owner. However, before he took it, the blade was also called the demonic dragon slayer. It is said that the demon lord used this blade to behead its original owner, a dragon, when he founded the Great Mountains as his domain. He needed to understand the essence of this sword. The guy didn't understand how he was supposed to do this. The name of a martial art technique is the first step to understanding it. The same applies to weapons. The young master learned the true name of the dragon scale blade. Let him discover the true face of this sword. Let him feel that this is madness. If he understands how to handle the ball, he will know how to block its attack. The boy didn't know if it was possible. He shouldn't just pour his demonic energy into the sword. He needs to soften the nature of the demonic energy so that the blade and the energy itself can resonate. The young master replied that, to be honest, he did not quite understand what the true power of this sword was. However, from now on, he will make it his own demonic blade. The demonic hand of heaven establishes a balance with demonic energy and space to make this domain its own. He did the same thing but used 10-fold demonic arts and a demonic blade to create a gap in the demonic palm of heaven. That was how he managed to repel the attack. The demon lord said that an experienced martial artist can block the ball's aura even with a stick. This is because an expert can use chi at a different level than a non-expert. The ways to use the infinite chi. If he remembers this, he will be able to rise higher. The demon lord said that was all for today, then turned around and left. Following the demon lord, the young master heard him tell him that his muscles had changed. He had good stamina and was built perfectly for continuous serial attacks. He said yes, but now it's different. He has a body type that is suitable for short but explosive techniques. The guy thinks he could compensate for his stamina with demonic energy, but he's a little confused at the moment. That's why he didn't continue attacking? After the guy failed his first attack, the old him would have immediately prepared a new one. The young master replied that he had done so. The demon lord said that the boy's legs did not follow him. He said that the art of lightning would be very useful. The young gentleman did not understand what was being said. The man allows him to enter the pavilion of the demon's domain. Let him take what he deems necessary. The guy was happy because he had become so generous. This was the pavilion of the demon's domain, from the version of the secret storage of the cult, where only those who have the permission of the master can go. The young gentleman looked at this huge building with such admiration. He said that it was magnificent. Unlike other secret repositories, this place is full of sacred scriptures and teaching texts for demons. It reminds him of the sacred scripture pavilion in the Shaolin Temple. Is he wrong in thinking that this place is similar in layout to the Holy Scripture Pavilion? This place was much bigger, but the layout definitely looked the same. Was there some connection between the two? He thought about the fact that this place worships first of all different deities, after which he realized that now is not the time for such questions. He only has one day there. Looking at the wounds on his arm, the demon lord said that it was a deadly blade trying to become demonic. He understood that he had managed to break through the chi of the demon emperor. What a mysterious man. His skill level is 10, but he always manages to show strength equal to 12. There are such people, those who can do more than they are supposed to. An ability that is not comparable to ordinary talent. Judgment, reliability, creativity. This is an area that can only be achieved by having all of these, but he is still not good enough. The guy is a very strong candidate, but he is not yet good enough to take on the duties of the head of the cult. If he couldn't cultivate, he wouldn't become a demon lord, even if he won the succession battle. Holding the book he needed in his hands, the boy was glad that he had finally found it. It was the lightning fist of the heavenly demon, a technique that has a celestial demon in its name, despite not being a traditional demonic art. Unlike the heavenly ascension technique, it consumes a lot of internal energy. It is fast, but not difficult, and it is not focused on serial attacks. Each blow is heavy and powerful. It is so strong that the guy will not need to make other series of blows. The demon lord said there was one more thing. He would give him a new footwork technique that the boy must learn. She is called the best of the demonic martial arts. When the young master saw the next book, he was surprised, because these were the sovereign steps of the demon emperor. The chief strategist came to the demon lord. The man asked what brought him there. He replied that he wanted to ask only one question. There was permission to enter the pavilion of the demon's domain. Was it the lord? The man answered that yes. The strategist said that someone must have done something great. Perhaps it was the court keeper? The lord replied that he already knew the answer. He was glad to know that it was the third young lord. The demon lord was very surprised by this. The man said that he had messed up all his plans. The strategist replied that he could always come up with a new plan. It was better than war. But why the demon domain pavilion? As far as he knew, the guy already had some pretty good techniques. The demon lord replied that he was whining that they weren't good enough. The strategist was very surprised by this. Ever since he recovered from the chi blockage, the demon lord has started to talk to people. He was never so talkative before. The man asked how things were going with the special protection subject. He replied that he was currently under the supervision of a doctor. The demon lord said he heard that this guest was a real troublemaker. The strategist replied that he had indeed spoken to them once, but he did not think that was true. It seemed that they had another reason for being there. While in a secluded bamboo grove, the young man said it was hotter than he expected. He couldn't understand how people there could stand the heat. With one deft movement of his hand, everything around him froze. Exhaling, he said that it was much better this way. Meanwhile, Anghwa was busily cleaning the yard and couldn't even imagine what guests might expect today. She hadn't seen the young master for so long that she couldn't hold back her tears. The girl bowed and greeted the third young gentleman, so Ryan thought he would never see her again. He gave her a book because he wanted her not to be bored without him. The guy thought that you can never predict life. Without thinking twice, he told the girl to show her hand. The young master felt quite a lot of internal energy. Study hard? Anhwa replied that she studies 8 hours every day. Accumulating qi means gathering qi, as the term itself suggests. It is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Therefore, when training qi, consistency is key. But circulating and accumulating qi for 8 hours a day requires great concentration and patience. So Ryong thinks it's rare to see a newbie who is so determined to learn. He's proud of her. Anhwa couldn't slack off when he gave her the opportunity to train. The girl remembered Goldie and asked where he was. Or was he hiding on his head? So Ryan replied that he could now fit in his mouth. Goldie wouldn't fit on top of his head. Anhwa was worried whether he was injured or sick. She had to feed him boiled meat. The master replied that she should not worry. Goldie would return when she wanted. They share chi with him so he can find it whenever he wants. Donpo returned in the meantime. The guys had just sat down at the table. The man said that a specially protected target wanted to see him. But what is this? Someone who needs special protection. So Ryan wants to know what value this person has to the cult. This man is the first priority of the Guardian Court. This makes him an important guest of the cult. Therefore, experienced martial artists from the inner pavilion of the Guardian Court are sometimes assigned to guard them. This refers to the hidden martial artists in the Guardian Court. There are not only former guards, but also former demon elders and demon generals. Are former experts spending their final years in the indoor pavilion instead of simply retiring? Do they agree to this voluntarily? Where does such devotion come from? The young master thought it was strange. Why was Dungpil smiling? Why did he look so happy? Proud of what he was telling about the inner pavilion? So Ryan doesn't know who the target is, but he doesn't care since he's busy. Who are they to tell him when to come and go? They can knock on his door if they want to see him. Donpil knows it's impolite, but they can't leave their residence. When a special security subject is brought into the sect, they can fine him to his quarters to prevent any mishaps. Either way, the guy doesn't care, but he'll let them know. They are now in a secluded bamboo grove. The young gentleman asked if they were already used to this heat. Former first head of the Guardian Court, Yang Zhang, said that these guys are everywhere, but it's nothing compared to what it used to be. At least they don't operate in groups anymore. The boy heard that Yan Zhang had also lived here for a long time. He replied that he had not lived here. For 7 or 8 years, it was just his job. The young master said that this was amazing. He had heard that most experienced martial artists couldn't last here for even a few months. Yan Zhang told the guy that they were having chicken soup for dinner tonight. He was surprised. They were going to eat that stuff? The former team members were looking forward to this dinner. It looks disgusting, but it tastes absolutely delicious. The guy said it was really delicious. Yan Zhang said he wouldn't be disappointed. There were still a lot of chicken legs left. Let him eat them. The young master asked if there was still no answer from the third lord. Yan Zhang said that he just returned to the sect, so he's sure the guy is busy. We'll have to wait a little longer. He replied that it would be nice if he could meet him in person. His request probably seemed rather rude to him. It's not such a difficult favor for him. He just asked for a meeting with him. Their dish will soon get cold. They'd better continue eating. He originally wanted to meet the cult leader, but changed his mind on the way here. Meeting him alone would have been nearly impossible anyway. Hearing what the third young lord was doing had changed his mind as well. This guy is the most popular candidate for successor. Yan Zhang asked why he wanted to see him so much. He doesn't really have a particular reason. He was interested in meeting him because he heard that he fought with the Sword Palace. Meanwhile, So Ryan was trying to master the martial arts he had learned in the Demon Domain Pavilion. He remembered a total of 5 from the Demonic Domain Pavilion. One of them was a sword technique that he was going to teach to Donpil, and the rest were for him. One of the 4, the Bloody Hill Palm, attracted him with its amazing destructive power, but it was not something he would be able to use right away. Right now, he needs to learn 3 of them. Sky Demon Lightning Fist, 1,000-mile air steps, Demon Emperor Sovereign Steps. This is an amazing footwork technique. It suits him perfectly. However, he was told that only Li Zhongsan, the first young lord and head of the council, had mastered this skill. Of the 3, Li Zhongsan was the only one who had fully mastered the skill. He said that even the leader of the Senate had not yet reached the 7th level of mastery. If the leader of the 9 great demonic elders was still at the 7th level of mastery, then this must be a very difficult technique. The young master thought that there was no time to rest and that he needed to start immediately. Starting from the first step of heavenly position, the second step of heavenly seeking, the third step of dominance, and the 4th step of competition. He will move on to the 5th step of silent rotation and the 6th step of flight, and then finish with the 7th step of sovereign. It's not just about moving his legs. he needs to take care to distribute his forces correctly. He can't call it the best footwork technique in demonic martial arts. It's slower than the 9 heaven contraction divine steps, but it suits him more than the 9 heaven contraction divine steps. So Ryan is confident that if he can master this, he will be able to use his other skills much better than with the 9 heavens compression divine steps. He can do it because he believes in himself, and he will soon become much stronger. Master of the inner organ of enlightenment, So Yeon-shim greeted the third young lord. The boy was surprised. What brought her here? She came to him because she heard he was back. Did the girl just come to say hello? A skilled liar, no doubt. So Yeon-shim said that the guy wouldn't notice if she really wanted to deceive him. Let the girl wait a little. He needs to finish his business and go inside. So Yeon-shim asked if she could watch him practice, and he said sure. The young master quickly concentrated. Not everyone could have his concentration. He was born with such determination. But focus is what the guy worked for. It is precisely because the young master is so good at concentration that he was able to achieve such a level of martial arts at this age. So Yeon-shim heard that the current cult leader also reached the level of an absolute demon around his mid-30s. What could she think of the third young lord who had managed to reach the same level 10 years earlier? So Yeon-shim feels that he can truly become the successor. So Ryan finally understood what was going on. He understood how to operate this technique. The girl asked, was it the lightning fist of the heavenly demon? The guy was surprised. Does she already know what it is? So Yeon-shim replied that her main martial art is the lightning fist. She wants to know why the guy practices it and about the missions as an inspector. They can also engage in light sparring after the conversation. Special security object. Deputy Palace Master of the North Sea Ice Palace wants to see the third young lord. The guy asked why he wanted to see him. So Yeon-shim replied that she didn't know either, but he thinks he should go to him. Because he specifically asked to meet him, not the cult leader, not the elders, not the first young lord, just him. He must have a good reason to want to meet him. It is important to find out what he is thinking or planning. So Ryan asked, shouldn't the guardian court or the cult leader have checked this? He doesn't understand what reason he gave for his visit. So Yeon-shim replied that he came to inspect the place. The girl thinks that this is just a tour. Did Lee Jong-san let him into the divine cult for such a ridiculous reason? This letter states that the third young lord accepted their request. For the young master, this is good news, and he is looking forward to it. Yanzong asked if he needed to be absent when he came. The guy replied that he would be very grateful. The second team was assigned to protect him, and the rest were hiding nearby. They would move away a little, but they still needed to keep a certain distance. Yanzong doesn't think he needs to talk about it. But since they've been living together for a long time, he wants to warn them. Let him be careful. The third young lord was previously called a tyrant. He hadn't interacted with him himself, but even if the rumors were only half true, he was difficult to deal with. The guy understood everything and thanked him for worrying about him. Then let him know that lately he has been called the Demon King. With the advent of the era of peace, the cult members have lost their militancy. They are different from those who have retired, like him. However, the very blood of the demon still flows there. There lives in them a madness as strong as in them, if not more. They call the third young lord the Demon King, nothing more and nothing less. And this name speaks of the respect that the demonic martial artists have for him. Yanzong is sure that the guy has his own reasons for wanting to see him, and he doesn't want to know about them. But since he wants to talk to the third young lord, it is better not to provoke him. On the way here, the boy heard many rumors about the third young lord. Yanzong said that the demon lord appointed him as a special inspector general. He dealt with the 7 patriarchs. He also destroyed the martial King clan. His martial arts are impressive, but his determination is even more impressive. And then the guy immediately realized that the third young lord was an interesting figure, and it is very important that he is experienced. The next day, Donpil stopped his master and asked him where he was going. He replied that he had to go somewhere. Donpil wanted to go with him, but Soryang refused and ordered him to practice the technique he gave him. It would take him some time to get used to it. The man agreed, but he found it strange why the young lord covered his face to go outside. So Yeon-shim came over and said that the young master might have felt awkward. Donpil turned and greeted the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center. The girl said that there was no need to be so formal. The man replied that he must. But what brought her here? Seo Youngsun came to convince the young master that it would be best to meet with the special target of the guard. And then she had a little warm-up. Was she sparring with the young master? The girl replied that she was. Dongpil thought it must have been quite intense. So Young-shim is surprised because the third young lord is growing up at an alarmingly fast rate. It was a more meaningful experience than she expected. There are many people in the cult who are stronger than her, but she can count on one hand those who wield the lightning fist better, and yet he managed to push her well. Is it because he reached the highest level of demon? Or is the guy just talented? How does he manage to understand technique so well? He has just reached the highest level of the demonic realm, but he already sees through its essence. With each attack, he learns the technique at an alarming rate. At this rate, it won't take him long to master it. Dongpil asked the girl to wrestle with him if she wasn't busy. So Young-shim replied that she was busy and was sure that in terms of being busy, she was second only to the general strategist. The man apologized for his persistence. However, the girl replied that she agreed. She thinks that a day spent playing isn't so bad. But first, she needed to have a snack. She was exhausted, even though she hadn't used any internal energy in her attacks. Donpil would prepare food for them right away. The boy was cultivating in the grove and suddenly felt very even steps and walking speed. Doesn't the young master really hide his presence and try to show himself? He is definitely a well-trained martial artist. Finally, the third young lord is here, So-ryang. The young master never wanted to come back here while he was alive. But sometimes he missed the breeze here. He's trying to feel that breeze right now, so let him stop creating that icy aura. The boy turned and asked, "Is he the third young lord?" He clearly didn't expect to see him in such a state. What happened to his eye? So Ryan said that it would have been better if he hadn't invited him here for some stupid reason. It's been so long since he's eaten this meat. It's delicious no matter how many times he's eaten it. The guy has good taste. It looks a little disgusting, but the taste of this dish is extraordinary. He also ate it quite often during his stay here. The guy had wanted to ask this for a long time. What happened to his eye? So Ryang replied that it was just an injury he got during training. It was some kind of curse. She looked like she barely had the strength to hold chopsticks, but her fist was definitely powerful. They fought using only the Demon Emperor's Sovereign Steps and Lightning Fist, sealing their internal energy. But it is on a different level of understanding. Endurance, sensitivity, strength, speed. He had the advantage in all of these, even without internal energy. But all of this was meaningless against someone who had mastered the technique. But did she really have to hit him in the face like that? He could have died if it had been a sword and she her fist. It was his fault for letting his guard down. He needed to be on guard. He hadn't reached the level he had in his past life. He couldn't let his guard down at all. So Ryan is upset. Next time, he will ask to fight with internal energy. The young gentleman said that they needed to get down to business. Why did the boy want to see him? Had he met the swordsmen from the Sword Palace? What were they like? So Ryang replied that they were strong. It's hard for him to explain the details of that fight. They were intense, and it made it a little difficult for him. He would be a little stronger than him, the Vice Palace Master of the Sword Palace. The guy replied that he thought too highly of him. They called him a rising star. So Ryan believes that if he used his hidden power, he is sure he could fight back. The young master doesn't know if it's a seal or something like that, but isn't he upset? Everyone would praise him if he used this power. So Ryan believes he has his own reasons for this. But how could he know about it? The young master replied that he simply understood it at first glance. His posture, breathing, and chi are superior to humans, but his strength and internal energy are that of a top-level martial artist. The guy was surprised. Did he really see through the potential of Liu Li's great method? This is not something that can be seen only through martial arts. He has a very sharp eye. So Ryang doesn't think that the guy called him here because he's curious about the skill level of the swordsman in the Sword Palace. Why did he want to meet him? The guy replied that he thought he was the most devoted member of the cult. He was also now the most famous and supported member of the cult. He wanted to ask him to help form an alliance between the cult and the Ice Palace. So Ryan doesn't understand. If he came here for this, then shouldn't he have asked to meet the Demon Lord? He's just his student. He has no authority. The guy said he knew. The Ice Palace is the most powerful force outside the walls. An alliance between them would be of great benefit to them. He thought that So-ryang was the right person to help in this matter. This guy is very confident. Even if the rumors are only half true, the Ice Palace is as strong as the Shaolin Temple. It would be a good idea for them to form an alliance with them. So this is the real reason he came here. What do they want from them by entering into an alliance? Let him tell the truth. If he lies again, he will leave. The boy told him to save his little sister. She was captured in the Beast Palace. So Ryan couldn't believe his ears. Were those guys with the red dogs? Because of this, he wants to make an alliance with them. Doesn't he know what this place is? He replied that he does. His father, the Lord of the Ice Palace, wants the other 3 palaces to fall. The Ice Palace has never been interested in Jin Yuan and only wanted peace in the Northern Sea, but they are being pressured by the other 3 palaces. He is sure that So-ryang knows that the Beast Palace is cooperating with the Bloodsteel Fortress and the Sword Palace with the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. In the midst of all this, the Palace Lord's child was kidnapped. They found themselves in a very disadvantageous position. It would be good for the Heavenly Cult, since he heard that they had a conflict with the two palaces before. They are like a thorn in their side. So they can destroy them together. If they did, it would definitely benefit the cult. But that was something he had to discuss with the Demon Lord. He asked to meet him because he had heard about his destructive martial arts and brave personality. But if the guy had known that he would drag out time like this, he would have gone to the Demon Lord instead. Then why doesn't he meet him right now? The guy said that he couldn't miss such an opportunity and simply attacked the young master. The successor of the Glacier Palace was surprised why So-ryang did not dodge, since he attacked with enough energy to kill. The young master said that he knew when a person had murderous intent. Any other martial artist would have instinctively blocked or dodged the blow, even if they knew about it. So-ryang asked why he attacked if he didn't really want to fight. What level is this? He hasn't even used his martial arts yet. Heavenly Hand Ice Soul is one of the 5 signature martial arts of their palace. Its destructive power is comparable to the Divine Fist of the 100 Steps of the Shaolin Temple, and the depth corresponds to the true Chi Tai Ji of the Wudong sect. However, So-ryang is not interested in all this. Why did he attack him? The successor said he was going to attack him again. The young gentleman said that he agreed, but this was the last time. So Ryan decided to use his new skill. He believes that his technique is comparable to the Divine Fist of 100 Steps. But isn't its disadvantage too obvious? The time between preparation and attack is too long. This may not be a flaw in the technology itself, but in the qualifications of the person using it. The guy asked what So-ryang would think about it if he mastered this technique. Let him watch carefully and remember. This seemed to him something surprising. He moves so slowly. It's a technique called Heavenly Demon Lightning Fist that he recently started learning. It was weaker than it should have been because So-ryang hadn't mastered it yet. His moves are simple, but simplicity brings variety. Ice Soul, or whatever technique the guy used, is similar. A technique that focuses on destructive power. But the Lightning Fist targets a single opponent, while his Ice technique is more of an area attack. He analyzed the features of this technique in such a short time? Your face when you look at someone who has been playing Mortal Kombat for 5 years. This is the result of a fight with a Lightning Fist master, and without any internal energy. The difference between her and him is obvious. Even he lost to her in a fight without internal energy. Talking about it makes him angry again. Next time, he will definitely win. For every strong fighter, there is a stronger fighter. The guy said that his technique is outstanding. If he masters it, he is sure that he will not lose to most people. And why did he show him this? The guy thought he had to do this in exchange for seeing So-ryang use one of his skills. He didn't think that the young master would just show off if he asked. So Ryang replied that he wouldn't. He didn't like to exert himself unnecessarily. They need to know how sharp each other's blades are so they can help each other. That seems like a rather sinister way of putting it. The guy wants to achieve an alliance between the Ice Palace and the Divine Cult, and between them. Doesn't he think it would be beneficial for the two successors to join forces? He thinks he's amazing, but he hasn't been chosen as a successor yet. He'll help in any way he can, so he should help him too? But isn't the guy losing too much from this deal? After all, So-ryang is only one of the 7 students, but he has already been chosen as the successor, right? That's true, but many people hate him. So Ryan asked if he wanted help to get rid of his enemies instead of doing it himself. He believed that choosing the right allies also shows wisdom. Was it just an excuse when he said he wanted to save his sister? It's okay if So-ryang rejects his offer, but he was serious about his sister. If he can save his sister, then everything will be fine, even if they become enemies. The young gentleman smiled and said that despite his appearance, he had a lot of masculinity. The guy replied that he often hears this, so it's not surprising. But the guy may not trust him yet. But he doesn't trust him either. They call it an alliance, but it can be broken at any moment. They need to formalize it somehow. How does the guy plan to do this? There has long been a simple way to create alliances between states. He thinks his sister will be useful in this regard. Yanzong asked if he thought this alliance was risky. Isn't it too disadvantageous for him? What if he simply dissolves the alliance on his part? Was he worried about him, even though he was a member of the Divine Cult? The man had never spoken to the third young master, but they knew each other well. Now the boy understands why the martial artists of the Divine Cult respect and admire the third young lord so much. He does not break his promise. He's grumpy on the outside, but he's confident that as So-ryang's ally, He'll do more than what's necessary. Yanzhong asked if there was a reason why he believed this. The boy replied that yes, he believed that the third young lord's goal was more than just becoming a successor. Meanwhile, in the heavenly demon divine cult, Li Zhongsang thanked Ju Xiaoyun for her good work on the Iron Horse Room. She achieved remarkable results. And she must have worked hard. This is proof that the girl knows and understands the path of developing her martial arts. But the Lord is disappointed in something. Ju So-yun asked him to teach her. The man thought that her martial art was too limited. The strengths and weaknesses of the fighting technique are trivial. Her martial art lacks the most important thing. But what could it be? The Demon Lord said that this cannot be learned from someone else. Let him figure it out for himself. Even a scientist who has read thousands of books cannot know the whole world. To know the world, you need to see it yourself. She is like a scientist who only reads books. The girl remembered the general strategist's words about the third young master. Progress combined with experience completes training. So Ryan was brave when he needed to use martial arts, and when he needed to use his brain, he avoided violence. Suddenly, the Demon Lord was informed that the third young lord wanted to see him. The man said to let him in. Something immediately stirred inside the girl, and she began to sweat. He doesn't emit any qi, but his presence is so powerful that Ju Suo-yun can't take her eyes off him. Is this demonic energy an exalted realm that goes beyond the concept of martial arts? So Ryan said it had been a while since they had seen each other. She was definitely leaking. Is this guy an absolute demon? Li Zhongsan told the girl that she was free to go about her business. The man asked how the fifth one looked in his eyes. The guy answered that it looked pretty good. She was sensitive enough to know that he had reached the highest demonic level, and she seemed quite talented. Li Zhongsang thinks that's it. If we consider her talents alone, she's the best in the cult. The youngest is comparable to her in age. However, it did not solve any of the problems. So Ryan thinks we understand what is going on. It's a wall that most people with her talent face. Ju So-yun will become frighteningly strong once she breaks through this wall. The Demon Lord thinks that the boy is right. The man asked how the conversation with the successor of the Ice Palace went. The young gentleman replied that the boy had made a delightful proposal. Li Zhongsan said he didn't want to know. A powerful figure from one of the 4 palaces of the outer wall is active after all this peace and quiet. It must be something big. Whether he proposes an alliance or war will happen after he talks to him. So Ryong said he didn't know what they were talking about. Li Zhongsang replied that he did know that the boy went to the third young lord, not him, talking not to the master, but to his child. Right after the Sword Palace and the Beast Palace made a fuss, it will either harm the cult or benefit it. It seems he is not interested in the one thing that everyone else would like to know, because it is not the cause that is important, but the result. Li Zhongsan has mastered not only martial arts, but also world affairs. He may not have the ability to predict the future, but he doesn't need to, because he sees through everything. The man asked if this problem could be solved within the cult, or if he needed to go beyond it. So Ryong said both. The Demon Lord immediately responded that it was an alliance back then. He hasn't met him, but you have to be very strong to become the heir to the Ice Palace. They are strict, but even stricter to their blood. In other words, the guy he met is no pushover. Let him not allow himself to be manipulated, and do the opposite if he wants to achieve his goal. On that note, he would like to ask him for a favor. Let him allow him to use the powers of the cult for this matter. Li Zhongsan said that it was impossible. He had to do it in secret. The young master knew the man would say that. The reason he could bring a squad of berserker demons with him on an inspection was because it was an official mission. But he will have to take care of this himself. It will be difficult for him to take troops with him. The young master realized that he had no choice. He would think about it a little longer. The Demon Lord gave him a report on the current duties and missions of the cult troops. Details of where and when each unit will be located are also recorded. Li Zhongsan said to use it as he wishes. The boy smiled and thanked his Demon Lord. He can go ahead and use this information. If next time he sees that he is clumsy with his feet again, he will take this technique away from him. So Ryan knows that he must improve himself to avoid embarrassment. So the Ice Palace is on a different political route than the other 3 palaces of the outer wall. The Ice Palace heir's younger sister was traveling through the northwest region of Zhong'an when she came across the beasts of the Beast Palace. A fight ensued and they grabbed her. She just didn't have a chance. What matters is what he can get out of this situation. An alliance with the heir to the Ice Palace. This means he will have a strong ally in his quest to become the successor. He has a share of the Choksa family, and also the support of the Kyogyeon family, but they can only help him indirectly because they are officially devoted to the divine cult. The Ice Palace is a different story. Since they are not affiliated with the divine cult, they can be of great help. So Ryan can't trust them yet, but it's worth a try. Suddenly, the guy felt that someone was following him, and he stopped abruptly. The young master asked if she had anything to talk about with him. The girl replied that she did not. Then why does she keep stalking him? Zhu So-yoon said she had business with him, so Ryan thought this was absurd. She herself said that there was nothing to talk about. What was she even talking about? What's wrong with her? Why can't she just say it straight out? It's annoying as hell. The girl asked what she needed to complete her martial arts training. The young master asked what she was talking about. Zhu So-yoon doesn't know how to explain it. She just watched him and wants to know how he manages to improve so quickly. How was So Ryan able to reach the highest demon realm in such a short time? The young master was surprised that a young girl like her already wanted to reach the highest demon realm. She should know that this is not something that can be explained with words or shown with actions. Zhu So-yoon understands the complexity, but she has never even tried. He said goodbye and said that he didn't know what the girl wanted from him. The guy was busy today, let him come later. In a matter of seconds, Zhu So-yoon appeared in front of him and said that it was very important to her. So Ryung asked if the girl wanted him to give up his plans because of her persistence. She replied that no, she would just stay by his side. The young master said that she seemed to have forgotten that they were rivals. However, the girl did not think so. But what does no mean to her? Doesn't she know that the boy beat up the fourth student? It has nothing to do with her. She doesn't care. But why does she think so? As long as the girl is a disciple of the Demon Lord, she must fight for this place. Ju So-yeon had already finally decided that she did not want to become the successor. Meanwhile, the second disciple of the heavenly demon divine cult, Gwan Pyong, went out for a walk in the courtyard. Ju So-yoon walked next to him. The guy shouted at her, asking what she was so busy with that she didn't even say hello to her brother. The girl came back and said hello. Gwan Pin said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The last time was at a big conference? Since then, her chi has improved significantly. So Yun thanked her brother for his observation. It seemed like he had been training very hard, too. The guy was surprised. Did she really think so? However, the third young master surpasses all of them several times. But the girl thought there was no need to tell him this. She simply said goodbye and left. The second young master did not understand what was going on. The girl said that he didn't need to worry about her. So Yoon wasn't interested in the succession race. Gwan Pyong ordered his assistant Jae Hwan to follow the fifth lady. But let him be careful. She is a sensitive child, so you need to stay away from her. The assistant asked him why he needed it. He replied that he just wanted it. He hoped that she would not give him a reason to follow her. At this moment, the young master scolds Donpil. What happened to his face? He was furious that this woman had disgraced them both. One blow, one black eye. The guys decided to have another sword training session. Donpil asked how he liked his technique, so Ryan replied that it was wonderful. He had already managed to understand it completely. It was quite difficult to do. The ninefold demonic sword technique he learns is one of the cult's top 10 techniques, so it's naturally very difficult, but he managed to do it more efficiently using a very creative method. So Ryan wondered if he could have thought of this on his own. It was worth it to convey this technique to him. The young master said that he was going to leave the sect in a few days. He thought about leaving Donpil here because it would be quite dangerous, but now the man has mastered a new technique, so he might change his mind. With this level of skill, he can take it anywhere. Dongpil thanked the young master. The man was confused by the fact that the fifth lady was watching them. What was she doing here anyway? So Ryan said to leave her alone. She doesn't know how to communicate. Let her not pay attention. We need to continue training. Anhwa asked the lady if she was hungry or if she would like to have some tea. But the girl was completely focused and did not make a single sound. She watched the movements of the third young master in the hope of learning some secret. The second young master's assistant was watching her. He was shocked to see the fifth lady next to the third gentleman. Maybe they are secretly in love with each other. The second young master will not like it. Ju So-yeon also continued to closely monitor the third young master's movements, so Ryan decided it was time to end his training. But he doesn't even look tired. She thought that a master of a higher demon would have to go through unimaginable training. Is the guy happy with this level of intensity? The young master told the servant Anhwa that it was time for a snack. The girl replied that everything would be ready soon. He invited the girl to join them and warned that they were preparing really tasty food. The girl still couldn't understand. This was just a regular training session with fists. They didn't see anything that could tire him out so much. Ju So-yun looked at the ground and saw traces of his footsteps. It seemed like the guy was practicing his movements, not his fists. She couldn't tell where So Ryan was looking and what he was aiming for. Was it attack, defense, or both? Ju So-yun thought this technique was amazing. She never thought it existed. So Riang said that Anhwa's food is the best, maybe even the best in the cult. Dongpil agreed with him. The guy offered Dongpil another round after the meal, who replied that it would be an honor. So Riang told Anhwa that he shouldn't put boiled meat around himself. It won't bring Goldie back. The girl asked if something happened to him. Don't worry, he's probably having fun in his mythological form. Ju So-yun realized that there was no barrier between them. He treated his subordinates as friends. So Riang asked if she had managed to understand anything. She had said that she wanted to watch and learn. The girl replied that she had not yet. Understanding only makes sense when she finds it herself. But there's nothing worse than wasting time. So he warns her that this is exactly what will happen. Now, it's not because of the difference in skills. She will have a hard time identifying her problem no matter who she observes. Ju So-yun asked why. He replied that it was because of her stubbornness. He meant her desire for martial arts? So Riang is referring to the belief that her own methods are the only ones that will help her improve the fastest. He doesn't advise her to give up her methods, but they don't always work for everyone. So she's stubborn in her own methods? That's impossible. She trains and gets enough rest to recover. What's wrong with that? Does she have someone she can talk to heart about martial arts? Every martial artist has their own method. If she doesn't accept that it works, then let her think about why there is no progress. He doesn't need to tell her that. Let her think about how many young talents have reached her level of understanding. He bets there are 5 or fewer. Ju So-yun replied that she was not satisfied with this. The young master suggested that she broaden her horizons. The girl doesn't understand what he means when he says that her mind is too constrained. She believed that he had a flexible mind when it came to martial arts. So what made them different then? So Ryan sensed that they had uninvited guests and ordered Dongpil to catch them. Jae-hwan was surprised that the lady allowed herself not only to train with him, but also to have lunch together. The master did the right thing in ordering him to keep an eye on the young lady. If for some reason they were to join forces, it would be a hindrance. Suddenly, the man noticed that the blonde had disappeared. Where could he have gone? Dongpil told him not to move. This is the 3rd young master's house. He dared to spy on him? Jae-hwan realized that things were bad for him, and he would have to use a poison bomb. Now the situation will escalate. It doesn't matter if they catch him. The main thing is that his lord's name doesn't come out. Dongpil immediately brought him down to earth. He was probably dreaming. How did he get out of the poisonous fog so quickly? But it's not too late to escape. He just needs to raise his fighting energy now. Jae-hwan didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't use his energy or even move. So Ryan warned him that he didn't like to talk a lot, especially after a heavy meal. So let him tell us right away who sent him and why he is willing to risk using a poison bomb to escape. Let him spill all his secrets. Jae-hwan feels like his energy core is blocked. He can't move a single muscle. How is this possible? If he wants to get out of here safe and sound, then he should answer immediately. The guys found out everything. It was Gwon Pyong. The 2nd young lord sent him. Being nice to your sister is fine, but sending a servant to spy on her is pretty creepy. Is she that popular? So Riang asked. She knows where Gwon Pyong lives, right? They're going to talk. The girl replied that she doesn't need help. This matter doesn't concern him. She will solve her own problems. The guy asked what Ju So-yun meant. She mixed everything up again. He's not doing this for her. He's doing it for himself. This guy was spying on her. That's her problem. But he was causing a disturbance in his quarters. His security guard was attacked, so the guy can't just sit and keep quiet. So Riang noticed that Jae-hwan had no negative energy at all, only positive energy. Even with demonic arts, he shouldn't be able to move with such an imbalance. He was also limited in the amount of energy he could use, despite having much more. So Riang asked Dongpil how many days were left until the day he said he would leave. The man replied that it was only 3 days. That in that case, that's enough. He'll draw something on that bastard's face before he leaves. Jae-hwan asked the 2nd master for forgiveness, and may even kill him for the unfulfilled task. The young master replied that it was even a relief. He had returned without any particular injuries. That alone was enough. He shouldn't worry so much. No matter whether he downplays or redirects the accusations, Jae-hwan is one of his men. Since he didn't draw his sword, it won't be much of a problem. He will do everything in his power to make sure this never happens again. Guan Pen said he believes in him. It's too late, though. He thought he found someone with brains, but he just proved his worthlessness. However, this one lasted longer than the others, so it was meant to be. Are the third and fifth really together? Do they really have feelings? The guards reported that the third young master is here. It seems that this guy is faster than he thought. Let him through, but he will see him in an hour. But why exactly an hour? The guard asked. Guan Pen replied that an hour would be enough. Does he want to run across the Mexican border and disappear? What do you guys think? Meanwhile, in the divine cult of the heavenly demon, in the guard of the chamber of demons, the guys felt a strong demonic impulse from the third chamber of demon guards. Suddenly, before their eyes, the sealed lock was broken by the energy of martial artists. A huge man came out of the camera. He saw the sun, and the first thing he thought was that it was probably summer. If it is the third protected area, then it is the person who is closest to becoming the next ruler. 3 years have already passed for him, and the air feels so pleasant. He is the greatest among the young masters of the divine cult. The first young master is Jin Guanyong. Donpil warned that the second young master was known for his straightforwardness. He is also known to be very generous to his people, whether it be supporting his subordinates or their families. Judging from his possessions, he doesn't seem greedy. Based on what Dongpil told him, this guy doesn't seem like a bad person. But why would he have someone spy on Ju So-yoon? This does not correspond with what he has heard about him, but he thinks that generosity does not prevent him from striving for power. His presence was clear just now, but suddenly it disappeared. Did he enter a completely enclosed space or something? No matter what senses or chi to detect someone's presence, a flow of air is needed. If he is in a completely sealed space, even having a high demonic level will not help. He must have returned. His presence is felt closer now. His movement technique is outstanding. Guan Pyong came in and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Was the last time they had met at the Great Conference? It seems the third young lord doesn't like tea very much. Should he be ordered to bring wine instead? So Yang said he had a question. What happened when he first entered this building? His chi aura was that of a supreme martial artist, but in the last hour, his chi had more than doubled. And that was too much of a jump. Did he consume some kind of magic fruit within the last hour or something? Guang Pyong said that this was impressive, but there were many martial arts techniques that he did not know about, both in the world and within the divine cult. So Ryan thought he was some kind of idiot. The guy knew thousands of martial arts techniques, from orthodox to unorthodox and demonic. The third young master said that it didn't matter. He knew why he came here. Guan Peng replied that it was most likely due to his subordinate's mistake. In that case, the guy came to the wrong place. If So-yun came to him, he would understand her, but not him. So, Riang is simply not his target. The third young master said that his subordinate had created a disturbance and detonated a poison bomb. His personal bodyguard almost got hurt. He thinks that's reason enough to be here. Guan Pyong apologized for this, but So-ryang knows that apologizing is not something a demon cult member can do. He will be able to find out if this guy is sincere if he continues like this. He decided to repeat himself. So-ryang is not the one he needs. So, no need to be so hostile. Let him drink some tea. The young master asked if he was aiming for power. He had initially set his sights on the fifth because she was much younger? Or is there another option? Maybe he's fallen in love with her. Is he going to fart? Guan Pyong said he tried to be patient, but he won't let him. He won't tell him how to behave, but doesn't he think this conversation is inappropriate? However, that's not what he wanted to hear from him. What's wrong with being a nuisance? Or maybe he's targeting him like he's targeting the fifth. Have you considered that option? Guan Pen asked if he really thought he could handle him. So Ryan doesn't know what he did to double his chi so quickly, but his martial arts can't keep up with the increase in chi. But he believes that the guy misjudges his opponents. Guan Pen's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. What kind of energy was this? So Ryan asked if he should show him right here what his true strength looked like. He remembered that there was one idiot who tried to suppress him because he became too arrogant. So Ryan wrote his name on the table. That idiot's name was Hong Yu Moon. Does Guan Pyong want to end up like him? The young master raised his hand and simply broke the table into pieces. Guan Peng couldn't believe his eyes. So-ryang had reached the highest demon realm. The absolute realm of demons at such an age is certainly impressive, but now was not the time to marvel at his abilities. If they fought, he would definitely lose. Guan Peng didn't know that he had already reached the highest demon realm. So Yang said that he was lucky. The guy believes that luck is not everything in this life. He is sure that So Riang worked hard while others watched. The third young master was surprised. Did this mediocrity really grab him? He feels sorry because he thought that among them, the brothers, he was the strongest after the first one. But now, So Riang is the strongest. In any case, he regrets what happened to his personal guard. It is clear that he was uneasy. He will definitely make amends to him. So Ryan asked if he didn't want to fight him anymore. He replied that he didn't want to. The guy was much higher than his skill level. Such a gap cannot be overcome by experience or tricks. So Riang saw that Guanpyong was confident but not arrogant. He was quick to admit that he was weaker and knew when to back down. His martial arts are good enough to be a demon lord's disciple, but he also has the mindset of a mature person. Was he wrong? He thought that Guapyong had become stronger by absorbing the inner energy and life essence of his subordinate Jaehuan. But now when he talks to him, the guy doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do something like that. So Ryan asked if he was going to apologize only in words. He was surprised. Did he want something else? He is a very greedy man, so he will take everything. But today, he will be less greedy. So Riang asks for an apology from the person responsible for the incident. Wan Pen asked if his apology wasn't enough for him. The guilty one must take responsibility. It is very touching that he is ready to take everything upon himself. But he does not like it very much. He was the one who gave orders to his subordinate, and he was the one who had to answer. In other words, he only wanted his apology, not Jaehuan's. If his personal bodyguard had died from a poison bomb detonated by Guan Peng's subordinate, he would have expected the guy to take responsibility as well. Can't we do without it? So Ryan said that the conversation was over. Let him bring him here. He had better apologize to him and his guard. Guan Peng expected the third young master to be so uncompromising. But he is not acting like this for no reason. He has enough skill and confidence to justify his actions. More terrible than heavenly wisdom is martial skill without a worthy opponent. Supreme martial skill transcends financial might, tactics, and situation. Since they have no enemies, they cannot and should not be controlled. They are simply a walking disaster. The perfect description for So Riang is a walking disaster. This is more terrible than any wisdom. In his present state, he has neither the strength nor the reason to reject his courageous behavior. Guan Pen agreed. He would call his subordinate here, but he hopes that they will not meet like this again after he gets the apology he wants. So Ryan asked if his subordinate was okay? Guan Pen didn't understand what he meant? Was he supposed to be dead? In fact, the third young master didn't want an apology from him. He just wanted to know if he was okay. But the guy really was going to bring him here. Guan Peng said the guy was very rude. Is he making fun of him? So Ryan replied that not at all. He was just trying to gently push him out of the competition since they were rivals. The boy was assessing what kind of person he was. He wanted to know if Guan Peng would be the one who would try to stab him in the back, like Hong Yu Moon. If he is one of those who is ready to surrender where necessary, then no offense, he no longer has a reason to be here. Guan Pen asked what if he didn't want to. He replied that he would have to do something about it. So Ryan may have reached the highest level in the demon world, but his patience has its limits. Guan Pen was about to strike him first, but someone shouted that it was enough. The battle brothers and sisters have gathered together after so many years. What kind of behavior is this? This is their older brother, so Ryan didn't notice him until he came here. His martial arts are amazing. Jin Guan Yan asked, are they going to continue acting like this when they haven't seen him for 3 years? Hey, that was a cool beard, right? Meanwhile, Li Zhongsun was reading the latest news from the heavenly demon divine cult. The power, the flow of energy that stirred his heart belongs to the first heir. 2 of the disciples he trained reached the highest demon realm, a very rare occurrence. Guardian Murim congratulated his demon lord on this event. Li Zhongseng said he had to think about whether it was really worth celebrating. But it was amazing anyway. From the very beginning, no one expected anything from the first heir. He was considered a failure. His soul is not as refined as that of the third, and he is not as naturally gifted as the fifth. Li Zhongsan took him as a disciple because he most resembled him. The first did something the man had not expected. Murim asked what he meant. The demon lord didn't expect that he would be able to isolate himself in training for 3 years, much less reach the highest demon realm. He even led the other disciples to the second's residence. Li Zhongsun wants to know if there will be an all-out war or if it will just be between these two. Jin Guanyang asked the third one, is he going to stand there? After all, his older brother is here. So Ryan felt that the man's demonic energy could match his own. Jin Guanyan said he was impressed. He thought he was working hard, but Soryang had already reached the highest demon realm. What did he go through? The guy said it just happened somehow. He knows that words cannot fully describe this kingdom, but he is still amazed. The man thinks that they have had enough of arguing and offers to drink tea. So Ryan doesn't know what he's trying to do, but he should stop it. Now is not the time for anyone to interfere. Jin Guanyan noticed that the boy had changed. The third one, he remembered, couldn't even look him in the eye before. Considering that he had reached the highest level of demon at such a young age. So Ryan suggested to continue. What is he going to do? Guan Peng asked. Is this his threat to make him give up the succession? There's only one way to make him give it up. He'll have to kill him. Even if he loses his limbs and can't use martial arts, he will still fight for the place of successor until his last breath. This is the fate of them, the fighting brothers and sisters. So Ryan likes the change in attitude. The energy coming from him is different. It seems more dangerous. Is it true? Guan Peng said that if you wanted to fight to the death, then make sure to cut off one of his limbs. If he could even touch him, he would shed a tear at his funeral. So Ryan will show him how much stronger he is, since he wants it so much. Jin Guanyan stopped Soryang's strike at the last moment and said that it was enough. The boy asked why he was interfering again. Jin Guanyan replied that the children were watching, so he shouldn't kill him. A huge amount of demonic energy engulfed the entire room. Guan Peng couldn't react to his attack. Was this the difference between him and someone who had reached the highest demon realm? He wasn't even his match. Jin Guanyan asked if he really wanted to fight here. The boy replied that he was right. He shouldn't continue with the kids watching. It was a bit of a mess, but Guan Peng can count himself lucky. So Ryan was going to kill him. But unfortunately, that won't happen today. The young master apologized to the girl. He should have visited her much earlier. The boy wished her to have fun here. So Ryang asked the boy, he's the son of the Gyeogyang patriarch, Jongri-yun, right? He's as big as his father. The boy told Gwangpyeong that it was for the sake of the demonic martial artists who would die because of him, and not for his own good. However, he will not become the successor if he becomes strong using this method. He had better stop it. Now Soryang's arm hurts. Jin Guanyan is strong, of course, but he also thought that he was not weak. He understands that Jin Guanyan can become the strongest martial artist in the world, but he has experience from his past life, and without that, he reached the highest demon realm at the age of 30. He won't be easy to beat, but he hasn't tried yet, so there's no point in guessing. Jin Guanyang noticed that Guanpyeong had given the blood flame demon art a dual form. He asked, but how did he notice this? The man said he created the technique himself, but when he did it, it was unfinished. Did he finish it? Guan Peng said yes. There are flaws in this technique, and very serious ones at that. The guy said he tried his best to compensate for that. Jin Guanyang asked how. He replied that he couldn't tell him. He is more interested in how Jin Guanyan reached the highest demon realm. The man replied that it was not something that could be explained in words. The same was true for the demonic dual form. Jin Guanyan said let him try. He asked why he should do that. If he really wants to know, then let him help him reach the highest demon realm. Then he'll think about it. Jin Guanyang asked if he was throwing a tantrum right now. Guanpyeong replied that he had betrayed him. The man took everything from him and then ran away from the isolated training. Is it nice to reach the highest demon realm like this? Jin Guangyang said that the guy had become quite rude. Guan Pen doesn't care what he thinks of him. He has no desire to kiss his ass. Let him remember that the third one lost all his combat skills due to the chi blockage. That was only 2 years ago. But now, he has reached the supreme demon realm without anyone's help. He doesn't know if the third one used some kind of shortcut, but most likely, Jin Guanyun won't be able to defeat him like this at the moment. But the guy still doesn't give up. He will become the successor, no matter what. Jin Guanyun said that he would tell him how to reach the highest demonic realm, but he will have to lose a lot. Is he ready to decide on this? Meanwhile, Donpil and the third young master had already reached the bamboo grove. The prince of the Glacier Palace met the boys. The guy asked who was next to him, so Ryan answered that it was his personal bodyguard and friend. Dongpil felt shy and told the young master that he thought too highly of him. Soryang replied that he wasn't very cheerful. The day they promised to save his little sister is near. Does the third young master have a plan? So Ryang replied that it was nothing special. His plan was to just go and fight. He didn't really like planning. The guy was surprised. Did he mean to say that he would simply knock on the front door of the gate of the animal palace? Isn't that too reckless? But doesn't he think it's even more reckless to try to steal his sister without fighting anyone? The Beast Palace is known as the most brutal of the 4 palaces outside the outer wall. But there is already a 3rd young lord from the heavenly demon divine cult knocking on their door. They will not act rashly. The guy asked what would happen if they did something. So Ryan is strong, but he can't handle the entire Beast Palace. The young master believes that even a dog becomes a beast when it defends its home. That's what the guy was getting at, that it would be dangerous. So Ryan asked what he was talking about, because he was talking about himself. The Beast Palace is in Yunnan province. Why doesn't he regard it as a divine cult area? It is under strict control, but still remains their property. Several sects and clans are trying to seize power, but they will never dare to call this land their own. It would also be a good chance to remind them who the real owner of this territory is. The general strategist reported that the Choka family was miraculously recovering quickly, even with the 1,000 Treasure family helping them. He feels like they are determined to come back stronger. Li Jongsang believes that they are stuck in a routine, but still remain masters of demonic martial arts. He believes that they are upset that they were defeated in their own home. Is the position of patriarch still empty? Hyo-Song replied that Hong Yorin, the daughter of the former patriarch, was currently the most likely candidate, but she was being trained by the matriarch of the 1,000 Gold Treasures family. He suggested that the discussion about the position would take place once she had finished with that. The master believes that a rusty blade should be destroyed, not sharpened. This is a motto he has followed so far and will continue to follow. However, the blade he intended to destroy is now being sharpened, and this resurrection was caused by the 3rd. Of course, he doesn't think the guy was looking that far ahead. But what about the Yunnan affair? Isn't the Beast Palace too dangerous, even for someone who has reached the highest demon realm? Li Zhongsan said that he didn't know that he was going to the Beast Palace. Hyo-San was very surprised to hear this. The demon lord asked him why he was so shocked. He replied that the disciples needed his permission to leave this place. This is the rule, but the general strategist adheres to the rules too strictly. Although it is true, but he is a demon lord and his master. Maybe the guy said something before leaving. Li Zhongsan said that the 3rd one knows that there is no point in this resolution. He knows very well that he does not care about such trivial things as long as he brings good results. Yunnan is under their control. They just haven't taken care of it. This is a good opportunity to show them who's boss. The general strategist wonders if the 3rd young lord is one step closer to the demon lord. If he has nothing else to say, he can go. Hyo-Song thought that he would at least be offered tea. Meanwhile, the guys stopped to rest in the forest, in the vicinity of Guangxi. So Ryong asked if the boy could make the weather colder with ice arts. He replied that he had decided not to do so. Trying to constantly make yourself comfortable by making it cooler when it's hot and warmer when it's cold doesn't really help when you find yourself in a situation where you have to endure all sorts of hardships. He thinks that if such an uncomfortable state were pleasant by default, it would help him cope better with difficulties. So Ryan appreciated his good provincialism and good thinking. The guy asked if his sister would be okay. It's weird to hear from him, but his sister is very beautiful. He knows they won't do anything rash unless they want to start a war. But he's still worried because they're using instinct over reason. The boys from the Beast Palace are known for their cruelty. It wouldn't be surprising if she had been abused before. The only thing that holds him back is the fact that rushing won't help him save his sister. So Ryong understands that the guy is very worried about her. But there's no need to worry. Everything will be fine. They are not alone. 3 palaces are trying to get into Zhongyuan. If they do something stupid, their alliance with the other palaces will be unsafe. Eventually, they will also attract Zhong'an's attention. What does he mean? Jianhu may seem very open, but he is actually very conservative. Even if the palace managed to infiltrate Zhong'an, if others realized that the organization was so immoral as to bully a woman, they would be finished off. On top of that, they are cooperating with the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. They wouldn't dare do something like that. The righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance is oblivious to his own wickedness, but he is strict when it comes to others' ethics and morals. Someone dared to ruin their conversation. Donpil immediately took out his sword. The masked man said he was from the Hao sect and had a message for the 3rd young lord of the divine cult. Opening the message, so Ryan asked if what was written here was true. The man replied that he only delivers messages. He is not informed about their contents. They have branches in Guangxi and Yunnan, right? Tell the vice leader to pay for it later and get information about everything in the Ailao Mountains area. They'll be traveling in a carriage. He'll be able to find them himself, right? The ninja man said he would return in 5 days and disappeared. The white-haired man asked what was wrong with him, so Riang thought that things would be much easier for them now. He was going to play a trick on her at the Beast Palace to get her back, but he doesn't think it will be necessary. The Southern Savage. The master of the Palace of Beasts, the Sky Tiger, asked Heck, "Has the heir of the Ice Palace really disappeared? This guy got to Hunan so fast. Where could he suddenly go?" The Lightning Hawk chieftain finds it strange that he left the guards from the Ice Palace and disappeared himself. "But are you sure about this information?" They asked the house sect, so they are sure. The Sky Tiger asked where he could have gone. He replied that they didn't know much. It must mean he had some kind of plan in mind if he escaped without his guards. The man broke out in a sweat. "This monster belongs to the owner of the palace, the King of Tigers." The Sky Tiger said that in that case, Iheka had to find out. The man will check it again. He heard that his squad often came into conflict with the main bears. How is the Lightning Hawk chieftain going to do anything if he can't even solve this problem? Let him not think that he will help him just because the man is the father of the student he admires most. Ihek asked to give him another chance. He will not disappoint him. The Sky Tiger sent his disciples to the Ilau Mountains. Let him find out before they return. He always finds it funny to watch them compete. At least if he disappears alone. Sky Tiger thinks the guy is going to sleep with his sister. Will he go looking for a guide or what? In any case, his life will end here. The man greets the Northern King, not far from the Ilau Mountains. The girl asked if they had already run 200 kilometers. The boy replied that they had to go at least 400 more kilometers. It was too far for her. The Beast Palace successor, Bear faction leader Wun San, asked why they were taking a roundabout route. The Beast Palace successor, Lightning Hawk faction Gui Ung, replied that he didn't need to know. Wun Sang knows he doesn't know. But that would be great. Great haircut. Maybe he was at the barber shop this morning. Gi Young doesn't care what's pleasant and what's not. Let him not bother him with questions. The guy thinks he needs to learn from Yul Lan. He was aggressive and arrogant, but at least he knew how to communicate. Gui Youngu asked, is he talking about the man who failed the mission and they don't even know if he's alive or not? If he thinks he's so smart, why didn't he try to take his place? They're heading to the eastern part of Guo Ilau. That's all he needs to know. The boys think he is like this only because the Lord of the Palace admires him. Gui Young trains over and over again. The girl thinks he's making a mountain out of a molehill. However, he doesn't care what they think of him. They don't even understand the importance of their mission. The demonic cult people drove them out, but these mountains were previously in their possession. They will use this chance to take it all back, and he will be the one who starts this mission to take it over. Gui Young asked where the two who went to get food were. The boys replied that they didn't know. The guy thinks that they do everything their own way, since he does the same. Gui Young thought they were useless bastards. He whistled to call the Divine Skyhawk to find them quickly. Gui Young found these idiots, but he didn't understand what was happening to them. The ground beneath them suddenly shook. It seemed their comrades were in danger. They had to hurry. So Ryan decided to confirm and asked if there were only 6 of them. The house sect could be relied upon. Gui Young froze in place and asked, who is he? You better run away from there, man. So Ryan took out everyone except him and said that he was a valuable person who came all this way to kidnap them. The white-haired man asked if it was the house sect that gave him the information. So Ryan replied that he was the one who was informed that the disciples of the Beast Palace had gone on a mission to the area around the Ilau Mountains. White-haired thinks that it could be dangerous. Instead of kidnapping a couple of people, he decided to kidnap all the successors of the Beast Palace at once. The young master has no idea which of them is the Palace Lord's favorite, so he decided to grab them all at once. White-haired said to let them all go. Or does he want to start a war with the Beast's Palace? The guy thinks there won't be any war. They don't have a single successor left. Whitehair thinks they are capable of this. What if they lose their minds and start a war? If they do something like that, knowing that he has all their heirs, then they can kill his sister. So Ryan said that this will not happen. But where does such confidence come from? They could, but for that to happen, their victim would have to be the white-haired one, and the Ice Palace would lose its heir. And his sister is not an heir, which means there is no point in this war for that. So Ryan heard that the Beast Palace Lord was already 70 years old. The guy is sure that with his merits in the world of martial arts, he will easily live to be 100. But to take on students at that age? The white-haired man said that he would have been better off remembering his character if he did something out of the ordinary. So Ryan replied that in that case, only the ruler of the Beast Palace would be worse off, so he didn't think that he would dare to do anything out of the ordinary. In any case, he will make sure that the Beast's Palace does not do anything unexpected. So Ryan ordered the servant to head towards the Ilau Mountains. The boy wants the Lord of the Beast Palace to come to them himself and bring his sister. If he hadn't kidnapped his successors, he wouldn't have done something like that. But now, the advantage is in his hands. So why go into the tiger's den without permission? All they need is to show their superiority, especially when it comes to confrontation with the beast's palace. They need to be tough if they want to subdue them. This is how he solves problems with a bunch of idiots who behave worse than animals. And of course, that's not all the aces up his sleeve. There's a lot more interesting stuff. The Sky Tiger was furious to learn that his successors had been captured. He told the Hawk Chieftain to send the Sky Lord to them and let him sort it out. The man asked him to calm down. However, these were his students, whom he personally taught. They were captured by someone unknown, and he just wants them to calm down, but one of them is his own son. I told Gek that this is precisely why he asks to cool his ardor. Does he really want the Sky Tiger to sit here idly without even knowing the enemy and his intentions? Ihuk believes that if we act rashly, the lives of the hostages will be at risk. The Sky Tiger asked him to shut up and wipe his sweat off the floor. How dare she argue with him? Or does she want him to knock all his teeth out? An employee came in and said that a message had arrived from the Hao sect. The Sky Tiger was just cleaning up his place, carefully washing the floor. What do they want this time? The man asked if everything written in this letter was true. The employee replied that yes, the Azure Owl confirmed everything. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Squad is heading to the Ilau Mountains, but what are the cult people doing here? The Sky Tiger realized that it was no accident that the son of the King of the North had disappeared somewhere. It seems he visited the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon for help. Shameless idiot. The guy decided to choose them out of all the allies? I, Gek, stood up and said that it looked like the kidnapping of his students was the work of a divine cult. Also, if a cult troop is heading towards the Ilau Mountains, it means it is also related to the Tang clan. We must make sure that they do not meet the Tang clan. The Sky Tiger ordered the servant to bring the girl. He himself would meet with them, as stated in the letter. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Tang Yunnan clan camp, the guy said that he was just a middleman and had no idea about matters of state importance. The people of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult who kidnapped the Tang clan's Poison Dragon Pavilion Master are currently in the Ilau Mountains. The head of the Sichuan clan, Tang Chong, has only one question. Why would the Hao sect pass on such information to him? Suddenly, the postman received a needle in the forehead and immediately became covered in spots, as if he had been poisoned. Well, maybe I ate too many beans on the road today. Apparently, life teaches nothing. The man asked how long it would take to get to these mountains. The assistant replied that without stops, 3 days. Looks like those cult bastards underestimate them. There are enough needles for everyone. They're still here to seize the territory of the Ilau Mountains, and given the current situation, they won't even have to operate in the shadows. Tan Chong will make them pay 1,000-fold for daring to attack one of their own. The white-haired man didn't even suspect that the territory of the Ilau Mountains was so large. It's quite easy to get lost here. So the cult's fighting force is nearby? Dawnpill replied that in the heart of the mountains, in the valley of thousands of beasts, they have a map so they won't get lost. Blondie has never seen such a detailed map before. So Ryan said that the demon cult really has a talented cartographer. The general strategist himself wrote it. The Valley of 1,000 Beasts is somewhere here, heading west, and there's plenty of stuff nearby. So Ryan showed the forest of monsters on the map. Myriads, that's where they needed to go. According to the information provided by the Hao sect, the Beast Palace and the Tang clan had met in this place many times. The white-haired man suggested that they might have some training together. The Ilau Mountains are not safe, but what makes them even more dangerous is the huge number of poisonous plants that grow there. There is no other place like this that has attracted the Tang clan's attention so much. Moreover, these mountains are the territory that the demonic cult took from the Beast Palace. This can only mean one thing. They have a common goal. The Beast Palace wants to get the Ilau Mountains back, and the Tang clan wants to get the herbs that grow there. So Ryan believes that this is a great chance to join forces against the demonic cult. The guy threw 2 of them over his shoulders and said that we needed to go. 2 hostages for each. 3 days later, in the Forest of Monsters, Mariad, the Sky Tiger, and his army were on their way to the planned meeting. Suddenly, someone shouted from above the cliff that they should stop. The Sky Tiger was furious. Who dared to come to them? So Ryan said that their flow of his life energy confirmed the rumors that he was the strongest martial artist among the palaces. It won't be easy. The man, petting his cute pet, asked if he had sent that letter. The young master said that he was glad to meet Mr. Meow. The Sky Tiger was shocked to hear this from the guy. Who is Mr. Meow? So Ryan wondered what the man was feeding him that he had grown so big. Looking at him, she began to think that he was unlucky with his owner. Is this guy crazy that he can speak in such a tone? The young master believes that he needs to moderate his temper. After all, he still has to negotiate. But the guy gets straight to the point. Where's the boy from the Ice Palace? So Ryan wonders if the Sky Tiger already knows that they have formed an alliance with Yo Gangwi. He is very impatient and is about to get angry, but he is not that stupid. The guy made it clear that he doesn't know any son of the King of the North. Maybe he should ask who's standing in front of him? The Sky Tiger replied that he didn't care who he was, and he wasn't interested in what the guy would say. It seemed strange to Ryan. They were far apart. But couldn't he feel his power? After all, the man was a more experienced fighter. Giving names to power levels is a favor to the people who need them so much. The level of the invincible, the level of the supreme, and other levels that were given their names 1,000 years ago. In the end, these are just useless attempts to designate their level of strength. After all, each of them develops differently. But they are all the same when they reach the peak of their power. Even if you study different martial arts, they all become similar once you reach the very top. He wouldn't act like this if he had reached the level of an invincible demon. The man would have felt his power and prepared to fight. The Beast Palace is an organization that is mixed with wild animals and gained powers unknown to ordinary people. They are simply unique. The Sky Tiger said to bring the heir of the Ice Palace to him. That bastard kidnapped their disciples. So Ryan smiled and replied that it was he who kidnapped his boys. The man asked how dare he lie. Want to feel his fist? It was a bit hard for the guy to carry them by himself, so they split into two groups. These are his students, right? The Sky Tiger wondered why he couldn't sense their presence. Those who study the beast arts cannot escape his spiritual vision. All the mountains are covered in demonic energy, so that's why he couldn't sense them. So much demonic energy. Could this guy be one of the elders of the demonic cult? So Ryan asked if he brought a girl? If not, he would behead every one of his students. The Sky Tiger asked the boy why the demonic cult needed an alliance with the Ice Palace. He thinks that this is a stupid question. There is only one reason for entering into a partnership: mutual assistance. Like them and the Tang clan, for example. The man just froze. How did the guy know? The bastards of the Tang clan told him about this? That can't be. They planned to take the territory of the Ilau Mountains for themselves, and in exchange, they wanted to let the Tang clan use it to harvest the herbs that grew there. Did they really think he wouldn't find out? If that's all the questions, let him bring the girl. The Sky Tiger raised his hand to give the servants permission to bring the girl. 4 of the army carried the coffin. So Ryan thought, is she really dead? Are they making fun of him? If the hostage is dead, negotiations will not take place. Don't they understand that you can't joke with him? The man shouted that the girl was alive. So Ryan asked, they brought a living person in a coffin? Is he implying that he's going to kill her? What kind of joke is this? Let the guy ask her himself as soon as he wakes up. She is in suspended animation, and this was purely her wish. The Sky Tiger said to come down and check. He needs to hurry. The young master simply descended towards them, turning on his demonic energy. He found it strange that they let him get close to their own hostage so easily. He opened the coffin lid with a wave of his hand. Do they still underestimate him? Or was there a trap here all along? Yo Sanrin, daughter of the King of the North. They look quite similar to each other, the same white hair. The guy thinks he needs to check her pulse since she's alive. Suddenly, the girl stood up and attacked the young gentleman. Meanwhile, the others were waiting in ambush. Donpil asked if the boy was upset. He replied that he couldn't deny it. The white-haired man replied that he was forced to remain inactive while his sister was in an unknown location, and someone else was fighting to save her. Of course, he understands how strong the third young master is, but still, saving his sister was not his only goal. He was going to take care of other important things as well. Yo Gangwi isn't upset because he didn't break any of his promises. He's just worried that one of them might get hurt. Donpil told him not to worry. There was no one who could handle this problem better than the young master. The guy was surprised. Where did she get such confidence in him? Was he really that good? Donpil knows the strength of his hatred. The young master hates the enemies of the cult with all his soul, and always gets what he wants and does not spare any of his ill-wishers. Suddenly, he saw the Tang clan's battle force approaching, just as the young master had said. Now it's their turn. They need to be distracted immediately, while So Ryan deals with the Sky Tiger. The guy didn't expect that Yo Sanrin was so fast, like a bird of prey. He expected her to do something like this, but he didn't expect something so obvious. Does this girl look like she's under a spell? She's clearly not herself. Those eyes are definitely enchanted. The Sky Tiger shouted to his people not to delay. Let them bring his disciples. The troops immediately rush to carry out the ruler's order. So Ryan believes that the girl will not be able to regain consciousness on her own. He decided to knock her out for a while. Well, at least the rescue was successful now. The Sky Tiger pounced on him, saying that he would make the boy pay for daring to mock him. But it's not that simple. So Ryan pointed his blades at him with his gaze. If the man had been able to foresee his action, he would have torn his head off earlier. So Ryan said that this is the outcome of those who dare to use dirty tricks and put hostages in danger. Suddenly, Goldie appeared from the top of the mountain and made such a loud sound that half of the soldiers lost their balance and fell. The eardrums were just going crazy. The Sky Tiger didn't understand who it was. It looked like a lion or a wolf, and the body was somewhat reminiscent of a tiger. And those evil eyes. He had never seen a beast with such eyes before. So Ryan said it was his friend. Did he really think the guy would fall for their tricks so easily? And it looks like Goldie brought his friends. Does the Sky Tiger know why this place is called the Myriad Monster Forest? All because the most bloodthirsty beasts live here. Fierce and determined. Let them try to escape. So Ryan said that there was no longer any talk of negotiations. It was his actions that put the unfortunate students in danger. The guy smiled and said that maybe that's what he had planned. The Sky Tiger told the boy to close his mouth and swing his arm to strike. But the boy decided to reciprocate. The guys decided to treat each other's molars so as not to go to the dentist. It seems their strength is equal and neither wants to give in. The Sky Tiger shouted at the boy to put his disciples down. So Ryan asked if he would have let them go if he were in his place. If he doesn't let go, the entire palace of the beast will rise against him, and the fight will begin right now. The guy smiled. They want war. In that case, the demonic cult will activate a quasi-defense system to wipe the beast's palace off the face of the earth. The Sky Tiger replied that the demon cult elder did not have such power. However, the boy was not an elder. His name is So Riang, a disciple of Li Jiangsan, the head of the demonic cult, and also the third successor of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Chief of the Lightning Hawks Yagek told the people to get ready. The beasts are coming. So Ryan said that Goldie has no equal. He brought here all the animals living in the Ilau Mountains. The Sky Tiger realized that this was a direct confrontation with the demonic cult. But he would not hold back. The man gave a signal to his second squad. They were to join him immediately. However, So Ryan knows very well that there are plenty of his people here. The boy thinks they scared him a lot and calls him Mr. Meow again. The Sky Tiger told his pet to deal with these beasts. So Ryan noticed that this tiger's dark energy was significantly different from Goldie's. This tiger was able to drive away the other animals with just one roar. Goldie got angry and decided to show her strength. It seems she didn't like that So Riang compared them. The Sky Tiger asked, does the boy think he can defeat them with this bunch of forest creatures? They can't do anything to him. So Ryan shouted, are you crazy? This could destroy the entire area around here. The powerful blow of the heavenly tiger to the ground shattered everyone who was near it. Meanwhile, the captain of the second squad told his men to move even faster. They had to get there within half an hour. However, the captain of the Berserker squad, Yu Rion, came out to meet them. The girl made it clear that their path was closed. The young master ordered her to go to that annoying place. Let them listen carefully. They arrived here immediately after completing 2 missions. That's why she's in a really bad mood. One of the enemies asked, does she seriously think she can stop them? Is she looking for death? Yu Ryong didn't expect there to be so many of them. However, this won't be an obstacle for her squad, even though this fight won't be easy. Suddenly, a demonic general appeared. The man said that she apparently loved to talk. The girl didn't expect to see him here. What is she looking for here anyway? His name is Chang Chu, the 108th general of the 4th level of the Divine Generals Division of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He can ask her the same question. What is she doing here? He's here on the orders of the 3rd young master. He thinks Yu Ryong is here for the same reason. The girl said that an assistant of his level would be useful. Yu Rung suggested starting the operation immediately. She really likes sword dancing. So Ryan managed to react to the Sky Tiger's attack and cling to the rock with the girl. Things could have ended much worse. This crazy bastard killed his own subordinates. Now the guy is convinced that he is the master of the palace. His power is impressive. He decided to hide the princess first so that no one would steal her. The Heavenly Tiger used a huge amount of life energy to carry out this attack. One of his students is still in the clutches of the enemy. He must save Gwaung. Even if you have to sacrifice someone else, You must save him at any cost. The Sky Tiger tried to damage the young master, but he managed to dodge. So Ryan used the Seven Knights Blade technique. Demonic energy rained down on his enemy. Next, the guy decided to use the Lightning Fist of the Heavenly Demon. It's only level 3, but it's pretty good. So Riang advised Mr. Meow to work on his skills. The Sky Tiger said that he personally came to save his disciples. Why don't they react? The young master said that they would not wake up just like that. But he did not feel who was standing behind him. So Ryan didn't understand how this was possible. He had definitely sealed their cores and acupuncture points completely. Something was wrong here. Did he make a mistake somewhere? Well, since these students are so dear to him, then he will deal with them first. So Ryan used the technique of the ninefold stable blade of death, and also the endless unbreakable path. The Sky Tiger couldn't let this happen. He covered Gui Young with his body and took the entire attack. Yagek saw that the Sky Tiger was safe. But why did he only save Gui Young? It seemed he didn't need a student, but the power that lurked in his veins. Meanwhile, Dongpil and Yo Gonghui fought against Teng Zhang's army. Dongpil noticed that the man was throwing arrows from his sleeve at him from a distance of more than 150 meters, but they were stronger and faster than normal arrows. Could he be the patriarch of the Tang clan? His skills are comparable to one of the heads of the 7 families of the demon cult. Yo Gonghui heard that they were the most determined in Zhongyuan. They truly do not look at anything other than their goal. Donpil realizes that they have captured his demonic energy. Tang Chong was informed that there was a huge explosion on Mount Ilao. The man replied to ignore it. Let them just destroy those demon cult bastards. Donpil realized that this explosion came from where the young master was. They decided to hurry. Maybe the young master needed their help. So Ryan was dumbfounded by what was happening. Did he just absorb his disciples' chi? Is there something like energy-absorbing demonic arts in the Beast Palace? The Sky Tiger makes this chi its own. The aura emanating from it is stunning. He doesn't know what exactly is going on, but he has to put an end to it immediately. Lightning Hawk Chief Ya Gek shouted at the Sky Tiger to take his hands off his son. How could the Palace Lord do this to him? Was he raising disciples just to complete his own martial art? He can't forgive him. He was his son. Let him rest in hell. The Sky Tiger said to shut his mouth and just said hello. This time there will definitely be no need to go to the dentist. The man shouted, if there is anyone still alive, let them cover him. People are obliged to obey because this is the order of the Lord of the Palace. So Ryan didn't expect to see anyone else. He thought the Sky Tiger had killed them all. There's only a little time left before Donpil and the Tang clan arrive here. He needs to sort this situation out before they get here. Goldie managed to protect her owner from the claws of the Tiger King. Since Goldie thinks she can kill him, then he'll leave this cat to her. The big cat is taken care of, but there is still a problem with Mr. Meow. His body is rapidly recovering, and the aura of chi he emits is stabilizing. It seems like he will soon completely absorb his disciple. He can't allow this to happen. He needs to pet this Lord of Cats. However, people continue to defend their ruler, sacrificing their lives. Well, if they want to keep him no matter what, let them get the lightning fist of the heavenly demon. So Ryan sensed a familiar key, a foreign, poisonous energy. It seemed like Dongpil and the Tang clan were almost here. The guy decided not to delay and get the princess out of here first. He destroyed everyone who stood in his way with one swing of his sword. Using his gravity, Soryang easily lifted the rocks and pulled her out of the cave. He disturbed Goldie. I guess it's time to stop playing with cats. Let him take this child and get out of here immediately, as far as possible. Even though she is now in the jaws of the beast, Soryang still kept his promise. He believes in Goldie. The Sky Tiger had finally awakened. But there were still quite a few of his people. Sky Tiger asked, the guy said he was the 3rd lord of the demon cult? In front of him is the Beast Palace Lord. Behind him is the Beast Palace Elite Squad. It looks like this is a battle on 2 fronts. The man has reached his ultimate martial arts power. He wants to tear him to pieces. The way out of this undesirable situation is to treat every person's life as tokens and force them to gamble. He wants to kill him, but it's too late. Let him taste the rocks of this land. Now this place will disappear. A powerful explosion, and Mount Ilao was shattered into pieces. But will So Ryan himself be able to survive in such a case? Goldie delivered Princess Yosanrin safe and sound. Donpil asked Goldie where the young master was. The fox simply turned to the rubble. The man can't believe his eyes. He can't lose him like this. He turned on his strongest sword technique to crush those huge rocks. But the first thing he came across was the Tiger King. The beast was just lying motionless, but suddenly someone's hand appeared. Could anyone really survive after that? It turned out to be So Ryan. He told the guys that the game was over. He felt more alive than anyone else. Donpil asked if he was okay. The guy replied that now was not the best time to talk about it. He wondered what was going on with the Tang family people. Dongpil replied that they were already close to them, 30 steps away. So we need to prepare. The battle is not over yet. There is the last part. You need to shake yourself up and come to your senses. There won't be another chance. They had to destroy them, exterminate them in one fell swoop. So Riang told Dongpil to follow him. The head of the Sichuan clan, Tang Chong, is pleased to welcome the future deceased of the demonic cult. The man activated his Venus explosive arrow technique. Donpil easily dealt with this ridiculous attack. The man did not understand how he was able to reflect this great technique. But where did the second one get lost? Suddenly, one of the third young master's swords pierced him. Tan Chong was confused. He didn't understand at all what had happened to the Dark Cloud Pavilion Lord. The man replied that there was no need to worry. It was better to focus on the people from the demon cult. So Ryan said that he won't die just because of this. Let him tell the others to stop immediately. Let everyone pay attention to what he says from now on. If not, he will rip out their leader's eyes and chew them like sausage. He wasn't joking, and he won't repeat it again. Let them stand still. The guy was called a coward of the demonic cult. Let him let their leader go. So Ryan thought it was too disgusting to chew. The Dark Cloud Pavilion Lord said to stop this madness. Let him say what he needs. The guy exhaled. They finally understood, and he wouldn't have to chew on his eyes. Is the Green King's troop the only force he brought? The man is shocked. How could the young master know the structure of the Tang clan's squad? It seems like it was a planned trap and they fell for it. It's bad, but they have to use the poison and save their clan leader. However, So Ryan saw everything perfectly well, but they themselves made the situation worse for themselves. The guy asked if he was going to use poison. You could tell from his eyes that it was a bad idea. It doesn't matter if it's poisonous blood or neurotoxin, it won't work on him. He doesn't like what he's doing. Or he really wants their leader to lose his eyes. He asks this question one last time. Is the Green King's troop the only force they brought? The man realized that if he lied, their leader would actually die. The Dark King's squad awaits in the northern mountains of Gunung. It turns out they brought the Green King's squad and the Dark King's squad. Do they really not trust the Beast Palace that much? So Ryan suggested making things easier. Let him call the Dark King's squad and tell them to attack the Beast Palace. If the guy wants to make peace, let him suggest something else. Fighting the Beast Palace is madness. The third young gentleman asked, is he retreating out of fear of defeat? However, he doesn't think so. It's complete nonsense. Their clan won't lose to the Beast Palace. So Ryan smiled and said, if he is so confident, let him prove it in action. The guy gives him half a day. About 10 miles north, the forces of the Beast Palace will advance towards the thousands of demons. If they cope with them, he will release their leader. The man doesn't understand how they can trust him. So Riang replied that it's up to them. It's their choice. But there's one more thing. The Pavilion Lord is now with them in the Thunder Prison. He should know about it from his letter. So Riang let him go too. That's a pretty interesting proposition, isn't it? Besides, he's their leader's brother. So what's his decision? Let him choose quickly. Time is ticking. Tired after a hard day, Tan Chong whispered that he shouldn't agree to this. How can he trust the demon sect members? They're crazy. They can't be trusted. Meanwhile, a great battle was going on between the Berserker Demon Squad and the Beast Palace. Captain Yu Ryong shouted not to give up and hold the line. They must win. There are too many of them, but if they surrender, they will move towards the place where the young master is. General Chang Chu thinks that the situation is unfavorable for them. Let him withdraw his detachment. But the girl thinks that they can still hold out. Suddenly, the general felt a strange energy. He had felt it before. Would they really have to face the Beast Palace and the Tang clan at the same time? Yu Run noticed that they weren't attacking them. Could it be that their target was the Beast Palace? The captain shouted to kill them all from the Beast Palace. Their leader must be saved no matter what. Does the man really think that they will save their lives when they pray to the demon cult? So Ryan reminded that 20 years ago, Tan Chong destroyed the Blue Flower Village. And now he's talking about faith? And that's not all. Didn't he destroy the Moonblade sect and the Battleblade clan to test the power of his poison? But how did he know that? The Dark Cloud Pavilion Lord said that they accept his proposal. The man promised that he would return soon. He would go and destroy them all. So Ryan said it was a wise decision. However, the man felt it was not a fair agreement. He noticed that the boy valued his swordsman very much. They would take him as a hostage. Donpil said that everything would be fine and agreed. So Ryan, without thinking twice, gave him a part of the leader as collateral. Does he think this agreement is fair? He will exclude Lord Pavilion from the agreement. If he doesn't leave within 3 seconds, his leader will die. The countdown has begun. At first, the sword touched Tan Chong's neck. At second, the red liquid started to flow. The captain told the Green King's squad to follow him. They didn't have much time. Donpil is shocked that the expert from the Tang clan was absorbed by the young master's energy. It is not surprising if someone freezes from unusual pressure, but it is very rare for a warrior of such level to end up in such a state. He was consumed with killing intent, but the young master was completely absorbed by the demon's energy and moved unconsciously. In an instant, he forced the Beast Palace and the Tang clan to fight each other through a secret agreement. Donpil knew he had a plan, but he didn't expect that he would use the Tang clan to subjugate the Beast Palace. So Ryan asked, will he still stay by his side? How dare this smug bastard decide the fate of his people? The third young gentleman said that he had fulfilled his part of the promise. Yo Ganghui thanked the boy. So Ryong told him to leave here with his sister now. Now is not the time for the Ice Palace to interfere. He will finish here and meet him later. Yo Ganghui replied that he couldn't do that. Let her wait for him. He would take his sister to a safe place and come back. The young master thinks the icicle is so stubborn. Where did it come from on his head? Suddenly, Goldie felt something wrong. Some kind of purring of an animal. It was the tiger of the master of the Beast Palace. It seemed that he tried to chase them and got tired. Donpil asked the young master what he should do. He was crushed by all the boulders, so he wouldn't be able to move even if he woke up. So Ryan asked if he remembered the wolves from the Beast Palace. They were as strong as real martial artists. And this tiger is even stronger. He is larger than a normal tiger, but his speed, endurance, and everything else are simply off the charts. In essence, it is the culmination of the Beast Palace's magic, and the essence of the witchcraft is in his head. It won't be hard to fix, like removing a blood parasite. The core of magic in the head is essentially a clot of concentrated qi. This means that it has no physical form, so he doesn't even need the precious medicinal herbs like a blood parasite. This core is connected to the master of the Beast Palace. He instilled his bloodlust into it, causing it to go mad. So it turns out he was also raised to be someone's weapon? Just like he was. They fed him the leftovers, saying that he was alive thanks to the grace of the righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance. This was the only food for the day, and there were several children. Then Cheon Hajin understood that there was no need to be distracted. This was a delicacy to survive. The boy started crying and told the guards to let him out. He wanted to go home. His mother was waiting. The guards opened the doors. The boy shouted at him that he no longer had a home. His parents sold him here themselves. Cheon Hajin told his friend not to look there. He would die soon, unless he wanted to end up like him. From a young age, Cheon Hajin learned to accept cruelty with ease. The essence of witchcraft was deeply rooted in the tiger's mind, to suppress the instincts of the beast. He also lost himself and lived as someone's slave. So Ryan could kill him for everything he did, but he would make the decision after breaking the chain of restraint first. He asked Donpil if there was any medicine for internal injuries. The young master did not receive any internal injuries, even when he fought with the vice master of the Sword Palace. If he had received that blow before the mountain collapsed, it could have ended badly. If he had taken the full force of the blow, he would not have gotten out from under the rocks. This monster cat will sleep for a long time. Donpil should circulate his ki. The man replied that everything was fine. So Riang said that it was not. The final fight was going to be brutal. Let him take a closer look. The great heavenly tiger of the Beast Palace is still alive. So Ryan asked if it was difficult for him to figure all this out. The man asked what he had done to the Tiger King. The young master replied that he had killed him. Isn't it obvious? He was his strongest weapon. So Ryan thought that one fist of the heavenly demon's lightning would help him gain the upper hand in this fight. The guy put all his strength into it, and he didn't even fall. The Sky Tiger is definitely stronger, but at least he won't be able to use that hand anymore. Suddenly his bones started to heal themselves. But how is that possible? Sky Tiger said that the guy was talking non-stop, and that's all he could do? Is he really a monster? His chi aura is much more terrifying than the rumors say. Will So Ryan be able to fight someone like that when he's on a completely different level? He is alive, and there is no way he could die so easily. So Riang told Goldie to look after the tiger. He and Donpil go to the cliff. The Beast Palace Master should have become stronger after absorbing the life essence of his disciple. In his current state, he won't be able to win. So Liang desperately needs his help. He will have to risk his life. Let him do something amazing, and perhaps the heavens will reward him. So Ryan said that the people he took with him, just in case, were also killed. They're fighting the Tang clan. The guys are really into it. The man thinks it's a lie. Whether to believe him or not is up to him. But why doesn't he pay attention to what's behind him before thinking about it? Dawnpill suddenly appeared and attacked the man from behind. He certainly didn't expect that. So Ryan threw his fist at him. Had he really lost his guard? The Sky Tiger didn't fall, and the guys decided to join forces again. Dongpil acting from below, and Sodiang from above. A powerful kick sent the man to his forefathers. Dongpil was surprised. Did it really work? The guy thinks that it hasn't happened yet? The Sky Tiger stood up as if nothing had happened. Did they really think that such cheap tricks would work? He is the strongest martial artist in the South. Now he will show them his true strength. So Ryan was surprised at what kind of monster this was. He simply had no words. He was practically invulnerable. The man threw a rock straight at the boys. Both managed to dodge, but in different directions. The young gentleman shouted if he was okay. He replied that he was, but that danger was already awaiting him. The man sealed him into the rocks with one hand. The Sky Tiger King is still alive. Meanwhile, Goldie met the mighty Tiger King again. The Sky Tiger sensed the presence of its pet nearby. It turns out that it is alive, and someone like it could not kill it. And once he reunites with him, he and his rat won't be able to do anything. So Ryan said that he has no plans to drag out the fight, and wants to get it all sorted out quickly. Their conflict has been going on longer than he expected, and it's almost at its limit. All this may end very badly for him, but no one can take away his fighting spirit. The Sky Tiger said that the boy wanted to know what he was feeding him. Well, it was human meat, and he is sure that he will like his fresh corpse flesh. It will be revenge for the Smirks. So Ryan decided to attack first, and shouted that this would not happen. The guy understands that there will be no second attempt. He now needs to give it his all. If he can attack, his internal energy flow will also end. So Ryan used the ninefold steady blade of doom technique. 6 continuous hell winds. But this bastard still survived! That's all the guy can do. If so, then let him die. Let it lie there for now, until the Tiger King comes for it. So Ryan admitted that Mr. Meow was indeed extremely strong. Now it's all or nothing. He's used up a third of his internal energy. And this is the last chance to use the soul's flight to the heavens. This is the only technique that can have any effect. You just need to narrow the attack range and concentrate all your power on it alone. Simply swinging a sword does not mean mastery of weapons and control of chi energy. In combat, it is not the quantity of internal energy that is important, but its quality. The man said that on the brink of death, he would not be able to do anything by swinging his blades. Dawnpill came to his senses and pierced the Sky Tiger with his sword, but immediately flew into space. The Tiger King appeared. The man ordered him to eat this arrogant boy, maybe not even leave a bone. But the tiger decided to feast on its owner. The man did not understand why it attacked him. So Ryan said that the cat seemed to have accumulated a lot of grievances. Usually, there's no point in fighting. The flight of the soul to the heavens will bring him to his senses a little. Let him know that no one is invulnerable. He feels like he has no strength left. This plan was really risky. Well, now that big guy is finally down. Dawnpill asked if he was okay. It was worth it, right? The guy replied that he had missed his chance. Dawnpill did not understand what was being said. Since Dawnpill had been at the peak of his powers all this time, the fight with the Beast Palace Lord became an excellent opportunity to make a breakthrough. So Ryan decided not to tell him. Let him not bother his head. Everything is fine. Now let him help him. He has no strength left at all. This bastard was too dangerous. It's amazing that he's still breathing, just like his tiger. But why did the Tiger King suddenly attack the Lord of the Palace? Most likely, he harbored many grievances in his heart against his master. He was made a monster, but now he can live as the king of the mountains and is now completely free. Dawnpill warned the master that he sensed demonic energy. It seemed to be a squad of rampaging demons. Divine techniques have no equal. All demons bow before him. Yu Ryong, the commander of the frenzied demon squad, greets the third young master. The Tang clan squad and the Beast Palace people have been defeated. The general and the second squad of frenzied demons are cleaning up the mess after the battle. So Ryan thanked the girl for the work she had done. Until recently, he felt uncomfortable around demonic energy, but now everything was different. The guy doesn't understand one thing. Why does she look so depressed? Yu Ryong replied that she had overdone it a bit. If she continued to talk nonsense, she would be punished. At their last meeting, he was equal in strength to the heads of the 7 great families, and now he has become a monster. Trying to reach the same level was too difficult, and he was getting stronger and stronger. So Ryan's legs suddenly gave out. The girl asked if he was okay. The guy said that she should try harder. After all, she is the commander of an entire squad and cannot stop. Yu Ryung replied that she would do everything in her power, and he had better go and rest for a while. He's getting worse. He can't even open his eyes. What if the guy Yu Ryung felt some kind of ominous aura? Where are they going? This is not the end. Have they forgotten who he is? Dawnpill, as a great warrior, managed to eliminate him. This time, he definitely went to the next world. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, Heavenly Demon Palace. Lee Jung-san asked, how did it go? 3 of the Beast Palace's battle squads were fatally wounded. Most of the Tang clan's people were killed. A squad of furious demons, together with the general, easily defeated them. What happened to the patriarch of the Tang clan? Murim replied that he was captured and was still being held hostage. If they continued to hold the patriarch and the poison dragon pavilion master together, they would only make the situation worse. Let him accept his congratulations. Now there is one less problem in southern Manchuria. The Lord replied that not yet. This clan has existed for thousands of years and has all-encompassing power, and they will not fall even if their leader and most of the people are eliminated. But even so, it was a bold move. He would understand if the 3rd successor made a normal agreement, but what he did turned out to be beyond all his imagination, and he even brought along the heir to the Ice Palace. He was able to destroy the Beast Palace Lord and humiliate the people of the Tang clan. It was simply amazing. The man informed his master that there was urgent news. The leader of the Righteous Alliance, Dam Sen, said he was a little busy. This is the 3rd 10-colored flower. Let him send it to the abbot. He heard that the man is not in good health. He needs to be cheered up. It's getting harder and harder for him to take care of the garden because he's so old. Is his time coming soon? And what is this news? The Lord of the South is dead. The man was shocked to hear such sad news. Rumor has it that it all happened in the vicinity of the mountains in Yunnan, and if you believe the rumors, then he died at the hands of someone from a demonic cult. The man thinks that this is really bad and that such a harmful weed needs to be gotten rid of. In addition, the source reported that the Beast Palace's elite combat squad had clashed with the Tang clan's combat squad, so the weed had intertwined with the poisonous grass. He knew, of course, that their union was unreliable, but still, this news took him by surprise. They still don't know all the details of the clash. However, during the battle, it was discovered that the Tang clan's techniques, the steel arrow, and the 7 soul-destroying steps were involved. Damn, Sina is amazed that they had to deal with such techniques, and that these techniques cannot be used without the permission of their owner. Probably, information about the upcoming meeting of the 2 sides reached the demonic cult. This is the only way he can explain their appearance. However, the reason for the confrontation between the Beast Palace and the Tang clan remains unknown. Well, anyway, all this is not so important for him. His back hurts, he needs to go and rest. They are trying their best to keep the situation under control. There are rumors that the patriarch has been seen in the vicinity of Unam, but this has not yet been confirmed. He was once a truly outstanding martial artist, but now he is an order of magnitude weaker than many, and he became a patriarch only thanks to his pedigree and the gray hair at his temples. It is no wonder that there are many dissenters in the clan, and he has neither the will nor the strength to suppress his discontent. In such a situation, poisonous herbs obtained from outside could be a wonderful solution to all problems. This outcome is beneficial to both parties to the agreement. He thinks he was really there. However, if there is still no news from him, he is either dead or missing. This outcome of events is only to the advantage of the clan representatives, but who dared to lead all this unrest? The man said his name was Tung Yanhua. He wants to meet him. It's time to put the leash back on the naughty dog. But what does the Lord intend to do with the magical bridge? Dam-san replied that everything has its time. They can, of course, start a war. However, the safety of their people will also be shaken, and he would not like to lose the opportunity to deal with spies sent from outside. They will continue to act as if nothing happened. There's no reason to see him as a serious enemy right now. If he doesn't screw things up, it'll be a great chance. Yu Ryong ordered her men to help the injured, and also to be on guard. The young master needs time to recover. Although the internal damage is still not repaired, he was able to reach the 3rd stage. A true martial artist would be able to instantly restore his body with his insurmountable stamina. However, this is not always the right way. It is essential to maintain a balance of all three indicators, because an incorrectly launched recovery process can become an obstacle to further development. But if all he did was study ancient martial arts, he clearly wouldn't be able to achieve such strength. While the ancient arts are techniques of total destruction, his path as a martial artist strives to maintain a balance of power. And having become only one level higher, the difference in power will be practically unnoticeable, but the time has not yet come. Surely the righteous Heavenly Alliance will not let their clash with the Beast Palace go unnoticed. He wonders what the old man looks like now. What would he do in his place? He is too unpredictable, and it is almost impossible to understand what he has planned. But so Ryan is only sure of two things. He will not interfere with the one who created the union of three palaces to dominate the rest of the world. The head of one of the palaces has already lost his head, and the other has lost his hand. He does not want to enter into conflict with him as well. As soon as Damsan realizes that the Tang clan has lost its former power, he will immediately try to subjugate them. The leader of the righteous Celestial Alliance is a terribly petty man. Even demons would envy his cunning soul. The man told him in his past life that if a sword comes his way that he cannot use in battle, then it is not a sword at all. It was a good attempt to save his life, but the sword he wants to use in battle will be destroyed by him. It seems that Donpil, without realizing it, has become much stronger. His technique has improved greatly due to his speed and endurance. It was not difficult to make a breakthrough. He reached the peak of his own self-improvement. So Ryung asked if he was okay. Donpil was surprised. The young master had already recovered? The guy wonders if Donpil actually made a breakthrough. But how did he do it? Donpil replied that he actually didn't have time to understand. It all happened by itself. It's too early to rejoice. Even a wrong breath can reduce all his efforts to zero. In his case, we are talking about experiences. Donpil thanked the young master for his instructions. So Ryung thinks that he should be the one thanking him. It is thanks to him that he remained alive, so he need not be embarrassed. It is his direct responsibility to protect the young master. Nothing surprising. So Ryung realized that Donpil had become much stronger, but at first he didn't make much of an impression on him. However, time passed, and he became his loyal friend and an excellent guard. Having changed and become stronger, Donpil seemed to become a different person. They have a thorny path ahead of them. They can't be content with what they have now. They need to strive for more. Let him rest a little. He didn't even close an eye yesterday. But first he needs to do something. So Ryan told these two warring animals to stop and calm down. What is he trying to achieve? Maybe he wants revenge? Does he still harbor hatred towards the Lord of the Beast Palace? He is dead. The tiger himself saw everything perfectly well with his own eyes. And since he was born the master of the mountains, he should be proud of his existence. The spell that bound him to his master is broken. Now he can live as he wishes. That's what So-ryang is trying to tell him. What's wrong with him? What does he want? Does he think the guy will get scared and hide? So Ryan decided to calm Goldie down by grabbing him by the tail. Let it be gentler. He is not a savage like this tiger. He himself understands perfectly well that he will not be able to defeat him alone. Let him go his own way. They are busy here, in other words. His anger is not their problem. Will he be able to become free and continue living independently? He already has a lot of problems, and now this menagerie has fallen on his head. Goldie decided to take everything into her own paws and show who's boss here. Probably by this, she wanted to tell the Tiger King to get lost faster. Donpil was surprised that the young master was treating the tiger as if it were his servant. It's not that he speaks, it's just that during the time he spent with Goldie, he was able to reach mutual understanding with the animals. Of course, everything is not that simple. When the spell was removed, some of its magic was transferred to the tiger's head. Does this mean that the Tiger King now has some of this power? So Ryan said that it was true, and until he absorbed it himself, it would not disappear. His brain had been under the control of someone else's magic for a long time, and if the core in his head was destroyed, he would die. When he reaches the level of an indestructible demon, the magic in his body goes beyond the possible and gains spirituality. But if he and Goldie have formed a spiritual connection, to communicate with the Tiger King, he only needed a flow of internal energy. And there is nothing strange here, it is a question of skill. But what did he say that made the Tiger King return immediately when needed? So Ryung told him that he couldn't take him with him yet, and asked him to befriend Goldie. Donpil clearly has a lot to learn from Goldie. But will Goldie himself agree with his decision? The guy thinks that yes, they have a lot in common. The girl heard that it was to him that she owed her salvation. So Ryan replied that it was true. Her brother asked for help. Has she gotten better yet? Yes, and all thanks to him. Although it's late, she would like to meet him. Her name is Yo Sanrin. The girl learned about what happened from her brother. She doesn't know how to thank him for everything he did for them. So Ryung replied that it was a deal, so he didn't have to worry about it. He saw that Yo San-rin had learned a rather unique martial arts technique. The guy couldn't recognize it before because of all the chaos. It's certainly cool, but it didn't feel complete. The martial arts she learned couldn't be known to others unless they learned the martial techniques of the Northern Sea. Even if they reached a higher level, they wouldn't be able to recognize his features. Yo San-rin realizes that the boy is not just strong. He also has keen insight. In any case, she needs to rest more. Her upper energy core was severely damaged by the members of the Beast Palace. The upper energy core is more sensitive than the rest. Let it rest. Yo San-rin said that he might be right. The girl asked her brother for forgiveness. There must have been chaos in the palace. Yo Gang-hui replied that it was okay. They were destined to go down a different path than the other palaces anyway. The best they could do was to form an alliance with the divine cult of the heavenly demons. Did he tell the third young lord the truth about Liu Li's potential great method? The boy replied that he had not. He needs to do this. She thinks that the cult of the heavenly demon is not the best ally given the rumors, but the girl trusts his decision. Still, it would only be fair if he learned the truth about his ally. Dongpil said that he had brought the person in charge of the house sect. The young master agreed to come in. The guy asked, did he want to see him? So Ryan heard that the house sect has a branch in Guangxi. Is that place safe? Of course it's a safe place. The young master wants to send someone there. Is that okay with you? Yes, but he would need to know who they were, their condition and status in Jianghu. He would also need to tell him how long they would be staying here and take financial responsibility for their stay. Donpil didn't like the way he spoke. He felt uneasy. This is the patriarch of the Tang clan. The stay will be indefinite. It could be a month, a year, maybe even longer. The guy apologizes, but they have a lot of responsibility to accept such a person. If it was the Tang clan patriarch, then it would be a special case. If the righteous Heavenly Alliance found out about it, they would face serious consequences. He will have to pay a high price. So Ryan was surprised, so that's the problem. So he can do it if he pays enough? Isn't the guy afraid of the consequences? They grew to this size through deals. Once a deal is made, they do everything they can to fulfill their part. So he's already made his decision. So Ryung thinks that the guy can't make such an important decision alone. Who is he? His name is Gong Yachi, and he is the successor of the Hao sect and the third leader of the sect. Is someone like him in Yunnan? He is usually in Sichuan, but came here 2 weeks ago for work. Whether it's temporary or not, there's little that would bring someone as important as him here. Is this all because of him? That's right. He came here to see the third young master of the heavenly divine demon cult. Then maybe they will take advantage of this opportunity and be frank with each other? Gong Yachi doesn't know if he knows, but Guangdong is the only region where the Hao sect doesn't have a branch. They have a few hidden outposts in western Guangxi, but they cannot be called full-fledged branches. And he is sure that the third young master understands this. They do not want to provoke his cult. Gong Yachi said that he will not hide anything. They also want to open a branch in Guangxi and Guangdong. Dongpil got really angry. He's already crossing the line. So Ryung said that the guy was talking to the wrong person. If he were a cult leader, he wouldn't have such powers. Gong Yachi said he knew it. So Ryung asked if he wanted to help him become a cult leader. He replied that anything was possible. However, to this question, the young master would like to hear yes or no. If the righteous Heavenly Alliance falls because of him, he will most likely be chosen as the successor. So what does he know about him? So Ryung asked. Gong Yachi thinks that the guy is upset with the righteous Heavenly Alliance. So what made him think that? They control information throughout Zhongyuan, but they have only a little information about the divine cult of the heavenly demons. Most of it concerns him. The young master had been quite active for the past year. It was very unexpected because the divine heavenly demon cult had never truly interfered in Jianghu's affairs in the past 30 years. He first appeared in Hunan and Jiangxi when he fought against the members of the Beast Palace. There, he destroyed Zhong Ilryong and the righteous Heavenly Alliance elder. This impressed So Ryan. He erased all traces of that battle. But they still know. After returning to the sect, he arrived in Hunan as a special inspector general. He was going to inspect the 7 families belonging to the demonic sect. There he fought with the Palace of Swords, and after that he fought again with the Palace of Beasts. The sect leader said that the guy was very impressive in those battles. They have little information about the candidate for successor of the divine cult, but the chief believes that the third young master will play an important role in the struggle for succession. Maybe the guy already knows that the Sword Palace, Beast Palace, and Heavenly Dragon Palace are all related to the righteous Heavenly Alliance. and he blocked 2 of their attempts to expand into Zhongyuan. This had a lot to do with the murder of Cho Il-ryong. He was a very corrupt man. He also had a secret agreement with the heir of the Beast Palace. However, he didn't need to kill him. Knowing the consequences, he did it anyway. It may have been just a coincidence, or perhaps the cult leader gave the order, but Gonyachi doubts it. Martial artists say that So Ryang can smell qi. The same goes for those who deal with intelligence. Gonyachi can understand a lot from just one piece of information, and he found out that his suspicions were correct. So Ryang despises the righteous heavenly alliance. This guy is smart. He figured out his intentions from just a few pieces of information. He knows how to use his strengths without coming across as arrogant. So Ryan asked, does he want to help him become a cult leader, and in exchange, open a branch in Guangxi and Guangdong? Ganyachi confirmed that it was, but he didn't need an answer right now. Let him just think about it. Besides, he is ready to receive the patriarch of the Tang clan. So Ryang asked how much it will cost him. Ganyachi thinks that the price of his life for being arrogant in this conversation should cover it. They will see each other again. So Ryong thought that it had been a long time since he had met such a talented person. Right now, of course, it's a complete mess, but there are still many things he needs to think about. His past life was much simpler, but it probably makes sense since he was just someone's tool. The guy needed to stop whining. He knew that getting revenge on the righteous heavenly alliance wouldn't be easy. Yo Gangwei said he looked worried. That's not like him at all. Maybe he should relax a bit and have a drink with him? He thought the guy was the type to act first and think later. Does he really think he knows him just because they once worked together? This is exactly what he thinks, so he asks for forgiveness if it upset him. The guy is going to return to the Ice Palace? He answered yes. Then let him tell his sister to watch herself in the future. Yo Gangwei said he would protect her, and he didn't even hesitate. Doesn't he remember the deal they made? So Ryan was surprised. Is he serious? Does he really want her to marry him? That's right, she also agreed. So Ryan didn't understand. How is that possible? Doesn't that mean he's taking her as a hostage? Whether she becomes a hostage or not depends on his decision. He did everything possible to support the guy in his quest to become the successor. Yo Gangwei is sincerely grateful to him. So Ryang hopes that in the future, the boy will do something that he can be grateful for as well. It seems he has had enough rest. He needs to come to his senses. He is sure that the first and second young lord are already waiting for him, and the best he can do is go back and look at their ugly faces. The guy thinks these weather conditions are just awful. The friend told him to stop talking nonsense and concentrate. He needs to become immune to heat and cold. This humidity is very irritating to his eyes. He has been here for 15 years and still cannot adapt to the weather. He feels that it is easier for him to live only in winter. As expected of a man from the north, he even tried to reach a state where he would not feel either heat or cold. The guy doesn't want to be like the first young master. He wants to be like the third young master. The comrade thinks he's crazy. He thinks it's easy to reach the level of the third master? He thinks he's a complete idiot. The third young master is a monster that can't be described even by a genius. The guy said he already knows that. But he doesn't think that he can't be compared with the young master in the martial arts. Did he hear that the first master reached the top? Yes, that's great. There are very few people in history who have reached the top before the age of 40. The demon squad that was sent on a mission has returned. The guards greeted the boys, but let the girl show her badge. Yu Ryong showed them her badge. The elder ordered the boy to report them to the commander. It seems that the third young master and the guest are in the carriage. Yu Ryong confirmed that they are there. So Ryong apologizes. His body is tired and he can't control his strength. He must see the demon lord. So let them send him a message first. The guy saw his idol for the first time. His friend asked him how he felt. It turns out that the first young master is not the only one who reached the top. Hoyo-sung reported on everything he had done in the past 10 days. Lee Jong-song praised the man for his work. How is the secret pavilion doing? The general strategist replied that everything is fine. Funding is stable. New participants are learning quickly. Everything is going well. Let him send them to the city creator gradually. Sending the Army's intelligence organization outside the city means collecting information about the Allied Alliance's external forces. Hoyo-sung asked, does he mean that they will monitor the world's foreign affairs more closely? Could he find out what the reason was? The Demon Lord replied that he had been thinking about it for a long time. Hoyo-sung will begin transporting the Palace of Mysteries observers outside the city from now on. As autumn approaches, everyone will be busy assessing the second half of the year. The people who definitely have free time are the candidates for succession. Lee Jong-san confirmed that he was thinking correctly. The strategist asked, would he start creating conflicts between them? The man replied that he had nothing to do with it. They create them themselves. He who wants to rise will rise, no matter what it takes. And he who wants to fall will fall, no matter what he does. Hoyo Sung believes that they need to be given a fair place to do so. The demon lord replied that there was no such thing as justice in this world. He gave him a wad of money. Hoyo Sung was shocked by his actions. They say it's good for relieving fatigue. It seems the cult leader is the only one who cares about him. Let him continue his hard work. Hyo Sung doesn't even know if his gratitude will be enough for this. The guards informed the leader that the third young gentleman was asking to see him. The man said to let him in. The third young master, So Ryan, greeted his demon lord. Seeing the general strategist, the boy asked if he should wait outside. Lee Jong-sun replied that his conversation with him had already ended. Hoyo Sun's gaze seemed to insist on having tea with him, so Ryan told the demon lord that he had returned. The man replied, let him sit down. This time he really almost died. Lee Jong-sun said that this was the path he chose himself. Here he goes again with his clever words. So Ryan doesn't know what to answer. Has he recovered from his internal wounds yet? The guy replied that recovery is taking a long time this time. Lee Jong-sa said it was not just a minor internal injury. Is there such a thing as mild or severe internal injuries? The demon lord stood up and offered the boy some wine. The man poured him a whole plate of wine, and Soryan thanked him for his generosity. But before he drinks, let him first heal his internal wounds. He can't allow him to drink such an expensive drink in this condition. Or does he want to show his inability to treat his minor injuries? So Ryan no longer understands why the Lord is treating him like this again. Meanwhile, Yo Sunrin came to visit him. Anghwa asked who she was. Her name is Yo Sanrin. She is a captive, that is, a guest of the third young master. The girl is indebted to him. This happened when the cliff formed, and since then, his illness began. Although he missed then, it seems that an internal wound was formed. After that, he stabilized his third dantian to restore it. Because healing without taking into account the balance of the third dantian can become an obstacle for the higher power. The vessels and veins are in perfect condition, and his dantian is also strong, but the deep wounds have not yet healed, especially in the meridian between his lungs and heart. Frozen qi constantly flows, causing his breathing to become difficult. Even using the 9 demons of the impure world technique could not remove the frozen qi and return it to its perfect state using the no interference technique. However, using the no obstacle technique deteriorates the concentration of qi. Even with Goldie by his side, Soryang couldn't recover from this deep wound. The guy is really great. It's like the focus of a professional killer who is focused on his goal, not paying attention to death. But one day, this focus could be his undoing. Lee Jong-sun stopped the boy and said that the problem was in him. He would not be able to heal these wounds. With his abilities, there is not the slightest chance. He suffers as if helpless. It almost made him laugh. So Ryan was shocked by this statement. Could he really not fix it? Was that all he could do? Lee Jong-sun asked angrily. Did he forget his roots? But what does he mean? What kind of roots did he forget during the treatment? Suddenly, he remembered that he was no longer Cheon Hajin, who mastered Buddhist martial arts. His name is So Ryan, a demon from a demon cult. This is what he really forgot. He must be restored as a demon. So that's what the bastard wanted. Lee Jong-sun thinks that the guy has forgotten how it all started. So Ryan didn't understand who was talking to him. Could it be his central dantian? Now the guy is like a sword master who has forgotten how to control the blade. His internal injuries have not yet healed due to mixing the 9 depths mastery techniques with other techniques. So Ryan was shocked to hear this. Could it be because of this technique? If the master uses the upper dantian when using divine techniques, then when using demonic, he uses the central dantian. The central dantian, in turn, is under the control of the 5 desires and 7 emotions. Strong emotional experiences serve as a catalyst for demonic techniques. Knowing this, he used different techniques for healing and attacking. This is the reason for the accumulation of corrupted energy around his heart and lungs, and the problem lies in the central dantian. Because of this, when concentrating on the upper and lower dantian, nothing comes of it. Based on all of this, Lee Jong-sun believes that he is only half a master of the demonic technique. The name itself contains the entire meaning of the demonic arts. It is the foundation of the foundations. If one wishes to succeed and become a master of demonic techniques, he must use only them. A guy can't use the healing techniques of Buddhist martial arts and mix them with the mastery of the 9 depths just because he was inspired by one of the third-party techniques. To become a god, you must first be a mere mortal. Of course, the ruler does not know whether he wants to become a god, but in this way, the guy will not be able to overcome the border of the mortal world, since he is not even able to fully feel the 5 desires and 7 emotions. Let him be angry, laugh, cry. Only the person who completely surrenders to feelings and emotions is truly beautiful. Before you can attain the divine face, you must live the life of a common man. What Lee Jung-san was talking about strongly reminded him of the foundations of the ancient Murim art. He has probably already reached the level of true ascension. So Ryan said that he showed him his worst side today. The Demon Lord replied that he would not keep students who had made more than one mistake. Let him not think about it and drink this wonderful drink with him. The Beast Palace Lord was stronger than him, and if it weren't for his physical capabilities, he would have fallen in that battle. The masters outside the walls are comparable in strength to the 9 elders. He was able to defeat the Palace Lord only because of his knowledge of demonic techniques. If he had possessed demonic mastery, things would have been bad for him. Now let him tell him what happened in Nanman. The technique he used was very similar to the demonic absorption technique. To become stronger, he took the life energy of his own disciple. The guy had already encountered similar techniques before he started studying this issue, but he doesn't understand why they do it. Finds it strange? So Ryan asked him what he thought about it. Someone might say the same about him after seeing how he uses his techniques. The guy replied that he does not devour the life energy of another person. Instead, he absorbed the power of the spiritual bamboo in the bamboo grove. The method of self-improvement is a way to cleanse one's own body by circulating qi throughout the body. Moving through small points, it gradually accumulates qi in dantian and turns it into true energy. People, birds, and animals, they are all creations of great nature. In other words, everyone learns martial arts in a similar way. But if he ignores norms and morals, then he is no better than the ruler of the palace of animals. But the main thing is not the way in which he develops his abilities, but that he does it gradually. It seems the Demon Lord definitely knows more than the others. Perhaps that's what made him what he is now. So Rhino wondered if the cult had similar techniques. The man replied that of course. There is a lot of information about this in the cult library, but no one has ever taken up studying it. He personally verified this. Absorbing someone's essence is not the best technique for a demonic cult. Usually, it is the techniques that take away the energy of others that are called demonic art. But at the same time, essence absorption is not the best technique for a demonic cult. However, perhaps such techniques will be useful for someone more cruel. True demonic mastery values knowledge gained through sudden enlightenment far more than the divine arts of the ancient Murim. So Ryan realized that this was a sudden enlightenment. It was very different from the absorption technique. Sudden enlightenment and improvement through the acquisition of new knowledge. To achieve this, one must learn gradually. Demonic mastery distorts the central dantian to oppose basic instincts and desires. And if you penetrate to the very essence of this principle, this will be learning. The heir of the Ice Palace must have already left. So, Ryang replied that it was true. They had already said goodbye. And what about the Hao sect? He heard that thanks to them, he had caused a stir in the Beast Palace. The boy replied that they had to take away the patriarch of the Tang clan. The Lord asked what would happen in return. Destruction of the righteous heavenly alliance. And they will also help him in the struggle of the successors. Apart from him, there are many people who dream of destroying the righteous heavenly alliance and the blood steel fortress. So what does he think? Is there any chance of becoming the heir? Does So Ryan really want to be his successor? Or is there something he doesn't know? The guy was surprised. Lee Jung-sun had never brought up this topic. So Ryang, without thinking twice, replied that he did not want to become his successor. However, he wants to try, and it is not about wanting to get his place. So Ryan believes that if he takes over as leader after him, he will have a better opportunity to destroy both of these organizations. That's why he wants to fight. The man replied that everything was clear. The boy asked, did his selfish reasons disappoint the Demon Lord? It doesn't matter what his goals are, as long as he takes the opportunity to achieve them. And if that's his true desire, he has something to offer. There will be no Mara festival this year. Instead, he will name his successor. Let him finish all his affairs before that moment. If he really wants to become his successor and a great master of demonic arts who will have hundreds of thousands under his control, and if he really wants to destroy the righteous heavenly alliance and the blood steel fortress, he has already informed the other successors about it. Announcing the chosen heir on the day the Mara festival was to take place meant that he was not going to take into account the youngest among them. This means that only 3 will fight for the right to inherit the place of ruler. In that case, Soryang said that he was leaving him, but he would come back for another lesson. The boy didn't even realize that the Demon Lord was being soft on him because of his internal injuries. His development of his gate technique is not going as fast as he would like. I should have scolded him for this, but I didn't because of his injuries. He treats his own teacher and the lord of the cult so insolently. It seems the boy has matured, choosing an heir? So Ryan wondered if he really needed to make this decision now. And if there is a reason for that, it is clearly not due to cult matters. Perhaps something is happening in Jong'an, or maybe he does it because his heart tells him to. After all, Lee Jong-san is a terribly unpredictable person. Either way, he wants the guy to take everything seriously. So Ryan sent someone and asked why he didn't come out to him. Unlike their last meeting, this time the guy recognized him. Would he like to join his older brother for a cup of tea? Jin Guanin heard that the guy had just returned from Yunnan. If he was free, he would treat him. So Ryan replied that he didn't see anything wrong with it, but it was too sudden a proposal. Perhaps it really was a surprise to him. But the man had been dreaming of talking to him since the day he returned from his hermitage. So Ryan agreed, but he had one request. Let him consider this as payment for the invitation to tea. He offered him a fight. Jin Guanin was shocked. The guy wants to fight right here. The first successor replied that he was not interested and could pay differently. So Ryan said he was sorry. He really wanted to try one technique. Jin Guanin asked the Master of Inner Enlightenment to vacate the Zinnia Pavilion. He believes that everything is ready. He asked to clear out an entire pavilion for a meeting with him. He clearly had something in mind. Is it really that embarrassing? So Ryan replied that since everything was ready, he saw no point in refusing. They could go ahead. The guy hopes that Jin Guanyong has chosen a good variety. He is very picky after all. Let him not worry. I have prepared the highest quality for him. Meanwhile, Anhwa was preparing dinner. Yu Ryung said that it smelled delicious and couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to try at least a piece. Anhwa said, "Take your hands off, it's for the guests." But is it a girl a guest? Anhwa replied that she was the young master's subordinate, so no. These words made Yu Ryung very angry. Donpil told her to calm down and go for a walk. The girl told Donpil to let her go immediately, otherwise she would end up underground. The man thinks she's too arrogant, with such childish techniques. Come to think of it, they had never fought a fair fight. She decided to show him where his place was. Donpil didn't refuse. He is always ready to fight. Moreover, he won't have to spend much energy. Anhwa brought everything she had prepared to her guest. Yo Sanlin realized that she was about to have something very tasty. There's so much, she's just drooling. Anhwa hopes she'll like it. She arrived at the divine cult of the heavenly demon immediately after being released from captivity in the Beast Palace. The girl said that she was the guest of the third young master, but just one word from him could turn her into a hostage again. She couldn't relax. She really liked it. The meat was so juicy. The girl had never eaten anything like it. Anhwa is such an excellent cook. She had visited several palaces in the north, but none of them had such a skilled cook as her. She is very glad that she liked it so much. If she needs more, she can pour it in. Everyone kept saying that this place was inhabited only by villains, but everyone here is so welcoming. Yo Sunrin asked for more. Anhwa was surprised. Could it be again? She had already eaten 5 servings. Jin Guanin asked, does he already know the 5th young lady? The guy didn't understand what exactly? She is not trying to fight for the place of the heir to the head. So Ryan thought it was strange. What was he getting at? The girl was always like this. All she cared about was studying martial arts. Even though Zhu Soyun is the most talented among the students, she has no desire to become the next head. The man was always afraid of her. Some are sure that no matter how talented the woman is, she cannot take the place of the ruler. In the heavenly demon divine cult, masters are valued for their talents and are not discriminated by gender. The head of the cult is blessed by the god Mara and carries the divine will. God does not care about gender, which is why the prejudice that a woman cannot become the head of the cult has no place here. After all, the 4th heavenly demon was a woman. He doesn't think that So-Yoon is much weaker than her. However, when she said that she was not interested in the heir's struggle, he sighed with relief. It turns out that he tells him that he really plans to fight for the position of future head. So Ryang said that he was so frank with him. Jin Guanyang replied that he saw no point in hiding anything. Once the leader accepted him as a disciple, he began to work hard to reach the divine level. Of course, the competition does not encourage him. In other words, he can't say that he's glad he's here, because they're also rivals. Because of the Chi energy block, so Ryan lost all the skills he had learned, and after only 2 years, he reached the level of an invincible demon. Despite the fact that, unlike Soyun, he lacks natural talent, he was able to develop such power, and Jin Guanin still cannot understand how this is possible. So Ryang replied that it all depends on how they see this world. Some learn by simply observing everyday life and gaining life experience. Others gain this valuable experience only on the threshold of death. Jin Guanan said that it is true, but what about him? What method is suitable for him? The guy replied that he was constantly learning. Whether it was a simple walk, breathing, or eating, he saw everything as a chance to learn something. And the thought that he wanted to go with him to Zinnia Pavilion made his demonic energy rise from the depths of his soul. He understands everything, wanting to fight with someone who has already reached the level of an invincible demon. He only cares about his own development. No matter who his opponent was, So Ryan realized that he wanted to kill him. So Ryan is also interested in going to Zinnia's pavilion. He is interested in seeing what he has prepared for him. But the guy can't take risks because he has a family. If Donpil were with him now, he wouldn't go. But he has his own business, so he invited someone else. He thinks they won't mind. He wondered if he could contact him using the frequency whispering technique. And even though he was quite far away, he succeeded. So Ryan is confident that he doesn't need to introduce them. The head of the criminal law hall greeted them. He came all this way just because the third one called him? Jin Guanyang thinks that this is not the right thing to do for the head of an organization that is supposed to represent impartiality. Wogu said that he didn't think that just drinking tea would affect his impartiality. He was somehow narrow-minded. It all depends on who he drinks this tea with. Isn't that so? Guogu replied that the man doesn't have to worry. He doesn't really like the third successor that much. So he came all this way because someone he didn't particularly like invited him? Guogu thinks it's wrong to mix personal relationships with work relationships. The situation began to heat up. It seems there is already a conflict between them. So Ryan does not know what they are fighting about. But he was right to call the heads of the criminal law hall. Jin Guanyang didn't expect to meet him at all. The guy has scary instincts. He replied that he knew it very well. The man said that they would postpone the tea party until next time and left. So Diang shouted that next time he should wait for an invitation from him. Master Go Gu warned the boy to be careful. He may be a dragon, but he is a demonic one. He is not only stronger and more talented than the others, but also confidently moves towards his goal despite everything. But doesn't everyone do that? In this, Gogu agreed with the guy. In this, they are similar. But the third young master's cruelty was not even close to his. So Ryan asked, why? He is the devil in human form. Someone who is alien to morals and ethics. So Rayana should watch her tongue when talking to her elders. He'll teach him a lesson. It's been a while. It's hard for So Ryan to go back. He's finally home. Donpil thinks it's time for them to finish. This is already the 43rd time. Yu Rung told him to shut up. She wouldn't give up until she dealt him at least one blow. So Diang asked the boys what they were doing there. Dongpil replied that they were just having a fight. But can a one-sided beating be called a duel? Yo Sanren greeted the third young master. The girl would like to talk to him. She understands perfectly well that she must be useful to the third young successor. Yo Sanrin would like to know how she can assist him in his quest to become the successor to the head of the heavenly demon divine cult. Their palace, or more precisely her brother, has made an alliance with him. She is pleased with his attention, but right now, she does not need anyone's help. So Ryan replied that there were now many people within and outside the cult who wanted to support him, and he believes that it would be more appropriate to return to this conversation precisely when he becomes a full-fledged heir. Then, if he still needs her help, be sure to let her know. So Riang said there was something. What is this technique? The great technique of releasing Lu Li's potential. Her brother wanted to tell him, but he never dared. Since he didn't say anything, she shouldn't either. But the girl can tell about her briefly. The great technique of unleashing the potential of Liu Li was born during a bloody battle in their palace. Its founder is a man who follows the path of a heretic. This technique is also associated with the Beast Palace and Divine Cult. Apart from the fact that both the cult and the Beast Palace are powerful organizations that represent the main force in the southern regions, they have no other common features. Perhaps the Divine Cult has a vaguely similar demonic mastery technique aimed at absorbing essence. He wouldn't call it an essence absorption technique, but he had seen something similar, or rather experienced it himself. So Riang felt it when he was interacting with the second successor, Guangpyong. His internal energy suddenly increased greatly for no apparent reason. And no, it wasn't just his inner energy. It felt like his skill had risen another level. This is a technique for fusing two souls. From what the guy said, it was the third level of mastery. Yo Sanren believes that this is not exactly a technique for fusing two souls, since it is also part of the great technique for revealing Liu Li's potential. But if not only his internal energy, but also his entire strength had increased rapidly, this only means that he had used this technique many times already. Everything is clear with Ryan now. This means that he did kill his subordinates. The techniques of absorbing essence, or internal energy, have different levels of mastery. He believes that the second young master has already mastered it completely and reached the peak of mastery. So the technique of merging two souls is part of the great technique of revealing Liu Li's potential. Her brother was able to master this technique. Sooner or later, he will have to use it. And So-ryang believes that it will be used on her. The girl replied that he was right. But doesn't that upset her? This does not mean that she will die or that her inner energy will be completely taken away. Everything is much better than it seems. The technique of merging two souls has its own advantage. It is based on the principle of the harmony of yin and yang. One day, an early version of Liu Li's great potential unleashing technique came to Zhongyuan, and that was probably how the second young master and the lord of the Beast Palace learned about it. And after studying similar techniques, they were able to achieve such a result. But without the principle of yin and yang harmony, this technique can only cause harm. And if the second young master does not fully master the great technique, he will lose his human face and turn into a monster, next to which even the lord of the Beast Palace is nothing. So Young-shim greeted the young master. So-ryang thanked her. She is the only one who always greets him. Everyone already knows the results of his last mission. So Ryan asked, already? Well, there were quite a few people with him, so it's not surprising. However, there is a rumor that she doesn't like at all. And what is it? The guy asked with interest. The girl heard that their lord had announced to his disciples that the struggle for the place of the heir had ceased, and that the Mara festival had been cancelled. So this is the rumor. So this information was spread as gossip? Rumor has it that he plans to kill the seventh young mistress and start a war for the title of heir. But why would he kill Yeoman? He would have killed Gwangpyeong or Jin Gwanryung instead. So Young-shim thought so too. There was no need for him to try to get rid of the seventh young miss. And he wasn't that kind of person at all. This nonsense is still circulating in the cult. Many have already heard about it. Someone deliberately let him loose. The guy thinks that this is the work of the first young master. So Ryan replied that no one knows. Nothing is known yet. The problem is that the person who started this rumor could harm Yeoman. When he was in the Beast's palace, he met the general strategist. He looked at him as if inviting him to come over for a cup of tea. That meant he already knew everything. The guy decided to visit it himself. Divine Cult of the Heavenly Demon, a military unit. He had never seen the office in such disarray before. Ho Yosun said that chaos was the key to order. To an ignorant person, this may seem like a mess, but to a knowledgeable and wise person, it is systematic. So Ryan has never heard such pure nonsense in his life. Is there anything wrong with his head? While pouring the freshly prepared tea, Ho Yosun asked why he came to him. He knows about the rumors going around the cult, right? The strategist asked if he wanted to know who was behind them. Ho Yo-sung doesn't know what So-ryang wanted to hear from him. He can't tell him because he has to be impartial. It turns out he really knows who it is. The strategist replied that of course, the hidden pavilion is under his command. It would be strange if he did not know. So Ryan asked if he planned to remain neutral in the future. Ho Yo-sung always thought he knew So-ryang well, but he turned out to be much more unpredictable. What will he do? The guy's like a young tiger on the way to his goal. He stood up and thanked for the tea. Was he leaving already? So Ryan had come to him for a reason, but he hadn't gotten what he wanted, but he didn't say anything. So Ryang replied that he considered himself a busy man. He plans to cause a ruckus in the first and second kingdoms. Ho Yosun advised him to refrain from such a plan. He may not know it, but the first young gentleman is not an ordinary person, and if he treats him as recklessly as he did with the fourth, he risks dying. So Ryan thanked the chief strategist for the warning. Why is he so stubborn? One day, because of his stubbornness, something irreparable will happen. He is not stupid, and he himself should understand everything perfectly well. So Ryan said that even though they are not that close, he is grateful to him for everything. Let him continue to work for the benefit of their cult. After all, what he does for the sake of the cult is also useful for him. On that note, he suggested ending their conversation. He would return in 3 days, and then they could talk longer and have a stronger drink. Ho Yosun didn't fully understand the guy's words. Why exactly 3 days later? He's sure So Ryan is up to something. Is this what he meant? So Ryang greeted his sister Yeoman. The little girl missed him very much. She asked how it was in Yunnan. She heard it was much hotter there than here. Maybe I shouldn't even ask. Not only is it terribly hot there, but it rained all the time. It's a terrible place. So Ryang asked if she was busy. Yeoman replied that no, she had already finished training and was free now. And why don't they take a walk together and visit the first young master? The maid told the young lady that she was sorry, but she had classes scheduled after lunch. So Ryan realized that this was the same maid who was always compared to a strict mother. The guy said that nothing would happen if she missed it once. Why so strict? She's sorry, but the young lady must follow the schedule. It was, it is, and it will be. Let him not interfere. Why did he come now? After all these rumors, she can't leave him with the young mistress. In any case, cramming textbooks is not an easy task. If she is so worried, let her go with him, just to see how she should be taught. You need to learn through life experience. He certainly knows. Covering Yeoman's ears, he shouted with all his might at the gate of the first young master. Let him come out immediately before he attracts the attention of everyone in the cult. Jin Guanyong had heard that the guy liked to make a fuss. But did he have to do it this way? So Ryan replied that, unlike some people, he does not plot behind people's backs. Is it considered right to use the younger generation as pawns in the struggle for the place of the heir? Sometimes the rumors sound much worse than the situation actually is. Sacrificing the life of an innocent child to gain the place of heir? Whether the rumors are true or not, one should never act rashly. On the contrary, one should behave in such a way as not to attract public attention, and not to allow the rumor to be thought to be true. However, if rumors are ignored, then that is also a problem. Just walk around the area and word will spread to every corner of the cult. And no matter what anyone says, public opinion is one of the most powerful instruments of power. And, as a rule, only those who are involved in gossip suffer from it. With the help of slander alone, one can subjugate the fate of a person. This is the power of human rumor. Jin Guangyang said that he was neither so petty nor so stupid. How could he allow such impudence? The man is not going to listen to this empty chatter and makes it clear that he is only interested in concrete actions. He is the first young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, and he is the one who is closest to the Lord. This seems to be exactly what he is trying to show the crowd of curious spectators that is gathered, and it is a rather successful approach. The guy thinks that first we need to somehow dispel this blind faith in Jin Guanyan. Will his techniques be able to do this? He must try. So Ryan shouted and dispelled Jin Guanyan's energy with his technique. The people were shocked and bowed to the third young master. So Ryan doesn't know what technique he used to cloud the minds of these people, but he can't deal with them that quickly. Jin Guanyang understands that it was the roar of the Shaolin lion. But how did this youngster know this technique? He simply turned around and told us to follow him, without even bothering to explain what lay ahead. So Ryan said that he did not want to die in the domain of a man who is capable of spreading such disgusting rumors. He did not agree with such conditions and suggested that the first young gentleman go to Jameer. The girl believes that people are not so stupid as to believe that her brother can hurt her. After all, her brother would never hurt her, right? So Ryan replied that of course it was true. But some people, unfortunately, believed it. The girl was worried about another question. Why did her brother decide to fight for the place of heir? The maid said it was impolite to ask such questions. So Ryan replied that he simply had a dream that he wanted to fulfill. The girl asked what kind of dream it was. He's afraid that if he tells, he might scare her. But to make this dream come true, he needs to become the successor. In this case, the girl decided to give up the fight for the place of heir. The maid said that such words should not be thrown around. After all, she is the disciple of the Lord himself and must make every effort to become the best of the best. However, the little brother is also the master's disciple, which means he has the same rights as the other followers. So Liang asked Yeoman if she really didn't want to become the heir. The girl replied that she did. But then why are you ready to give up? You said yourself that you want to fight. Why retreat? Yeoman said that was also true. But she only agreed to become the heir for Siodan's sake. After all, she is the person who does everything for her. But all this is far from her dream. So Ryan told the maid that her mistress has such a kind heart, and she is trying to realize her desires through her. Even though she is the closest to Yeoman, she always manages to hide from prying eyes. And on these small, fragile shoulders lies a huge burden of responsibility, because she is one of the successors of the ruler. The owner of the establishment and his employees were shocked to see the third young gentleman. What brought him to them? It had been a while since they had seen each other. He was so cozy, it seemed he had spent a lot of money on this. Let them prepare a table for them. Drinks for two and something for the baby. The owner told everyone to listen carefully. They had honored guests. Let them do everything in the best possible way. Jin Guanyan feels like he and Yeoman are quite close. So Riang confirmed that it is true. They are indeed close. Yeoman said that the third brother saved her. It seems that this is the same case when the fourth successor tried to poison her. But didn't their youngest mistress plan to give up the fight for the place of heir? If this is so, then she should leave. Only those who are allowed to do so can rise to such a height. And if she is going to give up at the very beginning, it is tantamount to her giving up her status. So Ryong told Yeoman to calm down, that everything was fine, she could stay. Will they be able to eat all this food without her? Let her eat properly. Jin Guanyan said that juniors should listen to their elders' orders. Is she hard of hearing? So Ryanu is fed up with all this. Why does everyone like to pick on the child so much? It's bad form. When he sees such injustice, he cannot stand aside. Jin Guangyong didn't understand what the third young master meant. He suggested ending this once and for all. An heir must be identified. Meanwhile, the angry and completely wet second young master Guan Pyong decided to ruin their dinner. This is the last day that Soryang comes and goes as he pleases. Choosing a successor, was that what he was aiming for? Soryang asked, did the two of them have anything else to talk about? When they met in front of the demon god's house, he said that he had emptied the entire place just for tea. After all, he had wanted to kill him back then. So Ryan doesn't know what the former was thinking at the time, but he was confident that he could kill someone who had reached the highest level of the demonic realm. The guy thinks he's not stupid enough to not know there are a lot of unpredictable situations when it comes to fighting. So how could he be so confident? Also, right after that, a strange rumor spread that he was going to kill Yeoman. It might not be him. It could be a demonic martial artist loyal to him. Or someone else entirely. Doesn't he think the situation is too strange? If he was going to start these rumors, wouldn't it have been better to start them quietly while he was away? This would create the impression that the rumor arose spontaneously and hide the source of the rumors. This meant that someone had deliberately made up this rumor. They knew how the guy would react and that he himself would go and find them. Jin Guanyan said that Soryang was very attentive. He knew the guy would come to him as soon as word got out. But he didn't expect to bring all these people with him. And it was still okay. He was going to act as soon as he got him into his territory. But so Ryan did something unpredictable again. He brought him here. Now he understands why the guy brought people with him. So Ryan didn't think that far ahead. He just felt that he shouldn't go there. Then it's even more impressive. It means that his intuition is superior to logical thinking. Jin Guanyan believes that his martial arts are now better than So Ryang's. However, if they fight, he cannot guarantee his victory. He confidently claims that his martial arts are superior? He is not just bragging, he is truly confident in it. And what does So Ryan himself think? Is he confident that he can beat him in a fair fight? So Ryan never refused to fight because he was afraid of losing, and never started a fight because he was confident of his victory. So he wants to say that he also cannot guarantee the result of the fight? No one can ever be sure of such things. He just makes his choice. So the guy asks him to make his choice. Will he fight him or not? Unlike him, Jin Guanyan doesn't start fights he's not sure he can win. He seems to be very cautious. There is a famous saying that the winner starts a war that he has already won, and the loser achieves victory only after he has started the war. But his method does not work on him. So Ryan smiled and said that he was just talking nonsense. Why make it so complicated? Suddenly, he felt a strange aura. The guy had never felt it before. It suddenly became closer. So Ryan senses him outside the door. Who decided to look in on them? The second young gentleman, Guan Pyong, came in. He asked, Jin Guanyong wanted to see him? What happened to him? This is not the Guan Pyong that Soryang saw before. The third one wants to decide on a successor here and now. Given his recent actions, Jin Guanyong thinks it will be a fight to the death. What does the second contender think about this? Why doesn't Jin Guanyong accept it? The guy doesn't believe that he will lose to the third one. So Ryan was surprised when Guan Pyong became his subordinate? The second said that such superficial provocation would not affect him. Then he probably didn't crawl to him voluntarily. In that case, how badly did Jin Guangyong beat him? It's funny that a powerless bastard like Soryang can say things like that when he can't even protect his own people. What does he mean? What did he do? And what people are we talking about? The mercenary told Donpil to immediately let go of his sword and surrender. He better do nothing if he wants these two to stay alive. So Ryong asked if he kidnapped his people? Jin Guanyan reminded him that he only starts fights that he knows he will win. Master Gogu said that Jin Guangyong was a true demon, devoid of even the slightest morality and ethics. Looks like Jin Guanyan will be asking questions now. What is this clubfoot playing at? The So Ryang now want to decide who will be the successor here and now, or will he give up on this idea? So Ryang said that Jin Guangyang really plays dirty. It goes without saying that any means necessary must be used to win a war. Saying that this was a cowardly and petty act does not change the fact that he ultimately won. It seems that So Ryang also established a connection with an external force to become the successor. The guy replied that it was true. He didn't set boundaries in battles, while Jin Guangyang didn't set boundaries between good and evil. In the end, they were the same. They just chose different ways to attack. He will have to choose. First, he must give up the fight. Then he will be able to see the smiles of his people again. And secondly, he must understand this himself. What can happen? He thinks he doesn't need to be explained. So Ryan said he wanted to discuss one thing before giving an answer. If he's asking about the safety of the hostages, don't worry. He's not stupid enough to destroy the cards he needs to manipulate his enemy. The guy said he understood and thanked him, but he wondered what his relationship was with the owner of the meeting room. So Ryong knows that he is a real asshole, but not so much that he would act so hostile towards the Demon Lord's disciple. And that's exactly what Gogu treated him like. Why does the guy want to know this right now? So Ryang replied that he was curious. It was bothering him. Wang Pyung stated that if he was trying to stall for time, then he should stop these useless attempts. So Ryan looked at him menacingly and asked why he didn't shut up standing there as a spectator, let him be silent. His master himself said that those who refuse to fight for the throne have no right to be in the battle arena. So a dog that has refused to fight and tucked its tail between its legs must stop barking. Jin Guangyang ordered him to calm down and not to fall for his tricks. So Ryang said that Guan Pyung is a good boy. That's right, you should listen to your elders. Jin Guanyan said that he should stop provoking him. So Ryang thinks that he should stop worrying about him. Let him answer his question. Why are the two of them on such bad terms? But why is So Ryang asking about this relationship now? Does he have some other intentions? He had no reason to answer that question. If he was trying to communicate with him now, he'd better give it up. He'd been sent to the outer fortress last night. It's a pity. So Ryang said he gave up since he didn't want to tell him. The guy would find out from him. An ominous and unpleasant feeling is growing. Internal energy? A wave of qi? Jin Guanyang realized that it wasn't his qi. It was the earth shaking. Let Guan Pyung immediately look at what's going on outside. Opening the window, he saw in front of him the strongest attacking force of the divine cult, the army of heavenly demons. What happened? It was a nice lesson. He didn't set boundaries between good and evil, while So Ryan didn't set any boundaries at all. The boy didn't understand what he was doing until Jin Guanyan explained it to him. What did he do? He simply conveyed the information that there were two traders on the top floor of Zinnia's pavilion. Using the frequency whisper technique, So Ryang spread the message across the entire range that the traders' names were Jin Guanyang and Guan Pyong. That's what he likes about their cult. If something serious happens, they don't think about it. Instead, they jump right into action. It's not the best tactic, but it's working for him now. Did they like his surprise? So Ryan lifted Yeoman with his demonic energy and handed her over to the maid. Tell her to take her away from here immediately. Now the preparations are complete, the spectators are all in place, the concert can begin. So Ryan pounced on Jin Guanyang and grabbed him tightly, carrying him into the thick of the forest. The private informed the general strategist that the army of heavenly demons had arrived at Zinnia Pavilion. The hidden pavilion gave an urgent order. He corners the first disciple, accusing him of betrayal. Was this the third young master's plan? He will have to pay the consequences if this turns out to be a lie. The only way to pay for it is death. The other one and him are traitors? What the hell was So Ryan thinking when he came up with such a plot? As soon as it is confirmed that this is a lie, he will be killed. Not only him, but his entire family and the people who serve him. The boy doesn't know that Jin Guanyan promised Guan Pyung, but he made a big mistake by luring him to his side. It seems that he is gradually losing his mind. The second young master, Guan Pyung, will definitely commit treason. Guan Pyung shouted that he was a disciple of the divine cult. How dare they look at him like that when they are not even worth more than beetles? The traitor attacked the army of heavenly demons, sowing chaos and confusion. And this means that he will also be considered a traitor because he is his subordinate. So Ryan will remove the traitor as the one who will become the successor of the leader of the divine cult. Meanwhile, the palace of the demon god was in turmoil. Murim came to the ruler with urgent news. The entire city has been declared a state of emergency. The entire heavenly demon army is on site, and all combat units are supporting the army as a precaution. The leaders take their posts, and the people from the criminal law hall arrest the traitorous subordinates and comb their homes. Lee Jong-san asked, "What about the chief strategist?" The man replied that he was in his office, as were the other executives. He had sent an urgent request to the hidden pavilion, but they had not done anything yet. It turns out that the chief strategist also knows that this betrayal is not real. Otherwise, the hidden pavilion would have already taken measures. The Lord knew he was about to do something big, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. How is So Ryan going to deal with the consequences? He said he was going to make him a real traitor. The only thing that matters to him is the result. Murim said that if the boy had spread false information to win the succession battle, then he had committed an extremely serious crime. Lee Jung-sang mentioned that they still don't know if the two actually committed adultery. Sometimes lies become truth. Let him go and regain his strength. It's commendable that So Ryang doesn't limit himself. He also bears responsibility for the consequences of his actions. However, if the guy doesn't achieve the results he likes, he won't stand on ceremony with him, even if So Ryang is the one he values the most. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the restaurant. The maid shouted that the traitor refused to be arrested, so Ryang told her to take Yeomin away using the frequency whisper technique. But how did he know that such a mess would start? Whose side should the young lady take in this mad fight to find safety? The warriors blocked their way. Let them stop and reveal their identity. The woman said that she is a servant who serves the 7th young lady. One of the traitors is causing chaos there. The squad leader greeted the 7th young lady. He hoped that Che Yeomin understood their rudeness, considering the current situation. The young lady said that everything is fine. Then in that case, let someone take them to a safe place. The rest of you, let them surround the Zinnia Pavilion. The maid thought for a moment and didn't notice that Che Yeomin was missing. What kind of betrayal is this? So Ryan dragged the heavenly demon army into this by making up a crime he didn't commit? Does he really think that such nonsense will work and everyone will applaud him? Jin Guangyang will drag him to the demon god's palace and prove his innocence. So Ryan asked, "He must be scared because he growls more than usual." The man shouted at him to shut up and struck first. So Ryan managed to put his hands up and defend himself. It was a strong blow. He is certainly strong, and his speed is impressive. However, he is not a strong opponent for him. So Ryang feels that he is lacking something. Jin Guanyan didn't understand what that movement was. So Ryang said he was too confident. Jin Guanyang had said before that his martial arts were superior to the guy's. It was his overconfidence that would hinder him. The man took out his sword and asked So Ryang if he felt any sense of urgency. The boy noticed that he had drawn the hilt of his sword just like Master Gogu, the same martial arts as the master of the criminal law hall, which means they are very close to him. Why does Jin Guangyang react so sharply when he mentions his name? He used the blood demon explosive sword technique. This technique is explosive and has tremendous killing power. However, it is still not enough to stop him. Let him get a boot to the forehead. Just this morning I was cleaning it. Jin Guangyang couldn't figure out what else he could do to defeat the guy. He gathered all his strength into his sword to deliver a crushing blow, but it didn't work. So Ryan noted that his attack was not bad, but there was nothing he could do to improve it. However, when it comes to assassination techniques, he is a bit lacking. His skill level is not even close to that of the Death Lord, one of the top 3 assassins in the world. Jin Guanyan asked who the Death Lord was, so Liang thought he didn't need to know the details. The only thing he needs to know is that he too will die at his hands. Jin Guangyang reached the highest demonic level before the age of 40, which is definitely worthy of praise. So Ryang believes that he is worthy of the title of the most powerful future martial artist. However, he still lacks something. So much so that the guy himself does not understand where his confidence comes from. He's not the only one who's reached the highest demonic realm. What gives him such confidence? Jin Guangyang yelled at the guy to shut up and activated some hidden technique of his. So Ryan noticed that this was a completely different demonic energy. Jin Guangyang, all shining in blue demonic energy, asked, does he doubt his martial arts? So Ryan recognized this technique. It was the Demon Emperor's Chi. Jin Guanyan didn't want to use it, but he deeply regrets not killing him earlier. So Ryan didn't expect him to be hiding something like this, and found it unlikely that this technique was stolen. He learned this from the Demon Lord himself? The man replied, of course. Absolute demonic art, demonic emperor Qi, which all the former heads of the divine cult had studied. That's where his self-confidence comes from. Jin Guanyang doesn't know what kind of demonic art he learned, but it won't work against the Demon Emperor's Chi. So Liang thinks that if it were a Demon Lord, things would be different. He doubts that a fool who takes everything that is given will be able to stand up to him. In this case, he will show him what he has. Ninefold demonic art. Jin Guangyang was shocked. He had never seen this demonic art. Did this guy create it himself? I didn't want to withdraw my candidacy in a good way, let him feel like a punching bag then. Jin Guangyang noted that to be able to display such a level of swordsmanship while remaining human is truly impressive. He won't kill him, but he probably wouldn't mind cutting off his hands. Well, let him try then. He has many more surprises in store, so there is no point in relaxing. Meanwhile, Yu Ryung came to So Ryang's domain, but no one deigned to meet her. Entering the yard, she noticed huge holes and scattered stones. What could have happened here, she thought in surprise. Yu Ryung looked around and noticed Dong Peel's sword. Where had she ever seen a swordmaster throw his blade like that? The troops of the demonic cult were looking for the traitor. He resisted and disappeared into the forest. The demon lord in the divine withered robe believes that the second young master has crossed a line that should not have been crossed. The demon lord with the divine iron sword said that there was still no evidence of his betrayal. However, resisting the cult forces could already be considered betrayal. But no matter how fierce the struggle for the place of the heir was, to slander a person and publicly call him a traitor is something completely unthinkable. Even the third young master will not escape punishment for this. The man asked if he hadn't been supportive. He replied that it didn't matter. He would have to take responsibility for his own actions. Demon Elder Divine Bloodhand believes that they don't need to get involved in this matter. Be that as it may, only the ruler himself will decide who is worthy of becoming his successor. The Lord probably also believes that the third master will have to answer for his actions. But if the head of the cult himself speaks out in defense of the heir, they will have to accept his decision and resign themselves. The divine cult of the heavenly demon unites all the masters of the demonic arts under the heavenly authority. This is their destiny. Iron Sword noticed the girl. It looks like she's heading towards them. The withered robe recognized her. This is the commander of the squad of furious demons, the same one who so bravely met him in a duel. But why does she need multiple blades? Withered Mantle also noticed the blade of 7 knights. The Meteor Twins, the 7 Knights blade, and the 4 Nameless blades are the third young master's favorite weapons. As always, they are drawn into the embrace of danger. They will just have to wait. So Ryan feels his attacks becoming more and more violent. For a moment, he just disappeared. But the guy senses that he is behind him, so he uses the Demon Lord's overwhelming steps technique. Jin Guanyan has delivered his crushing blow. Is this the end for So Ryang? His body just disappeared before his eyes. The man couldn't understand how he managed to do it. Demon Lord Overwhelming Steps is the most famous movement technique in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Looking at Jin Guangyang's movements, he has not even reached the 6th level of mastery. He failed to fully awaken the Demon Lord's overwhelming aura, but even so, he managed to master this technique. But he still didn't receive full recognition, but since they were both students of the same teacher, he decided to give him a hint. So Ryan delivered a powerful punch, but he managed to block it. Maybe now he will understand? How dare this guy use the Demon Lord's overwhelming steps? He won't lose to someone like him. Didn't the boss himself teach him the initial stage of this technique? So Ryang replied that Jin Guangyang had already lost, and he would definitely defeat him. Guan Pyong appeared, exhausted. He said that it was too late to ask for forgiveness. How dare So Ryang fight for the position of heir, pushing him into the background? Jin Guangyang asked what happened to him, and he replied that he had simply dealt with those who stood in his way. Guan Pyong was referring to the cult followers and soldiers of the divine demon army. Jin Guanyan called him an idiot. What was he thinking killing the cultists in such a situation? He didn't want them to catch him. But it is precisely because of his actions that the situation will only get worse. The suspected traitor just killed the cult followers. Does he think anyone will believe in his innocence now? Guangpyong thinks that they are both involved in this situation. Let him not say that he was planning to escape alone after that. So Ryan thought so. They were the ones who started all this noise. Just like real traitors. Jin Guangyang told Guanpyong to calm down. He was deliberately provoking them. He shouldn't give in. So Rayang said that Guangpyong can't control his own desires. It's because of the soul absorption technique. The cult leader said that the ancient demonic skill is not compatible with the absorption technique. But with a pathetic imitation like his, it's quite possible. Did he just call his dual-body union a pathetic imitation? Guang Pyeonwoo got mad and promised to rip his mouth apart. He would not allow him to become the successor of the ruler. So Ryan dodged and immediately hit him in the forehead. The guy was surprised that he was able to resist. But suddenly, Jin Guanyang intervened in their duel. But why did he attack Guanpyong? So Ryan said he was crazy. This is his ally. Jin Guanyang replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. The man was just trying to catch two criminals. A little more, and he could lose his arm. He has only one way out. If he changes his technique, he will immediately get a fracture. However, it is still better than losing it completely. So Ryan used the rock explosive strike technique. The enemy was sent flying far away. The guy can't just lose his arm. He's been through this before, and it ended badly. Yu Ryung appeared, still unable to comprehend why sword masters love to throw their weapons around so much. So Ryan was happy because the girl brought his blade. This changed his situation completely. How dare that bastard Jin Guangyong harm his people? The boy activated the technique of ghostly soaring to the sky. The wave was so strong that the man flew away to his forefathers. Yu Young asked the young master how he was feeling. He replied that he was holding up for now. Did he really kill him? The guy said no, he would be unconscious for a while, but still alive. Guanpyong screamed again in despair. Jin Guanyang called him an idiot. Let him buy them time so he could regain his strength. Guanpyong said there was no need for that. He respected him and believed in him completely. Jin Guangyang built his reputation as a victim and then stole a technique to reach the level of an invincible demon. And when he managed to achieve it, he became a monster. Because of the technique that Jin Guangyang taught him, he promised to help him rise to the level of an invincible demon too. And it's all his fault. So let him not blame him for this. Guanpyong straightened his brother's shirt. Yu Rung was shocked by Guanpyong's actions. How could he help his brother like that? Looking at them like a madman, the guy said that he would soon rip out his heart too. Meanwhile, the remaining heirs to the throne fought against the mercenaries who had taken So Ryang's men hostage. So Yoon reported that Ma Dongpil's condition left much to be desired. Ju So-yun told Jung Ryang to quickly go to the Blood Spirit Pavilion. She would stay here until the people from the Criminal Law Hall arrived. The young lady really hoped that So Ryang would be okay, but her heart was filled with anxiety. Ju So-yun said that the little girl was good for calling her and Ryang for help. However, she didn't want Yo-min to continue on this journey with them. That's all they can do for her. For some reason, the forest was silent. Now So Ryang understood what Sanrin was talking about. This was a real monster in front of his eyes. Without the principle of yin and yang harmony, this technique can only cause harm. And it will continue like this until he completely masters the great method of Liu Li. The second young master had cast aside all his humanity and turned into a monster even worse than the Beast Palace Lord. Yu Rian asked, did this madman just swallow the first young master's heart? His demonic energy is growing before their eyes. How will they deal with him? The power of So Ryang's blade simply dissipates before him. The same thing happened during the fight with the Beast Palace Lord. There is a dense protective barrier of qi around him. At the same time, he continuously circulates his internal energy. Yu Run couldn't understand. Was he really so eager to get the position of heir to the throne that he was willing to go to all this? It's hard to say with Ryan, but there are many people who have lost their minds in their pursuit of power. Doesn't So Ryan think that he himself should prepare better? He hardly wants to repeat the fate of his older brother. The boy agreed with her. Yu Run looked back and said that the divine demon army was already approaching. We need to get this straightened out quickly. Does So Ryan want to fight this madman one-on-one? They already have enough witnesses, so Ryang thinks they need to finish what they started. Have Yu Ryong take him to the Blood Spirit Pavilion if he suddenly passes out. He doesn't have to worry, he's not going to die. This Guanpyong is a complete fool. Being dependent on something like that would never help him get a place as the head of the cult, let alone reach the level of an indestructible demon. This isn't the path of demonic mastery. So Ryang will handle it. So Ryan launched his powerful blades into him and activated the soul flight to the heavens. Meanwhile, Ma Dongpil woke up. Master Guogu said that his wounds were all serious. It was better for him to rest. Now he will be able to take up his blade again only in a couple of months, when his internal energy is fully restored. Dongpil asked how the others were. Master Guogu replied that they were fine. It was all thanks to him. Several mercenaries caught them by surprise. Does anyone know who it was? The master said he would tell them everything later. His safety is the most important thing now. Let Dongpil not forget to thank the 7th young lady. It was she who persuaded the 5th young mistress and the 6th young master to go looking for them. And to his surprise, they were able to find them much earlier than his people and the divine demon army. Dongpil thanked the man for telling him. But he also asked what was wrong with the third young gentleman. He is currently in the dungeon of the criminal justice hall. Martial arts that absorb someone else's soul and energy cause irreparable damage to their owner. The more often Gua Pyong used this technique, the more he lost his humanity and fell into madness. He can't master the chosen technique. His will is not strong enough for it. Jin Guangyong is an evil and treacherous man, but there is no point in holding a grudge against his actions now. In the end, he chose this path himself. That's why he's in this situation. An exhausted Gua Pyong asked why he didn't just kill him. So Ryan replied that he would die anyway, even if it wasn't him who ended his life. Treason is an unforgivable crime. He will be executed in any case. The general strategist reported that there was still discussion within the cult about what had happened, but he had managed to stop the main unrest. Soon, people will completely forget about everything in 4 days, 10 at the most. The Lord said that he had worked hard. Hoyo Sung also announced a ban on leaving the cult walls in accordance with his order. But he thinks that they will suffer huge losses. They have someone who will take full responsibility for what happened. Hadn't they met the third young gentleman yet? The man replied that he hadn't. Hoyo Sung asked what the Lord was going to do with him. First, he had to meet him and find out everything in person. If he manages to convince him, everything will remain as before. But if not, then this will be his last sip. The guards reported that a third young gentleman had come to the Lord and was asking to meet with him. The Lord allowed them to enter. The general strategist said he would not interfere with them. Lee Jong-san insisted that he stay. Before them is the instigator of the most grandiose struggle for power in the entire history of the cult. He must listen to him and decide whether they should throw him in prison. So Ryan said that he was a little scared. The demon lord thought that he had brought this fate upon himself. The guy clearly miscalculated when he decided to accuse his rivals of betrayal. So Riang replied that he was wrong only in that he used the highest ranks for his own interests. Lee Jong-sen said that it was true, and everyone in the cult knew of his deeds. Betrayal is a crime punishable by death. Knowing this, he used it in his struggle for power, and yet he showed that he was not strong enough to deal with everything on his own. If he had been strong enough, he would not have taken such a risk, and no matter how well So Riang prepared for their meeting, let him be sure that it would not be easy to convince him. The guy took a piece of paper out of his pocket and said, "Let him look at this first." The demon lord asked what was written there. He replied that it was the confession of the second young master Guan Pyong. He was able to write it with his surviving hand. If you don't believe me, you can check and confirm that it is indeed his handwriting. Both of his brother's fighting skills were far superior to his own, and he knew he couldn't defeat them. It all happened at the exact moment when Jin Guanyang promised him to reach the level of an invincible demon and the place of the right hand of the cult leader. He also promised to train with him. However, not knowing when Lee Jong-san's power would end, he suggested using a dual technique to overthrow him. As a result of their failure, Jin Guanyang died, and Guan Pyong was imprisoned for resisting the divine demon army. Since he has lost the right to fight for the place of his successor, he confesses to everything he has done and asks the ruler for forgiveness. Lee Jong-san was surprised, so Ryang remembered the entire content. The guy replied that of course, since he himself dictated it to him, and how could he do that? So Ryang promised to protect him if he admitted that what he did was treason. However, treason is an unforgivable crime. Regardless of the reason, the consequence is a death sentence. Despite this, the guy received a confession, so Ryan isn't so stupid that he would exploit his weaknesses. Did they somehow come to an agreement with him? The guy said that he would bring him back to his senses and tell him how to reach the highest realm of demons, and also that he will appoint him as the leader of the cult when he reaches the highest realm of demons. So Ryang suddenly stunned them with his statement. Did he manage to convince him like that? Does he really intend to appoint him? He may not be a very good guy, but he always keeps his promises. Lee Jong-sun said that this promise could only be fulfilled if Guang Pyong did not die. So Ryang knelt down and asked the demon lord to let Guang Pyong live. The maid called out to the young lady that she should return. Yeoman replied that she was going to have dinner with the third young master. The woman is sure that So Ryang doesn't want the young lady to wait for him here. But how would she know? Suddenly, a fifth young lady approached them and asked what they were doing there. Yeoman replied that she was waiting for So Ryang. She was going to have dinner with him as soon as he was free. Ju So-yun realized that the Lord was talking to him now. He used betrayal as a weapon. The girl is sure that this time, Lee Jong-sun will not ignore it. Unless he has a good explanation, the guy won't walk out of those doors alive. Ju So-yun suggested that Yeoman have lunch with her instead of waiting for a long time. The little girl agreed. Lee Jung-sun asked if So-ryang knew about the struggle of the princes. If one of the princes succeeds in taking the position of the emperor, he kills the other brothers. After this, he kills all the subordinates who worked for the brothers. The boy asked if this was to prevent betrayal. He confirmed that it was. Those who seek power ponder when to draw their sword, and all this is only for the sake of strengthening their power. However, So-ryang tries to spare his battle brothers. But why the second one? He is a very competitive person. The guy replied that it was all because of his promise. But is this promise so important? For him, the promise was always important. How can he dream of becoming a successor if he can't even answer for his words? That may make sense, but Lee Jung-sang thinks that So-ryang seems like the type of person who is willing to break promises. Promises are important, but his own benefit is the priority. But this time it was different. The man demanded an explanation. So Ryong isn't so weak that he would break his promise just because he was a terrible guy and his rival. The demon lord asked, does he really believe he is that strong? He doesn't believe that he is so weak that he can't handle a guy who is unable to resist temptation. That's why he's so confident in his ability to manipulate others. So Ryong responded that Gwangpyeong wanted attention. He said his dream was to become the most powerful man and spend the rest of his life in comfort. To be revered as a god by all who came to visit him. Lee Jung-sang thinks that what he wants is So-ryang's position, but it is the exact opposite of what he does. What does the general strategist think about this? This little fox turned a false accusation of treason into truth. The guy put the entire cult into a state of emergency with false information. It's not treason, but he thinks it's bad enough to deserve the death sentence. The biggest problem was that So-ryang made the accusation true and damaged the demon lord's authority. This event will be recorded in the cult's history books as a betrayal committed during his time in power. This wasn't even a spy sent by the Orthodox faction. This was a disciple he had raised himself. He will not be remembered as the ideal god for the next generation of demonic martial artists. So Ryan clearly didn't take this into account. Probably did something wrong. He created quite a big problem. Ho Yo-sung doesn't think the demon lord has any business making such judgments. Lee Jong-sun replied that he could not do anything if he was so worried about what future generations would think of him. So Ryan knows that these guys are playing with him right now. But at least this drink won't be the last. Lee Jung-sun said that he couldn't leave the traitor alive just because of the promise he made. The other one will die because he made him a traitor. In order to save him, Lee Jung-sung will have to announce that his accusation was false. Is that what the guy wants? So Ryan replied that that was not all. That in that case, the Lord would have no choice but to kill the second one. The guy replied that he would have to go to the master of the criminal law hall then. So Ryan was going to pressure him to spare the other one? When the boy first saw the owner of the criminal law hall, he had a strange face. It was then that he learned that there was a technique for changing appearance. Lee Jung-sun asked, does he want to deceive the sect again using this technique? So Ryan didn't understand what he meant, but he never lied to him. He is a divine heavenly demon cult. And a divine heavenly demon is a demon lord, isn't he? If they know about it, then he is not really deceiving the cult, is he? The master said it was nothing more than a play on words. Of course, but it's also true. He's the one who made it possible for him to say such things in the first place. Does he have any problems with his plan? He can't guess what he's thinking, but if he doesn't have a problem with it, let him do him another favor. Lee Jung-sung asked why he had to do that. So Ryong didn't answer and asked if he could be a little rude just once. He has already made a decision, so he doesn't understand why he continues to look for reasons. Is he really that curious about his reaction? Or is this a way of condoling with the fact that he has already been convinced? So Ryan thought he wasn't that kind of person. He thought a man would do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. If he was interested in how So-ryang would react, then he had shown enough. That was his limit. Even if this conversation drags on, he will see nothing but the guy being irritated and upset. Lee Jong-sun asked if he wanted him to be straight. So Ryong said that was exactly it. The man had always been like that. The general strategist never thought he would ever witness such a scene. If he thinks the demon lord has changed, it might be because of him. The guy is completely different. He was different, at least from the demonic martial artists he had seen in the sect. The student depends greatly on the actions of his master. Sometimes just a few words from the master can determine the course of the student's life. However, he just found out that the opposite can happen. So Ryong had an influence on him. His behavior, his speech, everything he had done so far had aroused his interest. It was easy to get him to react, and it still is. Perhaps he finds joy in their uniqueness. Lee Jung-san realizes that he is clouding the conversation with unnecessary words, even though this is what he used to hate the most. He will give the order that the first disciple, Jin Guanyong, and the second disciple, Guang Pyong, will be executed as traitors. This order will not change, but the rest will be left to him and the owner of the criminal law hall. If So Riang is willing to do him this favor, then he, as always, will not interfere. But if he does not agree, then the traitor Guan Pyong will die. Let him sort it all out and come back to him with him. And the third is the only time he will allow himself to be convinced. So Ryan said, "Don't be so sure. If he does something wrong again, he will still try to convince him. If he wants, he can try." With these words, he simply disappeared from his sight. So Ryan was sweating like a hunted animal. He barely managed to survive. He has really stepped up his pressure lately. However, he is glad that Lee Jong-sang perceives him in a positive way. He is not the type to destroy another simply out of pride, but he also will not mask his anger with a smile in response to unpleasant behavior. So Ryan feels that his middle dantian is shaking slightly, and it is not good. Lee Jong-san said that he did not know whether they were truly striving for the divine realm, but one who had not fully immersed himself in desires and the 7 emotions could not cast off his human shell. He must be angry, laugh, and grieve. Only the one who fully accepts all emotions can be considered a completely wonderful person. Focusing on the middle dantian does not mean being consumed by emotions. It means being honest with them. There is no need to confuse these two concepts. But in any case, it is so empty here. Jin Guanyong is dead, and Guang Pyong's case is successfully resolved. He has defeated his rivals and finally won the fight for the throne. So why is his head so restless? He thought he would be happier than he is now. Maybe he needs a drink? Master Gogu greeted the third young master. So Liang didn't expect to see him here. The guy was just about to visit him, but they met again by chance. The master noticed that there was no close personal relationship between them, so he would come to him just like that. It was probably related to some official matter. So Liang explained that it was a personal request aimed at resolving official issues. In that case, they can go, but So Liang is responsible for the drinks. Anhwa is taking a lot of food with her again? Can't the doctors at the Blood Moon Pavilion handle it? The girl replied that it was because she knew how to cook simple food. Thanks to Sir Mahui, they are safe. They must do everything possible to help them recover as soon as possible. Yo Sanrin thinks that the people in this house are quite remarkable. The way they interact so casually, almost like family. Anhwa said that the third young master takes good care of them. He is a very kind and warm-hearted person. Yo Sanrin decided to help her. Let her rest for now. Anhwa said that it was not necessary. She could handle it. This is delicious! Third young master, even in martial arts alone, he is called the greatest talent in the palace. But he sees force as one way to solve problems, not relying on it alone. There is one unique weapon that only the third young master possesses. It is his insight. Jin Guangyang was the great prince of the divine sect. If they were on the same level, the fight would be in Jin Guangyang's favor. And yet, So Ryan turned him into an infinitely difficult opponent, a traitor, and completely dealt with him. Insight, courage, martial arts, and the ability to create the atmosphere he wants. Although his skills are still a little rough, he is already at the top of the palace. If such a person had the right strategist, then the conquest of the world would not be impossible. He had allied himself with someone very dangerous. But once they had allied with him, they had to make sure that the relationship did not become dangerous. Yo Sanrin, thinking about the third young master, completely forgot about the rice cake. Anhwa shouted that it was almost burnt, so Ryan asked if there was such a tavern in the eastern part of the fortress. Master Gogu replied that almost no one comes here. The owner is not even a member of the main sect. The Huangqi Pavilion is also not under his jurisdiction. Everything is falling apart here. How is it even still working? The man said he finances it himself. He has some connections with the owner, therefore he personally supports him. So Ryan asked, could he spend a little more money? It looks like he'll fall apart with one hit. Master Gogu greeted Old Man Kang. The man did not immediately recognize who was in front of him. If it was him, he could have just shaken him instead of shouting. Master Gogu said he didn't shout, so Ryan stood aside and couldn't understand what was going on. The old man said that his guest was a rude child. If he were 10 years younger, he would teach him good manners. Master Gogu said they would sit outside. Just bring him the usual. However, Kong said he had already eaten all the usual things. Does the brat have any money? Let him not worry. This gentleman will sort everything out. And who is it? The old man asked. Master Gogu replied that the guy was the third young master of their sect. Who? Who? After all, there is more than one young master. He is also the sect leader's disciple. Old man Kang's mouth dropped open as he realized who was standing in front of him. That same student of Lee Chung-san? The third young master? This will take some time, so feel free to explore the tavern or start fights. Just don't break anything. Young men in their time have nothing to do. They should be charming ladies and going for walks to pick flowers, not coming here to drink. Don't they have enough there, living in such stress? It's no wonder they can't work normally. So Ryan asked what was wrong with this old man. Master Go-gu replied that he was the master here. The guy seemed to have no martial arts training, but his courage was unmatched. Old man Kang is just that kind of person. So Ryan is surprised that Master Go-gu tolerates his sharp tongue. But the guy doesn't look surprised. So Riang replied that he was very surprised. It's rare to meet an old man like him in their sect. But Master Go-gu said that he didn't mean that. The boy doesn't mind the old man using harsh words, since it's his first time meeting him. Well, it's unpleasant, but So-ryang doesn't see the need to react to every word. It seems that Master Go-gu also has his share of worries, besides him. The man said that, of course, recently someone did something outrageous, and it gave him a headache. He was still in a good mood, so Ryan was surprised. What a tough guy this man is. Master Go-gu said that he envied the third young master, but he doesn't mean to say that he envies his reckless nature. Go-gu replied that he was jealous of that too. So Ryan said that he was more vile than he thought. But is that a problem? The guy replied that not really, but it didn't really suit him. He is an ordinary person. When he sees the disciples of the sect leader, he often wants to sit in their place. Go-gu was worried when the branch's performance dropped, and was happy when he received high marks in the quarterly assessments. He is just an ordinary, run-of-the-mill person. He has no uniqueness whatsoever. So Ryang believes that the sect leader appointed him as the head of the criminal law department because he recognized his abilities. And he's good at his job, isn't he? It's not because his abilities are unusual compared to others. He's just good at hiding himself. Does the guy know what he envies the most? No matter how hard he tries and fights for his goals, he could never reach a position like So-ryang's. That's why the sect leader abandoned him. Does he know what position he held before he became head of the criminal law department? But how would he know about such a thing? Master Go-gu was the first disciple of the heavenly demon Lee Jong-san, the former heavenly demon's first disciple and a genius considered capable of leading the Kangcha sect, a natural martial talent with exceptional insight, chosen as the next candidate for the heavenly demons and bestowed with the techniques of the demon emperor's domination even before reaching adulthood. The former great prince of the heavenly demon sect. That was who Master Go-gu was. But why did the sect leader abandon him? Why did he bury his past? It's because of his background. To be precise, because he's not from the Murim who practices martial arts. What does he mean? The name of this sword is Cheon. It is a righteous sword. Its owner personally gave it to him. Although now his childhood memories are hazy, it is this moment that is still vividly expressed. This sword, given with a warm smile into his small hands, completely owns the heart of its owner. The man seemed to be the type of person who could smile warmly at his young student. He clearly remembers these words. Go-gu had to pierce the heart of the heavenly demon with this sword and prove that the spirit of righteousness was still alive. Buried in the reign of the then Alliance leader, a position that no longer existed, deputy leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. Cheon-san Baeksan is the white sage of Mount Cheon. Ki-hyun was his teacher. The guy guessed correctly. Go-gu was a spy sent by the righteous heavenly alliance to kill the sect leader. Later, he realized that he was just a tool for him. If Ki-hyun really cared about his student, he wouldn't have sent a boy without a mustache to the demonic hall. But even that master didn't expect that he would become a disciple of a heavenly demon. Although his words were grand, in reality, he wanted Go-gu to become a warrior cultist and gather minor information. So Ryan said that he himself is no slouch. So Go-gu is upset with his master? The man cast aside all resentment towards him when he became a disciple of the cult leader. Although the circumstances were not ideal, since he serves two masters, So Ryung understands that Go-gu has lived a hard life, but she doesn't know how he became the cult leader's disciple and the head of the legal arts departments. What he really wants to know is why he is telling this to the third young master. Regardless of the process, the third young master is the closest to becoming the successor. Once he is chosen, he will still know everything about him. If he finds out anyway, was it worth telling him now? And even bringing him to this private tavern for this. Given his relationship with the third young master, there was no need to bring him to his favorite tavern and rave about the past. He just wanted to confirm something about him. Master Guo Gu thought that they were similar. Maybe he was a spy sent by the Heavenly Alliance of the Righteous. Of course, he had no proof, no serious suspicions. He just caught a familiar scent on him. However, it seems his intuition was wrong. As So Ryan expected, Master Guo Gu had good intuition. Old Man Kang walked towards the boys with a dish in his hands, muttering some nonsense under his breath. The taste may not be very pleasant, but let them eat it. Even it is salty. Master Guo Gu asked the old man what he thought of the guy. Kang looked at So Riang and replied that he did not have the typical smell that was characteristic of the Orthodox sect. That bitter smell, it's definitely a demonic creature. But the bitterness isn't that strong. He's demonic, but a little unique. Judging by his face, the guy has already caused a lot of trouble. So Ryan asked what was going on here. The old man called him an idiot and said that this tough guy brought him here to check whether he was a righteous spy of the Heavenly Alliance or not. Didn't anyone tell him who he was? Master Guo Gu replied that they didn't. It was hard for So Ryan to understand this guy. Who is this old man? Maybe someone can explain? As he was leaving, he said that since he had not been told who he was, there must have been good reasons for that. So, he wouldn't tell anyone either. So Riang asked if the cult leader knew about this funny old man. Guo Gu replied that there was nothing he didn't know about this cult. So Guo Gu brought him here to check if the guy was a righteous spy of the Heavenly Alliance like him. That's true, but that's not the only reason. Guo Gu just wanted to chat about various things with the third young master. It's a great honor for him, but there's doubt that talking to a tense person like him will improve his mood. The guy made a good point. Now he regrets it. Then they need to drink quickly to relieve stress. So Riang has a request. Let him choose one of the prisoners in the dungeon and switch him with Guang Pyong. He can use the bone-shifting technique for this. Master Guo Gu asked if the cult leader had given permission. He replied that if he hadn't, the boy wouldn't have asked him for it at all. Even if he didn't, Sodiang would be the type to cause trouble first, right? It's hard to get close to that guy. Master Guo Gu agreed, but he also had a request. Well, the deals make his life easier. What does he want? Let him help him whenever he asks for it during the next year. Won't that be too difficult? So Ryan agreed. Master Guo Gu thanked the guy, who replied that it was just a deal. The master rose from his seat and said that since they were talking about it, let her argue with him. Maybe after eating, everything gets cold. So Ryan also stood up and began to undress. They could have a duel. A spy sent by the righteous Heavenly Union. That's why Sodiang felt an inexplicable kinship with him. Master Guo Gu asked if he was ready. The sky was clear. Since they were here, the boy would argue with him, drink an invigorating drink, and then sleep like a log. His shoulder is a little stuck. The criminal law master doesn't know what moderation is. Yo Sanren saw that the master had woken up. He had slept for 3 days after visiting the cult leader. She thought he had died. So Ryan asked, "Where is Anha? Did something happen? Why is she sweeping the yard?" Yo Sanren replied that she was currently preparing medicine for Lord Maho, so let him indulge himself in hunger for a while. It's good that overcoming difficulties together strengthen their bond. The girl said that not at all. She is not an expert in kidnappings. Donpil tried to stand up to greet his young master, so Ryang told him not to get up. He worked hard. Dongpil thinks it was his inadequacy that got him into trouble. If anyone should apologize, it's him. It's all his fault that things turned out this way. This was not a battle that Donpil should have been dragged into. Ultimately, it was his incompetence, so Ryan will make sure this doesn't happen again. Donpil said they needed to talk in private. Okay, he'll help him up. The man overheard the doctors talking. So Ryang saved the second young master? He replied that he did. Let them be careful. Those who attacked them then were full of devotion. But looking back, he doesn't think it was purely out of loyalty. He's sorry to say it, but it looks like there are people who hold a grudge against him. It feels like they are not being ordered around by the first and second young masters, but rather are being influenced by them. If they don't capture them all, they might go to the second young master again. At that time, all the attackers were locked up in prison. Can Donpil find out how many there were? So Ryan replied that there were 7 of them, and those who attacked Dongpil were 25. 15 of them died under his sword, so there are 3 left. The ones who attacked them are still there. So Ryan said that he is investigating the case himself. Those who harbor a grudge against him must have an old feud. This is a past that Cheon Hajin does not know about. What did So Ryan do before that he brought so many enemies upon himself? So Yeonchim asked, does he need a list of all the items sent to the first and second young master's residences? So Ryang said that it was true. For Jin Guangyang, it was from the time he came out of seclusion until now. And for Guang Pyong, it was the past 3 years. Could she find out the reason? If the guy reveals this reason, he won't be able to treat her the same way. He will either see her as a friend or an enemy. Will she cope with this? If they became allies, they would become even closer, which meant that from now on, she would have to go over to the young master's side. So Riang replied that it was correct. But what if they become enemies? The guy replied that she would have to leave her post as the master of the educational organ. The girl believes that the fate of the Hall of Joy depends on this application. In this case, she will not ask for a reason and will not fulfill the request. So Ryan asked, does she mean that the Hall of Joy will become his enemy? The Center for Religious Education is one of those organizations that maintains neutrality. This is precisely why she does not want to provide him with all the information he requested. The guy himself should understand that asking her for something like this is somewhat inappropriate. So Yangshim is well known for doing reckless things at times, but he is always kind to those he cares about. So he might as well not ask again. She won't be able to fulfill his request anyway. Apparently, it wasn't easy to win over such a principled person, although he knew before that she shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, a female voice behind the door asked if she could come in. So Yunshim gave the young lady permission. The girl greeted the Master of Inner Enlightenment and the third young master. So Ryan was surprised that So Yunshim called the caretaker Juhua. How could this be understood? So Yangshim replied that he could understand it however he wanted. She had nothing to hide. The girl will become the next master of the Religious Education Center after her. She believes that he has no objections to this. The girl stood up and said that she was not going to listen to him anymore. She had to leave. She would close her eyes and ears. As she was leaving, So Yongshim told the girl that she forbade her to promise the third young master to fulfill his requests, although she can do it. But she better think before that. Let it be a gift. This is the last thing she does for him. So Ryan said that when such conversations start in his presence, it is difficult to continue pretending. Even the nine-tailed fox would envy her cunning. Where did she come from? Only on his head. The man said that he had lived in this world for more than 70 years, but had seen little. She, madam, is a completely different matter. She travels the world at such a young age. Yo Sanrin said that he was too kind. And in life, he probably had no time for traveling. Here he met her and immediately regretted the years he had lived. If he had married earlier, he could have had a beauty like her. The girl smiled and replied that it was never too late. Maybe she shouldn't make fun of him. He was already well over 70. Suddenly, So Ryan appeared from behind and asked if the man was looking for someone. The man had long felt that he had arrived. Even his simple steps were filled with the energy of martial arts. He greeted the third young gentleman. The guy asked who he was. He is an ordinary old man, living a peaceful life and playing chess. He doesn't even remember his name. The cultists call him Goru, and he might call him that too. Isn't Goru a celestial demon? The man replied that the heavenly demon sounded too loud. But he was right, that was his name. So Ryan greeted the man. It was an honor to meet him. Goru replied that these were too big words. He appreciated his respect, but still, he did not deserve such recognition. But isn't he one of the cult's greatest heroes, etched in its history? His words make him feel a little uneasy. So Ryan apologized. He probably should have bowed much lower. The guy introduced himself as So Ryan, not the third young master. It seems the guy is not famous for his status. The old man apologized. He had to announce his visit, but ended up showing up uninvited. Sodiang said that such guests were always welcome here. The guy asked if Master Gora liked to drink. It seems he understands the tastes of old people quite well. He said he wouldn't refuse a good drink. Meanwhile, the commander of the squad of furious demons was conducting her next training session. Sky Demon, Steelblade, watched her. The man said that her strike was impressive. Yu Rung asked when he knew she was training here. The man replied that he had just now. But what is he doing here? Does he have some personal business with her? Steelblade answered that it was exactly that. But she hadn't done anything to be scolded for. He replied that that wasn't why he had come here. Whether it is the head of the detachment or a simple groom, he has no right to interfere in the choice of their path in life. But she lives, wasting her life. Does the girl remember their first meeting? 10 years ago, when she was in the rookie squad, he showed her the flow of her life energy. She had such an interesting reaction. She talked to him like a friend, and this happened in front of everyone. And that's not all. She also raised a fuss in case of any injustice during training. Even elders should treat their subordinates with all due respect. If he hadn't interfered, she would have been executed long ago for not following the rules of communication with teachers. Yu Rung is really happy to see him again after such a long time, but she is very busy. She even cut down on her sleep for the sake of training. Let him tell her why he came? The man took out his sword and sent a wave of energy towards her. Yu Ryung asked, "What is this?" "These are the 10 forms of the dragon blade, the sword art technique, including both ancient and modern, created by his own vision." The girl realized that this technique was similar to her two-handed sword, a ghostly beast. The man replied that of course, after all, it was she who stole his equipment. Yu Ryung shouted that she didn't steal anything. She came up with this technique herself. It was true, she had actually created it herself, but the girl would never have been able to do it if he hadn't pointed her to the correct flow of her life energy. Yu Ryung realized, without even realizing it, that she had adopted his technique. But what did he want from her? Maybe she should stretch out her hand to him. If he says to hold out, then will she agree? The girl answered that if not on her own, then they both know the outcome. Does that mean she's refusing? Nothing surprising from the brazen Yu Ryung. Does he think that by cutting off her hand, he will make her cower in a corner and shut up? He won't wait. Even if she loses her hand, she will at least have time to rip out his eyes. The man doesn't even know how it happened that he got involved with such a girl. As someone called a heavenly demon, he has no right to throw around such words. But their fate is truly amazing. Will she still remain the commander of the squad of furious demons, or join him and become his student? Let her decide. The choice is hers. To respond to a kidnapping with a counter-kidnapping, and to take not just anyone, but the disciples of the Lord of the Beast Palace? What an amazing man he is! So Ryan replied that it was all his carelessness that was to blame. Now, looking back on it all, he realized that the risk was very high. If they had responded in kind, those who had been captured by them would not have gotten off easy. Goru replied that this was precisely why he was different from the others. If they could easily determine a successful outcome, life would be much easier. They had been chatting for too long. The moon was already in all its glory. He thought about talking to him a little, but human interest is boundless. Having shared wine with him, he wanted to share the rest. So Ryan said that he understood him perfectly. Wine gives them a second wind. They can go to another place. He had enough of such politeness. The boy did not understand at all what the old man meant. So Ryan took out his sword and said that after the delicious wine, they could practice a little. Goru said that he didn't mind. The glorious times of duels with peers and other successors were truly useful. The cult's true strength lies in the 9 heavenly demons, led by their leader, Lee Jong-sun. She had imagined meeting the heavenly demon many times, and now it finally happened. He had reached the required level to fight the 9 heavenly demons. So Ryan, without thinking twice, decided to attack first. Goru stood there and didn't move. The guy was sure he had hurt him. But something went wrong. Just one strike from his fighting fist sent Soryang kissing the wall. He realized that the old man was in good shape. Goru reminded him that he had already told him not to be so kind. Yu Ryung thanked him for this opportunity, but she doesn't even know what to answer. Can she become his student, but still remain the commander of a squad of furious demons? She had made a promise to the third young gentleman. The man was surprised. What had she promised? Yu Ryung replied that she became his subordinate, and he, in turn, gave him quite a bit. It must be admitted that she was quite shameless, because she took everything that was given. And what's more, the time spent under the control of the third is full of interesting events. She means to say that she wishes to remain the squad leader and assist the third young master. That's right, she gave her word. In that case, they need to go to the third young gentleman. The girl did not understand why this was necessary, so Ryan was impressed by Goru's skill. Someone of his level actually exists, and although it doesn't move as fast, it still parries each of his attacks. His vision is at its peak of perfection. He calmly predicts the movements of his blade. The guy decided to use the Demon Lord's steps technique, but Old Man Goru responded by using his technique of imprinting a dried tree. So Ryan couldn't figure out what kind of martial art this was? He was being drawn in. The old man had incredible strength. He should avoid the attack. This doesn't look like air technique at all. What could it be, the guy thought. Using demonic energy, he compresses the air, thereby creating a terrifying suction force. Master Goru thought that he would fight to the last, but he was wrong. Although his actions are aggressive, he is still ready to retreat when the forces become unequal. He is not a stubborn fighter, but a prudent strategist, ready to do anything to win. In terms of technique, he is more like a soldier than a warrior. So Ryan swung his sword and activated the dried flower puppet sword art technique. But Master Goru successfully repelled his blow with a blast of frosty wind. However, the man understood that this was clearly not all he had in his arsenal. So Ryan rushed forward and activated the demonic chains technique. He threw the blade. The man was shocked by this action. The guy is a swordsman, throwing his own weapon? This means that this daring lunge was only a distraction, and he hid the real blade for the attack. The blow was so strong that the walls of the fence and the ground beneath their feet could not withstand it. Lightning Fist, if the old man was even a little clumsy, he would have taken heavy damage from the shockwave below his stomach. Steel Blade and Yu Ryong decided to join their party. The man apologized that the gate was opened without warning. If the students of the training ground saw them, it would cause another commotion within the clan walls. So Ryan said that he had ruined his mood. Master Goru agreed. The boy thought Master Goru's strength was great. He seemed to have broken his wrist. He replied that before that happened, his lower body had received a huge shock. So Ryan said he was exaggerating. The man replied that he had lost count of how many times he could have died. The guy actually planned to kill him. And he, in turn, did not even show his full potential. Master Goru does not want to be labeled as a traitor later. Steelblade greeted the third young master. So Ryan also said hello. What brought him to him, and in the company of this trouble seeker? It was because of her that he came to him. There was something he wanted to discuss with him. Master Goru suggested changing location. It wouldn't hurt for them to heal their wounds. Drinking here is not the best option for them. So Ryan suggested going to the tavern. The food there is quite good. The girls came out with brooms. They will have to clean all this up. Yo Sanrin was surprised. Why only them? Old Man Kang wasn't expecting visitors today. How dare Soryang bring the heavenly demons to him? He should have warned that he was going to bring such guests. And why did he even show up here? So Ryan explained that he just had delicious food. Why spit? Steelfang stated that he wanted Yu Ryong to become his disciple. However, he heard that the girl had made a deal with the third young master and was obliged to serve him. The fact that he calls him master is somewhat exaggerated, but he still reads it to his comrade. The man understands that he values this girl, but does not think that he is connected only by affection for each other. If she hadn't become the commander of the squad of furious demons, would the guy have appropriated them for himself? So Ryan replied that this didn't happen, but it didn't matter anymore. He had already gained an advantage in the fight for the place of the successor, and even if he needed the strength of the squad, he could not ask him about such a thing. Doesn't the decision depend on their lord? This statement made Steelfang think. In any case, it would be better for him if she joined the Steel Blade and became stronger. The man said his name was Wei Chang. So Ryan asked, does he have the same last name as the Demon Lord? The man replied that he had a very curious connection with that boy. But since he is a heavenly demon, how should he address him? Maybe you should call him Old Man Steelblade. Neither a hero nor a heavenly demon, but just an old man? Just like the heavenly demons of those times, these characters are quite eccentric. In any case, as a heavenly demon and a retired person, he had to visit him. If a man really thinks so, then he should thank him. So Ryong asked him to take care of Yu Ryong. Although she likes to create trouble, she is a good person. No need to worry, once she becomes his apprentice, he won't let her dull her sword. Having first asked for forgiveness, a guy came in to see them. He needed a third young gentleman. He is here to deliver an urgent message from the caretaker of the Religious Education Center. He was asked to give this letter to the young master. She is waiting for an answer. Opening it, Soryang realized that, as he thought, there was still a chance. Juva came across a Passon shrine and decided to explore it. Such a dilapidated sanctuary would not attract attention. Here was a storehouse where everything necessary for the first and second masters was sent. But who could have done something like this to the Passon statue? What happened here? Previously, there was a sanctuary here for low-ranking ministers and the most ordinary followers of the cult. So Riang asked, wasn't she the one who said that a suspicious item sent to Jin Guanyang and Guanpyeong's domain was found here? Yuva replied that it was a dagger. What was so suspicious about it? Jin Guanyang and the deceased criminal Guanyang never used daggers. And considering their fighting techniques, which their subordinates were in, there is no reason to believe that any of them could actually have used the dagger. In fact, there are not many martial artists in the world who use daggers as a second weapon. If they ordered them to practice their skills, it wouldn't be so suspicious. Even if they trained in the use of daggers, ordering boxes of hundreds of them every month would still be too much. This is clearly too much, but where are they all now? That's the problem. They tried to track down where all the daggers had gone, But even a religious education center has its limits. Master Goru believes that those demons who targeted the third young master were secretly supplying goods to the first and second to maintain the struggle for the successor's position. And apparently, this dilapidated sanctuary was the point of transfer of those very blades. If they hadn't known what had happened, they wouldn't have interfered. But now, having the title of heavenly demons, they can't just turn a blind eye to all of this. So Ryan thanked the men. Then, both heavenly demons know what to do. He found unexpected allies. He has one more request for the caretaker. The fifth lady is Ju So-yoon, the sixth gentleman is Jeon Ri-yang, and the seventh young lady is Chae Yo-min. Let him keep a close eye on them to see if any suspicious items are being sent into their possession. The girl made it clear that this was a difficult task for her, but still, So-young wants her to understand why he is asking her to take care of this issue instead of doing anything himself. The Center for Religious Education maintains neutrality and does not take sides, but at the same time, it desperately seeks to gain the favor of the cult leader. He assigns this task to her because if she becomes the next head of the cult, she will be in great debt to the center. Yuva agreed. She would look into the matter immediately and contact him later. She should return to her domain. And let these three not tell the Lord anything. He will contact each of them separately. If everything goes as planned, they will be able to begin operations in 2 days. Guo-gu asked, are there any ill-wishers targeting the third young master? He just wants to protect himself and move slowly towards his goal, but he is afraid that it will not be so easy. Master Gogu decided to ask what the guy was dreaming about. So Ryan has said many times that he dreams of destroying the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Why is he so surprised? Does he still serve the Alliance? Of course not, but if a war breaks out with the Alliance, he will be the one who chooses to fight them in the front lines. How will the guy deal with those who target him? So Ryan replied that there is no need to think about it. He will find and destroy them all. Well, what else to do with them? The guy suggested taking a little walk. Master Gogu thinks that the boy should not act as recklessly as before. But why? Because he is the main candidate for the place of the new head of the cult. He himself said that if he became the leader, he would crush the righteous Heavenly Alliance. These actions would involve the entire cult in the war. Does the guy really want to resolve things this way? His noble death will be his aid in destroying the righteous Heavenly Alliance. If the main goal is to destroy the Alliance and not to become the new head, then he has nothing more to say. Whatever the reason, the words of the Lord are an order that brooks no objection. But if he is not alien to the fate and reputation of their cult, then he would advise thinking it over carefully. Everyone puts their own interests above all else, and rightly so. However, all decisions made by them as the leader of a certain organization must be carefully considered. It's hard to disagree with Ryanu, but he'd never thought about it until now. The guy said he would think about it. He had never looked at the problem from that side. In other words, you don't have to be a perfect manager. You just have to maintain your dignity, right? He thanked him for his instructions. Master Gogu thought that the boy would start arguing. He certainly didn't expect such an answer. That's the end of their conversation. He needs to go. He'll contact him later. His actions are unpredictable, but he carefully monitors the situation. This guy is noticeably changing. The man said that someone was in the storage room and told him to report everything to the master. Dark Heavenly Demon, Mak-Wu. 2 generations ago, he was the lord of the divine heavenly cult, known as the Dark Heavenly Demon, a great martial artist. However, Mak-Wu was overthrown and expelled from the cult. The reason for this was the desire to become the strongest by developing great martial techniques. In an attempt to achieve what he wanted, he resorted to using the forbidden technique of blood absorption. This technique is one of the most dangerous in the demonic martial art, causing internal damage to the upper and central dantian in 9 out of 10 cases. But its use grants incredible power. Because of this, the followers began to fear that Mo-Wu would become a mad demon and plunge the cult into chaos. He had to be locked up in a dungeon. The powers were sealed and then banished from the cult. So the cult had another problem. The exiled Mak-Wu created a clan and had many children, and decades later, his heirs became followers of the cult. In his past life, Ryan managed to find out that the members of the Mok clan, who were followers of the cult, were the very same heirs of Mak-Wu. In order to obtain Mak-Wu's technique, So-young not only persecuted his descendants, but also did not hesitate to subject them to horrible torture. He kidnapped members of their families, demanding that they hand over the basics of the technique to him, and ultimately destroyed their entire family. The current Ryan couldn't believe it when he read all this. Did he really do all this? Slaughtered the entire Mok clan just to get his technique. Even he would have lost his mind from that. Strategist Ho Yo-sung said that after the coma, he really did lose some of his memories. Does he really not remember anything? He doesn't remember because he didn't do it. In 3 days, the execution of the second young master is to take place. So Ryan asked if he could move the execution date. The strategist replied that it would not be difficult. He had already made an agreement with the head of the criminal justice hall. They would replace Gwang Pyong with a prisoner sentenced to death using the shape-shifting technique. Ho Yo-sung said he was aware of their plan. Once the execution was over, rumors will spread throughout the cult that the head of the criminal law hall was the Lord's first student. The guy asked him to take care of it. The strategist froze in place. So Ryan wants him to be the one spreading these rumors throughout the cult. He can understand the reason why they are so angry with him. At such a young age, blinded by the desire to gain power, he slaughtered an entire clan, not sparing even children much younger than himself, not to mention women and men. This was not just a madman. He was like a disaster that had risen from the very depths of hell. And since this body now belongs to him, it is up to him to deal with all his sins. He would be lying if he said it didn't bother him at all. But he can't avoid responsibility for what he did. He has to accept it. His head is splitting from all these thoughts. But he will not let anyone break him. Meanwhile, in the cult tavern, the guy heard that he had problems because of the civil strife within the cult. But he has prepared the freshest products for him and hopes that they will be to his liking. The man had no idea that they would pay so much attention to selecting products for them. This looks very appetizing. What's his name again? Let the guy introduce himself. His name is Mok B. He is the head of the food hall. The guy is glad that he liked everything. The accused Gwang Pyong, despite being a disciple of the cult leader, practiced the forbidden art of devouring people. He also committed the grave sin of causing rebellion through high treason, which is unforgivable. Even dismemberment would not be enough. But given his past allegiance to their cult and his status as the cult's disciple leader, the punishment would be beheading. The day after the execution, a shocking rumor spread through the cult. Officer Chang dropped in to see the strategist to deliver some urgent news. Rumors spread quickly that the head of criminal law is actually the cult leader's first disciple and the real great prince. Let the man give orders to all units. Only the cult leader knows how he became the head of criminal law. Regardless of his past, he is no longer in a position to be considered a successor. Cult members must not give in to rumors and must focus on their duties. The military unit made an official statement, but the rumors did not subside. The source of the rumors was unclear, but their influence was too great. Everyone was shocked, wondering if the battle for succession would start again, and the atmosphere in the cult became unstable again. People were discussing this on every corner. They did not understand who would now be the ruler's successor. The head of criminal law versus the third prince. It would be a terrifying battle. For those plotting in the shadows, this was a particularly pleasant rumor, and it didn't take long for these schemers to start acting. Suddenly, someone knocked on Master Gogu's door. He asked, "Who is it?" The man sensed the stealth technique. As expected from the head of criminal law, his senses are incredible. Even Jin Guanyang noticed, but he was too slow. Gwang Pyong didn't even notice until he was called out. But Gogu is completely different. This is the first time someone has seen through his secrecy so quickly. The man took a closer look and realized that it was Shin Hui, the former escort of the fourth prince from Honghui Gate. Someone with weak martial arts skills secretly entered this place. Master Gogu doesn't know what tricks the man used, but he is no longer the same as before. Wasn't he transferred to the grain supply department in the outer city in the second month of his imprisonment? Shin Hui replied that this was exactly the case. Infiltrate the office of the head of the criminal law department using invisibility. What exactly is he trying to do? Let him not worry. He is not so reckless as to engage in a fight with his supreme master. The man simply heard an interesting rumor and came to confirm something. The head of the criminal law hall, Guo Gu, is the former grand prince of the cult and the first disciple of the cult leader. Doesn't he want to seize the throne? He has all the powers to do so. Shin Hui doesn't know why he became the head of the criminal law hall, but the ambition hidden in his heart hasn't disappeared, has it? If his ambitions have not yet dried up, why don't they unite? He was the cult leader's first disciple. Wouldn't it be a waste to just give up the throne like that? So he was the one who manipulated Jin Guanyang and Guan Pion? It's true that he supported them from the shadows to target the third prince. Then where did the man use the dagger? In martial arts? Shin Hui was surprised that they had found out so much. It was quite impressive. Guan Pyong is a fool. He probably blabbed everything before he died. However, he was never fit to be a cult leader. Master Go Gu asked for an answer to his question. Shin said that he would know about it in due time. The main thing is his decision. He is not like Guanpyong and Jin Guanyang. Just the name of the head of criminal law instills fear in the cult demons, and he has the legal rights to be the cult leader's first disciple. Does he really think that a reckless boy like the third prince should be the next successor? This guy is unpredictable and dangerous. He is a true demon and a legitimate candidate for the position of head of the divine cult of heavenly demons. Gogu said that this was a rather strange speech. From the way Shin spoke, it seemed like he thought he could easily seize the throne if he wanted to. That's right, if they help him, they can eliminate all the current candidates. The sect leader's words about choosing a successor were not empty. Naturally, he will have no choice but to choose him. However, Gogu himself assures that Shin knows nothing. The cult leader is not that kind of person. But even if that's true, isn't it worth trying? There's no shame in trying to be the best. But this is not something that should come from the lips of someone hiding in the shadows. But still, is he really sure that you won't regret it? He himself should regret it. A simple employee of the grain supply department who got into the office of the head of criminal law. This is an undoubted crime. If he said we, then there is someone else. Let him immediately lay out everything he knows. He chose the wrong person. Shin analyzed all three and decided that he was the most likely, but it seems he was wrong. At this point, their conversation ended. He simply disappeared using his hidden technique. Shin never expected that the head of the criminal law hall knew so much. He should be careful, otherwise they could all be in danger. But suddenly, the tooth fairy came to check his molar. He couldn't even move. This demonic energy is terrifying. Who is he really? The guy said hello. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Shin couldn't understand where he came from. Master Guogu knew that if word of him as the cult leader's disciple spread, he would come after him. He needed bait to draw him out. Bait for the rats hiding in the shadows. Fear appeared in Shin eyes. So he spread this rumor on purpose? So Ryan said that he should better spill everything he knows. Now is not the time to count his teeth. A group that holds a grudge against the third prince is operating through the grain supply department. His goal was to manipulate the other heirs into eliminating the third prince? Let him forget about everything else. Why did he join them? It doesn't seem like he holds such a grudge against the third prince. That bastard ruined everything he had. How could he not be offended? He is not one to admit his shortcomings. Talking about grievances is pointless. Shin shouted at him to shut up. He was punished too severely for his mistakes. Even feeding poison to his maid was simply following the prince's orders. So Ryong thinks that he still doesn't understand anything. That's the problem with people like him. Such people think that following orders means he is not guilty. Let him answer his question correctly. What were they going to do with all those daggers? Where did they hide them? Let him spill it all if he wants to live. Shin turned blue as if he hadn't been to the toilet for a month. He had to kill the guy because he was putting his life on the line. Metal fragments started coming out of his body. They'll have to calm this beast down. It turned out that the daggers were in his body. He could explode because the daggers were poisoned. Shin exploded, the dagger almost hitting Soryang. He definitely didn't expect such madness. This monster seems to feed on daggers. Who will check if it is dead? This is a method of self-destruction in order to avoid falling into enemy hands. So Ryong thinks that it was more like a side effect that caused the explosion. They were both in danger. Last time it was the same. More and more people around are in danger. He placed the daggers inside himself because of his feelings of hatred. He urgently needs to meet his boss. The boys went to the Zamiru Tavern, so Ryan greeted the administration. He felt ashamed of the last time and apologized. So Ryong hopes that they fixed everything successfully. The service staff bowed to the third young master and the master of the criminal law hall. So Ryan said that they don't have to worry. He's not here to start another fight. And he didn't plan to last time either. Isn't the tavern expecting a delivery of food from the food pavilion today? That's true, but how does he know that? And so Ryan also asked when the head of the food pavilion would arrive. The man replied that he was already here. It was getting late, and he decided to treat him. He has already completed the delivery business and is now dining on the second floor. So Ryan thought that most likely that bastard was waiting for him. It was time for him to go upstairs. The man said that he could clearly feel this enveloping dark energy. And since the outgoing energy is unstable, it can only be Shin. But as soon as he learned that Shin had died, he immediately thought of him. But it's even better. It doesn't matter whether the action from the shadows has an effect, but one thing is for sure, it doesn't bring any pleasure, but only causes unnecessary headaches. Before this, he had no opportunity to personally approach So Ryan. He had to act in this way. And finally they met. That same killer, So-ryang. The guy asked, his name is Mokbi, the head of the food pavilion. He was surprised because So-ryang asked as if she was seeing him for the first time. The third young master doesn't know if rumors have reached him that he has lost some of his memories after the temporary refraction. So Ryan apologized. He's not the type to use reasons like that as an excuse. Mokbi said he didn't think so. He was exactly that kind of person. Even the most principled villain in the world can't even come close to such a despicable and petty piece of shit like him. He doesn't care what So-ryang says. He won't believe a single word he says. It's surprising that the guy dared to bring the head of the criminal law department with him, since he already knows that the food pavilion helped the first and second young master. So he was the one who discovered the shrine where the daggers were passed on. So Ryang answered that it was true, and the rumors that the head of the criminal law hall was actually the cult leader's first disciple were spread specifically to lure him out, right? Are the cult pavilions already carrying out the orders of the next leader? At this rate, the cult will fall apart completely. Now So-ryang understands that Mokbi is risking his own life just to deal with him. He doesn't remember anything and has no intention of returning to his previous life. He understands his hatred. So Ryan asked him to stop. While pouring his delicious drink, the guy asked why. He thinks that So-ryang doesn't understand why all this is being done. Without thinking twice, the young master warned that his offer was only valid once. Mokbi took these words as impudence. However, he already knew what kind of person So-ryang was. Considering his own mistakes and his anger, So-ryang gives him another chance to save his life. Looking at the guy as if he needed to go to the toilet, he asked what would happen if he refused. Suddenly, the table shattered into pieces from his demonic energy. Master Go-gu took out his sword and ordered him to immediately hide his demonic energy. So Ryan shouted at the head of the criminal law hall to stop. The man asked why the third young master was ordering him to stop. So Ryan replied that there were 5 more waiting in 10 zangs from the tavern. They are ready to sacrifice their own lives and die from an explosion at any moment if something goes wrong. And this is not Xinhui. These people are great martial artists. It seems that the powers that have reached the pinnacle of demonic mastery are on a completely different level. Mokbi thought that no one other than the cult leader would be able to sense their presence, since they were using the energy concealment technique. Go-gu believes that since it is 10 zhang, then with their skills, they can easily repel their attack. So Ryan reminded them that they were not alone here. The tavern master and the guests would be in danger. Mokbi noticed that So-ryang had really changed. He even had tears in his eyes from such sentiments. Who would have thought that he would worry about others? So Ryan said to get everyone out of here. There is no need to involve outsiders in their conflict. Mokbi decided to tell that he had sent people to the other successors as well. And once his goals are achieved, they will be finished. So Ryan said that they didn't do anything, and 2 of them were still children. Mokbi asked if the boy remembered what he did to his son. So Ryan destroyed all his parents, wife, and child, and also killed all the families with the surname Mok. How dare he ask him for anything? He destroyed everything because of some technology. A 3-year-old child, a beggar from the alley, or a legendary killer. Everyone has the right to mock him and despise him, but not So-ryang. He believed in the power of Pansoon. He believed in the head of the cult. He swore an oath to the gods, followed their will, and then repeated it all over again. But they were blind to his pleas. They knew nothing of his family, of his grief, and his anger. Life is an illusion. So why should he understand the mindless dolls who worship gods who don't care about them? In his past life, he had already faced such a strong wrath. He was tasked with tracking down the traitor and then killing him and his entire family. The comrades said that he would leave the alliance and no longer be associated with the assassination squad, and then run away far away. Why did he end up here? He replied that he had a family. Having left the Central Plains, it was hard for him to drag his load. He realized that he couldn't run away forever and was ready for anything. And if Cheon came to him, he would be ready. Let him tell the truth. Did he have to kill an innocent child? So Ryan looked into Mokbi's eyes and sincerely said that he was sorry. Mokbi was shocked by this statement. Someone like him is not capable of asking for forgiveness. This is a demon in the flesh. He never admits his own sins. He is the one who laughs even at the dead, and therefore he must be torn to shreds. So Ryan swore that he would restore justice to his Mok clan and return it to its former glory. And if he committed such a sin, he will not close his eyes to it. He will not turn away from his own past. Therefore, let him not touch the innocent. He only needs him. Mokbi told him to shut up. Let it not be so correct. Thinks he has the right to do this? Renunciation of God and desperate prayers to someone else. If it weren't for his desire to take revenge on him, he would never have hurt innocent people. Mok B shed tears and said that he was talking as if he knew him well. He was already sick of him. He would destroy everything and everyone that was so dear to him. So Ryan replied that Mok B himself knew very well that if he killed those who were not involved, he would be a bastard just like him. Mok B felt like a victim, and this was righteous revenge. He really isn't like So Ryung. However, he understands that he can't listen to him anymore. So Ryan noticed that the flow of energy enveloping them suddenly changed dramatically. Mok B had dedicated his entire life to finding and tearing apart that monster, so that even the gods would not help him. But when he said he was sorry, he decided to change his mind. Before his mind was clouded by the thought of forgiveness, he would like to carry out this revenge. This guy's mind was completely destroyed. So Ryan rushed forward to stop him. He punched him in the teeth so that he would finally come to his senses and stop talking nonsense. Mok B said that it was too late. All his comrades waiting at the Jami Pavilion and the residents of the princes and princesses should have felt his energy. The wheel of destruction began to turn. The only thing left for him to do was to speak. So Ryan shouted to Master Gogu that they had to get out of here. Everything was going to explode. The guys politely came down from the second floor and told the service personnel to leave there immediately. A hidden weapon filled with deadly poison is about to explode. Even the slightest contact will melt their limbs. They must not be exposed to danger. The tavern owner didn't want to leave, so Riang could easily avoid all of this if he was alone. Mok B addressed his men, saying that they had worked hard all this time. Their deaths would not be in vain. Fear enveloped all of So Riang's loved ones. In the residence of the 7th princess, Chae Yo-min. At Princess Ju So-yoon's residence, Yu Ryung ordered her squad to protect the princess at all costs. In the residence of the 6th prince, Chong Ryung. The heavenly demon stood up to protect the prince. The man ordered everyone to hide. Mok B is glad that he can finally return to the embrace of his family. And these were his last words in this life. He had fulfilled his deed. After this incident, public opinion of the 3rd young master worsened. The demon's attention has turned to the Mok family's history, and some even say that So Ryung should be held responsible. There are reports that remnants of the Mok family still remain. They must intervene to prevent further bloodshed. Lee Jong-sun thought about how he left them alone in such a situation. The 3rd young gentleman had already proven to him that he was right more than once. Finding such talent twice is rare. He saw moments when even he himself doubted whether he could achieve the same. The demon lord didn't expect the boy to surpass him. After all, no disciple could surpass him. But the 3rd young gentleman is different. The general strategist believes that he is a cult leader. It may have its flaws, but if properly honed, it has the potential to surpass even its master. Hoyo Sung didn't know that the demon lord respected the 3rd young master so much. Watching him grow and handle things was quite interesting to him. These moments resonated deeply in his dark heart. That was why, even though he knew he was worthy, the demon lord couldn't bring himself to stop him. But now, everything has to change. Leaving him alone will only bring unnecessary suffering. And so he grants the general strategist complete command over the 10 armies of heavenly demons. From now on, if anyone causes trouble because of the 3rd young master's past, then let him declare that they will all be captured and their entire lineage eradicated. Cheon Hajin killed his comrade's wife, parents, and child. He destroyed countless families. It was a terrible dream, so Ryan thought. He lay there traumatized, not understanding what had happened. Master Guogu said that he had been in bed for 3 days after the dagger exploded and the poisonous shards had pierced him. Are his wounds okay? So Ryan replied that everything was fine. What about Jamie's pavilion? The man replied that the owner and everyone else were safe. The 5th princess, 6th prince, and 7th princess also survived, thanks to the heavenly demons and the leader of the berserker squad. But most of the servants and guards did not survive. Public opinion, unfortunately, is not good towards him. Rumors about the 3rd prince are spreading at a rapid speed. The details of the past and the reasons for this incident have gone beyond the inner city to the outer city. More than 50 people conspired against him out of hatred for his past. Even after killing or capturing them, there can't be only 3 left. Mok B's death caused even more chaos. He certainly didn't expect that. Suddenly, Master Gogu asked, does he still want to become a cult leader? If he thinks he is determined, then let him remain strong in this. The demon's gaze will no longer be as blessed as before. However, So-ryung is not too worried about this. Mok B did not want to corner him with public opinion. there is another real reason. Even if they were not strong, they were still demons. They could not accept the thought of oblivion, and they could accept their deaths or the deaths of their families as nothing more than senseless tragedies erased from history. They wanted the world to know why they tried to kill him, to justify their actions. Not for themselves, but for their families. In this case, they had only one choice left, and that was revenge. The guy was the same. Thinking about it again, it became clear that the third young master was truly a terrible person. But what now? Master Guogu asked. He still thinks that the third young master is dangerous, and he can't say that he is comfortable with him. As the head of the criminal law hall, the third young master is someone he can't just leave alone, but also someone the man can't easily communicate with. The guy is a huge headache, but at least he knows one thing for sure. So Riang will not repeat the mistakes of his past. The boy never thought he would hear these words from him. For some reason, a part of his complicated heart feels at peace. Master Guogu told the boy to stop making faces and drink his medicine. How casually he talks to the third young master. Suddenly they notice the carriage of the military palace. Master Guogu replied that he thought so. So Ryan said that he was not ready to see the lord of the demonic cult right now. The people who caused him headaches were all captured. So Ryan was shocked to hear this. The demon lord cleaned up after him. It was for the sake of the cult. There had been a recent riot, and such dissidents could not be allowed to roam unchecked. So Ryung asked if that meant he knew everything? Lee Jong-sun answered that it was true. The Lord realizes that Soryang wants to understand why he didn't figure this out sooner. The boy thinks that the Lord should forget about it. After all, it was his responsibility. And the man would tell him that he should have dealt with it properly. That was correct, Lee Jong-sun answered, but it was his mistake. For the sake of the cult, he should not have allowed that to happen. The demon lord watched the boy deal with his problems and was deeply impressed. He expected that So Ryan would show the same determination this time. However, the guy is already like a sharp blade. A carefully sharpened blade should be in a sheath. Sharpening it again out of caution is stupid. This waste of time can even dull the blade. That's why Lee Jung-sa thinks he made a mistake. So Ryan said he wasn't wrong. This was something the boy had to figure out on his own. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. But what's done is done. If So Riang already feels enough regret, that's enough. Ruining your life by dwelling on it is also wrong. A guy is not the type to do that. He doesn't remember his past. But if it was done by his hands, he must take responsibility. So how does the guy plan to take responsibility? Does he really want to bring them even the slightest bit of comfort? In that case, let him die here and now. He will announce his valiant death to the cult, and let those be ashamed whose curses he fell to. Does So Ryan agree? He mourns and pities them, although in fact, he is not even guilty. After all, the guy does not remember any of this. He had better get rid of this pathetic sympathy and illusion of guilt. It's the only way to save their honor. So Ryan asked, how could he know about this? Or does he consider himself a god? However, the Lord had already experienced something similar countless times. He would never know what their true motive was. They had not spoken of their intentions. Such things are only valuable when the person is alive. The guilty one must repent as his victim wishes. But to live in an attempt to fulfill the will of the victim is wrong. This only proves that he has lost his own ego. So Ryong understands that many would agree that he made the wrong decision. If he's a guy who really doesn't want to do this, the situation will only get worse and turn into torture for him. As a disciple of the head of the cult, he has the right to commit a crime and not be punished properly. Lee Jong-sun replied that he had no choice. That was his situation. In that case, can he destroy the cult? He has a mad desire. It's up to him to decide. But until the guy becomes the head of the cult, he won't let him do it. What happens next depends on whether he takes responsibility for what he did or not. So Ryan almost lost his life because of his past actions. In their world, revenge is a common thing. Both those who thirst for revenge and those who are ready to take it upon themselves make this choice. Let him say whether he can truly grieve for those who wanted him dead. Is the guy ready to sacrifice his own life to fulfill their will? So Ryan gritted his teeth and replied that he couldn't do any of that. Then what is he willing to do for them? He didn't have to wait long for an answer. He would remember them. Lee Jung-sun thinks that the boy has begun to understand, but is still strangely naive. If he doesn't have his own life principles, he needs to outline them, and that will be enough. So Ryan thinks that the Lord is very talkative today. He can't ignore that stupid, regretful expression the guy is making. The Lord cannot send him away, but he can help him realize reality. Let him follow him. It's time to test his determination to become the heir to the cult leader one last time. They will have a duel. But if he loses, there will be no next time. If he wins, he will personally train him as his successor. Because of his stupid thoughts, he fell a little into the eyes of the demon lord. And if he can't prove it to him now, show all his strength, he won't be the heir. Meanwhile, in the divine cult of the heavenly demon, suddenly the men heard strange sounds. The first thing Hoyo-sun thought was that the lord had engaged in a duel with the third young master. He heard that the barrier of the heavenly demon palace absorbed most of the shockwaves during battles. The cult leader has long since surpassed the level of power they can achieve, and the third one is strong enough to create similar shockwaves with his attacks. The general strategist finished his work and suggested having a drink. Master Go-gu was surprised by such an unexpected proposal. Hoyo-sun said he doesn't drink on duty. Can he just relax for a second? The strategist asked him what he felt. Master Go-gu did not understand what he meant. How did Go-gu feel when Shinhui came to him? Did he think about his proposal then? Then the man asked the master if he wanted to take the place of the demon lord. Go-gu didn't think long before answering the strategist that of course he would like to. This answer impressed Hoyo-sun. The man admitted it. He really admitted it. He doesn't like to lie if he decides to answer the question. The strategist believes that he has changed so much thanks to the time he spent with Sodiang. He appreciates his honesty. The master asked. He didn't invite him for a drink without a reason. He wanted to get the opportunity to test him. The strategist decided that since he had answered his question honestly, he should follow his example. The man really wanted to drink with him. Not to test him, but just like that. And even if ambition still smolder deep in his soul, he understands perfectly well that all this is long in the past. He became curious about where the criminal law master had hidden Guan Pyong. He replied that he was now in an underground chamber where no one would disturb him. That very chamber, its dimensions are impressive. There is a training hall, a dining room, and living quarters. It serves as an isolated training facility, and it was there that the previous head of the criminal law hall was trained. Guan Pyong has abandoned his past path. He has given up the techniques that cloud his mind. And now, he is starting all over again. In that case, there were no more obstacles in the way of the third young master. Master Guo-gu agreed with him. The only problem left is public opinion, but the strategist believes that the guy can handle it. The future head of the cult, no one knows exactly when the ruler will hand over his position, but it won't be long before that happens. Hoyo-sung always knew that the time would come to welcome the heir to the headman, but he never thought that this day would come so soon. Master Go-gu was of the same opinion. They clinked cups of the exquisite drink and assured each other that they were always ready to help. They felt a powerful shockwave in the air. It seems the demon lord is serious about this fight. The strategist believes that at this rate, they will destroy the entire backyard. Guo-gu concluded that, judging from the strength of the shockwaves, they were fighting at full strength. They were in a duel to the death. It seems to him that they are in the pavilion of divine judgment. There is no other place in the cult that could contain the power of the master's mastery. So Ryan attacked the lord first. The man appreciated the boy's attack, but it was not enough to win. It's time to have fun. He'll show the guy a couple of his techniques. So Ryan is shocked by the demon lord's external martial arts. It's not just a matter of martial arts mastery. It's not about inner strength or technical mastery. It's about sheer, overwhelming power. Lee Jung-san appreciates the guy. His strength exceeds expectations, and he likes his determination. However, all this is not enough. For the first time since training in isolation, he feels this power, but he should not experience it when testing his student. The Lord is impressed. Countless corpses and buildings destroyed beyond recognition appeared on the ground. A huge city, engulfed in flames, as if destroyed by an unstoppable storm. Since Cheon Hajin acquired this body, this is the first time, or perhaps the last, that he will witness the unveiling of this supreme heavenly demonic art. The demon court pavilion had simply turned into hell. What should he do? He cannot be absorbed by this heavenly higher sphere. If he is carried away, that is the end. So Ryan decided to draw his inner strength from the deepest depths and release the 9 phantom demonic arts to their fullest extent. He has to give it his all from the start. That's the only way he'll have a chance. Lee Jung-san had seen this martial art once before. It was strange that the guy would try it. So Ryan knows that this is the hand of the demon that kills the sky. He won't be able to dodge it. The Demon Lord's main move is not evasion or defense, but a high-speed attack. He destroyed his mountain-destroying double fist with one blow of force. The guy was the one who attacked, and now has internal damage. He has an incredibly powerful martial art. Lee Jung-san was surprised by the boy's way of emitting power. He directed the mountain-crushing power into both hands to deliver a double blow. So Ryan understands that even if he uses all his martial arts, he won't be able to touch him. But there is nowhere to retreat. He will continue to attack again and again. He will move forward relentlessly, and maybe it will deliver at least one decisive blow. The ground beneath his feet trembled from such a wave, but the guy was too naive to think that this would help him somehow. Lee Jong-san was behind, so Ryan decided to switch to chain techniques for close combat. Even if one strike is not enough, combining them together will create a destructive force comparable to a thunder cannon shaking the sky. But from such crazy movements, his joints will scream in agony, as if they were all dislocated. His endurance is simply amazing. It has reached an extreme level, so Ryan was even able to touch the Lord and deal damage. Is there any hope? The Demon Lord appreciated his blow. The boy had grown so much in technique. The great protector of the divine cult, Murim, asked the elder, "How cruel is this duel?" Elder Bloody Hand thought that Soryang's skills were amazing. It was not for nothing that everyone praised him so much. The third young master is currently the closest to becoming the successor. Doesn't this make Murim feel a little uneasy? In any case, the cult leader will have the last word. It's up to him to decide. But he will soon have to serve a new master. And he seems surprisingly calm. Nothing will change if the cult leader recognizes the guy as his successor. Then for him, they are both equally honorable. The man has dedicated decades to this cult. Doesn't he want to take a break? Murim replied that he did not understand what the elder meant. There is no hidden meaning to this. It is just that at their age, there is an understanding that power is nothing more than an illusion. The elder understands that the great protector does not do this for power. Responsibility is the driving force that keeps a person moving. But in life, he realized that letting go is as important as acquiring. Murim said that he had found a worthy successor, but he was not ready yet. Every time Lee Jong-song sees Soryang's growth, he realizes that he always exceeds expectations. So he had to change his mind. It's not that the guy exceeded his expectations, it's that he underestimated his potential. Now it's his turn to attack first. What will Soryang come up with this time? He smiled sarcastically and replied that this would not happen. He would attack first no matter what. In that case, let him act. He needs to try his best. So Ryan decided to use the technique of absolutely infinite blades. However, nothing came of it. Lee Jong-san protected himself with demonic energy. Suddenly, the guy decided to use the Blade of 7 Nights and purified energy to create a sword technique. The phantom soul must ascend to heaven. With one wave of his hand, he mercilessly sent all the swords towards him. But this was not enough, and he decided to immediately resort to the technique. The thunder fist that shook the sky. Lee Jong-sun simply clenched his fist and stopped the powerful attack. The boy used the first technique of the sky-shaking thunder fist in a completely new way. He hadn't even mastered it yet, so Ryan can't move his fingers. He admitted that the Demon Lord is very strong. Lee Jong-sun squeezed his fist tighter. It seemed he couldn't escape. An explosive mountain strike followed. He won't be able to use that arm anymore. Damn old man, I should have gotten him drunk today. His body was engulfed in flames, as if he was in the very heart of a raging fire. The Demon Lord only grinned ominously and said, "This is how his disciples should be." Now, so Ryan clearly understood that this sick man was not human. He was too strong. He felt the poisonous energy. It was the toxic energy from Mokbee's explosive, poisonous dagger. It was leaving his body. The supreme heavenly demon Chi that constantly causes internal injuries rages in his meridians, expelling all the poison. Lee Jung-san realized that the guy was ready. He wanted him to prove his fighting strength. He was very eager to see how much he had grown and what he could show him with his improved abilities. A man will be honest with him, and his life filled with emptiness and monotony. He had never met a fighter who surprised him as much as Soryang. The guy had proven his strength. Even before reaching the level of a demon lord, his martial arts had dealt him quite a bit of damage. But more than his martial arts, he enjoys his absolute self-confidence. The Demon Emperor's dominant aura had completely taken over his body. He has more than enough qualifications to become the god of the new era. Lee Jong-san will no longer test him or create obstacles in his path. Considering all of Soryang's difficulties, the man decided that it would be right if he gave him a gift. The young successor must under no circumstances be weaker than the Demon Lord. So Ryan couldn't understand what was happening to him. The court arena began to collapse before his eyes. Is it pain or ecstasy? You could have asked first before infusing someone with it. This is the third gate of hell of the 9 phantom demonic arts. The roar of terror of the Demon King tearing apart the world. Now Ryan understood everything. The reason he couldn't open the third gate of hell was because he had no suffering. The real suffering is the torment he experienced before the duel. A journey through suffering in search of your true self. This path of suffering is the demonic path. Was this really his path from the beginning? And how will he exist, becoming a demon? There it was. The sight of the collapsing arena of destiny proved that his essence had changed. The instincts of the death god who had grasped the essence of death had completely disappeared. In their place, the instincts of the lonely and exalted demon god had taken root. Lee Jong-sang congratulated his student. Now, he truly became a demon. People from the military department came to So Ryan's house with an urgent message. Donpil said that the young master is not here at the moment. What business do they have here? They came to check on the current condition of Guard Captain Ma Dong-pil. The man replied that it was not bad. His recovery was accelerating over time. That's all he needed to know. Donpil asked what he had. Let Captain of the Guard Ma Dong-pil, who serves the third prince, accept the divine scripture from the cult leader. Donpil got down on one knee and said he accepted the leader's divine scripture. He needs to be at the central square of the inner city in 2 days. Donpil realized that this was about the third young master. So, in the end, it all came down to this. The elder told Yu Ryong that he saw a demon in a military department uniform. What did they want from her? Did she create problems out of nothing again? The girl replied that she did not. The demon from the military department gave her this message for the elder. He had a premonition, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. It seemed like the cult leader really did love So Ryong. That was why the shockwave was spreading from the palace of the god of war. Things are going to get tense starting tomorrow. Get ready to stay up all night. Yu Rong is believed to have managed to establish a good connection in any case. Meanwhile, a commotion also broke out in the hall of the internal organ of enlightenment. Choi was informed that the lady wanted to see her. Did something happen? So Young-shim said that from today onwards, this child will live with them. The third prince personally requested this. The little girl greeted the chief observer. Her name is Mok Yu. So Ryan feels a bit awkward. Why does it have to be done this way? The cult leader was right. Because it was something he didn't do himself, he doesn't feel an overwhelming sense of guilt towards him. For a moment, the guy even felt irritated, wondering why he should be the one responsible. Because he is not some great saint or noble figure, just an ordinary man. And even if he takes responsibility, he doesn't know how. So Riang doesn't want to die, but he doesn't want to live in constant torment either. He has his own life. And he also has a goal. He dreams of destroying the Weiqian Alliance and the Iron-Blooded Castle, and then disappearing far away from here. That's why the guy wanted to become the successor, so that he could move freely and command the cult forces as he wanted. He will become the head of the cult and turn it upside down so that people like him never appear again. He doesn't know if he can, but he has to find a way. This is the 6 Heavenly Heart Liquor. It is a liquor that is carefully crafted by their beloved demon lord. He doesn't know if it will bring him any comfort, but he hopes it will at least ease his heart a little. The boy will remember them all. Each one of them, although he has no right to say so, given the body he now occupies. At the very least, he will do everything possible to ensure that no one in the cult suffers from injustice, as happened to him. When his time comes to leave the cult, he will return to it only after he has changed the cult to such an extent that he can look at it without shame. He did not reject his past, but he threw time off his shoulders. The guy had not yet secured his future, but he had captured a new goal. The cult leader must appear in the central square of the palace of the god of war. The holy god has set out. Let everyone pay their respects to the demon lord. The supreme holy cult rules. The heavenly demon is immortal. The humble children of the demon greet the holy god. Let everyone raise their heads. Today their god, the new master of the cult, will be chosen. At first, the bishop wanted to wait until the festival began, but this is no longer necessary. He was already convinced that the heir he had chosen was more than worthy of this title. The era of his reign gradually passed into the hands of a new generation. Although he intended to rule for as long as his strength lasted, he understood very well how they waited with trepidation for the emergence of a new lord of the cult. This heir has no more to learn. Their new leader has become independent. He is able to resist him, maybe even stronger than him. They cannot be disappointed by his choice. Li Zhongsan ordered the chief guard to call for someone worthy to continue his journey. The chief guard shouted at the top of his lungs, Let the heir to the head of the divine cult of heavenly demons reveal himself to the people! Donpil was lucky enough to accompany the heir to the head of the clan, and he was waiting for him at the main gate. Ryan appeared in a new red robe with dragons. Does it suit him, or is it too much? Write in the comments. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of emotion washed over him. Millions of eyes were directed in his direction. In his past life, he always hid in the shadows. The guy went through so much to get here. Seeing Anhwa, Soryang remembered that she was the first person he met when he woke up within the walls of the cult. Thanks to her boundless care, he was able to survive. And Yu Rung's expression finally matches her will. They've been through a lot together. He was able to reach such heights thanks to her. And also the unshakable Ma Dongpil. He is like a loyal friend, always stays by his side. If he had a brother, he would be like him. Soryang is grateful to him from the bottom of his heart. He turned to the ruler, saying that this was a great honor for him. Let him accept his boundless respect. Lee Jung-song said that the boy was the perfect candidate to become the next head of the cult. Who else could have succeeded so well in everything? So Riang is the heir he has been looking for so long. Is he willing to devote the rest of his life to the good of their cult and take care of its people along with it? So Ryan said majestically that he would devote himself completely to this matter. People were happy to hear these words. Anhwa even burst into tears. The remaining heirs were also glad that Soryang was chosen. Ma Dongpil is sincerely happy for his master. He will continue to follow him. Suddenly, Goldie joined their party. He managed to invite a new friend to go with him. So Ryan thanked Goldie for coming on this important day. He is very glad that they found a common language with the Tiger King. Lee Jung-san was impressed that the boy took and raised a cub from the Beast Palace. So Ryan also thanked the tiger for coming to share the joy of this day with him. The Tiger King roared throughout the cult in honor of the new leader. So Ryan doesn't need to hold back anymore. Righteous Heavenly Alliance, Blood Steel Fortress. He has achieved enough power to be able to confront them. It looks like this is just the beginning for old man Cheon Hajin. The 10-leafed plant has blossomed again. Of the 10 seeds planted, only 5 were able to sprout. The head of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, Dam Sen, sensed an ominous omen. The assistant ran as fast as he could to tell the chief the urgent news. The Hua clan chief broke through to them. He was too strong and they couldn't stop him. Although they represent a clan of swordmasters, they were originally all Taoists. And now they submit to someone who can't even control their own emotions. Are they really losing their former confidence? As for the assistant, this is unacceptable on his part. He should have solved this problem. If something like this happens again, he and his people will say goodbye to their lives. The cries of the Hua clan leader, Hong Sanja, could be heard throughout the hall. The guards tried their best to calm the man down, saying that their leader would be here soon. Damsen said that the hall was unusually lively today. It seemed like some kind of rooster had started up. Hong Sanja immediately asked, is he still going to treat the Hua clan like dirt under his fingernails? Damson sat down at the table and ordered his men to leave the two of them alone. And the man also ordered the whiner to sit down. He was in the head's hall, so he shouldn't raise his voice. However, Hong Sanja decided to continue. He blames him for the deal he made with Zhang Nan. Damsen replied that he should stop slandering his master's name and pull himself together. Even his master did not allow himself to raise his voice in the chapter hall. If he shows such disrespect again, Damsen will immediately strip him of his title as an alliance elder. Armed detachment Jin Liao engaged in the delivery and protection of valuables and important persons for a separate fee. This detachment was organized by the close associates of the alliance leader's disciples. However, the Hua clan's escort force made a deal with Zhongnan, a rival clan in the same Shaanxi region. Damsan believes that he is aware that the alliance's students organize and manage the escort squads, and a portion of their income goes to the clan. However, the head of the accompanying detachment reported that the number of people wishing to go has recently decreased. Hong Sanja became nervous again. Could this be because of the new escort of the Zhongnan squad? Damsan couldn't understand his displeasure. Didn't they have the right to create their own? That's not what he meant. He did say that Sashang's escort team was under the control of the Hua clan. If that was the case, then he could very well make his demands based on the current situation. Their income dropped significantly, but they continued to contribute the profits they had received. Naturally, unrest began within the detachment. But if that's the case, then Damsen could have given him information. So now the squad leader has expressed a desire to defect to Zhongnan. To be more precise, he wants to end his business relationship with the Hua clan. When a deal is made between a clan and an accompanying troop, both of these organizations are recognized as fully sovereign. And the Sochon troop is not a vassal of the Hua clan. It is an independent organization, but it was the Hua clan that demanded profit from them, like bandits who had found easy prey. If he really wants to maintain a good relationship, let him show more respect for them. Otherwise, can the Hua clan be called righteous if its leader does nothing but demand that they give him food? Hong Sanjia thinks that even if that's the case, how can he treat the alliance's strongest clan like that? Or does their clan mean nothing to him? Dam San said that, to some extent, this is true. Hong Sanjia farted in anger and decided to get up from his seat. How dare he talk about their clan like that? Dam San asked again. Had he heard his complaint correctly? How could someone so short-sighted be the clan leader? The current leader's words truly upset him. Let him open his ears wider and finally hear him. He, who has been in the position of head for some miserable 3 years, wants a replacement found for him? Hong Sanjia's tongue was glued to the table and he couldn't move. What does he think would happen if the smaller clans and those units learned of the demands he is making to him, the head of the righteous heavenly alliance? Dam Seon gives him a choice. Either he tells him about breaking the deal between Suchon and the Hua clan and taking profit from them, or he sends him to prison for fraud with the clan's budget. So what does he choose? To humiliate himself or to rot in prison? So Ryang asked Jung Ryang why he wanted to meet him at such a late hour. Did something happen? The guy congratulated So Ryan on becoming the new head of the cult. But are his congratulations sincere? Shong Ryan thought for a moment and replied that he was glad to some extent. The guy congratulates him on becoming the head, but he can't say that deep down he doesn't have any regrets. After all, he was also the successor to the Lord. It seems like this asshole doesn't get jokes at all. However, the headmaster's sixth disciple, Shong Ryan, is a person who is completely incapable of lying. So Ryan said that he even liked it. But for what purpose did he call him? What did the guy want to say? If their family had committed a mortal sin against the cult, could he forgive them? And he is not talking about turning the blind eye to what was done. Any crime must be punished accordingly. He simply wanted to say that he would always be devoted to the divine cult of the heavenly demon. But if his family were to commit an act against the cult, let him punish them instead. He will bear the burden for them. But if So Ryang says that he is no longer part of the cult, then he will understand everything. It seems like the boy already knows that the Gogyong family is planning to leave the cult. Chung Ryan apologized. He himself didn't know if he should say something like that now. So Ryang understands that carrying such responsibility at such a young age is not an easy task. He looks like his father. However, he is still so young and does not know that the responsibility for the crimes of the family falls on its head and not on a blood relative. So Ryang admires him because it takes a lot of courage to say this, and his determination shows that he really will be willing to take all the blame on himself. Suddenly, his stomach made hunger sounds. He hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. Would the guy like a snack? So Ryan thinks he's a pretty good cook. Jung Ryang said that he couldn't afford to have dinner with the CEO. So Ryang replied that when they were alone, he could call him Big Brother. Today he treats and conjures up something interesting for their 6th student. Manhwa offered her help. The party in honor of the holiday began. So Ryan treated the boy to delicious wine, which the Lord himself prepared and kindly gave it to him. The pets were not left without dinner either, so Ryan made sure they had fresh meat. He hadn't had this much fun in a long time. The evening was a great success. He decided to stretch his back a little and get some fresh air. Goldie decided to help his master. What a cheeky fellow. For the first time in a long time, he ate his fill. Recently, he and the Tiger King had eaten about 72 kilograms of beef from the Huanghui garden. Looks like Goldie knows how to take care of her charges, doesn't she? However, Manhwa is at a loss. Goldie needs to be cuddled a little. He remembers how they used to play when he was little. Manhwa tried so hard to feed him delicious food. How stupid and heartless he is. The sky is truly beautiful today. Perhaps it is all because of the ceremony. Does that mean it's time? He thought that once he became the leader, he could do whatever he wanted. Master Guogu said that if he attacked the righteous heavenly alliance, he would draw all the cult followers into the war. And if the fate of their cult is not alien to him, then he should think carefully about his actions. Just as old Guogu said, he can no longer act as the 3rd young master of the cult. Becoming the young master of the cult not only gave him a title, but also a huge responsibility. This is so difficult for him, and he might have to have a couple more glasses of delicious wine. The general strategist was shocked to see So Ryang at his place at such a late hour. The guy said he wanted to drink, but when he saw his face, he thought it was in vain that he came. Hoyo Sung replied that he was right on time, even though one eye was already closing. Let him follow him. Ryan felt a bit uneasy. Maybe he needed to get another snack? He was impressed by this room and the maps. The general strategist said that he had only been in his office before. And this is the strategic calculation room. The map had a lot of details. Hoyo-sung said that among the 3 strongest organizations, their cult's map was considered the most detailed and accurate. So Ryan, his mouth open in amazement, asked what the strategist wanted to talk to him about. Lately, there has been a movement of the forces of the righteous Celestial Alliance. Before explaining everything to So Ryan, he needs to make sure of one thing. When he said he would wipe the Alliance off the face of the earth, did he mean he was planning to get rid of both organizations? Or did he just want to overthrow the leaders and key figures? So Ryan will first deal with the leader and his cronies, and then destroy the entire organization. Even if he fails to destroy the entire alliance, he will kill the leaders one by one. Now, did he answer his question? Hoyo-sung said nothing and reached into his pocket and pulled out some kind of message. This is a report from a secret agent of the Hidden Pavilion. Unrest within the righteous Celestial Alliance is a common occurrence, but it has been a long time since anything out of the ordinary has happened. It seems that the head of the Hwa clan, insulted by the head of the alliance, is planning a rebellion. In this case, a new piece appears on the board. What is their next move? So Ryan replied that he urgently needed to meet with the Lord. The guards informed the demon lord that the young leader wished to see him. The man agreed. It seems that at such a late hour they have only one thing to do: lift heavy glasses of wine. Young leader So Ryan greeted his demon lord. The boy asked why he wasn't drinking the drink of the 6 heavenly spirits today. He replied that it was a green liquor made from bamboo leaves. So Ryan said it smelled very good. Maybe he had another glass? The Lord said of course. The guest sheepishly admitted that perhaps he shouldn't have asked such a question, especially since he had arrived so late. But he still wondered, when does the Lord sleep anyway? He answered that only when he needs to. Lee Jong-sung praised the young man for his worthy performance at the ceremony, although he admitted that it was not enough to be appointed. He believes that he did nothing of the sort. Humans were the only ones who succeeded in this. So Ryan came from the military department's planning room. The Lord finds this place boring. The strategist general showed it to him, saying that he had come across some interesting information. Lee Chong-sa understands perfectly well. Mount Hwa is causing trouble. They have always done this. Namely, the leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Didn't the guy say that he dreams of destroying the righteous Heavenly Union and the fortress of steel blood? Now that So Yang has become a young leader, he can tell what he thinks about them and their way of life. 30 years ago, when he became rather passive towards external forces, the 10 sects and 5 great clans were quite powerful. However, time passed and they changed. Sharing martial arts made them stronger, but they lost their strong bond. Why do you think that is? So Ryan thinks it's because of the righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance. He is a snake. One might say a viper. He is as evil as an emugi and as cunning as a 9-tailed fox. The heads of sects and clans, who were supposed to be symbols of cooperation, they were corrupted by him, for he used a weapon 100 times more effective than magic, and 10 times more unforgiving than the demonic arts. The guy was surprised. Does such a weapon really exist? The weapon was called greed. He knew that he had to break their minds first to make them kiss his feet and gain control over the sects and clans. Damson gave them a taste of real greed and real power. It was like adding poison to a clear pond. But what is the advantage? How is this possible? There is one simple way. It is called competition. It has a positive effect on an organization with a good system. However, in an organization without such a good system, it has a terrible impact. The righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance sowed the seed of greed through competition and led them to split within his own circle. Moreover, they did not hesitate to engage in shady business in order to win the competition. They even hired assassins to get rid of their rivals. In the midst of all this, Dam Se-yeon became a mediator. The sects and clans began to sway him to their side, and he did what they wanted. Bowed his head if they wanted, and knelt if they wanted, like a puppet leader of the alliance. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. The clan and sect leaders were mistaken in thinking that they were manipulating the alliance leader. Dam Se-yeon held all their misdeeds in his hands and took control of them. It was then that his martial arts also improved. With more power, resources, and control over information, he began to have all sorts of miracle cures at his disposal. But miracle drugs alone won't make your martial arts stronger, of course, but it makes it easier to improve through training. Lee Jong-san is confident that his martial art is comparable to that of 10 martial artists. Dam Se-yeon is stronger than So Ring and the Demon Elders combined. In that case, he is looking forward to fighting him. Lee Jong-sun couldn't understand. Was it just pure desire to kill this man? The guy may have become a real demonic martial artist, but he still hadn't gotten rid of his old habits. In any case, it doesn't matter. He must be able to maintain his dignity even in the worst situations. So the guy came to him because of what was happening in Shaanxi? So Ryang replied that yes, Lee Jong-san is sorry, but he can't allow this. What arrogant eyes he has. The Lord saw himself in So Ryan and what he does not need. Let him follow him. He needs things that prove that he is his disciple, regardless of whether the guy is causing a ruckus in Zhongyuan or outside its walls. So Ryan is always happy about this place. It really is so mysterious. There is a special air here, and it is cozy. But at the same time, there is something otherworldly. There is also a lot of spiritual energy here, like in a secluded bamboo grove. This is an illusory kingdom modeled after a secluded bamboo grove. This grove existed even before the appearance of their cult. All sorts of mythical creatures live in this place. He is sure that So Ryan has seen them. The boy saw things similar to the Akayevs that can be seen in a classic painting, mountains and seas. First, the classical mountains and seas were based on imagination. There are only a few mythical creatures in this book that actually exist, so some of them actually exist in real life. Lee Jong-san said that this is the fox he befriended. He means Goldie. This is a very rare and mythical creature. It has an incomparable influence on their world. There is a legend that if a jackal appears, then a war will break out in this country. Because of this, in the past, people treated the jackal as something that brought death. After all, it makes sense. Wherever it went, all sorts of disasters occurred. It is different from mythical creatures born from chi or yokai. Its very existence, capable of changing the course of worldly affairs, means that it has enough chi to interfere with fate. Everything in the world begins and ends with chi, and the jackal is one of them. It is a mythical creature that repeats life and death. So Ryan couldn't even imagine that Goldie could be so strong. But why did they come here? Lee Jung-sung said that the guy called it the 9 depths demonic art. That was what So Ryan called his demonic arts. And it impressed the man. The Lord knows that he used Buddhist martial arts to change the default demonic ones. The basis is the demonic art, but it is the Buddhist ones that complement it. He managed to make it a single whole, but at the same time, its unique features were not damaged. It is a real masterpiece. But it is still considered a disgrace. The 9 depths demonic art is complete. He does not need to change anything. However, there is one big flaw. Does the guy know what it is? So Ryang replied that it is a story, and he was absolutely right. The guy did it himself. It's so complete that it's hard to believe that only one person did it. However, it is still not enough. But why? So Ryang asked, puzzled. It's all because he's a young leader. That's all. Just being able to get drunk at night is not enough. This martial art is proof that he is his heir. Such is the tradition. In order to lead the divine cult in the future, he would need to master it. Therefore, he would teach him the Demon Emperor Qi. So Ryan had long been curious. Did the Lord pass on the Demon Emperor's Qi to Jin Guanyan? The guy probably heard that Master Gogu was his first student. He is a spy, sent by the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Although he cannot compare to him, nor to the fifth, nor to the youngest, he still has considerable talent. He's not as good as So Yang, but one day, Gogu will be able to reach the level of a heavenly demon. Lee Jung-san never had any attachment to his students. But he is different. With his first student, it was different. He amazed him so much that his heart trembled. Not like before. He liked him, not for his talent, but for the courage in his eyes. But the past doesn't matter. That's why Lee Jung-san didn't kill him. He used the illusion of the demonic court pavilion to simulate a corpse, showed it to some important people, and closed the case. And then he sent him to the criminal law pavilion. Gogu is indeed skilled in martial arts, but his talent in formations and mechanical things is beyond imagination. Almost the best in the world. The underground thunder prison belonging to the criminal law hall, its labyrinth, the structure of the Demon Lord's palace, and even the reinforced formations of the Demon Court Pavilion were all the fruits of his painstaking work. But this man doesn't want to admit his greatest talent. That's why he clings so tightly to martial arts. So Ryang understands that this is the reason. He wanted them to train together. After that incident, he no longer wanted to accept disciples, but he couldn't help but choose an heir. So Lee Chong-san handed over the Demon Emperor Qi to the first. By placing it on him, he hoped that he would be able to understand it on his own. And he no longer wanted to be involved in matters with the heir. But this is irresponsible, so Ryan said. Vladika understood everything, but does not regret anything. From now on, everything will be different. He doesn't want to fail a third time, passing on the most powerful demonic art in their cult. So Ryan doesn't know if he can learn this. This technique might conflict with the 9 demons technique. The Lord told him not to whine. He would not give meat to someone who could not even chew it. He won't need 4 swords anymore. Apart from the blade of the 7 knights, the other 3 swords are beyond the power of their best smiths. It would take too long, so he would melt them down himself. The hilts of the 4 swords were completely destroyed. It was a technique known as the Demon Emperor's Chi Sky-Scorching Flame of Calamity. Liquid steel just boils in the air. So Ryan was shocked. How is this possible? The flames of calamity that scorched the heavens. It seemed to be based on the demonic hellfire, but the temperature and destructive power were on a completely different level. Lee Zhongsan believes that there is no need for fancy decorations. He injected the Demon Emperor's chi into the sword and sealed it. Whenever he felt stuck, let him release his energy and feel it. It can be his own way. Not only forged his sword, but also poured his energy into it. This is beyond human capabilities. He truly deserves to be called transcendental. As for the handle and sheath, let him decide for himself what suits him best. Something feels different compared to their last workout. So Ryan said that he should rest a little. From now on, he will teach him Demonic Emperor Ki. Even with his skill, it would have taken 3 days or 3 nights. It seemed like the guy should have figured it out. Let him focus. So Ryan feels like his next level is just around the corner. Lee Jong-san went a bit overboard. It had been over 20 years since he had surpassed the peak of the demonic arts and stepped into the unknown realm. People call it the world of transcendence, but in reality, it is a world that is extremely unclear. It is difficult even to give it a name. A man must dive deep and keep diving until he wants to fly, to truly transcend something. Once a person enters transcendence, or even the higher demonic realm, his chi expands like an endless ocean. It was a state where the universe was stored inside a human body. A realm where one could even play with the principle of all existence using unlimited energy. But the body was tired of creating demonic arts. Born a man, called a god, but unable to manifest the true power of a god. Did he change? He had never been attached to any disciple except Guogu. Then why did he do all this? Maybe he's just curious. After all, he still believes in humanity, but it may be that trust has long since disappeared. 30 years of isolation from the outside world. He did it to end it all, like a god. So Ryan might be the one who can bear this burden. Now that everything has turned out this way, let him fly as high as he can. The general strategist asked what was that behind his back. So Ryan replied that it was a new sword that the Lord had forged for him. Did he melt down his 4 original swords and forge them anew? Hyo-Sung doesn't know much about martial arts, but is this possible? So Ryang replied that it was the first time he saw something like this too. The strategist found it strange that So Ryan looked calmer than he had 3 days ago. Did he inherit the Demon Emperor's ki? So Ryan was surprised. It seems the general strategist has a very sharp eye. But Hyo-Sung himself was shocked. The guy understood all this in just 3 days? However, this is not the case at all. He understands the basic principles of its use and remembers the details. There were so many techniques that So Ryang thought his brain was about to explode. Even among the 10 great demonic arts, most people cannot master even one of them in their entire life. It is that difficult. And the Demon Emperor's Chi is not just a random technique. It is the king of all demonic arts and the legacy of thousands of years of demonic history. He was able to understand how to use such martial arts in just 3 days. Hyo-Sung doesn't mean to offend, but he feels like the guy has become so skilled in martial arts that he's no longer really suited to be the leader of a cult. So Ryan also thinks so and feels burdened. The strategist asked him to communicate with him casually. Really? He's changing so fast that it's scaring him. So Ryang said he doesn't want to use titles when talking to him. Let him look at a detailed map of Shanxi instead. Even the shortest routes through the border provinces are marked on it. He will need it for the upcoming mission. No one knows the northern Yangtze better than he does, but he better take this map anyway. There is one problem, however. Given the purpose of this mission, they cannot provide visible escort. The area north of Yangtze is the territory of the Righteous Sky Alliance. If a group of demonic cultists is spotted, they will immediately take emergency action. Sending too many bodyguards will make the situation even more dangerous, but if it's too little, he'll be caught. If their intelligence network recognizes him, they'll send troops right away. They won't act rashly, and they won't leave him alone either. So what did he decide? What was he going to do? He doesn't think they need to complicate things. As long as he can safely enter Shanxi, that's the most important thing, right? The general strategist replied that this was true, but did he have a plan? There are people who are listed as hostages, but they call them guests. She still lives in his residence. She's idle, so it's better to tell her to be useful to the cult. Meanwhile, Yo Sanrin sneezed so hard that her eyes almost popped out. The girl asked if she was cold. Manhwa replied that how could she be cold since they were in the south. So Yeonshim asked if he was going to use this tactic to get to Shinsi. But is that a problem? The girl replied that there seemed to be a problem. How did they even think of that? So Ryan doesn't think this is a particularly original idea. Getting to Shanxi is easy. They can claim that the Ice Palace's daughter is on a tour of Zhongyuan and disguise themselves as her guards. So Youngshim thinks that this is definitely original, but it seems that such an idea could harm the reputation of the cult. But for him, dignity is not in status, but in actions and words. He must understand that if they were caught, not only would their safety be at risk, but it would also be a huge shock to demonic Murim. So Ryan is so sure? Even the Demon Lord will be affected by this. Even if he doesn't care, the morale of the demonic Murim fighters will be at rock bottom. The guy thinks he doesn't care anymore. He's already got permission. All he needs to do is act. He just needs a reliable carriage. So he's here. So Ryan thanked her for her concern, but she shouldn't interfere in this matter. So Youngshim said that he hadn't changed a bit. The guy just shrugged his shoulders. He was born like this. This is called the Shadow Steel Cloth, a treasure. He doesn't know what it's made of, but it's said to be able to withstand even a peak realm-level sword aura. It's from the Heavenly Vault. It can be worn directly over underwear, and this is called the Poison-Repelling Bracelet. In a way, it's even more valuable than the Shadow Steel Cloth. It will protect her from most deadly poisons. This is the bloody robe of the Sky Silkworm. It is said that even a cannon shot is no problem for it. It is also said to disperse blows. The girl asked if he really thought that these things would make her feel better, if he had decided everything for her without even discussing it. What was the point of giving her all these gifts if he had already decided everything? So Ryang apologized, saying that he had just gotten carried away. Yo Sanrin asked who else would be going with them. The guy answered Dongpil and added that it would be better to act without drawing too much attention. The girl suggested taking Anhwa too, but the young lord refused. It was too dangerous. Yo Sanrin thinks she has to go. The daughter of the Ice Palace's master is traveling without a maid? With 2 male guards? Doesn't he think it's ridiculous? So Ryong hadn't thought of that. But couldn't Anhwa be left out? It could be dangerous. The girl noticed that he really cared about her. But is there another servant in the divine cult who has as much inner energy and who reads the situation better than her? To some extent, Yo Sanrin is right. Anhwa has been training hard in chi cultivation. She probably has the strongest internal energy among all the servants. Actually, this is a great opportunity for her. Now they can teach her martial arts properly. Yo Sanrin will explain everything to her herself. Now she will have to put aside the broom and cooking for a while. Let her have some fun. Guard Chief Mudam greeted his great demon lord. Lee Jongsan asked how the guards were doing lately. There are no problems. The first leader is very skilled, so everything works smoothly, and there have been no complaints. Everyone is also steadily improving. The lord asked if his name was Lee Gunsong. He had often heard that the boy was talented. Mudam was planning to pass on his role to him? The man thinks it's too early to decide, but he's definitely suitable for the role. Lee Jongsan orders him to be brought to him as soon as the decision is made. In this case, they can drink this delicious drink. Suddenly, the demon lord coughed. Guardian Mudam asked if he was sick for hours. Even if he wanted to get sick, his body wouldn't allow it. The Lord will never get sick as long as he lives. Terminator or something? However, he looks a little tired. Lee Jongsan replied that this was the first time he had completely exhausted his chi after reaching this realm. It was impossible not to be tired. Does the first guard know how he became a demon lord? The man replied that he knew only a little. Lee Jongsan is sure that he did not see this with his own eyes, because Mudam was very young at the time. He won his place through a battle. The battle for succession then was very different from today's. It was much more cruel and wild. It was considered a given to deceive enemies. If necessary, people took hostage members of opponents' families and even provoked internal conflicts. Mudam heard it was the worst time ever. Even the former cult leader couldn't do anything about it. He didn't have that kind of power. That's because several candidates, including him, had surpassed him in martial arts. The former leader had hit a wall. The problem wasn't his martial arts, but his character. He had failed to obtain the title of Heavenly Demon, and the resulting inferiority complex had turned him into a tyrant. Because of this, the demonic martial artists constantly complained, and the leaders became mired in corruption. Many even left the divine cult. They and the other candidates were not the former leader's disciples. Among them were the children of high-ranking officials, as well as ordinary children of demonic martial artists. But what was important to them was not status. What was important was the future. What mattered was what they, as those responsible for the next generation, should do. There were a total of 13 young demonic martial artists with the right mindset and sufficient fighting strength. They created a secret group called the Divine Demon Society, and then secretly appropriated all the martial arts techniques and miracle medicines. 5 years later, they came to a common decision: to fight to the death. No one recognized them as worthy candidates, but they continued to move forward. It was only after half of them died in that mad battle that they finally received support from the cult members. It was a hellish stage. A stage where they had to kill their own friends and prove their worth. They did not feel any malice towards their opponents, even in the last moments of their lives. They believed that if their opponent was better, he would be able to return the divine cult to the right path. Surprisingly, that battle is still not over. He intends to put an end to it soon. Wasn't he curious as to why he had reduced his activities outside the cult to a minimum 30 years ago? Murim replied that he would have listened. Lee Jong-san is sure he is curious. After all, everyone sees the consequences of that decision. Stagnant water rots. The existence of an invisible enemy is like a fishbone stuck in your throat. However, if you get used to it, it stops bothering you. Like a dormant volcano, those who have not experienced fear tend to be curious rather than fearful of the enemy. Isn't this the perfect moment to invade and attack? Murim understood that the Lord was talking about a world where the demonic path reigned. He certainly chose a very worthy successor. The girls are delighted with this carriage. It is so big and comfortable. They could even sleep in it. Do they know how the masters of the Tang clan's Poison Dragon Pavilion are being held captive in the divine cult? He heard that the Tang clan was skilled not only in handling weapons, but also in creating mechanisms. This carriage was created thanks to their craftsmanship. It is meant for combat. He received it from the Master of Inner Enlightenment. Yo San Rin asked if they were just going straight to Shanxi. It would be nice to stop by some tourist spots. So Ryan said that they are not on vacation. They will relax after a successful mission. What does Anhwa think about this? Doesn't she want to stop and do some tourist stuff? The girl replied that she wouldn't mind. So Ryan said not to manipulate Anhwa. You need to think only about the matter. Gong Yachi congratulated So Riang on his appointment as the young leader of the divine cult. The boy was looking for ways to help him. He didn't think that such an opportunity would appear so quickly. So Riang thinks that it's time for them to get down to business. Gong Yachi said that there are 3 routes from here to Shanxi, but given his cart, he eliminates 2 routes that require crossing water. However, the latter route would still require loading the cart onto a ship. Hunan can be reached by land, but to pass through Hubei, he would have to cross the Yangtze River. It would be nice to get the support of the Yangtze River fortress. So Riang asked, does he mean that band of bandits? The Yangtze River is not just a bandit den, but a famous organization that includes 72 green forest fortresses and 36 Yangtze fortresses. Their scale is so large that calling them ordinary bandits is foolish. If you combine the forces of their mountain and river fortresses, they rival an entire fighting sect. Most small and medium sects and clans are no match for them. So Ryan was wary. Would they cause trouble? In order for a bandit organization to stay afloat for so long, it had to strictly adhere to 3 rules. One of them is the impeccable execution of contracts. It guarantees that they will not cause any problems. The problem may arise from something completely different, namely from the strength of steel blood. Hunan Province, Changsha. There is information that the Silent Wind Troop, the main troop of the Iron Blood Fortress, is secretly heading west from the northeastern regions of Zhejiang. This detachment has more than 300 people. What are they up to? Asked Sodiang. This is just his personal opinion, but he believes that they are taking the mistress of the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress. So Ryan certainly didn't expect this. Concubine Soho Hajin, mistress of Iron-Blooded Castle. The girl thinks that it would be great to build a small castle here and live. Maybe the Lord would show her such sincerity. The bodyguard said that it was time for them to go back inside. The doctor said that even a slight cold was bad for her. The wind was getting colder, so it was better to avoid walking if possible. The lady thinks that Mr. Cha does not respect her very much. The man assured her that she is wrong. Maybe he forgot, but the girl is the Lord's concubine. Although a concubine, she is practically his second wife. She doesn't mind such care, but she would appreciate it if he would watch his tone. Mr. Cha said he would take this into consideration. However, Gyeongsa is a large city, with many people rushing back and forth. There is also the risk of being targeted by unknown enemies. That's why he's with her, isn't it? Isn't his job to protect her? Besides, she's being watched by secret guards. If she becomes a target, they will cope, right? Or is she wrong? The man answered that she is absolutely right. It is for insurance. Does he really have that little confidence? If he really wants this, let him wait 3 days. When Mukpunde arrives. Sohokian said she wanted to look around right now. Who knows when else you'll get the chance to visit such a big and dazzling city. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage drove past them at high speed. Mr. Cha asked if she was okay. The driver was careless in driving the carriage in a crowded place. The girl was delighted. Even in the castle, she had never seen such a carriage. Who did it belong to? So Ryan felt a little refreshed after the long journey. Yo Sanrin couldn't understand how it was that he stayed longer than them. Was he obsessively clean? However, he had simply dozed off while bathing. They say this is the best tavern in Gyeongsa. Except for the insanely high prices, it has no equal. Anhwa thinks it's less humid and definitely cooler than Xingyo. Sodiang says it rains a lot. But it's not a bad place to live. The girl asked how he knew so much. Had he been to Honam before? The guy replied that he had simply heard from other people. The tavern worker came in and told the boys that we would prepare some food for them. They have been suffering for so long, eating pitiful scraps of dried meat. Today, they can indulge themselves. The boys' eyes lit up from the food. Swallowing their saliva, they thanked Sodiang. Yo Sanrin asked the captain with her mouth full, "When are they leaving?" They have to hit the road tomorrow. Isn't 1 day of fun enough for them? Donpil asked, will they go straight to Bukpak? That's the plan. They pass through Aknoksan in passing, but there's no point in wasting time. There is no point in staying in one place for long until they get to Samso. They are in the very center of Chungwol. There may be experts here who can sense Dongpil's demonic energy. He also knows how to hide his energy as a guardian, but his demonic energy is still noticeable. It's unlikely, but if they meet Mukpunde, they will probably become interested in Don Palam. Yo Sunrin asked for more. Sodiang was shocked that she had already eaten everything. What kind of digestive system is this? She's just a monster in her own right. Let her order whatever she wants. So Ryan suggested that they practice the flesh palm technique together later. He wants to see the limits of her martial arts, and it would be great if they both learned something from each other. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door. It looks like they have guests. As expected from Honam, they just chose a tavern and then such a master appears, and there are 50 more elite guards hidden nearby. It looks like they are escorting someone important. The worker apologized for disturbing them, but someone insists on meeting them. What should he say? Donpil replied that they were having dinner now, so he should tell them to come tomorrow. However, this did not stop Sokohian and his bodyguard. Sokohian apologized. She knows it's impolite, but she was curious, and without thinking, she opened the door. Let them accept her apology. The girls noticed that she didn't look guilty at all. There was no hint of apology in her voice. Their group is still recovering from several days of travel. Donpil doesn't know who she is, but she shouldn't waste their time any longer. Soho Yang asked if the huge cart parked outside the tavern belonged to them. Donpil said yes. She knew it. This is a stunning carriage. At first glance, it looks ordinary, but the fine craftsmanship and balanced colors. It can rightfully be called a masterpiece. That's what real masterpieces are. It's not about ostentatious luxury. It's about hidden elegance. Their carriage is exactly that. Even a masterpiece is worth less than a rag in the hands of someone who does not understand its value. In the end, she thinks that the value of a masterpiece depends on its owner. Donpil believes that even if it was created with care, any skilled craftsman could have made it. Sohoyan thought so. They don't understand the true value of this cart. She would like to be the owner of this cart. So Ryan couldn't resist asking what Miss meant by that. Yo Sanrin remembered that they were on a mission, and she was in charge now. The girl asked again what she needed. So Hoyan couldn't understand how someone so beautiful could exist in this world. But on the other hand, what difference does it make whether she is beautiful or not? The girl does not understand who she is talking to. Soho Yang decided to get straight to the point. Let Yo Sanrin sell her his carriage. She would pay whatever price she named. She doesn't even know what kind of cart it is, and she just wants to buy it because she likes the look of it so much. She is a person of noble birth who understands quality. Yul-Sun-rin said that she doesn't really care what her position is, so Kokian insisted that she was ready to pay any price. Therefore, she could miss out on a good offer. Yo-Sanrin replied that even if she were offered 1 million or 10 million gold coins, she still would not sell. She barges in without permission and demands to sell the cart without even apologizing. What kind of behavior is this? Let her leave immediately. Mr. Cha said she did not need to reveal her identity. Revealing her identity may bring danger, so you need to be careful. They stand awkwardly, but their posture exudes the aura of a true master. At the very least, they are on the same level as him. At worst, they may even be several levels higher. If this master accidentally harbors a grudge against Ironblood Castle, he may harm Madam. Mr. Cha turned around and told Miss that they had to go. How immature do you have to behave so rudely? She got so angry that she might get indigestion. So Kokian suddenly stopped. She had something else to say. She was terribly impolite. I interrupted the meal of a cultured person. As an apology, let her treat them to the most expensive dish here. Yo-Sanrin said it wasn't necessary. When the still inexperienced young lady will receive attention from the future mistress of the iron-blooded castle. These words took the guys by surprise. Well, except for So-Ryang, it's not his turn yet. So-Ho-Yang thinks that Yo-Sun-Rin is a lucky person. Her home is nearby. Yo-Sanrin heard that the lord of the Iron-Blood Castle was over 60 years old. He's already an old fart, isn't she disgusted? Yo-Sanrin herself didn't understand how such a thing could escape her lips. The girl apologized and suggested forgetting about the incident. A seething So-Hoyan asked if she even understood what she had just said. Yo-Sanrin had already apologized, and besides, So-Ho-Yang was no less impudent, so she couldn't resist. So they better forget about it. The girl began to drool with anger. Mr. Cha apologized for his mistress's rudeness. They are indeed at fault. However, he cannot forgive them for insulting his master. Yo-Sanrin suddenly broke out in a sweat. Had she brought trouble upon them? So Ryan stood up and said that she had just made a mistake, but fortunately not a critical one. Mr. Cha looked at the boy like a monkey who saw a banana for the first time. He wondered who this young man was. He hadn't even noticed his presence. At first glance, he realized that the guy was a high-class master, so Ryan said that it would be nice not to cross paths with him, but since fate had turned out this way, he would leave him a new scar as a memento. Mr. Cha said that he didn't know who they were, but no one dared to insult his master. So Ryang ordered Dongpil to deal with anyone hiding nearby. The man was shocked by Dongpil's ability to fly like Superman. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his hand. He couldn't move it. Something is holding his sword. Is it the guy's hands that are controlling her? Mr. Cha now clearly understood that the guy was stronger than him and told the lady to run as fast as she could. So Ryan appeared behind her in that instance. He put the girl to sleep with one press of his fingers. An enraged Mr. Cha swung his sword, but to the guy it was just a tree. So Ryan stopped his sword with his bare hands. A dash, a straight strike, and a three-way rebound. Did the master of the three-tiered ghost blade really have an apprentice? Mr. Cha's mouth was glued shut for a moment. How did the boy know his teacher? So Ryan replied that he knew his grip and gait. The man had copied the crazy old man perfectly. He has potential, but his teaching method is a letdown. Therefore, it is time for him to go to sleep, and tomorrow, with renewed strength, think about his behavior. So Ryan sensed that Dongpil had already finished carrying out his order and would arrive soon. The man had already neutralized 50 guards without even releasing his demonic energy. This is a huge saving of power. It seems like Dongpil has definitely grown in his technique. He returned and reported that his master's order had been successfully carried out. So Riang asked how soon he thought the guards would come to their senses. Dongpil thought it would be in about 2 hours. Yo-Sanrin reminded that the matter still ended in a fight. So Ryan said that they weren't leaving them alone anyway. It would be better to take them hostage. But what then? So-Ho-Hyan is the concubine of the head of the Steel Blood Fortress. They can't harm her. So Ryan thinks she's talking nonsense. He didn't mean to do that. They had planned to continue their journey after sunset, but now their plans have changed. They must move immediately. The girls would like to stay longer. They could rest a little longer. So Ryan promised that next time he would give them a rest for 3 whole days. But now they need to leave. The guards will be here soon. Dongpil asked where they were heading next, and So-Ryang replied that he had one place in mind. They are heading to the Crimson Cliffs in Hubei. So Riang wants to meet the leader of the Hao clan's division. Ganyachi couldn't understand why the guy took the concubine of the head of the Steel Blood Fortress and her guard hostage. But why this surprise? He didn't kill them, he just knocked them out for a while. The girls guard them and will immediately let you know if they wake up. So Ryan would like to ask him for a favor. Let him convey a message to the Hua clan chief on behalf of the Hao clan. He will report that they have captured the concubine of the head of the Fortress of Steelblood, and if he is interested in her well-being, then let him sail to meet them in Yichang, Hubei. Does he really want to negotiate directly with the Hua clan leader? So Liang replied that he needed to meet him, but there was no talk of negotiations. Then why does he need it? Gonyachi asked anxiously. He believes that there is no point in wasting time on thinking and complex plans. When can you catch a bigger fish with this bait? So Riang plans to lure out the Hua clan chief with the help of these two. 3 days later, Kwang Song is the deputy commander of the Steel Blood Fortress Squad. He shouted at his subordinates. How dare they let them go? Do they really think they have the right to call themselves guards of the fortress after that? They completely lost track of them? Maybe they fled the tavern in a cart. If they can't track the huge wagon, what's the point of them? He's ready to cut them into little pieces right now. The commander himself came and shouted to his deputy to stop. He believes they could have spent half a day unconscious. To neutralize 50 guards of the third squad, you need to be a master of martial arts. Moon Hwan believes that Guardian Cha is not so simple and has almost reached the peak of his skill. Either the enemy was so strong that he had already reached the transformation level, or there were at least 2 attackers, and all of them were martial artists. The private reported that they had collected statements from the tavern workers. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 girls. The men were tall and stocky, and the girls were petite. They arrived in a luxurious carriage, but were dressed in simple clothes. Only 1 man had a weapon, and the workers also emphasized the extraordinary beauty of those girls. The lady went to them herself. It turns out that it was not a planned kidnapping. She comes from a poor clan and has only lived in luxury for 3 years. Lacking proper upbringing and with a penchant for expensive things, she could very well be interested in their carriage. Excluding the blue squad of the blue square, which of the allied clans is closest to the fortress? The deputy replied that it was the Xinquan clan. Let him send a message to the head of the Xinquan clan. They need to contact the nearest ones and check the entire territory of Changsha with them, and they will go north. They say the cart arrived from the south. If they were going east or west, they wouldn't have stopped at Changsha. They're probably heading north. According to the report, the lady disappeared under the command of the deputy. Let him feel his punishment to the fullest extent. They must find the lady no later than 15 days, no matter what. And if they can't, then they will all be forced to accept death at the hands of the head of the fortress. Now the guys stopped at the red cliffs of Hubei. Yo Sanri asked when the people from the fortress would arrive. So Ryan replied that he didn't know. Gong Ya-chi said that it would take at least half a day. Does this guy really want to take the leader of the Mount Hua sect hostage? The Mount Hua sect is one of the 9 great sects. Their swordsmanship is comparable to the Wudang sect. Taking the leader of such a sect hostage and capturing someone like him, or the mistress of the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress, are very different problems. Does he really understand what he's doing? So Ryang replied that of course it was a considered decision. He realizes that he has caused a lot of trouble in the past by not thinking ahead, but not this time. In that case, she shouldn't question him, so that it doesn't turn out like with his mistress. However, So Ryang actually understands everything, considering where she comes from. This is just a minor incident. Let him not pay attention to it. Yo Sanrin said that he is the only one who calls something like this insignificant. Now that they have time, maybe they could practice? It seems like she should have stayed on the cart. A martial artist from the highest demon realm offers to help her train. Instead, she should be kneeling and crying in gratitude. Yo Sunrin was glad to hear him say that. So Ryang suggested that she sweat a lot and get into the boat with fresh energy. However, she is sweating and does not feel rested at all. So Ryang said that she can attack first. Without thinking twice, the girl decided to try and took off her outerwear. So Ryan said that she shouldn't take it so lightly. He didn't expect such a fast and powerful attack from her at all. Yo Sanrin hid such a technique. The girl is very good at hand-to-hand combat. Even her brother can't match her in such strikes. Her chi is not at all refined, but her creativity and reflexes are amazing. So Ryan decided to demonstrate his technique, but the girl quickly reacted and dodged. It may not have been a lightning-fast fist, but she still dodged it. Yo Sanrin was much better than he imagined. It has a huge and powerful cold energy. The internal energy it releases freezes the moist air. But she still doesn't stand a chance against him. So Ryan said that was enough. Yo Sanrin thought the guy wanted to sweat a lot. It was just a warm-up. The young master asked why she hid her technique. The girl replied that she never hid it. Maybe he was blind before? Where did she learn this fighting technique? It's like the pinnacle of striking. Yo Sanrin said she doesn't need his suck-ups. But still, how are the guys from the Animal Palace able to catch her? It's just a combination of little things she learned. There's nothing surprising about that. She used the technique she learned as a child. This is not something a normal person can do. Considering that she does not hesitate at all when striking, he is absolutely confident in his attacks. While the hand technique she had when she was under hypnosis was also amazing, Yo Sanrin said that if that was all, then she was going to rest. So Ryan was going to teach her a few things about self-defense. But apparently that wasn't necessary. But why should he teach her martial arts? If So Ryung was supposed to be her guard and protect her in any situation, so Ryan couldn't understand what was wrong with her? She could really be useful. It is the Lord of the River's water fortress, ranking second among the 36 fortresses on the Yangtze River. The fortress, occupying the first place, dominates the entire Yangtze River. They sent the best group. So Ryan thanked the guy for the service. The commander of the River Lord's ship, the leader of the water fortress, the flying heavenly water ghost, Yang Yu. The man didn't have time to contact Donyachi because he was busy. Maybe they could meet up and have a drink sometime. The guy said he wouldn't refuse. It would be an honor for him. Yan Yu asked if they were his guests. So Ryan nodded and said that it was his entire group. 2 men and a pretty young lady can be considered a plus. The man thinks that Yo Sanrin is beautiful enough to use as a weapon. Ganyachi asked what he was talking about. The man apologized. It's just that this is the first time he's seen someone so beautiful. Yan Yu is here because he was told that they are very important guests, but he still doesn't know who they are. Ganyachi replied that their identities were kept secret. He wrote about this in the letter. That's true, but he changed his mind. He needs to know who they are. The man has been doing this for 32 years, and at first glance, he can tell who is a troublemaker and who is not. So Ryan said that if he couldn't handle it, he would just say that he wasn't taking the job. Why ask who they are? Is he going to do it or not? Yan Yu would like to display the manners of a vice leader, but if he insists on such behavior, then we leave them no choice. So Ryan smiled and asked how long he could hold his breath. Yan Yu didn't understand what the guy meant. The young master decided to test the commander's lungs for endurance. Gong Yachi asked the master what he had just done. Yang Yu was lying unconscious. The guy worked hard to get him here, so Riang said he was still nothing more than a bandit. But he is the second in command on the Yangtze River. Although they will not try to fight him directly, they can use their influence to prevent them from crossing the river. If they do this, they will have to deal not only with the Ice Palace, but also with the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Gongyachi thought he was trying to hide his identity, so Ryung replied that he was. But that didn't mean he was trying to tuck his tail between his legs. The guy couldn't understand why he had to complicate things, but just one look from So Ryang made him realize that he should calm his ardor. Ganyachi apologized. He crossed the line. Let him not hold a grudge against him. So Ryan knows it would be a lot easier if he just tucked his tail between his legs like a dog this time. He can do it if necessary. After all, it is not difficult at all. The problem is whether they will do it when it is not necessary. So Ryong thinks very highly of Gongyachi, even though they have only met a few times. He knows how to keep track of everything possible in his position, and is able to behave accordingly depending on the specific situation. It's hard to meet people like Gongyachi, but let him not forget that if he supports him, they don't need his best qualities, but the very best. Of course, this takes into account their mood and energy. They are heading to battle the leader of the Manhwa sect. In the future, they will also have to fight the righteous Heavenly Alliance. He doesn't want unnecessary things like this to take up his time, and he doesn't want to deal with enemies when he's in a bad mood. Not everything can be done perfectly, but the first part of the plan should work. So Ryan has already proven his worth by becoming a young leader. Now it was his turn to get them to Yichang as soon as he could, and he had to support them to the best of his ability as they fought the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Ganyachi admitted that he was wrong, and he sincerely apologizes. Let him rest for now. He will take care of it. The young leader wasn't angry at Yang Yu. He was angry at him. He couldn't make the same mistake twice. Anhwa informed the master that their hostages had woken up. So Ryan said that in that case, they needed to check on their precious guests. He didn't hit her that hard. He didn't expect them to sleep for 4 days. Mr. Cha told the boy not to look at her with his damaged eyes. Let him lower his head. So Ryan looked at the man and said that she wasn't even the cult leader's wife. So Kokian shouted that he was worse than a beast. Let him let her go right now! Why did he have to tie her up if he was going to untie her at her first request? Doesn't the guy know who she is? The girl said she was from the Great Steel Fortress. So Ryan knows she's a beast. How dare he speak to her in such a tone? The young master doesn't care about her status. He only wants to say one thing. If she raises her voice again, he will cut out all the flesh on her body. After these words, the girl simply lost consciousness. For such a timid cat, she still knows how to keep her mouth shut. Mr. Cha said that he should let them go. Otherwise, he would make an enemy in the Bloodsteel Fortress. A fate worse than death would await him. So Ryong thinks he's had enough of his nonsense. He's not going to let them go. They are going to meet the leader of the Manhwa sect. He will hand them over to him. Which organization does the Bloodsteel Fortress fear the most? The Righteous Heavenly Alliance? But if you think about it, it also belongs to the Bloodsteel Fortress. Given the relationship, what does he think will happen if they fall into the hands of the Manhwa sect leader? The man believes that he does not realize what he is doing now. If she is handed over to the Manhwa sect, a war might break out. Does the boy know about it? Mr. Cha guarantees that he will not be able to handle this situation. He does not understand what he has done because he is young. But if a war breaks out, the entire Zhongyan will turn into a bloodbath. But suddenly, for a moment, a light bulb went off in the man's head. Because then, the demonic cult would win. Is he from a demon cult? So Ryan asked if there was something wrong with him. If he thinks so, then thank you. They have a long way to go. He is sure that it is stuffy here, but he should be patient if he does not want the journey to be painful. North of Hunan Province. The deputy informed the commander that he had found them. The crew's tracks point to the Red Rock. Given the tracks and witnesses, they must be about 2 days' journey from here. Then they must be 100 or more kilometers away. Moon Hwan is glad they are not too far away. They'll be leaving in half an hour and won't be resting during the journey. So let them rest now while they can. Also, let the vice leader contact the fortress on the Yangtze River. If they went to the Red Cliff, it is likely that they were traveling by water. If they went north or west, they were sailing on a ship. Let him send a message so that they will be found no matter what. The Yangtze River Fortress knows that if they do not do their job properly, they will have to deal with the fury of the Bloodsteel Fortress. They will catch them no matter what. What a formidable man! Gong Yachi said that So Liang was the commander of the guards, and that this man would take them to Yichang. Yang Yu swore by the river god Hebo that he would fulfill his contract. In that case, they need to hit the road immediately. So Ryan has crossed this river many times as the king of assassins, but he still feels surprised. He believes that there is several times more water. Yo Sanren reported that everything was going quite well. The guy said that there was a slight delay, but now they can just rest until they get to Yichang. But can these two be left like this? So Riang thinks that nothing will happen to them. They haven't eaten anything for 5 days. They drank water, but still. They prefer not to eat. Yo Sanren shared her experiences in abduction. She ate well and lived in the Palace of the Beast and in the Divine Palace of the Heavenly Demon. So Ryan thinks that she just likes to eat. There's been some strange relationship between them lately. A private saw an unusual bird. He asked his commander, is it a bird with a scarlet crest? The bird rushed towards the ship at high speed. She landed on his hand. The boys noticed that she had a message. Commander Yang Yu read it and froze in place. Now he knows who these people really are. Yan Yu ordered everyone to draw their weapons. There were imposters on board. With a dissatisfied face, Yan Yu asked the guy, didn't he say that he was the commander of the guards? So Ryan replied that it was exactly like that. Is there any problem? Yan Yu apologized and said that he would have to terminate their contract. The young leader thought so. Everything was going too well. An order came from the higher authorities to find a group of 2 women and 2 men riding in a luxurious carriage. Yo Sanren said it wasn't them. There were 3 men and 3 women. Yan Yu assumes that the Steel Blood Fortress leader's mistress and her guards are there. So they kidnapped the mistress of the leader of the Bloodsteel Fortress. Are they completely crazy? So Ryan asked, do they want to fight? The orders of the superiors are unquestionable. Fulfilling this contract could cause damage to all 36 fortresses on the Yangtze River. But what happened to his promise? Yan Yu said that no contract takes precedence over an order. It's a mess. But most likely, it was bound to happen. It may be an order, but Gong Yachi of the Hao sect himself acted as a mediator in this treaty. As long as they behaved well, no one would be harmed. So Ryan refused, They had to get to Aichan, and to do that, he needed them. Yan Yu said that they couldn't help them no matter how much they asked. However, Sordiang does not ask him, but orders him. Yan Yu told his men to prepare for battle. The man realizes that he is a very skilled martial artist. However, there are very few martial artists who can handle people on a ship on the Yangtze River. Fighting on a ship in the water is very different from fighting on land. Martial artists who have mastered water arts can fight much better on a ship. This fight is definitely doable. So Ryan struck his chi between them. Everyone was shocked by its power. He won't repeat it. Let them launch the ship immediately. Ho Yo-sun calls it the King of Murder. Isn't this the carriage that the young leader kept secret to reveal at the Pasun festival this year? Nothing escaped the eyes of the chief strategist. That was immediately clear. However, the cult leader will still not be surprised. He is not the type to be surprised by such things. Giving it to the young cult leader might have been a better choice. The leader of Manhwa sect seems to have made a decision. This is not an easy matter at all. Hong Sanja has always been a talker. His martial arts are strong, but he is too stubborn to be called a true Taoist. He is proud of arrogant to the extreme, according to others. The previous leader most likely had poor judgment. The strategist replied that the former sect leader resigned because of Hong Sanja. Despite his cruel and arrogant nature, Hong Sanja became a leader because he knew how to build influence. He is hardly considered politically intelligent, but surprisingly, he is good at managing power. Like a street gang boss, you might say. With this influence, he removed the former leader of the fraction, but he does not know whether actual blood was spilled. So Youngshim thinks this path is impressive. Most people wouldn't dare to take murder of sect comrades. This is an unforgivable sin for Orthodox Murim. But the fact that it is possible speaks to how rotten Orthodox sects have become. But why did the cult leader cut back on their external operations? It is said that 1 tells 10. If someone like him leads Manhwa, then the 9 sects and 5 great houses should be considered to have already dissolved. Sometimes it's annoying. If the cult leader had acted, he could have wiped them all out in one blow. The strategist asked if she was absolutely sure of that. Perhaps she was looking at the order of things incorrectly. Did the young tiger become king of the jungle first? Or did the house-sized dragon come out first? Did the predators disappear and the jungle rot because of the tiger? Or because the dragon waited for the snake to become poisonous? The girl asked if he assumed that the cult leader had reduced his external activities on purpose. Who among them can understand the thoughts of the cult leader? But the fact remains, after his departure, the Orthodox Murim began to die. And now that the young leader is set out on his journey, it becomes more interesting. Security reported that an urgent message had arrived from the Hunan branch. As if everything is on cue, what will happen this time? In the Central Plains, everything is already in limbo. The general strategist laughed throughout the entire cult. He had truly underestimated the young cult leader. He thought the guy would lay low in the Central Plains, but he raged like a madman, even more pompously. So Young Shim asked, what exactly happened? So Ryan kidnapped the concubine of the Lord of the Bloodsteel Fortress and summoned the leader of Mount Hua to Yichang. Could there be another incident like this? Working with a young cult leader will never be boring. No more words. Let them quickly take the helm. Yan Yu is shocked. He is a master of the summit, and he is fully matured. How is this even possible at his age? The man said that they would not give in to threats. He would not be able to kill them anyway. Without them, the guy would not get to Yichang anyway. The Yangtze River is dangerous, and its currents are strong. He came knowing that only they could pass through it, didn't he? So Ryan said there were ways to make him cooperate without killing him, but he prefers not to use them. So what will he choose? Even if Sodiang refuses payment and throws them overboard, he will still die at the hands of the Bloodsteel Fortress. Yan Yu shouted everyone to attack, but when he turned around, he saw that everyone was frozen in place. The red mist coming from his body engulfed the ship. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. So Ryan said he respected his choice. Is he really going to die here? Or is he heading to Yichang? With the last of his strength, Yan Yu said that he was ready to fulfill his agreement. So Ryan injected his demonic energy into their bodies. They won't be able to think rationally. They won't be able to think about anything else for at least half a day. But just in case, let Dawnpeel keep a close eye on them. He needs to go. But where was he going? So Riang replied that he needed to cut off the pursuit. They're in the middle of the Yangtze anyway. The guy controls his demonic aura. No one will notice. Dawnpeel understood that the gentleman meant that no one recognized her. He's going to exterminate the Mukpum squad. Meanwhile, in Shanxi, Mount Hua, a message came to the head of the Hong Sanza clan. He was surprised to learn that there was some concubine of the lord of the fortress. He remembered that the lecherous old man had taken a concubine 3 years ago. The assistant had heard that he loved her very much. She was 3 times younger than him, still a young girl. But how reliable is this information? It is encrypted by the Hao clan. They reek of corruption, but their intelligence is second only to the Beggars Union. But who is this cocky freak who summoned the sect leader all the way to Yichang? Hong Sanja believes that it is definitely not someone from the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. If it were them, they would be acting in the interests of the faction, not suggesting to surrender it. The assistant doesn't think it's a demonic cult. It could be the Bloodsteel Fortress itself. The leader thinks that can't be ruled out either. It could be that his wife sent someone to kidnap her. A beautiful concubine would be a ring in her side. It's not far, and the preparations have already been made. They should go. The leader ordered him to call the owner of the Plum Blossom Sword, Li Guzhou, the concubine of the fortress owner. This is starting to get interesting. This could be the perfect chance to raise the Manhwa name again. The boat of the chieftain of the Habeck water fortress, Yan Yu, set out a day ago with a luxurious, opulent 4-wheeled carriage on board. Commander Moon Hwan asked, "Are the kidnappers heading to Yichang, Hubei?" "That's right. All the operations of the water fortress are reported to the great leader. Since he confirmed it, it must be true." The commander thanked Saguk for the work he had done. The man asked if his men were okay. They looked pretty tired. They didn't rest when they arrived here. Half a day's rest should be enough to recover. The deputy said that they had received a message from the Hubei branch. They would place the iron swords near Yichang. Suddenly, Moon Hwan noticed a red light ahead. The commander shouted to Mook Pung's unit to prepare for battle. The man could not understand where they were being attacked from. The Yangtze River suddenly began to freeze. So Ryan finally found him. Commander Moon Hwan asked who the hell he was. Those who are about to die should not care about this at all. Would it help if So Riang said he was his Death Reaper? The man reacted quickly and drew his sword to strike first. So Ryan immediately reflected the shockwave with his blade. He managed to dispel the blade's energy and cause chaos on the ship. He stood before them as a king who must proclaim his decree. So Ryan said that there were 300 soldiers from the Silent Wind Squad and 300 river pirates, making a total of 600. Moon Hwan was shocked. How did the guy know their exact number? So Ryan noticed that the entire Silent Wind Squad had settled on board. 2 more ships follow them on either side. That's quite a large number. Moon Hwan sensed demonic energy. Could this guy be a follower of the divine cult of the heavenly demon? So Ryan praised the man for his vigilance. He asked if he was the commander of the Silent Wind Squad. The soldiers were in a panic. Some thought that the guy was one of those who sacrifice mere mortals and devour their hearts. So Ryan said that they are all stupid, they all butter up stereotypically. Always say what comes to their mind. The daredevil asked if he was the cult bastard who kidnapped the lady. Before the man could even bark, the energy from So Ryan's blade fell upon him. The young gentleman thinks that for a pathetic pirate, he talks too much. Did they really decide to clash with them because they feared the wrath of the Fortress of Steel Blood? So Ryan has already dealt with 36 fortresses. The squad leader shouted for everyone to attack. The soldiers took out their weapons and ran to attack with confident faces. However, they didn't know who they were dealing with. So Ryan took them out in a second. Moon Hwan's mouth is dry. He is shocked by the boy's speed. His stepping technique is superior to anything he knows. He ordered the squad to attack all at once. So Ryan realized that it would be difficult for him to deploy here. Such an attack could also affect their allies. However, they aimed at him with perfect accuracy. So Ryan turned around and threw some wood onto the fire. As expected from the elite squad of the Bloodsteel Fortress. The ability to backstab is not very commendable. Moon Hwan had one of his eggs broken. How could the guy dispel the blade's energy with just a wave of his hand? The victim shouted, "What kind of magic is So Ryan using? He is nothing more than a cult fanatic, and worse than the beast itself." So Ryan swung his sharp sword and shut him up. This chatter made him angry. His mood has completely soured. He doubts that he will feel better after killing them all at once. So Ryan thinks it's time to have some fun. The boys heard a loud explosion. Dawnpil couldn't understand what it was. Anhwa started to worry. Will the master be okay? Dongpil replied that she shouldn't worry so much. With his strength, he wouldn't lose to anyone. Suddenly, the man felt that someone was sneaking up on them. Dongpil took out his sword and ordered Yang Yu to stay where he was. He was surprised that he had regained consciousness so quickly. If he tries to do something, he risks condemning everyone to death. Yan Yu replied that he didn't want to fight them. He just wanted to know who they were. Dawnpil said their contract clearly stated that identities must remain confidential. Yan Yu believes that he must know. The man sensed demonic energy from his commander. They are all from the divine cult of the heavenly demon, aren't they? Donpil replied that he had better not try to find out anything if he wanted to live. Yan Yu couldn't understand. The most terrible organization in the world of martial artists fade into the shadows 30 years ago. That same divine cult of the heavenly demon. Once upon a time, this cult, which opened the gates straight to the underworld, appeared on the territory of Jin Yuan, and none of the similar organizations could compare with it in strength. Meanwhile, So Ryang was enjoying himself as best he could. The party was in full swing. Those who felt ill decided to dive into the sea without life jackets. Moon Hwan was completely at a loss. He believed that So Ryang was probably at the peak of cultivation. Over 80% of his men had already been defeated. If they continue this battle, they will have to say goodbye to their lives. Moon Hwan ordered the vice captain to prepare the cannons. He replied that they could not fire their cannons because their allies were still on board. Moon Hwan said he would go there himself and corner the bastard. Let him follow orders. So Ryan noticed that there were still about 50 soldiers left. He had already spent a fair amount of internal energy. It was time to end the party. Suddenly, the guy felt that someone was trying to attack him from behind. He turned sharply and immediately reacted to his blow. So Ryan was surprised to see the commander of the Silent Wind squad still alive. His power is impressive. It would be a big mistake if the guy killed him now. He obviously has little experience in water combat, but even so, he maintains his balance very well. Moon Hwan turned and shouted for the squad to fire the cannons. Our guy didn't expect this at all. We'll have to call the Terminator. These toy guns couldn't break, so Ryang and he remained on the ship. Moon Hwan gathered all his power into his blade and attacked him from behind. But something went wrong. There wasn't a single scratch on So Ryan. It was a powerful attack. They even sacrificed their own allies, but still couldn't even touch him. Is he really the one who cannot be broken, even by the forces of an entire squad and hundreds of river bandits? Moon Hwan decided to ask who he was. So Ryang replied that for a person who was about to die, he was quite curious. Is he a person from the divine cult of the heavenly demon? So Ryan, without thinking twice, replied that he hadn't yet. Moon Hwan didn't understand what the guy meant. So Ryan charged his fist with demonic energy and sent Commander Moon Hwan to heaven. At the moment, he can call him Yama. For your information, Yama in Hinduism is the god of death and justice. Meanwhile, in Hubei Yichang, the divine river pavilion, the assistant informed Mr. Gong Yachi that the special guests of the divine cult and a couple of other people had descended to Yichang Harbor and had started a battle with the Steel Blade Demon. It ended with all the Steel Blade Demons being killed. They also dealt with 150 people of the Ghost Valley squad. There were only 200 of them. Those who managed to survive did not follow the special guests and stayed in the south. Gong Yachi doubts that the elite squad of the Bloodsteel Fortress would allow themselves to retreat. What are they planning? Security came in with breaking news. 2 Steel Blood Fortress hideouts have been exposed. One is in the very center of Hubei, the other is in the south. And now, those who are considered the main enemies of the fortress are heading to both of these points. Ganya Chi believes that the remaining 50 of the Ghost Valley squad are currently heading towards the shelter. The guard said he thought so too. But who could have revealed such information? Gong Yachi believes that this was done on purpose, so that the survivors would lead them to the shelter. Apart from the Hao clan, the only organization capable of attacking the people of the fortress could only be the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. A man destined to become the strongest heavenly demon in history. The cult will do everything in its power to protect him. Information is a means far more deadly than the usual combat of warriors. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult secretly spread information to lure out the Bloodsteel Fortresses. The cult's intelligence forces are impressive in their capabilities. The people of the Steel Blood Fortress are unable to concentrate on the special guests. Let them send 70% of the informants previously sent to the Steel Blood Fortress to the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. The general strategist's ear began to itch. It seemed like someone was gossiping about him. Too much lately. He hadn't picked his ear in so long that he was shocked by the amount of swamp mud. The security reported that the young leader had successfully reached the Divine River Pavilion in Yichang. He replied that this was great news. So far, everything was going smoothly. Hoyo Sung has heard of Gong Yachi. He has outstanding abilities and is highly valued by the Hao clan. The guy turned out to be even more talented than he thought. The false information that was spread and caused confusion in the righteous Heavenly Alliance, as well as the information that was collected to ensure the safety of the young master. It will take at least a week for the righteous Celestial Alliance to figure out which of these things is actually true, to bring such a complex plan to life. The guy deserves the title of genius. The strategist is unsure whether he could take such a desperate step. But on the one hand, of course he could, since he is the main genius. Meanwhile, in the open sea, the fog became so thick that you couldn't even see anything in front of you. The man noticed something strange in the water. It looked like the outline of a person. They were all dead. The crew couldn't count how many there were. And who could have done this to them? They thought it was a monster. Some people believe that the Yangtze River dragon became angry and sent a demon to deal with them. A ferocious demon born from the wrath of the water god, the Dragon King. Rumors of the dragon that had summoned the pit began to spread at an incredible speed. 3 days later in Hubei, Yichang, Divine River Pavilion. It was early morning, and Anhwa was warming up before a productive day of work. Suddenly, she noticed the young gentleman. It was still so early, and he was already training hard. The girl decided that she shouldn't distract him, and quietly went about her business. So Ryan said that she shouldn't try so hard. He felt her presence. Anhwa began to apologize in every way. The young master said that there was no need for that. He could come and sit next to her. So Ryan checked her pulse and praised her. She diligently developed a flow of internal energy. He had already felt before Anhwa was really very talented. So Ryan suggested that she start studying martial arts seriously. The girl was shocked by such a proposal. The young master said that anyone can do it. Anhwa thinks that would only waste his precious time. So Ryang replied that her training wouldn't take long, so there was no need to worry. Anhwa wanted to know the reason for such a wish. The guy said that there might come a day when he won't be able to protect her. She'll have to take care of her own safety. Learning martial arts is more of a necessity than a choice in their time. Is it really what she wants? If not, she doesn't have to overcome herself. Anhwa made it clear that she wanted to learn martial arts, not only because she wants to become stronger, but also because she doesn't want to remain a burden to him. She also wants to be useful. So Ryang replied that this will not happen. If Anhwa wants to master martial arts to survive in this world, he will gladly teach her. But if she does it to help him in the future, then there is no need for it. She's already done so much for him. So Ryang never said it, but she has no idea how useful she is to him. And that's why he doesn't want the girl to forget her role. She's different from Donpil. His role is to be a guard and protect. Anhwa should do her job. There is no need to overload herself. The success of an organization depends on all its members being in their places and fulfilling their roles. There might come a day when he needs her help as a master, but until then, Anhwa must focus on her own life and self-defense. If he forgets about his role, it will cause problems for the organization. The girl felt a little disappointed. Anhwa said that if this is what the young master wants, then she has to do it. She will take up martial arts so that she doesn't have to bother him unnecessarily. So Ryan was happy and thanked Anhwa for her understanding. Meanwhile, Yosanrin woke up. She didn't really like sleeping in this place. The girl asked Donpil what the young gentleman was doing there at this time. The man replied that Sori-young was teaching Anhwa martial arts. Yosanrin noticed that there was yin energy involved. Maybe it would be good for her. Dongpil said that it wasn't just something useful. This is the Yin Moon Demonic Mastery, one of the 10 greatest techniques of the cult. Even though Anhwa's internal energy is transformed into the demonic Moon Yin, its power does not fade at all. The girl believes that Anhwa does not need the young master's help. Apparently, she really developed a power of her inner energy with careful consistency. Dongpil said that he thought so too. Never seen such a pure flow. Anhwa is very talented. Dongpil was surprised. Yosanrin managed to see something he hadn't noticed before. Although her skill level isn't that high, she has a great sense. The world is truly full of talented people, and he can see the true value of everyone around him. Half a day later, the boys set off. The girls asked if the head of the Hao clan would not go with them, so Ryan replied that he would meet them at the palace, where he had an appointment with the head of the Hua clan. The guy doubts that he will come, but if he does decide, he will show Hong Sanja the respect he deserves. A true ancient martial arts clan would have rejected his offer immediately, and so would a person with a conscience. Yan Sunrin asked if he would come with someone else. In that case, respect would be out of the question. However, So-ryang had never acted as an enslaver. He's genuinely curious how many people he took with him to their meetings. If a couple of people, it means that despite his own stupidity, he is still able to understand the consequences of breaking agreements. And if it turns out that he brings a whole detachment, Then he won't have to feel guilty for what he did. The head of the Hua clan, Hong Sanja, told the young leader that he had taken the choice of location very seriously. However, Gong Yachi thinks that not everything is so good for receiving such an honored guest. He called him in a hurry and did not have time to organize everything properly, so he apologizes. Hong Sanja said that the guy showed worthy hospitality, and he liked the aroma that was in the air. His assistant also noticed that the aroma in the air was indeed pleasant. Gong Yachi said he could give them their incense sticks. They could put them in his carriage. The road was not short, and most likely they were all tired. But the meeting should be successful. Hong Sangju is pleased to meet such an attentive person like him. From now on, he will try to become his frequent guest. However, the guy knows that this is the problem. This old fart is so thirsty for wealth and luxury that even if he had to choose between the smell of fresh grass and incense sticks, he would choose the latter. If only he wouldn't appear poor in the eyes of others. People like him don't deserve the title of an ancient martial arts master. Just a pathetic parody. Gong Yachi is confident that the other heads of the 9 great clans are no better than him. Hong Sanju knows that the guy holds a very high position in the Hao clan, and those who initiated this meeting must be high-ranking persons, since he is meeting him on their behalf. Can he reveal their names? Gong Yachi apologized and said that they were honored guests of their clan. He could not reveal their identities to outsiders. He counted on their understanding. The assistant said that the young gentleman had already helped them without this, and he suggested dropping the topic. Their relationship with the Hao clan could bring them real success in the future. In any case, they would definitely apologize to them later for their rudeness. Gong Yachi smiled and said that the assistant was right. But why would he apologize? Strange logic, he thought. This is the Plum Blossom Blade Troop, the pride of the Hua clan. It seems like they came prepared. By bringing these guys along, he left the clan practically defenseless. And this wouldn't have been a problem if the Hua clan leaders had been a little more calm. So Ryan understands that the clan leader doesn't necessarily need to understand military strategy. But is it possible to be that brainless? The private didn't hear what So Ryan said and asked him to repeat it. Don Pil told the boy to go and tell the chief that they had arrived. The private got angry and asked again what So Ryan said about their leader. Don Pil repeated that he needed to go and report that they had arrived. He told him to stay put and not move. Who gave So Ryan the right to insult their leader? They won't pass until they apologize for what they said. The young gentleman smiled and said that it was even easier that way. He didn't understand who he was talking to. So Riang turned around and told Dong Pil that they were leaving. They had no business being here. Now they can tell their leader that due to the actions of the thick-headed soldiers of the Plum Blossom Blade Detachment, the meeting will not take place. A bunch of idiots who can't keep their mouths shut and have no idea how to greet important guests have dramatically changed the political situation in the world. He'd better contact the head of the Zhongnan cult. He can tell them that. Suddenly, someone shouted to wait. They came all this way, and now they just leave without even trying to meet the clan leader? Dong Pil felt that his voice was radiating inner energy. He was at the peak of his skill. The man admitted that they had been rude, but he is sure that they do not want to complicate an already difficult situation. So he suggests pretending that this conversation never happened. So Ryan was surprised. That is, he could admit that their private was rude, but he didn't have the brains to apologize? When a student commits a misdemeanor, the teacher must take full responsibility, but he is in no hurry to apologize to us. He does not realize the seriousness of the situation and considers it an ordinary dispute. So Riang asked, "He is not the head of the clan, is he?" The man replied that his name is Quan Sanja. The boy most likely heard of him, but the young master immediately said no. The heart began to beat faster. The man endured his guest as best he could. He said it didn't matter now. So Riang replied that of course he was expecting an apology. Quan Sanza thinks that this is the first time the boy has attended such meetings. He didn't expect such bold speeches from a boy who is not even 30. But they have no choice. The advantage is on their side now. The man turned to his student and said that he had already asked him more than once to deal with his own anger. Let him apologize immediately. The boy stepped out of line to pay his respects and ask for forgiveness. So Ryan asked, and what is he asking him for forgiveness for? The person who was offended by his words was not him, but Donpil. Let him bow his head, say what he is guilty of, and ask for forgiveness. Then, this can truly be called an apology. Doesn't the Hua clan teach its students at least basic rules of conduct? What a nightmare. Quan Sanja ordered the boy to calm down and apologize as ordered. If he doesn't do this, he will take the blade from him. He regrets that he was rude and went beyond the limits. Therefore, he asks for forgiveness. Dongpil said that he accepts his apology. Kwon Sanja hopes that this is the end of the conflict. So Ryan smiled and replied that it was not ideal, but it was acceptable. Now let them take him to their leader. He made the Hua clan followers grovel and apologize to him? Kwon Sanja will definitely return the favor. They will all die immediately after this meeting. These walls will become their grave. Hong Seung-ju was surprised to see Soryang for the first time. He was just a boy, and not even 30. The young master felt that the energy around him was significantly different from the previous leader. His martial arts skills were also top-notch, just right for a clan leader. Hong Seung-ju said that the young master had made a crazy fuss. He had no manners at all. However, the boy replied that he did not think so. If this conflict had not happened, he would have been too kind to him. But now he sees no point in it. It is time for them to start this meeting and go their separate ways. Hong Seung-ju was surprised. How dare the guy talk to him like that? Who is he anyway? Soryang replied that it was none of his business. They could get straight to the point. The chief is about to lose his patience. As So Ryan said earlier, the concubine of the head of the Bloodsteel Fortress is in their hands, as well as her guard. But he still doubts their value to the fortress. Maybe he has a desire to buy them back? Hong Seung-ju said that the guy was quite funny. He thought that Soryang would just hand them over to him. Doesn't the man know what the word negotiations means? Did he think they would just hand over their hostages to him for free? How naive! Hong Seung-ju thinks that the only naive one here is the guy. The Hua clan is at the top of the 9 great clans, and he is the head of this clan. How dare he offer ransom for them? Let him know his place. For some tea, the water has boiled. So Ryan stood up casually and replied that it was he who didn't know his place. Meanwhile, Donpil guarded his prisoners at the gates of the fortress. He hoped that Soryang was okay. The guy couldn't use demonic energy, otherwise they would be exposed immediately. He had a bad feeling about this. The foolish student approached him. He thought that Dongpil had mastered many techniques, but he would do well to learn the rules of good behavior. This should suit him. Its owner must have a lot of money to have bought himself such a decent sword, but the poor weapon is crying because it has such a stupid owner. Donpil was surprised. Do all the followers of the ancient craft behave like this? They are clearly close to the peak of cultivation, but they lack simple discipline. They are now more like a gang of street thugs. The guy was very irritated by Donpil's gaze. It was as if he thought he was better than them. The upstart decided to give him advice. Martial arts are not just fantasy. They give it their all and learn to interact with each other, but not everyone can do it. If he continues like this, he will die. This is the world of martial arts. Let him remember this well. Yo Sanrin got out of the carriage and asked who was here, barely holding on, trying not to fall. Donpil was shocked. Why did she come out? The girl replied that they made her angry. They go to such lengths to insult him, flaunting their useless skills, convinced that they are better than everyone else. How can she sit silently and listen to such nonsense? Dongpil asked them not to make the already difficult situation worse. Yo Sanrin said that she understood this, but she did not intend to tolerate their bullying. The student replied that he did not know who they were, but didn't they themselves feel that they had already gone too far? After all, they had just insulted them. Yo Sanrin replied that it was not an insult, but simply the truth. The guy guessed that she was a disciple of a reputable master, but she didn't have enough experience herself. So it would be better to let them listen to the Hua clan. Yo Sanrin immediately asked how experienced he was that he decided to teach. Does he even know who is in front of him now? Does he know her name, what organization she belongs to, and where she comes from? On what basis did he volunteer to judge her experience and the strength of the guardian Ma if he did not have the gift of foresight? And if he did have everything, and the clans taught even this, then she was ready to accept defeat in this dispute. The guy is very polite and courteous with the higher members, but arrogant in front of those whom he considered to be of a lower rank than himself. Of course, social status plays a big role, but is this behavior befitting of a martial artist? Despite all statuses, the life of any person is important and valuable, because they all originate from nature and are an integral part of it. As for people, there should be no excellent or worthless, man, woman, heaven, or hell. They will understand this a little later, while they are all far from the basic principles of the teaching. They need to read the Tao Te Ching. They don't even deserve to be called martial artists. After these words, the guy felt something pinched between his legs. How dare she? Yo Sanrin said that he should watch his tongue. Was he just talking so carelessly because he was sure that his Hua clan would stand up for them? How could some worthless swordsman from some Hua clan dare to offend the dignity of the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Palace? The Hua clan is at the head of the 9 great clans, and he is the head of this greatest clan. And how dare Sodiang offer to ransom the hostages? The Hua clan may be superior to the other 9 great clans, but only when it comes to swordsmanship. Now they are talking about martial arts in general. And now one is trying to intimidate the other, hiding behind power? Hong Sang-ju couldn't believe his eyes. How could the guy even open his mouth under the purple mist? How could he withstand the pressure of divine chi? The man had never met such a young talent with such strength. So Ryan said that the old man was completely deaf, and it was very difficult to get through to him. Hong Sang-ju asked, is he a secret disciple of the righteous heavenly alliance? So Ryan put his hand on the table and said, rather, the head of the righteous heavenly alliance. He remembered the words of his leader from his past life. The man said that his goal was to destroy everyone who would go against the alliance. He has no friends, no comrades. Let him think about nothing. All he has to do is follow his orders without question. And even when he leaves the walls of the alliance, he must fulfill his duty. So Ryan said that he had thought long and hard about what to do with them. He was going to let them fall on their own. Wanted to hand over the concubine of the head of the Steel Blood Fortress without any conditions and see what his next move would be. Thought it would work in his favor, but apparently there is no need for this. It's time for them to have some fun. They attacked Sodiang with their combat equipment, but he easily stopped them. With his bare hands, he repelled the attack of a bamboo leaf palm and a fallen plum blossom petal. So Ryan asked, where did you see such a thing? That the clan leader and the elder would attack one at the same time. It seems like they don't even care about their own principles. The young master activated the technique of mountain-tearing explosion. Thus, he pushed the old people far away from himself. The flow of his internal energy was many times greater than theirs. The old men were shocked by his strength. The elder couldn't understand how he managed to do this. He repelled all their strong attacks. So Ryan sees their techniques for the first time, but he reacts instantly after just looking at them. He accidentally stepped on an elder and sent him to wipe the floors. Hong Sang-ju used his strongest Hua clan floating fist technique, but so Ryan managed to dodge, and the old man didn't understand anything. Although they haven't fought anyone for a long time, the elder is sure of one thing. The guy is holding back his inner energy and strength, and it doesn't use any specific techniques but only reflects them. But even so, he surpasses their leader in strength, despite the fact that he has already reached the peak of his cultivation. If he had used his techniques to their full potential, there would have been nothing left of them. He's not human. The guy has a hidden power they've never even heard of. Suddenly, Hong Sang-ju decided that his strength was running out, and it would be easier for him to escape. However, Sodiang said that he would not let this cowardly rat escape. But it turned out that this was just a strategic maneuver. He used the 24-petal plum blossom technique. If So Ryan hadn't released his demonic energy, he would have cut him in half. Hong Sang-ja decided to ask the guy one last time. Who is he? So Ryan doesn't like such curious people at all. Hong Sang-ja had never heard of a master under 30 with such outstanding abilities. Could it be that he was living more than one life? So Ryan smiled and replied that if that were the case, he would already be dead. So the guy was blatantly lying to him, promising to hand over the concubine of the head of the Steel Blood Fortress? Or was this someone's cunning plan to lure and kill him? The young master replied that it might be so. Hong Sang-ja was angry. He was tired of the lies and would not let him do whatever he wanted. His men have surrounded the place along the perimeter. The guy may survive, but those who came with him are unlikely to leave with him. So Ryan said that the clan leader shouldn't throw around such words. Looking up, he noticed the ice key. Someone wanted to cool off. Kwon Sanja ordered his squad of swordsmen to capture them immediately. Hong Sanja's legs began to shake. He assumed that the guys were from the north, so Ryan said that it didn't matter where they came from. They would all be finished here. Kwon Sanza couldn't understand why no one was attacking. Let them leave the carriage alone and grab these two. The students took out their weapons and surrounded Yo Sanrin and Donpil. They were getting closer and closer. They would have to fight to break through the ring of armed swordsmen. Yo Sanrin said that there was no need for him to use demonic techniques here. Let him take control of the carriage. They don't have time to discuss it, so let them act faster. Donpil opened the doors of the carriage and told Anhwa to immediately open the poison supply gate. And be sure to have him activate the iron armor for protection. As soon as he gives the signal, let him shoot. Then he will give another signal, after which he must open the poison supply gate. Anhwa understood everything perfectly. Yo Sanrin felt weak. She couldn't use the ice essence mastery for long. Her internal wounds hadn't healed yet. Quan Sanza noticed that the flow of icy energy was gradually weakening. It seemed like the girl was already at the limit of her capabilities. The flow of ice energy was truly unimaginable. Most likely, she used too much internal energy. This was a great chance to destroy her. Quan Sanja decided not to delay. Donpil managed to block his blow with his powerful sword at the last moment. Quan Sanza's ears were steamed up, and some guard was able to repel his attack. Dongpil asked the lady if she was okay. Yo Sandrin had fainted before his eyes. The commander ordered the squad to activate the maximum power of the blade technique. Donpil understood that he was not able to repel such an attack. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the fortress, which played into Donpil's hands. Quan Sanja turned around and went bald. Seeing this powerful explosion, he wondered if their leader was okay. Donpil managed to grab Yo Sanrin and quickly dump her in the carriage. He shouted at Manhwa to open fire. Manhwa gave it her all and tickled the entire squad of swordsmen. It turns out she's a battle maid. Donpil shouted to release the poison, and everything around was covered in green smoke. The commander ordered everyone not to breathe and to leave. So Ryan thought that Kwang Sanja had fled for fear of losing his life. But it turns out that he had decided to take hostages. Hong Sanjae felt really bad. He must have eaten something cheap today. Ice mastery techniques. And also a wagon with a hidden weapon that can release poisonous gas. Who are they anyway? So Ryan is so tired of such stupid people. Why do everyone ask so many questions before they die? Quan Sanja decided to avenge the chief and swung his sword. The blade's energy simply dissipated, and so Ryan revealed all his trump cards. He showed demonic energy. Quan Sanja's mouth was wide open, as far as Paris. Could he really be from the heavenly demon divine cult? So Ryan clapped his hands and said that he had guessed just in time. After these words, Kung Fu Panda came and turned off the lights in the hall. He wanted freedom, and Soryang gave him another world. The young master asked, "Is there anyone who wishes to avenge the elder or the leader on behalf of the entire Hua clan?" So Ryan doesn't think that the leader's life was of any value, nor does their entire cult. What are they waiting for? Let them immediately disappear from his sight if life is dear. He thanked his hostages. They were great and played their roles perfectly. In about half an hour, they will be able to use their internal energy powers again and return home on their own. The guard said that he would definitely find him and destroy him. So Ryan replied that he would be able to find him, but he would hardly be able to kill him. There was already a whole line for his head. Yo Sanrin came to her senses. The young master asked how she felt. The girl answered that she did not. This was the ice essence mastery her brother spoke of? Yo Sanrin said yes, it was impressive. It was quite frightening. Now Soryang could see its limit. Her head hurts so much that she has nothing else to answer. So Ryan heard that she protected Dongpil, right? It seems like he's really bad at keeping secrets. Yo Sanrin became curious about what was on Soryang's mind now. He replied that it was nothing serious. He was just defending himself, and hopes that the place where they are going is already waiting for them. The Hua clan leader is up to no good again. He has already assembled a mercenary unit, which is located in the lands between Shanxi and Hubei. Of course, he has not spent a penny of his own savings. Most likely, he will convince a few small units to join forces. The leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, Dam Sayan, is impressed by this statement. The head of the Zhongnan clan, Sangak, believes that no one is against him spreading his influence, but he should report his plans. All the clan leaders came to an agreement to inform him of their intentions. It turns out that he violated it and does whatever he wants. Dam Sayan said that it would be worth inviting him for a cup of tea. Nothing good would come of his secretive actions. Sangak knows he has a lot on his plate. Let him know if he needs help. Many of his clan are willing to lend him a hand. Dam Sayan said he would appreciate it. Their tea party was interrupted by security with an urgent report for the chief. He reported that the head of the Hua clan, Hong Sanja, had been kidnapped. Dam Sayan asked who dared. He replied that they were still trying to find out. Traces left at the scene point to an ice palace. According to the victims of the Plum Blossom Squad, the instigator of all this is the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Palace. Damsan thought that she died in captivity in the beast's palace. It turns out that she is still alive and is now at the peak of her cultivation. The man asked who else was there. He doubted that the clan leader went there alone. The guards said that Quan Sanja and 50 other soldiers were from the Plum Blossom Squad. That would have been enough to take over an entire clan. And with that kind of entourage, someone was able to kidnap him? Something is definitely wrong with this. Alliance informants are currently investigating the case. They also need to find out who else was involved in the kidnapping. They have received several statements. This letter is written in detail. You can take a look. A cart equipped with hidden weapons capable of releasing poisonous gas? There were 3 of them, maybe 4. Eyewitnesses report a skilled guard. Damsan thinks they were heading towards Shanxi? Regardless of their intentions, the Alliance must respond. He ordered that they be found immediately. And also let him find out who is the owner of that powerful cart. As he had said earlier, the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Palace was involved in this matter. But the carriage itself was equipped with hidden weapons and was capable of releasing poisonous gas. Damson couldn't even imagine what kind of cart it was, especially since there aren't many organizations in the world that could develop one like that. The girl who was suddenly kidnapped by the Beast Palace suddenly appeared in Hubei. Moreover, she was not alone, but in the company of skilled martial artists. Thanks to this, they can narrow down the circle of suspects. Sangak thought it might be a divine cult. Damsan thinks that he is jumping to conclusions too quickly. There were only traces of ice essence left at the scene, and he would have known by now if the divine cult of the heavenly demon was involved. Since they are heading north, they are probably coming from the south. But where exactly? Damsan asked the man if he wanted to see for himself the mercenary force that Hong Sanja had assembled in the area between Shanxi and Hubei. He would hold off the informants. Sangak realizes that he wants to hide what happened from the heads of the other clans, and give them the opportunity to figure everything out on their own. He decided to agree and said that he could be relied upon. But let him be careful. His opponents are skilled martial artists who have defeated 50 soldiers at the peak of cultivation and also kidnapped the head of the Hua clan. Sangak replied that he needn't worry. Although the Zhongnan clan rarely interferes in such matters, if they do take on something, they guarantee success. He definitely won't let them down. If he succeeds, he will be able to take Hong Sanji's mercenary squad for himself. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Baokang, Hubei, Gong Yachi reported that a bigger fish had bitten. So Riang wondered who it was. The guy decided not to keep him waiting for long. This is the head of the Zhongnan clan, Sangak. So Ryan was very happy. It really was a big catch. Sangak asked if everyone was there. The guards said that there were 70 divine blades and 10 rock-cutting blades here. Will there be elders? The man replied that the 5th and 7th elders would go with them. Sangak was surprised. Could it be that the 7th one had returned from his hermitage? He said that he wanted to use his power for the clan's benefit. It may seem like he made a hasty decision, but the flow of his internal energy is much stronger than before. The 5th said that there is practically no difference between him and the 7th now. The 5th one is still trying to surpass everyone else. The Great Dragon clan has also offered their help. Sangak thought that their attention was focused on the Sichuan territory. The guard replied that their leader also asked him to check with him if he would agree to meet him for a cup of wine after the problem was solved. They wanted to offer them long-term cooperation. Sangak never turns down a drink with a good man. It would be great if they actually helped them. However, the ones who will take all the laurels for themselves will undoubtedly be them, the Zhongnan clan. Sangak asked what news there was of the kidnappers. The guard replied that they were currently in the area between Baokang and Fangjiang, in front of Mount Wudong. They needed to take action. The head of the Wudong clan would probably want to join, but he can't. They are busy with the infighting within the clan. The guard was shocked by what he heard. What was this all about? The Wudong clan, unlike Shaolin, wants to go with the flow. The current leader is hungry for power and money and would have long ago abolished the practice of renunciation of worldly goods, if not for the elders. However, the unrivaled Hong Chun of the Wudong clan still lives. He is the best among the Blade Masters, the one who brought to light the legends of the twin gods of the ancient martial arts, along with the divine monk of Shaolin, the god of the fist, and the unrivaled master Jiang Seok. Hong Chun has a strong authority in the Wudong clan. Even the leader himself cannot ignore him. They will not be able to help them deal with the kidnappers, being busy with internal conflict. Since everyone had gathered and had managed to secure the support of the Great Dragon clan, there was no time to waste. It was time to save Hong Sanju's ass. So Ryan said that if they set off tomorrow morning, they would reach Baokang by day. There is an excellent road from here to Shanxi, so their route will be much easier than the previous ones. Yo Sanren asked if they would be stopping for the night at any inns along the way. So Riang replied that they would, but only in small towns. The girl remembered the Plum Blossom squad. What happened to it? He thinks that they have been following their tracks for a long time. Yo Sanrin thought that they were the strongest troop in Zhongnan territory. Someone captured their leader, and they can't even catch up with the enemy? What fools. She had imagined the ancient martial arts clans differently. Righteousness and generosity are the main qualities for which people follow the teachings of ancient martial arts. Li Zhongsan said that Damsen bribed the clan leaders who were considered the embodiment of righteousness. The ancient martial arts clans are rotten to the core. Yo Sanrin asked if he would allow the enemy group to follow them further. So Riang believes that soon, all the followers of the ancient martial arts will come after them. So you already have a plan for this? So Ryan stood up and said that to some extent, yes, let them rest. And he just wants to step away for a bit, to be in silence and meditate. He missed his heavy sword a lot and thought about training. However, at the moment, he couldn't use the full potential of the heavenly demon blade. First, he need to fully master the Demon King's internal energy technique. You can deal with the blade later. The Demon King's internal energy is not a simple technique at all. Learning it doesn't cause any problems. The difficulty is in using it. The 9 depths demonic mastery is such an unrivaled technique that it is not easy to combine it with the use of anything else. That is why he spent so long mastering the Demon King's internal energy. Li Zhongsan said that he imbued the blade with the Demon King's internal energy. If he feels that he is reaching a dead end, let him release his internal energy and connect it with his. It should help him. So Ryan thinks that now is the time to take advantage of his help. He felt it, and it was a completely different energy. Even before creating this blade, Li Zhongsan knew that it would take him quite a long time to master the Demon King's internal energy technique, and that all this was due to his mastery of the 9 depths demonic arts. His power is terrifying. If he can ever reach the same level as him, will it be possible to predict the future so quickly just by looking at the problem? He liked this meditation. He raised dust with his wave of energy. It was already getting light. Donpil turned to the young master. The man didn't want to wake him up because he was sleeping so soundly, but it was almost morning. So Riang thanked Dongpil for being vigilant. He didn't realize when he fell asleep. Donpil said that he would prepare everything for the journey. The young master would also join him soon. He suddenly noticed that he had accumulated quite a bit of Demon King internal energy. He succeeded. But is it worth trying? Without thinking twice, he activated the arc-absorbing hand technique. He directed all his energy at the rock that was nearby. The guy was shocked that he failed and felt embarrassed. He didn't try again and shouted to Don Pili to wait for him. However, So Ryan did not take into account the fact that the effect of the blow might not be immediate. Gong Yachi couldn't understand. So Liang was going to stay here? He asked, "Is there a problem with that?" The guy had already warned them that the Zhongnan clan's detachment had already reached the south of Shanxi. At this rate, they would catch up with them in 2 days. And so Ryan already said that he would fight back. What's the problem? So he wants to use the campsite as a battlefield? Firstly, the battlefield will not be here. And secondly, Donpil and he will destroy them all. Yo Sanrin is still recovering. She shouldn't overexert herself. And Manhwa has never participated in battles. There is a huge difference between a direct attack and an ambush. Knowing how many there are and where they are coming from, you can catch them off guard. Isn't it boring to just watch an apple fall from the tree? Gong Yachi realized that the young master was right. He was being very careful because they were in the territory of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. However, his concerns do not mean that they should be let off the hook. The ability to gain an advantage even while in enemy territory. Now Gonyachi understood how he had managed to climb so high. He had already sent 5 of his fastest messenger birds with messages to the Ice Palace while they were on their way. They should have reached the Northern Sea by now. What about the Bloodsteel Fortress? Gong Yachi replied that they had secretly sent an elite squad to Hubei. Apparently, they decided to protect the lady first, and then they will recover from it. But it will not be so easy. So Ryan noticed that the Plum Blossom squad had noticeably diminished. Gong Yachi had done a good job. About a dozen soldiers follow the lady and her guard. He gave them the information just in time. According to his calculations, they were already near the Fortress of Steel Blood. The guy only informed them about the routes they needed with the required interval, but they decided to split up themselves. So Ryan was surprised that they figured it out on their own, even though he was the one who wanted it. But why did they make that decision? Their elder is dead, and their clan leader has been kidnapped. The concubine of the Steel Fortress leader has also disappeared. They are probably just desperate. These people are characterized by pettiness and vanity. Is this really all they are capable of? Donpil thought. To sum it up, The Zhongnan clan people are practically on their tail. Another dozen soldiers from the Plum Blossom Squad are trying to get the concubine of the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress, and the fortress itself has assembled an elite squad to save its young mistress. So Ryang realized that Gong Yachi had made it so that they would meet. Everything was going as planned. But all this would not be enough to pit them against each other. So Ryan asked, is he by any chance planning to kill the concubine and her guard? The guy was surprised. How did the young master know? Let him not do this. The young mistress of the fortress is a very irritating person, devoid of any ethics and incredibly arrogant. He would not like to meet her again. However, she has nothing to do with the world of martial arts. Gong Yachi is sure that So Ryang knows without him that there can be casualties in war. He replied that he knew and that he didn't want to seem kind at all. So Ryang had killed many people, including innocent ones. He himself often faces difficult choices. In such situations, it is not easy to make a decision. However, he still asks to spare her life. Gong Yachi said he would try to push them apart, but without killing the young mistress. He thanked him for understanding. But he didn't need any thanks, since he was learning to do business like So Ryang. Just don't let him think of him as some kind person. He is always merciless towards his enemies. He replied that of course he knew. Thundercloud Blade, Sangaku, 49 years old. He became the clan leader 7 years ago. In terms of strength, he is almost on par with the Hua clan leader. His techniques are also impressive. In some ways, they are similar to him. So Ryang asked Dongpil if he could handle him, and he replied that he could handle it. He is not only the head of a famous clan, but also follows the path of ancient martial arts. It will definitely not be easy. Dongpil also considers himself to be no easy opponent, so Ryan is glad that his guard has grown stronger. He would never have said something like that before. If he turns out to be too tough for you, just let him try to buy some time. Then he will come to his aid. However, Dongpil was determined and confident that he could handle it. In that case, it's time for them to move out. They need to stretch their legs a bit and kick some ass. The Zhongnan squad arrived at the meeting place. They found the place very strange. The 5th elder of the clan, Jong-un, said that he had a bad feeling. The 7th elder, Myung-ho, believes that he has such a feeling without reason. Previously, the Divine Yin clan was located here, and the Li Wudong clan constantly had skirmishes with them. Then their leader and elders were taken into custody. Hong Chong received the right to rule the clan. The 5th elder hopes that one day their clan will also have such a great follower. Suddenly, an earthquake began. Didn't the 7th one say that the ground here was very unstable? Manhwa said that this was much more serious than an earthquake. Huge chunks of rock began to fall on them. The detachment almost lost its numbers for no reason. In the thick of dust, someone said that there were a lot of them. Manhwa was already nervous and shouted, "Who is there? Let him show his face." So Ryan came out and replied that wasn't it clear from the way he brought down the rock and cut off all their escape routes? He is their enemy, of course? What stupid creatures. Didn't you read the book in childhood? The 7th elder Manhwa was already spitting out of anger. Does the guy even know who is in front of him now? He replied, "The Zhongnan clan." Did they really think this was a spontaneous attack? He's not crazy, is he? Manhwa shouted that the guy was still a brat and ordered the squad to show him his place. So Ryan had no doubt that all 4 paths were blocked, and there were no more people outside the rocks. His intuition and the information he received from the Hao clan helped him to be convinced of this. It was difficult for him to fight while trying to contain the demonic energy. Even then, on the Yangtze River, he only released a small portion. For the first time since his fight with Li Jung-san, he will release it in full. This is a wonderful feeling. 9 Depths Demonic Mastery Technique. Jung-un froze in place upon seeing the boy using demonic skill. So Ryan decided to strike first and show his power. Jung-un's eyes started twitching. How is this possible? This guy is a monster. He made a salad with his bare hands in front of them. Yes, guys, you're in hell. The party is starting. Meanwhile, Dongpil found his enemy. The man asked if he was Sangak, the Thundercloud Blade, and the leader of the Zhongnan clan. The commander was surprised by Dongpil's audacity. Does he even understand who is standing in front of him now? Dongpil replied that it seemed like he had just asked them a question, or were they deaf? Sangak saw the demonic blade. Why would a follower of demonic mastery need it? Dongpil said the answer is simple. He's here to defeat him. As So Ryan said, this elder is much stronger than him. Even the aura of his presence feels different. The flow of internal energy at the peak of perfection. Sangak asked if he was the one who kidnapped the head of the Hua clan. But Donpil doesn't like talking and just got down to business. Sangak managed to block this blow with his technique. He was shocked by this power. Even though he used a reflective technique, the force of his blow was still felt. Donpil tried to stab him at any cost, and he still managed to slightly offend the elder. Sangak dodged and was ready to strike with his blade. However, Donpil managed to reflect his energy wave. The commander could not understand who he was? Were their powers equal? This is an unimaginable speed. He can't keep up with their attacks. Because of this, as the commander of the Divine Blade Squad, he can't join their battle. He and Donpil are about the same age, but in terms of strength, he is hardly inferior to the leader. He may even have an advantage over the leader. They fought equally, but at one point, Sangak found the moment to deliver a crushing blow. However, Donpil is no fool, and sensed that something was wrong. He managed to dodge, although it was very difficult to do. Not only that, he even managed to attack Sangak's hand to reduce the shockwave. The man said that a sword master should not use sneak attacks. He is just a coward. Donpil replied that they were not engaged in a noble duel. This was a fight to the death. Any means are good if they help kill the enemy. Sangak's face turned to stone. This is the power of the Yaksha technique. Meanwhile, half of Jongnan's squad was already fast asleep. Manhwa couldn't understand how this was possible. They were the Jongnan clan after all. He gathered all his strength to deliver the final, crushing blow. So Ryan tested his abs for strength. However, all that was left was a beer belly. What good is this name? It's just the rotten Jongnan clan. The party began to pick up a different pace. Everyone became quiet from what was happening. Jung-un realized that the boy was a ruthless man. They would all die at his hands. They would not escape. The man turned around and shouted for everyone to be ready to give their lives. They couldn't allow such a monster to freely regulate their crap. So Ryong thinks they are lucky. He used to be much more cruel to his enemies. He is sure that they really want to save their own skins, but their status as followers of ancient martial arts does not allow them to do this, and they won't run away. He'll have to destroy them all. Although, that's what he wanted. Headshot. Monster kill. Time for them all to go to sleep. Chung-un was already broken mentally. They had no chance of salvation. The man asked if he was the head of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. So Ryan replied, does the cult leader have so much free time that he decided to spend it on people like them? Jung-un believes that heaven will punish him for what he did. The guy replied that he didn't care about them. Jung-un suddenly felt like Superman. But it turned out that he was just a pathetic parody. 180 divine blades were defeated. Their bodies formed a whole mountain, but he doesn't feel sorry at all, because he started this war himself, and it's too early to rejoice. We need to see it through to the end. This was just the first step to victory. Vajrayaksha's recovery technique has a limit. The longer the fight goes on, the more disadvantageous Donpil finds himself. We need to finish off this elder quickly and go help the young master. Suddenly, he noticed an attack from behind. It was the commander of the Jongnan squad. Could it be that courage had awakened in him? Donpil thought. It was a trap, the man shouted to the head of Sangaku, that now was the time to attack. The leader immediately struck from behind. Unfortunately, Donpil didn't make it in time. Vile demonic spawn. His death will be painful, but it was not to be. Donpil, like a true warrior, responded in kind. Sangak couldn't understand how this happened. He couldn't move because of the divine techniques. Donpil said that he had made a mistake. Since he had decided to close the distance, he should have acted more carefully. He always takes mortal combats with pride. Could it be that his demonic energy was so pure that it could withstand the energy of divine techniques? Donpil put more power into the attack than was required, which made him forever remember what demonic energy tasted like. The commander's pants started to leak. He couldn't believe that Gala had fallen from demonic mastery. Donpil said that if he is also a martial artist, he can attack. Or does he not want to avenge the death of the leader? The man caught a squirrel and decided to perform a feat. However, headshot from So Riang came from somewhere. It was a no-win situation. Who else would destroy whom? Some self-confident guy there. Donpil apologized. He didn't have time to deal with them. So Ryong understands. Of course he expected Dongpil to try his best, drenching himself in his own blood. But he certainly didn't think that he would actually kill the head of the Jongnan clan. Dongpil replied that his strength was far superior to Sangak's. So Ryong said that he could even imagine them fighting. In a fight like this, the most important thing is victory, and how it was achieved is not important at all. After all, there is no place for fear in war. The ability to defeat an enemy is a kind of gift. This idiot underestimated your abilities too much. That's why he lost. so he can be sure of his success. Although he felt a burden from this victory as a martial artist, the young master's words calmed him down a little. They have collected firewood. Now all that remains is to light the fire. The evening will be eventful. The leaders of Hong Sanzi and San Kaka were kidnapped. This world was always restless, but never before had such a loud incident occurred, causing all the territories north of the Yangtze River to be in horror and bewilderment. Rumor had it that the daughter of the Ice Palace's ruler was involved in the kidnappings, and her guards were stronger than any of the heads of the 10 great clans. The Ice Palace is one of the 4 organizations in the outside world. It's hard to believe that the people of the north would kidnap the heads of 2 great clans. Very soon, the entire world of ancient martial arts will unleash its wrath on the Ice Palace. The rumors that followed immediately after the kidnapping turned out to be even more shocking. The Righteous Heavenly Alliance is in secret alliance with the Heavenly Dragon Palace, the Sword Palace, and the Beast Palace. This is their greatest enemy. The people from the Beast Palace even kidnapped the young mistress. Yo Ganghui, the young lord of the Ice Northern Palace, said that they will not enter into confrontation, but must take action. Let the one involved in all this immediately apologize and release the clan leaders. But it was hard to call it a rumor, because the information leaked from the Beast Palace itself. Even the Hao clan confirmed their connection, which meant the information was authentic. The Righteous Heavenly Alliance, in turn, began to deny everything. Someone was spreading these dirty rumors to tarnish their reputation. Dam San believed that the Beast Palace and the Hao clan were involved in spreading the rumors. Afterwards, even the clan of vagabonds brought a number of proofs of their connection. It was at that moment that new rumors began to spread around the world. The man came with urgent news. The Hua clan's Plum Blossom squad attempted to kill the Steel Blood Fortress master's concubine, and the Fortress detachment, in turn, angrily destroyed all the masters of the Plum Blossom sword. Now they're demanding an explanation. If they do not receive it, they will declare war. The head of Dam Sion said that they will not react to what happened in any way. The man believes that in this case, the reputation of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance is at great risk. If we remain silent, people might think that they have something to hide. Dam Sion shouted at him to immediately disappear from his sight. Someone deliberately raised a stir in the lands of Zhongyuan. But who could it be? Meanwhile, in the Hao clan's secret hideout in Hubei, Yama is glorifying the dragon. This title was bestowed by the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance on an unknown martial artist who single-handedly destroyed the elite combat squad of the Bloodsteel Fortress, as well as the Yangtze River Fortress. The earth is full of rumors. Every second person is already discussing it. In 10 days, this gossip will already reach the north of the Yangtze River, so Ryan is surprised that he became popular because of such nonsense. If they were talking about the world of ancient martial arts, then destroying the elite fighting force of the Bloodsteel Fortress and clearing out one of the river fortresses was a very heroic act. So Ryan asked, did he by any chance wonder who they had taken hostage? But Gong Yachi still thinks they did the right thing. So Liang said it was doubtful. Both the Hua clan and the Zhongnan clan are household names. They clearly crossed the line. The worst-case scenario is that the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress join forces to capture him. Gon Yachi suggested that he reveal to everyone who he really is. So Ryan thinks he's gone crazy. Has he forgotten why he's trying so hard not to give himself away? Guo Yachi replied that it was not for everyone. Only the head of the Bloodsteel Fortress should know about it. The Righteous Celestial Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress are not on the best of terms. They had civil strife more than once or twice, and even almost broke out into war, although people hardly know about it. In such a situation, they are greatly limited in their actions, and the risk of coming face-to-face with the enemy is too great. Nothing will happen to him, but the people around him may be in danger. So Ryan has already achieved a lot. He can afford a little liberty. So Ryan believes that the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress can easily betray him. But Guo Yachi believes that he doesn't dare. The Hao clan knows the secrets that the Bloodsteel Fortress is desperately trying to hide. It can be used as an excuse. So Ryan asked, he knows he's putting his own clan at risk, right? He's literally turning the Bloodsteel Fortress against himself. Goyachi believes that they will always remain allies with the heavenly demon divine cult. But wasn't it because of their ability to maintain a balance between the 3 organizations that the Hao clan was able to reach such heights? Guo Yachi replied that they wouldn't be able to maintain this balance forever. So Ryan understands that there must be other reasons for his determination, and he will soon find out. The young master said he would think about it. He replied that they did not have much time. However, he is powerless here. This is not a decision he can make on his own. It would be a good idea to discuss this with the chief strategist. In that case, Guo Yachi said he would return tomorrow. So Riang is tired, but there are still so many things to think about. He is very grateful to Gong Yachi for his help. Without him, he would be tossing and turning in doubt. He really can be considered a strange person. Instead of taking the easiest path, he chose the most difficult one. And although everything went as planned, he couldn't call it a good decision. Apparently, these are attempts to get even for their past miserable life, inventing difficulties for themselves. Suddenly, Yo Sanrin saw her in front of his eyes and was shocked. When did she come in? The girl answered that she knocked, but he did not answer. There is a serious conversation. His face looks like he saw a mummy. Because of him, the ice palace was at a disadvantage. So Ryan couldn't understand what was being said. Hadn't he turned her into an enemy of the people? He shouldn't have done that. At least, not without warning her. Of course she would have agreed to help him if she had asked for it. So Ryan had told her back in the cult that he was going to hide behind the ice palace. He may do rash things, but he's not stupid. The guy thought she knew about his plans. In fact, he was going to remind her about everything before it happened. But things took a serious turn and he forgot. So Ryong asked for forgiveness, to do better next time. Yo Sanrin asked, did he tell his brother about this? He thinks that Gonyachi took care of everything since he sent him messages. So why did she come? Yo Sanrin replied that she wanted to ask him for something. Apparently, it was not a simple matter, since she first shamed him and only then decided to voice her request. Yo Sanrin understands that it is difficult, but she would be very grateful if he would agree. She wants to become his disciple. He certainly didn't expect to hear that. Why is she asking? And he is ashamed? Ho Clan, a secret cave where hostages are thrown. Sangak still couldn't understand how someone dared to attack him. The people who were with him then are all dead. He is the only survivor. He should be grateful. He's lucky he needs him alive. Otherwise, he would have joined the others long ago. Damned cultist! Have you really decided to start a war? Asked the poor fellow. So Ryan asked, is there a problem with this? However, it doesn't concern him. Just let him answer his questions. Sangak turned red as a tomato and shouted that he would never do that. So Ryan looked at him and asked, does this mean he chooses death? It will all go quickly. If he wants to continue to drag out his miserable existence, then just let him answer his questions. But if he suddenly chooses death, his plan will not suffer from this. Where does he hide the key to the Cave of Repentance, in which he locked all the elders of the previous generation of the Jongnan clan? The man was surprised. How did he know this? So Ryan won't repeat it again. Let him say it immediately. Sangak shouted at the last moment that he would tell. It seems that his life is still dear to him. The key is his blade that he holds. So Ryan couldn't even imagine that the blade was the key. Donpil asked how it went. He replied that the blade was the key. It didn't seem like he was lying. The man couldn't even imagine that Sangak was capable of such a thing. Locking up all the elders of the clan to gain absolute power. Even the followers of the most ancient demonic mastery did not stoop so low. So Ryan said that it was all thanks to the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. With his vile snake tongue, he was able to destroy the clans from within. In this way, the Jongnan clan would no longer interfere with them, being busy with resolving their internal conflict. So Ryang replied that the Hua clan would destroy itself. They wouldn't even bother. The boy asked how Dongpil was feeling. His internal energy had finally stabilized. The man replied that everything was fine. In just 10 days, he managed to recover from most of his severe injuries. He is becoming more and more proficient in demonic mastery. Let him not overexert himself. He must not forget that he was wounded by the Jongnan clan's divine technique. This energy remaining in his body will continue to conflict with his own. Donpil did a great job and can now rest. The man thinks that the young master is full of thoughts. So Ryan couldn't even imagine how the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress would react to his proposal. His head is splitting. Better to practice controlling the Demon King's energy. But suddenly he noticed Yo Sanrin in front of him, who was practicing her technique. It seemed that this place was already taken. So Ryan is amazed every time he looks at her Ice Essence technique. Yo Sanrin couldn't understand why she couldn't use this technique again. She can't handle this technology herself. And some people don't even want to help her. So Ryan snuck up and said that he actually heard everything. Yo Sanrin asked how long he had been here. The guy said she was doing great. Yo Sunrin replied that he had terrible manners when it came to spying on someone else while they were training. So Ryan's mouth opened all the way to Jupiter. Is she still angry? The girl replied that that was exactly it. She was angry, and that was putting it mildly. If she were in his place, she would at least promise to think about it. She even stuck her head out in front of him. So Ryong refused her right away. No one had ever refused Yo Sanrin like that. But he's just a young leader, not a cult leader. How can he take someone as a disciple? And she's already learning the Ice Palace techniques. Isn't that enough? Yo Sanrin replied that she didn't care. If she wasn't going to teach, she could leave. He used her name, and now he doesn't even want to help. So Ryan sat down and asked her to answer honestly why she wanted to become his student so much. In order to even consider her request, he must know the real reason. Yo Sanrin replied that she could not say. Then in that case, he definitely won't be able to take her as a student. Yo Sanrin thinks that he will refuse, even if he tells everything. They've trained together before. He can get stronger without his help. She has a talent for martial arts and a great sense of smell. As a young cult leader, he can teach her a few techniques. Will that be enough? Yo Sanrin decided to leave, but said that it wasn't about martial arts. Let So-ryang tell her if something happened. So Ryan couldn't understand what was wrong with her? What did she even want from him? It turns out that Yo Sanrin received a message from her father, telling her that she must marry the young master. Lee Jong-san asked the guard Mu Dam if he wanted to try to move the guardian court. He replied that only if the master allowed it. The Lord thinks that he understands without him that this is a dangerous step. Murim did not deny it. Lee Chong-sa said that if he so desired, then let him do it. However, the case will not be resolved by one court. Let him send the head of the criminal law court with him. The Lord himself will inform him. Guardian Murim replied that everything will be done. The general strategist came to them with news. He did not expect to see the head of the guard here. Mudam thinks he needs to remind himself more often of his manners when entering the palace. Ho Yo-sung apologized and said that the matter was urgent. The demon lord asked what had happened. He replied that a message had arrived from Zhong Yuan. This is a message from So-ryang, and the content is not pleasing. He certainly has fun there, but isn't it too dangerous? Ho Yo-sung also couldn't imagine how the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress would react to such news. Upon hearing this news, the guard Murim froze in place and did not breathe. The chief strategist is pleased that the young leader of the Hao clan is their confidant, and he is undoubtedly talented. Lee Jung-san believes that his cooperation with So-ryang fully proves this. Ho Yo-sung noticed that the Lord trusted the young leader's decisions without any hesitation. Lee Jung-san told him to tell So-ryang that he can do as he wishes. One day, he will take his place. Therefore, he should not be afraid of anyone and hide from others. Moreover, if anyone dares to touch him with a finger, they will have to deal with it. So Ryan didn't notice that so much time had passed. It had been a long time since he had fallen into such deep concentration. The Demon Emperor's chi has become much stronger, even faster than he expected. His body feels light, as if he could soar into the sky at any moment. So Ryan decided to try again the divine fighting technique that Lee Jung-san had used back then. The battle blaze calls out to the night. Gods and demons rise into the sky. Demonic Heaven's Hand technique. He aimed it at the trees next to him. The trees simply dissolved into thin air. It was terrifying, even for him. Lee Jong-san can use this technique as easily as he can breathe. With such a flow of chi, such a fluidity of movement, he can't even come close to matching it. Sergeant Ryan feels his 9 depths demonic art straining. He doesn't seem to like the fact that the seeds of another martial art that might be better than his have been sown. He decided to calm him down. If they couldn't and shouldn't be mixed, then he had to make sure they could at least coexist. The general strategist asked what was wrong with the Lord. Why did he stand up so abruptly? Lee Jong-san replied that he was a quick learner, although he required a lot of attention. The strategist asked who was being talked about. The Lord said that So-ryang had opened the 6th heaven of the world of desires. This is the true origin of the Demon Emperor's ki. Ho Yo-sung asked if he was mastering it well. He's been waiting for this stage to finally come to fruition, and now it looks like it has begun. The general strategist couldn't understand how the sovereign knew about this. He replied that only he and So-ryang were the only ones in the world who had truly comprehended the Demon Emperor's chi. The one who masters it perfectly fills his demonic chi with the very essence of the spirit. But to do this, it is first necessary to reach the highest demonic realm. Guanyan could only master the first steps of the path, but he still could not open the 6th heaven of the desire realm. Even if he cannot open it, he can reach the ultimate demon realm, depending on how he trains. But one must first open the sixth heaven of the desire world in order to master the chi of the demon emperor. And it's more difficult than mastering the 10 great demonic arts. And only those who discovered it are worthy of the title of heavenly demon. For the first time in history, 2 people in one era reached the sixth heaven. But there cannot be 2 heavenly demons, and such a gifted person had never been born before. It is impossible to obtain the title of heavenly demon, no matter how talented you are, if you are unable to open the sixth heaven. Opening it is much more difficult than reaching the highest demon realm. And yet, this guy managed to do this shortly after he started studying the demon emperor's chi. The young leader is truly extraordinary. Is it talent? Or something else? There are many reasons why Soryang was able to open the sixth heaven so quickly. He had already reached the limit of the demonic realm and learned advanced combat techniques. In addition, he used the blade he made for him to strengthen his chi. No wonder he advances much faster than others. There is an obvious difference between those who have opened the sixth heaven and those who have not yet done so. The leader of the Blood Steel Fortress must understand that Soryang is not an ordinary martial artist. It will be interesting if the leader of the Steel Fortress wants to meet him face to face. Ganyachi asked the young leader if he had finished training. He was surprised by his condition. Had he fallen ill by any chance? Or had something happened? Goyachi replied that there was work to take care of, so Riang thought he needed to rest. What a workaholic he was, these damn geniuses. He received a message from the divine cult. So Ryan read it and said that these guys are insanely self-confident. Goyachi asked what was written there. He said he could read it himself. He believes that they can continue with their plan. So Ryan already knew their position. The last word is his. The guy asked, hasn't he decided yet? So Ryan doesn't know. He was just planning to choose the most efficient path after discussing everything with him. It may not be surprising that he suddenly wanted to discuss everything with him, rather than decide for himself. He'll still do what he wants. That won't change. But looking back, he can't say his methods were always the most effective. So Ryan simply acted and then dealt with the consequences. It felt good at the time, but he couldn't do that for the rest of his life. He thought he should spend more time making decisions now. After all, he is a very reliable ally. This was said to Gonyachi. He can never predict this person. When you are the young leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, there is no need to worry about what others think or try to correct your beliefs. But this person is completely different. He always thought about his actions and thoughts. First, he asks if he chose the right path, if there was a better way. Is he just constantly growing? Or has he always been like this? He really has the right to be the leader of the organization. He may be a young leader, but he is already formed. This great man respects him. His path is clear. First, they will meet with the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress and get rid of unnecessary worries, and then go for the righteous Heavenly Alliance. It is unlikely that the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress would want to meet him personally. Usually, it is a trusted person. But if it was the young leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult who had not shown himself to the Murim world for the past 30 years, then he was sure that even the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress would be nervous. Then it is possible that the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress will appear in person. Of course, this is just a guess, but still. So Riang believes that the confidant, and he himself, may also appear. Do you think if they send a message now, when can we expect a response? Gong Yachi replied that it would be between 2 weeks and a month. In that case, Soryang said he would agree. Gonyachi thanked the young leader for agreeing with his plan. The leader of the Steel Fortress is the leader of one of the 3 largest organizations of the Murima. His heart is pounding. He feels it more than ever before. It was time to face the enemy martial artists he had never dared to face during his time as an assassin. So Ryan said that he should be the one thanking him. He was also looking forward to it. Not even once did they bite. It seems today is not their day. It is impossible to have a successful catch every day. The boy wanted to fill this basket to the brim. So what is he going to do? Wait until they catch the fish? The leader of the Steel Fortress asked. The boy asked if they had any other options. The man replied that if he had power, he could get whatever he wanted. He simply lowered his palm into the river, feeling the current, as if listening to nature. And suddenly a wave of energy appeared that destroyed all the fish nearby. The boy was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen so many fish. The leader told him to fill his basket. That should be enough. The man asked what the fortress leader would do about this. Should he ask his trusted person for this meeting? The young leader of a demonic cult wants to meet him. Maybe he shouldn't worry. He'll go to this meeting himself. Meanwhile, in the righteous Heavenly Alliance. In the pavilion of the Alliance leader, Dam-san couldn't understand whether it was really that hard to find these pests. Beggar Zhang Pion said it was very difficult. Since he became the head of the clan, he had never been so confused. But precisely because it is so difficult, I have a hunch about who is behind it. And what is his hunch? The man is sure that the leader knows very well how skilled the beggar sect is. It is not for nothing that they are called the best. However, it cannot be denied that there are other intelligence organizations that compete with them in terms of level. What is he getting at? Asked leader Dam-san. Zhang Pion cannot give him a clear answer, but he has 3 suggestions. It is least likely that this is a group of Misty Shadow Steel Blood Fortress. It is much more likely that this is a hidden pavilion of a demonic cult. It is unlikely that it is a group of Misty Shadows of Steel Blood, because the fortress is indeed strong, but it is not as organized and systematic as a demonic cult or a righteous heavenly alliance. On the other hand, the demonic cult is extremely dangerous. If we consider only their system, then they are the best of the 3 greatest forces of the Murim. If the leader had asked him which of the 2 was more likely, he would have said a demonic cult. However, he still has one organization in mind. It is the Hao sect. Dam-san knows that they are very skilled at what they do. But what makes him think that they might have interfered? Zhang Pion wanted to ask him in return. What made him think that they couldn't intervene in this situation? The Hao sect had never interfered in such a major matter before, and that's why she survived for so long. If they did get involved, it would be especially difficult to track them down. They had no precedence for this. However, the people who kidnapped the heads of the Hua Mountain and Zhongnan sects were people from the Ice Palace. Are you saying that the Hao sect is working together with the Ice Palace? That would be extremely unreasonable. If the information was being manipulated by the Hao sect, it was hard to believe that the only culprits were the Ice Palace people. They understand perfectly well that by their actions, they are making an enemy for themselves in the person of the righteous heavenly alliance. Zhang Pion doesn't think they would do something like this without serious preparation. The result is either a fortress of steel blood or a demonic cult. It was very likely that the Hao sect was working with both organizations at once. This matter was too big to cooperate with just the Ice Palace. Of course, he had to check everything. He was not sure about anything yet. Damson believes that this is most likely a demonic cult. Zhang Pion just wanted to say that he thinks most of all about the strength of steel blood. He himself said that they kidnapped the concubine of the head of the Steel Blood Fortress. The head of the fortress is an unpredictable and hot-tempered person. It is unlikely that he would cooperate with the organization that kidnapped his mistress. Zhang Pion thinks that the man is a very generous person. Damson said he should look into it more thoroughly. Something would come up anyway. He will make sure that nothing happens to him because of this, so let him investigate freely as he sees fit. Meanwhile, Yo Sunrin was watching So-Rien. It's not like he's the most handsome man in the world, but he definitely deserves praise. Plus, he has a great physique, inspires confidence. He is certainly handsome, you can't argue with that. So Ryan opened his eyes and asked why she was looking at him like that. The girl blushed all over and replied that she was just looking at his face. But why? She thought So-Rien was handsome. I'm sure he broke a lot of hearts. So Ryan said that he wasn't interested in that. He had enough troubles as it was, if only to survive. It's just like him. That's how he turns out. He's not interested in love at all. The girl caught herself thinking that she was upset about this. Onak shouted at the top of her voice that she didn't care either. Everyone was shocked. What was she talking about? The boys were amazed by the beauty of this place. This is where the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress is. Suddenly, someone sneaked up on them unnoticed. So Riang was shocked. He didn't notice his presence. The man received a letter from the Hao sect, saying he would arrive around noon. It seemed the letter was correct. There is a huge formation around the waterfall. It is very complex, and he has not realized it yet. The man is glad to meet you. His name is Huang Gon, the chief strategist of the Steel Blood Fortress. So Riang addressed him as an evil brain. Huang Gon asked, do they know each other? The same genius who became the new chief strategist just 2 years ago. Unlike the previous strategist who died of illness, they say he is the one who develops the decisive tactics and plans. He is much younger than So-Rien imagined. The young leader did not expect that the famous chief strategist of the Steel Blood Fortress would come here. He replied that he had to. They can go, but on one condition. Only 2 can enter. So Ryan asked if it was because of the formation's limitations. He confirmed that it was. The young leader asked Yo Sunrin if she wanted to go with him. She was surprised by his decision, but she did not refuse. Yo Sunrin couldn't understand what had happened. They had only walked 10 steps from the cave. She just didn't expect such a beautiful view. All the sights she had seen in Zhongyuan paled in comparison to this. It was amazing. Are they heading to the manor? Huang Gong replied that it was one of many built throughout Zhongyuan. So Ryan asked, is it acceptable to bring strangers to such a place? They don't have to worry. After today, this place will disappear. The young leader thinks it's best to wait here. Huang Gong was going to tell them, but apparently they already know. The formation will activate if they cross this stream without permission. It is a swamp of death that even the 10 greatest martial artists would have a hard time escaping from. But strangely enough, only 3 people noticed it. So Ryan said to tell his leader that he was here. The strategist said that he would have to wait a few minutes. Yan Sunren asked, it's just an illusion. What's real doesn't always have value. An illusion is still an illusion. And the girl also asked why he brought her here. So Ryan replied that he was just participating, that he had to do it. Let him call it intuition. It seemed to him that she was a better choice than Donpil, or even than going alone. She was curious about what kind of person the leader of the Bloodsteel Fortress is. She thought that the man was an honest person. And why does she think so? Sodiang asked. The girl replied that his position was so high that he had no need to please others' desires. The same goes for the fact that he got himself a concubine and doesn't even try to hide it. Most likely, the leader of the fortress is a person who is not stubborn. He is honest in his desires and does not hesitate to show others even his dirty side. Finally, the leader of the Bloodsteel Fortress himself appeared. He shouted that for such a young girl, she had quite keen eyesight. Due to the powerful flow of energy, the rabbit disappeared in her arms. So Ryan understood, felt that he was strong, very strong. The leader of the Bloodsteel Fortress was the man who had contributed to his death. The man knew they wouldn't be friends, but such murderous intent at their first meeting, and right in his face? It looks like the guy really is not like everyone else. That's how they met. The person who is closest to becoming the strongest in Murim, along with Dam Soyong, Emperor Asura Songgumbek. Looks like he's having dumbbells for dinner. So Riang was shocked by such power. Few could stand against him. Perhaps he was stronger than the old man, Dam Sion. So Riang tried to appear calm. He asked if he could pass. The emperor did not think long before agreeing, so Riang stepped onto the water as if he did it every day. The man was stunned. He asked Huang Gong if the barrier had been removed. Huang Gong replied that it had. Even after the barrier was removed, the stream remained unchanged. Thus, it is both real and illusory at the same time. External forces cannot make it disappear. However, it is still gradually evaporating. This means that the guy is able to bypass the barrier on his own. The divine cult of the heavenly demon has raised a real monster within its walls. Everyone moved to the emperor's domain. The young head of the cult introduced himself. They are called a cult, or cultists. And he said this to his face, without hesitation. The emperor offered to drink a couple of glasses of delicious drink. So, Riang replied that if their conversation was conducive to this, then of course. The man noticed that he was very cautious. The young leader believes that many people lose their lives because of their own carelessness, which they clumsily try to pass off as cold-bloodedness. It turns out the carelessness is hidden under the guise of cold-bloodedness. Maybe the guy is right, but he is not a fan of intrigue. But So Riang doesn't think so. He finds it hard to believe. The aides were shocked by the young man's words. How dare he speak to the emperor like that? The man was also surprised that So Riang told him this to his face. So Riang believes that it would be much more offensive to say what he wanted to hear without being sincere. He is sure that the emperor achieved such heights through his own efforts. He cannot imagine the entire path, but he is ready to assert that every day was a test. Trusting a person who has overcome such difficulties would be hypocritical. It would be like putting yourself in a cage with a hungry tiger. Unfortunately, he has also been through a lot, and he does not want to put himself in danger by remaining unarmed. The leader of the Steel Blood Fortress said he was pleased to hear that the young man thought highly of him. That's what So Riang was counting on. His distrust of the leader is completely justified. But Huang Gonu is struck by the fact that by saying such a bold thing to the master's face, the guy only amused him. To get this place, he had to kill countless people. Most of them were weaker than him, and the reason for this is simple. He wanted to get rid of all future unforeseen difficulties. There are many talented masters in the world, but only a few are willing to turn themselves into monsters. And to get where he is now, he either lured them to his side or got rid of them. So Rian believes that this is commendable. The more impressed he is by an opponent's strength, the more he will fear them. The man could have killed him, relying on the alliance of 3 forces, but the future heir preferred only to suppress his power. So Rian was surprised by his honesty. He replied that honesty is the source of true strength. The young lady was right when she said that he had no reason to lie. He is strong enough, and he hopes that they understand that he can condemn them to suffering, but also lend a helping hand. Now let them say what they really want. Let them convince him, even though they know he is skeptical. So Ryung understands that he needs to prove that they need each other. It's not so easy to deal with him, and this is only the beginning of their meeting. He needs to add a little fuel to the fire. Damson said that the flower has completely wilted, apparently because his heart is not in the right place. The next path of martial arts has significant flaws, but followers of the most ancient martial arts are able to touch the feelings of an ordinary person and find a response in their soul. And even those who claim that all followers of martial arts are the same will sooner or later take the side of those who follow the most ancient mastery. After all, it embodies determination and righteousness, and they owe the advancement of our qualities to the clan of vagabonds. But if the Hao clan intervenes and undermines the system they have created, war between the masters is inevitable. This will be a step he will not expect, for then he will have to use all available means. The assistant reported that Mr. Kang had arrived. The Lord ordered him to be let in. The man was very happy to see the leader. They hadn't seen each other in so long. The chief strategist received a message from the hidden pavilion. He believes that the clan of vagabonds has entered the game. The clan of vagabonds has an excellent sense of what is happening around them. The Hao clan may find itself at a disadvantage. Things are getting more and more interesting. What will Gong Yiqi do? So Ryung thinks that the leader has already guessed why he opened up to him. Asura leader Song Gumbek believes that he wants to gain more opportunities to operate in the Zhongyuan territory. The guy replied that this was indeed the case. If he betrays him, he will find himself in a very difficult position. The leader understands that in order to corner him, he would prefer to act independently. So Ryung announced that he was going to destroy the Fortress of Steel Blood. He believes that the leader feels the same way, wanting to destroy the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Such is their real relationship. The tragic history of the relationship between their organizations has fostered bitter resentment in people's hearts. So Ryung would like to ask him to forget these grievances for a while. The man asked if Soryang wanted to join forces to crush the righteous heavenly alliance. The young leader replied that he wanted to do it on his own. To put it bluntly, he wanted to kill the head of the alliance and all his minions. The emperor asked how. He replied that he would first pay him a visit. Did he have a personal grudge against the righteous heavenly alliance? So Ryung replied that he was absolutely right. But what was the reason? The emperor doubts that it was because of old grudges, which he had mentioned in conversation just recently. So Ryung cannot name the true reason, but he can tell how much he hates the head of the alliance. Suddenly it started snowing, but it didn't seem like Yosanrin's doing. Everyone was shocked. The season had changed. Could it be the power of the young leader conflicting with the barrier? If there really is a God in heaven, and that God gave him a chance, he would undoubtedly kill the head of the righteous heavenly alliance, even if it meant condemning millions of people to suffering. It sickened him to realize that they were breathing the same air as them. That's how strong his hatred for this man is. At times, he imagines that there are millions of copies of him living in the world, which gives him the opportunity to kill him several times. The head of Steelblood considers the young man to be completely insane. Is the Lord capable of understanding how strong his hatred is? The man replied that he was. However, Soryang does not think so. It is simply impossible. No one can understand the depth of his emotional resentment and hatred, not even the gatekeeper at the gates of death. The man remembered that Soryang had kidnapped his concubine. He also believes that he destroyed the Silent Wind squad. So Ryung replied that this was absolutely true. He is not so weak as to hide behind lies. He could forgive the kidnapping of his beloved concubine because she had returned safe and sound. But Soryang had completely destroyed the elite squad of his fortress. Was he going to compensate for the losses in any way? Without batting an eye, the young master asked a question in return. Was he obliged to do so? Since the conversation had turned to compensation for losses, it was worth remembering the losses their cult had suffered because of them. The Lord of the Steel Fortress was surprised that he knew about this, so Ryung asked if he really thought he would come unprepared. The man suggested that the Hao clan had provided him with the information. He preferred not to reveal the identity of his informant. In that case, he did not hold a grudge against the Silent Wind squad, so Ryung understood that he was a formidable opponent. Until now, he had been sure that he was the one leading the conversation. But in reality, it was completely different. If he had responded differently, Soryang would not have been able to lead him to the topic he wanted. In some incredible way, He allows his interlocutor to say what he wants and accepts what is said without losing his composure. He was a competent leader with a magnificent balance of power and loyalty, using his honesty as his main weapon. If he wanted to, he could easily take off this mask. The Lord still does not understand why the young man has come to him, so he asks directly, what exactly does the cult want from him? So Ryong asks him to influence public opinion in the Zhongyuan territory. Over the past 30 years, the divine cult of the heavenly demon has had virtually no involvement in the foreign policy of the martial arts world. Because of this, they have acquired a certain ephemerality in their existence. And if someone from the cult re-enters the political arena, it will cause a great stir. But the prevailing reaction of the people would be nothing less than fear. The man said that was true. People would be gripped by fear, but at the same time, they would become curious. That is why he turned to him. Let him rid people of their fear and generate even more interest in their hearts. So he needs to show the people that there is no need to fear the cult's followers. The man replied that this was correct. What does his chief strategist think? Apparently, the young cult leader wants them to prepare a stage of influence where all three organizations can express their wishes. The man knelt down and said that they could not agree to this. Despite the shift in the world's hierarchy, people still continue to support the ancient martial arts. But if they take the side of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, there is a possibility that all the forces of the ancient martial arts will unite into a single alliance. However, if the young cult leader meets with the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance first, the situation will change radically. But wouldn't the destruction of the head of the righteous heavenly alliance push the followers of the ancient martial arts to unite even more? Huang Gan replied that if both options lead to the same result, it is better to get rid of the main threat in advance. So Ryong thinks the strategist is saying some terrible things. The leader of the righteous heavenly alliance already instills fear in people's hearts. If he decides to unite the followers of the ancient martial arts, the already difficult battle will become twice as difficult. So he suggests meeting with him immediately after their conversation. Huang Gon replies that he needs to take him out of the game. However, killing a man with such power will not be so easy. His offer is very tempting, but by joining forces with him now, they risk only aggravating the situation and doing the enemy a favor. The Lord of the Steel Fortress asked what he thought. The chief strategist did not like his proposal. He became curious about the name of the lady from the Ice Palace. He heard that she called him an old pervert. The girl replied that it had slipped out accidentally. She apologized. Had his opinion changed now? Yo Sang-rin replied that it had not. After turning 60, he only had more desires that he wanted to fulfill in life. He wanted to unite the whole world, but at his advanced age, he had not yet succeeded in this endeavor. Regardless of whether someone unites their world or not, in any case, they need to start acting, whether it be war or negotiations. He thought long and hard about how to carry out his plan, and only after a short conversation with the young lady did he understand. The man would help him, but they were still not allies. He was just using him for his own purposes, just as the other man was using him. So Ryong said he liked this arrangement. The Lord also said that if he tried to win him over with flattery, the answer would not be positive. Realizing that the head of the cult had such a disciple, he was overcome with envy. Let him show himself to this world. Let the world of ancient martial arts tremble at your appearance. He, in turn, will cover his back. So Ryong said that he could rely on him. This fearless young man is dangerous, said the strategist. The Lord asked, is there a martial arts master in the world who is not dangerous? He had not met a master who had made such an impression on him in a long time. He doubts that So Ryong will act rashly. However, he is certain that his methods are very unconventional. Without a doubt, he is weaker than him. So Ryong lacks manners, but still, the man seemed to see him again. The one he met when he was a promising master of the Steel Blood Fortress. He was the one who managed to take the place of the head of the divine cult of the heavenly demon before reaching the age of 40. The heavenly demon Li Qiansang. He is still the lord of the cult. The meeting with the head of the Steel Blood Fortress was successful. Chief strategist Ho Yo-sun is not yet sure, but believes that the clan of vagabonds has begun to act. Li Chong-san asked when they were sitting idly by. What worries him so much? He is afraid that the Hao clan may find itself in a difficult situation. The clan of vagabonds is conducting too thorough an investigation. They have already dealt with the Hua clan and Zhongnan. Li Zhongsun said that this means only one thing. They are confident in their abilities. The strategist suggested that perhaps they should intervene a little. The Lord said that he could do as he pleased. After all, the Hidden Pavilion follows his orders. Ho Yo-sun would not want to limit himself to just the Hidden Pavilion. He wants to kill the clan leader. Does he have such a strong desire to leave the vagabonds without a leader? This would cause a huge upheaval. The northern territories of Zhongyuan are already in turmoil due to So Ryang's antics, and if they take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of their enemy's allies, it will only play into their hands. Li Zhongsan said that if he had made up his mind, then he should go ahead. Ho Yosong wished him good health and a long life. It was time for him to leave, and he would report everything tomorrow. How many eccentrics there are among his followers, Li Zhongsan thought, but geniuses always think outside the box. After all, they see the world from a completely different angle. He had been living in this world for a long time. The guys were surprised why the young leader looked as if he had just fought to the death. No wonder, since he had encountered such a monster. It would have been much easier to draw his sword and fight. This conversation was truly difficult. Yo Sang-rin said they only exchanged a few words. From the outside, it might have seemed like they were just talking, but in reality, it was a fierce battle using their internal energy. Song Gyeong-baek's power truly exceeded all expectations, even when he burst out laughing, or when he stared intently at him, or during the so-called jokes. His internal energy never stopped attacking. And this was not just a simple battle between two martial arts masters. It was the incredibly powerful energy of a great master who had attained absolute strength, and that power never ceased to test him. As a result, he had to use all his abilities to repel it. If he lost this battle, he would no longer be able to control his feelings and emotions. His energy was filled with fierce greed, a thirst to get what he wanted. He was fine, and they shouldn't wake him. He needed to gather his strength. For a moment, he simply switched off. He must have been really exhausted. A few hours later, he woke up. His head hurt badly. Why did they stop? Are the others resting outside? He couldn't understand where everyone had gone. If they had gone somewhere, they should have at least left a note. It was dangerous for them to wander around here. He heard something and rushed into the depths of the forest. So Ryang froze in place. What had happened to them? Who dared to do this to them? He turned around and saw the demon lord. Li Chonsan asked if he could handle it. It was a terrible dream, and he woke up covered in sweat. The others asked if he was okay. Soryang asked where Dongpil was. The girl replied that he was on the goats, driving the cart. It was only a dream, but it felt like it was real. But why was the Lord in the dream? Li Zhongsan believes that it has already begun. Having mastered the Demon King's technique and opened the gates of desire, he is doomed to such an outcome. Demonic mastery can open many things to his followers, regardless of their desires. If he fails, the subsequent trials will only become more brutal. If he manages to overcome these obstacles, he will be able to see the world as Li Zhongsan sees it. Of course, just seeing reality through his eyes does not make him one of them. First, he never asked him to do so. Second, the peak he climbed is too harsh and lifeless to send his disciple there. However, he hopes that Soryang will be able to climb to his own peak of power, and he wants humanity in comfort to reign at that peak, so that it is not like his. When Soryang reaches the same power as him, he will no longer have to suffer. This is the fate that Li Zhongsan wishes for his best student. Ganyachi heard that Soryang's meeting with the head of the Steel Blood Fortress was successful. Let him accept congratulations. Soryang asked if something had happened. At first, he tried to figure it out on his own, but then he realized that he should know about it too. The guy replied that the clan of vagabonds had begun to act. It seems they managed to figure out that they were behind it all. The clan of vagabonds was an organization that acted quickly and precisely, and their investigations were extremely thorough. What he said about it would not solve the problem, so Ryung would not be able to influence it in any way. That's why Gonyachi didn't want to talk about it. But sooner or later, he would have found out anyway. So Ryung himself is powerless to solve the problem, but he knows someone who can help. Kla Hao may be an enemy of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, but let him not forget that their ally is the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. He thinks that the chief strategist is already aware that the clan of vagabonds has begun to act. He remembers and analyzes the smallest details that have appeared in their world. Since things have gone this far, he will contact him and ask for help. He should have told him everything earlier. Their next destination is the Forest of Madness, not far from Mount Gyeongsuk. Even followers of the most ancient craft avoid it, but it is there that the main forces of the Heavenly Dragon Palace are concentrated. The reputation of the righteous Heavenly Alliance has declined significantly today. Until now, the Alliance has not said a word to the people about its connections with the three external palaces. If they manage to deal with the Heavenly Dragon Palace and spread the word throughout Zhongyuan, it will only play into their hands. But there is one problem. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Demon Palace and the Namgung clan are at war. But why is a clan belonging to the Alliance so hostile towards the Heavenly Dragon Palace? Aren't the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Heavenly Dragon Palace allies? As he already knows, the Righteous Heavenly Alliance is itself an alliance, and unlike the Steel Blood Fortress, it is not bound by a strict system. This is precisely why internal conflicts arise, so Ryong understands that it will not be easy. Neither the power of the Namgun clan, nor, even more so, the Heavenly Demon Palace can be ignored. He suggested that Anwei stay here and practice cooking. The girl will prepare delicious dishes for his return. So, Ryong replied that he would be happy to. What will Yo Sangrin say? Will she go with them to defeat the enemy? Or will she stay with Anhwa? Ye Sanrin replied that she couldn't miss such fun. She was even a little sorry that Anhwa wouldn't be with them. In fact, Anhwa thinks that her sister should really go with the young master. After all, she is strong and will be able to protect him. Yi Sanren doesn't understand. Is she worried about his safety, not hers? After all, Sodiang is stronger than her. It was a misunderstanding. But Yo Sanrin still liked that Anhwa cared so much about her. The young master told them to stop. It was time to get ready. Ganyachi wished everyone luck in the battle. So Riang said that they would cause a real commotion, so be prepared to spread the news around the world. The Forest of Madness, near Mount Gensok Anhui. The boys were surprised that such a forest existed. It was not created by human hands, but the trees here grew almost close together. This was the very forest that So Ryang had seen in his dream. But maybe there was no need to worry because it was just a dream. If he continued to worry about trifles, he would never move forward. He found it strange that the Palace of the Heavenly Dragon was located here. It was very different from the Palace of the Sword or the Palace of the Beast. They are skilled in the use of sinister techniques and are even capable of using some types of magic that are dangerous even to experienced masters of demonic arts. And it is they who are now at war with the Namgun clan, one of the 5 great clans. This forest is truly enormous. They need to find a place where they can hide. Their senses are heightened, all thanks to the Demon King's technique. They need to hurry and capture them. These are not people from the Heavenly Dragon Palace. However, the flow of their internal energy is terrifyingly systematic, so Ryong senses the powerful energy of a blade, ready to rush into battle at any moment. They have noticed them, and almost all of their internal energy is directed towards them. They need to be on guard. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the trees. "Who are you? Who is exuding such strong energy?" So Ryang replied that before asking such questions, it would be better to show himself first. The trees slowly parted, and before them appeared the warriors of the Namgun clan, led by Namgun Dan himself. So Ryang did not expect to meet him here. It had been 5 years since their last meeting. He refused to accept the alliance leader's offer. Dan Namgung, the Absolute Blade, acting head of the Namgung clan. Most of the heads of the great clans had joined the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, intoxicated by his words. But Dan Namgung was not such a weak man. He was warm and fair and understood what was right and what was wrong. So Ryang said that they were from the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. He introduced himself and said he was the young head of the cult. The warriors were not happy to see the cultists, but Dan Namgun ordered them to stop and immediately sheathed their swords. But let everyone be on guard. No one knows what to expect from an opponent. So Ryun was curious why he told his men to put away their weapons, but at the same time gave the order to be ready for an attack. He replied that he did not know if they were really who they claimed to be, and he saw no point in forcing his warriors to remain unarmed in front of someone who radiated such strong energy. Let them understand him correctly. That way he would feel more at ease. The head of one of the great clans greeted the young head of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon with all due respect, even though he could be his enemy. Sodiang apologized for his rudeness and introduced himself again. He had heard that there were people from their clan here, but he did not expect to meet the leader himself. The latter also could not have imagined that he would meet the young leader of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon here. His cult had not participated in the foreign policy of the martial arts world for 30 years. When did this happen? So Ryang replied that it was very recent. It was his and his comrades' initiative. Unlike the others, he called them a divine cult, rather than the derogatory term cultists, thereby demonstrating his respect. So Ryang said he would be honest. He planned to fight if a conflict arose between them. But since they treated the meeting with respect, he hoped that there would be no unnecessary bloodshed between them. Of course, who in their right mind would decide to fight a master of the divine cult? However, if their goal becomes the cause of conflict, it will be impossible to avoid battle, won't it? Absolutely right, replied Soryang. He may be surprised by the situation, but he does not show it. Even considering the possibility of a clash between the sides, he maintains his dignity and does not lose his composure. This means that even among the followers of the most ancient craft, there are still those who are worthy. They are here to deal with the forces lurking in this area. So Riang assumed that they were referring to the Heavenly Dragon Palace. It seems they are pursuing the same goal. And why would the young head of the divine cult need the people of the Heavenly Dragon Palace? So Riang replied that he should ask them that question. The righteous Heavenly Alliance is allied with 3 palaces. The exception is the Ice Palace. So why did they leave this guild? It's a long story. All I can say is that even though he is dissatisfied with the current regime in the world, he still adheres to the principles of righteousness. Since their views differ, he cannot act rashly. Dan Namgun believes that it is not easy for the young leader to reveal his true goals to him. The guy said that this is not the case at all, that he hides practically nothing. But then, why are they here? It's simple. He wants to crush the enemy as soon as possible. Dan Namgun was surprised. So they have the same goal? The other replied that not quite. By destroying the palace of the Heavenly Dragon, they would only get rid of one of their enemies. But if they also fought their clan, they could start a war. War was inevitable anyway, but he did not want to be the one to start it. The man replied that he respected his opinion, so they would part ways peacefully. The daughter asked her father if they should really let them go. He replied that the matter had now taken a more serious turn. She agreed, but was he sure it was worth letting them do as they please? In their current state, fighting them would be unforgivably foolish. Even if they joined forces with her, and the Lightning Shadow Squad and the Blade of the God of Thunder entered the battle, he doubted they could defeat them. His daughter couldn't believe her ears. There were only 3 of them. No, these 3 are equal in strength to 300 or even 3,000 warriors. At such a young age, he had reached the level of an indestructible demon. His power was terrifying. With it, he could easily defeat even 10 great masters. But what is most impressive is his character. So he is the young head of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Soon, the entire territory of Zhongyuan will be plunged into turmoil. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging nearby. The bald man asked, "Is this all that the Namgung clan, the greatest masters of the blade, are capable of?" The warrior became angry and shouted that he should watch his tongue. He rammed his sharp sword into his hand. The bald man now believed him. The Namgung clan was different from the rest. Although the clan chief was rumored to be too good-natured, he had trained his disciples properly. Let him shut his filthy mouth. He must not say anything about their leader. Suddenly, the bald man's wounds began to heal. What a turn of events! Fear clouded his eyes. He couldn't understand how this was possible. His body would become valuable fertilizer for their forest. Yosang Rin couldn't understand why they just left. If they had joined forces with the Namgung clan, it would have played into their hands. For the divine cult of the heavenly demon to join forces with the clan of followers of the most ancient martial arts? That was nonsense, but such things never bothered him. He replied that it was not about him, but about the Namgung clan. The young head of the clan, whose followers were called cultists, suddenly reminds everyone of the clan's existence and brings it into the political arena after 30 years. Their authority will collapse in an instant. Dai and the reputation of the Lord should not be forgotten either. There is no point in uniting or fighting the Namgung clan. They will go their own way. Suddenly they stopped, and beneath them were stinking skeletons. The smell of blood without a hint of anyone's presence, and the terrifying energy of death. This was the very place that Soryang had seen in his dream. The bald man taunted the warrior. Is that all he can do? They are all the same. First, they boast of their strength, underestimating the power of the forest, and then they become excellent fertilizer for it. Let him not worry, he would help him meet his comrades. Another warrior came to his aid and managed to repel the bald man's attack. He even managed to scratch his throat. The warrior asked the commander if he was okay. He replied that he should get out of there. Let him run and report this to the chief. The 2 of them cannot cope with him. These creatures had long since lost all humanity. The bald man shouted to the cockroaches, "Are you still alive? They will make valuable fertilizer for their forest." The warrior named Song Yang did not listen to the commander and went on the attack. The commander froze in place. Why did he go? It's dangerous. The bald man was glad. Let him come closer. He waved his hands and covered his opponent with his energy. He didn't stand a chance. The bald monster was too strong. He hadn't met anyone so strong and stubborn in a long time. This body is full of nutrients. Attacking the Namgung clan was the right decision after all. The commander shouldn't be so upset. Whether he was a man or a beast, he would have left only bones behind. Plunging into the embrace of Mother Earth, they will only help their trees grow stronger. The monster's deadly aura is growing. He is becoming stronger. It's not over for him yet. The bald man gave him a light with his fingers. He will make his death painless. It's time to go to sleep. But suddenly his hand froze. He couldn't move. Then someone decided to take his hand for chicken soup. The bald man decided to go bald again because of the pain. Donpil decided to act respectfully and asked who he really was. The bald man went on the attack. What a terrifying technique, but it was no match for Donpil's ball and his martial arts technique. The bald man had no plans to get roasted by the old man's hands today. It was funny to see such a creature with Ryanu. It's neither human nor spirit. His body regenerates instantly. Is he a friend of Venom by any chance? Yosang Rin said that this is one of the 7 divine techniques of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, the divine wood art of black sand. But even using this technique, it is impossible to achieve such a rapid level of regeneration. This is only possible in books about reanimated corpses, or in apocalypse manhwas, where monsters don't even go to the toilet. But he is not interested in that at all. He just needs to know where his friends are hiding. Where are his other friends, the reanimated corpses? Squad Commander Namgung thanked the guys. He received a blessing and was saved. He will never be able to repay them for the rest of his life. If he says he is a follower of a demonic cult, will he still want to thank him for saving him? Let him contact his leader. If he tries to help him restore his internal energy, the 2 skills may clash and there will be more harm than good. The man asked if they had met with the leader. So Riang replied that he had seen him on the way. There was no point in fighting them, so he could relax. And let him tell the leader that he regrets attacking him first. Although many consider Dan Namgun too good-natured, he is actually an outstanding person. He is rightly called a master swordsman and a great hero. Having been trained under such a leader, it is not surprising that the followers of the Namgun clan are so virtuous. Yosang Rin was impressed. How did So Ryang know all this? Could it be that Mr. Gun Ye-chi told him everything? So Riang had learned one important lesson for life. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will emerge victorious from 100 battles. He speaks with such confidence. It doesn't seem like he learned this somewhere. On the contrary, it feels like he knew all this from the beginning. So Ryang did not answer. There should have been a palace here. But there was nothing, and it didn't seem like the bald corpse was lying to them. So Ryang shouted at him to get up. Where was their palace? Suddenly, his scary girlfriend came out to them. She asked who they were. So Ryang asked in return, who were they? What was this unplanned apocalypse? Who allowed them to break into the abode of the Heavenly Dragon without an invitation? The bald man gathered his strength and prepared to destroy Yosan Rin. The girl turned around, fear in her eyes. However, there was a smell of burning, and only ashes remained of the bald monster. So Ryang covered him with his powerful wave of chi energy. Without thinking twice, he sent a lightning-fast fist of the heavenly demon towards his girlfriend. But it turned out to be just an illusion, and a very realistic one at that. It contained real-life energy. Admittedly, its creator had done a good job. Since so much effort had been put into concealing this place, it was here that the entrance to the palace was located. The illusory nature of all these winding paths proved to be much more effective than he had expected. The entire forest is subject to the power of the Heavenly Dragon's palace. It's quite deep there. What are they doing there? Yosang Rin said that, according to her father, this is where they study and hone the art of creating the 7 luminaries. The 7 divine techniques of the Heavenly Dragon Palace originate from the 5 elements: water, wood, fire, earth, and metal. Together with them, they draw strength from the energy of yin and yang, the sun and the moon. But whether it's the 5 elements or the energy of yin and yang, a technique that leans toward one thing is obviously vulnerable, and the technique capable of suppressing the wall of growth and destruction is the art of creating the 7 luminaries. Considering how the reanimated corpses use the technique of the divine wood art of black sand here, it can be assumed that somewhere here lies a skillful mist, whose power is contained in the element of wood. Yosang Rin can say with confidence that they have a clear advantage in this forest. Moreover, they are all quite strong in magic. It turns out that this dream was not just a nightmare. They cannot relax. It is unlikely that anyone here is stronger than him, but he cannot rule out the possibility that there is someone here who is much more dangerous than him. They need to be on their guard. He ordered Donpil to stand guard. If someone comes out of this hole or an enemy appears, he must be eliminated immediately. He and Yo Sang-rin would go down and see what the fuss was about. The girl was overcome with fear. So Riang said there was no reason to worry. He would not let her get hurt. But what did that mean? She didn't need any sudden sentimentality. Her technique leaves much to be desired, so she'd better hold on tight. There is a very strong concentration of wood energy here. He is sure that if there really is someone here using wood element techniques, then their true abilities far exceed their level. Yo Sang-rin said that the enemy is above. He replied that he knows. They encountered various opponents today. They are most likely wood spirits, and it seems they know they are here. It would be better for them to attack all at once than to wait. They can attack. His blade is already longing for such parties. These are Groot's friends from the Marvel Universe. Since the young chief jumped into the pit with Donpul, a bunch of people have come out. They are easier to deal with than the ones they fought earlier. They are clearly trying to protect something down there. Donpil believes that they are also fighting now. For a moment, there were too many of them. But he doesn't care how many more show up. None of them will be able to get past him. The guys were having fun and chopping wood for the barbecue. Yi San-rin saw the light, and they rushed there with all their might. The entrance had completely collapsed, so even they couldn't get through to follow them. What they saw next made them freeze in place. The mage sensed the aura of a demon. But this was an unusual demonic skill. There was a bitterness in the energy. Could it be that a follower of the divine cult of the heavenly demon had come to visit her? Yo Sang-rin believed that the person in front of them was the skilled wood element mage, and she was clearly not herself, having consumed too much blood. The girl, a mage, recognized her. The daughter of the Lord of the Ice Palace. What is she doing here? She replied that she also had many questions. She had heard that she was planning to settle in the territory of Zhongyuan for a while, but she never expected her to be involved in such dirty business here. The young mage shouted at her to shut up. Who gave her the right to desecrate the divine ritual in honor of the dragon god with her tongue? Now So-ryun understood why the confrontation with the Namgung clan had occurred. They were simply kidnapping their martial arts masters and committing such atrocities. These words deeply moved the girl, and she decided to get the heavy Altereria. Red, terrifying wooden venoms. It was time to show who was boss. It was time to scratch someone's back. So Ryang shouted for everyone to line up. Those who couldn't wait to die could come forward. But suddenly, something went wrong. They were trapped. Could these trees really be that strong? It seems that no one underestimated her. Even a martial arts master who has reached the peak of his perfection cannot escape her bonds. They would make excellent fertilizer. However, she had no idea what So-ryang was capable of. He would destroy everyone. Every single one. It was time to get out of there. First, he freed his partner. There is no end to them, but So-ryang is trying to solve this problem. He could easily destroy all these tree spirits, but if he used such a powerful technique, this place would be wiped off the face of the earth. The more he suppresses his true power, the more internal energy he expends in this battle. The girl mage won't let them do whatever they want here. The bark turns red. The energy of the wood element increases when they absorb the blood of their enemies. It is thanks to the great mage's woodcraft that the bark of the trees thickens and their strength increases. So Ryang asked if she could handle everything on her own. The girl replied that there were more than 100 of them and asked if he had lost his mind. After a couple of attacks, she was already in danger of becoming humus if So-ryang wanted to leave her alone with them. He replied that it was not about the trees, but about the wood element mage. The more they fought, the stronger the tree spirits became, so they risked getting into a difficult situation. So he would take care of the wooden grottos, and she could deal with the mage. So Ryang promised to finish them off in 15 minutes. So she should try her best until then. Yo Sang-rin smiled and replied that she would trust him, but only for 15 minutes. So Ryang began to destroy them one by one. The mage was shocked by his sword technique. He accurately strikes the tree spirits, but does not harm the forest itself. Moreover, he was very skilled in using the fire element. He used it to counteract the wood element. Where did this monster come from? However, even such a powerful master could not cope with countless enemies. She was too lost in thought and lost her vigilance. The mage almost got hit in the face with a chunk of ice. Yo Sang-rin appeared and said that she was now her enemy. The daughter of the supreme star of the northern sky seeks death. In that case, so be it. Meanwhile, the head of the Dan Nam Gun clan and his troops were helping those injured in the fierce battle. The man told the commander that he was in terrible condition. He needed to stabilize his energy. He couldn't believe that the entire Lightning Shadow squad had been destroyed. It seemed he had made a serious mistake in underestimating the enemy hiding in the palace of the Heavenly Dragon. They had met their deaths so early, following him. It was all his fault. Suddenly, they sensed some kind of all-encompassing demonic energy. Could it be the young head of So-ryang? But most likely not. The flow of energy is like steel, solid and unshakable. Perhaps it was the Swordmaster who came with him? Although this energy does not belong to a human. He senses part of the Blade Master's energy, but it is intertwined with demonic energy and has a metallic feel to it. This energy comes from the blade itself. Something must be done! Dan Namgin ordered everyone to stay where they were. He must find out what is going on there. The young head is the one Donpil promised to protect. All the time he spent with him shoulder to shoulder, his admiration grew with each passing day. But at the same time, he began to wonder more and more what use he was as a guard. Can someone who is weaker than the person they are protecting really be a bodyguard? From now on, everything will be different. Now he knows what he has to do. This unfamiliar feeling rises in his stomach, moves to his chest, and then makes its way to his head. His demonic energy merged with the energy of the Silent King's blade. Contrary to its name, this blade is no longer silent. He has managed to completely master the absolute demonic blade, which no one has ever been able to control, and awaken it. A blade whose power only increases with every drop of enemy blood spilled on it. The demonic blade of black blood. Let all creatures hear it. Their path to the young master is over. So-ryang feels the energy of the Silent King's blade. It has grown significantly. Ma Dongpil has succeeded and finally awakened it. But the problem remains unresolved on their side. No matter how much they cut, there is no end to it. Yo-sung-rin seems to be holding on, but her strength also has its limits. The girl mage hates her filthy lineage of the supreme star of the northern sky. She repels her attacks with the energy of the ice essence, but the recoil is too strong. How much longer does she need to hold out? She lost her vigilance and fell into her trap. The girl mage is much stronger than her. It's time to fall asleep. But suddenly, So-ryang's blade stopped her suffocating technique. He burned all the trees, and now he will focus entirely on her. So-ryang was able to defeat several hundred monsters, and his demonic weapon exudes such an ominous aura. A young follower of demonic mastery. Could he have reached the level of a heavenly demon? She shouldn't have underestimated them and thought she could easily deal with them. So be it. She needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Yo-sung-rin shouted that she was trying to escape. So-ryang saw everything and was on guard. They had no idea what they had interrupted with their intrusion. This time she would retreat, but they would pay dearly for it. The music didn't play for long, and So-ryang's blade decided to hug her goodbye. Now she finally shut up, and he could ask her a couple of questions. It was about the alliance between the Heavenly Dragon Palace and the righteous Heavenly Alliance. What did she give Damsayeon in exchange for the opportunity to settle in Jong'an? What is his goal? Was he so naive that she would tell a follower of demonic arts anything? Suddenly, he felt the Emperor's demonic energy, trapped in the blade, spiraling out of control. It was absorbing the energy of death, even though he was doing nothing. So-ryang suppressed its power with the 9 depths technique. The tree spirits also began to die. The blade of the heavenly demon absorbs the energy of the wood element exuded by the forest. If this continues, it will absorb all the energy concentrated here and destroy this place. He certainly did not expect this. So what should he do? He transforms it into demonic chi and becomes stronger. The talismans sealing the power of the heavenly demon blade are burning. He absorbs the divine chi of the blood tree like a starving beast. He tries to control Lee Jung-san's internal energy by absorbing the external energy of the divine chi of the blood tree. But the problem is that no one can control the demonic blade unless they are as skilled as Lee Jung-san. So-ryang cannot yet hold this incredible power. You should have warned him in advance. Is there really no way out, and is this the end? Yi Sun-rin warned the young leader that the ceiling was starting to collapse. It seems there is only one way out, and So-ryang decides to absorb this energy himself. He does not possess the martial arts skills to absorb internal energy, but through the heavenly demonic blade, it is possible. The blade is connected to the demonic chi of the 9 depths. If he accepts the divine chi of the blood tree through his own body, rather than through a weapon, this destruction should also cease. But where will he find a vessel capable of containing the divine chi of the blood tree? So-ryang activated the demonic emperor's chi. Dan Namgun is almost there. This energy is incredibly powerful. The closer he gets to the source of this demonic chi, the stronger the pressure becomes. He saw Dongpil and asked what was going on down there. This chi is too destructive. They need to retreat, otherwise the entire region will collapse. Dongpil said he couldn't because the young leader was down there. So Ryang came out of the dungeon with Yo Sang-rin and let go of her hand. He shouted at Dongpil to leave immediately. Dongpil shouted to ask if she was okay. The girl replied that it didn't matter now. The young leader was in great danger. Perhaps he overestimated his strength, trying to absorb the wood chi of this place with the help of the demon emperor's chi when he had not yet mastered it. His body felt like it was being crushed from within. He needed to somehow disperse the wood chi. Could he absorb it? If he did, there would be an explosion. Dongpil didn't understand what Dan Namgun was going to do, so Ryang's life was now in danger. If things continued like this, his body would burst into flames. He has no choice. He must break the chains of this evil chi. The leader immediately sprang into action and began cutting the chains binding the demon emperor. Meanwhile, a serious conversation was taking place in the pavilion of the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. Mr. Kang is convinced that the house sect is like rats and cannot be destroyed. Damsayon simply needs a way to paralyze them, even for a short time. Mr. Kang smiled and said that he hadn't changed at all. Some say that age is just a number. However, only those who have not fully experienced all the trials and tribulations of life say this. If age is just a number, then why count it at all? The leader believes that this is everyone's business. Is he really going to go through with this? Dam Se-young is sure that Kang knows. He is a very greedy man. But he's not the only greedy person in the world. The leader of the demonic cult is just like the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress. If he does this, the world will once again be plunged into chaos. The world is already in chaos, and besides, isn't that what he wants? Kang replied that no, but it would make his life easier. They have the same goal, so they will do it, just like in the good old days. Mr. Kang asked why he didn't intervene himself. He replied that he had to maintain his dignity as the leader of the alliance. Besides, he was the head of the Orthodox Murim and could not afford to act rashly. It sounded funny. It was as if, not long ago, he didn't care about his image and destroyed everything around him if anyone offended him. Kang heard that the Namgung clan had been quite busy lately. Was he sure everything would be all right? Dam Se-young replied that he was absolutely confident in them. Mr. Kang had heard that they were in conflict with the Heavenly Dragon Palace. If he wanted, he could visit Anhui. Dam Se-young replied that he should just focus on his duties. The man apologized, realizing he had overstepped his bounds. At that moment, So-ryang found himself in the pavilion of the demonic court in his mind. He thought it was another dream. Lee Jung-san was standing nearby. Even in a dream, he exuded such a powerful aura. What did he want to tell him? The demonic path has no end. It only becomes deeper and more majestic. The only limit is his own body. He is born with a certain vessel. It would seem impossible to increase or decrease its size. However, he had already expanded it once when he created his own demonic arts. If it was possible once, why not do it again? So Ryang asked, did he himself hold back the development of the demon emperor's chi? Lee Jung-san replied that he himself had not yet reached the peak. He could still absorb more. Even at this moment, he was becoming stronger. He could become as strong as he wanted until he reached his limit. So Ryun was still far from that. He replied that he knew that. The demon emperor's chi is the greatest of all demonic arts. If he had not set his own limits, he would not have suffered from that evil chi. Let him not set limits for himself. He is a heavenly demon, the first in the divine cult to master 2 absolute demonic arts. The path he walks is harsh and full of trials. So Ryang will never grow if he sets limits for himself, instead of being greedy for power. Let him climb higher and higher. If he does not, those dear to him will perish because of him, just like his brothers in arms from the Divine Demon Society. The Lord hopes that So-ryang will be able to accept what he could not. After these words, he simply disappeared before his eyes. The pavilion of the demon cult's lord was destroyed, and So-ryang woke up in the Namgung clan's estate. Dam Namgung said that the boy was truly amazing. 10 days had passed, and he woke up so calm. The doctor visited him many times, but said he could do nothing more to help. The swordsman who was with him had not left his side the entire time. It must be Dongpil. But where is he now? He was outside the door, most likely listening to their conversation. So Ryang sensed his presence outside. It was extremely subtle, but it didn't seem like he was trying to hide. The demonic chi had naturally receded. He was clearly making progress, so let him come in. So-ryang apologized. Donpil must have been very worried. The man replied that it was true. He knew that the young leader would surely rise. Soryang said that he had matured. Donpil learned everything from him. Dan Namgun was shocked. Was this really a conversation between a young leader and his bodyguard? He thought the hierarchy of the Heavenly Demon sect was much stricter than in any other Murim group, so Ryang thanked the man for his service. It was nothing. He had only done his duty as a man of martial arts. For him, it was not a trifle. The reputation of the Namgun clan could suffer if anyone found out that he had helped. However, he did not care about reputation. He lived by his convictions and would continue to do so there was no need to thank him. He says so, but Soryang knows what he is going through. The head of the clan cannot live by his own convictions alone, and yet there is something he should thank him for. Dan Namgun believes that the boy would have survived without him anyway. He has been training non-stop in sword mastery until today, but has not yet reached the level of skill that he has. However, he is confident in his ability to recognize people. He saw that Soryang was the one who could handle that evil chi. His demonic energy could have harmed others. Even his swordsman could have been struck. But in the end, everyone survived. And that was enough. There was no need to thank him for that. His body had not yet fully recovered. Since he was here, he might as well stay and rest until he was fully recovered. So Ryang said he would not forget his generosity. His whole body ached. Donpil suggested he lie down, and he would bring him some food. The patriarch of the Namgun clan is truly a great man. Donpil used to think that there was nothing higher than martial arts. But after meeting him, his opinion changed. If they meet as enemies in the future, will he be able to raise his sword against the man who saved his life? Make your opponent lose their fighting spirit before you even draw your sword. This is the true path of an Orthodox Murim. As long as he remains, the Namgun clan will be able to revive. Donpil wanted to try fighting him. Soryang was sure he would be an excellent training partner. And by the way, he noticed that Donpil had revealed the sword of the Silent King. He replied that it just happened on its own. That's just like him. The demonic weapon of the heavenly treasury is not something that can be accidentally unlocked to its true potential. Soryang saw his heavenly demonic blade. It seems that the balance between external and internal energy has somehow been restored. Meanwhile, the leader of the sect of beggars, John Pyong, was examining the intelligence network of the Hao sect. He had only seen such complexity a couple of times before. His assistant asked if he thought the leader of the Hao sect was behind it all. The leader believed that couldn't be the case, as the man was practically already in his grave. It must be the work of the heir apparent. There was a genius named Gong Yachi, whom the leader of the Hao sect held in high esteem. He could not think of anyone else who would be capable of such feats. The problem is, where did they get the confidence and audacity to take such a step? A message has arrived from the south. The leader must see it. A group with the same sinister energy as ghosts. About 100 of them. Another report says that their mere appearance makes the blood run cold. They are a demonic sect. Let them report this to the Alliance immediately. Let the 30 elders send out a squad of the Steady Eye. We must report their movements to him regularly. In the meantime, he will visit the leader of the Hao sect with his friend. The head of the Namgun clan was informed that all the compensation due to the families of the deceased had been calculated. The man said to tell them, along with the message, that he would visit them as soon as he had time. The reason why the Heavenly Dragon Palace was able to kidnap people in Anhui for months on end was not because they were confident they would not be caught, but that they did not care whether they were caught or not. This means that someone or some group is behind them. He believes that this group is the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. What is the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance planning? Does he want to subjugate them just because they do not follow his path? Dam Namgun saw how Dongpil trained. How much effort did he put in? Even he didn't train that hard. Every day of his life must have been filled with pain. It is impossible to achieve such a physique without thinking about the sword, even in your dreams. It seemed that this guard had devoted his entire life to martial arts. Dan Namgun apologized. His training was so fascinating that he couldn't tear himself away. How is the young leader Soryang doing? Dongpil replied that his recovery was in full swing. He is a very strong man, so he is sure that everything will be fine. Donpil asked if the head of Namgun had any concerns. The man replied that perhaps that was how it appeared. The head didn't understand what was wrong with him, but he would like to talk to Dongpil. Does he have a little time? The head thinks that Dongpil is probably having a hard time right now. When the person you serve is a truly outstanding person, it can be exhausting for a subordinate. The heir apparent, Soryang, is the most talented person he has ever met. He is not like a young man at all. Rather, it is as if you are looking at a great master. Dan Nam-gun finds it most surprising that he is not arrogant at all. Donpil confirmed that he has never been like that. It is such a rare quality. He is even curious about what influence he will have on Zhongyuan in the future. Donpil said that the head of Namgun shouldn't talk about it. The Heavenly Demon sect and the Namgun clan are enemies, but there is no law that forbids him from admiring his enemies. In the future, if they have to fight, he will simply give himself to the battle with all his heart. That's all. Dan Namgung believes that to become a great person, one only needs their own skills. And this is proven by the soul. He is confident that he has lived a life he is not ashamed of. That is why he is not afraid to fight even the young leader of the divine sect. He is truly an incredible person. He combines flexibility of mind and strength of spirit. He has confidence and courage. There is nothing in the world that he fears. Dan Nam-gun would hardly be able to last more than 10 seconds in a fight. Donpil is sure that he wouldn't even last 5 seconds. His convictions have been greatly shaken lately. And why is that? Dongpil asked. All this time, he had been dealing with the families of the swordsmen who had died in the crazy forest. Life cannot be exchanged for money, but the most realistic help he could give their families was money. Even if he had personally come to them and asked for forgiveness, it would not have been enough. No truth, nothing would have been enough. Donpil believes that the fallen swordsmen would never blame him for their deaths. He knows that they think so, but even after decades, the burden on his soul does not become lighter. However, he does not seem like a man whose convictions would be shaken by such experiences. It's not just about beliefs. He doesn't know if he's on the right path. Donpil is probably aware of the situation the Namgung clan finds itself in because of the incident with the Heavenly Dragon Palace. The others advise him to choose the easy path rather than stubbornly sticking to his guns because the values of the world change over time. Just because the path is easy does not mean it is wrong. That's true, but he still believes that the easy path is definitely wrong. Donpil asked why he was worried. People will die. The people of his clan live in difficult conditions only because he did not follow the crowd. A little dirty work won't ruin his life, but he is disgusted by the idea of harming his people for the sake of his own stubbornness. Donpil believes that only then will he no longer be so sure of himself. If he gets his hands dirty, the very soul he must prove to himself will also be tarnished. In his own words, that's exactly how it is. Donpil is just a simple bodyguard, so he cannot fully understand what he feels. However, a person loses their dignity the moment they start thinking that if everyone else is doing it, then it must be okay for them too. He himself knows better than anyone that this path is wrong. That is why the young leader and he value him so highly. Dan Namgun did not succumb to the temptations that the others fell prey to. Even for the 10 greatest masters of Murim, this is a difficult test. Chief Namgun did not expect to be comforted by a guard from the divine cult. Donpil replied that he was not trying to comfort him, but still, thanks to this unexpected conversation, he felt much better. If he still had time, they could have a drink. He replied that he had to return to the young leader. They could drink right there. There was no organization in Anhui that would dare attack them. He could relax. In that case, he could have a couple of cups. So Ryong heard all this. These two had already become such good friends that he was jealous. He was informed that Gong Ya-chi was going to meet with the head of the beggar sect. Had he decided to deal with him himself? They may not be what they used to be, but the sect of beggars is still a formidable force. In any case, it won't be easy. The view here is quite beautiful, isn't it? The moon is not yet full. But when a venerable old man and an energetic young man meet under it, perhaps their presence can fill a certain void. Only one person in these parts possesses such greatness. So Ryong asked, is he a former patriarch? King of the Sword, Namgung Yun. The man replied that he was right. Jun Pyong was surprised that the leader of the Hao sect had chosen this particular place for the meeting. He could sense his presence, but the energy was too young and violent. The leader of the Hao sect must be at least 80 years old. He would not expect such chi from him. Ganya Chi appeared and said that it was an honor to meet him. He is the leader of the Hao sect. The sect leader had handed over all his duties to him. He was not the official leader of the sect, but he represented the Hao sect. Gong Ya-chi was one of the reasons he wanted to meet the leader of the Hao sect. So he should be grateful for this opportunity. The guy replied that he was also eager to see him. Jun Pyong thinks it would be nice if he showed at least a little respect. Gong Ya-chi said that they were not in a position to observe manners at the moment. So he decided to provoke him? Not at all. Both of their organizations consist of the lowest people in Zhongyuan. He is of such low birth that he is not educated enough to observe manners when communicating with a beggar. John Pyong agreed that he was right. A beggar who talks about manners while wearing clean new clothes. Gonyachi began to understand what kind of person he was. It's because he's the head of the organization, so he has to look the part, don't you think? A beggar should look like a beggar. That is the motto of their sect. However, he ignores the motto of his sect, being the head of the aforementioned sect. John Pyong said that he does not ignore it. He simply goes beyond this motto. No matter what his appearance is, it does not change the fact that he is the dragon head, the leader of the clan. He could have started with drinks since he arrived first. Gongyachi said that he is a busy man, and if he has something to say, he should just say it. Let him not interfere in this matter. The House sect is dangerous enough as it is. Its very existence is a threat. The reason they left them alone, despite this, was that they knew what to take and what to leave alone. However, lately he has been crossing the line too often. He doesn't know what his intentions are, but if he continues in the same vein, nothing good will come of it. If Gonyachi retreats now, he will hide everything he knows. However, if he continues to interfere in this mess, then they will have no choice but to draw their swords. Gonyachi thanked him for the warning. John Pyong had heard that the leader of the House sect truly valued him as a disciple. Now it was clear that the guy was much more capable than he had thought. Gonyachi asked if he was finished. He replied that he was not yet. He himself said that he appreciated his warning, but did not say that he was going to take it into account or anything like that. That was exactly how it was. He listened and appreciated his warning, but he was not going to back down from this matter. Gonyachi doesn't know when it will all end, but he intends to see it through to the end. The fall of the sect of beggars ultimately depends only on him. Of course, this makes sense since he is the leader. It does not depend on the young leader of the House sect. He knows that for sure. The fate of the sect of beggars may have already been sealed the moment he became its leader. And what does that mean? Asked John Pyong. The sect of beggars, which is involved in deception and violence on a daily basis and strives for power, is no longer a symbol of justice. He turned an entire city to ashes to prevent information from leaking out. He is also the one who turned the sect of beggars into the nightmare it is now. Chong Pyong asked if he had survived. The man replied that it didn't matter. The important thing was that he would die here. Is it a thirst for revenge? Let him say how many martial arts masters are concentrated here. Does he really think the House sect can compete with the sect of beggars? He may not be aware of their presence, but behind him is a force capable of reducing an entire sect to ashes. Gongyachi has messed with the wrong person. However, there is someone else who wants to kill him besides him. He is only clearing the way for them. The beggar sect squad couldn't understand what was happening. An unidentified force was approaching. He has no idea what they have done. Who really crossed the line? Gonyachi introduced him to an organization known as the most powerful and sinister in all of Zhongyuan. Martial arts masters from the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the former patriarch of the Namgung clan, father of the current patriarch, and one of the 10 strongest people in the world. Namgung Un, the king of swords, a man who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. There may be someone stronger than him, but there is no one who is better than him with a sword. The man could not believe his eyes. A guy barely 20 years old and with such fighting skills. He is sure that the world will never see another talent like this again. So Riang thanked him for his kindness. His body was no longer what it used to be. Could he sit down next to him? The other replied that of course he could. It seemed that So Riang did not mind him invading his personal space. Either he was very confident in his fighting skills, or he sincerely respected him. The young man said that he greatly respected the patriarch of the Namgung clan, that they were both amazing people. Namgung Wu became curious as to why he thought so. There are many people in the world who are called heroes, but only a few are truly heroes. It's strange to say this as a follower of the demonic path, but the patriarch of the Namgung clan is a true hero. Hearing this from a man of such stature sincerely made him feel that he had raised him properly. So Riang believes that he has done better than anyone else could have done. But then, why is he great? It's because he's not shocked. This seems strange, because in reality, he was more shocked than ever before in his life. However, Sodiang is not talking about that. The young head of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, who has not shown himself to the world for 30 years, suddenly appears in your house, and he is not impressed. If he didn't like this idea, he would have tried to stop the patriarch long ago. So Riang thinks this is a lie. Even if he didn't like it, he still wouldn't stop him because he trusts him. The old man smiled, seemingly realizing that the young man had figured him out. Yes, it's true, he respects all the decisions his son has made. He respected them before, he respects them now, and he will respect them in the future. So Ryun is pleased to see such a warm relationship between father and son. And what kind of person is his mentor? The very same cult leader. He is incomprehensible. Elder Namgung-un is sure that he is an extraordinary person, since he was able to raise someone like him. Lee Jung-san is beyond common sense. He is almost impossible to describe. The demonic martial arts masters he encountered in his youth. It was difficult to describe any of them in a few words. If he had to choose one, it would probably be the word indomitable. They often clashed as they followed different paths, but he understood one thing. The followers of the divine cult of the heavenly demon were also human beings. So Ryong said that apparently he was the only one who didn't know. When he first joined the divine cult, he wanted nothing more than to escape. He didn't know much about the cult and didn't even try to learn about it. He just thought it was a bunch of villains, like everyone said. Namgung-yoon said that the child had grown up and become the heir to the divine cult. The world is full of strange ironies. Is he leaving tomorrow? So Ryong wondered how he knew. It's just a hunch. People like him don't like to be indebted. Doesn't he want people to start gossiping that he's involved with their clan? Old man Namgung-un is genuinely interested. The young man with whom he enjoys conversing so much is leaving tomorrow, which is a pity. What would the young leaders say about a duel? So Ryong immediately refused. The old man was surprised. He was sure that the young man also craved battle. He cannot harm or cause damage to the Namgung clan. After all, they saved his life. So Ryong doesn't want to fight here and suggests going somewhere further away, to a more secluded place. Namgung-un is pleased. It seems that fate has decreed that he has become truly interesting to him. So Ryong said that he would yield to his elders, so he could start first. With a superb view, this mountain is rightly considered one of the most picturesque. They say that when you look at her, you immediately forget about all your troubles. It was already dark, but for them, who had decided to have some fun with a duel, it was the perfect time. Namgung-un had heard that a huge tiger and a golden fox had been spotted in the area. Although he considers these to be mere rumors, he can't shake the feeling that they are somehow connected to him. So Ryan felt that his animals were somewhere nearby. He told Namgung-un that he had a wonderful blade. The man replied that it was his favorite. He still hadn't given it a name. It's quite remarkable for a blade to remain nameless for so long. So Ryong hopes he'll find something worthy soon. The old man thanked the boy. And what could he say about his weapon? It was no less beautiful, a divine demonic blade. He couldn't think of anything worthwhile for it, so he settled on this one. Namgung-un was surprised. It is a simple name, but it instills fear in the souls of those who hear it. So Ryan thinks that it's time for them to start, otherwise the swords will cool down. The man replied that his comrade was also eager to join the fight. The boy noticed a stable internal energy. He felt no surge or increase in flow. Moreover, it forms an impenetrable shield around it, the blade's energy network. He is ready to attack with his mind, body, and energy itself. The old man seemed to be looking at a man turned into a blade. If he attacked first, he would likely lose. He doubts his attack will be effective against him. He's never encountered an opponent of his caliber. Namgung-un was surprised when the boy suddenly lowered his sword and relaxed. Had he decided to embrace the path of the mind's blade? But most likely not. He is still surrounded by the true energy of art of the endless blue sky. Why would he do that? He should have noticed the blade's energy network. So Ryan decided to move it? He made his way through the opening. This means that he decided to penetrate the network and attack in close combat. But it was not to be. So Ryan grabbed the man's hand with his legs. Namgung-un's hand was cuffed, but he activated the divine lightning palm technique, so Ryan managed to brace himself and jump away. The old man said he hadn't expected him to fight at close range. He replied that he was not the only one to be a victim of unusual tactics. This was a great warm-up. Now we can get down to business. So Ryan smiled and said that it was high time. Meanwhile, Chong-pyeon and his monkey were trying to stay on their feet. A person can be recognized by the way they retreat. This way, he can discern whether they are fleeing because they value their own lives or simply fear death. Sagok believes he's clearly more inclined toward the latter option. He didn't know the rogue clan had such a pathetic leader. It looks like he's finished. There were rumors that he had led a rebellion and overthrown the previous clan leader. Apparently, this was a lie. He was merely disgracing the clan leader's status. Chong-pyeon decided to throw his friend at the enemy. The monkey immediately began gnawing on his fingers. Even if it's an animal, it's still his friend, so why throw his partner at it? Sagok told everyone to take their time. They might give him time. There was no point in pursuing him. Since he has decided to dig his own grave, there's no reason to stop him. Jung Pyong now realized that the Hao clan was in league with the demonic cult. He would destroy them. However, he had to stop abruptly. Master Gogu said he finally looked like a vagabond. He can sit and think. He is ready to hear his last words. Jung Pyong confessed. He lost and surrendered. Let him spare him, and he will tell everything he knows. Guogu found it strange that the head of one of the ancient martial arts mastery organizations was begging for mercy with such a pitiful look. However, he must prove that the spirit of righteousness still lives among the followers of the ancient martial arts. Meanwhile, the fight between Sodiang and Namgung Woong was gaining momentum. The old man was amazed by the boy's heaven-given strength. His perfectly formed body perfectly suited his internal energy. The world is full of martial arts masters with considerable strength, but he has never seen anything like this before. It was believed that the best form of defense was a good offense, but never in his life had he met anyone who could parry the attacks of the limitless blade. The old man activated his skill, the Namgung clan's invincible blade path. So Ryan didn't expect this at all, but he managed to block the blow at the last moment. But that wasn't all. The guy immediately found himself in the Blade King formation. Namgung Un couldn't believe his eyes. He was able to reflect this too. So Ryan looked at him with his piercing gaze and said that it was his turn now. The old man thinks the boy is positively blazing with determination. Youth is a whole new level of strength, but will he be able to continue using such tactics after his next attack? The ground beneath his feet began to crack. He was shocked that the guy knew in advance that he was going to reflect the blow and turn it back on him, and prepared himself. Apparently, he made a fatal mistake. He reads his movements even in this chaos. So Ryan is at that level of strength where the body automatically reacts to danger and instinctively prepares for the next attack. He truly enjoys fighting, and if there's no way out of a situation, he'll find one himself. But something went wrong. So Riang's clothes were torn. He said he lost. The guy asked why he did that. He could have cut off his hand, but he decided to just cut his sleeve. Namgung Un replied that he could have struck both the throat and the heart, but his blade had no intention of killing. He should understand that too. They fought for real, but it couldn't be called a fight to the death. And while the demonic energy pulsing through his body was terrifying, his blade, just like the boy's, had no killing intent. So Ryan considers this a clear defeat. The man was surprised. Will they end it there? He hasn't shown him everything he's capable of yet, and the guy hasn't either. The guy said that he was going to leave the clan tomorrow, which means today is their last chance. So Ryan didn't think long about the answer. He will try another technique of demonic mastery. Namgung Woong didn't expect that there were others. He really is a genius. There is a technique that So Ryan has not fully mastered, but it would be no less interesting to demonstrate. And this technique is called the demonic energy of the Demon King. This time, their battle will be fueled only by the thirst for death. Go Yachi believes that thanks to the help, everything went as smoothly as possible. Yang Zhang asked if he and Chung Pyong had crossed paths before. He replied that he certainly had. Then why did he ask them to deal with him? The chief strategist would have taken his circumstances into account and wouldn't have insisted. The Hao clan and the heavenly demon divine cult still had much to overcome. Even though he hated Jung Pyong, he couldn't turn a blind eye to his prowess. Therefore, he decided the right thing to do was to get rid of him now. Even if he killed him himself, it still wouldn't satisfy his thirst for revenge. His revenge will only be fulfilled when the righteous heavenly alliance falls, and the Hao clan can emerge from the shadows. Then he'd be able to fully repay them. And if he'd been upset by the fact that he couldn't deal with some vagabond himself, he wouldn't have had the right to expect the status of clan leader. Yanzong had met many people who had destroyed their own lives because they were consumed by hatred. But the boy seems to be able to see beyond this veil. Goyachi thinks he's being too kind to him. He simply doesn't want to drag out an existence bereft of morals. Master Gogu approached and asked where the young leader was now. He replied that he was in the Namgung clan's territory. At first, he was just as surprised as they were, but they really do have a good relationship. The most powerful blade masters among the followers of the ancient art. They are also the sworn enemies of their cult. The King of Blades is also there. Master Guogu believes they have no need to worry. The young leader possesses excellent insight. He also has a strong sense of self-preservation. He's confident that the boy remained in the Namgung clan because he feels safe. Dam-san was informed that the head of the Vagabond clan had gone missing. The man asked if there was any news from Elder Khan. He was told there was none. Let him let me know as soon as something appears. His sense of smell had already become dull, and unfortunately, he only realized this now. The latest chain of events boils down to one thing. Someone is trying to reach him. All the years he held the position of head of the Alliance, no one ever dared to oppose him. It was boring at times, and now he is surrounded on all sides by enemies he doesn't even know about. This only gets the blood pumping. It's time to take action myself, the strongest blade master in all of True Yuan. So Ryan is delighted. It was he who opened his eyes. The man replied that he felt the same way. At first, he thought So-ryang was simply lucky and inept, but in combat, he proved more skilled than many other masters. He is much stronger than him, but if they were fighting to the death, he doubts that he could have predicted the outcome of this battle. So Ryan believes that he could have died 8 times today. He noticed that Namgun-un did not use the unusual technique he showed at the beginning of the fight. The man admitted he had failed to use the Mind Blade. Activating such a technique isn't easy. If he had made a mistake, it would have cost him his life. So Ryan said it was very much like a Mind Blade. The more they discussed battle tactics, the more he realized he had truly lost. The old man believed he was gifted with amazing insight, having also used that combined energy. The boy replied that he still lacked control over it and couldn't use it easily. The aura of his demonic mastery has a bluish tint. This is the energy of the Demon King. It seems more mysterious than the scarlet energy. The man asked if he had any strange sensations while using it, so Ryan couldn't understand what the old man was talking about. What was this scarlet energy? If he can't control this power, one day everything will turn into a sea of blood. He will go mad and eventually turn into a raging demon. He's probably already tried to master demonic techniques through force. So Ryan said that in the Forest of Madness, he encountered the supreme mage of the Heavenly Dragon Palace. He was forced to absorb most of the wood's energy. If there had been another one besides her, he would not have survived. Wood energy represents the celestial dragon, which originates from the east and is associated with the blossoming of life. Therefore, it is excellent for replenishing vitality and regeneration. It was precisely regeneration that the Supreme Mage tried to achieve during the battle in the Forest of Madness. Of course, such ominous energy is compatible with demonic energy, which is the only reason he managed to survive. The problem was that even after subduing the demonic energy, there might still be some wood energy particles left in his body. It will continue to develop within him. And then all this sinister energy will take over his body and mind. Human blood vessels are fragile and have their limits. Mastering both techniques, ideally, is no easy task. Everything would be simpler if he developed just one technique, but he's also trying to master another, no less powerful one. So Ryang remembered that Lord Lee Jong-san had said the same thing in his dreams. He told me not to set limits on myself. After all, the boy was the first master in the cult's history to achieve the status of a heavenly demon and master 2 equivalent techniques. The path he'd chosen was fraught with difficulties, and if someone who follows this path constantly limits himself, he will not be able to achieve anything. Considering their long-standing feud, he shouldn't be giving advice, but he doesn't want to see such a great master fall. Innocent souls might suffer in the future. So Ryan said everything was fine, so he shouldn't worry. He knew he could master the Demon King's energy, and if his blood vessels are not strong enough, he will correct this, but he has no intention of retreating. So Ryan was determined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Namgung-un saw these little animals and froze in place. He realized that these were not rumors. If his blood vessels fail, he has friends who will always offer a helping hand. He has nothing to fear. A young demonic dragon who harbors mythical creatures. It seems Namgung-un has nothing to worry about. Where the fox's tongue had touched the skin, there was no trace of a wound. It's rare to see something like that. Namgung-un sensed demonic energy far from their location. Perhaps they were coming here to escort the boy. Now that everyone is gathered, he must show his best side to the entire martial arts world. It was a great fight, so Ryang will definitely use the experience he shared with him in the future. He should take care of himself. The old man told him to go ahead, and not to let the demon take over his mind. The demonic cult squad, led by Master Go-gu, greeted their young lord. Dan Namgung and his assistant were shocked to see the head of the Criminal Justice Hall and his 104 soldiers kneeling before him. So Ryan greeted everyone and told Master Go-gu that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He noticed that the master had grown stronger, apparently the result of intense training. He replied that he had worked hard, or rather, he was forced to do so, because someone hadn't kept their promise. So Ryong had previously promised to fight him, and he wasn't resting either. In any case, he didn't expect to see him here. Yanzong said the head guard made quite a fuss about it. Let him know they did a good job. So Ryan said he feels even safer now. However, he would like them all to return to the cult. Everyone froze in stupor. They couldn't understand. Maybe the young leader was joking? They made a huge mistake by coming here, and they have no idea what he had to go through after arriving in Jolnyuan territory, and he can't imagine what might happen in the future. And their appearance here is like a bolt from the blue. And that's precisely why they can't stay here. Master Gogu asked for a more specific explanation of his decision. There's nothing mysterious about it. They're all just going to die. If even he was in danger, that only further demonstrates the gravity of the situation. In this case, they simply cannot avoid their own death. So Ryan is aware of his position in the cult and understands that many of the masters of their cult serve him faithfully. However, he is not ready to put up with the senseless deaths of his people. Yanzhong believes their deaths will not be in vain. Giving their lives for him is a great honor and the most noble death for each of them. However, So Ryong sees it differently. If war breaks out and they die in battle, he'll accept it. But if they sacrifice their lives just for him, he'll blame himself for it for the rest of his life. Yanzong apologized for his impudence, but what if he found himself in danger? So Ryan replied that in that case, only he would die. And he understands that they are ready to sacrifice themselves just to save their lives. If he does die, it will shock many, but he will never die. It's enough for him that Dawnpill is by his side. Ba and 2 mythical creatures will watch over me. With such an escort, no one will be able to touch me. Let them come back, because he already has a plan. Yanzong said that if that was his decision, they had no right to go against his wishes. The man simply wanted to know the reason. Let him just give the order. That will be enough. So Ryan thinks that he shouldn't have even tried to convince him otherwise. He asked the head of Dan Nam Gung if there was a good inn nearby that he could rent for the day. So Ryan would like to feed them before sending them back. A little rest wouldn't hurt either. The man replied that he didn't need to worry. He'd take care of everything. He oversaw more than 10 such locations. He noticed that the guy was very pragmatic, yet also possessed a flexible mind and an excellent ability to maintain composure. He treated all his subordinates with such care. I'm sure they were touched by such concern. Everyone is probably tired, so it's okay to have a little drink today. So Ryan hadn't been this drunk in a long time. He went outside to get some air and relieve himself. Suddenly, he noticed Gonyachi in front of him and asked if he was a drinker. So Ryan also noted that the guy had done a good job. He responded that compared to him, he had done nothing. However, the young leader doesn't think so. He knows perfectly well that the guy always gives his all. Gonyachi took a plan for the near future from his pocket and gave it to the young leader. It was the Gongsun clan that paved the way for Soryang to confidently set foot on any land. This will be the first serious step towards the world's acceptance of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Meanwhile, Nam Gung was massaging his neck after training with Soryang. This guy needs to tone down his killing intent and he'll be much stronger. He asked Dan Namgun if he had told the young ruler of his intentions. He replied that there was no secret about it. Strange things had been happening in Anhui territory lately. He thought Dan might want to share his concerns with him. This is a problem that goes beyond a clash of martial artists. They're barely able to control Anhui, and even though he's their direct opponent, he's not above honor and duty. And what did he tell him? So Ryang said he'd come to Zhongyuan territory for a specific purpose. He was probably too busy to drop his own business and help them. However, he also added that if an opportunity to help them presented itself on the way to his own goal, he would certainly do so. Nam Gung believes this is enough. They may be pursuing the path of demonic mastery, but they are nothing like what they imagined. It turns out such martial arts masters do exist. Of course, their paths diverge. However, the road he follows is unlikely to be soaked in blood. Meanwhile, there was a merry party in the pavilion of the Flying Swallow, master of the Battle Sword Pavilion, Gunsun Myung. He had already spoken to the administrator 2 weeks ago about the need to make a decision. They're not doing this for nothing. They've been trying to convince him for 6 months, and he's still feeding them promises and saying he'll think about it. These were threats, not persuasions. What inn would willingly hand over 60% of its profits? Even followers of ancient martial arts aren't that greedy. 60% is too much for them. They won't be able to stay afloat with only 40% of their income. In that case, let them reduce payments to workers. Then they'll lose their trusted employees, who they've worked with for years. Without them, the quality of their products will decline, and people will stop coming to them. In this case, they won't be able to get the money either. Gunsun Myung said these were the terms of the contract. According to it, they guaranteed the safe operation of the inn. He's paying for it, isn't he? It's not stealing. The man shouted that he should be given a chance to talk to the owner. Gunsun Myung said that he himself said that he was taking over the tavern's duties in his absence. This is the final warning. Does he agree or not? The supervisor shouted, maybe they can do it themselves. Gunsun Myung ordered the soldier to finish what he had started. The soldier swung his sword. However, he missed. The sword only ruined an expensive table from Amazon. So Ryong saved his hand. He said that 60% of the income was robbery. Even bandits don't demand that much. The soldiers asked how he dared interfere in the affairs of the Gongsun clan. Who were they? So Ryan asked the man sitting there, was he the master of the Gongsun clan's battle sword pavilion? He strained himself and replied that he was too impudent for such a young man. So Ryong turned to Dongpil, who responded by calling him a young lord. The soldiers were perplexed to hear the old man call him young lord, a title used by the cult's bastards. But after these words, they were left with broken blades in their hands. Dongpil said they should watch their language. This is not just a cult, but a divine cult of a heavenly demon. Meanwhile, Yo Sunrin was complaining to Anhwa that her stomach was rumbling. Could she have some beef jerky? Anhwa was surprised, as she had already eaten 15 minutes ago. If she kept on overeating like this, their supplies would run out. But she spent all this time lying in bed and couldn't eat properly. Anhwa thinks it's better for her to be patient for a while. But what if she gains weight? The girl doesn't understand the point of all this talk. Life is meant to be enjoyed, to enjoy delicious food. She risks herself every day, so why can't she still eat her fill? How can she enjoy life then? In the end, Anhwa took pity on her and took out the last piece, saying that after that, food would only be available on schedule, so she should be patient. Master Go-gu intervened in their conversation, saying that they were making a lot of noise. Yo Sanrin, carefully chewing the meat, asked if their conversations were distracting him from his work. He replied that it was a little yes, but the girl said that he was their guest, so she would not forget her manners, but she was not going to sit there like it was a funeral. Guo-gu had heard she was getting along well with the young lord. It wasn't his business, but she should behave as befits a figure of the ice palace. The girl asked if he thought she didn't look noble. The master replied that no. The impression she makes determines how others will treat you. She doesn't know what kind of person he is. It's hard to say she's behaving decently when her tone and words at the first meeting ruin someone's mood. In social relationships, even a few words can provoke a quarrel. If she's the only one who's been treated this way, he'll survive. But he shouldn't allow himself to behave like that with the young ruler. Yo Sanrin said she simply disliked cold and unfeeling people. Perhaps her words came across as too harsh. She apologized, and listening to this lecture made her hungry again. Could she have more? Anhwa immediately refused. Suddenly, Yo Sanrin heard something. Something might have happened. Master Guo-gu was surprised by her level. People like her usually couldn't sense the shockwave of internal energy, especially from such a distance. How could she do it? The girl replied that she had very sensitive hearing. The master himself was only able to focus on what was happening after he barely detected a noticeable flow of internal energy. Now it is clear to him why the young ruler sent all the people away. So Ryan said they had a little time before they returned. Maybe they could grab something to eat? What can he offer them? The administrator froze in place. He couldn't understand how they had defeated the Gongsun clan people without any effort. They spared the three and told them to convey everything in detail to their clan about what happened here. And so Ryan also ordered them to bring their leader to him. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't stand against the entire Gongsun clan and their leader. So Ryang asked again, what did he recommend for a snack? Suddenly, the administrator, with fear in his eyes, said they should leave. The Gongsun clan would return here with even more people. Many, having received help, begin to demand more. He, on the contrary, asks them to leave the inn, fearing they might be in danger. It must be hard for him to find himself in this cruel world with such a soft-hearted disposition. But Soryang is certain that it was precisely his compassion that allowed him to achieve this position. The guy said everything was fine. He'd like to ask about something. Had he ever had dealings with the clan that supported him? He replied that he had not even among the minor ones. In his opinion, such cooperation would lead to an immediate decline in business. For the weak, the best way to survive is to provide cover to stronger allies with their wings. However, strength is a relative concept. Sooner or later, someone stronger will emerge and want everything. And in this case, the biggest losses will be suffered by small traders like them. So Ryan asked, is this the reason why you didn't make a pact with any of the martial arts clans? The man replied that this was exactly how things were for now. It had been quite challenging at first, but he had worked hard to achieve a stable income and gradually expanded his business. So Ryung thinks there's more to it than that. After all, he said this was all for now. So, there must be some clan in mind after all. The only clan that interests him is the Namgun clan. He does not go into the details of worldly affairs too much, but he is aware that the principles and morals of the Namgun clan are much higher than those of the Gongsum clan. However, his inn is far removed from them. He wants this tavern to exist under the patronage of the Namgun clan and receive their protection. In exchange, he will become their eyes and ears. So Ryan believed that since an alliance with one of the clans was inevitable, the right thing to do would be to choose the strongest one in Anhui territory. He responded that this would be the right decision. The guy thought the businessman was weak and modest, but he turned out to be a brilliant strategist. Of course, he would hardly have survived as a simple good guy. You need to take the first step yourself, not wait for the clan to come to you. Their main goal is to prove their worth by expanding their business. After that, contracts can be concluded. They clearly don't want to become a puppet in someone else's hands. So Ryung asked if it was the Namgun clan, would he agree? There's another similar clan, but its masters are weaker, he thought. What do you say to that? The man was genuinely surprised. Who are they talking about? This is the Hao clan, so Ryung knows it won't be easy to trust them, as they're used to operating in the shadows. But they don't charge protection fees for those they partner with, and they don't resort to violence in their dealings. Such a symbiosis would only benefit them. Without thinking twice, the man replied that he was ready to begin cooperation with the Hao clan. He doesn't want to get involved in the conflicts of other clans, and they don't compensate for the damage caused. For small traders like him, the Hao clan is the best option. So Ryan hadn't even imagined they were so popular. Well, he'll arrange a meeting for them with the Hao clan. That's where his assistance will end. Whether or not they form a partnership is entirely up to him. The merchant replied that that was more than enough. The boy replied that it was time for them to deal with the Gongsun clan. The man replied that it was time for them to leave, and quickly. But So Ryung had already said that there was no need. Meanwhile, his cute pet put on a free fashion show for the residents of the estate. So Ryan was amazed at how quickly he got there, and gently called out to his little friend. People were surprised that the animal calmed down immediately. Could this guy really be its owner? Suddenly, countless warriors appeared before them, led by the clan leader Gunsun Huang. It occurred to So Ryan that he had seen this face somewhere in his past life. When Dam San became the head of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, he summoned all the successors of the influential clans, and although he was only 20 years old at the time, his face was already adorned with an ugly scar. It's a face hard to forget, and now that young successor of the clan is terrorizing a huge territory. So Ryan was surprised that the leader himself deigned to appear. Gunsun Huang decided to personally look into the eyes of the one who dared to stand in their way, because he rarely met people who so fiercely went against his clan. This was his fatal mistake. How dare he do such a thing? So Ryan said he should hold his tongue. He'd heard similar threats countless times before. Something entirely different is important now. Since the ruling classes failed to fulfill their direct responsibilities, many clans took on the responsibility of protecting the population and fighting crime in their territories. Instead of protecting the owner, for some reason he is trying to ruin him, although he should be supporting the tavern, not profiting from it. Gunsun Huang furiously shouted at the boy to shut up, angrily asking who gave him the right to lecture in the first place. So Ryan reminded the fat man that he demanded 60% of all profits. This was pure robbery. People were outraged when they heard this. Gunsun Huan almost broke a tooth with anger. The man sincerely did not understand who gave this impudent fellow the right to stare at him like that. Gunsun Huan activated his internal energy and shouted that it wouldn't take long. He would simply cut off So Ryung's arm and spare him. The young master was only amused by these words, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. And in an instant, exactly what Gunsun Huan said happened. He asked to cut off his hand. What should he do next? Meanwhile, at the Steel Blood Fortress, the leader was notified that So Ryung had appeared again. Leader Asura Song asked if the boy had been staying with the Namgung clan until now. Huang Gan confirmed this, but he most likely also encountered the Sword King. Because he hadn't shown any skill in the Murim for a long time, he was intrigued by such a powerful opponent. Ashura also thinks so, and dares to suggest that if they were to meet in battle, the Sword King would win with an 80% probability. Huang Jian admitted that he is not very knowledgeable about martial arts. The sword of the Sword King is truly terrifying. While he may be inferior to some in general martial arts mastery, His mastery of the sword is unmatched in the world. Moreover, his opponent was a demonic martial artist, and his technique is especially effective against such fighters. He would likely have won, but anything can happen in combat. You can never be sure how it will end. There are times when a master of a peak defeats a master of the highest peak. Asura Song thinks he's a funny guy. He's a member of a demonic cult, feared by everyone, but he's been accepted by Patriarch Namgung himself. There will never be another man like him. Hwang Gyeon believes that Patriarch Namgung has a character worthy of being called a great master. He would never have ignored the young leader Seo Ryang, even if he were a complete scoundrel, whether it was due to his personal merits or the rare luck of meeting a truly kind person. All circumstances worked out exclusively in his favor. In that case, they too should do their duty. Hwang Gon said all preparations were complete. All that remained was to contact the Hao sect. Leader Asura gave his consent for the operation, ordering a change in the mood of the people so that the heavenly demon divine cult could finally openly declare itself to the world. The leader of the Heavenly Alliance of Justice is Dam San. Those who know him say he's a genius among geniuses when it comes to political intrigue. Despite being a Murim man, his intellect surpassed his fighting prowess. However, once he became the leader of the Alliance, he stopped using his intellect. There was no longer any need for it. The moment he realized his dream, all his great aspirations were fulfilled. That's why he turned his gaze to the entire world. A desire to go beyond the bounds of Orthodox Murim, to penetrate unorthodox Murim, and even demonic Murim. He strove to unite the world, something no one had ever achieved in the history of Murim. However, something extremely important was missing from this aspiration of his: true enthusiasm. Desire stuck in the mire is superficial. He noted that the demonic cult was acting too boldly and admitted that he never expected the situation to get so out of control. And he bitterly admitted that he was nothing more than a cowardly old man who clung to his position only out of fear of losing everything he had. Dam San realized with regret that it was for this very reason that he had lost that sword. He remembered his assassin, whose services he had actively used even before assuming the position of Alliance leader. That same Cheon Hajin. He was not one to serve another, but he was not destined to be a leader either. More than anything, he craved freedom. That's why Dam Sen kept him close, using the precious blood parasite. But now, on reflection, he realizes it was unnecessary. He could have simply killed him if he decided to abandon him, and even if he hadn't, he'd have continued to use him. Dam San knew everything about his martial arts, but Cheon Hajin is now part of his history. His sharpest blade, back when he was willing to do anything to take that place. And he couldn't accept the fact that someone like him had managed to drive out the blood parasite and escape, so he used an indestructible network formation to kill him. His death marked the end of Dam Seon's backstory. After that, no one posed a threat to him, and no one dared to oppose him. But now, everything has changed. Someone is coming for him. If he doesn't act, he will die. And now is the best time to write the continuation of his own story. He will show this world that they are the strongest in Jianghu. Gunsun Huang furiously shouted to his men to stop standing there and ordered them to kill the boy immediately. Little Fox Goldie decided to help his owner a little. The squad captain shouted for everyone to disperse. Let them avoid the beast. One half of the squad decided that they could eliminate So Riang. However, the guy began to put them to sleep, one after another, without any effort. Donpil noted that he wasn't killing any of them, although knocking them out instead of just killing them was much more difficult. He does it as if it were effortless. That's how much stronger the young master is. And yet there is not a drop of aggression in his movements. His movements are flexible and fluid, like a river. His strikes are precise and precise. He is an absolute master, capable of handling the entire sect single-handedly. So Ryan is so strong that he can take on one of the 9 sects single-handedly. He turned to the rest of the squad and said that they were next. Donpil noticed that his eyes had changed. What kind of combat technique was this? Using dark chi energy, he took out all the remaining opponents in a matter of seconds. This level of control is enough for him to take down a large number of people. Absolute Demon Emperor Chi Palm Technique. Sealing Manzi Pressure Demon Palm. This was the technique the Demon Lord used during their final battle. His elite fighters are defeated, and his authority as a patriarch is destroyed. The wolves who have long coveted his place will now emerge from the shadows. Hell awaits him. People were shocked that he lifted it with his chi energy. So Ryan had no intention of destroying his clan. He decided that it was not for him to judge this man for all the dirt he had managed to do. This will be done by ordinary, peaceful people. into whose hearts he has instilled panic fear for so long. Meanwhile, the young leader Gong Yachi was informed that So Ryang was currently fighting the Gongsun clan. The leader replied that this was good news. Let him send a message to the Fortress of Steel Blood. He turned to the head of the Steel Blood Fortress for help, and the Namgung clan will expose the atrocities of the Heavenly Dragon Palace to the whole world. The plan that would allow demonic martial artists to walk openly and confidently through the streets of Murim, and for the world to finally embrace the divine cult, was fully in place. Now, everything depended on only one thing: the young leader's public appearance. So Ryan announced in a loud voice to the assembled people that he had come from the distant south, from the sacred divine mountain of 10 peaks. People revered it as a demonic army, and the residents of the Yangtze River fearfully called it the Dragon Seal Pit. However, none of these titles truly captures his essence. He is the successor of the divine cult of the great heavenly demon, and the one who is destined to rule 10,000 demons in the future. As the future head of the demonic path, he announces the entry of the divine cult into the Central Lands, the debut of the heavenly demon divine cult in Zhongyuan. This news spread through Zhongyuan like wildfire. The young leader of the demonic cult saved the merchants oppressed by the Gongsun clan and crushed their power. Those who heard this couldn't believe their ears. However, it soon became clear that the news was true. The same tavern owner confirmed that So Ryang had saved them from the tyranny of the Gongsun clan. But that's not all. Zhongyuan was once again shaken by the news that it was the leader of a demonic cult who had destroyed the bandits on the Yangtze. He also stopped the Heavenly Palace of the Dragon, which was kidnapping and killing many people from Murim. The sources of this news were the Steel Blood Fortress and the Namgung clan. The Namgung clan's testimony alone shocked the world. However, other clans and sects of the righteous Murim condemned the Namgung clan. The Namgung clan's announcement was extremely reckless. How could the renowned clan of the righteous Murim act without caution and wisdom? Patriarch Namgung Dan merely emphasized that he spoke the pure truth and had nothing to be ashamed of. He firmly stated that the widespread hatred of the heavenly demonic cult does not mean he will conceal their true achievements and deeds. If they think so, then is it fair and just to only speak badly about them? One of the patriarchs said that a young demonic cult leader was in Zhongyuan with a very small group. Why not finish him off while they had the chance? These words completely enraged Namgung Dan. He considered it an utter disgrace, sincerely unable to understand how, after such vile proposals, they could even claim to be on the righteous path. The statement from the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress left the righteous Murim stumped. The hunt for the young leader should be carried out by representatives of the unorthodox Murim, since it was their river fortresses that suffered. Why on earth did the righteous Murim make such a fuss about this? He didn't do anything wrong, Asura-san protested. On the contrary, the boy did a good deed for the common people, which, according to the righteous Murim himself, is their top priority. And after that, they all plan to attack him? Are they completely devoid of shame? Asura-san added that he had no intention of forgiving the young leader for his actions, but demanded honesty and courage. He would gladly welcome the heavenly demonic cult's arrival in Zhongyuan, rather than slander them behind their backs. They had entangled themselves in the affairs of the divine cult, so he would fight them fairly. While everyone remained silent, So Ryang stepped forward. If anyone wanted to fight, they could come to him at any time. He would accept them as equal martial artists. If they wanted to scheme behind his back, they were free to act. However, if they leave the cult alone, then no one will touch them either. At least for now, he added. It was a statement full of incredible inner strength and bold drive. Yama is the name given to him by the Yangtze. Demon Army is the title bestowed upon him by demonic martial artists. These names were formed long before the world learned about So Ryan, even before he became a young leader. The title of Yama, crowned with a dragon, marked with fear, fell upon the world like a storm. Gongyachi silently marveled at the young master's brilliance. He'd always known he was capable of great things, but he couldn't have imagined the scale of his actions would be so astonishing. So Ryang believes that if the Steel Blood Fortress and the Namgung clan hadn't helped, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He owes both groups a debt of gratitude. They certainly helped, he reasoned, but as So Ryang himself had said before, proving one's worth is everyone's personal responsibility. He should stop, he's already feeling awkward, So Ryang said, embarrassed. However, Gong Yachi sincerely assured him that he was genuinely impressed by his performance. So Ryang asked how the Pavilion of the Flying Swallow was doing, adding that he thought the guy in charge of the establishment was quite nice. Gong Yachi initially thought he was simply a kind person, but it turned out he was quite far-sighted. he could safely leave northern Anhui. So Ryan suggested moving on to a more complex issue. The beggar is now dead, and the stage is set. He thought it would be much more difficult to get to this point, but everything went smoothly thanks to him. The divine cult and he had just tied themselves to something grand. Now they can afford to relax a little, but Gonyachi is a completely different matter. So Ryan is genuinely glad that the guy is happy for them and doesn't let his guard down. In the current situation, both the righteous and the unorthodox Murim will inevitably try to find out everything about them. This puts the Hao sect in a dangerous position. So Ryong assured that he would provide assistance in any case if it was within his power. He simply asked the manager to let him know when necessary and not try to handle everything alone. Gongyachi warmly thanked the young master for his support and, bowing politely, said that it was time for him to go. So Ryan yawned sweetly, and it flashed through his mind that he was quite tired. However, at that very moment, the figure of a criminal law master suddenly and silently appeared behind him. Master Go-gu asked with displeasure how long they would have to stay here. So Ryong clearly hadn't expected to see this face today. He replied that they would have to stay here for another 3 or 4 days. The boy silently hoped that Master Guo-gu wouldn't decide to challenge him to a duel right then. So Ryan decided not to ask him any more questions and simply said briefly that they could go. Meanwhile, Anhwa was showing off her fighting skills to her friend Yo Sunrin. The girl was quite impressed by what she saw. She had mentioned earlier that she had been diligently cultivating her inner energy since a very young age. Anhwa replied that it was indeed so. All servants at the Center of Inner Enlightenment do this. After all, they couldn't do their job well if they lacked stamina or strength. Yo Sunrin reminded him that it had only been a short time since she had begun studying martial arts. Anhwa said she had started shortly before the young master had gone for his checkup. It turns out that during this time, she completely mastered the Qi emission technique. This is quite impressive. What was truly amazing was her sense of Qi. The way she used internal energy was simply astounding. Yo Sunri doesn't know if these are demonic arts, but even those who envy him won't be able to say a bad word about this technique. It literally deprives the enemy of the opportunity to ever fight again. Well, she shouldn't be too happy. Real combat is completely different, even if she has a great understanding of Qi. Even the greatest martial artist can fall to an assassin. They both still have a long way to go. Yo Sanrin wondered if talent was passed on too. Or was it because her master worked so hard? Literally everyone around the young leader is incredibly gifted. Guardian Donpil's martial arts skills suddenly skyrocketed. He had trained hard before too, but she was sure he had learned something new from the young master. Yo Sanrin will have to try her best to stand up for him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reached them. As it turned out, Sodiang was conducting a training duel with Master Go-gu. Yo Sanrin was surprised. For a simple training session, this was quite aggressive. The young master still had so much to do today. They were wondering if they should go and take a look at what was happening, when suddenly, an old pet, a huge tiger, crept up silently behind them. Yo Sunrin asked if that was the noise that had woken him up. She added that they were just about to go and see what was going on, and asked if he'd like to join them. The tiger made it clear with just one look that he agreed to go with them. Meanwhile, Sodiang dodged Master Gogu's powerful sword attack. Yo Sanrin was genuinely surprised by the way his sword released attack threads. She had heard before that such a weapon was much more difficult to master than a regular whip. But what if it had been her? With her current skills, there's no way she'd have been able to dodge such a swift attack. At best, she'd have been able to withstand no more than 7 hits. Master Go-gu noticed in time that the enemy's fist was moving swiftly towards them. It seemed that So Ryan had calculated his trajectory in advance and completely blocked his escape route. So Ryan said he's better at techniques than he is at manipulating Qi. That's why he fights like this, rather than reacting instinctively in the most dangerous situations. This is also worthy, but against someone who is superior to him, this approach will not work. Now that he has mastered the technique, let him try to focus on training Qi. When his mastery of Qi reaches the same level as his mastery of techniques, he will discover a whole new world. Master Go-gu thanked the young master for his instructions, so Ryan shouted loudly to Yo Sanrin and the tiger that they no longer needed to hide, and ordered them to calmly come out to them. Yo Sanrin gracefully descended from the tiger's back and enthusiastically noted that their fight looked incredibly impressive. So Ryong asked her what exactly had impressed her so much, to which she confidently replied that she now clearly saw what aspects she needed to work on. The young gentleman saw a sparkle in her eyes. It seemed she was serious. He told everyone to come here. Dongpil, Anhwa, and Goldie. Today will be training day. They'll level up all their skills. Yo Sanrin reminded them that they hadn't even had a proper meal today, and Master Gogu said that at this rate, he'll be a little late too. At this time, the young patriarch of the Hebei Peng clan, namely Peng Yol, was telling the girl that she would not have gone through this if she had listened from the very beginning. Perhaps this is what the Ouyang clan was aiming for? To become equal to the 5 great clans? Peng Yol added that she should be sincerely grateful to him for the opportunity he gave her. After all, he's from the Peng clan in Hebei. Never mind, Soriang will meet you soon. The next day, at the Hao sect's Anhui branch, Gong Yachi told the young master there was something he needed to know. The conversation centered on the rising stars of righteous Murim. A major event known as the Central Celestial Assembly is approaching, convening the finest young geniuses from the 9 great sects, the United Alliance, and the 5 great clans. So Ryan remembered that this had been a worthy meeting before, where they had competed with each other, honing their martial arts. But now, everything has changed. It has become thoroughly politicized. They are no longer concerned with the path to perfection, but with the desire to prove their own superiority over others. One day, he was serving as a guard when Dam Seng's disciples arrived there. So what? So Riang asked. The young man explained that on the eve of the Central Celestial meeting, an extremely unpleasant incident had occurred. A young clan leader named Peng from Hubei province did something terrible to a girl from the Ouyang clan. It turns out to be in a place where rising stars were supposed to gather. So Ryan asked, did the Ouyang clan tolerate this? Did they do nothing? He replied that they were in no position to do anything. But shouldn't the clan have stood up for their honor when their daughter was violated by this worthless man? Ganya Chi replied that it seemed like the girl herself didn't want it. The victim, who by right should fight for justice and speak the truth out loud, instead hides. This is proof that society is not yet mature. But why did they turn to them for help then? The Hao sect is an intelligence organization, not one that solves other people's problems. What did they even want? It wasn't the patriarch who came to them, but the victim's brother. He asked that they contact him immediately if they noticed the young Peng clan patriarch getting drunk or otherwise in a vulnerable state. But apparently he clearly intends to kill him at this moment. Guogu noted that he was telling this because it concerned him too. One man planned to deal with the young master of the heavenly demon divine cult as soon as he appeared in Zhongyuan. But after the uproar, he took his words back. And this man is the Peng clan's patriarch. They've mobilized their forces to get to him. It turns out they want to manipulate public opinion. The Peng clan's forces have already advanced into the southwestern regions of Shandong. They will arrive no sooner than 5 days and no later than 10. And when is the central heavenly meeting scheduled? Gong Yachi replied that in 4 days, near the central heaven mountain in Henan, the journey would take about 3 days by horse. A gathering of rising stars of Orthodox Murim. What is So Riang up to? Henan Soyan village. The young patriarchs began to gather. The young patriarch of the Huangbo clan, Huangbo Jun, does not understand how these pathetic nobodies are even allowed to participate in the central meeting. Jaegel Gun, the young patriarch of the Jaegel clan, said he enjoyed the festive atmosphere, but to his comrade, it was simply the noise of unworthy losers. There's not a single real martial artist here. They're all just worthless cowards trying to impress them. Let him look at all this rubbish around his sister. Huangbo Jun is irritated that he has to breathe the same air as them. Ye Gilgun said there's nothing he can do about it. There are many people in the world. There are sure to be differences in skills and personalities. And this year, there are few representatives from the 9 sects here. He doesn't think the Namgung Tode clan will come. It will be rather boring. But as soon as he began to pray in his mind, the gods heard him. And the eldest daughter of the Namgung clan, Namgung Hua, and the second son, Namgung Ryong, appeared before them. Yegel Gung greeted Miss Namgung. She hadn't attended a meeting for several years. What brought her here? The girl asked if she shouldn't be here. Yegel Gun apologized for such a blunt question. The Namgung clan is always a welcome guest. They weren't the only ones shocked by their arrival. The young patriarch of the Peng clan from Hubei, Peng Yol, was also there. He thought that this year's Central Celestial Gathering would be boring, but it seems he was wrong. Peng Yol said that the girl was beautiful, as always. I'm just a human, Namgung Hua replied, smiling as she noted that he had become much stronger and more robust since their last meeting. It's been 5 years since they last saw each other. He hopes he's grown up over the years. Peng Yol looked at her younger brother and remarked that he had impressive chi. He must have trained a lot. Namgung Ryong replied that he was still weak compared to his sister. However, Peng Yol doesn't think so. His martial arts are strong enough to become the clan's successor. He's certain he's simply being modest. Pengyul doesn't sense her chi very well, but it can't be that she is stronger than him. Why don't they go inside instead of standing here? Since they have guests from the Namgung clan, should they have a drink? Namgung Hwa replied that they were going to talk to others. Byung-yeol didn't understand the gesture. When else would they get the chance to get together like this? Namgung Ryong reminded that the Central Celestial Assembly is not a celebration of the 9 great sects, the United Union, and the 5 great clans. It is for all rising stars of the Murim. They will approach the meeting as they see fit. He too should reconsider his approach. Pengyul accepted their decision. Nothing can be done if they don't want to drink with them. In any case, he won't waste his energy for nothing. Namgung Hwa, she has become very beautiful in the last 5 years. This meeting will be extremely interesting for him. He will have to try to stay alone with her. Namgung Ryong thinks that this idiot has gotten even worse over the past 5 years. His sister said it wasn't just him. All the rising stars of famous sects and clans look down on the rest. The other rising stars ignore this arrogance and try their best to impress them. This is what the Orthodox Murim have come to. My sister also doesn't understand how it came to this. Water that stands still inevitably rots. By this logic, their clan is also in danger. They should engage in self-criticism. The sister noticed that his brother had become wiser thanks to the isolation training. Young successors from other great Murim clans suddenly greeted them. They were honored to meet the swordsman of the renowned Namgung clan. Namgung Hwa said they shouldn't talk like that. Her brother pointed out that they weren't such great people after all. Jang Jung-soo apologizes for the late introduction, and this is his sister, Jang Sang-hui. Namgung Hwa had heard of a hero with a blade that could slay mountains. She didn't expect to meet him like this. My sister told my brother that when he was in isolation training, this guy took the title. A year ago, he single-handedly fought off the Green Forest. Jang Jung-soo was embarrassed by this statement. People might misunderstand, and he doesn't deserve such a lofty title. Namgung Hwa added that this happened when a village in southern Shandong was attacked by an Azure Wolf fortress. He intervened to help. He bought time for the villagers to escape and then fought the Azure Wolf's forces alone. Namgung Ryong apologized for not recognizing him right away and introduced himself properly. Jang Jung-soo's sister said that her brother is very shy, so they should understand. Jang Jung-soo plucked up the courage to come up and say hello, thinking it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They were still a long way off anyway. The second daughter of the Jaegyo clan approached them. Soyeon envied them as they were already so close to the Namgung siblings. However, he believes that the Namgung clan does not care about differences in status, since they are drawn to the demonic path. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but they had met several times before. But she'd never met Namgung Ryong's brother. She was pleased to meet him. Namgung Ryong thinks that the girl just said something very unpleasant. Jaegol Soyeon replied that her tongue always gets her into trouble, so she apologizes. But it's not about them. She should apologize to them. Jang Jung-soo and Jang Sang-hui. The girl insulted them, although she herself is no different. Namely, she insulted their status. Let her apologize immediately. So Ryong stood among the crowd, listening attentively to their conversation. He sincerely admired Namgung Ryong, mentally noting that the guy was quite good, but he finds it quite amusing to watch children fight. Jaegol Soyeon couldn't believe her ears. Was he seriously demanding that she apologize to these two? And all this just because she'd pointed out the difference in their status? Namgung Ryong replied that if she truly grew up in a martial clan of the Orthodox way, she should understand the problem. She should apologize to them immediately. Jaegol Soyeon muttered in confusion that perhaps she didn't mean those two at all. It seems her clan excelled in word games, but had no martial or scholarly merits. The girl indignantly asked what exactly he had just said, to which Namgung Ryong sharply asked if she was deaf. He added bluntly that her clan was simply extremely skilled at wordplay. Jaegol Soyeon asked icily if she had understood correctly that he had just insulted the entire Jaegol clan. She firmly added that if that was indeed the case, she would not let that attack go unanswered. Namgung Ryong calmly replied that he hadn't mentioned the Jaegol clan at all. In fact, he asked with a chuckle why she'd assumed his words referred specifically to her family. Her older brother Jagal Gun approached them and apologized, explaining that his younger sister was still too immature, and that was why she provoked this ridiculous conflict. Jagal Gun added that he was ready to personally apologize for her as an older brother, and asked those present to change their anger to mercy and forgive her. Namgung Hwa admitted that her brother was quite harsh in his words. He simply lacks experience. She apologizes for that too. Each of them apologizes for their younger sibling, but the level of dignity is very different. The boy from the Jaegol clan is simply trying to smooth things over, while the girl from the Namgung clan sincerely believes that her younger brother acted wrongly. So their problem is solved? The girl replied that everything was fine, but let Mrs. Jagle apologize to these two. She approached Mr. Chan, seeking his support and asking if they were going too far. Jang Jung-soo responded that everything was fine and that he did not want to make a big deal out of the incident just because of an apology. However, Nam Gung-hwa noted that he shouldn't behave like that. He shouldn't get used to insults. Why is he trying to cover up an insult he received? For nothing. The character and personality he has built over time is not something that should be humiliated. Overestimating your qualities is, of course, a problem, but in her opinion, underestimating yourself is also unacceptable. This wasn't a situation where a third party should have intervened. She was sure the two of them had faced worse. Perhaps she shouldn't have said this, since she's never experienced anything like it herself. But nevertheless, she reads that one cannot remain silent in the face of injustice. So Ryan thinks it sounds a bit childish. Too idealistic and unrealistic. But that's the Orthodox way. She learned her lesson well. It was a good speech, if a little awkward. Wasn't she being too harsh on Miss Jeagle, forcing her to apologize? After all, quite a few people were watching. Nam Gung-hwa believes that they are not so petty as to refuse to apologize, just because someone is watching. Peng-yo replied that she was right, but they were the heirs of the 5 great clans. Doesn't she understand that they are the pillars of Orthodox Murim? It's been that way for hundreds of years. Their apologies carry far more weight than anyone else's, and they are in a position where they shouldn't be so quick to bow their heads. Nam Gung-hwa looked into his eyes and asked, "Does he think it's special?" He replied that there was no other way. How could anyone survive in the Murim without such confidence? The girl said that if he's special, then everyone else is just as special. However, Pinyol thinks that's unrealistic. Specialness proves skill. Nam Gung-hwa noted that this trait was created by his family, not by him. But the boy believes it makes no difference. Being born into the right family is already considered a talent. Nam Gung-ryong said that great people come from such great families, but he only learned to talk beautifully instead of improving his character. Peng Yol heard Lady Jagle openly accuse the Namgung clan of being allied with the demonic cult. He added sarcastically that in that case, her words weren't a mistake at all, as she had spoken the pure truth. Demonic martial artists are known as terrible people, so their words are quite understandable. Nam Gung-hwa said they respected those who behaved like humans. At least the demonic masters they encountered inspired nothing but respect. He hasn't even met a real demonic master and he's already judging him. The girl certainly doesn't consider a bastard like him worthy of respect. Pinyol got angry. Such brats don't know when to shut up. Nam Gung-hwa is glad that their lips are much more worthy than his. Peng Yol took out his sword and loudly declared that he would make her pay for this and show the whole world her stupidity. But suddenly, So Riang's enraged pet entered their conflict with a languid air. The young gentleman was shocked. What was he even doing here? He even burned him out of nowhere. They are not food. He urgently needs to get rid of this habit. Nam Gung-hwa is the first to recognize the young master of the divine demon cult. So Ryong asked if she was the daughter of the Namgung clan from the Crazy Forest. They had met before, hadn't they? People were shocked to see him here, as they had just recently heard news that he had single-handedly crushed an entire sect and plunged all of Zhongyuan into chaos. The one nicknamed the Dragon of the Bottomless Pit, So Ryang. What is he doing here? Hwang Bo-jun suddenly ran up to him and asked excitedly what he was doing there. So Ryan indifferently asked him in response who he was, and he immediately introduced himself as the heir to the great Hwangbo clan. Hwangbo is from Shandong, right? So Ryang asked, adding that he was well aware of those who like to call themselves great heroes, when in reality, they are nothing but brainless idiots. Hwang Bo-jun literally froze in place, stunned by such harsh and insolent words addressed to him. In any case, he has no business with him. He's interested in a guy named Pen Yol. He was genuinely indignant, not understanding why a lackey of the demonic path would have any business with him at all. So Ryan immediately addressed him as you, and with an imperious gesture beckoned him to him. Hwang Bo-jun was extremely unhappy that the young master ignored him, and he meanly decided to attack him from behind. However, he was unsuccessful. So Ryang intercepted his chi-infused fist without the slightest effort. Fixing his opponent with an icy gaze, the young master ironically inquired why his blow was so soft and weak. With hands like those, he couldn't even catch a fly. He'd be willing to let a verbal altercation at their first meeting slide, but since he tried to kill him, let him think that he is fully prepared to pay the consequences. The tiger was so happy that his owner decided to treat him to a juicy bone. Nam Gung-ryong told his sister that this was too harsh. However, she immediately objected, reminding him that it was Huang Bo-jun who had first committed the cowardly attack with the clear intent to kill. So the boy was extremely lucky that the young master had spared his life at all. She understands that the situation is tense, but she cannot so recklessly attack the young master of the demonic cult. This isn't just a personal dispute between individuals. It could escalate into a conflict between Orthodox and demonic Murim. Fear instantly pierced Peng Yol's entire body, as Huang Bo-jun was defeated with incredible ease. He couldn't have imagined that the young master of the demonic cult would be so devastatingly powerful. So Ryan extended his hand, cloaked in powerful qi, and shouted loudly at Peng Yol, asking if he had gone deaf. "Tell him to come out immediately." The wave of qi emanating from So-ryang was so overwhelming that everyone present was on the verge of losing consciousness. So-ryang asked with a grin if Peng Yol, who had spoken so boldly, was now not even going to listen to him. Peng Yol's body began to move of its own accord, as if against his will. The young master, with no visible effort, simply by the pull of his powerful qi, smoothly pulled him toward him. So Ryan added with a cold smile that he really liked obedient boys. The young master informed him that he had heard rumors that he had dared to abuse the daughter of the Uyang clan. Peng Yol was completely stunned, sincerely not understanding how this monster could have found out about this. So he'll confess to what he did? Now he won't have to feel guilty about crippling him. Peng Yol furiously shouted that this was all complete nonsense and confidently declared that the main forces of his great clan were already on their way to finally deal with the insolent man. The young master of the demonic cult was now definitely finished. So Ryan calmly replied that he had said so himself, admitting that the Pang clan had indeed mobilized all its forces to capture him. Nam Gung-hwa and everyone else were shocked by this news. After all, it was essentially a declaration of war. The atmosphere had changed dramatically. Now everyone was vying with each other to vilify the Peng clan. It was as if they'd suddenly forgotten what the young master had just done. So Ryan said that since he had already drawn his sword, he should at least cut some. Peng Yol became incredibly enraged, and gathering all his remaining strength, activated his clan's secret technique, the divine art of the cosmic void. And he quickly went on the attack, bringing down his primordial blade of thunder on the enemy. So Ryan responded to his attack with a lightning-fast heavenly demon fist, which managed to erect a barrier of 9 heavens. However, this didn't help him much. So Ryang's powerful blow shattered the barrier, and Peng Yol flew back at great speed, literally sealing himself in a stone wall. Peng Yol lost control of his body again. So Ryang asked if he knew who was in front of him. The young master asked if he should just finish him off. Peng Yol muttered with his last bit of strength that he wouldn't be able to fight off his clan's forces alone. So Ryan thought that this impudent fellow was talking too much, and without further ado, he gave him an extremely painful, free massage. Let them stand like this for a day, and their back will never hurt again. He would gladly continue the procedure, but there is someone who rightfully deserves to punish him, so he will stop there. So Ryan didn't come here to fight, and he understands perfectly well that he's an unwelcome guest. But since they are all gathered in one place, why don't they talk? Meanwhile, Demon Lord Lee Jong-san openly expressed his deep dissatisfaction with the chief strategist. If So-ryang has acquired an unpredictable weapon, he should delve into its essence to learn how to use it properly. He shouldn't get hung up on what he's accustomed to. Hoyo-san asked if he could sense the young master's demonic qi. It's extremely difficult to put into words. He believed it was difficult to find a definition other than a simple feeling, but in reality, the whole situation was far more complex and profound. The chief strategist couldn't understand how he could sense the young master's qi from such a distance. He was definitely not human. Is he interested in the Central Celestial Assembly? He can find out about it. The Demon Lord replied indifferently, not caring at all about some childish get-together. However, the strategist immediately and respectfully reminded him that this major event could be directly related to the young master. They just happen to be about the same age. And So-ryang has nothing in common with these kids. He would be surprised if So-ryang didn't suppress them all. Meanwhile, the young master himself could not understand why the rising stars of the righteous Murim stood and looked around with such indecision. Should he be happy about this? Not because his opponents are so low level, since it's precisely these people with whom he must coexist in this world. So Ryan loudly declared that he was the heir to the heavenly demon cult. They had all gathered here because they had been chosen by their clans and sects as heirs. He was the same generation as them. Instead of having a gathering where they lick the boots of the powers that be, Why don't they talk about everything as people who are supposed to lead the Murim forward and without conflict? A guy from the crowd shouted, "How can they even trust him? He could lure them into a trap or even try to kill them." So Ryan didn't expect to hear this from a representative of the righteous Murim. He would gladly praise him for his courage, for daring to admit his own weakness. But he's alone here, and there are more than 200 of them. The outcome of any battle is impossible to predict. Doesn't he think that was a bit of a cowardly statement? If so, Ryan had wanted to attack them, he would have set an ambush from the start. Even if he was lying now, they were wise enough to understand. One thing is clear. No matter their martial arts level, Soryang is a dangerous person, said Jang Sang-hui. And in general, this gathering is intended for the rising stars of the righteous Murim. And it's not because he's from a demonic cult. He can't be here because he follows the demonic path of martial arts. They consider him an unwelcome guest. And besides, he beat up the heirs of the Pang and Huangbo clans right in front of them. One could chalk it up to personal reasons, but doesn't he understand that he's put them in a difficult position? Then why didn't the girl attack him right away? Jang Sang-hui believes she's incapable of challenging him at her current level. What just happened has already been a serious test for them. She doesn't want to continue the conversation, so he should leave. So Ryan said that he had no intention of holding them hostage here. As he said, they just need to talk, but he doesn't want to argue or fight. If someone is willing to discuss the current situation with him, they can arrange a meeting. Jang Sang-hui finds this dangerous. What that guy said earlier was perfectly reasonable. How can they possibly trust him and listen to him? So Ryan didn't say they should listen to him. He wasn't in a position to give orders. It was simply a proposal for a meeting. The guy genuinely didn't understand why they all thought he was pressuring them. If it was because of past conflicts, he simply had nothing to say. However, just as the demonic cult is an enemy to these clans, they are all, without exception, enemies to him as well. One may be wary of someone who comes into enemy territory and extends a hand, but there is no need for him to be so closed off. So Riang is currently in Zhongyuan with just a few people. While he's strong, he's also incapable of fighting the entire righteous Murim on his own. Yet, despite the risk, he's here, and he doesn't want to die a senseless death. Namgung Hua noticed that the faces of those present softened after his words. Jang Sang-hui doesn't understand why anyone would want to talk to him at all. Zhang Jiangsu raised his hand, surprising everyone. He was eager to speak with the young master. He knows little about him or the divine cult of the heavenly demon. He only knows that due to past conflicts, he is considered their enemy. But he hasn't experienced this himself. Jang Jiangsu still doesn't trust him. He's already shown how cruel and aggressive he can be. It was hard to trust such a person. Yet, he felt that Soryang was speaking sincerely. The young master asked what would happen if he suddenly decided to kill him. Zhang Chongsu replied that in that case, it would only indicate his own lack of foresight, but then confidently added that he himself possessed quite impressive strength. So Riang is delighted with this guy. He's bold and straightforward, confident but not arrogant. When asked who he was, the guy confidently introduced himself. His name is Jang Chon-su, and he belongs to the Heavenly Path sect. He chose to remain silent when insulted by a disciple of the Jagal clan. However, in the face of the young leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, he unexpectedly proved bolder than anyone present. The Namgung clan representatives also agreed to go, but there were also representatives of the clans. It seemed Jang Chon-su had inspired confidence in them. The chief strategist was already dying of curiosity. What had the young master come up with? Lee Jong-san said he'd find out later from the reports. He'd been feeling downright bored lately, but it looked like Soryang was about to start something really big. His heart was already pounding wildly with the incoming excitement. What was his next step? So Ryong said that he did not remember this man during his visit to the Namgung clan and asked if he was the heir. Namgung Ryong replied that he had not yet taken that position and honestly admitted that his skills were still not enough to become the successor. It was obvious the boy's fighting skills surpassed those of that fool from the Ping clan. Namgung Ryong believed that the outcome of any fight was impossible to predict, so Ryong agreed. Jaegol Gong was completely perplexed by this. Was this really the right time to make small talk with a demonic martial artist? He appeared out of nowhere and disrupted their central celestial meeting. Jaegol Gun categorically refused to take part in this. They will tell everyone what happened here. But so Ryan didn't care, because sooner or later they'd find out. Let him do what he wanted. Angry and dissatisfied, Gun turned around and left. The remaining representatives were wondering whether to support him and leave as well. Suddenly, Yo Sanrin joined the event. The men were delighted by her beauty, calling her an angel. So Ryan asked if she was also eager to participate. She was surprised. Why not? Shouldn't she be allowed? She is the daughter of the Ice Palace and may be present as a representative of the forces beyond the walls. The young gentleman only warned her to keep her eyes open and not get into trouble. About half of them left. Namgung Ryung began to doubt whether staying had been the right decision. The sister said she would just listen for now. She was interested to know what he was going to tell them. The discussion between the young people, which began during the day, lasted until late at night. At first, the conversation proceeded cautiously, but soon it became heated. Surprisingly, so Ryan went around to almost everyone, talking to each one personally. Very little was said about the past. The discussion mainly concerned how exactly the demonic faction planned to exist and operate in the vastness of Jianghu. Namgung Hua was delighted. She never thought that such meetings were possible. Brother Ryan hadn't suspected the others were capable of such free thinking. Hua said that even if their fighting prowess was inferior, they had far more life experience. They live longer than them in the real world. It seems they themselves are too narrow-minded. Sharing your thoughts is the real meaning of the Central Heavenly Assembly. Who would have thought that the young master of the divine cult would return him to his original goal? Zhang Chongsu stood up abruptly and declared that they had all agreed to be here. They couldn't allow a war to start. He does not say this for the sake of beautiful words and ostentatious righteousness. The smaller sects and clans will be the first to perish. The true strength of the righteous Murim lies in countless small sects and clans. Therefore, if war breaks out, they will suffer the greatest losses. Secondly, it will be difficult to recover from the war. Unlike large sects and clans, small ones will have a very hard time recovering if their financial situation or business is destroyed. As a result, even if they manage to survive the war, they will find it very difficult to make a living. The main reason why war should not break out is that nothing will change. If sacrifices are inevitable, then those sacrificed must become the foundation stone of a better world. The guy across from him said that Jianghu has been divided into righteous, unrighteous, and demonic factions for hundreds of years, and nothing has changed. If everything boils down to just a repetition of the same events, then it is better to respect each other's territories and coexist peacefully. Namgung Hua believes that conflicts in this world are still inevitable. Zhang Zhongsu said that most clashes occur within large sects and clans. Because they have so much support, it's easier for them to get into trouble. They want peace and simply live in prosperity and happiness. The boy wants to see the kind of Jianghu that adults spoke fondly of when he was younger. Although he understands that reality is far from this. So Ryan asked what was stopping them from changing it themselves. Zhang Zhongsu was sure the young master understood without him that this was anything but simple. So Riang replied that he understood perfectly well that they were tired of a world that refused to change. To be more precise, their parents' generation isn't changing. But that's no reason to give up. The world doesn't change with the snap of a finger. We need to keep going so that it changes step by step. Zhang Zhongsu noted that everyone understands, but no one is actually trying to do it. Instead, they're just laughed at. So Ryan said that he wouldn't laugh because he knew how hard it was to endure when others laughed at you. But it still needs to be done. If they don't want to live in a world tinged with defeat, there's no easy way out. He understands perfectly well that changing the world won't be easy. You have to carve out a space for yourself. No one will take responsibility for your life. However, So Riang doesn't say they're obligated to overthrow the largest clans and sects. Well, if they want to, they certainly can. Such aggressive methods have consequences. If they really want peace, then they need to solve their problems peacefully. Another question flew at him. Was Soryang allowed to tell them all this? Shouldn't he strive to crush the greatest sects and clans? The young master thinks this is nonsense. He too has dignity, which he intends to preserve. His opponent must be worthy of a fight, otherwise there is no pleasure in it. The guy reminded him that he'd said he didn't like war. Soryang responded with a joke, as if he'd said it just in case. Namgung Hua was surprised. Who would have thought that the young master of the divine cult and the youth of the righteous Murim would joke with each other at their first meeting? In any case, they must have thought about it before coming here. If they said they'd spoken with the young master of the demonic cult, the elders of the righteous Murim would certainly be displeased. Many of those who didn't come must have feared exactly that. The guy asked if the young master knew why they had come to the central heavenly meeting, so Ryan came up with the first thought. To kiss the asses of famous sects and clans? The guy replied, confused, that as much as he didn't want to admit it, Soryang was right. They were here to make a good impression. But not because they want to. They're all here out of fear of being left behind. Otherwise, the other sects that have managed to please them will simply swallow them up. And then a young gentleman showed up and ruined the whole gathering. It was no longer a place for sucking up. So he's trying to say that the young master saved them? The guy said he wasn't ready to do that. Since the meeting was already disrupted, why don't they learn more about the heavenly demon divine cult? They are their enemies after all. That's why they're here. So Ryan didn't understand his logic. If they start blaming them, will they make him the scapegoat? It seems the guys are very good at getting by. The guy replied that this is how they survived until today. He's not even ashamed of it anymore. It had been a good meeting. He was sure they still had much to discuss. It's time for him to go. He already said earlier that the Peng clan is coming for him. Namgung Ryong asked if they should talk to them. So Ryong thought that if they wanted to talk, they wouldn't have sent troops. The guy remarked, "Isn't that better than being chased?" So Ryan replied that he wasn't going to run away. He's going to go and raze them to the ground, even though he doesn't like conflict. But he also doesn't intend to sit idly by while someone hunts for his head. If Namgung Ryong survived by relying on his head, then So Ryong lived the way he wanted, putting his life on the line every time. The guy was shocked by So Ryong's statement because it would be dangerous. The young master said he would pay the price, but if they decided to live as he did, they would choke on their own impotence. They are amazing people to have decided to come here. And he's sure they hesitated before meeting him. They don't know him, and he doesn't know them. They were only able to meet like this because there had been no conflict between the righteous Murim and the demonic faction for so long. Some tried to fill this void with hatred, others with sadness, and some simply left everything as it was. But he doesn't want it that way. He wants to fill her with peace. They may not yet trust each other, but today they were able to see what kind of people are on the other side. It was an imperfect start, but now the opportunity has arrived. So Riang wants to see them again in a year, so let the boys live until then. 2 days later, Dongpil informed the young master that they had received a message from the Hao sect. The Peng clan forces are 40 kilometers away from them. Considering how long it took for the message to arrive, Soriang believes they're now closer than 10 kilometers away. This is an elite punitive force from the Peng clan in Hubei. Furthermore, Henan's minor sects and clans have been put on high alert. More than half of them will effectively enter a state of war. It turns out, they will follow them. They will have support. So Liang turned to Dongpil. Has a lot happened lately? The impressions were not the most positive, but he realized that there are all sorts of people in the world. It must have been a valuable experience. So Ryan smiled and said it was just like him. The guy himself is not sure whether the world has changed, or whether he himself has changed. What he's certain of is that from the moment he set foot on Zhongyuan's soil, he became a completely different person. Perhaps that's the charm of Jianghu. Isn't this hypocritical? Just recently he was calling for peace, and now he's back on the battlefield, simply because he can't stand to watch someone try to play with him. So Ryong thinks that he is not the person who should lead this world to peace. No matter what kind of demonic master he is, he still walks the demonic path. He's closer to the pinnacle of the demonic path than anyone else, and he no longer feels guilty about killing his enemies. And therefore, even if he sincerely wishes for peace in the world, he cannot become the one who will bring these changes. He will go alone. Let them not follow him. He has his cute little animals. Yo Sanrin is outraged. Is Dongpil really going to let him go alone? The enemy, the Peng clan, they're far stronger than anyone they faced so far. Dongpil believes they'll die there. If they engage in this fight, they might simply be swept away by the young master's attack and die at his own hands. The girl didn't understand why he suddenly started using demonic arts. He replied that he didn't do it on purpose. It just acts on its own. Master Guo Gu experienced the same thing. They both fell under the influence of the young master's demonic chi. It looks like he's in a state of dominion. Yo Sanrin is in complete shock. What are they even talking about? The young master is currently dominating the demonic path. Squad Captain Peng shouted to slow down. Danger ahead! 300 swordsmen from the Supreme Overlord's ranks and 30 former absolute peak martial artists. This is the elite ranks of the Peng clan from Hubei. So Ryong hopes they all manage to eat, because very soon they will be eating the earth. The young master of the demonic cult had revealed himself. Before the captain could even shout the attack, he had him put to sleep. His deputy shouted to the detachment that the commander had a stomachache and that they should hold the line. So Ryang took to the dance floor to show off his new dance. He fluttered like a butterfly and rhythmically waved his sword. The rivals motivated each other. They cannot give up. They have to beat him. A nimble old man with a technique of the blade of primordial thunder lightning decided to show what he could do. Retired martial artists of the Peng clan, all of them at the highest peak level. It turns out their beard was more milk-soaked than our heroes. They were definitely different from those he had seen on Mount Huashan or in Zhongnan. They were hardly swayed by the fact that the squad leader went to take a crap behind the bushes right in front of them. The powerful old man shouted at them not to give So Ryan a single chance. Let them attack with all their might. So Ryan felt like he'd sustained internal damage. He hadn't experienced that in a real fight in a long time. If he let his guard down even for a moment, he could truly die in this fight. This only makes it more interesting for him to fight. As he expected from the Pang clan's elite, their strength was impressive. The old men couldn't understand what kind of technique Sodiang wanted to use. He shouted to Goldie and the Tiger King to get ready. He would need their help. At that moment, the cute little animals were eating their food deliciously. The demonic arts of the 9 depths that made him who he is now, a symbol of his past and present. The Demon Emperor's key that will determine his future, a symbol of the present and the future. Apparently, he should give it a try. The past, present, and future are distinct, but they cannot be separated. The same is true for martial arts. If you cannot give up either of the demonic arts, then you must learn to accept both. There are clear differences between them, but there is also one key common feature. This is him. These fighting techniques will stay with him forever. The demonic path cannot exist without the righteous path, and vice versa. This is what existence is. Now they won't have a chance to retreat. The man decided to go to extremes and activated his powerful 5-tiger blade technique, Gatebreaker. But it didn't help him at all. So Ryan dodged and immediately made it clear who was stronger in this battle. The Demon Emperor's chi is heaven, and the demonic arts of the 9 depths are earth. Who is he then if he has both? Let them not even think of running away. So Ryan realized he had no limits. Meanwhile, the first guard, Murim, asked the Demon Lord to understand him, where he was coming from, and what was behind his words. Li Zhongsan asked what he wanted. The young master had already sent the guards back. The guard believes they should send them back anyway. He is their deity, the one who will lead the cult in the future. He requires protection. He also asked the chief strategist how he could remain so calm when they knew that the losers in Zhongyuan might be planning something terrible against the young master. He wouldn't even be satisfied if they sent the great 9 demonic elders there instead of guards. This kind of attitude in the presence of the Demon Lord was unacceptable, and Li Zhongsan made this clear to him. Guardian Murim realized his guilt and asked not to forgive his insolence. It was simply that the young master of the divine cult always had guards nearby. Li Zhongsan asked the first guard if he had to raise his sword against him, could he do it? The man said that there would never be a need for this. But even if he had to, he would not have been able to raise his sword against him. Li Zhongsang made it clear that So Liang needed the same treatment. He still had a long way to go, but at his core, he was just like him. This means that what he wants is what the heavenly demon wants. The demonic path is the path of desire. Desire gives birth to obsession, and obsession gives birth to union, to merging with the object of desire. In other words, to fulfill the purpose of the demonic path, you must become one. Li Zhongsan was the same. The great 9 demonic elders were the same, and so were the forerunners of the divine cult. The same applied to the candidates for succession. But So Ryan was different. The Demon Lord didn't expect him to use the Demon Emperor's chi in such a way. One day, a great monk told him that obsession only distances one. He simply needs to be thrown into the water. Let it flow like a river. Li Zhongsan thought the monk was talking nonsense, but it seemed he wasn't. By creating distance, they became one. The ruler chuckled loudly, loud enough for the entire pavilion to hear. What on earth had this madman come up with? Li Zhongsan gave instructions to the chief strategist. Tell him to convey to the lord of the secret palace that he wishes to see him. The strategist froze in place, unsure of his next move. He asked if these were all the instructions. Let him say that the matter concerns the inheritance of the 10th great heavenly demon. Meanwhile, Anhwa was training hard. So Liang said she was doing great. Let it hold out a little longer. We need to maintain our core concentration. You have to hold on, even if it hurts. The longer you hold on, the stronger you become. She trained really well, so Riang is sure it was really tough for her. She held up very well. He would gladly tell her that she needed to rest. But right now, she needed to engage in energy cultivation. The initial stages of demonic arts allow for much faster progression than righteous martial arts. In the early stages, it's easy to grow, even without much effort. So, sooner or later, you're bound to hit a wall. Current training is preparation for that day. The more she pushes her limits, the less noticeable this wall will be. So Ryan felt a little tired. Of course, what did he expect from him? To deal with an entire squad? It looks like he needs to overcome his limits too. He had created an extremely effective killing technique by combining the 9 depths demonic arts and the demon emperor's chi. But using 2 demonic arts at once put a colossal strain on his muscles. His nerves, too, felt like they were about to burst into flames. For the first time since reaching the ultimate demon realm, his body couldn't keep up. He needs to overcome his own limits as soon as possible. Otherwise, his body simply won't cope. Gong Yachi greeted the young master. So, Liang hadn't expected to see him today. He'd arrived earlier than he'd promised. The guy hurried to bring him good news. So Riang knows that good news always comes hand in hand with bad. Let's start with the bad. The number of Orthodox sects that now consider him their enemy has increased significantly. Most of them are still not open about it. This was, of course, expected. But the younger generation is a different matter. They don't act openly either, but in some places, there are already forces that are well-disposed toward them. So Riang doesn't understand why they need this if they don't even know what he really wants. Gong Yachi thinks it doesn't really matter to them. The important thing is that there are many people who are interested in him and who like him. Did So Ryan realize that wasn't all the news? He replied that of course not. The younger generation supported him, but the older generation disliked him. The older a person gets, the more afraid they become of change. And it doesn't matter at all. If they take up a sword, he'll take one too. If they extend a hand, he'll pull too. Ganyachi believes he needs to be more careful from now on. The situation is tense. Anything could happen. Meanwhile, Yo San-rin was treating the Tiger King. He's so big, but he's acting overly dramatic. Gong Yachi gave a letter to So Liang, which contained good news. The Jiangxi Merchant Guild wants to enter into a contract with the divine cult. The Jiangxi Merchant Guild is an association of merchants operating throughout Jiangxi. The Jiangxi region is home to the largest concentration of merchants. Incredible amounts of money are transacted there. In fact, merchants wield more influence in Jiangxi than anyone could imagine. If this contract is concluded, the divine cult of the heavenly demon will gain an ally equal to an entire region. Gong Yachi congratulated the young master. His deeds had attracted the attention of even such a large guild. However, So Ryan found this strange. He had never done anything so significant before. The decision hasn't been made yet. They want to meet him in person first. So Riang wasn't expecting that at all. He thinks it's all because of Gong Yachi. He's completely lost his sense of smell. So Ryan couldn't believe that he had even thought that this was true. He's convinced it's a trap. It would be more plausible if the Shaolin Temple wanted to support them. Gong Yachi said the elders in Jianghu disliked him, that he shouldn't let his guard down. So, it seemed he himself needed to be on guard. However, they checked the sender's address and handwriting. He is certain the letter is indeed from the Jiangxi Trade Guild, so it turns out that they sent this to deceive the young master. So Ryan is 100% sure that this is a trap, because it was he who created this guild in his past life. Damsang's greatest wish was to unite the trade guilds in Jiangxi. By his order, he eliminated anyone who stood in his way. He wiped out all the bandits from the dark streets so that the merchant guilds could grow and prosper in peace and tranquility. The leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. It was he who actually helped the Jiangxi merchant guilds unite. Gong Yachi hadn't heard anything about such information. But isn't it obvious? If they hadn't dug deeper themselves, the Hao sect wouldn't have known about it. But how does he know this? Master Gogu asked. He replied that in his position, all kinds of information comes to him. But why did the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance do this? It's quite obvious. Jiangxi is right next to Murim. Besides, they're close to the Bloodsteel Fortress. It's a kind of defensive wall for them. Plus, the Jiangxi Merchant Guild isn't the Jianghu sect. They're merchants. No one would cross them. They have a sea of money. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And there's another reason why this letter is absolutely a trap. The head of the Merchant Guild hates the demonic path. He would rather willingly go to his death than allow the demonic world of martial arts to continue to exist. Gong Yachi realized he had truly let his guard down. He had been blinded by his recent successes. It was his job to doubt such obvious things. He was in a field where betrayal was commonplace. He feels guilty and said that he will check everything right now. So Riang told him not to overextend himself. Let him take his time. Did you get the feeling he might become So Liang's chief strategist in the future? He'll be back in 2 weeks. Let the young master take care of himself. So Ryan feels like he's taking on too much. He needs to rest when he needs it. Master Gogu asked him how much he valued him. He replied that it was most likely due to concern for his colleague. He has a lot to do. He can't let him drive him to work. And anyway, he just never did anything for him. So what brought Master Guogu here? The man replied that he had learned something, but thought now was not the time. He would return later. The news that the Peng clan was trying to kill the young master of the heavenly demon cult spread everywhere. Patriarch Peng said he had placed the blame squarely on the Supreme Overlord's troop and destroyed them. They had disowned all their old martial artists, stripped them of their surnames, and neglected to dispose of their bodies. However, this further damages their reputation. When public opinion is so negative, it's better to simply acknowledge the situation and lay low for a few years. A clan leader shouldn't be so evasive. Damsan asked, "What about the demonic cult?" He doesn't even need to hear his answer. He's confident that public opinion is positive. The leader of the Qingcheng sect, Wu Yihan, said he was right. The problem was that people's opinions about the demonic cult had changed. At first, it seemed like some clueless boy was simply trying to get attention, but he was anything but an ordinary boy. Damsan asked, "What about what they discussed last time? Did he manage to control all the elders in his sect?" The man replied that that was precisely why he was here. They were ready to act at any moment. Elder Kang will contact him soon. Wu Yihan understands that this has taken a long time. It seems the Hao sect was not easy to deal with. Damsan believes that it is always more difficult to catch a rat than a tiger. He must start immediately as soon as he contacts him. It's time to rein in the demonic dragon. Ugh, you need to drink less. You'll soon become a drunk. The young gentleman received another letter. But the postman found it difficult, so Liang ordered everyone to gather. They grabbed Gong Yachi. Meanwhile, the Hao sect's Hubei branch was burning to the ground. The branch leader ordered his warrior to report what had happened to the young master. But as soon as the warrior went to do his duty, he suddenly became ill. Kong Wuchang, the leader of the Formless Temple, expected this from the Hao sect. Hiding in a place like this, they're real rats. The branch leader shouted, "Who is he?" He replied that he didn't need to know. They would all go into hibernation tonight. The alliance leader received a letter from Elder Kong. They launched an attack on the Hao sect. Damsan asked, "How many sects and clans are in full readiness?" Wu Yihan listed the Ume sect, Tang clan, Diansang sect, Huangbo sect, Moyan clan, and Qingcheng sect as ready to act. However, Shaolin and the Wudong sect have not yet made their position clear. It's a shame. They have the most strongholds in Henan and Hubei. Well, it can't be helped. In that case, they'll use the alliance's own branches. That should be enough for them. Once operations in other regions are completed, he will be able to concentrate all his forces there. This is their chance to rid themselves of all the parasites that have attached themselves to them. In that case, Wu Yihan said, starting the second phase of the plan. Another guest has arrived at Dam Senu's, the head of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. The leader asked where the young master of the demonic cult was now. He believed he was currently near Shuchang in Henan province. Damsen, where does he think this little brat should go? He thinks Zhengzhou is the closest branch of the Hao sect. In that case, let him send Hyun Yang there. Let him give them his regards. Hyun Yang was a man so devoted to Taoism that he was called the Enlightened One. However, he fell after meeting Dam Sen. Now he is one of the 10 best secret swordsmen. The man thought the boy could defeat the venerable Hyun Yang. Damsan replied that it would be to their advantage. Hyun Yang is known as the legend of Wudang. Wudang may have half turned away from him, but its roots remain there. The chief was surprised. What did he mean by that? What would come from the death of such a man? Wudang occupies a much higher position than Manhwa, or Zhongnan. It's no wonder it's revered on par with Shaolin. The world says that Orthodox Muri is mired in corruption, but Shaolin and Wudang still remain in the hearts of people, the embodiment of justice. If he were to fight the former Wudang martial artist the moment this news spread, the entire image of a righteous man he had so carefully built up would crumble to dust. Now, all they had to do was push this young demonic dragon to the very edge of the cliff. So Riang told Dongpil to hurry up, or they might not make it in time. Master Guo Gu asked if it wouldn't be better for them to stay in Shuchang. He refused, saying they should go together. Yo San Rin believes that if this happens, everyone will know about the divine cult's connection to the Hao sect. So Riang said he can't sit back and do nothing. They are now the strongest force capable of supporting the Hao sect. He is certain that the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance already knows they are working together, and he understands perfectly well that it is not appropriate for a man in his position to rush to the scene of every incident as soon as it happens. This puts him in danger, but more importantly, it can make those around him take the divine demonic cult lightly. Master Gogu believes the time has come. He has no limits. While it is certainly incredible, if you look at it from another perspective, it also means that he is at risk of getting into danger without even realizing that some event has already ended. Could he offer him something? So Ryan replied, "Let him speak. When everything is over, let him meet with the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance." It doesn't have to be him. It doesn't have to be him. It could be the head of Shaolin or Wudang. Let me meet someone who can shake the whole world with one phrase or movement of the hand. So Ryan agreed. There was no point in acting unrestrained any longer. He would do exactly as Master Gogu said. The master admitted that his tone had been overly harsh and that he should punish him. He replied that he wouldn't do that, since all Master Gogu had ever done was teach him. Suddenly, he felt that someone was watching them. Donpil slammed on the brakes, or rather, on the hooves. Some idiot in a white robe with a yin-yang emblem stood in front of their cart. His name is Hyun Yang. He's from the Wudang sect. The man sensed demonic qi emanating from this carriage. Meanwhile, Gong Yachi reported that Sichuan, Henan, Hubei, and Shandong had been attacked by 9 sects and 5 clans. About a third of their forces had already been destroyed. It was highly likely that the remaining branches would also come under attack. This news shocked the guy. He could not contain his anger. How much do they know? The private said 60%. They don't expect further losses. They hid everything in advance and retreated the moment the attacks began. Gonyachi believes it's only a matter of time. The leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance is definitely behind this. If this was his doing, then the young master is in danger. But that's not what interests him. What poison did they use? And who exactly did they involve? The man guessed that there were only a few such people, those capable of simultaneously traversing dozens of databases, stealing information, and then leaking it. Unless they were former assassins themselves, or people of the same ilk. Unless it was the king of assassins, who was already dead. Then only a formless temple remains. There is the most legendary organization, considered the best in all forms of covert work. Infiltration, detection of hidden spies, assassinations, leaks, and disclosure of information. The man said he was probably right. They were the Khan brothers, the heads of the Formless Temple. If this is a Formless Temple, then they are geniuses. They won't be able to resist them now. Ganyachi thinks it's time to change the plan. The man said he was waiting for orders. Let them close all the branches. This decision was a shock to him. The House Sex will completely close its doors for 1 year. But in that case, they'll be operating at a loss for the entire year. We already have thousands of orders. If they close their doors, we'll have to cancel them all. They have no other choice. The more time passes, the more damage they will have to endure. They must do this. The Righteous Celestial Alliance will have to cease their attacks for the sake of their own reputation. Let him convey this to the young master as well. He's certain Soryang is headed this way. But what will he do then? I don't think it's worth saying he's shit his pants. Ganyachi said he would put an end to this. As soon as news of their closure spreads, the Orthodox Murim will cease their attacks, at least openly. But if they start using different methods, everything will change. Neither the head of the Steel Blood Fortress nor the young master of the divine demonic cult will be able to settle this for them. He will have to personally meet with the head of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and end this once and for all. Dongpil understands that this man is a martial artist and must be stronger than any elder from the 9 sects. He's already on the threshold of the evolutionary realm, and much stronger than him. So Ryan stepped off the carriage and immediately asked the man, was he from the Wudong sect? Even if he was from the previous generation, or from the Hyun generation? The man asked if he was the infamous young master of the demonic cult. He was told to teach a lesson to some pawn of the demonic path, but it seems he was misled. This demonic qi is impossible to suppress, even with his own qi. It seems he is not a pawn, but a king. So Ryan doesn't remember him. He knew all of Damsan's hidden swordsmen. This means that either he was accepted after his death, or they kept him a secret, even from him. The young master asked who he was. He replied that the boy didn't even show basic respect to his elders. So what if he had mastered demonic arts? So Ryan said he didn't have time to hunt down and kill every single one of them. Let everyone hiding come out on their own. Hyun Yang didn't expect this at all. Param can sense this qi? The squad leader shouted for everyone to disperse, but he himself froze in place. In the end, he went to bed without waiting for dinner. Hyun Yang could no longer count on him. So Ryan asked if we should put everyone else to sleep and leave him. Hyun Yang couldn't understand. Was he really a supreme demonic realm martial artist at such a young age? The demonic cult has raised a real monster. Master Gogu decided to take a look at the situation and asked Dongpil what was going on here. He replied that their path was blocked by a Taoist from Wudong. There were about 20 more first-class masters nearby, apparently lying in ambush. Gogu froze, fear gripping his spirit. They mustn't get into conflict with Wudong. So Ryan said he didn't want to fight the Wudang Taoist, so he said it straight out. Let him get out of the way immediately, or he will get a big slap on the back of the head. Hyun Yang said that even if he decided to take the secret path of the immortals, he most likely wouldn't be able to hold out against him for even 20 seconds. However, he has to earn his money. He'll have to sweat a little. So Ryong asked if that meant he'd take the risk after all. Hyun Yang said he didn't know which of them was taking the bigger risk right now. As the guy said, he's from Wudang. He can draw his sword if he's ready to destroy the image he's created with his own hands. Master Guogu realizes he's playing dirty. He uses his status as a Wudong Taoist to block the young master's path. As soon as they touch Wudong, the Orthodox sects and Murim clans that currently side with them will change their minds about supporting it. That's precisely the kind of influence and power Wudong has. Master Gogu suggested that the young master retreat. They were in a bad position right now. So Ryan replied that a person's reputation burns faster than paper. So his weapon isn't martial arts or the people standing behind him. It's his short-sightedness. The old man decided he cared about his own image. So Ryan decided to upset him. He made a mistake and dug his own hole. Master Gogu shouted that he shouldn't be touched. But alas, it smelled like something was going wrong. He needed to cool it down. He grabbed the blade with his bare hand, despite the circulating core of Taiji Chi. He should have first found out how crazy he was before he could deal with the situation. He had a chance to leave. He would earn his salary in hell. So Ryan activated a technique called the demonic palm of heaven. Hyun Yang suddenly felt dizzy, as if he was watching a 4D movie without glasses. Then he remembered that he hadn't taken sunscreen with him. So Ryan sent him to the nearest Walmart to buy himself some new Feastables. The young master ordered Dongpil and Master Gogu to find everyone and punish them. So he got rid of the evidence? So Ryong understands that this is all temporary. This could be considered destruction of evidence. It will be a long time before people realize they went out to buy chocolate. Master Gogu understands that everything has already been done. But he shouldn't have done this. So Ryong replied that he knew himself. Who'd have thought that Dam San would send his secret Taoist from Wudong to prevent him from helping the House sect? So, those currently attacking the House sect are the strongest at the disposal of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance's leader. It must be the Formless Temple. But this is not a card that Dam San can play whenever she wants. Even if the House sect was a hindrance to him, was that a reason to use the Formless Temple? It's the same with this Taoist. It suddenly dawned on So-Ryang that they were in this predicament not because the House sect had interfered with the Righteous Alliance's affairs. It was all because of him. He wanted to tie his hands, render him helpless. Damson is hunting him. This is clearly his mistake. If he had realized this sooner, the House sect wouldn't be in this situation. They need to change their route. They won't help the House sect. He believes Gong Yachi can read his mind. There were some minor problems, but Gong Yachi always did exactly what he wanted, exactly when he wanted it. If he went to him, he could help. That's why they had to go to Zhengzhou. But is that what he wants? Yo Sanren believes he has never asked for his help. At least, not in matters concerning the House sect. We understand that So-Ryang is smart enough to find a solution to any situation. It's not that he doesn't like his interference, it's just that he's capable of coping without it, so he doesn't ask for help. But now Gong Yachi is forced to throw almost all his efforts into resolving this crisis, which means the tactics of the head of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance worked. From now on, things will get much more complicated. He will no longer have regular reports about who is hunting him and how things are going in Jianghu. So Ryang has another message from the young leader of the Hao sect. He knew Gong Yachi would go there. So Ryang asked if the messenger could deliver his message before he arrived. The messenger replied that he couldn't refuse. Let him tell Gong Yachi that he is no longer going to interfere in his affairs. And let him also know that from this moment on, he takes the sword in his hands. Now they're heading west. Some things need to be sorted out. The Hao sect will be powerless. They've summoned 9 sects and 5 clans. Damsen has truly gone all in this time. Asura Song thinks he's simply getting rid of the Hao sect for getting in his way, but in reality, he's clearly trying to push So-Ryang to the brink. As soon as the Hao sect is even slightly pressured, he'll launch an attack on him. Dam-san is unlikely to resort to brute force, as the idiots Peng did. Huang Gon believes this is an information war. By weakening the beggar sect and paralyzing the Hao sect, the Righteous Heavenly Alliance gained the greatest information superiority. Once the two intelligence organizations are weakened, the Righteous Heavenly Alliance will begin to press in earnest. Asura-san does not perceive this tactic as correct. It is too vile. Huang Jian said it was extremely effective. Dam Seyon would be able to manipulate public opinion under these circumstances, and Soriang's image would be destroyed in less than 2 months. Asura-song understands that Huang Gon is smart, but there is one thing he missed. A staged situation is incapable of shifting public opinion. Huang Geon responded that people aren't that stupid. The Lord believes that there is nothing more terrible and ferocious than the will of the people. That is why they are wise and insightful. The people are very smart. They're just lazy. They know everything, but an uprising is too much work. It's easier for them to go with the flow. Of course, the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance is the most poisonous snake of them all, so he has no idea what kind of devilish trick he can use to drive the guy into a corner. And what will he do then? Will he let this happen, or will he help him? Asura-san sees no point in helping him. He has no reason to, but he's the leader of an unorthodox Murim. He doesn't need reasons for his actions. The Lord was surprised. Did he consider him the embodiment of chaos? The fortress commander received an urgent message. The sender is unknown. Asura-san read the letter and was quite impressed. He ordered Huang Gon to spread the rumor throughout Zhongyuan and let the rumor spread within 5 days. A crazy rumor must be spread that the young master of the heavenly demon divine cult is heading to fight Shaolin. He is truly resourceful, even when he creates problems. Since Dam-san had drawn his real blade, shouldn't he respond in kind? They're heading to Shaolin. Time to show their claws. The people are in an uproar. They don't understand why the young master of the divine cult has decided to march through their area. Standing in their way is Han Gyung, the supreme martial artist of the Unbreakable Fist sect, a branch of Shaolin. He demands to meet the young master of the divine cult. They're heading to Shaolin. He doesn't know what their intentions are, but as someone raised in Shaolin, he can't just let them pass. Let So Ryang explain his true intentions. Yo Sunrai is outraged. This is already the 10th time their path has been blocked. They traveled so quickly from Shuchang to Dongfeng County, but reaching Mount Song proved incredibly difficult. So Ryang understands that everyone has already heard about the rumors, so they will try to stop them at any cost. This just shows how much influence Shaolin has on Murim. But they still got here without any serious clashes. She believes that it's all thanks to the Tiger King and Goldie. Han Gyun couldn't understand what kind of animals were guarding them. They must be messengers from the other world who were subdued by the Yama demon. Is the young master really so afraid to meet him one-on-one? The man used force to stop So-Ryang's pets. However, his crushing blow, which could even shatter boulders, was not enough. Goldie didn't even flinch. He tapped him on the head with his paw, telling him to be smarter next time about hurting little ones. They need to move on. Let him not be discouraged. He still needs to eat porridge to have more strength. The messenger delivered the letter to Gong Yachi. He doesn't understand. After all, he's done so much for So-Ryang, and So-Ryang didn't even dare help him. They went through all this because of him, and the responsibility lies with him. Gong Yachi interrupted the messenger. The responsibility lies precisely on his shoulders. It was he who proposed an alliance to So-Ryang. It was his fault that the Hao sect found itself in this situation. Many of them died. The situation is, of course, dire. But he, as the heir to the Hao sect, is in excellent spirits. So Ryan is the one who is feared by all the Murim. He needed him. Thanks to him, he was able to do everything he did. He also recognizes his skills and character. It's precisely because he trusts him more than anyone that he said he wouldn't interfere. Gonyachi believes in his skill, and he believes in him. How could he disappoint him? For the sake of the Hao sect and to repay him for his trust, he must go through this. He won't be able to contact him for a while, so please pass on this message. He wrote down what he plans to do and the possible outcomes. The messenger was surprised. Was he really going to go to Dam-san alone? In war, one can only rely on oneself. Let him carry out his orders. Gong Yachi from the Hao sect came to ask for an audience with the leader of the alliance. Let him open the gates. The boys had almost reached their destination. But this time, the wall they encountered was more powerful. His name is Chonggak, a man who brings his greetings to the great people of the realm of desires. He is responsible for the Hall of Arhats. The door of the carriage swung open, and the very same demon Yama appeared before the people. Chonggak finds this situation terrifying. The realm of the supreme demon. Is this really possible at such a young age? He's strong. If the abbot or the former elders don't join the fight, they'll lose. So Ryan asked if he was the master of the Arhat Hall. He replied that he was. So, does that make him a young master of the divine cult? He also confirmed that it was him he saw in front of him. They've heard terrifying rumors and need to clarify the situation beforehand. Has So Ryan come to fight them? He'll make a decision after a serious discussion. In that case, can we assume the rumors are exaggerated? So Ryan replied that no, they are who they really are. He said that he intended to take the Shaolin tablet. Jungkook understands that his thoughts are incomprehensible to him and hopes that he will explain his intentions to them so that there will be no misunderstanding between them. Shaolin is the best sect in Jianghu and the elder of the Murim. He's sure the man knows it. Jungkook loves Shaolin more than anyone else, but he finds it difficult to appreciate the extent of his influence in society. It's not his opinion that matters. People really do think that way, and even the Shaolin have been using this influence for hundreds of years. In other words, Shaolin is the son of Orthodox Murim, and in this case, they cannot escape responsibility. What did Shaolin do while the Orthodox Murim reached this state? Jungkook was surprised. What did the young master mean? Corruption is rampant, and everyone flatters those in power while despising those who are weak. He doesn't know what might have happened inside the Shaolin, but it cannot be said that the Shaolin is not to blame for the decline of Orthodox Murim. Let him look at the 9 sects, what they have become now. Previously, the 9 sects were the embodiment of justice and righteousness. But what happened to them? They were drawn into the evil plans of the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. Now they care only about money and power. Do they understand why So Ryang, the prince of the demonic path, is causing all this commotion? Do they know why he's doing this? Even though it would only benefit them if the Orthodox Murim were to decline. Because he admits they're different. If they admit their differences and coexist, there will certainly be some problems along the way. But So Ryang believes they can achieve peace in Zhongyuan. If they have eyes, he's sure they've seen it. If they have ears, he's sure they've heard it. But why aren't they doing anything? Was it really so difficult to scold them as Elder Jianghu? Shouldn't world peace be a consideration in this Buddhist heart they so strive to achieve? Jungkook warned the boy to watch his words. So Ryang knows this is all nonsense. He knows what they're really like. If the world has reached this point, and they only care about their own image, why don't they think to open the gates of their temple and go out into the world? Jungkook said that Shaolin has its own problems. So Ryang responded that if Shaolin's problems are as widespread as what the Orthodox Murim are currently going through, then he would take back his words and apologize. Let him tell me. Were their frame's problems really so great that they were forced to simply watch the world rot? If Shaolin will only serve Buddha, turning a blind eye to the destruction of the world, then there is no longer a place for him in the Jianghu. That's what he meant when he said he would take their Shaolin tablet. Let them decide whether they will continue to just worship Buddha or take a step forward and do something to change all this. If they choose the second, then he will kneel before the abbot and apologize. But if the first one is chosen, he will personally destroy the Shaolin temple tablet. Jungkook couldn't believe it. Everyone present felt a shock. This wasn't some kind of evil spell. He has a chi more terrifying than anyone else. But he speaks of peace and security for the entire world. They managed to convince everyone with their sincerity. Much of what he said may be questionable, but he is not wrong. However, now is not the time to discuss this. A solution must be found. A venerable monk, the Arhat god of the fist, Choksun, emerged from the crowd. He became very interested. So Ryan is powerful enough to be called a great demon, but he sees even the Buddhist heart in its sincerity. The young master was shocked by his incredible chi. He didn't notice it at all. That's just the way the world is. There's a saying, when something reaches its extreme, everything reverses. One very strict monk used to repeat this over and over again. Due to the presence of this old monk, his 9 depths demonic arts are released. Everyone felt it, even his comrades. The demonic chi was spreading very rapidly. The monk used his technique to disperse them. This is the first person after the demon lord who can disperse his demonic chi so easily. There are definitely other intentions here. He's calm, but at the same time, he's in a hurry. So Ryang is sincere, but there's something he wants. He suddenly remembered about Lee Chong-san. Wasn't the guy his student by any chance? The old man said that he had such a frightening demonic art. It was as if he dipped his hands in fire. Terrifying power. If he'd mastered another level of this demonic art, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. So Ryan asked who he was. He replied, "Can't he see? He's a Shaolin monk." Jungkook greeted the Honorable Jok-sun. The monk said it had been a long time since they had seen each other, so Ryan was surprised. He was the Arhat Fist God. The old man said that was nonsense. What made him think the title of Fist God suited him? A demonic martial artist who speaks of peace and sees the true laws of the world. He never imagined another demonic master like Lee Jong-san would appear, but it seems he was wrong. His demonic chi is too strong. The old man is afraid it might harm the monks. If he wants to talk, it's best to do so at his home. Meanwhile, Dam-san was rejoicing in his flower garden that at least one flower had bloomed. There's one thing he understands about caring for plants. At first, you think they'll grow on their own, just by watering them. But that's not the case. Watering is the bare minimum. They need good soil, they need your time and your effort. He believes this flower is good enough to send to the head of the Shaolin temple. Who knows? Perhaps this flower will deepen the abbot's Buddhist heart. Dam-san asked if Gong Yachi liked tea. He had some wonderful tea. What kind of tea does he like? Gong Yachi replied that he didn't care, even if the leaves were cheap and the tea was cold. He really is young. As people age, they become picky. It's the same with tea. He loves Longjing tea. Gong Yachi liked its delicious aroma. Dam-san heard that his subordinates had been quite rude to him. How many days had this been going on? He replied, 5 days. Was he kept in a room without light for 5 days? Gong Yachi confirmed. After their conversation, he will make them change. They treated the guest badly. Let him tell me what he wanted to talk to him about? First, Gong Yachi would like to ask something. They announced they were closing their doors, and that's probably why they stopped the attacks. But that's not what interests him. Dam-san asked what would have happened if he hadn't stopped the attacks. Then he simply had to reconsider his opinion of him. This is an important conclusion. After all, he heads an intelligence organization. Dam-san asked if the guy really thought that this was all he was capable of. Gong Yachi, without hesitation and looking straight into his eyes, answered that it was exactly so. The man noticed that he was talking to him face to face, but did not seem nervous at all. He is brave and decisive. He also holds his convictions very firmly. Despite this, he has flexibility in his thinking. He is definitely talented. Let him ask what he wanted. Is Dam-sen keeping an eye on young Master So-ryang? He replied that he was currently near the Dengfeng bridle in Henan, and he believed that by now he should have reached Mount Song. So Gong Yachi isn't surprised? Did he know the young master was heading to Shaolin? The guy replied that he'd been informed before he'd even knocked on their gates. So why was he asking about him? Was he worried? Does Dam-san know why he's doing all this? The old man understands that he rose up for some purpose, but he hasn't really delved into it. Did Gong Yachi know what his goal was? He replied that it would be foolish for him not to know, since they'd been working together for several months already. And what is So-ryang trying to achieve? He's trying to do the same thing that someone once tried to do to him. So Ryan will bring the righteous Heavenly Alliance to the brink of disaster. But how is this possible? Is he planning to sway the Shaolin to his side? Gong Yachi believes it's possible. Shaolin is the son of Orthodox Murim, and a demonic cult on the path of demons. Uniting, they are quite capable of achieving this. Dasan can't imagine them working together. Gong Yachi said that if it was a demonic cult from the old days, such a thing would never have happened. But that's precisely what worries him, isn't it? The current demonic cult is no longer what he remembers. People would have been surprised to hear that Shaolin and the demonic cult had become allies. But they didn't think Shaolin had made the wrong choice. This was because the young master had changed the image of the demonic cult. Does Dam-san really think that the righteous Heavenly Alliance can stop the two combined forces if they strike together? Dam-san asked anxiously what the guy meant by this. It was he who helped young Master So-ryang rise to prominence. It was thanks to him that he was able to become the demonic martial artist praised by the people. Gong Yachi is considering switching sides. Does Dam-san have the desire to become a fighting force for the Hao sect? The monk asked the boy how he looked. Chok-san never thought he'd ever leave the temple. He can't imagine how pleasant it is to hear the sounds of prayer chants and training. But the reason he lives here outside the temple is because he doesn't want to influence them. As people age, they become narrow-minded. Just when someone thinks they've grasped how the world works thanks to their life experience, they begin to think they know everything. He's a monk, more passionate about martial arts than Buddhist teachings. If it were the other way around, he could right all the wrongs of the past. That is why he lives outside the temple, so as not to influence the monks, who consider him a legend. No matter how the Jianghu world perceives Shaolin, it will remain so. Bodhidharma didn't create treatises on muscle modification and bone marrow washing to make them skilled in combat. So Ryan asked, is it similar to how he left the temple, the Shaolin left Jianghu, because he's afraid of negative influence? Chok's son asked if he happened to like grain tea. The boy noticed the old man wasn't listening to anyone at all. When did he even get that? The tea is perfectly fermented, perfect for serving to guests. Is he allowed to drink? The old man said he left the temple for a reason. The monk noticed that the young gentleman didn't know how to drink at all. One must slowly savor the taste and aroma. Well, he's been honing this skill for 30 years. Tea simply has to be delicious. At first, he prepared a lot of strange options. So Ryong was lucky. Lee Jung-song had been given some truly terrible parts in his time. He said it was the worst drink he'd ever tasted. And it wasn't easy. The monk knew him, but they weren't close. But he understood one thing from their first meeting. In his opinion, Lee Jung-san was destined to become a monster, a demonic god comparable to the first heavenly demon. And so he decided he should kill him before that happened. He'd never taken the life of even the most evil people, but back then he'd thought Lee Jung-san would be the one. So Ryan asked for more, and also asked if they had fought. The old man burst into loud laughter. They weren't fighting. He didn't know if he could defeat him. He was truly amazing. Chok's son thought he might die, even though he was considered invincible. Perhaps now he looks at the world from a much greater height. But doesn't Shaolin strive for Mahayana? The old man replied that it wasn't exactly so, but essentially yes. So why didn't he do anything about the righteous celestial alliance? Chok-san heard the boy talking about the problems of Shaolin earlier. Doesn't he think he's being too harsh? Shaolin has its own problems. For the children who receive instruction at the temple, Shaolin is their own little world. So Ryan knows everything perfectly well. What is the old man really getting at? And yet the guy still thinks they should interfere in world affairs? Even though it's obvious, their children could suffer. So Riang said there was no point in twisting his words, trying to distort the essence of what he said. A Shaolin has his duties and responsibilities, which he was currently ignoring. That's all he was trying to say. What responsibility does he bear? What compels him to strive to stabilize the world? Doesn't he have evil intentions in trying to bring order to the world? Let him say what he truly wants. His goal is to kill the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance, and he wants him and all those rotten elders to die along with him. He has many reasons. Besides personal grievances, it's because the Orthodox and unorthodox world of the Murim martial arts needs balance. Only then can peace reign in Zhongyuan. The old man asked how he could strive for peace as a demonic martial artist. It's all about freedom. He wants peace because he wants to live freely. Was that answer enough for his question? Chok's son was surprised by such strong faith. He may not have interfered in Jianghu's affairs, but he was still a Shaolin. And then the boy reveals his true feelings to him. If he answers one more question, he will explain why the Shaolin cannot interfere in the affairs of the Jianghu now. He will also try to convince the abbot to intervene again. Why does Chok's son smell the scent of Shaolin martial arts in his demonic arts? Why does he see traces of dark shadow qi in his sinister demonic arts? The dark shadow qi belongs to a deceased child named Cheon Hajin. Who is he really? Jongok told the boys they needn't worry about the young master. The elder holds the highest position in the temple, and yet he's completely free of prejudice. Master Guogu knows that the senior members of the righteous divine martial artist duo are respected both by the demonic faction and the unorthodox Marima world at large, and this is solely due to their martial arts prowess. They know their true nature. He'd heard that the Arhat fist god was a living Buddha. He hadn't resorted to a fatal blow, even against the most notorious villains, so he wasn't worried. The man thanked him for his understanding. Master Gogu found it strange that Dongpil was so deep in thought. He replied that he was thinking about how to defeat the Shaolin and whether they had any weaknesses. He is the young master's guard, and if anything happens to him, he will kill everyone who draws a sword against him. The centuries-old tensions between the two factions can't be resolved so easily by one man. It seems he'd better remain vigilant. Meanwhile, the demon lord was informed that the young master was now in Shaolin. He replied that he knew. He was going to meet with the monk Chok's son. The general strategist asked who he was. He replied that he was the god of the Arhat fist, a monk who was truly skilled in combat. In the previous generation, Shaolin established a special position for him, the supreme elder of martial Buddhism. He is an undefeated martial artist, on par with the venerable Hyun Chun. Li Zhongsan sees through Soryang's demonic qi. It seems the old man has learned something. He's completely different from the man he was 30 years ago. So it's already too late to send troops? The bishop replied that there was no need. He's very gentle, especially if he finds out So Ryang is his student. Lee Jung-sung is confident he won't try to harm him. Ho Yo-sung wondered if they had met the god of the fist before. It was a long time ago. Despite his potential, he was quite arrogant at the time. With each passing day, his dream of raising the divine cult to the pinnacle grew stronger. But he never doubted for a moment that he was the strongest in the world. It was this old man who shook his steely confidence. He was still young then. His ego was bruised, but at the same time, his spirit was lifted. Lee Jung-san wanted to fight the old man and prove he was far superior, but the monk said he was scared and retreated. He was clearly a little weaker than him. At that time, he was over 40, and the old man was over 70. For those who have glimpsed the higher realm, time brings decay, but it brings experience and perfection. Even he could not defeat the force of time. But of course, he would have defeated him in mortal combat. Not because of the unpredictable variables of real combat, but because, despite having reached the peak of martial arts, his heart is soft. Even in a mortal fight, he would not seek to kill anyone. The strategist thought that even if he had known about this in advance, there would have been no need to involve military forces. There were times when they were unwavering, and times when they were too soft. But Shaolin is still Shaolin. He doesn't like them, but as long as that old monk lives, they won't become corrupt. The problem is how the monk treats So Ryang, and how convincingly So Ryang can influence him. Dark Shadow Chi is an absolute divine art, created from the most secret martial arts techniques of the 9 sects. It made the most use of Shaolin martial arts. It was this that helped him gain the title of the King of Assassins, and gain the position of Young Master of the Divine Cult. However, the Dark Shadow Chi had almost completely dissipated within the 9 depths demonic arts. So Ryan asked how he knew about Dark Shadow Chi. It was quite surprising. Sometimes he noticed weaknesses, but every martial art has them. And this was a power born of murder. But the King of Assassins who created the Dark Shadow Chi truly possessed heavenly talent. The monk wanted to give him advice because he knew that he was capable of changing his path. So let him tell him why he sees traces of Dark Shadow Chi in his demonic arts. So Ryang thinks that if he tells him, he won't believe him. However, the monk insisted that he just wanted an honest answer. The master of this martial art is dead, and this martial art fell into his hands. He simply created his own based on it. Chok-sun said that was not the answer he wanted to hear. So Ryan has nothing more to say. He just stumbled upon this by chance, and now he's here. How could he know about Dark Shadow Chi? This martial art was created from the ultimate techniques of the 9 sects, but it has long since passed from their hands. It's illogical for a monk to know about it. Chok-sun wanted an answer, not another question from him. It made no sense that he knew anything about her. In that case, So Ryang suggested he drop the subject. He'd asked him a truly sensitive question and believed he'd done the same. It seems Lee Jung-san has managed to raise a student exactly like himself. Why is this logic so ominous? The guy conveyed everything the way he wanted. That's why it's ominous. However, isn't the monk worried that the other martial arts of the 9 sects have leaked into the divine cult since he knows about the Dark Shadow Chi? But they still haven't leaked. Only he knows about the Dark Shadow Chi. Even the Demon Lord doesn't know. So how could Juk-sung trust him? So Ryang said he was serious about it. He trusts him and will tell him what the problem with Shaolin is. Does he know which martial arts are symbolic of Shaolin? So Ryang replied, classical muscle development and classical bone marrow washing, and 72 perfect techniques. More precisely, these 72 were created based on these 2 classic texts. So he'll be interested to know why Buddhists practice martial arts, but Shaolin is special. As he said, Jung-hoo sees Shaolin differently than Buddhists. They have responsibilities because of this, but it is also important to preserve the martial arts that their predecessors passed on to. 28 of the 72 are in the hands of the alliance leader, Dam Sen. This means that 28 of the 72 perfect techniques in their sutra library are counterfeits. So Ryan was shocked by what he heard. How did they end up in the hands of this idiot? Chok-sun said he would be honest. There was no point in turning away from the safety of the world just because their perfect arts were not theirs. He is ashamed to face his predecessors in the afterlife. But what does that matter in the face of a world mired in corruption? Has So Ryan ever heard of a blood parasite? More than half of the Shaolin's top officials are infected with this bloody parasite. The abbot was also infected. He was spiritually stronger than any human. Even when he realized he was infected, he didn't panic and tried to continue teaching Shaolin. A fever that can't be stopped by internal energy, body tremors, irregular heartbeat, and decreased organ function. Symptoms of the disease also cause vision loss. If he hadn't been given medicine to suppress it, he wouldn't even be able to move now. The monk noted that So-Yang knew about them well. Here, so Ryan accidentally said that he had experienced this himself. Was the monk shocked to learn that he had a blood parasite? He took a drug that suppressed the parasite in his blood, preventing it from doing anything to him. And for quite a long time. Before he became a young master, he lived a very hard life. Does the monk know how this happened? How his people became infected? If Chok-sun had lived in the temple, he might have understood. But he'd lived there for decades. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Even with all the martial arts of the Shaolin Temple, he couldn't do anything about this tiny insect. And that's not all. He called on all sorts of famous doctors, but they too did not know the solution. They too were eventually infected with the blood parasite. All the doctors who tried to treat the infected became infected themselves. They were never able to understand how this happened. So Ryan didn't understand how this was possible. They were watching them. Blood parasites enter the body through food or drink. But how do they manage to do this while simply treating a patient? It's incredible. Is San using some method he doesn't know about? Even if he weren't a Buddhist monk, it would be ridiculous to cling to pride at his age. The monk had already cast aside all ego and pride while living here. So he wants to ask him for something, but his deep-rooted, multi-generational hatred seems to be trying to stop him from speaking. So Ryong believes there's no point in being shy. He'll tell them how to get rid of blood parasites. He came to expose Shaolin, but he also has something he wants from it, so he can at least do that. There is one condition. Shaolin must be more actively involved in the affairs of the Murim. That's what he wants most. The blood parasite is the most terrible of all parasites, the one that settles in the arteries or heart of the host. Damsen founded an organization of assassins long before he became the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, and controlled them with blood parasites, forcing them to do all sorts of terrible things. Back when he was the king of assassins, he would give everything to get rid of him. He tried hundreds of methods on himself to get rid of it, and I almost died many times. But in the process, I unexpectedly learned a lot. It took him a long time to find a way, and even that put his life at risk. The blood parasites are so terrifying. He's certain Damsan knows better than anyone that no matter how much Shaolin and Wudong deteriorate, he can't do anything about them. The man took the medicine and fell asleep. He must have suffered for a long time, but he was holding up. It's time to get started. We need to go through the veins where the bloody parasite lives. He calmed down thanks to the medicine. We need to fill this area with evil chi and push the bloody parasite out. There should be a reaction, but it doesn't look like the kind of blood parasite he knows. But how is this possible? This is a completely different kind of blood parasite. The chief strategist received a message from Mount Song. The young master demanded that Pan Rion be sent to the Shaolin Temple as quickly and discreetly as possible. A disciple of a secret demon queen who infiltrated the Cheksa family. Hoyo-sun doesn't know what's going on, but it seems like the young master needs her for some purpose, and he doesn't understand that he's asking him to send troops north. This can't be done unnoticed. It will attract the attention of the Righteous Celestial Alliance. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he realized how many steps ahead he had calculated everything. In that case, we need to hurry. We need to help the young master. 2 weeks later, the monk asked So-Yang how things were going. He replied that he hadn't yet found a reliable method. Chok-sun heard that it was the egg of the blood parasite that killed the doctors. So Ryan confirmed that it was the eggs that entered the healers' bodies. But how is this possible? He didn't realize it himself. Infecting doctors while someone was watching them, and in Shaolin too. It was mind-boggling. He approached it the same way he had with his blood parasite. When he tried to infuse his body with evil chi, the blood parasite reacted and attacked him. Was the egg trying to penetrate his body? The eggs are so small that they are invisible. Even a person with heightened senses wouldn't notice them. That's why he concentrated all his demonic chi, just in case. And he was right. The stealth and speed were such that only someone who had reached the evolutionary or higher demonic realm could stop it. The Alliance leader planned to isolate Shaolin and Wudong by infecting the sorcerers and doctors the very moment they tried to provide any assistance. Chok-Sion doesn't understand how the Alliance leader became such a monster. Donpil addressed the young master. Someone from the divine cult has arrived, and so they met again. The girl said she would never tell them where the master was. They will figure it out sooner or later, But what he wants to ask her has nothing to do with it. Does she know about blood parasites? There's one kind he can't eradicate with the dark arts. In fact, as soon as he senses evil chi, he immediately attacks it. Does she know anything about this? Pan Ryong believes he's mastered some low-level dark arts. Trying to destroy the blood parasite with his skills is like gambling. He doesn't have much time to waste on unnecessary talk. A blood parasite that reacts this way to evil chi is the rarest of all. He'll never be able to eliminate it unless he reaches the pinnacle of the dark arts. Donpil noticed that the young master was using the art of soul stealing. He was using his demonic arts to control her mind. Even watching it, he can't believe it. He'd heard that only those who had reached the heavenly demon realm could wield it. The girl said that even she could not destroy this blood parasite. But there was another way. We need to put him to sleep. If we fill him with evil chi while he's sleeping, we can destroy him. And how can I make him sleep? There are flowers of 10 joys. The blood parasite falls asleep if it smells it. So that's it. Damsen grows them in her garden. Meanwhile, Wu Yihan advised him not to listen too closely to Gong Yachi's words. Damsen asked if he was really jealous. He replied that he had nothing to be jealous of. The man realizes he was an enemy. Wasn't the destruction of the Dragonhead clan his fault? The very decision to approach the Alliance leader smacks of bad intentions from the very beginning. He hopes the Alliance leader won't trust him. The leader replied that he doesn't trust him anyway, but for different reasons than his own. He doesn't trust Gong Yachi, at least not yet. He trusts his abilities. If he had an intelligence network comparable to the House sect, would he dare engage in combat with their alliance? Wu Yihan understands that he's smart, but it was luck. Without the young master of the demonic cult, he would never have achieved such results. If he were in his place, would he have formed an alliance with the young master and fought against their alliance? Just as he had said, when the very fate of the House sect was at stake, Wu Yihan replied that he would never agree to that. He had enough common sense to assess who was strong and whether the enemy was worth tackling. True, that's his strength. However, Gong Yachi clearly demonstrated his abilities through such reckless actions to no one other than him. The Alliance leader received urgent news. There are approximately 300 warriors in the southern lands, presumably from a demonic cult. They have destroyed the Baeksan Gate and are reportedly moving north. This news shook his nerves. What is their goal? They don't know yet, but judging by the fact that they are walking as straight as possible, ignoring roads and forests, there is more than 70% probability that they are heading to Henan. Their advances are too obvious. Are they really trying to start a war? That's 300 men, not 3,000. They say that in Murim wars, the presence of masters is more important than numbers. But even so, 300 men are clearly too few. Had there been any separate contacts with Gong Yachi? The man replied that he hadn't yet. Let them raise the emergency network of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to the highest level of priority, and let them extend this entire network to the east, west, and north, excluding the south. He means 3 directions, not the south, where the demonic sectarians are coming from. They don't really need to focus on them. No matter how you look at it, 300 people is too few. War is the most brutal form of politics. It breaks out when agreement is impossible, even after mobilizing everything each side has, when there truly is no turning back. Moreover, given that the Bloodsteel Fortress still stands, the likelihood of the demonic cult actually starting a war is almost zero. The problem lies in their intentions. Whether they truly intend to start a war or have some other goal, the march of 300 demonic cultists north is likely intended to attract their attention. There's clearly something going on here, but what exactly? This irritating uncertainty doesn't please him at all. A meeting between Shaolin and the divine cult of the heavenly demon. This in itself was astonishing, but even more alarming is that, despite the passage of days, no rumors of it have surfaced. The reason was that Shaolin closed the temple gates. 2 weeks later, hundreds of 10 joy flowers secretly arrived at the Shaolin temple from Gansu province. The Shaolin acted without delay. They had a goal to achieve. Finally, the blood parasite that had plagued Shaolin for many years was cleansed. The Alliance leader received a letter from section leader Gong Yachi. He reported that fewer than 10 demonic cultists had secretly infiltrated Mount Song without anyone noticing. Damsan said he knew. Shaolin got rid of the blood parasites. That bastard Sodiang really turned out to be cunning. He didn't advance into the Central Plains or expand his territory. He rushed at full speed to take his life. He was his only target. It was time to teach the boy a lesson. The abbot of the Shaolin temple, He Sim, did not expect such an outcome. Strangely enough, he had already imagined such a scene before. Even though they had been enemies for hundreds of years, he thought that perhaps one day some enemy would speak to the abbot of their temple. So Ryan recalled that the abbot himself said that no one could have predicted this outcome. It was hard for him to speak such harsh words as a servant of the Buddha, but he thought that when they met on foreign soil, one of them would inevitably take the path of destruction. If they had simply stood by and done nothing, even if it had not led to complete collapse, he believes they would have suffered at least a crushing blow. On behalf of all Shaolin, he expresses gratitude to their benefactor. So Young asked if Master Chok's son had told them what he wanted. He replied that he knew. In that case, that would be enough. No need to thank him. More importantly, there's something he should know. With blood parasites, when the offspring dies, the parent parasite dies too. This means the alliance leader's side will immediately know they've gotten rid of them. How do they intend to proceed? The abbot said he plans to resolve the problems that have arisen in the Jianghu one by one, but that's a very vague answer, and that's why it's strong. This body doesn't intend to set limits for itself. Whatever happens, the moment he announces the truth about the bloody parasites and the head of the alliance, confrontation with them will become inevitable. Countless people could die in this process. So Ryan asked one last time, will they fight them? Sim said that everything returns to righteousness, and that is his answer. This answer has many implications. If the divine cult of the heavenly demon were to commit evil, the Shaolin would eventually step in to stop it and prevail. So, such actions should not be committed. So Ryan said he couldn't do any harm out of fear. The abbot laughed, completely unexpected from the young master. Yo Sunrin said it was quite chilly today, so Ryung wondered why she'd come home so late instead of going to bed. They've practically traveled the world to get here. So much has happened since they left the cult. They've fought and waged battles of wits. So Ryung said she was right, but for some reason, he sometimes gets lost in his thoughts. If he had been alone, he wouldn't have been able to bring things to this point. He simply wouldn't have succeeded. All of this was only possible thanks to the powerful support of the divine cult. It was this support that allowed him to get this far. He plans to assassinate the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance and gain his freedom. However, he has also established connections with many people and has responsibilities to fulfill. Yo Sunrai asked if he was worried about what would happen after he achieved his goal. So Ryan said that wasn't the point. It wasn't bad at all. Fighting, butting heads, sometimes needlessly trying to read the mood of others, and yet live together with your people, arguing and quarreling, but hand in hand. This is both completely unlike him and yet completely in keeping with his spirit. After all, the young master is someone who knows how to take care of his people. More than just caring, so Ryan feels like it's interference. What is she doing there? She has wine but no glasses, so she'll have to drink it straight from the bottle. So Ryan knows that alcohol is hard to come by in the Shaolin Temple. Yo Sanrin is a miracle. Are they going to have to share? It looks like there's not much there. But she won't drink alone, will she? Where are his manners? The girl asked if the Shaolin would perform tomorrow. So Ryan replied that they had already performed. They secretly contacted various secular sects, including the Wudang. Now that they'd gotten rid of the blood parasites, there was no time to waste. By now, the other side should have noticed too. So DeYoung said she was right. In any case, starting tomorrow, everything will become more interesting, and at the same time, more dangerous. They'll have to work together with the Shaolin. It's nerve-wracking. To march alongside them, the greatest of them, across the vast plains, to crush the despised leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. Doesn't that sound like a heroic saga? So Ryan apologized. He has so many thoughts in his head that he keeps forgetting to say it, although he always thinks that he should say it first. Oh won't work with the Shaolin. Once they and Wudong have acted, the righteous celestial alliance will be driven into a corner. So they don't necessarily have to be the main players in this story. Does Yo Sanren remember who they called for reinforcements to deal with the Shaolin monks? So Ryong is about to kill the secret demon queen. It's time to meet an old friend. Meanwhile, in Hubei province, Mount Wudang, the man asked the elder what brought him here. It was too cold outside. The elder was surprised he had come. He had come to report that he had found medicine for 10 days. He would prepare it for them right away. The elder said he didn't need the medicine anymore. But then he'd hurt himself. He has never been able to take a single step onto the true path, and he still fears death. With such ominous shadows looming over the mountain left to them by their great ancestors, how can he treat his life lightly? That's why they need to take the medicine. If something happens to it, they'll lose the support that binds them together. even if it's hard to convince others. This is truly and utterly regrettable. What good is money and power to a Taoist? What is the point of lust and fame? All they need are mountain streams to quench their thirst and fruits to satisfy their hunger. It's enough to let the Tao carry them, to entrust them to its flow. They say you shouldn't hate the guard if a thief breaks into your home. The burglar is to blame, so it's wrong to direct hatred at the guard for failing to prevent it. However, they're different. The disciples grew up watching them, but he realized that at some point they began to grow by looking at the world. They allowed them to stray because they believed that no matter what they did, they would eventually reach the Tao. Their mistake was unforgivable. Winding rivers eventually reach the ocean. However, if you look at it another way, you can understand it this way. Live as you wish. After all, life is finite. Whether you follow the Tao or the Buddha, you must be able to think about others. They couldn't do this, and moreover, they didn't even try. Perhaps he was intoxicated by his own talent, having heard too much praise from others. However, he will no longer turn away from his responsibilities and mistakes. He will no longer stand aside because he cannot convince them with words. For the sake of the disciples, for the sake of the sect, and for the sake of those who believe in them. To guide the world's Tao on the right path, he will take up the sword. If that's his decision, then he can help him. It's better if he welcomes their guest. The man didn't understand what the elder meant. Master Guogu emerged from the thick fog and greeted the elder. The old man understands that the heavenly chi of Wudong Mountain must have been unpleasant for him. He did well to make it here. Guogu asked how he knew and why he seemed surprised even when a man from a demonic cult came to see him. Or had he received the letter in advance? The elder understood, because the air in the mountains had changed. The one who carried the scarlet flame and blue lightning had turned his gaze here. Master Guogu froze in place. He possesses incredible strength, an elder in the Murim, half a generation older than the cult leader, and the greatest swordsman who has mastered the Tao through the sword. The primordial sword god, Hyun Chun. Master Guogu has arrived on behalf of the young master to eliminate the poison in Wudong. Have everyone infected with the blood parasite rounded up. This will take some time. Yo Sanrin doesn't understand why he needs this creature. Why should he refuse now? So Ryan noticed that she didn't understand at all that he wasn't the one in charge of this matter. This story will be told by the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, Shaolin, and Wudang. It's the Righteous Heavenly Alliance versus the Anti-Righteous Heavenly Alliance. By eliminating the blood parasites, he allows the Righteous Divine Combat Duo to operate at full strength. This is already a serious blow to the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. The only reason the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance was able to concentrate such immense power in his hands was because he could control Shaolin and Wudong while corrupting the other sects with greed. However, the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance is now weaker than ever. Half of the 9 sects have been destroyed by his hands, and the Shaolin and Wudong have broken free from the Alliance leader's control. When the Shaolin and Wudong make their move, numerous sects that had remained neutral until now will join them, so there's no need for him to lead this movement. Although he desires peace, there's no need for him to lead. So what about the cult forces coming from Henan? So Ryan said that they would take the Bloodsteel Fortress by surprise. The first goal was just a distraction to secretly transport Pan Ryong to Shaolin. The next step is to threaten the Bloodsteel Fortress. The Fortress Master is no pushover. He intends to strike when the power of the Righteous Celestial Alliance begins to crumble. Yo Sunren felt like her brain was about to go crazy. So Riang asked, is it really that complicated? Abbot He Sim said that Shaolin survived thanks to him. He will never forget that. So Riang hopes that he will achieve what he wants. He sets out for the second winter after his rebirth. He finally sets out to fulfill his wish and, of course, to seek revenge. The boys took a short break. Yo Sangrin thought Guard Dongpil seemed calmer now than before. So Riang said he'd always been reserved. She asked the wrong question. Isn't he restraining his demonic chi much more gently than before? He learned a lot from Shaolin and had the opportunity to speak with a great monk. So Ryan doesn't know how it came to be in the divine cult, but the basis of the demonic art Vajra Yaksha that Donpil studied originates from Buddhist martial arts. The demonic art of Vajra Yaksha could be called Buddhist art if it were not for the demonic chi. The great monk seemed very interested and told Donpil many important things. He's progressing quickly, but she's still stuck on the art of movement. So Riang believes that she and the art of locomotion are definitely incompatible. The girl was indignant. She too has feelings. It's not that he can ask all his questions or constantly ask for training matches. Her head is about to explode. If she has questions, let her ask. Since when does she worry about this? Yo Sanrin thinks that if they work together, he can't share his secret martial arts with outsiders. Well, maybe she's right. If she needs anything else, just let her say so. He'll help whenever he can. She needn't worry. She'll even wake him in his sleep if she truly needs it. Anhwa asked where the master of the Gogu Hall was now. He's in Wudong now. She'll meet him soon. Does she want to tell him something? Master Gogu is just helping her with martial arts. So Ryan was surprised that this indifferent guy was looking at her martial arts. Anhwa apologized for daring to receive instruction from someone other than him. So Riang explained that he wasn't her master. If there was someone to learn from, then let them do so. Master Guogu is comparable to the masters of the 9 sects. He will be able to learn a lot from him. Personal relationships beyond status are good. They're becoming closer and closer. This is what he desires for the entire cult and for the future. To achieve this, there is something he must do. He ordered Pan Ryong to be brought here. We need to talk to her. The servant told her mistress that she had poured in some fiery milk. She asked how much was left for use. The girl replied that each box held 47 portions, meaning they had 141 boxes left. That meant there was only enough for 3 days. Her martial arts, already at their peak, tremble as she struggles to take another step forward. Tomorrow, she'll break through the wall, and the day after, everything will stabilize. Their predictions proved correct this time, too. It took a long time, but she finally got here. And it's all thanks to them. Everything they did was just following her orders. They were always destined to reach heaven. Her tongue truly is sweet. She heard that the master of the Bloodsteel Fortress gave the order to open a route through Shandong on the way to Hubei. The Bloodsteel Fortress is targeting the Peng clan. In 2 days, when her martial arts stabilize, he won't have to worry about that treacherous old man anymore. She can't wait to rip his chest apart. She would not refuse to touch his heart with her lips. There's plenty of fire milk liquid. They also have plenty of snow milk liquid, right? The maid said that they had prepared supplies for 10 days. Wouldn't it take at least 2 weeks to neutralize the fire milk liquid that entered her body? That's all true, but let him worry. Right now, the subordinates are producing another 10-day supply. Secret Queen Kwok Sokyo has said this before. In her world, one mistake could cost her her life. She also said that if others considered it a mistake and she didn't, she would forgive them. But if it was the other way around, she would destroy it and throw it to the dogs. How much time had passed since she had inhaled such a thick and delicious smell of blood? The chief strategist informed the lord that Soriang had left Shaolin. Li Jongsan had no idea what the young master had planned this time. Even though he had achieved what he wanted, what's important is that he's pushing the righteous Heavenly Alliance into a corner and shaking up the current political situation in Jianghu. Hoyo Sung was surprised. Doesn't the young master strive for peace? Ultimately, he longs for peace. But most of all, he wants to destroy the leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance as quickly as possible. Even Li Jongsun finds it difficult to understand what this child wants and what he wants to achieve. So Ryan is already using the undead hand. And for a first-timer, he's actually quite skilled. It seems he tried this in Shaolin. So the Buddhist chi must be clouding his perception. He's not trying to turn anyone into a puppet, but simply intends to obtain information. The strategist also reported that the letter didn't specify its specific destination. In that case, let him find out. But didn't the demon lord tell them to just watch what the young master was doing? If they left him alone, would he be able to handle everything on his own? He talked about it, but he meant that if he was curious, he should find out for himself. However, whether he will investigate or suppress his curiosity must in any case be done by his own hands. So Ryan opened the gate of desire for the demon emperor Qi and gradually increased his strength to the level of a heavenly demon. Thanks to this, Qi Li Jongsang can only roughly understand what he's doing and nothing more. He's curious about what his mysterious disciple, who has exceeded all his expectations, will do next. And where does this sudden rage come from? Taking advantage of this opportunity, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to capture the power of the 10th heavenly demon in the world. The time will come when he will have to breathe the air of the outside world. He has a feeling that something interesting is about to happen. Meanwhile, the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress asked his strategist if there was any news about the secret demon queen. He replied that there was none yet. Political currents in Jianghu are becoming increasingly turbulent. The cauldron is already heated. All that remains is to add the ingredients. And where is So Ryan now? The strategist assumed he would be working with the Shaolin. Asura's son has been watching political currents, waiting for the right moment for many years. But this opportunity never arose. After all, if the Steel Blood Fortress, as an unorthodox faction, were to make the first move, it would mean taking on a colossal risk. And while he waited, the young master of the demonic divine cult made his move. To unite everything under heaven is still an extremely unrealistic dream, but there's a huge difference between taking the first step and standing still. He'll be on the training ground until sunset. Let them transfer the scaly dragon spearman along with the secret demon queen to Shandong. It's time to put his life on the line. He has no other choice. Pan Ryong was safely transported to the medical pavilion. Even with a miraculous recovery, there's no chance she'll fully recover. So Ryan thanked him for his good work. Now he can go to Shandong, to Mount Taishan. The information received from Pan Ryong wasn't clear enough. They only found out that the secret demon queen was in Shandong, but they didn't know her exact location. Shandong is under the control of the Huangbo clan. They could use the incident at the Central Celestial Assembly as a pretext for an attack. The Huangbo clan will never go beyond what is necessary to serve the alliance leader. So Liang is more interested in when the Bloodsteel Fortress will make its move. They'll certainly make their move while everything is in chaos, and they'll most likely try to take over the Huangbo clan in Shandong and the Peng clan in Hebei. Once that happens, the Huangbo clan will no longer be able to afford to be distracted by them. They will be preoccupied with the Bloodsteel Fortress. And while they're aiming northeast, the Divine Cult will strike the Steel Blood Fortress from the rear. Now that everyone has gotten what they wanted, they will act separately. Yo Sunren asked if they weren't a bit too relaxed right now. So Ryong said they weren't in a rush. But if they have a destination, isn't it more logical to hurry there? Well, let him let her know if he'd rather hurry. He doesn't care anyway. But the girl didn't say they should hurry. In that case, let her eat in peace. Anhwa's prepared so much. Only she can eat it all. Does he really think she's a pig? Doesn't he know she's been eating less lately? Where does all the food she eats go then? He doesn't see her going to the bathroom often. Yo Sanren couldn't take it anymore and yelled at him. The boys don't understand what kind of relationship they have with each other. Let the young master not forget that she is, after all, a woman. Suddenly, Soryang felt something. Someone is being pursued, and judging by the celestial life force, they are seriously injured. Their internal energy is trembling and mixed with harsh energy. The victim doesn't have a sword, but a spear. They'll pass by and they won't collide. But something tells him he shouldn't simply ignore it. Even when wounded, martial artists who exude so much chi are rare. He can rival Dongpil. So Ryan told everyone to stay where they were. He would go alone. Yo Sanren asked, "Does Dopal also think that something is wrong here?" He doesn't understand why, but he has a feeling that they have a little work ahead of. Captain Un Yanwei of the Scaly Dragons never expected that the secret demon queen would break the agreement with the fortress master. He will avenge this humiliation, no matter the cost. Now, he just needs to survive. So Ryan was curious. His martial skills were more than sufficient to rule a small region, yet his actions were as inexperienced as those of a young martial artist. Why doesn't he just walk around and announce to everyone that he's here? Isn't he being followed? Un Yangwei, seeing Soryang, thought he was another stalker. The man asked if he was the secret demon queen's disciple, so Ryan certainly didn't expect such a question after a delicious dinner. He asked the man if the secret demon queen was chasing him. Noticing the demonic chi, Un Yanwei realized that he was no ordinary opponent, but a master of demonic arts. The evil energy began to approach more rapidly. This level of evil energy was far higher than even Pan Ryong's. Un Yanwei said they caught up with them. They are the minions of the secret demon queen. They say that no one saw their faces. They simply could not survive. There are 10 of them, but at the same time they are one. The 10 witches of the king of evil. Alone, he could have dealt with them, but the power of their demonic arts increases exponentially when they work together. Even peak masters couldn't do anything. The squad leader shouted that they had finally found the rat. She noticed a demonic being standing next to him. Her mistress hadn't ordered her to eliminate demonic beings, but she wasn't to leave any witnesses. Although the fortress and the divine cult are enemies, if they want to survive, they will have to work together. So Ryan said that the world was a series of coincidences, but he couldn't have imagined that he would be on the trail of this damned hag so soon. He immediately got down to business and told the girl to take him to her master. Then he would spare her life. Un Yanwei was shocked by his statement. Why was he so confident in front of 10 witches? Half his people had died at their hands. The squad captain asked how he dared to speak their mistress's name with his filthy mouth. Now he would not die an easy death. So Ryan restrained his desire to finish her off when he learned that they were the servants of this crazy hag. But if they want to satisfy his hunger, They have no choice. The secret demon hag must have made quite a bit of progress, so Ryan expects that she has become much stronger than she was then, even stronger than he is now. Only then would she be able to withstand the rage he suppressed every day, even when he gnawed at his own flesh. Yo Sanrin rushed to help the young master, but Donpil stopped her. The girl thought the shockwave was abnormal. Donpil reminded them that the young master had given them orders. They could not go against him. That's why they should go to him right now. But Donpil threatened, they must stay here. For them, the young master may be a friend, but for him, he is someone he is obliged to protect at the cost of his own life. Until now, the young master had invariably left him behind at the most decisive moments. He decides that it would be much better for him to figure things out on his own. Donpil asked him countless times to let him go with him, but he never listened to him. So that's exactly what he wants. He's the kind of guy who would leave even his own personal guard behind to face danger himself. Do they really think he wants to see his friend in danger? Let Yo Sanrin not forget that if the young master dies, he will only lose a friend. But for Manhwa and for him, it will mean the loss of their master and the future god of the divine cult. Manhwa really hopes that he comes back safe and sound. Yo Sanrin's heart also began to beat faster from worry. Let him come back. Meanwhile, So-ryang was playing samurai with Barbie dolls. All 9 sisters were destroyed. Only she remained. The girl realized that he could fight their master on equal terms. Yangwei couldn't believe his eyes. He compared So-ryang to his father, considered the world's finest spearman, and one of the 10 most powerful martial artists. So Ryan decided to spare her. It just so happened that those who stood in the center of the formation left first. However, it is she who provides an escape route. So Riang wants to know where this creature Kwak Sokyo is. The girl was surprised. Did he really figure out her role just by trying to form a line? She mustn't let this monster get to the master. So Ryan made it at the last moment. The girl wanted to put herself to sleep. That's impressive devotion. It seems the secret demon queen really does have a good eye for people, but she'll still have to tell everything she knows. She's like Pan Ryong. So Ryang praised Yangwei. He'd made the right decision not to attack, even when he was exposed. If he had, he wouldn't have survived. Yangwei asked his name. The young master replied that his name was So-ryang. It was a hot night, wasn't it? So it turns out he's the same demonic general of the pit. The man was surprised that the boy was so strong. So Ryang asked his name, Yangwei. He was surprised how he knew. The guy replied that he'd been digging around in that crazy woman's head. He also learned that he came to the secret demon queen on the orders of the head of the Steel Blood Fortress. But she betrayed them? He can let go of his spear. He has no intention of fighting with it. Had he already sent the letter to the Bloodsteel Fortress? Yangwei replied that he hadn't yet. He doesn't care how chaotic or confusing it becomes. What matters is how accurately and quickly he takes control of the situation. Let him send the letter. He will protect it until then. Doesn't he want to avenge his subordinates? So Ryan knows the way, but he thinks he has a better sense of direction since he's been there before. Will he go with them to a party with the ladies? But will the dancing be adult? Meanwhile, the demon queen had already received a message that all 10 of the evil king's witches had died. Kwak Sokyo decided to leave her magical sauna. It was time for her to go hunting. The maid was surprised. Her master only absorbed snow milk. It's one of her techniques, with which she selects only the elemental energy she wishes to absorb, an evil technique for absorbing corrupted essence. She had finally mastered the martial arts of an evil god. However, she believes this isn't the limit. She no longer needs the snow milk. There's no point in consuming it further. Now she understands why this title is called Evil God. It's a completely different level from her skills. In any case, 10 of the evil king's witches are dead. The maid said that some of the scaly dragon spearmen survived and returned. But the demon queen believes that a spearman boy shouldn't have been able to defeat 10 witches on his own. Who could have helped him? She no longer has to obey the orders of the Steel Blood Fortress's leader. With her current level of martial arts, defeating him won't be difficult. Now she has changed her mind. The Hwangbo clan will be the first victim. Get ready. They won't stay here any longer. Let him gather the 9 generals, the 8 disasters, the 7 deaths, the 6 clouds, and the 5 guardians. Some kind of team and circus performers, don't you get it? They will destroy the Hwangbo clan and erect a heavenly evil fortress in its place. Amidst all this struggle, she will prove to the whole world that she is worthy of her place. Meanwhile, the guys jumped up from their seats, seeing that So Ryan was okay. Donpil asked who their guest was. The young master replied that it was a spearman, a dog who was supposed to capture the secret demon queen. So Ryan was surprised. The boys' expressions spoke for themselves. They seemed very worried about him. The young gentleman, without thinking twice, decided to apologize to Don Pill. The guard didn't understand Soryang's gesture at all. Why did he apologize? It all happened so suddenly that he couldn't take him with him. He's his guardian, but he keeps leaving him behind, which is why he's apologizing. Don Pill told him not to worry about him. His guardian is always loyal to him. They should have a serious talk about this later. But for now, it's better to say it straight out. As he himself knows, he does not consider Soryang his guardian. Yo Saren realizes that this hurts the pride of guardian Ma Dongpil. He doesn't perceive him as a guard, but rather as a subordinate and a friend. And don't even let him be embarrassed. He'd already told him this before, sometimes even put him at risk, and said that he would use him as a chess piece. But when it came down to it, he couldn't do that. This time, things are different. The secret demon queen has many skilled subordinates. This time, he must go ahead of him into the very depths of danger. Unlike his demonic techniques, which rely on brute force, evil techniques have no effect on his demonic arts of Vajra Yaksha. Let him become his foremost guard and lead him to the secret demon queen. He'll have to risk his life. And Soryang isn't asking whether he can do it or not. Let him do his duty. Donpil shouted at the top of his voice, like a true guard. He was ready for fire and water. He would do anything. Un Yangwei asked Dongpil if they were all monsters. For example, as a child, he was called a martial arts genius. He never slacked off in his training. Dongpil believes his assertion is correct. The young master is younger than him, but he has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He's a monster, but so is Dompil. He's not even 40, is he? Un Yangwei believes he lived his life wrong. If he had gone out into the world and gained more experience, he would have been stronger than he is now. It seems he was a frog in a well. There was a fork in the road ahead. Where should they turn? Un Yanwei shouted to Dongpil to leave the cart, so Ryan had never seen such a big and thick arrow. Un Yanwei explained that it was an arrow from a guardian archer who destroyed mountains. It seems to have been there for about a day. He is one of the secret demon queen's closest subordinates. Among the 9 generals, 8 tribulations, 7 deaths, 6 clouds, and 5 guardians, a total of 35 martial artists. The guardian archer who destroys mountains is one of the 5 guardians. The secret demon queen raised most of them herself. The mountain-smashing archer's archery is among the best in the world. He can attack from a great distance, even without arrows, using his formless true chi. Judging by the tracks, it looks like he and his squad passed through here and headed towards Tai'an. So Ryan tried to pull out the arrow and realized that it wouldn't come out that easily. She wasn't just idle all this time. Kwok Sokyo had raised quite a few useful subordinates. Meanwhile, she had already begun her special operation in a small village near Tai'an, Shandong. The guardian of the Deathblade, one of the 5 guards, was having fun as best he could. The guard of the slaughter horses, one of the 5 guards, stopped him, telling him he'd had enough. The man didn't understand why she'd given him orders. Because it is her prey, and she should not dare touch it. She needed to vent her anger on something. There should be a few more left, so he shouldn't complain. In that case, he went looking. The girl, reminded that they were for their master, let him roll up his lip. In that case, she is right. She will look for her master then. The guard archer interrupted the mountain destroyer, interrupting their conversation. The lady is enjoying her entertainment. Let them stop chatting and gather their things. They both hate him, but they can't do anything about it because the master likes him the most. Besides, he's stronger than them. The girl said she didn't want the master to hate her. The man asked for mercy. What would the death of an old man like him give them? He doesn't have long to live anyway. If they spare him, he'll do anything. Does the old man know why she still left him alive? She thought his survival would help lure Huangbo's people to them. He was connected to them, wasn't he? She is out of patience and really wants to meet them as soon as possible. The old man asked who she was. The guardian of the deadly blade told him to keep his head down. She is the successor of the evil god and the strongest in the world. The secret demon queen. Kwok Sokyo won't waste time. Let the old man send a message to the Huangbo clan, then she will let him live. There are signal explosives in his room. If they set off the blue one, the most elite fighters from Huangbo will get here in half a day. The queen was surprised that everything was so simple and showed him her fighting finger. It doesn't matter if he dies now, since he doesn't have much time left to live anyway. So that's what she was doing all this time. Training her finger in this milk sauna. Kwok Sokyo ordered the guard archer to do as the old man said, and to inform her if any of her people sent a message. She wants to take a nap. The guard archer asked what to do with this mountain. Should they burn it? The queen said, why? They smell so delicious. She doesn't feel any discomfort at all. She can no longer be called human, neither in character nor in martial arts. The patriarch of the Huangbo clan was informed that the entire population of the village from Tai'an to Shandong had been killed without exception. The 300 heavenly fists sent there were also destroyed. Who did this? The Bloodsteel Fortress or a demonic cult? The man said they couldn't confirm it yet. And the enemy still hasn't been identified? What are they even doing there? Apparently, everyone there doesn't like decorative tables, but judging by the traces left behind, there must have been only a few of them there. He's saying a small group of people slaughtered all the inhabitants and killed 300 fighters? Even by the most inflated estimates, there were no more than 50 of them. Let them immediately declare a state of emergency. Recall all the technicians who have already been dispatched. Suddenly, they heard a big explosion from the street. What was going on there? The new mistress of Shandong has arrived. Everyone here seems a bit unwelcoming. Meanwhile, the guys reached the population and saw all this hell. So Ryan immediately said that judging by the level of training of these bodies, they were elite fighters of the Huangbo clan. Donpil had been through countless battlefields, but he had never seen anything so terrible. The young gentleman stated that it was all done by one person. Anhwa felt ill and had to give up today's dinner. Dongpil couldn't understand how the Demon Queen had managed to do all this on her own. So Ryan said there were almost no traces on the ground. Even with so many masters fighting in formation, there were almost no traces left. This means she destroyed them all in an instant. Her demonic energy had almost reached its peak. It's immediately noticeable. Her energy is so purified that it's almost transcendental. It seems she's after the Huangbo clan. At first, he thought she was just acting recklessly, but it seems she has a purpose. The fact that they withdrew their elite troops means that they want to weaken the enemy before striking. There's energy in the air. It looks like the Steel Blood Fortress has arrived. Have they come to the rescue? So Ryan wanted to surprise the leader of the Steel Blood Fortress, but his reaction was much faster than expected. The situation became complicated. There was nothing to be done. He ordered Donpil to sort out the situation. Donpil said he had no personal grudge, but one wrong move, and he himself had to understand what it would mean for him. The commander of the Steel Blood Fortress squad, Wu Yang, asked the young master if he was the one who arranged all this. So Ryan said his words were offensive. His cult had its share of madmen, but no one would do something like that. By order of the fortress's master, release the scaly dragon and explain why it came here. If not, then from now on, the Steel Blood Fortress will consider the demonic cult its enemy. So Ryan burst out laughing. This was such a funny joke. Since when weren't they enemies? They only temporarily united because they shared a common enemy. The cult, the fortress, and the righteous celestial alliance always held weapons aimed at each other. The man decided to repeat the sentence. Let him immediately release the captain and explain why they came here. So Ryan happily declined. He was so curious. What would happen? Let them calm down. The hostage could accidentally leave without saying goodbye to them. They have captured him, but they are not going to make the situation worse unless they are provoked. Wu Yang believes that he has already made the situation worse since he took him hostage. Suddenly, a voice came from the deep smoke. He said he'd been wondering all this time when he'd finally be able to intervene. These are the 8 forms of the Cloud Dragon. The Realm of Enlightenment. Although he is not from Kunlun, he is able to use this technique. A disciple expelled for attempting to kill his own master and seize the position of sect leader, Gok Jongsak, the 6th solar demon spearman. He could have figured him out just by his movements? So Ryan said it was simple. Kunlun would never have allied with the fortress. So the only conclusion is that he's in exile, and among them, he is the strongest. Gok Jongsak said that Soryang is as insightful as ever. The young master declared that this was the last time he would say this. His target was the secret demon queen, not him. After he dealt with her, he would turn his attention back to him. Gok Jongsak asked the squad leader what he would do. He replied that there would be no negotiations. They were simply following orders. They also received a report that the 3rd young master of the demonic cult had reached the demonic peak level. Will Gok Jongsak be able to hold him off for a while? He underestimates him. Gok Jongsak believes that he will not only be able to restrain him, but will also be able to plunge his spear straight into his throat. So Liang ordered Donpil that after he gave the signal, he should immediately pick up Lady Anhwa and take her back to the carriage. They'll escort them back to the Huangbo clan since they don't want to resolve matters peacefully. Captain Un Yanwei remembered that he was a magician as a child and tried to stealthily take out his dagger. The trick was so successful that everyone was shocked, except So-ryang. Donpil shouted at Mrs. Anhwa to get into the carriage immediately. So Ryan, being a reasonable person, decided to first ask if these people knew who they were going to capture. Meanwhile, at Hwangbo Palace, Queen Kwak Sokyo was enjoying herself as best she could. The girl was inspired by her rival's strength. It seemed there really was a reason why his clan had dominated this region for centuries. She didn't expect to encounter an opponent of such caliber here. It's a shame. If his level had been even higher, he would have been able to reach the realm of enlightenment, and the fight would have been even more interesting. But even so, it wouldn't last even 10 exchanges of blows. A beautiful snowfall began to fall, and my heart felt warmer. The girl felt that a small surprise was approaching them. Donpil violated all traffic rules. How they escaped that ambush is unknown. They didn't make it in time. The Hwangbo clan fell, but the enemy force is still there. So Ryang ordered Yo Sunrin and Anhwa to get into the carriage. As soon as the Steel-Blood men reached them, the battle would begin. Goldie and the Tiger King are already nearby. If it gets too dangerous, let them see the carriage heading south. That same secret demon queen is behind that thick smoke. The closer he gets to her, the more her neck and collarbones burn, as if they were engulfed in flames. But it only seems that way to him. He understands that he is no longer the king of assassins, Cheon Hajin. On So-ryang is the young master of the heavenly demon cult. However, right now, he should be that same Cheon Hajin. So-ryang reminded Donpil of the order he'd given. He replied that, of course, he remembered everything. Let him lead him to the secret demon queen. It's time to get revenge on this old hag. Meanwhile, Dam-san listened to the latest news. Shaolin and Wudong had formed an organization against the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Over 80% of the sects and clans in Henan and Hubei had already joined. The man asked how south of the Yangtze River had reacted. The Namgung clan had taken action. They too would soon join the Society for the Return to Righteousness. The rest are still confused. According to information from Gonyachi, they're worried but haven't yet switched sides. This is also logical. After all, the situation right now is very delicate. For the 9 sects and 5 clans, a justifiable reason for their actions is more important than strength. All forces except Shaolin and Wudang have already exchanged bribes with the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. If this comes to light, the 9 sects and 5 clans will come to an end. The corruption of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance is no longer a secret. This, too, is part of the Alliance leader's plans. Moderate corruption and its concealment, oddly enough, even calms the ruling class. The Alliance leader's goal isn't to become a flawless hero, but to become the Emperor of the Murim with absolute power. That's why he does it. The 7 sects and 4 clans mustn't betray them. Dam-san understood this, but they needed to be given time to think things over. Let him send messages to everyone. The moment Shaolin and Wudong launch a counterattack, he'll simply take the hit. What can he do against opponents who use righteousness and justice as weapons? If they demand that he resign, he will have no choice but to go. If his sins are obvious, how can they turn a blind eye to them? After all, not only his sins must be condemned, but also the sins of all the others, mustn't they? If Shaolin and Wudang wish to act as judges, he will have to appear at the trial. Let him convey this to them. The 7 sects and 4 clans will do everything to stop them. Once the Society of Return to Righteousness is weakened enough, then the Righteous Heavenly Alliance will destroy them. They don't attack Shaolin and Wudong because they're weak. It's their fault that their homes will be destroyed, not his. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen's guards cleared the way for her. She really likes how they work together. Maybe they could go up against Shaolin or Wudong? The Queen shouted at the Patriarch that if they destroyed too much, it would be difficult to rebuild. Maybe they should stop hiding there like a rat and go down? Patriarch Hwangbo Yun shouted from between the shields that she was a real monster. And before he could finish speaking, he turned into a monster. Looks like the security guards will be left without pay. It's the same old Demon Queen's fighting finger. It's just that this time, the old corgi has grown Wolverine claws. Suddenly, she felt a strange energy and immediately alerted her blade guards and horse. The boys couldn't figure out who this mysterious man with such a big sword was. It was Donpil who destroyed the blade guard with one swing of his sword. The horse guard had never experienced such fear, except in front of her master. She needed to get out of there. But her body suddenly stopped responding. Was this a technique that captured the void? Donpil decided to show off his skills and took out 2 guards with just 2 blows. Who's going to pay for the repairs? He shouted for the secret Demon Queen to reveal herself, but instead he saw a huge number of bandits in front of him. The enemy's skill level or their strength? What difference does it make? The young master ordered him to open a path for him at the cost of his life. He chose him to lead this mission for personal revenge. This truth drives his sense of duty and responsibility to the limit. The last guard, an archer, noticed that Donpil had not yet reached the evolutionary realm. Is it true that demonic arts are their counterbalance? It suppresses the 9 generals, 8 disasters, 7 deaths, and 6 clouds. But the time has come to say goodbye to him. Will he be able to deflect his arrow? Donpil has trained his vigilance and endurance so much that no arrow can frighten him. With just one blow of his sword, he blew away both the arrow and the building from which the archer was shooting. He ordered the bandits to hold him in place so that he could shoot again. But the demon queen managed to stop him from certain death. She's very interested in this demonic technique. It looks like the martial arts of a Buddhist sect, but it's not Shaolin. It was created using anti-demon techniques she doesn't know. Even with all the demonic arts, it's difficult to develop to such a level. She doesn't know, it's just a matter of sheer will, but she's very interested in him. Someone like him is essential as a subordinate if you're going to rule the world. Dongpil saw the secret demon queen for the first time, and the first thing he told her was to just shut up. She was surprised he could swear. She had long wanted to take him with her, but she was stopped by the creature that stood behind him. Who is he? Let him come and show his true face. A martial artist returned from the past? One of the great 9 demon elders? So Ryan said she had guessed completely wrong, and he whispered sweetly in her ear. He is the smoldering embers she left behind. Yo Sanrin sensed that the Steel Blood Fortress troops were already very close. She told Manhwa they would seal the breach in the outer wall so they couldn't get through. The girl would give a signal from the roof, and as soon as it all started, he should start it right away. She perhaps should have asked the young master about this back in Shaolin. Why does he hate the Demon Queen so much? But even if she finds out the reason, she won't be able to console him, because he is not the kind of person who needs consolation from others. It's time to show that she can do something. Technique is a mirror of the dual hands of a pure soul. She shouted at Anba to launch the Ice Sky projectile and soul-sealing powder. It'll all be over soon. When it's all over, let her know, and she'll give you a bottle of good drink. This is the limit of Yo Sanrin's strength. She hopes that the crystals will withstand it. Meanwhile, Dam Sen was informed that the Huangbo clan was under attack. They assumed it was an attack from the Steel Blood Fortress, but they can't confirm it yet. He gave the head of the Steel Fortress all this time to breathe freely. Meanwhile, he was secretly sharpening his own. When in the shadows, their discussion was interrupted by Gan Yachi. He claimed it wasn't a fortress, but rather that they were being attacked by the Demon Queen and her disciples. According to their data, the fortress troops have just arrived in Shandong. Damsan was surprised. What was she doing there? They had a contract with the fortress's leader. Whether she's acting to help him or for her own reasons, their movements are ultimately tied to him, or to both her and the Huangbo clan. The young master of the demonic cult is also there. He doesn't know what happened in the past, but his hatred for the Demon Queen is truly deep. Having strengthened Shaolin and Wudong, he went there to take revenge. They may write off the attack on the fortress as a simple territorial conflict, but the young master cannot be ignored. It will become a serious problem in the future. The sprout needs to be cut off before it gets too big. What are their next steps? Damsan believes that they should attack the Steel Blood Fortress. Let the head of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion order Guang Hong to march to Shandong, together with the troops of the 4 divine nations. Capturing this man is worth the effort in itself. But don't ignore a deer already trapped in pursuit of new prey. He's been idle for too long. Damsan will hand over the Rectification Alliance to the 7 great sects and 4 great clans, and he'll address the wounds inflicted by the fortress itself. The fortress's leader is just a piece on his chessboard. The Demon Queen never thought that she would meet someone as strong as herself long after reaching this level of martial arts. I can't understand Dongpil. She wasn't hurt at all by this attack. Her demonic chi is so strong that it protects not only her body, but her clothes as well. Kwak Sokyo knows that his martial arts as a heavenly demon are the only ones that can match the sorcery of the death god. She wanted to meet him one day, but she didn't expect to encounter the leader of a demonic cult so quickly. Why was he here, and what were his intentions? So Riang said he wasn't the cult leader. In the entire Murim, there are at most 3 or 4 people of his strength level. With such power, he must be a leader. A human being of this level cannot become the head of a divine cult of a heavenly demon. Being among the top 5 Murima is not enough to lead a divine cult. So who is he really? And why is he here? Do they know each other? She doesn't know he's the king of assassins, Cheon Hajin. Taking revenge on someone who doesn't even know you isn't real revenge. I'll have to make her remember. The guy screamed that she had killed him. He had returned from hell and was now standing right in front of her. He had spent countless nights without sleep and had been through things she had never dreamed of, and he's here to finish her off. This will be their last day together. She deserves the best. Let her feel his wrath. The guard archer couldn't understand the flames devouring everything around him. What was this impossible sword technique? First a storm of fire, then a wave of icy cold. Only one person has ever used such a sword technique. So Ryan shouted, will she recognize this art? It was impossible. The one who mastered this technique had killed him with her own hands. The triple slash technique that cuts through the sky. This is his too, isn't it? Could it really be a dream? Let him still appreciate this blow. He abandoned it in order to strengthen his demonic art. Explosive mountain strike. So Ryan was able to stop her technique. How does he know all this? What the hell is going on? Well, do you remember now, secret demonic hag? Meanwhile, Lee Jong-san decided to have dinner with the former assassin of the Shapeless Temple, Kang Woo-kyung. The man said that he had prepared a lot of things, but he didn't know if he would like them. This, of course, doesn't even come close to what he usually eats. 20 years ago, Kang Woo-kyung had a personal mission to eliminate Lee Jong-san. This is the first drink he's made since joining the cult. He hasn't tried it himself yet. Lee Jong-san said the scent was pleasant and quite good. The man knew he would have a special guest today. But why did he really come? The demon lord said that it was time for Kang Woo-kyung to leave the demon cults. Is this related to what the young master did in Zhongyuan? Perhaps, but in the future he hopes that the old man will lend So Ryan his strength. The young master makes many decisions on his own and without his orders. Doesn't that bother him? For now, this satisfies this child, and it's enough for him. It turns out that they have a deep trust, like that between master and apprentice in an era when even brothers kill each other for power. That's admirable. Lee Jong-sun asked if he still held a grudge against his brother. He said then that the fate of their cult depended on the quality of the fulfillment of his task. They say time heals all wounds. He's already left all that behind. If they ever share a meal together again, he'll just smile and offer him a drink. There's no point in delaying any longer. Lee Jong-sun will restore his martial arts. But before that happened, Kang Woo-kyung decided to find out why he'd left him alive. From the cult's perspective, he deserved to die. After all, Kang Woo-kyung had tried to destroy him. Even if he'd been torn apart 10,000 times, it wouldn't have been enough. And yet, instead, he'd given him a place and allowed him to live here. Lee Jong-san replied that he just wanted to. He found him interesting. Killing him would be a waste. It turns out he was left alive only on a whim. You could say that. There were moments when he thought he'd been kept alive for study. Perhaps he wanted to acquire the technique of the Formless Temple's assassins. Lee Jong-sun replied that his rough tactics didn't interest him at all. The reason didn't matter, only the result mattered. Whether it was a whim or not, he still lived here for more than 20 years. And now, his successor needs him. The sword doesn't remember the blood it shed. All that matters is that it was drawn. The proof that his choice was the right one is right before him, right here and now. Kang Woo-kyung realizes that it is impossible to win a verbal battle with him. While we're at it, we can begin to restore his martial arts. Lee Jong-sun charged his palm with aura and pointed it at him. Kang Woo-kyung felt a little younger. He hadn't felt such a powerful force in a long time. His body may have stiffened, but his dantian has become much stronger than before. It won't be long before he fully regains his strength. He hopes that they will meet again someday, so he will not say goodbye. The Demon Queen shouted, "Who does he think he is, using that damn technique? Has she finally seen it? This is the core of his demonic arts. This is Shadow Chi, an art forged from all the secret techniques of the 9 sects, exactly what she once desired. Let him remember the deal where she would give him freedom in exchange for this technology. How did this guy know about this?" She tore Cheon Hajin's body apart with her ripping steel claws and decapitated him. So Ryan said that he remembers that day as clearly as if it happened yesterday. Don't let him say he used the art of soul transference. Even an ancient demon god would have been hard-pressed to use such a technique. So Ryan shouted that he'd crawled out of hell with his own hands. So he stole his martial arts and thought he'd become him by copying his style? If he'd wanted to anger her, he'd succeeded. The density of her demonic energy began to frighten him. That old bitch had grown stronger over the past 2 years. She doesn't care who he really is. She will tear him apart and curse his soul to wander forever. That's what he wants to see, that demonic Korgu. He likes it when she's angry. Donpil noticed that the Demon Queen was fighting on equal terms with the young master. But Sodiang has won every fight so far. And this time, he'll win again. The guard archer sent him his arrow so that he would not relax. This fight isn't over yet. We can't lose focus. Round 2 begins. So Ryong realizes she's using all her power. One mistake, and he's dead. Their internal energies are equal, but physically, he is much superior to her. But when it comes to martial arts prowess, this monstrous old hag has the advantage. The gap between them is thinner than a sheet of paper. So thin that it can hardly be called a gap. But when you go beyond human capabilities, and even beyond the martial arts themselves, even this paper line can decide everything. A hidden palm note. One mistake can either close that gap or turn it into a wall you'll never get over. How can he win this fight? How can he exploit such a thin gap, one he can even overcome? He will have to give up the 9-layer demonic sword style and envelop his body in the demon emperor's chi. Kwak Sokyo didn't understand why his aura had changed so abruptly. He rejected Cheon Hajin, a man consumed by a thirst for revenge, and returns as So Riang, the young master of the demonic cult. The guard archer had no choice but to admit it. Dongpil had single-handedly defeated all peak-level masters of the 9 generals, 8 tribulations, 7 deaths, and 6 clouds. This swordsman fights with a conviction that an ordinary person cannot even comprehend. His arrows don't frighten him at all. But that doesn't mean he can't be defeated. The archer said he was far superior to him. The boy didn't expect Dongpil to be able to single-handedly defeat over 30 peak-level masters. But that's all. The nameless swordsman fought with dignity, but his arrows were faster than him. But you can't drink away experience. After all, how many times had Dongpil already found himself on the brink of death? One of the arrows grazed his leg, but Dongpil managed to deflect the other 2 and was still able to hit his arm with his sword. The guard archer did not stop and loaded his bow again. He still had strong teeth to pull the bowstring. The arrow hit the target right on target. Dongpil didn't have time to react. The guard archer relaxed and was already rejoicing in his victory. However, he has no idea who he's dealing with. Dongpil caught the arrow, even though it managed to hit him. Now the mission is complete. The young master must defeat this old hag. And when he comes back, there is something he wants to ask him about. Why did he order the secret demon queen to call herself Cheon Hajin, the greatest killer in the world? And why did he say he crawled back out of hell? Their battle had already been going on for several hours. So Ryan activated the Heavenly Demon Thunder Fist technique. How dare a worthless brat aim a blade at her face? She has soft skin. Does she really believe that their evil god was stronger than the heavenly demon in the past? Judging by her condition, the evil god was never able to defeat the heavenly demon. The demon queen believes she is the strongest under heaven. There's no one left for days. However, she felt confused. Her reaction speed was clearly superior to his, so why was she suddenly pushing back? So Ryan said that he was tired of her half-baked martial arts. Now, he will take what he wants. This is the martial art of the heavenly demon. Space began to disappear. This insane palm technique warps and destroys space. This is dangerous. She needs to break free from this monstrous force field. She decided to release the chi power of the evil emperor, which defied the heavens, all the way to the 12 stars. But So Riang is in control and sees what she's up to. Soon her body will become several times weaker. What will she say about this? Let her try to escape again. He'll corner her, and she'll have to press the like button until she stops breathing. Meanwhile, the commander of the Blood Fortress squad, Woo Yun, warned everyone not to inhale the poisonous fog. Gok Chung-sok was amazed by such a large wall of ice. Wasn't this an ice palace technique? Woo Yun asked if the elder could dispel this poisonous fog for them. It shouldn't be difficult, but is he really going to go there? If he entered that battle, he would die before he could even swing his sword. The commander said he would assess the situation once he was inside. The fortress lord's command is absolute. There must be a reason why, of all his forces, he dispatched him and the Blood Fortress detachment. The Golden Fox and the Tiger King came to the rescue. The captain assumed that these were the Death King's twin beasts. They are also known as Death Envoys, serving the Death Demon Lord. Each is rumored to possess power comparable to the heads of the 9 great sects. Woo Yan shouted to the squad to get ready and raise their weapons. Oh, the little animals will have a delicious dinner. Suddenly, the captain heard the sound of hooves. Were troops approaching? War Flag, the Black Tortoise Division of the 4 Divine Troops, the strongest army of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Their leader is one of the 10 great masters of Gwanghon. Do they really want war? Gwanghong shouted. Let someone explain to him why the Steel Blood Squad was here. If their explanation does not satisfy him, then none of them will leave this place alive. Whatever the reason, the current situation suggests that a battle is inevitable. However, the surprises don't end there. Someone else is heading their way, and this is a detachment of demonic cult troops. According to intelligence from their fortress headquarters, demon cult forces should currently be in the southeastern region. The demon attacks from the front. Its presence is like a huge tree, standing unshaken even as a forest fire engulfs the entire mountain. The cult of the heavenly divine demon. This is the lord of the demons of withered robes. Guanghan said they were pathetic bastards from unorthodox sects. How could they have joined forces with a demonic cult? Wu Yan replied that he was talking complete nonsense. It seems the forces of the righteous heavenly alliance also had no idea that a demonic cult would appear here. He had to save Un Yanwei and at the same time capture the young master of the demonic cult. But Un Yanwei is dead, and the young master himself dragged them here, escaping before their eyes. And now the forces of the righteous heavenly alliance and the demonic cult have gathered here. Could this all be part of the young master of the demonic cult's plan? The cute little animals got tired of listening to them and decided to have a snack. They don't want to go hungry today. Guanghong felt a monstrous gravitational force that distorted the direction of the prowess. He immediately realized that he was being attacked by one of the Great Nine demonic elders. The man said he was right and introduced himself. He was an elder in faded rags. What were they doing here? He thought they were storming the Blood Steel Fortress in southern Jiangsu. The elder said that he didn't need to know about it. He would find out the reason in the afterlife. The Demon Queen noticed that his demonic arts were filling space, distorting gravity and pressure at his will. But how is that even possible? She needs to break out of the space he has subjugated. The Demon Queen didn't think such martial skills existed. This isn't a technique for capturing the void. It's impossible to suppress an entire space with such a cheap trick. He synchronizes his qi, and by synchronizing his own qi with external qi, he is able to interfere with everything around him that he can sense. So Ryan shouted that it was the end and delivered a powerful blow with a sword wave. But the Demon Queen stood up as if nothing had happened. She had learned something useful. The guy uses space capture through key synchronization. The demonic hand's barrier has been breached. As expected, his level is still far below that of a demon lord. The Demon Queen couldn't reproduce it perfectly, but at least for a split second, she unleashed her combat prowess even faster. So Ryan was surprised as she had reached such a moment of enlightenment. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Just like the guy said, it would be hard for him to defeat a heavenly demon. He could still defeat one heavenly demon, if what he learned is truly his martial arts. Cheap tricks won't work anymore. It's time to show him real power. So Ryong told her not to worry. He still had plenty of cards to play. Yo Sanrin felt this powerful energy of her grandfather withered. He's the one who led 300 soldiers in the north. But why is he in Shandong? And how did he even know to come here? Donpil shouted, "It's because the young master is here." "Is she okay?" the girl asked. "How is he?" The man told them to get into the cart immediately. There was no time to explain. And to prepare for battle. Anhwa asked what was going on. Yo Sun-rin replied that the young master was in the middle of a fight, and another battle had already broken out outside. Donpil understands that if they get caught in the fight between the young master and the secret demon queen, they will die. She needs to get out. She'll channel her remaining inner energy into her sword to destroy the wall. Someone noticed that the wall was collapsing. Everyone needed to move as far away as possible. Donpil shouted to Awe to fire the gun at full power. They have hidden weapons. Everyone move away from the back of the carriage. Squad Captain Wu Yang decided to take matters into his own hands. He destroyed their carriage with one swing of his sword. Now they won't be able to leave this place easily. Donpil couldn't feel his arms or legs. He seemed to have lost a lot of blood, but he can't back down. While the young master is away, Dongpil is obligated to protect the others. It will draw out the primordial energy to replace the depleted demonic energy, and as long as he stands on his feet, none of them will pass him by. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen and Sodiang continue to measure their strength. The chi surrounding their bodies is so destructive that even first-rank masters die from being near them. Captain Wu Yang said it was time for the Elder to intervene. The Elder replied that he was sending him to his death, but the fortress leader's orders were to capture the young master of the demonic cult. Since they were likely already exhausted, they certainly had a chance to win. Gok Jongsak asked, "Have you lost your mind?" Even if they were tired, one blow from them would kill him before he could blink, let alone block or dodge. That's precisely why he must act. Does he need to be reminded why we came here in the first place? He is the decisive weapon to capture the young master of the demonic cult. He shouldn't forget what he received from the Bloodsteel Fortress. But if he interferes, he'll simply die a senseless death. The Tiger King heard Gok Chongsok's pleas and removed this annoying captain from him. Judging by the beast that the young master controls, the Bloody War Squad has already been completely destroyed. The Demon Queen concentrated her attacks on the Sky Demon Blade. The Demon Lord's innate demonic energy is contained within this blade. The difference was subtle, but she realized that his Demon Emperor Chi was amplified when he held the Heavenly Demon Blade. She suddenly managed to snatch the blade from Soryang's hands. Kwak Sokyo shouted that it was the end. He was a worthy opponent, but she didn't expect at all that he could manipulate the blade as he wanted. Now she finally sees who he really is. But how did he do it? So Ryan is glad she finally understood. He doesn't know how it happened. It just happened somehow. A person dies and is simply reborn? That doesn't happen. In this world, everything has a clear cause and effect. Whether it's a person, an animal, or a plant, when they die, they simply return to the earth and disperse. Bodies decompose and become food for the earth. Animals eat the plants that grow from this earth, and people eat these animals in turn. Just think, a heretic of the demonic path talking about predestination. She said she wanted to become the greatest under heaven, and he can't even handle her alone, let alone become the greatest under heaven. Even old Dam San and the fortress leader Asura Song are no match for her. And let's not forget, the Orthodox faction has a righteous fighting god duo, while their cult has a demonic god who brings them all to their knees. If she had been born in an era without them, she would have surely been able to become the greatest under the heavens. But she desperately resisted. But in the end, this is her limit. There are gaps, and too many of them. If she lunged at him now, she could rip the skin off his bastard face. But her instincts tell her not to move. What's wrong with her? So Ryan asked, what's she afraid of? Does she know why he called her demonic skill a crude product? Whether it is a divine technique, a demonic art, or a demonic mastery, to reach a higher level, true search, experience, and suffering are needed. But she cast all that aside and forcibly raised her level. It doesn't matter whether you've killed or writhed in mental torment, the growth of one who hasn't experienced true depths will inevitably collapse. Her martial prowess has grown, but her soul essence has actually weakened. She used to be far more fearsome when she desperately sought to acquire the martial arts of the 9 sects. The queen shouted, "What does he even know?" So Ryan said that at least then she had a desire, a real human desire. Does so Ryan think she'll fall for the same trick twice? The Demon Emperor's key is a heavenly demon martial art. She, a mere nothing, couldn't block it. As the one who would become the head of the sect, he saw its limits. It was time to end this. Dying turned out to be much more peaceful than she thought. But who was he anyway? He finally destroyed her. Cheon Hajin had been working towards this for so long. But what is this feeling? Some kind of feeling of emptiness. So Ryan ordered the withered demon elder to clean up everything here. The elder couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. It wasn't a chi deviation, but it was still dangerous. The man ordered Dawnpill to take the young master away. The entire True Demon squad was to accompany them. Captain Guanghong ordered the Black Tortoise troop to pursue the young master. The elder of the Withered Ones shouted that if they took a step, they would instantly go straight to the underworld. The general strategist believes that the Demon Lord cannot go there personally. There is a high probability that this is a trap set by the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Everything will be as he wishes, but he is categorically against this idea. More precisely, he will be against it until he hides his true intentions from him. Li Zhongsun asked, "Is that all it is? Does he just need to tell her my true intentions?" People flatter him, call him a genius and all that. But the tricks his feeble mind comes up with are nothing compared to what he comes up with on the fly. And with his crude foresight, he is not even able to predict his words and actions. Li Zhongsun had already told him that the habit of underestimating himself would not lead to anything good. However, Hoyo-sung believes that he knows himself well enough. You have to look at things as they are, and accept them as they are. He's not as great and wonderful as he thinks he is. In that case, let him tell me what's on his mind. What exactly does he want to achieve? What kind of central planes does he want to build? He demands an answer right now. Hyo Yo-sung, a reckless young scientist who hid from the world in the wilderness and mocked it, has visibly grown up before his eyes. Li Zhongsun replied that he wouldn't tell him anything, and for no other reason. because he himself doesn't know what his heart really wants. He understood the principles of this world and learns to live in accordance with them. However, when faced with such mundane matters, one inevitably makes mistakes if one doesn't look at oneself objectively. At least that's how it is for him. He no longer craves success. All he wants is to not make any more mistakes. Sometimes it happens that his heart, tired of boredom, still stirs with the desire to throw caution to the wind and burn everything to the ground. Ultimately, this means that he cannot explain it to him. Ho Yo-sung said he accepted it, but he didn't understand. Lee Jung-sung thought that was enough in that case. Then will he go after all? The young master is in the Central Plains. He had already managed to cause quite a stir there. But it was precisely thanks to this that he split the ranks of the righteous faction and reminded them, what is their vaunted honor and justice really worth? However, if So Ryang personally intervenes, that's one thing, but if he takes the lead, that's quite another. Everything the young master has achieved so far could prove useless. The chief strategist believes he may start to hate him. Lee Jong-san feels he's not that childish, but he doesn't rule out the possibility. In the worst case, he'll let go of everything he's achieved. If it were that child from the past, he would certainly have done so. But the current So Ryang definitely won't do this. He's simply not capable of it. Ho Yo-sung anxiously asked what exactly the demon lord saw. So Ryan became a true demon. Or rather, he once experienced the demonic state. It is extremely difficult for a person born as a human to become a real demon. One must constantly toss between good and evil. One must comprehend the teachings of the immortals, and even to burn to ashes in the sulfurous fires of hell. This path cannot be described in simple words, so Ryan became a demon too quickly. So quickly that even he, who was watching, was astonished. That's why he missed so much. True light only appears when everything is completely empty. The same applies to the demonic path. The moment he lost everything, he reached out to evil as a demon, and thus, So Ryang most likely realized that the freedom he had always strived for was ultimately just emptiness. He won't leave the cult, at least not yet. But sooner or later, a situation will arise where he'll have to come out, because sometimes, even the demonic path needs a just cause. Anyway, it's time for this boy to wake up. Meanwhile, strategist Hwang Gon begged his emperor to reconsider. They had gone this far. Asura Song thinks everything is fine. They were supposed to meet him at least once anyway, so it can be assumed that it will happen today. He really has the nerve to build a tavern in such a place. This area is close to the territory of the Steel Blood Fortress. He never thought that it would be possible to establish a secret branch right under the enemy's nose, using such a tavern as an observation tower. Moreover, the tavern is built primarily of white linden, a type of wood known for being highly flammable. It's a cunning plan. In an emergency, burn down the entire tavern, completely destroying any evidence. Set a meeting and even reveal the existence of such a place. Whatever he proposes, whatever he demands, it will not be business as usual. Asura-san asked if he should go up. Dam-sen replied that he could come down to him. It would be better for him to come down, as safety comes first for him. His steps are like those of a lion, but behind this light tread lies the smell of blood. He personally didn't kill many people, but his very existence was enough to harm others. A man who starts wars with a silver tongue and looks at the world through narrowed, wrinkled eyes. A man renowned for his political talent, far more cruel and cunning than his martial prowess. He is the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance, Dam-san, but inside, he is a monster.